A homeless man who can't even afford a meal, yet has a fiancée who is a big star. Yet when she brought up marriage, you actually chose to refuse. Just when everyone thought you were starving to death, you went straight to the bar and sang your heart out, moving the entire audience to tears. At this moment, in a clean and tidy noodle shop, yet has a fiancé who is a big star. A year ago, you've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped. Just when everyone thought you were starving to death, to be a carefree and wealthy gentleman. But when you pick up the pen, I simply can't remember all those things. Just when you were at a loss, a system called omnipotent entertainment has directly bound itself to you. You actually chose to refuse, thinking that I was finally about to take off. Sadness often descends upon us at our happiest moments. The system says it wants to toughen up your willpower. I simply can't remember all those things. This year, you can't go out to work and earn money. You should also avoid overeating and excessive drinking, living only on government welfare benefits. But when you pick up the pen, you've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped. The system says it wants to toughen up your willpower. So on the first day, you spent $10 to buy a bundle of dried noodles. After 2 consecutive days of eating plain noodles in clear broth, you should also avoid overeating and excessive drinking. Tired of plain noodles? Try dipping steamed buns in Laogan hot chili sauce, living only on government welfare benefits. I simply can't remember all those things. But when you pick up the pen, yet has a fiancé who is a big star, you should also avoid overeating and excessive drinking. You've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped. Just when everyone thought you were starving to death, living only on government welfare benefits, to be a carefree and wealthy gentleman, watching you bury your head in the noodles. The other people in the noodle shop sighed in unison. You've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped. How did he end up becoming such a useless person? Yeah, I heard he used to be a singer. The other people in the noodle shop sighed in unison. But when you pick up the pen, yeah, I heard he used to be a singer. But when you pick up the pen, after 2 consecutive days of eating plain noodles in clear broth, all these voices reached your ears. You've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped. Graduated from a prestigious art school and debuted through a talent show. Tired of plain noodles? Try dipping steamed buns in Laogan hot chili sauce. Just when everyone thought you were starving to death, you should also avoid overeating and excessive drinking. But when you pick up the pen, drowning sorrows in alcohol all day long. You've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped. The system says it wants to toughen up your willpower. Graduated from a prestigious art school and debuted through a talent show. After 2 consecutive days of eating plain noodles in clear broth. But when you pick up the pen, yet has a fiancé who is a big star. Sadness often descends upon us at our happiest moments. You've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped. All these voices reached your ears. You went straight to the bar and sang your heart out, moving the entire audience to tears. You've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped, living only on government welfare benefits. But we must find a way to root them out. But when you pick up the pen, yeah, I heard he used to be a singer. Just when everyone thought you were starving to death, the system says it wants to toughen up your willpower. Just when everyone thought you were starving to death, yet has a fiancé who is a big star, you actually chose to refuse, living only on government welfare benefits. Just when everyone thought you were starving to death, just when everyone thought you were starving to death, after 2 consecutive days of eating plain noodles in clear broth, you really have no ambition at all. But when you pick up the pen, yet has a fiancé who is a big star, a system called omnipotent entertainment has directly bound itself to you. But when you pick up the pen, the system says it wants to toughen up your willpower. I simply can't remember all those things. But when you pick up the pen, the burly noodle shop owner rushed out in a flurry of flattered surprise. Living only on government welfare benefits, the system says it wants to toughen up your willpower. You should also avoid overeating and excessive drinking. Tired of plain noodles? Try dipping steamed buns in Laogan hot chili sauce. Everyone watched quietly, just at that moment, yet has a fiancé who is a big star. The system says it wants to toughen up your willpower. You've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped, drowning sorrows in alcohol all day long. You went straight to the bar and sang your heart out, moving the entire audience to tears. Living only on government welfare benefits. You've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped. You went straight to the bar and sang your heart out, moving the entire audience to tears. Just when you were at a loss. You should also avoid overeating and excessive drinking. I simply can't remember all those things. You've traveled to this parallel world where entertainment and culture are severely underdeveloped. The system says it wants to toughen up your willpower. To be a carefree and wealthy gentleman. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The system says it wants to toughen up your willpower, yet has a fiancé who is a big star, living only on government welfare benefits. Everyone watched quietly, just at that moment. A system called omnipotent entertainment has directly bound itself to you. Tired of plain noodles? Try dipping steamed buns in Laogan hot chili sauce. You really have no ambition at all. The voice has become softer. You should also avoid overeating and excessive drinking. The small noodle shop was filled with the sound of people sucking in their breath sharply, thinking that I was finally about to take off. After 2 consecutive days of eating plain noodles in clear broth, drowning sorrows in alcohol all day long, the voice has become softer. Just when everyone thought you were starving to death, a system called omnipotent entertainment has directly bound itself to you. Yeah, I heard he used to be a singer. The other people in the noodle shop sighed in unison, yet has a fiancé who is a big star. A homeless man who can't even afford a meal, thinking that I was finally about to take off. Everyone watched quietly, just at that moment. You went straight to the bar and sang your heart out, moving the entire audience to tears. The system says it wants to toughen up your willpower. After 2 consecutive days of eating plain noodles in clear broth, drowning sorrows in alcohol all day long, how did he end up becoming such a useless person? The system says it wants to toughen up your willpower. Yet when she brought up marriage, I simply can't remember all those things. Just when everyone thought you were starving to death. You should also avoid overeating and excessive drinking. A woman driving a Porsche 911, worth at least 100 million. A woman who, even with sunglasses on, making her true features unrecognizable, still exudes an otherworldly beauty. A woman with a perfect figure that makes other women drool with envy. She is actually the fiancée of Louis, the neighborhood's notorious good-for-nothing? And she is about to go register their marriage with Louis right now? This is insane. This is way too surreal. The noodle shop owner pinched the fat on his arm. Ugh. Ouch. It's not a dream. Come to think of it, if it were a dream, I should have been the guy getting proposed to. How could Louis be the main character? The noodle shop owner muttered under his breath, then quickly glanced behind him. The tiger-like woman was still staring blankly, clearly hadn't heard what he just said, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. As for the other people in the noodle shop, they were envious of Louis to the extreme. If only they had such a fiancé, they'd be smiling in their dreams. However, Louis furrowed his brows. Fiancé? He didn't have a fiancé. Clearly, this woman thought he was a good-for-nothing, easy to deceive, and wanted to lure him away to sell his kidneys. I'd fall for your trick? Louis chuckled to himself. Then, he looked at the beautiful woman with a righteous expression. I'm sorry, Louis, would rather starve to death or live in poverty for the rest of my life than eat a woman as handouts. With that, he walked away, leaving behind a crowd of stunned people in the noodle shop. Louis actually refused such a tempting offer? Everyone asked themselves, if it were me, I could never do that. We used to mock Louis as a good-for-nothing, but now even a good-for-nothing has more backbone than me. That's true. A man can't live off a woman, otherwise he'll never hold his head high again. Haven T, you read those novels about men marrying into wealthy families? They have to wash their in-laws' feet and aren't even allowed to eat at the table. That's right. We're not dragons, we can't just say, this wealthy family isn't worth staying in, and eat soft rice. Once you do, you'll be humiliated for the rest of your life. Sigh, I've lived over 40 years and still don't see things as clearly as this young man, Louis. Today, I've learned a lesson from Louis. Louis heard these comments and almost burst out laughing. Could he still try to act cool? How satisfying. Watching Louis' departing figure, Lin Shuxue felt a moment of daze. She had never been rejected before. However, thinking about the person who rejected her was Louis, she felt at ease again. What? He rejected her? Lin Shuxue's best friend, Xinyuti, heard the news and exclaimed over the phone. You're a top-tier actress now, 10 times more famous than he ever was. What gives him the right to reject you? When Xinyuti heard that Lin Shuxue wanted to go find Louis to marry him, she thought Lin Shuxue had lost her mind. But she never expected Louis to be even crazier than Lin Shuxue. Despite being penniless, he actually rejected her marriage proposal. He asked Louis, after all. With his pride, it's only natural for him to reject me. Lin Shuxue sat in the car, took off her sunglasses, and smiled as she said. Shua, I'm not trying to criticize you, but 3 years ago, Louis was indeed famous, and you were just starting out, so it was normal for you to admire him. But now you're so famous, and he's so down on his luck, how can you still look down on him? Xinyuti felt a headache coming on. As her best friend, she naturally hoped Lin Shuxue would have a better future. And now it seemed clear that Louis wasn't the one who could offer her that future. You don't understand, Lin Shuxue said. When I first joined Tensho Entertainment, I knew nothing. If it weren't for Louis helping me out, I might have been blacklisted by the industry long ago. Plus, do you know who recommended me for the audition for the show that made me famous? It was Louis. So, Louis is the brightest light in my life, and I must hold on to that light tightly. Xinyuti opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing more. She hoped Lin Shuxue would have a better future, but the standards of what was good or bad were not up to her, they were up to Lin Shuxue. So, since Lin Shuxue had thought it through and believed that being with Louis was the right choice, she could only choose to bless her. He rejected you. What are you going to do now? Shin Yuri asked helplessly. He works at a bar every night, and I've been waiting outside his apartment complex, Lin Shuxue said. Shin Yuri rubbed her temples. If your admirers found out that their goddess is willing to wait outside a residential complex for a man, wouldn't they be heartbroken? Stop it, Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes. At the same time, in a cramped, dimly lit room, Louis took a shower, preparing for the system to activate at this solemn moment. Ding! Chapter 3, Newbie Gift Pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have passed the test. The all-purpose entertainment system is now officially activated. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Louis's mind. Louis jumped for joy. A year. 365 days and nights. Finally, he had made it through. System, I want 100 million. Louis said excitedly. After a year of hardship, wanting a small goal wasn't too much to ask, was it? Ding! The system does not provide cash to the host proactively. If the host desires cash, they must first collect 100 points to unlock the system store, where they can purchase cash and various other items. The system's cold voice poured a bucket of cold water over Louis. Sure enough, this system is a cheapskate. Louis rolled his eyes and asked helplessly, if there's no 100 million, there must be a newbie gift package, right? The system responded, ding, the system has prepared a generous newbie gift package for the host. Would you like to open it now? A generous package? Louis's eyes lit up, open it. System, ding, the newbie package has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 great tonifying pill and 1 song, 7 miles fragrance. Louis? That's it? That's it? 2 items, and you call that generous? System, a whole year. Do you know how I survived this past year? And this is all you give me? Louis's forehead was covered in black lines, even one more thing would be fine. The system remained silent. Louis's lips twitched. This system was way too stingy. At least there are 2 gifts. What more could you want? Louis silently comforted himself. System, you have to at least tell me what these 2 things are for. Louis asked impatiently. The system, which had been pretending to be dead, popped up again. The great tonifying pill can repair the host's body and restore it to its peak physical condition. The 7 Mile Fragrance allows the host to sing the song 7 Mile Fragrance in its entirety and write the lyrics, sheet music, and accompaniment for the song. Note 1, once 7 Miles Fragrance is distributed, copyright will be automatically registered for the host. Note 2, any songs purchased by the host from the system store will automatically have their copyright registered upon completion of purchase. Upon hearing this, Louis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The great tonifying pill was undoubtedly a valuable item. During the original host's prime, their physique, appearance, and voice were all top-notch in the country. If he could restore his peak condition, achieving wealth and success would no longer be a dream. As for 7 Mile Fragrance, even though Louis couldn't sing a note before he crossed over and therefore didn't like listening to music, he was still aware of the song's reputation. If he were to release this song in this world, he would likely become an overnight sensation and return to his former status as a quasi-first-tier male star. Moreover, since he not only knows how to sing 7 Miles Fragrance but also understands the lyrics, melody, and arrangement, and holds the copyright, he wouldn't have to worry about others thinking he bought or copied the song, nor would he have to worry about others registering the copyright first. In that case, Louis could already envision himself marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman and reaching the pinnacle of life. However, Louis suddenly thought of a problem. Even if his voice recovered and he had an absolutely outstanding version of 7 Miles Fragrance, good wine fears a deep alley. How would he distribute 7 Miles Fragrance? He had already terminated his contract with the talent agency, and due to the existence of a shadowy figure behind the scenes, many of his former friends now avoided him like the plague. Over the past year, with only 10 yuan a day, he couldn't even afford to pay his phone bill, so his phone had been disconnected long ago, and he couldn't even record himself and post it on Weibo. System, can't you give me some money? Louis asked with a grim expression. System, ding, the system does not proactively provide cash to the host. If the host desires. Louis's face darkened. Alright, I know I need to collect 100 points to unlock the system store, but at least tell me how to get the points. System, 100 reputation points can be exchanged for 1 point. Louis, how do I get reputation points? System, when someone admires or idolizes the host's work, they can grant reputation points. Louis. He has no money now, so he can't post any works, which means he can't earn reputation points or points, and the system store can't be unlocked, so he can't get any money. This is a damn dead end. Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration crossed Louis's mind. He seemed to have figured out a solution. System, give me the 2 items from the newbie gift pack first. Louis urged. Ding, the great tonifying pill and 7 Mile Fragrance have been distributed. As soon as the system's voice faded, a small blue pill appeared in Louis's hand, and his mind was filled with information about the 7-mile fragrance. Louis swallowed the pill. Instantly, it felt like an electric current was coursing through his body, leaving him tingly and numb. Moments later, Louis's entire body trembled. Is that it? Louis was filled with astonishment and doubt, only to discover that his voice was no longer the hoarse, raspy tone he had before, but had transformed into a rich, magnetic timbre. Damn it! Louis rushed to a mirror covered in cracks. What greeted his eyes was a young man with a neat, close-cropped haircut, striking features, and a tall, straight posture. Seeing the person in the mirror, Louis had only one thought: who are you, handsome guy? Handsome, damn handsome. Louis touched his own face, feeling like he was about to fall in love with himself. After indulging in self-admiration for a while, Louis remembered what he was there for. Glancing at the sky growing darker, Louis stepped outside. As he descended the stairs and entered the residential complex, he immediately caught everyone's attention. So handsome. Who is that? How did he end up in our neighborhood? When did our neighborhood get such a handsome guy? He looks a bit like Louis, doesn't he? Louis? Now that you mention it, he does. But Louis, isn't he already a washed-up loser? He never bothers to groom himself and looks like a wild man. Could Louis have had an epiphany and decided to turn his life around? Sigh, what awakening! His voice is ruined, he can't be a star anymore. If he can't be a star, he can just be an ordinary person. Find a good job, and he'd still be a decent young man. Young girls stared at Louis, unable to look away, their faces glowing with infatuation. The older ones, however, were filled with hope for Louis. Over the past year, Louis's life had grown increasingly decadent. They had pitted his misfortune and been frustrated by his lack of ambition. Now, if they could see him pull himself together, they would be overjoyed. Louis stepped out of the residential complex and immediately spotted the silver-gray Porsche 911. His smile froze instantly. That female scammer hasn't left yet? However, his appearance was completely different from before, so the female scammer probably wouldn't recognize him, right? With that thought, Louis lowered his head and took a wide detour before leaving. Inside the Porsche, Lin Shuxue's eyes sparkled. What had she just seen? The incredibly handsome Louis from 3 years ago? Louis, are you awake? Lin Shuxue was excited. She put on her sunglasses and mask and quietly followed after him. Half an hour later, Louis arrived at a bar. Black Rose Bar. A year ago, the original owner had been a resident singer at this bar. Today, Louis was about to start a new life here. Chapter 4, 7-Mile Fragrance. Upon entering the bar, Louis found the owner. You're Louis? The bar owner stared at the dashing Louis, his face filled with surprise. He still remembered the last time he saw Louis pale as a ghost, staggering unsteadily, looking like he was on the brink of death. But now, Louis was full of vigor, his eyes sparkling like stars, as if he had returned to his former self, the man who had once been famous throughout the country before he was framed 3 years ago. I'm Louis. Louis nodded with a smile. 3 years ago, the original owner was at the end of his rope, and it was this slightly overweight man who offered him a job as a bar singer. Although the original owner couldn't sing due to a damaged voice, the actual job involved attracting customers at the bar's entrance. However, the pay was higher than that of a typical bar singer, though the original owner's alcoholism prevented him from saving any money. Louis had a fairly good impression of this slightly overweight man. Though he was a businessman, he wasn't a bad person. Your voice. The shock on the bar owner He Dongping's face grew even more intense. 3 years ago, when he first met Louis, his voice was rough and hoarse. But now, his voice was rich and smooth, with a captivating tone. Just his voice alone could charm a whole crowd of voice-obsessed girls. Not to mention that Louis had regained his vitality and was now so handsome he could outshine a bunch of young heartthrobs. After a year of rest, my voice has recovered. It's pretty amazing. Louis laughed heartily, of course not mentioning the system. I see. He Dongping's eyes flashed with a gleam of calculation. He stepped aside and smiled, saying, Don't just stand there, come sit down. Louis didn't mind He Dongping's opportunistic behavior. He waved his hand, indicating his purpose. Boss, I came here today to sing a new song for you. Louis was currently short on cash and needed reputation points, so coming to the bar was undoubtedly a good choice. The Black Rose Bar was bustling with people, and if he performed 7 Miles Fragrance there, he might earn 100 points in a single night. A new song? He Dongping's eyes sparkled with excitement. 3 years ago, Louis had swept the nation, hailed as the heir to the god of song. Now, although Louis had faded from the spotlight, his voice had recovered, and he was even planning to release a new song. If I agree to help Louis, once he rises to fame, won't I reap the benefits too? He Dongping was thrilled and immediately agreed, no problem. Louis sighed in relief. The first step was successful, and the next step was the performance. He had absolute confidence in the quality of 7 Miles of Fragrance, but he had little faith in his own singing. After all, before he time traveled, he was a tone-deaf singer with a terrible voice. As Louis took a deep breath to prepare, he Dongpeng waited until the singer finished their song and walked onto the stage. As the bar owner took the stage, the people in the bar all looked up, expecting him to announce something like, "Tonight, all drinks are 20% off." He Dongpeng said, "Everyone, I have some good news to share with you today." Hearing this, the crowd grew even more curious. What good news? He Dongpeng smiled mysteriously. "Today, a famous singer will perform an unreleased new song at our bar." At this, the bar erupted into laughter. The boss is just bragging. A big celebrity releasing a new song would come to a small bar? Exactly. Celebrities promote their songs on variety shows, not in a bar. Stop joking around, boss. April Fool's Day is over. Unsurprised by the reactions, He Dongpeng said. "Everyone, I'm not exaggerating. The big star I'm talking about is the heir apparent to the god of music." Everyone was taken aback, then burst into even louder laughter. The successor to the god of song? Isn't that Shui Qi? Shui Qi is a top-tier celebrity now, famous throughout the entire country. Why would he come to your little dive bar? Ah, boss, the fact that Shui Qi came to this bar is all thanks to you, let alone coming here to release a new song. Boss, stop joking around. Hurry up and announce the real good news. He Dongpeng waved his hand and said, "I'm not talking about the current song god successor. I'm talking about the previous one." Upon hearing this, many people looked confused. In the internet age, stars rise to fame overnight, only to fade into obscurity just as quickly, and people's memories grow increasingly short. However, there were still some who remembered the name of the last universally recognized successor to the singing legend, Louis. Are you talking about Louis? Seeing He Dongpeng nod, everyone burst into laughter. I remember a couple of years ago, Louis was working as a doorman at this bar. But I haven't seen him around for the past year. I guess he's been working on new songs? Ha, Louis's voice is ruined. How can he sing anymore? And Louis couldn't he even write lyrics or compose music before? How could he write a good song on his own? Maybe he is just like those online music copycats, copying one song from here and another from there, and passing them off as his own? Hearing these words, He Dongpeng's lips curled into a smile. Gossip attracts customers, and customers mean money. So, ignoring the laughter of the crowd, he said directly, "Now, please welcome Louis to the stage with a warm round of applause to perform his brand new song for everyone." But instead of applause, there was only laughter. Only in the corner, Lin Shuxue, wearing sunglasses and a mask, looked at the stage with eager eyes and clapped continuously. However, her long clapping couldn't stir up any excitement. Backstage, Louis, holding his guitar, walked onto the stage. As the original owner was a singer, he naturally knew how to play the guitar. Louis had practiced a few times backstage, though he was a bit rusty, but after a few runs through, he regained his muscle memory. As Louis walked onto the stage with his guitar, the crowd, who had been laughing just moments ago, fell silent. The Louis of today seemed different from the doorman Louis they had seen 2 years ago. Louis sat down and said, "The song I'll be performing for you today is called 7 Miles of Fragrance. It's a song about summer." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuxue in the corner felt a slight stir in her heart. Summer. Louis had debuted in a summer talent show and became wildly popular overnight. Now, it's early summer again, and Louis is bringing a song about summer. She couldn't help but feel excited. Louis had already finished tuning his guitar backstage, so he began playing the intro to 7 Miles Fragrant on his guitar. As soon as the guitar intro began, the mocking laughter in the bar quickly faded away. The intro sounds pretty good. Everyone thought to themselves, finally beginning to anticipate Louis's performance. The sparrows outside the window are chattering on the power lines. Chapter 5, Treasure You Like My Life. The sparrows outside the window chatter on the power lines. You said this line, it feels so summery. The pencil in my hand moves back and forth on the paper. I use a few lines to describe who you are to me. The taste of mackerel, even cats want to know about you. The guitar blends with Louis's soft vocals, a catchy melody that makes everyone in the bar reminisce about their youthful days. On a summer afternoon, while everyone was taking their afternoon nap, you quietly slipped out the front door, walked past the street corner, and saw the girl you'd been waiting for. You wore a crisp white t-shirt, and she wore a modest floral dress. Walking under the shaded trees, you talked about the past and the future. As you passed a small convenience store, you noticed the sparkling sweat on her forehead and pulled out a crumpled wad of money from your pocket. You bought 2 old-fashioned ice pops, one for each of you, and smiled widely with your missing teeth. The sparrows on the power pole even tilted their heads to watch you. Later, when you grew up, you wore a white shirt, and she wore a denim skirt. It was still the same alleyway, but you no longer had to sneak out to play. Instead, you could use the excuse of going to tutoring class to ride bicycles together, promising to attend the same university in the future. Years later, when the college entrance exam results were announced, it was pouring rain. Line by line of lyrics, melody by melody, moved many people to tears. Recalling the beautiful yet bittersweet past, more and more people shed tears. Summer and first love, these two words together always bring a lump to the throat and a sense of inexplicable melancholy. All night long, my love overflows like rain. Butterflies on the windowsill like beautiful chapters flying in a poem. I continue to write, inscribing my eternal love at the poem's end. You are the only one I want to know. The final chord draws the closing note on the guitar strings. The once bustling Black Rose bar is now completely silent. After a long while, from the corner, loud applause echoed. Under Lin Shuxue's sunglasses, her eyes were wet with tears. Her tears were because Louis's 7 miles of fragrance had reminded her of the summer she first met Louis. At the same time, it was because she saw that the talented and confident Louis from 3 years ago had finally returned. As Lin Shuxue clapped, the others in the bar joined in. Not a single person doubted Louis anymore. Louis had completely won them over with his performance of 7 miles of fragrance. Thank you all. Louis stood up, hugged his guitar, and bowed slightly before preparing to leave. Because the system had already notified him that he had earned enough reputation points. But at that moment, a woman's voice rang out from the crowd. Wait! A young woman with disheveled hair and swollen, red eyes, reeking of alcohol, stumbled toward the stage, looked up at Louis, and pleaded. Can you sing it again? Louis was taken aback. The woman hurriedly said, I can give you a tip. Louis wasn't after the tip. He just hadn't expected that a single song could have such a profound effect on someone. I can sing it again. Louis said to the woman, but I need to ask the other audience members first if they'd like to hear it again. Before he could ask, the audience below nodded in unison. Louis had no choice but to sit down and sing again. The melodious singing drew many people from outside the bar inside. Some people took out their phones, opened the video recording app, and aimed the camera at Louis. They wanted to post the video online. Such a good song shouldn't be buried in a small bar. After the second verse ended, Louis looked at the woman below with red-rimmed eyes and said, The most beautiful part of life isn't getting what you want, but the unexpected twists and turns that make everything turn out for the best. The woman wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. Then she opened her wallet, took out a stack of money, and handed it to Louis. Thank you. Louis didn't sing the second time for the money, but why not take it when it's right in front of him? There was no way he would refuse. He took the money and counted it silently. Exactly 1,000. That's more than 3 months' worth of living expenses. Louis's lips curled into a smile, feeling delighted inside. As he turned to leave the stage, the chubby He Dongping ran over and stopped him. Brother! Louis was taken aback. A year ago, He Dongping had called him Little Lou, just now he had called him Louis, and now he was directly calling him brother? What a twist of fate! Louis smiled and shook his head, asking, What's up? He Dongping also opened his wallet and took out a stack of money. This time, it was 10,000 yuan. Bro, here's the money for singing 7 miles fragrance twice just now. Why don't you go back up and sing it twice more? After you finish, I'll give you another 20,000. He Dongping grinned widely. Earlier, when Louis finished singing 7 miles fragrant, many people in the bar were crying uncontrollably. This was the perfect opportunity for the bar to make money. Moreover, the song had drawn even more people into the bar, making it already packed to capacity. He Dongping was certain that if Louis sang it 2 more times, his earnings for the night would equal half a month's worth of income. Moreover, thanks to 7 miles fragrant, even if Louis didn't come to the bar for a while, the bar's business would remain booming. The benefits for him were enormous. So don't even mention giving Louis 3,000. Even if you offered him 10,000, he'd be willing. Of course, if he could get away with just 3,000, that would be best. Louis was also feeling a bit tempted at the moment. $3,000 in total. With that $3,000, he could rent a well-lit, clean, and tidy apartment. The previous place, though purchased by the original owner and with utilities paid for several years, was simply too dim. Living in such an environment for an extended period, Louis feared he might develop depression. Just as Louis was about to agree to He Dongping's offer, he felt a warm, cool sensation on his wrist. Looking down, he saw a jade-like hand holding his wrist. Let us go. A voice he recognized faintly rang in his ear. Louis's lips twitched. Great, it's that woman who tried to trick me into selling my kidney. She really is a persistent ghost. Before, she was just deceiving him, but now she is openly kidnapping him? Who are you? Before Louis could speak, He Dongping was already displeased. Louis was his money-making machine, and the woman was trying to take him away. How could he be happy? Lin Shuxue ignored He Dongping and turned to Louis, saying, Your voice is just getting back to normal. Singing 7 miles fragrant twice was already pushing it. If you sing it twice more, your voice will be in trouble again. She didn't know that Louis's voice had actually fully recovered. She only remembered that his voice was still hoarse at the small noodle shop, and even though it was better now, it must have only just started to recover. Since it was just recovering, it needed to be protected carefully. There couldn't be any issues. A singer's voice is their life. Louis could sacrifice his life for money, but she wouldn't allow it. Chapter 6, Confession. Hearing Lin Shuxue's words, Louis was momentarily stunned. Someone who would sell a kidney is concerned about her voice? You can't just cut out your voice and sell it, can you? Who are you, exactly? Louis began to doubt himself, wondering if he had misunderstood and the other person wasn't actually a kidney trafficker. After all, kidney traffickers should be hiding in the shadows, not daring to be so bold, right? Lin Shuxue saw no one else behind the stage, so she took off her sunglasses and removed her mask. A stunningly beautiful face appeared before Louis. Even though Louis had lived 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment. She was too beautiful. He Dongpeng, upon recognizing Lin Shuxue, was also utterly shocked. Lin. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Lin Shuxue's gaze turn toward him. In an instant, his scalp tingled, and he quickly covered his mouth. Miss Lin Shuxue. He Dongpeng's displeased expression vanished instantly as he bowed deeply to Lin Shuxue. You're here? Why didn't you say a word? Seeing He Dongpeng's expression, Louis asked in astonishment. This Lin Shuxue must be very wealthy? He Dongpeng looked at Louis as if he were a caveman. Lin Shuxue was one of the most popular female stars in Longwa and also one of the 4 flowers of Longwa. Such a wildly popular celebrity in Longwa, and Louis didn't even recognize her, let alone ask if she was rich? He Dongpeng was speechless at Louis's ignorance. Louis, seeing He Dongpeng's expression, realized that this woman named Lin Shuxue must be very wealthy. Since she was so wealthy, she definitely wasn't here to scam him out of his kidneys. If she wasn't here to scam him out of his kidneys, then when Lin Shuxue mentioned at the small noodle shop that she was his fiancée, couldn't that also be true? But upon carefully searching his memory, aside from an ex-girlfriend, there was no fiancé. Can we go now? Lin Shuxue looked at Louis's confused expression, feeling both amused and heartbroken. What kind of life had Louis been living these past 3 years to end up like someone cut off from the world? Well, let us go. Now that he knew Lin Shuxue wasn't an organ trafficker, Louis naturally wouldn't refuse. A young, beautiful, and wealthy woman, which man would refuse such an offer? At that moment, the system's mechanical voice rang out. The host has undergone the trials of enduring hardships to strengthen one's resolve, starving the body to toughen the spirit, and laboring the muscles and bones. One should remain uncorrupted by wealth and power, unyielding to force, and unmoved by beauty. Get lost. Louis spat out the words and chose to block the system. Before, he had thought the system blocking feature was useless. After all, the system was a huge help. Why block it? Now, Louis only felt that this feature was too good to be true. Who made this system so stingy and verbose? Seeing that Louis had finally agreed to follow her, Lin Shuxue also smiled. Louis's eyes widened in disbelief. Even though they were in the backstage area of a bar with the ceiling above their heads, he felt like he was seeing bright spring sunshine. Let us go. Lin Shuxue took Louis's hand and led him out. This scene left He Dongpeng's expression as sour as if he'd eaten 10 lemons. Lin Shuxue was his goddess, and seeing her holding another man's hand with his own eyes made his heart feel as cold as ice. The two left the bar through the back door, took a detour, and returned to the Porsche. I have a question. Louis looked at Lin Shuxue. What exactly is our relationship? Lin Shuxue looked at Louis with concern. You really don't remember anything at all? Louis was completely confused. What was Lin Shuxue looking at him like that for? He just couldn't remember who she was. He hadn't lost his memory. Seeing Louis's confused expression, Lin Shuxue sighed softly. We were both students at the Dragon Country Academy of Arts. You were 3 years senior to me. After you graduated, you signed with a company and later debuted through a talent show, becoming famous across the country. When you were at the peak of your fame, I had just graduated and signed with the same company as you. You were very kind to me and helped me a lot. Before the incident, you recommended me to the director, and it was because of your recommendation that I became an overnight sensation and achieved my current status. Louis finally understood. So the original owner had accidentally helped her back then, and now that Lin Shuxue had become famous, she wanted to repay the favor? But if she wants to repay the favor, that's one thing. But what was the deal with dragging me to the small noodle shop to get married earlier? Upon hearing Louis's question, Lin Shuxue's face flushed red. She took a deep breath and said, Louis, I like you. I want to marry you, which is why I said I was your fiancé at the noodle shop. Louis was filled with questions. Because she wanted to marry him, she claimed to be his fiancé? Then, before he time traveled, he had wanted to marry Ri, so could he also say he was Ri's fiancé? Wait a minute. He seemed to have missed the point. Louis snapped back to reality and stared at Lin Shuxue in shock. Did you just confess your feelings to me? Lin Shuxue gave Louis a playful glare. This guy's reaction time is way too slow. Seeing Lin Shuxue nod in agreement, Louis was completely flustered. Before he time traveled, not a single girl had ever approached him. Now, not only was a girl confessing her feelings to him, but she was also an absolutely stunning celebrity? Louis swallowed hard, his heart racing wildly, unsure of what to do. If Lin Shuxue had confessed online, he could have posted on a forum, a celebrity confessed her feelings to me. What should I do? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. But now Lin Shuxue was right in front of him, and he couldn't ask for help from those silly netizens. Louis took a deep breath and thought for a while. Finally, he said, Lin Shuxue, can we spend more time together for a while? Louis wasn't opposed to being supported by someone else, but even if he had to, he wanted to get to know the person first and build some emotional foundation. All he knew about Lin Shuxue was her name, he knew nothing else about her. Was he really going to marry her like this? Moreover, Lin Shuxue was now a big star, while he was nobody. If they got married, her career would definitely be affected. Maybe Lin Shuxue doesn't care, but Louis doesn't like causing trouble for others, let alone becoming a burden to Lin Shuxue. So even if he were to marry Lin Shuxue, he would wait until he had developed himself and wouldn't hinder her progress. Lin Shuxue stared blankly at Louis. Louis would reject her, she had considered that possibility. After all, she knew Louis was proud. But she hadn't expected him to reject her twice in a single day. However, at least Louis didn't reject her so decisively this time. Instead, he suggested they spend some time together. Since you want to spend some time together, let us spend some time together, Lin Shuxue said. There was one more thing she didn't say. I don't believe that after spending some time together, you'll still be able to reject me. Louis nodded, feeling a little disappointed inside. He was just too stubborn. But feeling disappointed didn't mean he regretted it. If given the chance to start over, he would still refuse. He just wanted to be true to himself and even more so to Lin Shuxue's feelings. But Louis didn't know that Lin Shuxue wasn't as pure-hearted as she appeared. Chapter 7, Craving. At the intersection ahead, the traffic light turned red. Lin Shuxue turned her head away and stared intently at Louis. Why are you staring at me like that? Louis's skin prickled. He couldn't help but feel that Lin Shuxue's eyes were hiding a hint of greed? Admiring a handsome guy, of course. Lin Shuxue spoke with a playful tone, but her words were sincere. Louis was indeed handsome, and unlike most of today's young heartthrobs with their effeminate charm, Louis had been a sensation 3 years ago when male celebrities were still all about masculinity. Louis was the epitome of masculine good looks. They say a buzz cut is the best way to test a man's good looks, and Louis just happens to have one. But Lin Shuxue still found Louis exceptionally handsome, the kind of handsomeness that was flawless from every angle. Lin Shuxue couldn't help but recall her first day at Manhwa Art Academy, when she first saw Louis and her heart race like a deer. People say that all love at first sight is simply being attracted by someone's appearance. This applies not only to men but also to women. Lin Shuxue was absolutely love at first sight for Louis, so over the years, Lin Shuxue had buried her feelings for Louis deep within her heart. That innocent seed had gradually taken root and sprouted, eventually growing into unabashed joy. To put it bluntly, she was simply infatuated. Lin Shuxue craves everything about Louis. That's why, just now, Louis saw a hint of greed in her eyes. It's also why Lin Shuxue insisted on having Louis move into her home. Under the same roof, she doesn't believe Louis can resist. When Lin Shuxue first had this idea, she was startled and blushed fiercely. But after hearing her best friend Shin Yuti say that love should be like this, she thought about it and agreed. Besides, they were adults, they could speak more maturely, let alone just think it. But now, she needed to turn her thoughts into reality. Lin Shuxue couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Hey! Louis nudged Lin Shuxue's arm. What are you spacing out for? The red light is about to change. Lin Shuxue snapped back to reality, gave Louis a meaningful look, and smiled in a way that left him completely baffled. Louis felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd stepped onto a sinking ship. But he was a man, what could Lin Shuxue possibly do to him? Louis tried to reassure himself, and his tense mood gradually eased. By the time they arrived at Lin Shuxue's residential complex, it was already deep into the night. Jiangnan Villa District? Louis looked at the name of the community and raised his eyebrows slightly. Lin Shuxue was a big star, living in a villa district wasn't unusual. What was strange was the name of the villa district. After all, this was Beijing, a proper northern city, and the words Jiangnan had nothing to do with it. The villas here are all designed to mimic the style of Jiangnan Gardens, hence the name Jiangnan Villa District. Lin Shuxue explained. Just then, Lin Shuxue parked the car at the entrance of the community, and a security guard came over to verify their identities. When the security guard saw Louis sitting in the passenger seat, envy flashed in his eyes. Louis found such looks quite flattering. Lin Shuxue drove into the community, and Louis asked, "Aren't you worried that the security guard might spread rumors online? That could affect your future." Lin Shuxue laughed. The villas in the Jiangnan Villa District are all priced above 100 million yuan, so the privacy protection for residents is also very well done. That's why I like to live here. When I'm not working, it's relaxed, and I don't have to wear sunglasses or a mask all the time, worrying about paparazzi taking photos. Louis understood and sighed in relief. Now he didn't have to worry that staying in Lin Shuxue's villa would affect her work. "Come in." Lin Shuxue opened the door and beckoned to Louis. Louis looked at the elegant and luxurious villa, feeling a bit intimidated. Before his time travel, he was just a salaryman enjoying the 996 work schedule, so he had never been to such an expensive villa before. Lin Shuxue watched Louis hesitate, feeling even more heartbroken. 3 years ago, Louis was a sensation in Longwa. He'd seen it all when it came to mansions. Now, facing her own villa worth just 100 million, he was being so cautious. It was easy to imagine how much hardship he had endured over the past 3 years. Come in. Lin Shuxue pulled Louis inside the door. Then, Lin Shuxue bent down to take off her high heels. Looking at Lin Shushue's smooth, delicate feet, Louis's face flushed red. Just then, Lin Shuxue turned her head to look at him, and Louis quickly looked away. If Lin Shuxue noticed him looking at her feet again, wouldn't he be seen as a pervert? However, Lin Shushue's feet were indeed quite pretty. Aren't you going to take off your shoes? Lin Shuxue asked in confusion. Huh? Oh. Louis scratched his head awkwardly and looked down to see a pair of slippers already placed by his feet. These are my slippers. They're probably a bit small, but you can make do with them? Lin Shuxue said. Louis asked, if I wear yours, what about you? If he wore Lin Shushue's, she'd have to go barefoot, and she'd be walking around barefoot in front of him the whole time. Oh my goodness, what a sin. I'll take this pair, Lin Shuxue pointed to the other pair of slippers. These are my best friends. She often comes over, so I kept a pair for her. Oh, I see, Louis smiled awkwardly. After changing into the slippers, Louis followed Lin Shuxue around the villa, learning where his room, refrigerator, bathroom, and shower were. It was already nearing midnight. At this time, Louis would already be asleep. After all, he ate little, had a weak constitution, and had no phones or computers for entertainment. What else could he do but sleep? Although his health had improved, the habits he had maintained over the past year still held sway. Louis yawned. Are you tired? Lin Shuxue asked. Then go to sleep. In truth, she wanted to spend a little more time with Louis, even if it was just to chat. But for Louis's sake, she held back. Alright, you should rest early too. Good night. Louis waved his hand and returned to his own room. Lying on the soft bed, Louis felt a bit dazed for a moment. Having grown accustomed to the hard beds of the past, lying on such a bed suddenly felt like being in a sea of clouds. This made him think again about the gap between himself and Lin Shuxue. Oh, right, the system. Louis finally remembered the system he had blocked from speaking for so long. System. Louison called out nervously, worried that the system was angry. Fortunately, the system had no human emotions and responded coldly. What are your orders, host? Louison sighed in relief and said. Check my current reputation points. The system replied, host, you currently have 11,000 reputation points, which can be exchanged for 110 points. Would you like to exchange them? Louison was surprised. He had only sung one song, 7 Miles of Fragrance, in the bar, and yet he had earned so many reputation points? What Louis didn't know was that, at that moment, a storm was brewing online. Chapter 8, Trending Topic. Louis didn't hesitate and chose to exchange his reputation points for points. Only by doing so could he unlock the system store and purchase more items. Ding, exchange successful. The host now has 110 points, meeting the requirements to unlock the system store. Do you wish to spend 100 points to open the store? Hearing the cold, mechanical voice, Louis was speechless. Opening the system store actually requires spending 100 points. If he opened the store, he'd only have 10 points left. What can you buy with 10 points? Probably nothing, right? So even if he opened the system store, he'd just be able to look at it? System, you jerk. Louis muttered curses under his breath. Then, he decided to spend 100 points to open the shop. Since I have to open it eventually, might as well do it now and see what good stuff is in the store. The system store is now open. With a mechanical voice, a light panel appeared before Louis's eyes, visible only to him. The panel had 5 categories. They were songs, novels, TV shows, movies, and others. The first 4 categories were straightforward. What does the last one, others, mean? Louis tried tapping other, but nothing happened. System, what's going on? Louis asked. The system replied, the other section is currently unavailable. If the host wishes to unlock it, they can spend 5,000 points to unlock it. Additionally, if the host unlocks the other section, the system will randomly reward the host with an item from that section. Louis's forehead was covered in black lines. He strongly suspected that this system was developed by a certain tech giant. This is way too exploitative. With no other choice, Louis could only click on the first 4 areas. Upon entering the music section, he saw songs like Sunny Day, Fireworks Fade, Natural Beauty, and Easy to Ignite, Easy to Explode. Every famous song on earth was included. Clicking into the novel section, he saw The Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Sword of the Third Young Master. Many classic works were also listed there. The TV and movie sections are equally extensive, covering everything under the sun. However, the TV and movie sections require significantly more points than the song and novel sections. Therefore, Louis is currently not considering venturing into the TV and movie sections. Of course, while songs and novels are relatively inexpensive, this is still a matter of perspective. For example, in the song section, almost every song requires 500 points. 500 points. Louis shook his head and smiled wryly. He currently only had 10 points, and to accumulate 500 points, he would need to work hard. Forget it, I'll just go to sleep. Feeling sleepy, Louis yawned again and closed the shopping interface, then fell into a sound sleep. At that moment, it was exactly midnight. For many young people, midnight was the true beginning of the night. So while he was drifting off to sleep, countless night owls lay in bed, the glow of their phones illuminating their faces, causing them to burst into laughter from time to time. However, the laughter soon died down. Because many entertainment enthusiasts and music lovers had come across a video on Weibo. The captions accompanying the video were varied, but almost all contained these keywords: nostalgia, first love, summer, and tears. Especially the words first love and summer, which struck a chord with many people. First love needs no explanation, but as for summer, have you ever missed the summer of 2018? This line is still the opening line of countless short videos today. So, 1, 2, 3. More and more people are clicking to watch this video. The video is blurry, the audio quality is poor, and several lines of the lyrics are inaudible. But that doesn't stop those who watch it from replaying it over and over again. Until their eyes grow sore, they finally put down their phones, look up at the ceiling, and their thoughts linger for a long time. Some people hesitate for a moment, open their contact list, and search for a familiar yet unfamiliar phone number. Their fingers hover over the screen, but in the end, they don't click. And so, on this night, countless people toss and turn, unable to sleep. On this night, Louis and 7 miles of fragrance swept through the air, accompanied by a heavy rain, marking the official arrival of early summer. On this very night, Louis and 7 miles of fragrance made it to the top of Weibo's trending topics. Louis opened his eyes, sat up on the bed, and stretched lazily. It was the first time in a year he had slept so soundly. He got up, went to the window, and pulled back the curtains. He saw the window covered in a misty haze. He wiped away the moisture, and the outside was damp. A rose still had droplets of rain clinging to it. It rained last night. Louis smiled. He must have slept too soundly to even notice the rain. He instinctively reached up to touch his hair, but instead felt the prickly sensation of his shaved head. He suddenly remembered that his long hair was gone, and a new beginning had arrived. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. Louis, are you awake? Lin Shuxue's voice came from outside the door. I'm awake. Louis responded, got dressed, and opened the door. But there stood Lin Shuxue in her nightgown, her figure alluring. He looked down at her, and could even catch a glimpse of her allure. Cough, Louis shifted his gaze. What's wrong? Lin Shuxue said, let us have breakfast. Breakfast? The word sounded unfamiliar to Louis. Whether before or after his time travel, Louis had never developed the habit of eating breakfast. Could it be that not eating breakfast is why my stomach feels bad, and now I have to eat soft food? Louis curled the corners of his mouth and followed Lin Shuxue into the living room. On the dining table were 2 cups of hot milk and 2 fried eggs. Is this enough for you to feel full? Lin Shuxue smiled awkwardly. I'm not a good cook, I only know how to fry eggs. If you're not full, I can order some takeout for you? No, it's enough. Louis waved his hand. He sat down and took a bite of the fried egg. Lin Shuxue asked eagerly yet nervously, how is it? Louis looked at Lin Shuxue and said, it's pretty good. Really? Lin Shuxue beamed, I'll fry eggs for you every morning from now on. Louis's lips twitched slightly. How was he supposed to tell Lin Shuxue that he had just been being polite? In truth, Louis hadn't even bothered to taste the fried egg. Because the fried egg was runny, and Louis had never liked runny eggs since he was a child. Thinking about having to eat runny yolk eggs every morning from now on, Louis felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, the sparrows outside the window are chattering on the power lines. Lin Shuxue's phone lit up. Louis's eyes widened in shock. Lin Shuxue had actually recorded the song he sang at the bar yesterday and set it as her ringtone? Lin Shuxue's face flushed slightly as she realized it was her best friend, Shin Yudi, calling. She answered the phone. Hello, Yudi, what's up? Shin Yudi screamed on the other end of the phone. Louis is trending on social media. Chapter 9, Recording a Song. Lin Shuxue rarely logged into Weibo during her free time, so when she suddenly heard Shin Yudi say that Louis had made it to the Weibo trending list, she was taken aback. What's going on? Louis noticed Lin Shuxue's expression change and couldn't help but ask. My best friend said you're trending on Weibo. Lin Shuxue replied. What? Louis was surprised. What had he done to end up on the trending topics? Could it be that he was photographed by paparazzi while living with Lin Shuxue? Hey, who is that man? Shin Yudi asked suspiciously on the phone. Yesterday, Lin Shuxue had said she was going to ambush Louis at the entrance of his residential complex, but she hadn't responded to her messages since then, so she had no idea that Louis had already moved into Lin Shuxue's villa. "You're not living with Louis, are you?" Shin Yuri demanded in a shocked voice. I saw it on Weibo. I'll hang up now. Bye." Lin Shuxue hurriedly hung up the phone. She knew Shin Yuri's temperament well. If she didn't hang up, Shin Yuri would scold her for hours. "Hey! You! Now that you have a man, you don't need your best friend anymore, do you? You're so ungrateful." Shin Yuri was furious. In the past, every time she called Lin Shuxue, the call would last at least half an hour, but this time, it didn't even last half a minute before Lin Shuxue hung up on her. This was simply too much. Shin Yuri grabbed her phone, slung her bag over her shoulder, and rushed out the door, heading straight for Lin Shuxue's villa. She had to see for herself what kind of magic Louis had that could make Lin Shuxue so infatuated. At the same time, Lin Shuxue and Louis had also shifted from sitting across from each other to sitting side by side. There was no other option, as both of them wanted to see what was trending on Weibo, and Louis didn't have his phone with him, so they had no choice but to sit together. Lin Shuxue opened the Weibo trending topics list and scrolled down. Weibo's 40-second trending topic, Louis' new song, 7 Miles of Fragrance. She tapped on the trending topic. User Zianangnu, I came across this song on Weibo last night and was truly blown away. Such a captivating voice and melodious tune, I'm hooked. User Gone with the Wind, I worked overtime until 2 a.m., and while on the way home, I received a video from a friend. I clicked to listen, and the half-hour drive took me an hour to get home. User Lunaibu Shur Nyo Nai, this song reminds me of a girl from my childhood. We were childhood sweethearts, but we couldn't overcome fate's arrangements. She moved to another city after graduating from elementary school. I wish we could meet again someday. User Sigwei, I typed a lot, then deleted it all. I don't want to say anything else. I just want to ask one question, can Louis go to a recording studio and properly record this song? Such a beautiful song deserves to be taken seriously and heard by more people. Lin Shuxue kept scrolling down the screen, and almost every trending topic related to 7 Miles of Fragrance was praise for the song. As for praise for Louis, or even mentions of him, there were very few. It was a bitter reality. Louis had been out of the spotlight for 3 years. 3 years is enough time for several generations of stars to rise to fame and then fade into obscurity. How many people still remembered Louis, the almost first-tier singer from 3 years ago? Probably very few. Why are they only praising the song and not you? Lin Shuxue was initially quite happy, but soon pouted and angrily shut off her phone. You wrote the lyrics and composed the music for this song. You're the one who deserves the praise. Louis smiled awkwardly. Lin Shuxue seemed to care more about these things than he did. Take it one step at a time, there's no need to rush. Louis took a sip of milk and said with a smile. If a blurry video could make him and 7 Miles Fragrance trend on social media, then what would happen if he released the studio version of 7 Miles Fragrance? At the very least, it should make it into the top 10 trending topics. The top 10 on the trending list should earn tens of thousands of reputation points, right? Then, he could use those points to redeem new songs in the store. Releasing a new song again would prove that Louis' return wasn't just a fleeting moment of inspiration, but a true comeback of a true champion. Louis narrowed his eyes, his smile growing more intense. Lin Shuxue looked at the smile on Louis' face and suddenly felt dazed. Outside, after the rain, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, perfectly illuminating Louis' profile. That ray of sunlight seemed to transport Lin Shuxue back in time, back to 3 years ago. She saw the Louis of 3 years ago, confident and unfazed by success or failure. All right. The frustration in Lin Shuxue's heart vanished, and she picked up the milk, clinking glasses with Louis. Let's drink to your success. After breakfast, Louis said to Lin Shuxue, I'll be out for a bit. He needed to buy a phone, get a SIM card, and then go to the recording studio to record some songs. Last night at the bar, he earned 11,000 yuan, which was enough to cover everything without buying an expensive phone. Where are you going? Lin Shuxue asked instinctively, then added, I'll go with you. No matter where Louis went, she wanted to follow closely behind him. Louis wanted to refuse Lin Shuxue because getting too close to her might influence her. However, Lin Shuxue was as stubborn as a mule, leaving him no choice but to give in. Chrysanthemum Specialty Store. Lin Shuxue picked out a glazed white chrysanthemum patterned Mate X2 for Louis. When Louis saw the price, he was shocked. 22,000 yuan. That was twice as much as he had on hand. As Louis' lips twitched, Lin Shuxue had already paid. Here, consider it my gift for your comeback, Lin Shuxue said with a smile, handing it over. Louis scratched his nose, didn't make a fuss, said thank you, and took the phone. He really didn't want to live off someone else, but this offer had forced his mouth open and fed it to him, leaving him no choice. After that, Lin Shuxue drove the car and took Louis to the Woji recording studio. This recording studio was one of the most professional in Kyoto, and many singers chose to record here. Of course, the really big names were an exception, as they had their own studios at home and saw no need to go out of their way. Looking at the Wuji recording studio ahead, Louis felt a sense of familiarity. Most of your songs were recorded here. You even said you loved this place because you had a good relationship with the owner. However, the owner of Wuji recording studio has changed. Lin Shuxue explained as she led Louis inside. Ms. Lin. The staff at Wuji recording studio had already received Lin Shuxue's phone call and, upon seeing her, rushed over enthusiastically. My friend wants to record a song. Lin Shuxue said casually to the staff. Got it. The staff followed Lin Shuxue's gaze. They paused for a moment. He felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't place him. Hello, I'm Louis. Louis introduced himself. It's you. The two staff members realized who he was. They then scrutinized Louis, their eyes filled with astonishment. In the past 2 years, there had been a lot of news about Louis, and they were all aware that he had fallen from a superstar to a has-been. They never imagined that Louis would ever return to the Wuji recording studio. And he was even accompanied by Lin Shuxue. With Lin Shuxue by his side, the two staff members dared not say much, only smiling and asking. Mr. Liu, which old song are you recording this time? Chapter 10, Stunning. Louis had been out of the spotlight for 3 years. The two staff members didn't believe he was here to record a new song. After all, although Louis was once a singer, he was famous for his vocal skills, and his songwriting and arranging were average at best, while his lyrics were even worse. After being out of the industry for 3 years, who would still be willing to help Louis with lyrics, composition, and arrangement? Obviously not. Re-recording old songs, however, is a possibility. After all, Louis's composition and arrangement skills, though not strong, are at least passable. He could rearrange the old songs, upload them online, and maybe play the nostalgia card to attract a bunch of old fans and make a quick buck. Having worked in a recording studio for so many years, they've seen plenty of faded celebrities pull similar stunts. The song we're recording today isn't an old one, it's a new song called 7 Miles of Fragrance. Louis smiled indifferently and said, could you please give me a piece of paper and a pen? The two staff members looked at each other, a bit stunned. Is Louis really recording a new song? The backlash came a bit too quickly. The two staff members awkwardly smiled and turned to fetch the paper and pen. Thanks. Louis took the paper and pen and began to write down the sheet music for 7 Miles of Fragrance along with the specific arrangement. After reading the sheet music and arrangement methods Louis had written down, the two staff members were speechless. As recording studio staff, they may not have had a deep understanding of the song, but they could certainly tell the difference between good and bad. But the piece Louis had given them could only be described as breathtaking. After working in the recording studio for so many years, this was the first time they had ever seen such sheet music. Who wrote this? The two staff members looked at Louis excitedly. Me? Louis answered casually. What we meant was. The two staff members said, who composed and arranged the music? Louis looked puzzled. Me? The two staff members nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. After 3 years, Louis's composition and arrangement skills had improved so much? No wonder he's the heir apparent to the singing sensation who rose to fame overnight 3 years ago. The two staff members marveled inwardly, not doubting the truth of Louis's words. After all, Louis had lived a hard life over the past 3 years and couldn't have afforded to hire a master composer or arranger. His improvement could easily be explained by the saying, you have to break the old to create the new. Why don't you familiarize yourselves with the melody first? Louis said to the staff members. Recording a song wasn't something he could do alone. While the arrangement for 7 Miles of Fragrance wasn't overly complex, it was by no means simple. The instruments required alone include first violin, second violin, viola, cello, and double bass. Therefore, the sheet music must be familiar to everyone involved in the recording. This way, the recording would go smoothly. After all, recording here costs 2,000 yuan per hour. It's best to get it done in one take. Louis sighed wryly in the end, it all came down to financial constraints. The money for the phone was spent by Lin Shuxue. He couldn't very well ask her to pay for the recording as well. Though this amount was insignificant to Lin Shuxue, he still felt uneasy about it. Wuji Recording Studio was one of the most professional recording studios in Kyoto. Soon, all the staff involved in the recording were ready. Louis also entered the room, put on his headphones, and stood in front of the microphone. Through the glass, Lin Shuxue watched Louis, who was all ready to go, and her heart raced. The sparrows outside the window chatter on the power lines. You said this line, it feels so summery. The pencil in my hand moves back and forth on the paper. I use a few lines of words to describe who you are to me. By the time she sang this part, the staff responsible for the instruments were all a bit distracted. They had only looked at the sheet music and didn't know the lyrics. Hearing Louis sing the lyrics, they were all filled with surprise. 3 years ago, Louis's composition and arrangement skills were passable, but his lyric writing skills were truly abysmal. But now, the lyrics he wrote were so beautiful they sounded like poetry. And it wasn't just about using fancy words to create beauty, it was about using extremely simple language to paint a picture of the summer that once was. Louis, you're truly amazing. All the staff were amazed. 3 years the transformation Louis has undergone can only be described as unbelievable. At that moment, Louis took off his headphones and looked at the staff. Teacher, maybe we should try it again. I didn't hit a few notes perfectly just now. All the staff were taken aback. Louis's pitch had been absolutely perfect, flawless. The problem was with them. They were so shocked that they made mistakes. But Louis didn't blame them at all, instead, he took full responsibility, leaving them feeling ashamed. At the same time, the staff's impression of Louis improved significantly. Rain falls all night, my love overflows like rain. The courtyard is covered in fallen leaves like my thoughts pile thickly. A few words of criticism cannot cool my passion. You appear on every page of my poetry. Butterflies on the windowsill like beautiful chapters flying in a poem. I continue to write. Writing I will love you forever at the end of the poem. You are the only one I want to understand. This time, there were no more accidents. The song recording went smoothly. Thank you for your hard work, teachers. Louis smiled and thanked them. Luga, you're too kind. The staff members waved their hands and then surrounded Louis, eager to learn how he had written such stunning lyrics and music. This scene left Lin Shuxue speechless. These staff members were all veterans of the Wuji recording studio, and they took pride in their work. In all of Kyoto, there were only a handful of people who could make them willingly bow their heads and seek guidance. After a moment, one of the staff members handed a USB drive to Louis. Brother Lou, the song is done. Would you like to give it a listen? Louis nodded. Although he hadn't noticed any issues during the recording, he preferred to be safe than sorry. Listening to it now was better than discovering problems later and having to make another trip. He aimed the USB drive at the computer but didn't insert it. He flipped it over, but it still didn't go in. He flipped it again, and it went in. The staff member gave an awkward smile, and the others couldn't help but chuckle, lightening the mood. However, as the intro to 7 Miles of Fragrance began to play, the cheerful atmosphere quickly turned somber. After listening to the entire song, the staff members were all in a daze. We actually participated in the production of such a perfect song. Being part of this song's production is the honor of my life. Yes, over the past 2 years, recording songs for those young idols has nearly ruined my ears. Thankfully, now we have 7 Miles Fragrance to cleanse them. The staff's praise for 7 Miles Fragrance reached an unimaginable height. Louis took the USB drive and left, planning to upload the song to Weibo using Lin Shuxue's computer once he got home. Upon returning home with Lin Shuxue, he was met with a pair of eyes filled with resentment. Yudi, why are you here? Lin Shuxue looked at Shin Yudi, who was furious, and shrunk her neck in embarrassment. Lin Shuxue. You never used to ask me why I came, and now you dare to. Shin Yudi pointed at Lin Shuxue, too angry to speak. She then turned to look at Louis. Louis felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was the one in the wrong here. Chapter 11, Washing Hands to Make Soup. It's all your fault, you stinking man. You stole my Shuxue. Shin Yudi pointed at Louis, her face filled with grief and anger. What? Louis was completely confused. It was clearly Lin Shuxue who came looking for me, and I didn't do anything. How did it become my fault for stealing Lin Shuxue away? Women are so terrifying, they don't make any sense at all. Louis muttered under his breath. At that moment, Lin Shuxue jumped onto the sofa and hugged Shin Yudi. Yudi, don't be angry. It was my fault just now. Please forgive me, okay? Looking at Lin Shuxue pouting and acting spoiled, Shin Yudi sighed helplessly. You're impossible. Alright, I'm not angry anymore. Get off me, you're so heavy. Lin Shuxue giggled, I've been controlling my diet. How could I be heavy? It's clearly because you're too tired and your body is weak, that's why you feel heavy. Lin Shuxue, don't be so bold. Who are you calling weak? Shin Yudi reached out to tickle Lin Shuxue's armpit. That's exactly what you are. Lin Shuxue tried to retaliate but was no match for Shin Yudi, so she gave in. Oh my gosh, I surrender. Watching Lin Shuxue in this state, Louis felt a bit dazed. He still remembered how the staff in the recording studio had all been afraid of Lin Shuxue and called her an ice queen. But now, where was the slightest trace of an ice queen? She was just a cute, playful ordinary girl. At that moment, Shin Yudi, who was playfully teasing Lin Shuxue, noticed Louis standing nearby. Damn it, I forgot about this stinky guy. Shin Yudi's face darkened, and she quickly stopped, worried that continuing to play around with Lin Shuxue might cause her to expose herself. Then, Shin Yudi rolled her eyes at Lin Shuxue. You didn't forget there's a man in your villa, did you? I didn't forget, Lin Shuxue said. You didn't forget? Shin Yudi was surprised. You're always the cold and aloof goddess in front of men, but why are you letting your guard down in front of Louis? Lin Shuxue's face flushed slightly, because Louis is my future husband. Louis was taken aback, his cheeks quickly heating up. Although he was a man, being confessed to so bluntly made his heart race. Lin Shuxue. Shin Yudi was even more shocked, unable to believe what she heard. How come I never noticed before? You're so bold. It's only been a short while, and you're already calling him husband? Lin Shuxue looked at Louis with a flirtatious gaze and said, I've sworn I'll never marry anyone but him. I didn't dare approach him before because I knew there were people in the circle targeting him. If I had gone to him rashly, it might have ruined his peaceful life. But now that I've established a certain status in the circle and feel confident I can protect him, I finally went to find him and brought him back to the villa. Now, I'm determined to pursue him and marry him, so of course I have to be bold. Hearing these words and seeing Lin Shushue's determined expression, Shin Yudi's face was filled with jealousy. She had been with Lin Shuxue for all these years, yet in the end, she couldn't compare to some worthless man. Women. Wait, I'm a woman too. A female celebrity. Meanwhile, Lu Yi's heart was racing. Yesterday, when Lin Shuxue confessed her feelings, he could still resist. But today, Lin Shushue's advances seemed to be getting more and more intense. Louis had no idea when he would finally succumb to Lin Shushue's relentless pursuit. I'll go post my song first. Facing Lin Shushue's increasingly intense gaze, Louis couldn't take it anymore and made up an excuse to leave. Hey, it's lunchtime. Aren't you supposed to be cooking? Shin Yudi frowned and shouted at Louis, you can't just stay here with Lin Shuxue and do nothing, can you? Louis Jean hesitated for a moment. He was currently staying at Lin Shushue's villa, and cooking for her was indeed his duty. But Shin Yudi telling him to cook, and the tone she used, made it impossible for him to accept. Don't pay attention to her. Lin Shuxue ran over to Louis and said, go ahead and post your song first. The screen lock password is 017420. Then, Lin Shuxue turned to Shin Yudi and said, Yudi, I'm telling you this seriously, Louis is my future husband. This isn't a joke, so please respect him from now on and don't speak to him in that tone. In fact, as soon as those words left her mouth, Shin Yudi knew she had caused trouble. Seeing Lin Shushue's serious expression, Shin Yudi hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. You know I have a sharp tongue, but I didn't mean any harm just now. I was just joking. But don't worry, I'll never make such a joke again. Lin Shuxue softened her tone, remember your promise. Of course. Shin Yudi said. It's almost time for dinner. Let's order takeout? I don't want to order takeout. It's unhealthy, Lin Shuxue said. Shin Yudi widened her eyes, my lady, you used to eat takeout every day and never said it was unhealthy. Lin Shuxue said seriously, it's different. Before, I was eating it myself, but now Louis also needs to eat. His throat just got better, and we need to take good care of it. What if he eats takeout and ruins his throat again? Shin Yudi. It's Louis again. This sister of mine is truly under Louis's spell. All she talks about is Louis, and she almost got into a fight with me over him earlier. What's this nonsense about sisterly friendship being more important than anything? In front of a man, it's all just bull. Shin Yudi sighed inwardly. Yudi, let us go to the supermarket to buy groceries. Lin Shuxue took Shin Yudi's hand. Groceries? Shin Yudi frowned, I'm not going. If we buy groceries, I'll have to cook. I'll cook for you, but cook for your man? No way. Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes, who said you have to cook? Shin Yudi chuckled, if I don't cook, you will? All you can do is fry runny yolk eggs. Can you even cook? I can learn, Lin Shuxue said. What? Shin Yudi thought she had heard wrong. You're actually willing to learn how to cook? When I taught you before, you refused to even step into the kitchen, saying it would damage your skin. Now you're not afraid of damaging your skin anymore? Lin Shuxue said, I'm scared, but I'm even more scared that Louis's voice will get ruined. Shin Yudi's forehead veins bulged. She shouldn't have said that extra line. Louis. Is Louis the only thing on your mind? Shin Yudi was genuinely jealous. Oh, don't worry, I have you in my heart. Lin Shuxue saw the situation was getting out of hand and hurried to comfort her. That's more like it. Shin Yudi couldn't resist Lin Shushue's persistent pleading and finally agreed to go to the supermarket with her. Meanwhile, Louis opened Lin Shushue's computer, logged into his personal Weibo, and uploaded 7 Miles Fragrance. Chapter 12, Task Reward. After successfully uploading the song, Louis glanced at his Weibo homepage. Username, Louis the Handsome Guy. Louis's lips twitched slightly. Wow, that name is pretty straightforward. Rubbing his chin, Louis couldn't help but smile. After all, isn't he exactly that now? This name is spot on. Followers, 9. Followers, 14,936. Louis still remembered 3 years ago, when the original owner was at the peak of his fame, with millions of followers on Weibo, all of whom were genuine fans, not ghost followers. 3 years later, the million followers had dwindled to just over 10,000. Times have changed. Louis sighed and logged out of Weibo. So, what should he do now? Lin Shuxue and Shin Yudi hadn't returned from grocery shopping yet, so he couldn't help in the kitchen. Maybe I should play some games? Louis hadn't noticed earlier, but when he returned to the desktop, he spotted the LOL icon. Lin Shuxue still plays this game? Louis clicked on it in surprise, only to find that it needed an update. How long has it been since the last update? The version is way too old. Louis rolled his eyes and decided to uninstall and reinstall it. While waiting idly, Louis started playing some 4,399 minigames. Naruto vs Bleach, let us go. Louis initially thought he might be acting too childish. But after playing for a while, he got hooked and couldn't help but shout. Damn it, 43.99, you're the best. At the same time, at a certain university, Lu Xiao ordered her meal at the cafeteria, carried her tray to a seat, and skillfully pulled out her phone, ready to memorize some vocabulary words. She had already decided to study hard, so she wanted to make the most of every minute. Just as she pulled out her phone, Weibo beat her to it, popping up a message. The user you follow, Louis the handsome guy, has posted a new Weibo. Go check it out. Seeing the message, Lu Xiao froze for a second. The name Louis had been absent from her life for a very long time. 3 years later, has he finally posted on Weibo again? Lu Xiao's hands trembled slightly. She still remembered Lu Yi's last Weibo post, announcing his retirement from the entertainment industry. At first, she had been leaving comments under Lu Yi's Weibo posts. Louis, don't give up, Louis, keep going, Louis, we'll always be waiting for you, and other words flashed through her mind like lightning. She persisted for nearly a year. However, she got nothing in return. After posting his retirement announcement, Louis never appeared in the public eye again. So a year later, Lu Xiao stopped leaving messages for Louis as well. After all, she was just a fan of Louis. She also had her own studies and life to focus on. Huff. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and opened Weibo. Seeing that Louis had posted a song, Lu Xiao froze again. 7 fragrant flowers? What song is this? Since deciding not to leave any comments on Louis' Weibo, Lu Xiao had rarely listened to music, especially Louis' songs. However, even so, she still knew all of Louis' songs by heart. She was certain that 7 Mile Fragrance wasn't one of Louis Fa's previous songs. Then it must be a new song? Since deciding to pursue graduate studies, Lu Xiao has rarely checked Weibo or short videos. Therefore, she hadn't heard the bar version of Qili Xiang yet. At that moment, as she looked at Louis' Weibo, Lu Xiao's heart began to race. Should she listen or not? As a fan, seeing your idol release a new song and immediately clicking to listen seems inevitable. But at this moment, Lu Xiao felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. After hesitating for a while, Lu Xiao finally took out her headphones and clicked play. The sparrows outside the window chatter on the power lines. You said that line, it feels so summery. As the last note faded away, Lu Xiao's tears fell as well. She knew that the Lu De she had once admired had returned. Finally, she found a group chat with the date frozen at April 21, 2019. The group's name was Lu-Uni. This was one of Lu Yi's fan groups. Lu Xiao was the group administrator. Once upon a time, Louis had also joined this group. This was also one of Lu Xiao's proudest achievements. However, later on, Louis lost his voice, became disheartened, and disappeared from the public eye, so the group naturally disbanded. Most of the group members left along with Louis. Those who remained were Louis's true fans, who would gather in the group every day, shouting about raising money to help Louis treat his voice. But they were all teenagers and college students. How much money could they possibly have? The most important thing was that they couldn't get in touch with Louis. Later, someone claimed they could contact Louis and transfer the money to him, so everyone pooled together over 20,000 yuan. However, as soon as the money was transferred to that person, they immediately left the group. Lu Xiao and the other fans realized too late that they had been scammed. By the time the police caught the scammer, the 20,000 yuan had already been squandered. Following this incident, another wave of people left the group. The once 5,000-member supergroup now only has 239 members left. And no one is active anymore, it's as good as dead. Lu De has released a new song. Lu Xiao excitedly said in the group. As he typed the words Lu De, Lu Xiao's heart was racing. Lu De is the affectionate and admiring nickname fans use for Louis. However, she hadn't used that nickname in 2 years. A message was posted in the group chat. There was no longer the frenzy of excitement from before. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Lu Xiao took a few bites of her meal before checking her phone again, but there was still no response. Lu De has released a new song, 7 Miles of Fragrance, it's amazing. Lu Xiao wasn't giving up and sent another message. Still no response. Lu Xiao thought for a moment and sent a red envelope. This time, it was like a swarm of bees passing by. In less than half a minute, the red envelope was snatched up. The group finally came to life. Lu De released a new song? Is that true? No way, Lu De has been out of the industry for 3 years. Who would write a new song for him? Oh, sorry, I was busy and didn't notice my phone. What's the name of Lu Da's new song? I'll go listen to it. 7 Fragrant? Why can't I find it on QQ Music? It's not on NetEase Cloud Music either. What's going on? Lu Xiao was both annoyed and amused. She forwarded the Weibo post to the group chat. Lu De posted his new song on Weibo, but it hasn't been released on major music platforms yet. Everyone in the group started clicking on the link Lu Xiao shared. After a while, the group, which had been somewhat lively but still half dead, erupted. Wow, Lu Da's song is amazing. It's not just good, it's absolutely mind-blowing. Damn it, Lu De is making a comeback. What's the most important thing you guys didn't notice? The lyrics, composition, and arrangement are all by Lu De. Did Lu De spend the past 3 years training at Mayaboko Mountain? The newly popular group felt a bit awkward, with many wondering, what is Mayaboko Mountain? But the awkward silence only lasted a moment before the heated discussion resumed. People began sharing the studio version of 7 Miles Fragrance, which quickly spread to more and more people's headphones. Meanwhile, Louis, who was engrossed in Naruto vs. Bleach, was just controlling Itachi to dominate the AI when a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the hidden mission. You have now received your mission reward. Chapter 13, For Loco. Louis froze. Hidden mission? What does that mean? After inquiring, the system replied. The system is merely an auxiliary tool for the host and does not restrict the host's decisions or guide their behavior. Therefore, it does not assign tasks to the host. However, the system has hidden tasks designed to provide additional assistance to the host while also adding a little surprise to their life. Louis raised his eyebrows slightly. How had the system become so human-like? What was the hidden task I just completed? Louis asked. The host has completed the hidden task, successfully released the first song, the system replied. Louis was delighted. So posting a song could earn a reward. System, what's the reward for the task? Louis asked eagerly. The system replied, congratulations, host, on completing your first hidden task. You have earned the following rewards, 500 points and 1 spin on the Wheel of Fortune. Louis's smile grew even broader. 500 points were already in his pocket. Now, unlocking a song or saving them up to unlock the other section in the store are both good options. System, what is the roulette lottery? Louis was more concerned about this. The system replied, the roulette lottery has a 35% chance of winning an item from the music section, a 25% chance of winning an item from the novel section, a 15% chance of winning an item from the TV section, a 15% chance of winning an item from the movie section, and a 10% chance of winning an item from other sections. Louis was delighted. This was a 100% win rate. The stingy system has actually become more generous? Louis laughed. Reminder, this system is called the all-purpose entertainment system, not the cheap system, the system replied coldly. Louison. What it's called isn't the point, what you can win in the lottery is the point. Louison rubbed his hands together and said, System, start the lottery now. System, the lottery feature is currently under maintenance and cannot be used at this time. Louis? You're the system that symbolizes cutting-edge technology. It actually needs maintenance? Are you messing with me, system? Louis's face turned red, thinking the system was retaliating for calling it stingy earlier. The system replied seriously, the system selects a specific time each day for routine maintenance of certain functions. Maintenance does not mean repair, it ensures that functions operate smoothly and enhances the user experience. We kindly ask for your understanding. Louis. So that means he just happened to catch it at the wrong time? Just then, Louis heard some noise downstairs. It must be Lin Shuxue returning from grocery shopping. Never mind, I'll just go help out in the kitchen. Louis shook his head with a smile, shut down the computer, and went downstairs. Seeing Louis heading toward the kitchen, Lin Shuxue hurriedly called out, You. Stop. Louis pointed at himself, looking confused. Lin Shuxue frowned, Yes, you. What did I do? Louis asked, puzzled. He had thought about checking what was on Lin Shuxue's computer earlier, but he had only considered it briefly and hadn't actually done anything. Could Lin Shuxue read minds? You can't go into the kitchen. There's smoke from the cooking, and it might irritate your throat, Lin Shuxue said seriously. Louis froze for a second before bursting into laughter. Lin Shuxue was overestimating how fragile she was. Let alone the average person's voice, it's almost impossible for it to be damaged by smoke. Take him, for instance. After taking the tonic pill, his physical condition was better than that of an average strong man, and his voice was in perfect health. Even if he turned into a range hood and sucked in the smoke, he wouldn't damage his voice. It's okay, Louis looked at Lin Shuxue, feeling a warm wave wash over him. Besides, I'll just help out a bit. Once you start frying, I'll leave the kitchen, okay? Lin Shuxue was about to refuse, but seeing that Louis had already entered the kitchen, she could only give in. You. Xinyuti saw Louis and instinctively wanted to tell him to help, but remembering Lin Shuxue's words, she changed her mind and said, You two peel the garlic, then wash the ginger and scallions. Oh, and rinse the chili peppers too. Louis nodded and reached for the garlic, but Lin Shuxue's hand also reached out. Their fingertips touched. Louis felt a sudden coolness. It felt like jade, smooth and moist. It was also like ice, cool and refreshing. Louis actually wanted to feel more, but his body instinctively pulled his hand back. Lin Shuxue pouted. How come Louis was acting more like a girl? You peel the garlic. I'll wash the ginger and scallions. Lin Shuxue started to speak but froze. Because Louis had said the same thing to her and reached out toward the ginger and scallions at the same time. Their fingertips touched again. For a moment, Louis felt a bit awkward. Shinyuti stood beside them, hands on her hips, fuming. If the two of you want to show off your affection, please don't do it in front of me. Do you think I didn't eat lunch and want to feed me dog food? Louis's lips twitched, this was just an accident. He then turned to grab some garlic, only to bump into Lin Shuxue again. Shinyuti was utterly exasperated. If you keep this up, I'm just going to order takeout. Lin Shuxue quickly pulled Shinyuti back. Oh, it really was an accident. Shinyuti sighed in exasperation, one accident after another? Lin Shuxue nodded firmly, it really is. Shinyuti rolled her eyes. Why didn't you just tell him beforehand that you needed to peel garlic or wash ginger and scallions, so he could do something else? I just forgot, Lin Shuxue said sheepishly, sticking out her tongue. Shinyuti was speechless. You used to be so clever. How come now? Indeed, when a woman falls in love, her IQ drops to negative numbers. Lin Shuxue didn't argue with Shinyuti but looked at Louis instead. Why don't you peel the garlic, and I'll wash the ginger and scallions? All right. Louis nodded. The more Lin Shuxue acted like this, the more embarrassed he felt, unsure of how to interact with her. As expected, office workers are office workers. They can't change their twisted personalities overnight. Louis sighed as he lowered his head to peel garlic. After helping prepare the ingredients, Louis actually wanted to cook, as he felt awkward about eating Lin Shuxue's food without contributing. However, Lin Shuxue was quite domineering. She pushed him out of the kitchen and closed the door. Louis could only head to the dining table. There was a large bag on the table, containing drinks that hadn't been put in the fridge yet. Louis decided to take all the drinks out and put them in the fridge, but then he spotted a bottle of alcohol. Four Loko. For Loko, the legendary blackout drink, also known as date rape drink. Why did Lin Shuxue buy this kind of alcohol? And 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 9 bottles. So many? Louis swallowed hard. He felt like he was the prey. Chapter 14, Riding the Wave. Louis had never tried Four Loko before and didn't know if the drink was really as intense as people claimed. However, for safety's sake, Louis decided to hide the Four Loko. After all, Lin Shuxue would probably ask him to drink it later, and he couldn't just refuse. That wouldn't be manly. But if he did drink it, he might lose his virginity. Although Lin Shuxue was beautiful and had an incredible figure, no man could resist her, and Louis was no exception. But Louis wanted to save his first time for the most wonderful moment, not after getting drunk and losing control. Louis glanced at the kitchen. Through the frosted glass, he could see Lin Shuxue busy at work. She shouldn't be coming out of the kitchen anytime soon. So, Louis grabbed the bag containing 9 bottles of Four Loko and headed toward the backyard. If I just throw these 9 bottles of Four Loko into the bushes, I won't have to rely on luck to get in tonight. As Louis was thinking this, the kitchen door suddenly opened. Lin Shuxue poked her head out and said, "Are you putting the drinks in the fridge? Don't put the Four Loko in there, though. Yuri will take it with her after dinner, and if it gets wet from the fridge, it'll be inconvenient for her to carry." Louis was taken aback. "Isn't this alcohol for later?" Lin Shuxue nodded. "No, why? Do you want to drink? If you want to drink, I can drink with you." Before she could finish, Shinyuti shouted, "Lin Shuxue, you're crazy. Don't you know you're allergic to alcohol?" Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes. "A little won't hurt. Besides, even if it's a mild allergy, you'll be fine after a good night's sleep." Shinyuti roared, "As long as I'm alive, Lin Shuxue, you're not touching a drop of alcohol. If anyone dares to let you drink, I'll kill them." Saying this, Shinyuti glared angrily at Louis and slammed the kitchen door shut. Louis looked at the Four Loko in his hand, his face growing hotter by the second. It was all his own doing, he had overestimated himself. Well, Lin Shuxue may want to marry me, but she's still a girl. She wouldn't be tempted by me, would she? Louis gave an awkward smile and put the Four Loko back on the table corner. Lying back on the sofa, Louis felt bored, so he took out his phone and downloaded 2 music apps. In his previous life, he hadn't liked listening to music, not because he truly disliked it, but because he was tone deaf and felt self-conscious about it. Now that he had exceptional singing ability and was pursuing a career in the entertainment industry, he naturally needed to learn more about the current music trends in Longwa. He opened the charts and clicked on the top-ranked song. As he listened, Louis's face turned into an emoji subway old man JPG. What the heck is this? Louis briefly wondered if his musical taste was off. But upon further reflection, he realized that didn't make sense either. After all, he was now a former pop star, his musical literacy was definitely on point. Could it be an accident? Louis clicked on each of the top 10 songs on the chart. Then, Louis put on a pained expression. I'll just play some puzzle games for a while. Louis abandoned the idea of continuing to listen to music. After playing for a while, the kitchen door opened, and Lin Shuxue walked in quickly carrying a bowl of fish. Louis hurried to help, placing all the dishes on the table. Braised fish, spicy rabbit, and golden soup beef. All three dishes were visually appealing and aromatic, but he wondered how the most important aspect the taste would be. Try some. Lin Shuxue handed the chopsticks to Louis. Thank you. Louis actually felt a bit shy about being the first to eat, but after Lin Shuxue urged him repeatedly, he finally picked up a piece of rabbit meat. The taste. To be honest, it was just average. The spicy flavor was only on the surface, and when he bit into it, it was a bit tough, as if it hadn't been cooked thoroughly. Louis wasn't too sure if he had just been unlucky and picked a piece that was undercooked, or, I'll try the fish instead. Seeing Lin Shushua's expectant gaze, Louis gave a sheepish smile. As the fish entered his mouth, a strong fishy odor filled his mouth. Did they forget to use cooking wine when marinating the fish? Louis endured the fishy smell and chewed a few times. After the fishy smell faded, only the saltiness remained. Probably too much salt was used. It's not bad. Louis picked up another piece of beef. A gleam flashed in his eyes. This golden broth beef was finally to his liking. It deserves a 90 out of 100. The golden broth beef is the best, right? Lin Shuxue asked. Louis nodded. This golden soup beef is indeed excellent. I never expected. Before he could finish his praise, he heard Lin Shuxue say softly, the golden soup beef is made by Yuri. What? Louis was taken aback. Lin Shuxue lowered her head and sighed, the spicy rabbit meat and braised fish were made by me with Yuri guiding me from the side, while the golden soup beef was made entirely by Yuri herself. Louis's lips twitched. He had no idea that was the case. Actually, Louis tried to salvage the situation. Lin Shuxue looked up and smiled, it's okay. Failure is the mother of success, right? I'll definitely do better next time. Looking at Lin Shushue's smile, Louis felt a sudden pang of sympathy. Louis, why are you so stubborn? Louis sighed, feeling helpless even toward himself. What a jerk, Shin Yuri snorted coldly before turning to the fridge to grab a drink. After pouring the drinks, Lin Shuxue raised her cup and said, today is Louis's first day back as the champion. Let's raise our cups to celebrate. Shin Yuri rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, return of the king? Times have changed. Does Louis think he can reclaim his throne with just one song? He's dreaming. However, she eventually held back those words and clinked glasses with Lin Shuxue and Louis. Louis, Lin Shuxue asked, how is your song doing? Louis smiled, it's done. Just log into Weibo, upload the music, and you're good. It only took a minute. Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows, did you add any trending hashtags? Trending hashtags? What is that? Louis was confused, he rarely used Weibo and didn't understand much about it. Lin Shuxue explained, you need to check the latest trending topics on Weibo, then post a Weibo containing those keywords. For example, the top trending topic recently was the 2021 Singing King competition is in preparation. When you post your Weibo, add those keywords, and your post will appear in that topic section, reaching more people. Shin Yuri couldn't help but ask, you didn't just upload the song title, lyricist, composer, arranger, and song audio, did you? Louis scratched his nose and nodded. He had no idea there were so many rules to posting a Weibo. Shin Yuri laughed, Louis, do you think you're still 3 years ago? With 1 million active followers on Weibo, you think posting a single Weibo can directly get you trending on the hot search list? Your Weibo is ignored now. If you don't ride the wave of a popular topic, who would even hear your song? Chapter 15 went viral. Louis felt awkward. I checked my Weibo, and I still have over 10,000 followers. Shin Yuri sneered, they're probably all fake followers. You've been out of the industry for 3 years, your real fans would have unfollowed you long ago. Only fake followers wouldn't unfollow you. Yuri. Lin Shuxue scolded, those who still follow Louis might be true fans. Besides, Louis didn't buy fake followers. Where would the fake followers come from? Shin Yuri rolled her eyes, let's not talk about that. Louis, if you want your song to gain traction, just repost it quickly. Yuri has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Don't take it to heart. Lin Shuxue comforted her, then added, but Yuri does have a point. Why don't I help you repost it on Weibo? Louis nodded. He had uploaded the studio version of 7 Miles Fragrant to Weibo precisely because he wanted the song to go viral. If it was true, as Shin Yuri said, that his Weibo post hadn't had any effect, then of course he needed to repost it. Lin Shuxue plugged the USB drive into the computer, logged into Louis's Weibo, and was about to enter the homepage to repost the Weibo when the corner of her eye caught the trending topics list. Lin Shuxue froze instantly. 10th on the trending topics list. There it was. Louis's new song, 7 Miles of Fragrance, is amazing. Lin Shuxue thought she must be seeing things, so she rubbed her eyes and looked at the screen again. She hadn't seen wrong. Louis' 7 Miles of Fragrance had made it into the top 10 of Weibo's trending topics. What's wrong? Louis noticed Lin Shuxue staring blankly and asked curiously. Louis, you've gone viral. Lin Shuxue grabbed Louis' hands and shouted excitedly. Viral? Viral? Louis was completely confused. Where did I go viral? Lin Shuxue pointed at the screen. Look, you're in the top 10 trending topics. Upon hearing this, Louis and Xinyuti both froze, staring blankly at the screen. How could this happen? Xinyuti was utterly shocked, her face flushing red. She had just said that Louis' Weibo post was useless, but in the blink of an eye, less than 2 hours later, it had already shot into the top 10 trending topics? Maybe it's the bar version? Xinyuti thought it was possible. The bar version of 7 Miles Fragrance also made it into the top 50 trending topics. If it gains momentum, making it into the top 10 wouldn't be too surprising, right? Lin Shuxue thought about it and agreed that it made sense, so she clicked on the 10th spot on the trending list. 7 Miles Fragrant is so beautiful it makes me cry. Luda is back. I've heard the bar version of 7 Miles Fragrant, but compared to that, the studio version is much better. The bar version has a lot of atmosphere, but that's because of the bar's ambience. The studio version captures the emotions of the song more effectively. I've listened to it over 10 times already, but unfortunately, it's not available on any music platforms yet, and I can't download it from Weibo either. Otherwise, I'd definitely loop it all day long. Oh my gosh, when will this song be released on music platforms? I can't wait any longer. Woo, 7 Miles Fragrant is so moving. Luda returning after 3 years is truly more touching. Reading these Weibo posts, Lin Shuxue felt both moved and happy, yet also a bit smug. Yuti. Lin Shuxue tilted her chin proudly and said, I told you so. Louis' over 10,000 Weibo followers are all true fans. It must be those 10,000 true fans spreading the word on their own, plus the bar version of 7 Miles Fragrant is still trending, which is why Louis' 7 Miles Fragrant made it into the top 10 trending topics. Xinyuti blushed and muttered, I know. Your Louis is the best. Fine. Lin Shuxue chuckled, Louis is just that talented. Xinyuti pouted and didn't say anything. After all, she was the one who messed up this time. Lin Shuxue returned the USB drive to Louis. It seems like we don't need to repost the Weibo after all. Then, Lin Shuxue took out her phone, opened Weibo, and said, I'll retweet it for you. You'll definitely make it to the top of the trending list today. No need. Louis hurriedly stopped her. What's wrong? Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows. Louis explained, someone ruined my voice before, and that person is still lurking in the shadows. I'm afraid if you help me, they'll target you too. Lin Shuxue's brows relaxed. She had thought Louis was treating her like an outsider, but it turned out he was worried about her. Don't worry, Lin Shuxue said. I'm strong enough now, no one dares to mess with me. Besides, you're already at number 10 on the trending list, and 7 Miles Fragrance is such a beautiful song. It's perfectly normal for me to repost it. No one will think I'm doing it because of our special relationship. Don't worry. Lin Shuxue gave Louis a gentle smile, then ignored his attempts to stop her and reposted his Weibo post with the caption. A song with the taste of summer. Now that the summer solstice hasn't arrived yet, let's listen to this song and feel the summer in advance. Lin Shuxue's Weibo followers numbered as many as 90 million. Of course, this figure includes company operations, so it's inflated. But it's not too inflated, and it's still far better than those celebrities with hundreds of millions or even billions of followers. As soon as Lin Shuxue reposted it, the comments section under her Weibo post exploded with activity. Shui Jia reposted a song and gave it such a high rating? Wow, I think this is the first time Snow Sister has ever promoted someone else's song. A while back, there were rumors that the so-called heir to the singing god, Chui Chi, wanted Snow Sister to help promote his new song, but she flat out refused. Chui Chi's fans even came to Snow Sister's Weibo to cause a scene. What's the relationship between Louis and Snow Sister that she's willing to promote him? Regardless of their relationship, Louis' 7 Miles Fragrance is indeed good. I listened to the bar version last night and just heard the studio version through the trending list. It's truly beautiful, a million times better than Chui Chi's new song. Really? I have to go listen to it too. Go listen to it quickly. This song is absolutely amazing and won't disappoint you. By the way, a friendly reminder, if you've ever had a school romance, make sure to have tissues ready when you listen to this song. Do you have to be so dramatic? In just 2 minutes, the comments under Lin Shuxue's Weibo post had already surpassed 1,000. Louis swallowed hard. He had only known that Lin Shuxue was popular, but he never expected her to be this popular. 2 minutes, over 1,000 comments. This was definitely the creme de la creme of the top tier. Yet here she was, this wildly popular female celebrity, gazing at him with those beautiful eyes, her face glowing with adoration. Enjoying Lin Shuxue's favor, Louis felt a surge of joy in his heart, but being stared at by her for so long made him feel a bit uneasy. Are you okay? Louis waved his hand in front of Lin Shuxue's face. I'm fine, of course. Lin Shuxue thought to herself, what should you do next? Next? Louison raised his eyebrows slightly. Lin Shuxue said, yes, 7 Miles Fragrance is gaining popularity. You should contact music streaming platforms to release it. This way, you'll not only earn revenue but also further promote the song. After that, you can sign with a talent agency, continue writing songs, release an album, and reclaim your throne. Seeing Lin Shuxue's serious expression, Louis felt a surge of emotion. This girl cares more about my future than I do. Chapter 16, 1 million. Moved by her words, Louis added. Your fans are already speculating about the nature of our relationship. You should issue a statement to clarify things. Although Lin Shuxue was currently at the peak of her fame, one could never be too careful. Who knew if the person who had ruined his voice back then would go so far as to target Lin Shuxue next? Lin Shuxue didn't want to issue a clarification statement because she was dying to tell her fans that the talented Louis, who wrote 7 Miles Fragrance, was her lover. But Louis insisted repeatedly, almost to the point of losing his temper, so Lin Shuxue had no choice but to issue a statement, saying that she had merely come across 7 Miles Fragrance on Weibo's trending topics by chance, listened to it, found it stunning, and decided to repost it. She hoped her fans wouldn't read too much into it. At that moment, in a certain villa, a person swirled a wine glass, the crimson liquid swaying inside. So it has nothing to do with Louis after all, huh? He watched the glowing computer screen from the shadows, flashing a cold smile. Louis stared at Lin Shuxue as she finished posting her clarification statement, finally letting out a long breath. Shin Yudi urged them to come downstairs and continue eating, so the three of them returned to the dining table. However, Lin Shuxue's eyes remained fixed on her phone screen, occasionally tapping it. What are you doing? Shin Yudi asked impatiently. Refreshing the Weibo trending list. Lin Shuxue excitedly held up her phone and said to Shin Yudi, look, Louis has already risen to 9th place. Soon he'll be at the top of the trending list. Shin Yudi rolled her eyes and said angrily, Louis, all you ever talk about is Louis. You haven't even married him yet. Lin Shuxue didn't care, so what? We'll end up marrying him sooner or later anyway. She looked at Louis, her eyes narrowing into crescents, right? Louis scratched his nose and picked a slice of beef from his bowl and placed it in Lin Shuxue's bowl. Eat up. Louis had never met a girl as good as Lin Shuxue before. He didn't want her to get hurt, so he couldn't make any promises to her yet. However, he should be able to decide soon whether to make a commitment to Lin Shuxue, right? Thinking this, Louis took out his phone and opened Weibo. He had already received 99 plus private messages. He opened them and began searching. Sure enough, he found private messages from the official Weibo accounts of Qin, Wangyun, and Kugu. After replying with his contact information to the three major music giants, Louis put down his phone and continued eating. By the way, Louis, Lin Shuxue said at the right moment, have you considered what I mentioned earlier? What? Louis's mouth was full of food, and his voice was muffled. Looking at Louis's puffed out cheeks, Lin Shuxue didn't find it off-putting. Instead, she smiled and said, Louis, you're so cute. Louis? Hey, stop teasing me, okay? Even if you're going to flirt, don't use the word cute, okay? It doesn't fit my tough guy image at all. As Louis was inwardly ranting, Shin Yudi rolled her eyes so hard they almost popped out of her head. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it's true. Lin Shuxue, tell me, if Louis picks his nose, would you still think he's unique? Hey, Shin Yudi, what are you talking about? We're still eating. Lin Shuxue glared at Shin Yudi. Then, Lin Shuxue looked at Louis, and images began to flash through her mind. Cough cough, Lin Shuxue, what are you thinking about? Lin Shuxue shook her head and shot Shin Yudi another glance. Don't interrupt. I'm talking business with Louis. Shin Yudi lowered her head to eat, sighing silently. You found a new one and forgotten the old one. When we were shopping at the supermarket, you still called me little treasure, and now you're almost telling me to get lost. Yudi, I didn't. Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows, afraid she might have hurt Shin Yudi's feelings. I was just joking. Shin Yudi waved her hand. You two go ahead and talk business. Lin Shuxue nodded and turned to Louis. You're on the verge of topping the trending charts, and 7 Miles of Fragrance has gained some recognition. Music platforms will definitely reach out to you to purchase exclusive rights. Have you decided which platform to choose? Louis said, Qin, Wangyun, or Kugu. Pick one of the three. These are the three giants. Collaborating with them will make 7 Miles Fragrance more widely sung. As for choosing among the three, the highest bidder wins. Lin Shuxue asked again, what about the cost for an exclusive buyout? Do you have any estimates? Louis thought for a moment. 1 million? Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows slightly, hesitating to speak. Shin Yudi, unlike Lin Shuxue, didn't consider Louis's pride. She burst out laughing, nearly spitting out the food in her mouth. 1 million? Shin Yudi couldn't help but laugh. Don't even dream about it. Louis frowned. Some celebrities charge tens of millions for endorsements, and singing a couple of songs at a gala can earn over $1 million. Though he wasn't as famous as those top stars yet, 7 Miles Fragrance was a quality song. How could it not be worth at least $1 million? Louis, you need to understand that for most musicians, selling a few thousand or 10,000 copies of a song is already considered decent. Compared to those unknown musicians, you're just a has-been celebrity with a few extra fans. Do you really think that's enough to make your song worth 100 times more than theirs? Shin Yuti delivered the blow without mercy. Louis, think about it. 3 years ago, when you were at your peak, a song only sold 2 million copies. Now that you're past your prime and just starting to gain a little traction again, you want to sell a song for $1 million? Wake up! Lin Shuxue gently kicked Shin Yuti, signaling her to stop, and turned to Louis. Don't listen to Yuti. She's not in the entertainment industry, she doesn't understand these things. Actually, 7 Miles Fragrance is so popular online, $1 million is definitely possible. But, Lin Shuxue asked cautiously, if the offer is really below $1 million, would you consider it? After all, it's just small change now. Once you sign with a talent agency and release an album, you won't care about $1 million. Louis smiled. He could tell that Lin Shuxue also believed that, given his current status, 7 Miles Fragrance wouldn't possibly sell for $1 million. After all, singers and songs go hand in hand. At that moment, Louis's phone on the table vibrated. Hello, this is Yi Hongmin from Chin. We've listened to your song, 7 Mile Fragrance, and think it's quite good. We'd like to collaborate with you and exclusively purchase the music copyright for 7 Mile Fragrance. Are you interested? Yes. Alright, Mr. Liu. What is your expected price? Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me your offer. Louis said casually. When discussing prices, never make the first offer, that's common sense. Chapter 17, Need to Add Money. Yi Hongmin, a staff member from Chin, smiled and said, 50,000, how does that sound? 50,000? Lin Shuxue and Shin Yuti were both surprised. Shin Yuti believed that Louis could sell it for no more than 300,000 yuan. Lin Shuxue's estimate was even lower, as she was from the entertainment industry and knew the ins and outs of the business. Though she reassured Louis that 7 Miles Fragrance might sell for 1 million, her actual estimate was 15,000. There was nothing to be done. Louis had been out of the spotlight for too long. 3 whole years had passed, and new faces had replaced the old ones countless times. So if Louis's new song could sell 15,000, it would already be a surprise. And now, Chin, one of the 3 major giants of manhwa, is offering 50,000. This can truly be called a miracle. It also fully demonstrates the exceptional musical quality of 7 Miles Fragrance. If Louis were still in the entertainment industry with his status from 3 years ago, a single song like 7 Mile Fragrance could have easily sold for millions. Lin Shuxue looked at Louis with even more admiration. To have written a song like 7 Miles Fragrance, Louis's talent speaks for itself. This guy, he's really something. Even Shin Yuti couldn't help but lower her head to eat while secretly marveling. However, Louis merely smiled and said, 7 Miles of Fragrance is the first song I released after 3 years of silence. I have a deep emotional connection to it. What does Mr. Liu mean? You need to pay more. Louis responded bluntly. Lin Shuxue and Shin Yuti were taken aback. Louis, does he really want $1 million? On the other end of the phone, Yi Hongmin also fell silent. He had assumed that Louis, having once been in the entertainment industry, would be well versed in the industry's standards. 50,000 was already an exorbitant sum for a has-been singer like Louis. He should be grateful, yet he wasn't satisfied? Mr. Liu, how about 55,000? Yi Hongmin asked patiently. His superior had given him a target of 200,000, meaning the maximum they could allow Louis to raise the price to was 700,000. However, the lower the price, the better. The lower the price, the more commission he would receive. That's not very sincere. Louis smiled faintly. Yi Hongmin frowned. 60,000? Mr. Liu, you should be well aware of your current situation. Offering 60,000 is already a personal favor on my part. Playing the emotional card? Louis chuckled. Just say it straight, what's the highest price your boss is willing to offer? 55,000. Yi Hongmin insisted firmly. The 60,000 I mentioned earlier was already out of my own pocket. The extra 5,000 was on me. Before he could finish, Yi Hongmin heard the dial tone. Louis hung up the phone? How dare Louis hang up the phone? Yi Hongmin's face turned pale. He represents Chin, the top of the 3 major music giants in manhwa. And Louis, just a has-been celebrity, dared to hang up on him? Does he really think he's something special? Yi Hongmin snorted coldly. I don't believe there's any other company besides Q Music that can offer over 50,000. Lin Shuxue looked at Louis's turned-off phone screen and asked, You hung up the call? Louis took a sip of Coke. Chin is too unreasonable. I bet they offered 70,000, but the staff wanted to keep it at 60,000. What a drag. Lin Shuxue opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. From a rational perspective, she actually wanted to Louis to accept Chin, because Chin was indeed a massive platform, and 70,000 was already an astronomical price. Louis wanted $1 million, which was simply unrealistic given the current situation. But from an emotional standpoint, Lin Shuxue understood Louis's pride and stubbornness. In fact, she had even considered telling Louis to stop collaborating with music platforms, avoid signing with any agencies, and stay out of the industry altogether. She thought it would be fine for Louis to just write songs happily, as she could support him. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, she immediately dismissed it. Because she knew Louis wouldn't agree. If he didn't want to return to the entertainment industry, he wouldn't go to the recording studio to record songs and upload them to Weibo. She was well aware that Louis still harbored a lingering resentment. So what she needs to do now is just one thing: support Louis. Even if Louis's ideas sounded unrealistic, she had to support him. Lin Shuxue glanced at her phone, hesitating whether to contact her contacts at Wang Yun Music. Even if Wang Yun Music couldn't offer $1 million, she could cover the difference. But she was afraid Louis would find out. If Louis finds out, their relationship might grow distant. Lin Shuxue was still torn when Louis received another call. "May I speak with Mr. Liu?" "Yes." "Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm the product manager from Kugo Music. We'd like to discuss the exclusive rights for 7 Miles of Fragrance. Would you be interested in discussing this further?" "Sure." Louis put down his chopsticks and perked up. Starting off as a product manager, this level of sincerity is far more genuine than what we've seen from Chin. "Mr. Liu, my name is Liu Siming. I'm a straightforward person who doesn't like beating around the bush. Let me get to the point. We're offering 70 million yuan to exclusively license your song 7 Fragrant Flowers. What do you think? 70,000 as the starting price? That's indeed straightforward." Louis smiled and said, "Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward too. To buy the exclusive rights to 7 Fragrant Flowers, the minimum is 1 million. Liu Siming furrowed his brows. Though he was a product manager, his authority was limited. Louis's demand of 1 million required him to consult his superiors. Louis had anticipated Liu Siming's dilemma and said, "I can wait for you to consult your superior." "Thank you." Liu Siming hurriedly hung up the phone and dialed the general manager's number. Beep beep beep. "Hello, Liu, has any other company secured the rights to Louis's 7 Fragrant Flowers?" The general manager of Kugo spoke with a slightly tense tone. Having risen to the position of general manager, his judgment was sharp. He didn't understand music, but he understood the market. From the fact that 7 Miles of Fragrance shot up to the top 10 on Weibo's trending list in just one day and night, he saw the song's potential value. If they could secure the rights to 7 Mile Fragrance, after some careful development, Kugo would undoubtedly reap enormous benefits. But the significance of securing 7 Miles of Fragrance goes beyond that. The true significance of securing 7 Li Xiang lies in establishing a connection between Kugo and Louis. Louis's value is far greater than that of a single song like 7 Miles Fragrance. After 3 years of silence, his first move was nearly a home run with 7 Miles Fragrance. So, what will Louis's next song be? Will it once again take the internet by storm? If so, then, Kugo, which has already collaborated with Louis, would undoubtedly find it easier to secure the exclusive rights to his second song. If not, Kugo wouldn't lose out either. After all, 7 Miles of Fragrance has already gone viral. Therefore, the general manager of Kugo will do whatever it takes to secure the exclusive copyright for Louis's 7 Mile Fragrance. Chapter 18, New Song. "Mr. Shin, the copyright for Louis's 7 Miles of Fragrance hasn't been sold yet, but he's asking for 1 million. Liu Siming reported the matter truthfully to the general manager. 1 million? The general manager of Kugo twirled the pen in his hand. He had originally thought that 70,000 would be enough to satisfy Louis's demands. It seemed he had underestimated Louis's ambition. No wonder he was once the heir apparent to the singing legend. He has the guts. The Kugo general manager continued to twirl his pen, not only failing to see Louis as greedy, but actually admiring him. Louis had once been a rising star in the music industry and should be well aware of his current value. But the fact that Louis dared to ask for 1 million right off the bat speaks volumes. It shows that Louis has the confidence to make a comeback. As a singer, where does Louis's confidence come from? No need to overthink it, it's definitely his high-quality new songs. Since Louis still has high-quality new songs, collaborating with him is a surefire way to make money. And it won't be a small profit. If it's not a small profit. The general manager of Kugo slammed his pen down on the table. "Tell Louis that we're offering 1.5 million yuan, tax-free, for the exclusive copyright to his song 7 Miles Fragrance." Upon hearing this, Liu Siming nearly dropped his phone. Louis had asked for 1 million, yet the general manager not only didn't scold him for being ungrateful, but actually added another 50,000 on top of that? Is this really the same shrewd general manager he knew? Could it be that the general manager is also a fan of Louis? Liu Siming speculated silently to himself. The general manager continued, "Xiao Liu, tell Louis that he can take the 1.5 million, and from now on, all our quotes will be tax-inclusive. However, we have one condition." "A condition?" Liu Siming understood. He knew it, the general manager wouldn't just give away a discount for no reason. There must be an additional condition. Based on his understanding of the general manager, this additional condition must be extremely stringent, fully exploiting Louis' value. The general manager continued, "Our condition is that we hope Louis will give us the first option to purchase the copyright for his next new song." Lu Siming was taken aback and asked in disbelief, "Just that?" The general manager replied, "What else?" Lu Siming asked in surprise, "Mr. Shin, don't we need Louis to sign an agreement or something? Just his verbal commitment?" "That's correct," the general manager said firmly. Lu Siming felt his head spin. The general manager's approach was essentially using 50,000 to buy Louis' verbal commitment. In this era where I have no morality, and morality cannot bind me, even agreements could be torn up, let alone a verbal commitment. Moreover, even if Louis keeps his word, what if his next song flops and is far inferior to 7 Miles of Fragrance? Over the years, there have been plenty of one-hit wonders. Louis' songwriting and composing have never been particularly impressive. This time, however, 7 Fragrant Flowers is flawless in every aspect: lyrics, melody, and arrangement. It might just be the culmination of all his creative energy. So the likelihood that Louis' next song will be subpar is actually quite high. $50,000 for a new song from a has-been singer? That's a total loss. Lu Siming couldn't understand the general manager's decision the more he thought about it. But as a subordinate, dare he question it? Of course not. If he dared to ask why, the general manager would probably respond, "Are you telling me how to do my job?" How could he possibly answer that? If he answered poorly, he might be fired tomorrow, with the excuse that he stepped into the office with his left foot first. So Lu Siming thought it over and obediently said, "Mr. Shin, please rest assured. I'll make sure the task is completed." Once the phone on the other end hung up, Lu Siming finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly dialed Louis' number, asking nervously, "Mr. Lu, have you sold the copyright for 7 Fragrant Flowers yet?" In the villa, Lin Shuxue and Shin Yudi exchanged glances. They seemed to recall that Lu Siming hadn't used the honorific Mr. when addressing Louis earlier. Why did he use the honorific after Louis offered to raise the price? Louis wasn't surprised by Lu Siming's reaction and smiled, "It hasn't been sold yet." "That's great." Lu Siming's heart sank with relief. "Our boss, Mr. Shin, is willing to pay 150,000 to buy the rights to your 7 Fragrant Flowers." No sooner had the words left his mouth. Shin Yudi jumped to her feet. She stared at Louis, her eyes wide with disbelief. Kugo had offered 70,000, which she had already considered a miracle. But Louis raised the offer to 1 million, and not only did the Kugo manager not object, he added another 50,000. Is this really reality? Making money is this easy? A singer whose career had been over for 3 years could make 150,000 yuan from a single song? This is completely outrageous. Louis' lips curled into a smile. He was certain that Mr. Shin was a shrewd individual. He knew exactly why Mr. Shin had raised the price to 1.5 million. "What are the conditions?" Louis asked. "Your Mr. Shin must have set some conditions, right?" Upon hearing this, Shin Yudi snapped back to reality. "Right. There must be additional conditions. And such an outrageous price hike must be accompanied by extremely stringent additional conditions. Perhaps this 1.5 million yuan isn't even the buyout fee for 7 Fragrant Flowers, but rather the buyout fee for the rest of Louis' life. If Louis signs the contract, it might as well be a contract selling his soul. I told you so. Money isn't that easy to make." Shin Yudi was thinking exactly that. Just then, Lu Siming spoke on the phone. "Ms. Shin does have conditions. Her condition is that if you plan to sell the exclusive copyright for your next new song, we at Kugo Music would like to be your first choice." Shin Yudi, who was listening intently, had question marks filling her eyes. "That's it? What the hell kind of condition is that? Does it even matter if there are conditions or not? Kugo is basically giving Louis an extra 500,000 yuan for free. What kind of world is this?" Shin Yudi was completely devastated. She had worked for a year and hadn't even earned 1.5 million yuan. As for Lin Shuxue, she was also surprised at first. But soon, her surprise was overshadowed by sheer joy. She didn't think it was unfair that Louis had made 1.5 million yuan from 7 Miles Fragrance. She simply believed it was only natural, as Louis' 7 Mile Fragrance was the pinnacle of manhwa music. No wonder he is the man I admire. Lin Shuxue propped her chin up, watching Louis with stars in her eyes. Louis, however, was well aware of why Kugo Shinzone had done this. Kugo Shinzone was simply taking a gamble, betting on the true value of 7 Miles of Fragrance and on the quality of his next song. If he got one right, Kugo would make a fortune. If both bets paid off, Kugo would be rolling in it. "Mr. Lu, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll record a portion of the melody for my next song and send it to you. Since Mr. Shin trusts me so much, this recording will be my way of thanking him." Louis smiled slightly. After all, one should practice reciprocity in life. Upon hearing Louis' words, Lu Siming, Lin Shuxue, and Shin Yudi were all taken aback. Louis has a new song? Chapter 19, 29 seconds. Louis had been silent for 3 whole years. Writing more than one song in 3 years is, of course, quite normal. What's unusual is that Louis has already recorded part of the melody for his second song and handed it over to Kugo. You see, if the part of the melody from Louis' second song isn't accepted by Kugo, the 1.5 million yuan deal between Kugo and Louis for 7 miles of fragrance could also go up in smoke. Because Kugo offered 1.5 million yuan for 7 miles of fragrance largely because they were betting that Louis' next song would be a hit. Louis is doing this now for one reason only: confidence. Louis is extremely confident in his second song. Confident enough to believe that a single melody alone can win over Kugo. But confidence is a good thing. But overconfidence is not. Different people have different criteria for evaluating art. Perhaps the melody of Louis' second song is pleasant to most people's ears. But there will always be a small minority who find the melody lacking. What if the general manager of Kugo is among that small minority? Louis' actions might cost him 50,000 or even more. Louis, you. Shinyuti furrowed her brows, wanting Louis to take back what he just said. But before she could speak, she was pulled back by Lin Shuxue. Why are you pulling me? Shinyuti frowned tightly. You should know better than me how foolish Louis is acting. He could have taken the 1.5 million yuan risk-free. Why is he now risking losing 50,000 or more by recording the melody of the second song and handing it over to Kugo? Isn't he just being a little cutie? Lin Shuxue gave Louis a meaningful look and said, Louis isn't being cute. If I'm not mistaken, Louis wants to establish a long-term partnership with Kugo. By handing over the melody of the second song to Kugo in advance, he's telling them Louis, won't let your 1.5 million go to waste. Partnering with me is the best decision you've ever made. Shinyuti furrowed her brows even tighter. If Louis really thinks that way, then all I can say is, he's way too arrogant to the extreme. Shinyuti sneered at Louis and coldly laughed. Kugo, one of the 3 major music giants in Longwa. Even Shui Chi wouldn't dare to act so arrogant in front of Kugo. Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes. Shui Chi doesn't dare to be arrogant because he doesn't have the confidence to be arrogant. My Louis dares to be arrogant because he has the talent to be arrogant. He's exceptionally talented and has the confidence to be arrogant. Why shouldn't he be arrogant? Besides, I'm here to back him up. What's wrong with him being arrogant in front of Kugo? Looking at Lin Shuxue, Shin Yuti's lips twitched. She really wanted to grab Lin Shuxue by the ears and say to her, Sis, snap out of it. You and Louis aren't even married yet, and you haven't even confirmed your relationship. You're defending him like this, calling him my Louis all the time. Isn't that a bit too forward? However, Shin Yuti thought about it and realized that if she did that, she'd probably get beaten up by Lin Shuxue, so she decided to let it go. Shin Yuti glanced at Louis and thought to herself, I hope you're really as talented and confident as Lin Shuxue says you are. Don't end up making a mess of things and then have Lin Shuxue clean up after you. On the other end of the call, Lu Siming, after being stunned, quickly nodded. Alright, Mr. Lu. Is your WeChat the same as your phone number? I'll add you as a WeChat friend right away. After sending the friend request, Lu Siming eagerly awaited Lui's new song audio. If Lui's new song wasn't any good, he could convince Shinzong to reconsider spending 150,000 to purchase 7 Miles fragrance. Why was he so opposed to Mr. Shin spending 1.5 million to purchase 7 fragrant flowers? The reason was simple. If higher-ups investigated and found that spending 1.5 million on 7 fragrant flowers resulted in a loss, Shinzong would at most be scolded a few times. But they, as Shinzong's subordinates, would have their bonuses deducted. I'll go back to my room to record the melody, Louis said to Lin Shuxue. Back to your room? Lin Shuxue asked. Don't you need to go to the recording studio? No need, Louis smiled. It's just a demo. Recording it on my phone will suffice. Lin Shuxue nodded and asked, do you need any instruments? Louis countered, what instruments do you have? Piano, guitar, drum set, we have all of them, Lin Shuxue said quickly. Louis was slightly taken aback. Lin Shuxue was an actress, so how did she have so many instruments at home? Come with me. Lin Shuxue pulled Louis and opened a door. The room was filled with various musical instruments. Looking at the instruments, Louis couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. These are all yours. You sold all your instruments 3 years ago, but later I had some money, so I bought them all back, Lin Shuxue said with a smile. Louis looked at Lin Shuxue, whose smile was as bright as spring sunshine, and a warm current flowed through his heart. After composing himself, Louis picked up a guitar. This one is enough. Watching Louis sit down with the guitar, Lin Shuxue's heart began to race. Look at you blushing. You're all flustered again, Shin Yuti teased with a smirk. Lin Shuxue shot Shin Yuti a disapproving glance but didn't respond, effectively acknowledging the remark. Shin Yuti said enviously, is it the deer that's racing, or is it little Lu? Oh, it's Yuti's heart racing, okay? Lin Shuxue joked. Just then, Louis's fingers gently brushed across the guitar strings. The tuning was complete, and they could begin. Lin Shuxue quickly suppressed her smile and covered Shin Yuri's mouth. Shin Yuri rolled her eyes so hard they almost popped out of her head. This sister was truly obsessed with Louis. Louis glanced at his phone to confirm the recording app was running smoothly, then plucked the strings. 4323, 5423, 6323. Louis's mind flashed through the guitar tabs, plucking out one note after another. As the first section of the intro began, Lin Shuxue perked up her ears. Even Shin Yuri, who rarely listened to music, had her pupils dilate and goosebumps break out all over her body. As Louis continued to play, the notes strung together to form a melody. Lin Shuxue and Shin Yuri's goosebumps fell to the ground. It was so catchy. Lin Shuxue and Shin Yuri were certain they had never heard such a beautiful melody before. However, just as Lin Shuxue and Shin Yuri were completely immersed in the music, the melody suddenly came to an abrupt halt. The recording app on Louis's phone had also frozen at 29 seconds. That's it? Shin Yuri asked instinctively. At that moment, she was completely moved and couldn't wait to hear the entire song. She had even forgotten that she had initially been quite skeptical of Louis, believing that his second song could never compare to 7 Miles Fragrance. That's it. The intro is only 29 seconds. Louis put down his guitar, exported the audio file from the recording software, and sent it to Lu Siming. Chapter 20, Musical Genius. Seeing the message notification on his phone, Lu Siming was taken aback. So fast? He opened WeChat, received the file, and took a look. 29 seconds? Lu Siming's face turned pale. 29 seconds? That's way too short. It's not even a proper demo. Did I send the wrong file? Lu Siming thought to himself, then sent a polite message to Louis on WeChat to ask. No, it's the right one. This is the intro to my second song. Seeing Louis's reply, Lu Siming's face turned even darker. Who sends a demo and only sends the intro? At least send the intro plus the chorus part. Even Shui Qi wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, right? Lu Siming was growing annoyed and clicked on the audio clip again. He wanted to hear for himself how good the intro was that made Louis so arrogant. He clicked play with a grudge. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lu Siming's anger gradually faded from his face. In its place grew a growing sense of astonishment. When his mouth formed an O shape, the audio finished playing. Lu Siming stared blankly at the phone screen. His eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions. He seemed to understand why Louis dared to be so bold, even against a music giant like Kugo, daring to release a 29-second clip that wasn't even a proper demo. Those 29 seconds of the intro truly gave Louis the confidence to be so brazen. Because this 29-second intro was the best intro Lu Siming had ever heard in any song. If the intro was this good, how could the rest of the song be any worse? This 1.5 million is worth it. Lu Siming's doubts about Shinzong vanished instantly. At that moment, he can only admire Shinzong's foresight and marvel at Louis's extraordinary talent. 3 years of struggling in obscurity, Louis has truly undergone a metamorphosis. Lu Siming couldn't help but sigh. Just then, his phone dinged. Mr. Shin sent a message. Has the demo for Louis's new song been recorded yet? Lu Siming hurriedly replied, It's done, Mr. Shin. I'll send it to you right away. After sending the file, Lu Sima edited a message. Mr. Shin, your taste is impeccable. Louis's second song will definitely not be any worse than 7 Miles Fragrance. Mr. Shin raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't understand music, but Lu Siming had been a product manager for years and had always been spot on with new songs. If Lu Siming was this excited, the demo must be truly exceptional. Mr. Shin clicked on the demo and his reaction was identical to Lu Siming's. Once, twice, 3 times. Mr. Shin played it on repeat 10 times before finally stopping. Mr. Shin picked up his phone and dialed Lu Siming's number. Tell Louis immediately that when he records the second song, if he needs anything, feel free to ask us. We will do everything in our power to help him complete the production of the second song. Lu Siming was speechless. Having worked with Mr. Shin for so many years, this was the first time he had ever seen him so excited. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. Lu Siming nodded firmly, no longer questioning Mr. Shin's high regard for Louis. In his heart, Louis had already become a musical prodigy and naturally deserved such favor. After relaying Mr. Shin's words to Lu Siming, Louis didn't react much. Lin Shuxue, however, jumped up first. At that moment, Lin Shuxue was wearing a skirt, and her jumping up and down. Shuxue, watch your manners. Shin Yuri hurriedly reminded her. Oh, okay. Lin Shuxue realized that she might accidentally expose herself, so she stopped jumping. Louis discreetly averted his gaze and silently swallowed his saliva, so white. Shin Yuri glanced at Louis and saw that he didn't seem to be attracted to Lin Shuxue, so she nodded to herself, this guy is still a gentleman. Just then, Louis received another WeChat message from Lu Siming. Mr. Lu, regarding the contract for 7 fragrant flowers, when would you like to meet to sign it? Sign the contract in person? That's such a waste of time. Louis just wanted 7 Mile Fragrance to be released on Kugo as soon as possible, so more people could hear it, allowing him to earn reputation points to exchange for credits and purchase new songs. You see, the reason he only played the 29-second intro earlier wasn't because he was arrogant, it was because he could only play that 29-second intro. As for why he plays just the 29-second intro? Because back in college, there was this guy in his dorm who spent all day with his guitar, watching various video tutorials. However, his musical talent was truly lacking. After half a semester of practice, he had only just mastered the intro, and in the end, he didn't even manage to date the girl he liked. On the other hand, he and his roommates, who were constantly exposed to it in the dorm, managed to memorize the guitar sheet music for the intro of that song. After being transported back in time, the original host could play the guitar, so Louis naturally used the simplified sheet music he remembered to play the 29-second demo. The intro demo has already been uploaded to Kugo, so the next step is definitely to sing the whole song. A song requires 500 points, which converts to 50,000 reputation points. He estimates he is still far from reaching that goal. Therefore, he needs to get 7 Miles Fragrance uploaded to Kugo as soon as possible. Thus, Louis asked, can eSign Pro be used for electronic signing? eSign is a specialized software for electronic signing, and contracts signed through eSign are legally binding. But this also means he won't be able to meet Louis in person. Lou Siming found this deeply regrettable. He also wanted to see how Louis, who had returned after 3 years of silence and become a musical prodigy, had changed. Sighing, Lou Siming could only reply to Louis with a simple yes. After all, Louis is now a revered figure, and one must treat him with the utmost respect. After completing the electronic contract, Louis yawned. It was time for his afternoon nap again. Go take your nap. Lin Shuxue said at the right moment, I won't disturb you. Seeing Lin Shuxue about to leave, Louis blurted out, what about you? Lin Shuxue smiled and said, I'm going to the gym. I ate too much greasy food for lunch today, so I need to work out for the rest of the afternoon. Louis couldn't help but sigh. Even female celebrities have it tough. They have to maintain their figure all the time. As he watched Lin Shuxue go downstairs, Louis scratched his head. He actually wanted to tell her not to work so hard. But the words stopped at his lips. Never mind, I'll just check my reputation points first. Louis lay back on the bed and pulled up his personal panel. He could see that his reputation points were steadily rising. With the additional 500 points from completing the hidden quest, Louis now had nearly 1,000 points. Soon, once he accumulated 1,000 points, he would be able to unlock other areas. Of course, Louis wasn't in a hurry to unlock other areas. Because he still had one more chance at the roulette wheel. The roulette spin has a 10% chance of winning items from other regions. System, can I spin the wheel now? Louis asked. The system replied, the roulette spin feature has been updated. Would you like to start the roulette spin now? Chapter 21, Star River Records' third update. Need I ask? Of course. Start the roulette lottery immediately. As Louis gave the order, the system's ding-ding-ding sounds rang out continuously. After about 30 seconds, the system announced. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Star River Record Company. Louis froze in place. A record company from a lottery draw? This is way too unrealistic. System, you're not messing with me, are you? Louis asked in disbelief. Of course not. The system replied firmly. Hearing this, Louis nearly burst into tears with joy. Back then, the 6 of them in the dorm bought 7 bottles of 7-Up, and he was the unlucky one who never won the buy one, get one free promotion. Later, after finally winning once, he was about to go redeem it after school, but when he came back from the restroom, he found the cap was gone. Upon asking around, he found out that the cap had been swept away as trash. Thus, Louis endured a string of misfortunes all the way through graduation and into his first job. Now, not only has he time traveled into the body of a heartthrob, but he can also win a company just by entering a lottery? This luck isn't just good, it's downright defying the heavens. At that moment, Louis felt a flash before his eyes. Upon focusing again, he saw a transfer agreement for Star River Records Company on the bed, along with the company chairman's seal. I'm really the CEO of a company. Louis swallowed hard, his face breaking into a wide smile. At that moment, Louis finally understood what it meant for fortune to turn. Now that I'm the company's CEO, does that mean my status and position are now on par with Lin Shuxue's? Louis's heart began to race. Lin Shuxue liked him, she was beautiful, and had a great figure. If Louis said he wasn't attracted to her, that would be a lie. However, due to the mismatch in their social status, Louis had always dared not give Lin Shuxue a direct response. He had already passed the age where he believed that love alone could overcome all obstacles. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had witnessed too many love tragedies caused by mismatched statuses. Therefore, Louis had always wanted to wait until he was on equal footing with Lin Shuxue before responding to her. But now, is it time to respond to Lin Shuxue? Louis didn't act impulsively. After taking a deep breath, he took out his phone and began searching for Star River Record Company. After thoroughly researching Star River Record Company, Louis sighed. Xinhua Record Company once enjoyed a period of glory, but with the arrival of the information age, traditional record sales plummeted, and Xinhua Record Company's glory days were over. Over the years, Xinhua Record Company had tried to keep up with the times, but due to its slow pace, it lost too many resources, and its transformation was fraught with difficulties. Today, Star River Records has fallen to the bottom of the second tier in the entertainment industry. Louis, who has now taken over Star River Records, could certainly rely on past achievements to make a decent profit of a few million a year. However, the problem lies in the fact that times are changing rapidly. Without reform, relying on past achievements will not sustain the company for long. In other words, although Louis is now the boss of Star River Records, his status and position are still far behind Lin Shuxue's current standing. The road ahead is long and arduous. Louis rubbed his temples, contemplating whether to simply sell Star River Records. Selling it now could still fetch several million. After some deliberation, Louis dismissed the idea. A few million wouldn't bridge the gap between him and Lin Shuxue. Instead, he needed to consider a talent agency or entertainment company. If he signed with a company and became an artist, he wouldn't be able to live freely and independently anymore. Moreover, as a company artist, a significant portion of the revenue from self-released songs would be taken by the company. If that's the case, why not continue being the boss of Star River Records? As the boss, the profits from releasing songs would be his to keep. Plus, as the boss, you only need to focus on two things: writing songs and distributing them. The task of releasing songs can naturally be delegated to your subordinates. Star River Records is a well-established company, and the people under you have proven their capabilities. As for writing songs, with the system in place, he has nothing to worry about. So being the boss of Star River Records is a win-win situation. You can make money, gain prestige, and elevate your status in the entertainment industry. Why not? However, in that case, there's no need to consider expanding into novels, movies, or television for now. Focus on running the record company first, and once it's large enough, you can develop Star River Records into a more comprehensive Star River Entertainment Company. Louis thought to himself and decided to use all his points to purchase songs from a mall. Once he had made a fortune through songs, he would then set his sights on other industries. After making his decision, Louis directly purchased a song from the System Mall. At that moment, drowsiness once again overtook him, and Louis began to enjoy his afternoon nap. Louis slept for a full 5 hours. When Louis opened his eyes again, he felt dizzy and disoriented. He got out of bed, pulled back the curtains, and was greeted by the blinding glow of the setting sun. Watching the sun slowly set, Louis felt an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. I guess I shouldn't have slept for so long. Louis slapped his face, pushed open the window, and a cool breeze greeted him. Although he felt more awake, the sense of loneliness hadn't faded. Louis picked up his phone and stepped out of the room, intending to find Lin Shuxue. Lin Shuxue had told him the location of the gym, but when he arrived, it was empty. Lin Shuxue, where had she gone? Louis furrowed his brows and dialed Lin Shushue's phone number. Hello, the phone you dialed is turned off. Hello, the phone you dialed is turned off. Hello, the phone you dialed is turned off. He called 3 times in a row, but the phone was still turned off. Louis's heart sank instantly. For no apparent reason, Louis felt abandoned. After enduring hardships for an entire year, Louis had never felt this way before. But now, a wave of uncontrollable sadness kept welling up inside him. Before his reincarnation, he had been an orphan and had never experienced the feeling of being cared for. After his reincarnation, it was even worse. The original host's parents had passed away early, and he had survived for a year on steamed buns, chili sauce, and plain noodles. But whether it was the 20-plus years before his reincarnation or the past year since, Louis had never felt this sad before. I could have faced the darkness without fear if I had never seen the light. Louis thought of this phrase and smiled bitterly. If he had never experienced the feeling of being cared for, he wouldn't feel the sadness of being abandoned. But because he had experienced Lin Shushue's meticulous care, he now couldn't bear this loneliness. Louis returned to the living room, lay on the sofa, and stared silently at the door. This might be the hardest time of his life, both in this life and the last. The sky gradually grew dark. Louis's lips tightened. Perhaps she's busy and won't be coming back tonight. Louis thought to himself, but then felt a pang of resentment. Why didn't she tell me beforehand? Suddenly. Chapter 22, Cooking a Bowl of Noodles. Fourth update. Tap tap tap. A series of hurried footsteps grew louder as they approached. Louis sat up straight, his gaze fixed on the door. The door opened, and a pair of long legs, perfectly outlined by blue jeans, entered Louis's field of vision. Above that was a slender waist beneath a white shirt, and the curves that couldn't be concealed. Above that was a face of unparalleled beauty. You're awake? Lin Shuxue bent down to change her shoes while speaking. Sorry, I had to step out for a moment, so I came back late. Seeing the droplets of sweat glistening on Lin Shuxue's forehead, the fleeting sense of loss that had lingered in Louis's heart vanished instantly. He got up, went to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of water, and grabbed 2 tissues, handing them to Lin Shuxue. "Wipe your sweat and have a drink," Louis said. "Sure," Lin Shuxue replied with a gentle smile, wiping the sweat from her forehead before taking the water. Louis had already loosened the cap, so Lin Shuxue could open it effortlessly. Perfect attention to detail. Lin Shuxue praised Louis silently in her heart, then tilted her head back to drink the water. Lin Shuxue had only quickly wiped the sweat off her forehead earlier, but the sweat on her face was still there. At that moment, as Lin Shuxue tilted her head back, the sweat trickled down her face and onto her slender, fair neck. Louis stood beside her, watching Lin Shuxue's rising and falling throat and the sweat trickling down her white skin, and he couldn't help but feel a bit distracted. "Where did you just go?" Louis quickly turned away, unable to look at Lin Shuxue anymore. Lin Shuxue put down the water, wiped the sweat from her face and neck again, and gave a playful smile. "Secret." Louis was taken aback, thinking she was referring to work-related matters she couldn't disclose, so he didn't press further. "Have you eaten yet?" Louis asked. "Not yet," Lin Shuxue shook her head. "What about you?" Louis also shook his head. He hadn't felt like eating earlier. "Then I." Both spoke at the same time, then looked at each other and closed their mouths simultaneously. "You go first." Another remarkably synchronized response. After exchanging a smile, Louis gestured for Lin Shuxue to continue. Lin Shuxue finally spoke up. "I was going to say, why don't I go make you a bowl of noodles?" "What were you going to say earlier?" Louis scratched his head. "If I say that what I was about to say was also to go make you a bowl of noodles, would you believe me?" Lin Shuxue giggled. "Of course I would. But come to think of it, we really are on the same wavelength. Could this be what they call a match made in heaven?" Louis's lips twitched slightly, recalling the matter with Xinghua Records, and ultimately didn't respond to Lin Shuxue. He simply turned and walked toward the kitchen. "Stop!" Lin Shuxue suddenly called out, "Let me do it." Recalling that Lin Shuxue had said she could only fry eggs, and remembering her masterpiece from lunch, Louis felt a chill run down his spine. "Maybe," Louis started to say. Lin Shuxue had already rushed into the kitchen with her bag in hand. "Wait for me, I'll be right back." With that, she closed the kitchen door. "A bowl of noodles can't be that bad, can it?" Louis tried to reassure himself. Soon, the kitchen door opened. A fragrant aroma immediately filled the air. Louis raised his eyebrows in surprise. Moments later, Lin Shuxue walked quickly toward the dining table, holding a large bowl. "Try some," Lin Shuxue said eagerly. Louis looked down at the noodles on the table, his expression freezing. The bowl was filled with slices of beef and a braised egg. Louis felt a pang of sadness in his nose. "Try it quickly." Lin Shuxue kept pushing the chopsticks into Louis's hands, urging him. "If you don't eat, the noodles will get soggy." Louis took a deep breath, nodded, and took the chopsticks to start eating the noodles. The taste wasn't exactly amazing, but it was definitely not bad. Most importantly, it was familiar. It tasted almost exactly like the small noodle shop he frequently visited. "How is it? Is it good?" Lin Shuxue asked nervously. Louis looked at Lin Shuxue, with many words on his mind, but they all died on his lips. "Delicious," he finally managed to say. But those 2 words felt like the best gift Lin Shuxue had ever received. Lin Shuxue's face was filled with a radiant smile. If Shin Yudi were here, she would definitely be jealous again. Since she had hit her, she hadn't seen Lin Shuxue smile so happily before. "You went to that noodle shop?" Louis asked while lowering his head to eat his noodles. "Yeah." Lin Shuxue knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she admitted it openly. "The food I made for lunch wasn't very good, was it? And since Yudi was busy again tonight, I couldn't ask her to cook again. So I thought, what is something I could learn quickly? I thought about it and remembered when I saw you at that small noodle shop, eating noodles so happily. So I thought, learning to cook a bowl of noodles shouldn't be too hard, right? After working out in the afternoon, I went to that noodle shop, gave the owner some money, and asked him to teach me how to cook noodles. Of course, the braised eggs and braised beef slices are from the boss. Actually, the broth base is also from the boss, but don't worry, I already know how to simmer that broth base. Next time I can make it myself without having to buy it from the boss." Listening to Lin Shuxue's words and seeing the smile on her face, Louis clenched his fists. He had never been treated this way before. He was truly grateful to Lin Shuxue and wanted to be good to her. However, he was still missing one opportunity. So Louis restrained himself, suppressing the urge to embrace Lin Shuxue, and only said to her, "Thank you." Lin Shuxue smiled shyly and said, "Eat quickly." However, gurgle. Lin Shuxue's stomach growled as well. "You're just focusing on me. You haven't eaten either, have you?" Louis almost instinctively raised his hand and gave Lin Shuxue a playful smack on the head. "This time I'll cook noodles for you. Don tea from me, got it?" Looking up at Louis, who had stood up with a serious expression, Lin Shuxue felt overwhelmed with happiness and smiled sweetly. "I heard you." Louis hummed in response and headed toward the kitchen. "Hey!" Lin Shuxue called out again. What is it? Lu Yi turned around in confusion. Nothing, never mind, go ahead. Lin Shuxue smiled and shook her head. Seeing Lu Yi enter the kitchen, Lin Shuxue sighed disappointedly. Earlier, Lu Yi had playfully tapped her forehead, making her feel as though he was treating her like his girlfriend. So she had imagined that before entering the kitchen, Lu Yi would ruffle her hair again. But Lu Yi didn't make that gesture. Lin Shuxue, you can't rush things. You've endured all these years, what's a little longer? Lin Shuxue comforted herself, and her mood quickly improved. While waiting for Lu Yi to cook the noodles, Lin Shuxue opened Kugo. As soon as she entered the app interface, she saw Lu Yi's name. Chapter 23, Because I Love You. New song chart. 7th place. Lu Yi, 7 miles of fragrance. And you can see that the small flames flickering behind it are moving much faster than those of the top few. This indicates that Lu Yi's 7 miles of fragrance will surpass the top few spots on the rising chart in a short period of time, and reaching the top spot will not be difficult. Lin Shuxue raised her gaze. The top spot on the new song chart was occupied by Zhang Xian, Because I Love You. Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows slightly. 3 years ago, Lu Yi was secretly framed, suffering 3 major blows. His contract with the company was terminated, his fans abandoned him, and his girlfriend broke up with him. The woman who broke up with Lu Yi was named Oyasi. Oyasi was not from the entertainment industry, and she met Lu Yi by chance. However, after falling in love with Lu Yi, Oyasi developed the desire to enter the entertainment industry. Lu Yi supported her wholeheartedly and used his connections to help her get started. Unfortunately, Oyasi lacked the necessary qualifications, and despite Lu Yi's guidance, she failed to gain popularity. 6 months into their relationship, Lu Yi fell into a deep crisis, but Oyasi didn't even offer a word of comfort and immediately decided to break up with him. This was undoubtedly a massive psychological blow to Lu Yi. Because Oyasi broke up with him without hesitation, Lu Yi became utterly despondent and self-destructive. After breaking up with Lu Yi, Oyasi quickly moved on and started dating Zhang Xian, a second-tier singer in the entertainment industry, just 6 months later. Zhang Xian had originally debuted alongside Lu Yi on a talent show. Lu Yi was the winner of the talent show, while Zhang Xian came in 3rd place. After debuting, Lu Yi became an overnight sensation, while Zhang Xian remained mediocre. It was only through Lu Yi's support that he managed to climb into the 2nd tier. After Lu Yi's scandal, Zhang Xian did not repay Lu Yi's kindness but instead repeatedly contacted Lu Yi's agent, hoping to replace him. Unfortunately, his lack of talent couldn't match his ambition, and he was rejected by Lu Yi's agent. However, while Lu Yi's agent turned him down, another agent took an interest in Zhang Xian. After all, while Zhang Xian was inferior to Lu Yi's departure from the industry meant that his fanbase would inevitably be divided. Zhang Xian wasn't entirely without talent, and he could be marketed as Lu Yi's brother, giving him a significant advantage in the battle to claim Lu Yi's fanbase. As a result, within half a year of Lu Yi's retirement, Zhang Xian quickly rose to prominence, becoming one of the top singers in the 2nd tier. Oyasi therefore approached Zhang Xian. For some reason, Zhang Xian actually started dating Oyasi. However, Zhang Xian and Oyasi's relationship was never made public. After all, Zhang Xian's rise to fame was built on the Lu Yi brothers' persona. If he openly announced his relationship with Lu Yi's ex-girlfriend, his persona would inevitably collapse. Zhang Xian was also smart enough to realize that the benefits of the Lu Yi's brother persona wouldn't last forever. So during the peak period, he kept buying trending topics to actively dilute the imprint of the Lu Yi brothers persona. The results have been quite effective. After all, few people even remember Lu Yi's name anymore, and who would keep bringing up the fact that Zhang Xian rose to fame because of his association with Lu Yi's brother? Lin Shuxue still remembers a few months ago, at Zhang Xian's new song release event, a journalist asked Zhang Xian if he still remembered his brother Lu Yi. Zhang Xian actually replied, "Who is Lu Yi? I'm sorry, I don't know him well." Thinking back to Zhang Xian's expression at the time, Lin Shuxue felt a wave of nausea. Lin Shuxue kept refreshing the app interface, hoping to see Lu Yi's ranking surpass Zhang Xian's. However, although Lu Yi's 7 miles of fragrance was highly popular, it was still impossible for it to climb to the top spot within just a few minutes. Lin Shuxue was so angry she turned off Kugo and opened Weibo. Half an hour later, Lu Yi should have climbed to the top of the trending list, right? How could that be? Lin Shuxue looked at Lu Yi's name, still stuck at 3rd place on the trending list, finding it hard to accept. She furrowed her brows and looked up. The second trending topic was, Cui Qi praises Zhang Xian's new song. The top trending topic was, Zhang Xian officially announces new song, Super Sweet. Cui Qi, a rising star among new singers in Longwa, was just as popular as herself, so it wasn't surprising that his every move caused a huge stir. But Zhang Xian, a second-tier singer, what gave him the right to top the trending list? Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows and clicked on the top trending topic. What greeted her eyes was a jarring photo. In the photo, Zhang Xian was kneeling on one knee, presenting 99 roses to a woman. The woman receiving the flowers was none other than Lu Yi's ex-girlfriend, Oh Shiyang. Lin Shuxue scrolled down the screen in disgust and saw the lengthy caption below the photo. Recently, the talented rock singer Zhang Xian released a new song titled Because I Love You. As everyone knows, Zhang Xian is one of the few rock singers in Longwa and has always been dedicated to rock music. However, this song, Because I Love You, is a complete departure from his usual style, with a sweet and sentimental tone, sparking speculation among his fans. Today, on the show Singing King 2021, Zhang Xian and the heir to the singing god title, Chui Qi, performed the new song Because I Love You together, earning high praise from Chui Qi. In the end, Zhang Xian also secured second place in this episode. At the conclusion of the show, Zhang Xian revealed the behind-the-scenes story of Because I Love You. It turns out that Zhang Xian decided to completely change his style for Because I Love You as a tribute to his beloved Oh Shiyu. Some may recall that Oh Shiyu was the girlfriend of the once popular singer Louis. After Louis self-destructed and withdrew from the entertainment industry, Oh Shiyu continued to encourage him, only to be met with abuse in return. Zhang Xian couldn't bear to see her suffer, so he continued to take care of Oh Shiyu, who had been injured by Louis. Time flew by, and 3 years passed. Zhang Xian and Oh Shiyu developed feelings for each other. Eventually, Zhang Xian wrote Because I Love You to confess his feelings to Oh Shiyu, and she agreed to become his girlfriend. Now we finally understand why Because I Love You is so beautiful and sweet. Let us wish Zhang Xian and Oh Shiyu a lifetime of happiness together. After reading this lengthy article, Lin Shuxue was so disgusted she couldn't speak. Zhang Xian and Oh Shiyu had been together for so long, yet they never made it official. Now that Louis has been forgotten, they announced their relationship? And they even say that Oh Shiyu encouraged Louis? When Louis got into trouble, Oh Shiyu was the first to abandon him. As for Louis beating and abusing Oh Shiyu, that is even more ridiculous. Would they go so far as to twist the truth for attention? Disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Lin Shuxue clenched her fists in anger. Time for noodles. At that moment, Louis's voice came from the kitchen. Lin Shuxue quickly turned off her phone. Louis placed the noodles in front of Lin Shuxue. Noticing her unusual expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What is wrong?" Nothing. Lin Shuxue shook her head, not wanting Louis to know about Zhang Xian and Oh Shiyu. She wasn't worried that Louis still cared about Oh Shiyu, because she knew Louis was a man who was clear about his feelings and would never develop any feelings for Oh Shiyu again. She just didn't want Louis, who was in a good mood, to be upset because of Zhang Xian and Oh Shiyu. If nothing is wrong, let us eat. Louis placed the chopsticks in Lin Shuxue's hands and picked up his phone. Chapter 24, The Liu Family Army. Seeing Louis pick up his phone, Lin Shuxue's heart tightened. Don't look at your phone yet, okay? Louis looked at Lin Shuxue in confusion while she quickly came up with an idea and pointed at the noodles on the table. Aren't you done with your noodles yet? What's wrong? Aren't you going to finish them? If you don't, I'll be heartbroken. As she spoke, Lin Shuxue puffed out her cheeks in a pretend pout. When Lin Shuxue was cold, she was like an ice queen. But when she was playful, she was incredibly cute. Louis was amused and laughed heartily. Lin Shuxue, do you know what line this reminds me of? What? Lin Shuxue asked instinctively. Louis cleared his throat and said in a high-pitched voice, "Wow, a goldfish. It's still alive." Lin Shuxue realized what Louis was implying, that her pouting lips resembled a goldfish, and immediately raised her fist to hit him. No. Louis raised his hands in surrender. What I meant was that you're as cute as a goldfish. Lin Shuxue froze for 2 seconds, her cheeks quickly heating up. Louis actually complimented her by saying she was cute. This was the first time. I'm not going to bother with you. Lin Shuxue blushed and lowered her head, pretending to eat noodles. Although she had been boldly confessing her feelings to Louis lately, occasionally teasing him a bit. But she was still just a young girl. Now that she was being praised by Louis, the object of her affection, how could she not be excited? Watching Lin Shuxue's adorable expression, Louis's heart began to race. Louis couldn't help but start thinking about when to release the second song. After releasing the second song, what should he do next? How could he possibly live up to Lin Shuxue in the shortest amount of time? One question after another swirled through Louis's mind. After finishing their noodles, Lin Shuxue went to wash the dishes, but Louis stopped her. Firstly, Lin Shuxue was an actress, and her skin was important. Second, Lin Shuxue had done so much for him, it was only natural for him to wash the dishes. Third, he enjoyed washing dishes. This was one of Louis's peculiar hobbies. He enjoyed the slippery sensation of dish soap foaming in the water. Louis was washing dishes in the kitchen, while Lin Shuxue was on the phone with Shin Yudi. What is wrong? Missing me? Shin Yudi joked. Stop teasing, Lin Shuxue replied, not in the mood for jokes. Did you see the trending topic on Weibo? Weibo's trending topics? Shin Yudi rolled her eyes. No way, you called me just to brag that your Louis is trending first? My dear, you don't have to do this. I admit your Louis is impressive. I'll never mock him again, okay? Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes and said, Louis didn't he make it to the top of the trending list? Shin Yudi froze for a moment, then sat up on the bed. No way. You even intervened, and Louis still didn't he make it to the top of the trending list? That doesn't he make sense. Although she didn't want to admit it, the quality of 7 Miles of Fragrance was indeed high, and with Lin Shuxue's influence, there was no reason for it not to be number one. At Lin Shuxue's reminder, Shin Yudi opened Weibo. After reading it, Shin Yudi furrowed her brows. Chui Chi praising Zhang Xian's new song making it to second on the trending list isn't too surprising, but why is Zhang Xian's new song on first? Is Zhang Xian spending money to buy trending spots again? Lin Shuxue shrugged. Zhang Xian's popularity has been dropping quickly lately. Now that he's appeared on a popular show like Singing King 2021, he must be buying trending topics. Then, Lin Shuxue lowered her voice. I called you to ask how I should tell Louis about Zhang Xian and Oshi Yang. Louis has a phone now, so he'll find out sooner or later. I'm worried that knowing this will affect his mood and dampen his creative enthusiasm. Well, Shin Yudi tugged at her hair. You can't hide the truth forever. It won't work to keep it from him. Why don't you just tell him? He's been through so much over the past 3 years, he shouldn't be unable to handle this. Lin Shuxue immediately refused, precisely because he has endured so much over the past 3 years. I don't want him to suffer anymore right now. The kitchen door had opened without Lin Shuxue noticing. Louis listened to Lin Shuxue's words, feeling a warm glow in his heart. To be cared for so deeply by a girl was a blessing in 3 lifetimes. Lin Shuxue and Shin Yudi discussed for a long time but couldn't come up with a suitable solution. They lay down on the sofa dejectedly, and out of the corner of their eyes, they saw Louis at the kitchen door. You! Lin Shuxue jumped to her feet. Did you hear everything? Louis nodded, seeing the worry on Lin Shuxue's face, and smiled. I'm fine. Zhang Xian and Oshi Yang are nothing but 2 clowns in my eyes. They're not worth getting upset over, let alone letting them get to me. Lin Shuxue stared into Louis's eyes, making sure he wasn't lying, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Ding dong! Lin Shuxue received a WeChat message. Shin Yudi, Shuxue, go check the Weibo trending topics. Lin Shuxue opened Weibo and saw that Louis had already risen to second place on the trending list. Clicking into the trending topics, she saw countless hot posts. I was working during the day and didn't have time to check Weibo. Now I'm on the bus and just saw that Louis released a new song. No time to waste, I downloaded it on Kugo right away. Yeah, 3 years ago I was still a student. I failed the college entrance exam and now I'm just a worker. I don't have time during the day, so I can only relax at night. Brothers and sisters, sorry we're late, but we should still be on time to contribute our part for Ludi. Damn it, even Lin Shuxue, the goddess, retweeted Luda's new song. If Ludi can't make it to the Weibo trending list, we'll be so lame. 3 years ago, Lu Du was betrayed and had to leave the industry in disgrace. We, the Lu family army, fell apart. Where are we now? Back then, when the Lu family army set out, we were unstoppable. There wasn't a single chart we couldn't dominate. Now that Lu Di has brought us emotion and surprises again, how can we let him down? Lu family army, assemble. Lin Shuxue looked at these slightly cheesy posts, but she couldn't muster a single smile. Instead, tears welled up in her eyes. 3 years ago, when Louis was at the height of his fame, his fans were mostly students. Now, those students have either gone on to higher education or entered the workforce, yet they haven't forgotten their youthful passion. This truly moved Lin Shuxue. Louis saw these posts one after another, his emotions running high, unable to speak for a long time. As time passed, the popularity of Louis's 7 Miles of Fragrance continued to rise. At 8:47 p.m., it was still 200,000 points away from the top spot. 2100 hours, only 150,000 points away from the top spot. 2112, only 70,000 points away from the top spot. 2120, 30,000 points away from first place. Chapter 25, top of both charts, third update. Lin Shuxue sat on the sofa, constantly refreshing her Weibo feed, completely oblivious to the passing of time. She was like a stubborn child, determined not to give up until she achieved her goal. And just like Lin Shuxue, there were many others constantly refreshing the Weibo trending topics. Time ticked away. 2125, Louis's 7 Miles of Fragrance was still 17,000 points away from the top of the trending list. 2128, only 10,000 points away from the top spot. 2132, only 3,000 points away from the top spot. 2136. Louis, 7 Miles of Fragrance, topped the trending charts. At the same time, Kugo New Son's rising chart. Louis's 7 Mile Fragrance surpasses Zhang Xian's Because I Love You, topping the Kugo New Son's rising chart. Weibo's trending topics chart. Kugo New Son's rising chart. Double chart topper. A singer who had been out of the spotlight for 3 years returns with his first song and immediately tops both charts. Unprecedented. It can only be described as unbelievable. Weibo is ablaze with excitement. Lu Dawei is amazing. After 3 years, his first song is already a hit. Hee hee, the fighting spirit of the Lu family army is still as strong as ever. Lu Di is even more talented than 3 years ago. The Lu family army can't let us down. The sparrows outside the window are chattering on the power lines. How the heck did Lu Di come up with such lyrics? It's brilliant. Haha, Lu Di isn't doing well. Is this really the Lu Di we love? The popularity of Lu Yi's 7 Miles of Fragrance is still rising. It quickly surpassed the popularity of Zhang Xian's new song by hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, Lu Yi's Weibo followers surged from 14,936 to 214,396. A staggering increase of 200,000 in just one day. This rate of gaining followers is truly astonishing. Lu Yi timely posted a Weibo message. Thank you to all the music fans, thank you to all the fans, and thank you to Kugo for your support. As a result, the number of followers on Kugo's official Weibo account also began to rise rapidly. Kugo's official Weibo account responded immediately. You have talent, we have resources, let's collaborate. The combination of talent and wealth pushed the night's festivities to an even higher peak. Countless people compared Lu Yi and Kugo to a 1,000-mile horse and its discoverer, hailing it as a beautiful tale. Xin Yin and Yi Hongmin looked grim. When he called Lu Yi to request a collaboration, he had intended to negotiate the price down to 600,000 yuan. He even thought this was a huge favor for Lu Yi, who should be grateful to him. However, Lu Yi rejected the offer without hesitation. At the time, he believed Lu Yi was blind and would surely regret it. Little did he know that Kugo directly offered Lu Yi 1.5 million yuan. How could Lu Yi possibly regret rejecting me now? He must be cursing me as an idiot in his heart. Yi Hongmin looked like a victim of paranoia, clenching his fists tightly. In fact, at that moment, Lu Yi was in his room writing a song, and he had never once cursed Yi Hongmin. Because after hanging up the phone with Yi Hongmin, Lu Yi had already erased him from his mind. His mind didn't need to be cluttered with irrelevant people. But Yi Hongmin didn't know this. He thought Lu Yi was interacting with Kugo to mock him on purpose. It's just a false prosperity. What is there to be proud of? Yi Hongmin said with a grim expression. Just wait until tomorrow and check the number of active users on Qin and Kugu. Then we'll see if those 1.5 million on Kugu were worth the money. Yi Hongmin returned home and couldn't sleep, grinding his teeth in frustration. And just like Yi Hongmin, Zhang Xian couldn't sleep either. Zhang Xian watched Lu Yi's popularity surpass his own by more and more, his face darkening to the point of being able to squeeze water out of it. Lu Yi! Zhang Xian stared at the screen, his teeth grinding loudly. You've been out of the entertainment industry for 3 years. What gives you the right to come back and lord it over me? I've worked hard for 3 years, finally getting this chance with Singing King 2021. I spent tens of thousands of dollars on paid online supporters to get to the top of the trending list. As long as I can stay there for a day, I'll gain a massive fan base. With fans, the Singing King 2021 production team will naturally favor me, giving me a chance to make it to the finals. If I make it to the finals, I'll definitely become famous again. But Zhang Xian's forehead veins bulged. Lu Yi, because of you, all my plans have gone up in smoke. Zhang Xian clenched his fist and slammed it onto the coffee table. But his fist was still 2 centimeters away from the coffee table. It stopped. If I hit it, it would hurt, wouldn't it? Zhang Xian's face alternated between pale and red as he withdrew his fist, then punched the sofa cushion, before throwing it across the room. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Zhang Xian answered the call with a grim expression. You know about the Weibo and Kugo incident, right? On the other end of the line was a woman's voice. Just say what you need to say. Zhang Xian said impatiently. The voice on the other end was cold. Lu Yi is currently very popular. The production team of Singing King 2021 wants to invite him to be the next guest singer. What? Zhang Xian's expression darkened. I worked so hard to get on Singing King 2021, and Lu Yi, who can barely sing, gets invited to perform as a challenge singer? The voice on the other end of the phone said coldly, don't get so worked up. It's just a few people in the production team who have this idea. If you hire online trolls now to suppress Lu Yi's popularity and create negative news about him, the production team will definitely abandon him, and he won't be invited as a challenge singer. Zhang Xian frowned. Buy more online trolls? I followed your advice, spent tens of thousands on online trolls to get the top spot on Weibo, and look what happened. Lu Yi crushed us. The voice on the other end of the phone snorted coldly. Zhang Xian, you've listened to me so many times, and you failed just this once. Don't you trust me anymore? Zhang Xian thought for a moment, clenched his teeth, and said, alright, I'll listen to you. The voice on the phone said, transfer the money over. I know the people selling the Water Army accounts, I'll handle it. After transferring the money, Zhang Xian asked, are you sure it'll work? However, all he heard was the dial tone. Damn it, Zhang Xian cursed under his breath and lit a cigarette. About an hour passed. A WeChat message startled Zhang Xian, who was lost in thought. It's done. Go check Weibo. Zhang Xian quickly composed himself and opened Weibo. Trending topic number 40, Music Madman viciously criticizes Lu Yi's 7 Miles Fragrant. Music Madman, a well-known Weibo influencer with millions of followers, holds significant influence in music discussions. They actually managed to get him involved. Zheng Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he clicked on the trending topic and saw Music Madman's analysis of Lu Yi's 7 Miles of Fragrance. This post covered everything from the intro of 7 Miles of Fragrance, to the lyrics, melody, and arrangement. It could be said that it completely dismantled 7 Miles of Fragrance. Music Madman concluded his post with a blunt statement. Those who like 7 Miles of Fragrance are immature and lack any musical appreciation. Chapter 26, Debate 4th Update. This music enthusiast, a prominent Weibo influencer, is known for speaking his mind. He gained millions of followers because he criticized many popular songs in the past. Ultimately, as the Music Madman predicted, these songs faded into obscurity within a few weeks of their release. Therefore, many fans believe that Music Madman is a music expert with extremely high musical literacy and outstanding musical appreciation skills. In fact, 2 years ago, before Cui Chi released a new song, he specifically asked Music Madman to listen to it first. After Music Madman gave his approval, Cui Chi finally released the song. This incident made the music enthusiast extremely proud. However, pride often leads to arrogance. In the past year, many songs that the Music Madman criticized were later proven by the market to be widely popular. As a result, the Madman's reputation has begun to decline steadily. Of course, this doesn't affect the popularity of Music Maniac. Every time Music Maniac posts on Weibo, it quickly trends on Weibo's hot search list and then breaks into the top 10. This time was no exception. Especially since the music fanatic was criticizing Lu Yi's 7 Miles of Fragrance, which had just topped the trending list. Within half an hour, the music fanatic's scathing review of 7 Fragrant sent its popularity soaring to 6th place on the trending list. After reading the music fanatic's criticism of 7 Li Xiang, Lu Yi's fans were furious. They don't understand music that well, so if the Music Madman had said 7 Fragrant Flowers wasn't perfect and had room for improvement, they wouldn't have gotten angry. But the music critic went as far as to completely dismiss 7 Fragrant Flowers, calling it trash and labeling those who enjoy it as immature fools. How could anyone tolerate that? Music Madman, you're really a madman, spouting nothing but nonsense. Lu Xiao, who had just finished her graduate school entrance exam studies, saw the music fanatic's Weibo post and was so angry that she lost all her sleepiness. She grabbed her phone and started typing furiously. Music fanatic, what have you been called over the past year? Don't you have any self-awareness? You criticized 7 Fragrant so harshly, do you even deserve to be a critic? If your ears are broken, go to the hospital and get them fixed. If you can't afford the medical bills, we'll chip in to help you. Oh, and by the way, besides your ears, maybe your little brain needs some treatment too. Lu Xiao wasn't some innocent girl. Back in high school, a roommate who loved Korean pop stars hated Lu Yi and constantly talked bad about him, even mocking her for having such low taste. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and grabbed the roommate by the hair and gave her a good tug. To this day, that roommate still has a bald spot on her head. Of course, Lu Xiao's arm also bears the tooth marks left by that roommate. Lu Xiao vented her anger in the comments section of Music Maniac's Weibo, but that wasn't enough. She joined the Luuan group and sent a red envelope with the password, "Go insult Music Maniac." Everyone grabbed the red envelope and joined in, flooding the music fanatic's Weibo with insults. Among the Music Maniac's fans, there were also people who liked 7 Miles Fragrance. However, after seeing the music fanatic's Weibo, these people immediately realized that their own musical taste was at fault, and that 7 Miles Fragrance was trash. Now, seeing the Lu family's supporters coming to the music fanatic's Weibo to demand an explanation, the music fanatic's fans were also furious. No way, no way. You actually think Lu Yi's 7 Fragrant is good? 7 Fragrant? Trash. Just a garbage song. What did Music Madman say that was wrong? 7 Fragrant has always been terrible. As the verbal altercation between Lu Jejun and the music fanatics intensified, the heat around the music fanatics Weibo post continued to rise, quickly reaching the 4th spot on the trending list. At this point, the music fanatic posted another Weibo. The lyrics of 7 Mile Fragrance could be written by an elementary school student. The melody of 7 Mile Fragrance could be written by any music student. The arrangement of 7 Miles of Fragrance isn't even as good as my grandmother's. Every word and every sentence seemed to drag 7 Miles of Fragrance through the mud. This made Lu Jejun even more furious. These words from the music fanatics are disgusting, utterly outrageous. Lu Xiao was so angry he couldn't sleep all night. Suddenly, Lu Xiao received a WeChat message. In his anger, Lu Xiao didn't plan to respond, but when he saw who sent the message, his anger subsided by half. Because the message was from her university professor. Lu Xiao was majoring in mechanical engineering, and as everyone knows, female students in mechanical engineering are like pandas in a zoo. So Lu Xiao had been living a smooth life during her university years. However, Lu Xiao didn't like her major. She had chosen mechanical engineering purely because she had checked the willing to be reassigned box on her college application form during her senior year of high school. Although she could have transferred majors in her sophomore year, she hesitated due to family reasons and missed the deadline after finally making up her mind. By her third year, she finally made up her mind to pursue a master's degree in a different field. The field she wanted to pursue was Chinese language and literature. She had always been passionate about literature. Therefore, she often attended the lectures of a literature professor at her university. This literature professor is named Shimuju. He was once a literary master and, now in his 70s, has come to their university to teach. Professor Shimujin was a kind-hearted person who added all his students to a WeChat group. It was through this WeChat group that Lu Xiao became friends with Professor Shimujin on WeChat. However, out of shyness, Lu Xiao had never really chatted with Professor Shimujin before. To her surprise, today, Professor Shimujin actually reached out to her first. Lu Xiao opened the WeChat message. Professor Shimujin asked, "Lu Xiao, hello. I saw a piece of writing you posted in your moments earlier. Was that written by you?" Lu Xiao was taken aback. She checked her moments and saw that Professor Shimuju had liked the lyrics of 7 Miles of Fragrance she had just posted. Lu Xiao replied, "Professor Shi, hello. That piece of writing is not my original work, it is the lyrics to a song called 7 Miles of Fragrance." Professor Shimujin was taken aback by Lu Xiao's reply. She wasn't an old-fashioned person to bridge the gap with her students, she often used the apps they liked and listened to the songs they enjoyed. However, the lyrics of those songs, they weren't exactly terrible, but they were utterly devoid of substance. However, the lyrics of 7 Mile Fragrance that Lu Xiao had posted on his social media were exceptionally beautiful, piquing her interest. After asking Lu Xiao where she could listen to 7 Miles of Fragrance, Shimuju downloaded the Kugo app. She had originally planned to search for the song, but upon opening the app, she immediately spotted it at the top of the trending chart. Shimuju put on her headphones, listening to the song while reading the lyrics on the screen. Once, twice, 3 times. After looping it 6 times, Shimuju sighed deeply. This isn't just lyrics, it's a beautiful modern poem. After listening to it twice more, Shimuju wrote a Weibo post. The lyrics of 7 Mile Fragrance are beautifully written, like poetry. Even if placed in the modern literary world, they are worth careful examination. I hope my students will take the time to study the lyrics of 7 Mile Fragrance. If you master them, your literary achievements will surely reach new heights in the future. Chapter 27, Two Great Professors' Fifth Update. Shimuju, who gained fame in the literary world 10 years ago, had countless admirers. Even though he hadn't written a new book in 10 years, his role as a university professor and his personal Weibo account still attracted a significant following. Additionally, after becoming a university professor, he was beloved by his students, causing his fan base to grow steadily. Today, without any deliberate management, Shimuju's Weibo account has reached 280,000 followers. These 280,000 followers are genuine, with not a single fake account among them. Therefore, even though it is now late at night, when Shimujin posts on Weibo, it still attracts the attention of many fans. Shimuju often shares her thoughts on Weibo, recommends good books, and shares beautiful poems. Every time one reads her posts, there is always something to gain. So, fans who are still awake receive the Weibo notification and immediately open it. Excited fans, expecting to discover another great book, poem, or one of Shimuju's profound life philosophies. But upon opening it, is Miss Shi promoting a song? Comparing song lyrics to poetry? What is the deal with this song 7 Miles of Fragrance? This is the first time I've seen Mr. Shi give such high praise to the lyrics of a song. If Mr. Shi recommends it, we should all go listen to it. After a while, the fans of Shimuju who had listened to 7 Miles of Fragrance once were buzzing with excitement. No wonder Mr. Shi recommended it. This song 7 Mile Fragrance is truly a masterpiece. Especially the lyrics, they're just as Mr. Shi described, simple yet beautiful, like poetry. This is the first time I've seen such beautiful lyrics. As everyone continued to praise the exceptional lyricism of 7 Miles of Fragrance, Lu Xiao, lying on her bed in the dormitory, also sat up excitedly. That music fanatic said that the lyrics of 7 Miles of Fragrance could be written by elementary school students. I wonder what his reaction will be when he hears Mr. Shi's evaluation of the lyrics. Lu Xiao snorted coldly and shared Shimuju's Weibo post in Lu Yi's fan group. The fans in the group kept reposting Shimuju's Weibo post. Major accounts reposted it, then switched to smaller accounts to repost, and when that didn't work, they invited classmates and friends to help repost. If all else failed, they even sent red envelopes to ask for help. Lu Xiao and the others were determined to get Shimuju's Weibo post trending on the hot search list. At the same time, Longwei Academy of Arts. Chen Qinan, a music professor with slightly gray hair, received a WeChat message. It's actually from Mu Jin. Chen Kedin was completely surprised. Although he was friends with Shimuju, they rarely kept in touch, let alone at such a late hour. Upon opening the WeChat chat window, Chen Kedin was even more surprised, as the message Mu Jin had sent was a song recommendation. What song is this? Why would Mu Jin recommend it to me? Chen Qinan grew curious. Just as he was about to click play, he saw another message from Shimuju. Kellen, the lyrics of this song, 7 Miles Fragrance, are highly literary, and the melody is also very melodious, so I'm sharing it with you. Chen Qinan was so curious he couldn't wait to hear it. He was well aware of how particular Shimuju was about words. Many poets pour their hearts into crafting poems, and many writers toil endlessly over novels, yet in Shimuju's eyes, none of them are worth mentioning. Works that Shimuju would describe as literarily refined are few and far between in Chen Qian's memory, let alone those that deserve the additional qualifier extremely. Therefore, Chen Qian no longer hesitated and quickly clicked the play button. As the prelude melody began to play, Chen Qian's eyes started to sparkle. As the first line of lyrics was sung, Chen Qian stood up. By the time the chorus ended, Chen Qian's face was filled with astonishment. This song, 7 Miles of Fragrance, was truly unique in both composition and arrangement, showing no signs of craftsmanship yet brimming with ingenuity, a perfect masterpiece. Great! 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 Chen Qian praised it 3 times in a row and replied to Shimujin, Mujin, where did you find such a great song? Shimuju replied, it's a new song by a young artist. However, this young artist seems to be envied by someone. A fan with a large following criticized the lyrics of 7 Miles of Fragrance as childish and the composition and arrangement as unbearable to listen to. That's why I shared this song with you, hoping you could speak up for the young artist. Lu Xiao shared Shimuju's Weibo post in Lu Yi's fan group, intending to ask Lu Jiejun's fans to help push Shimuju's Weibo post to the top of the Weibo trending list. Before doing so, he sent a WeChat message to Shimuju to seek her permission. As a result, Shimuju also learned the full story. Shimuju was furious. To put it bluntly, the lyrics of 7 Miles Fragrance were harshly criticized, and she couldn't stand it. So she wanted to help Lu Yi and prevent him from being slandered. She then thought of Chen Qian, who was currently serving as a music professor. After reading Shimuju's WeChat message, Chen Qian was also filled with righteous indignation. The lyrics, composition, and arrangement of 7 Miles of Fragrance were of such excellence that he had never seen anything like it in his entire life. In this era of mediocre songs, 7 Miles of Fragrance is a refreshing breeze. And now, this refreshing melody is being criticized as worthless? This is utterly outrageous. Mu Jin, don't worry. I will definitely help this young man. Chen Qian replied to Shimuju and opened a 500-person WeChat group. Chen Qian doesn't know how to use Weibo, but his students do. As a music professor, Chen Qian had students all over the place. So, when he shared 7 Miles Fragrant in the student group and explained the situation clearly, the 500-member student group exploded. A song that Professor Chen calls perfect must be some kind of masterpiece. I can't wait to listen to this song, 7 Fragrant Flowers. Don't even bother listening if Professor Chen praises it. What level of quality could it possibly be? It's not doubt, just curiosity. After all, I haven't heard a new song that's worth listening to in a long time. Oh, don't listen to the song yet. Go to Weibo and help that young guy who is being criticized. Exactly. That young person who wrote lyrics praised by Professor Shimuju and composed a melody and arrangement that left Professor Chen speechless must be a true genius. Such a young person is the hope of our country's entertainment industry. We can't let him be wronged. Everyone, mobilize your contacts and help that young man. In Chen Qian's 500-person group chat, aside from a few college students, the rest were all graduates who had been out of school for years. Not all of them had entered the entertainment industry. After all, only a few could really make it in this circle. Those who left the entertainment industry either lacked the necessary talent or were too talented to be appreciated. Or they were too talented, envied by others, and trampled upon until they couldn't hold their heads up, so they chose to seek other paths. However, all of them have now achieved success and fame. So even though there are only 500 of them, when they act together, it's like a whirlwind sweeping through, causing a major stir on Weibo. Chapter 28, Still Complaining? Time passed, and the storm brewed. At 23:13, a storm raged, and the first signs of trouble appeared. Trending topic number 38, Shimu Jin praises the lyrics of 7 Miles of Fragrance. Trending topic number 45, Chen Qian raves about the composition and arrangement of 7 Miles of Fragrance. 23:34. Shimuju praises the lyrics of 7 Miles of Fragrance, climbing to 21st on the trending list. Chen Qian enthusiastically praised the composition and arrangement of 7 Miles of Fragrance, climbing to 23rd on the trending topics list. 23:48. Shimujin praises the lyrics of 7 Miles of Fragrance, breaking into the top 10 of the trending charts. Chen Qian enthusiastically praised the composition and arrangement of 7 Miles of Fragrance, also breaking into the top 10 of the trending charts. 23:59. A sudden downpour. Shimuju praised the lyrics of 7 Miles of Fragrance, ranking 2nd on the trending list. Chen Qian praised the composition and arrangement of 7 Miles of Fragrance, ranking 3rd on the trending list. The top trending topic is, Lu Yi's 7 Mile Fragrance is so beautiful it brings tears to your eyes. Fourth on the trending list, music fanatics harshly criticize 7 Miles of Fragrance. This, of course, sparked outrage among Music Maniacs fans, who took to the comments. How much money did Louis spend to buy all these trending topics? The key is that if he's buying trending topics, he should at least make them look decent. Who are Shimu Jin and Chen Kedin? Haha, I've never even heard of Shimu Jin and Chen Kenan. What's the point of them praising 7 Miles of Fragrance? Music fanatics are the authority. Who are Shimu Jin and Chen Kenan? Get on your knees and beg. After the music fanatics showed off their intelligence, someone quickly responded to them. Shimuju is a renowned contemporary writer and poet from Longwa. When his essay collection 10,000 Miles was published, it caused a sensation in the literary world of Longwa. To this day, 10,000 Miles is still regarded as one of the finest essay collections in Longwa. Currently, Shimuju serves as the vice chairman of the Longwa Writers Association and as a professor of literature at Shuemu University. The above is excerpted from Professor Shimuji's encyclopedia. If you don't believe me, you can look it up yourself. I wonder if Professor Shimujin's evaluation of the lyrics of 7 Mile Fragrance is more authoritative than that of the Music Madman? The fans of the Music Madman were completely baffled after reading these words. A literary master and professor of literature commenting on the lyrics of a 7 Miles of Fragrance? And give such high praise to the lyrics of a 7 Miles of Fragrance? Before the music fanatics could recover, another piece of information was thrown at them. Chen Kedin, an outstanding musician from Longwa, composed the Song of Youth, which is still widely sung today and serves as the school song for many primary and secondary schools. 10 years ago, Chen Kedin traveled to Longwa Art Academy to serve as the dean of the music college and concurrently as a music professor. Professor Chen Kedin has disciples spread far and wide, and many stars in Longwa's music scene are his beloved students. The above is excerpted from Professor Chen Kedin's encyclopedia. If anyone doubts it, they can search for it themselves. I wonder if Professor Chen Kedin is more qualified than the Music Madman to critique the composition and arrangement of a 7 Miles of Fragrance? Every word, every sentence, like steel needles piercing the hearts of the Music Madman's fans, causing their minds to buzz. How could this be? It's impossible. The dean of the Music Academy and a professor of the music department were actually amazed by 7 Miles Fragrance and called it the best piece in the past decade. This is simply unbelievable. From now on, I hope you'll read more books, meet more people, and don't assume that just because you don't know someone, they have no status. Shimuju's fans and Chen Kedin's students all lashed out at the fans of the music enthusiast. Don't mistake ignorance for your own ignorance. Those two casual remarks felt like two heavy slaps, landing hard on the faces of the music fanatics. On the screen, the Music Madman's fans, who had just been so arrogant and confident, typing away on their keyboards, now had their hands trembling on the keyboard. Their faces were burning red, as if they were bleeding. In a private room at a foot massage parlor, a greasy middle-aged man was having his feet massaged. He was the music fanatic, Dong Dashin. Today, he had insulted a has-been singer in a song he had never heard before, and had made tens of thousands of dollars. He naturally had to come and enjoy himself. As he gazed at the young woman massaging his feet, Dong Dashin suddenly felt his feet were so large and white. Just as Dong Dashin was about to speak up and try to take things further, a phone call came in. He furrowed his brows slightly and picked up the phone. It was his subordinate who managed his Weibo account. What's going on? Dong Dashin answered the call with a sour tone. Mr. Dong, it's chaos. Everything's in disarray. You should check Weibo immediately, his subordinate said urgently. Dong Dashin furrowed his brows. Everything had been going according to plan when he drove to the foot massage parlor. What had gone wrong now? Could it be that Louis, that kid, had also spent money to create a stir? But Louis is a has-been celebrity who has been out of the spotlight for 3 years. How much money could he possibly have? Even if he did hire someone, they'd probably be second-rate, incapable of causing any real trouble. Dong Dashin thought to himself as he opened Weibo, glancing at the top few spots on the trending list. Clang! The phone fell to the ground. How could this be? Dong Dashin was speechless with shock, picking up his phone and checking it several times. Shimuju and Chen Kenan? These are big shots you couldn't even hire with all the money in the world. How could these two big shots praise 7 Miles Fragrance so highly? I just criticized 7 Miles of Fragrance to the ground, and these two big shots are singing its praises? Isn't that slapping me in the face? Dong Dashin's face turned green. He looked at the top right corner and saw 99 plus private messages. He swallowed hard and opened the messages. The result. Music Madman, didn't you say the lyrics of 7 Miles of Fragrance were so simple even elementary school students could write them? Why did Professor Shimuju praise the lyrics of 7 Miles of Fragrance as beautiful as poetry and tell her students to study them carefully? Professor Shimuju's students are from the prestigious Kyoto University's Department of Literature, not the elementary school students you mentioned. Music Madman, you said the composition of a 7 Miles Fragrant is just average, yet Professor Chen Kedin praised it as divine, saying he couldn't compare. Does that mean your composition skills are better than Professor Chinkeden's? Music Madman, though I really don't want to involve my family, since you previously said that the arrangement of 7 Miles Fragrance is on par with your grandmother's, I'm curious who is your grandmother, and what famous pieces has she composed? Reading through the private messages, Music Madman Dong Dashin's face felt hotter than if he'd been slapped hundreds of times. This time, he had really hit a brick wall. It was already midnight. But Lu Xiao and the others were still persistently leaving messages for Dong Dashin. The messages were all the same. Music Mad Dog, still barking? Music Mad Dog, still barking? Music Mad Dog, still barking? In just half an hour, tens of thousands of comments flooded the screen. Chapter 29, Stubborn Mouth. Looking at the private messages one by one, Dong Dashin was so angry he was trembling all over. And just as angry as Dong Dashin was Zhang Xian. He had spent tens of thousands of dollars to hire Dong Dashin to harshly criticize 7 fragrant flowers, and then boosted Dong Dashin's popularity so that his Weibo post criticizing 7 fragrant flowers could quickly climb into the top 10 trending topics. What was the result? Not only did it fail to ruin Lu Yi's 7 Miles of Fragrance, but it also drew the attention of 2 major figures, Shimu Jin and Shen Qinan. With these 2 big names backing him, Lu Yi's 7 Mile Fragrance is sure to become even more popular. If this trend continues, Louis might actually be invited by the Singing King 2021 show to compete as a challenger. Zhang Xian is afraid that Louis will participate in Singing King 2021, not only because he fears Louis will eliminate him, but also because he fears Louis will use Singing King 2021 to regain his popularity. Although Louis's 7 Mile Fragrance is already quite popular now, if he doesn't appear on the show, the buzz will fade quickly. However, once he appears on the show, especially as his first comeback performance on a nationwide hit like Singing King 2021, Louis is sure to make a comeback. Back when they competed on the same talent show, he believed his talent matched Lu Yi's, yet he only secured 3rd place. Later, he has been striving to surpass Louis, but has been left further and further behind. Now that Louis has finally faded from the spotlight, he sees this as his chance to rise to fame on his own merits. But Louis is back, and he might even end up competing against him again. How could he not be afraid? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly and dialed a number with a grim expression. Dong Dashin didn't take down Louis, he actually made Louis even more popular. I need an explanation. A contemptuous laugh echoed, explanation? What explanation? Don't you know what happened on Weibo? Louis is so powerful he could bring in Shimu Jin and Shen Qinan, 2 big names. And you? You gave me $1 million, what could I do? Oh Yasi, don't push it too far. Zhang Xian roared. On the other end of the phone, Oh Yasi sneered, I'm being too much? Zhang Xian, don't forget that without my advice, you'd have been out of the game long ago. Now you dare to call me too much? You! Zhang Xian's face turned ashen. He wanted to argue further, but Oh Yasi had already hung up. Zhang Xian slumped helplessly on the sofa, watching Louis's popularity soar, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. The entire night, Zhang Xian couldn't sleep at all. Dong Dashin was no different. His Weibo private messages were bombarded until 2 or 3 in the morning. Additionally, friends and classmates called him, mocking him relentlessly. When the alarm rang, Dong Dashin sat up in bed with dark circles under his eyes. After a sleepless night, he finally came up with a way to retaliate against Louis. Dong Dashin picked up his phone and opened Weibo. He wrote a short message. Chui Chi releases an album every year, with 12 songs per album, almost 1 song per month. Someone has been holding back for 3 years, finally releasing a decent song, and their fans are jumping for joy? That's truly laughable. Here is some advice for that person's fans, don't get too excited too soon. I'm afraid your master will exhaust all his life's energy trying to write 1 song. You'll wait your whole lives and never hear another song from your master that's south even close to that level. After clicking post, Dong Dashin lay in bed with a satisfied smile. Such a counterattack, looking at it now, doesn't pack much of a punch. After all, Louis's fans are still in a state of excitement and will surely say, even if Louis can only write 1 song like 7 Miles Fragrance, that's still better than you music-obsessed madman. But as time goes on and Louis can't write another song as good as 7 Miles of Fragrance, his counterattack today will show its true power. At that point, he can come back out and mercilessly mock Louis's fans, dragging Louis through the mud until he's worthless, leaving Louis's fans speechless. As for why he's so certain that Louis won't be able to write a song as good as 7 Mile Fragrance in the next few years, the reason is simple. Because last night, he was on a loop of 7 Miles of Fragrance. He's at least a music major graduate. The more he listens to 7 Miles Fragrance, the more he's amazed. A song like 7 Miles of Fragrance requires a fleeting moment of inspiration and years of refinement. Not to mention, inspiration doesn't just come when you want it to. Even if Louis had that much inspiration, where would he find the time to polish it? Louis's fans, just wait and see. The more you laugh now, the more humiliated you'll be later. Dong Dashin sneered, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge in 10 years. Louis is currently very popular, and Dong Dashin's Weibo post quickly resurfaced on the trending topics. The music madman is being stubborn? At the dinner table, Lin Shuxue curiously clicked on the trending topic. After reading music madman Dongdashan's latest Weibo post, Lin Shuxue was furious. Last night, his face was beaten to a pulp, yet he still refuses to admit his mistake. How despicable. Louis was drinking milk when he heard Lin Shushue's voice and picked up his phone to check the trending topic. After reading it, Louis smiled faintly, tapped the screen, and left a comment under Dongdashan's latest post. Don't worry, I won't make my fans wait too long. Last night, Dongdashan's fans were so badly insulted that they fled in shame, and now they dare not show their faces. So now, almost everyone entering Dongdashan's Weibo page is Louis' fan. Louis' fans saw his comment and froze for a second. They rubbed their eyes, clicked into the page named Louis the Handsome Guy, and realized it wasn't a fake account but the real Louis, causing them to scream in excitement. Does Lou De mean the next song will be released soon? Lou De is so awesome. Can't wait. Oh my god, has Lou De been holding back tons of new songs for 3 years? If that's the case, that would be amazing. We can finally shut that music fanatic up. Lin Shuxue also saw Louis' post and excitedly put down her chopsticks. Louis, did you go record a new song again? When will it be released? Louis smiled, right now. Now. Lin Shuxue was confused and asked, the song you're going to record isn't the one you sent to Kuga yesterday, is it? It's that song. Louis smiled. But you said you only wrote the intro for that song, right? Lin Shuxue asked. Before yesterday, I had only written the intro, but I finished the entire song last night. Louis explained. That fast? Lin Shushue's eyes widened in surprise. You didn't have to rush like that. Taking your time to polish and refine it would be better. She was worried that Louis was prioritizing speed over quality. Don't worry, the quality will definitely be no worse than 7 Miles Fragrance. Louis was confident, after all, this song had set a record before. Chapter 30, another masterpiece, third update. This alright? Lin Shuxue nodded. Although she felt that it was simply unimaginable to refine an entire song from just an introduction in a single night. But she chose to believe Louis. Perhaps Louis was the one who could accomplish the impossible and create miracles. Louis felt a warm surge of trust toward Lin Shuxue. Are you full? Louis asked. Once you're done eating, we'll head to the recording studio. Lin Shuxue giggled, I'm full. Actually, even if I didn't eat, I'd still be full. Huh? Louis was puzzled. Lin Shuxue laughed, because you're so handsome. Louis sighed wryly, having been teased again. He gave Lin Shuxue a disapproving look and said, let us go now. Wait. Lin Shuxue called out. What now? Louis turned around in confusion. He saw that Lin Shuxue had come closer. Louis looked down and realized that if Lin Shuxue didn't stop in time, she would have collided with his chest. Because at that moment, a certain part of Lin Shuxue was only an inch away from his chest. What are you doing? Louis swallowed hard and asked nervously. Lin Shuxue didn't answer, she just tiptoed slightly. A beam of morning sunlight pierced through the glass, and dust particles danced in the light. Lin Shuxue stood in the beam of sunlight, tiptoeing, getting closer and closer to Louis. Bang, bang, bang. Louis seemed to hear his own rapid heartbeat. What's going on? Is she about to kiss me? No way, the plot is getting too weird. Aren't we supposed to be recording the song right now? She really seems like she's going to kiss me. What should I do? Should I let her kiss me, go along with it, or take the initiative? Louis's mind was a complete mess when he saw Lin Shuxue reach out and wipe the milk from the corner of his mouth. You spilled some milk on your lips while drinking. Lin Shuxue tilted her head and looked at Louis, her eyes curving into crescent moons. All clean now, you look so handsome. Louis's lips twitched slightly. So that was wiping off milk stains. Thanks. Louis blushed awkwardly and turned to leave. Thank goodness he didn't turn the tables earlier, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Watching Louis's retreating figure, Lin Shuxue also looked regretful. If she had been a little bolder just now, would she have succeeded? In the car. Lin Shuxue sent a voice message to Shen Yudi. I'm currently accompanying Louis to record a song. I told you in advance this time, so don't come looking for me and then say I abandoned you for someone else. Shen Yudi, who was at work, heard Lin Shushue's voice message and was taken aback. Recording a song? Didn't you just record one yesterday? Lin Shuxue replied, we're recording a new song today. It's the one Louis sent to Kugo yesterday. He finished writing it last night. How about that? Impressive, right? Shen Yudi looked utterly disbelieving. No way. Lyrics, composition, and arrangement all done in one night? Exactly. Lin Shuxue said. Alright, I have to go now. I need to drive. After hanging up, Lin Shuxue put down her phone and drove toward the Wuji recording studio. In the office, Shen Yudi furrowed her brows. Louis, that guy. Instead of focusing on promoting 7 Miles Fragrance, he's going to record a new song? And it's a song he wrote in just one night? Although the intro is excellent, a song written in one night is likely to be a poor attempt at imitation, ruining such a great intro. What more, if we release a new song that is far inferior to 7 Mile Fragrance at this critical moment, will be mocked by everyone. That's suicide. Though she thought this in her heart, Shin Yuti didn't let Lin Shuxue try to dissuade Louis. Firstly, Shin Yuti knew how deeply Lin Shuxue was infatuated with Louis. Even if she said these words, Lin Shuxue probably wouldn't listen, let alone Louis. Second, whether Louis lives or dies is none of her business. If Louis fails, she'd actually be happier, because she still believes that Louis isn't good enough for Lin Shuxue. On the other side, Dong Dashan saw Louis's message and burst into laughter. Louis must have been provoked by me and is rushing to record a new song, right? Haha, if he records a new song now, it won't be as good as 7 Miles Fragrance. If Louis dares to release a song worse than 7 Miles Fragrance, I'll be able to turn the tables, ride on his fans' heads and defecate and urinate on them, and his fans won't even be able to argue back. Dong Dashan licked his lips and eagerly replied to Louis, I hope you'll release a new song soon. Of course, Louis wouldn't see his reply, because Louis had already arrived at the Wuji recording studio. Lu Gu. The studio staff saw Louis and rushed over to greet him. This time, they weren't being so enthusiastic because of Lin Shuxue. They were genuinely impressed by the song 7 Miles Fragrance, and given Louis's current skyrocketing popularity, aligning themselves with him was the smartest move they could make. Brother Lu, what brings you here today? The staff asked curiously, not thinking that Louis had come to record a new song. After all, Louis had just recorded a new song yesterday, there was no way he'd come back today to record another one. I'm here to record a song. Louis smiled faintly. Staff. That was a pretty quick slap in the face. But upon further reflection, the staff members understood. Louis had been out of the spotlight for 3 years, he must have written more than just 7 Miles of Fragrance. And when Louis came to record the song yesterday, he didn't have much money, so he could only record 7 Miles of Fragrance. After finishing the recording of a 7 Mile Fragrance yesterday, he immediately sold the copyright to Kugu for a high price of 150,000 yuan. Now that Louis Cheng has money, wanting to record the other songs he wrote over the past 3 years is understandable. Brother Lu, give us the sheet music so we can familiarize ourselves with it, and we can start recording. Upon hearing the staff say this, Louis nodded and took out the sheet music he had written the night before. Seeing that Louis only handed over a single sheet of paper, the staff members exchanged glances, looking somewhat disappointed. They had assumed that Louis must have written quite a few songs over the past 3 years. But now it seemed that, including 7 Miles Fragrance, there were only 2 songs. But under those circumstances, not giving up on music, continuing to create, and having one of them be a masterpiece like 7 Miles Fragrance is already pretty impressive. Sigh, I just hope this one isn't too far behind 7 Miles of Fragrance, otherwise Louis might be mocked. Because of 7 Miles of Fragrance, I have high hopes for Louis. I hope this song doesn't disappoint me too much. 7 Miles of Fragrance has reached such a high standard that several staff members subconsciously assumed that the new song Louis was about to record couldn't possibly match it. However, when they saw the sheet music Louis handed them, their mouths all formed huge O shapes. Chapter 31, Sunny Day 4th Update. Several staff members looked at each other, seeing the same shock in each other's eyes. They even began to doubt their own judgment. So, the staff members took the sheet music and went to find others in the recording studio. The entire Wuji recording studio erupted. This melody, this arrangement, it's a masterpiece. Another absolute masterpiece. Louis is unbeatable. The composition and arrangement of this song are on par with 7 Miles Fragrance. Mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. I even think the composition of this song surpasses 7 Miles Fragrance. Louis has truly transformed himself over the past 3 years. He's managed to produce 2 songs of such high quality in a row. High level? This is ultra high level, unmatched high level. Exactly. 2 consecutive masterpieces. In today's Chinese music scene, he truly deserves the title of unbeatable. All the music professionals present could only describe their gaze toward Louis with one word: awe. Seeing the expressions on the staff members' faces, Lin Shuxue couldn't help but feel overjoyed. She knew she hadn't placed her trust in the wrong person. Louis had truly accomplished the impossible. Once the staff had familiarized themselves with the sheet music, Louis also entered the recording studio. At that moment, everyone in the recording studio was tense. By all accounts, they shouldn't have been nervous after all, they were all seasoned professionals with years of experience. But today, they were nervous. Because the song Louis was about to record had a score that was simply too perfect. They were worried they might hold him back. If anyone knew what was going on in the minds of these staff members, they would probably be scared to death. The staff at Wuji Recording Studio are renowned in Kyoto for their pride. It has always been the singers who worry about holding back the studio staff, never the other way around. This alone is enough to show just how high the level of the new song Louis is about to record is. Everyone, are we ready? Louis turned to look at the staff members. Once everyone nodded in agreement, Louis stepped forward to the microphone. The intro began, and Louis counted the beats in his head. The little yellow flower of the story has been floating since the year I was born. Swinging on the swing in childhood. Swinging with memories all the way to now. Re so si do si la. So la si la so. The day I skipped school for you. The day the flowers fell. The classroom. Why can't I see you? The rainy day that vanished. I wish I could get caught in the rain again. Once upon a time there was someone who loved you for a long time. But alas, the wind grew stronger, blowing the distance farther and farther away. Finally, we could love each other for one more day. But in the end, you seemed to say goodbye. As the final note faded away, a slightly chubby staff member took off his glasses and wiped away the tears he had been holding back. The song was called Sunny Day, but as he recorded it, rain was falling in his heart. He thought of a girl he had liked in high school. He really wanted to confess his feelings to her. But she was an excellent student, and he feared it might affect her studies. So, he decided to wait until after the college entrance exams to confess his feelings. He waited, and finally, the college entrance exams were over. He gathered all his courage and confessed his feelings to the girl. He just wanted to leave no regrets, but the result was unexpected. The girl actually agreed. He was overjoyed, took the girl's hand, and roamed every corner of the high school campus without restraint. However, when the college entrance exam results were released, he only got into a second-tier university, while the girl was admitted to a prestigious university. They had to part ways. On the first day of school, he saw her off at the train station and said, "Being apart doesn't matter, we'll always be together." The girl smiled and waved, saying goodbye. Years later, he finally understood why she had said bye instead of goodbye. Goodbye means see you again. Bye means never seeing each other again. Like this slightly overweight staff member, there were many others. Some were men, some were women, some were mature, some were young, some wept uncontrollably, others shed silent tears. After drifting in Beijing for so many years, they thought they had forgotten the bitterness and hardships of the past. But after listening to Louis' Sunny Day, they were instantly transported back to the past, reminiscing about their youthful innocence and the beauty of those days. Who among us doesn't have a campus story? Some succeed, some fail, some persevere, some give up. Every outcome is touching. In fact, it wasn't just the staff who sighed, even Louis did. No wonder it's the song with the most comments ever. Its emotional impact is too strong. Louis took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Stepping out of the recording studio, Louis saw Lin Shuxue staring at him with reddened eyes. "What's wrong?" Louis' heart ached, and he rushed over to Lin Shuxue. "Nothing," Lin Shuxue shook her head and sniffed. Louis was taken aback. Even the goddess had moments when she had to blow her nose. "Here." Louis smiled and handed her a tissue. "Thanks." Lin Shuxue wiped away her tears, turned around, and blew her nose with her back to Louis before tossing the tissue into the trash can. "What a pity," Louis sighed deliberately. Lin Shuxue curiously asked, "What's a pity?" Louis looked regretful. "It's a pity I didn't take a photo of the goddess blowing her nose. That would have been your black history. You're asking for a beating." Lin Shuxue wrinkled her delicate nose and playfully punched Louis twice. Seeing Lin Shuxue cheer up, Louis also laughed heartily. Louis looked at Lin Shuxue, wanting to ask her why her eyes had turned red earlier, whether she had also thought of her first love from school. But he thought that since Lin Shushua's mood had just improved, asking her that question now would only make her unhappy again. So he ultimately swallowed the question. "What's wrong?" Lin Shuxue looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Nothing," Louis shook his head. "I was just wondering if you liked Sunny Day." "It's great." Lin Shuxue nodded eagerly. "I think Sunny Day might even be more popular than 7 Miles of Fragrance when it's released." "Really? That's good." Louis smiled and chatted with Lin Shuxue about various topics, but he didn't ask her why she had been crying earlier, whether it was because she had thought about her first love from school. After a while, the staff handed the USB drive to Louis, and he drove home with Lin Shuxue. In the car, Louis sent a message to Lu Siming, the product manager of Kugo. "The new song Sunny Day has been recorded. I'll send it to you shortly. Please get ready." Lin Shuxue plugged the USB drive into the USB port and played Sunny Day again. Listening to the melody and lyrics of Sunny Day, Lin Shuxue couldn't help but think back to her school days and the person she had once known there. He was tall and slender, sunny and handsome, and exceptionally talented. The first time she saw him, she was completely captivated. Later, at the freshman orientation meeting, she finally learned his name, Louis. Chapter 32, Blood Loss? 5th update. Kugo headquarters, conference room. Lu Siming was sitting there, listening to General Manager Shen Wanhao speak eloquently. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound rang out. The entire conference room fell silent. Everyone, including Shen Wanhao, turned to look at Lu Siming. During a meeting, turning off your phone is the bare minimum. Lu Siming didn't even set his phone to silent. Wasn't he asking for trouble? "Lu, what's going on?" Shen Wanhao furrowed his brows, his voice growing cold. Lu Siming forced himself to explain. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin. I added Louis as a WeChat friend yesterday and was worried about missing his messages, so I forgot to turn my phone to silent mode. Upon hearing it was because of Louis, Shin Wanhao's expression softened slightly. He waved his hand. Since it's work-related, I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again. Speaking of Louis, has he contacted you about the new song? Lu Siming scratched his nose awkwardly and said. Mr. Shin, it was Louis who just messaged me about the new song. Really? Shin Wanhao perked up. Did he say how the new song is coming along? Has he finished a tenth of it yet? Lu Siming handed his phone to Shin Wanhao. Louis said the new song has already been recorded. Shin Wanhao's expression froze. He only finished the intro yesterday, and today he's already finished writing it and even recorded it? Unbelievably, Shin Wanhao took Lu Siming's phone and looked at it. His eyes widened in disbelief. Louis actually said he de-recorded the new song. In just one day, he finished the lyrics, composed the music, arranged the track, and recorded it? That's way too fast. Louis must be rushing to finish, and ended up writing a terrible song, right? Someone muttered under their breath. Upon hearing this, Shin Wanhao's expression also changed drastically. A song written in just one day was indeed likely to be a terrible one. No, not just likely, it's definitely a terrible song. Many of the songs currently on the charts, though also terrible, have at least been polished over the course of 10 days or half a month. Louis wrote it in just one day. Who would believe it's not a terrible song? Shin Wanhao sat in his chair, his face dark, seething with anger. The intro Louis sent over was actually quite catchy if polished properly. The new song might not have been much worse than 7 Miles Fragrance. But Louis chose to half-ass it, finishing the entire song in just one day. Isn't that ruining that excellent intro as well? Shin Wanhao was utterly disappointed in Louis. Even the report in his hands, which represented a significant opportunity, couldn't arouse his interest. After a while, Shin Wanhao finally stood up again with the report in hand. Just as Shin Wanhao was about to announce the contents of the report. Ding dong! Another WeChat notification sounded. Everyone turned to look at Lu Siming with pity in their eyes. Earlier, Mr. Shin had been very impressed with Louis. You said you were waiting for Louis's news, and Mr. Shin forgave you. But now that Mr. Shin is disappointed in Louis, you dare not even silence your phone? Aren't you asking for trouble? Xiao Lu, who is it this time? Shin Wanhao's face was as dark as a storm cloud. Lu Siming was so scared he lowered his head and stammered. Mr. Shin, it's Louis. He sent the new song. Shin Wanhao's expression grew even more grim. However, having held the position of general manager for so many years, he managed to keep his temper and simply said, "Play it for me to hear." Lu Siming downloaded the file Louis had sent and clicked play. As the melody played, Shin Wanhao, Lu Siming, and the other senior executives in the conference room all stared wide-eyed. When the last note faded away, the conference room remained completely silent. Everyone was still savoring the song that had stirred their emotions. What's the name of this song? After a long pause, Shin Wanhao asked in a hoarse voice. The song is called Clear Sky. Lu Siming replied. Sunny Day? Shin Wanhao tugged at the corner of his mouth. The song is called Sunny Day, but it's about a rainy day. How clever. Truly clever. After calming his turbulent emotions, Shin Wanhao said to Lu Siming. After the meeting, contact Louis immediately. For this song Sunny Day, as long as the price doesn't exceed the cost of the sheet music, whatever he asks for, we'll pay. Got it. Lu Siming nodded excitedly. Alright, let's continue the meeting. Shin Wanhao's face once again broke into a smile as he held up the report and said. As everyone knows, Kugo, Jin, and Wang Yun are collectively known as the big three of the music industry in Longhua. However, among the three, Kugo ranks last. Why are we at the bottom? Because we have the smallest market share. What data directly reflects market share? The number of daily active users, abbreviated as DAU. Last week, our Kugo DAU was still far behind Jin and Wang Yun. However, on the last day of last week, which was yesterday, because we acquired the exclusive copyright to Louis' 7 Miles Fragrance, our Kugo DAU surged by nearly 10 million. At one point, we even surpassed Jin and became the music app with the highest DAU. What does this indicate? It not only demonstrates that the value of 7 Miles Fragrance is greater than our previous estimates but also highlights the immense value of Louis. Therefore, spending 1.5 million to acquire the exclusive copyright for 7 Miles of Fragrance and securing Louis' friendship was an absolutely correct decision. We must continue to maintain a good relationship with Louis. With his support, Kugo may not surpass QQ Music, but we have a very good chance of surpassing NetCloud and becoming the second largest player among the three giants. As Shin Wanhao spoke eloquently, the applause in the Kugo conference room continued unabated. In contrast, the atmosphere in Chin's office was much more subdued. Where's the product manager? Stand up. The Chin CEO barked coldly. A middle-aged man with a large belly and a double chin immediately stood up, trembling. What's going on? Sheen's general manager demanded, "I need an explanation." The product manager stammered, "Manager, it's all Yi Hongmin's fault." Sheen general manager snorted, "Yi Hongmin? Where is he? Bring him to the conference room." 2 minutes later, Yi Hongmin walked into the meeting room, drenched in cold sweat. "General manager, you called for me?" The product manager demanded, "How much did you offer Louis yesterday?" Yi Hongmin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. 60,000. 60,000? Sheen general manager slammed the table. "Do you know how much Kugo offered? 150,000. Kugo is the weakest of the three giants in terms of financial strength, yet they offered 150,000, and we only offered 60,000. Yi Hongmin, do you want the industry to laugh at Sheen?" Yi Hongmin's legs trembled uncontrollably. "General manager, it's not like that. I offered 60,000 because Louis' 7 Miles fragrance is indeed only worth that much. If Kugo spends 150,000 on Louis' 7 Miles fragrance, they'll definitely be losing money. A huge loss?" The Sheen Music general manager's face darkened as he threw the report he was holding at Yi Hongmin's face. "Take a good look at this." Chapter 33, Reaping What One Sows. Yi Hongmin picked up the scattered reports in a daze. When he saw that Kugo's daily active users had surged by 10 million the previous day, with the highest daily active users exceeding Sheen's, Yi Hongmin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "How is this possible?" Yi Hongmin exclaimed in disbelief. The only action Kugo had taken yesterday was to acquire the exclusive copyright to Louis' 7 Miles of fragrance. Therefore, the sudden surge of 10 million daily active users on Kugo yesterday must also be due to Louis' 7 Miles of fragrance. But that doesn't make any sense. Louis' 7 Miles of fragrance is indeed a good song and has some popularity, but there's no way it could have driven nearly 10 million users to Kugo in just one day. How is that possible? The portly Sheen Music general manager, with a grim expression, approached Yi Hongmin. "Do you know that last night, literary professor Shimuji praised Louis' 7 Fragrant Flowers lyrics, and music professor Chen Kedon praised Louis' 7 Fragrant Flowers composition and arrangement? Last night, 4 of the top 4 trending topics on Weibo were related to Louis' 7 Fragrant Flowers?" Yi Hongmin actually went to bed very late last night. But earlier, he had seen posts on Weibo praising Louis' 7 Mile fragrance, and he was so angry he didn't want to look at Weibo anymore. So when he heard the general manager's words, he was so surprised he gaped in disbelief. Shimujin and Chen Kedon are 2 big shots. The kind of big shots you couldn't hire no matter how much money you offered. Yet these 2 big shots were praising Louis' 7 Miles of fragrance? Yi Hongmin's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Only now did he finally realize that the value of Louis' 7 Mile fragrance seemed far greater than he had estimated. "Yi Hongmin, you've disappointed me," the Sheen CEO said coldly. Was this a dismissal? Yi Hongmin's face turned pale with fear, and he immediately pleaded. "General manager, please give me another chance. I promise I'll work my hardest from now on." The Sheen CEO sneered. "Work your hardest? Yi Hongmin, even if you work yourself to death, the value you bring to QEN wouldn't match a single line of lyrics from Louis. You, pack your things and get out." Yi Hongmin was struck speechless. He had worked at Sheen for many years and was on the verge of promotion. Instead, he was fired for looking down on Louis. At that moment, Yi Hongmin regretted it deeply. If he could go back in time, he would never have undercut Louis again. After leaving the meeting room, Yi Hongmin was completely devastated. The general manager of Q Sound looked at the product manager and said, "Contact Louis immediately. We must secure the rights to his next song." The product manager dared not disobey and was about to nod in agreement when his phone screen lit up. He picked it up to see that it was a message from a subordinate. Kugo's official Weibo just announced that Louis' second song is about to be released on Kugo. The product manager was so startled that his hands trembled, and the phone clattered onto the table. "What is going on?" the Sheen CEO asked impatiently. The product manager stammered, "Louis' second song has already been sold to Kugo, and it will be released on Kugo today." "What?" The Sheen Music general manager slammed his hands on the conference table, glaring at the product manager like a furious wild boar. The product manager, terrified, quickly lowered his head and stammered, "Mr. General Manager, you don't need to worry too much. Maybe Louis' second song is a terrible song." The others in the meeting room chimed in, "That's right, General Manager. Louis has been working on this for 3 years. He managed to come up with 7 Miles of fragrance, which is already a miracle. He couldn't possibly write another good song." The Sheen Music general manager's cold gaze swept over the product manager. "I hope so. If Louis' second song is on the same level as 7 Miles fragrance, you'll be out of here too." The product manager sighed in relief. The general manager had said it was on the same level as 7 Miles of fragrance, which clearly meant he still wanted to keep him around. After all, a masterpiece like 7 Mile fragrance was a once-in-a-lifetime creation. Louis couldn't possibly write another one in such a short time. Just as the product manager's lips curled into a smile, his subordinate sent another WeChat message. "Kugo has released Louis' new song. The title is Sunny Day. General Manager, the product manager exclaimed excitedly, Lui's new song Sunny Day is now available on Kugo. Let's listen to it and see how it compares. The Chin Music General Manager nodded and said, play it for us to listen. The product manager clicked into Kugo without even searching for Lui, and immediately saw a highly prominent spot on the Kugo music interface that read, Lui's Sunny Day, come and listen. They sure acted fast. The product manager sneered and clicked on it, then started playing the song. Result. Not even the first line of lyrics appeared. Just the intro alone caused the product manager's expression to change drastically. No, this can't be happening. The product manager was sweating profusely. Having risen to this position, he couldn't possibly not recognize how excellent the intro to Sunny Day was. Maybe it's just the intro that's good? The product manager tried to reassure himself, recalling examples from the past where the intro was great but the entire song was terrible. The little yellow flower of the story. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. But in the end you seemed to say goodbye. After hearing the last line of the lyrics, the product manager's face turned pale. From a musician's perspective, he wanted to say, damn it, how could this be so good? But from the perspective of a Chin product manager, he could only think, damn it, how can it be so good? This is the song you called terrible? The Chin CEO stared at the product manager, his jowls trembling. After a long pause, the Chin CEO walked over to the product manager and whispered, you've been with me for so long, and I don't want to fire you. That's why I said earlier that if Lui's new song is as good as 7 Miles Fragrance, I'll fire you. But who the hell could have predicted that Lui's new song isn't just as good as 7 Miles Fragrance, but even better? However, if you hadn't publicly announced that Sunny Day was released on Kugo or played it publicly, I could have saved you. But you went and did those things in public, so I have no choice but to fire you. Otherwise, I won't be able to face the others. The product manager was speechless and tearful. He never expected Lui to be so talented. Jiangnan Villa. Lui lay on the bed, reading the text message he had just received, his lips curling into a smile. When Lin Shuxue drove back, he had already received a call from Lu Siming of Kugu. Lu Siming told him directly, the exclusive copyright for Sunny Day, name your price. He thought for a moment and named a figure, and Lu Siming agreed immediately. And that number was 3 million. Now, the 3 million has already been transferred. At this moment, his account balance now stands at 450 million. 450 million. Lui couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he dared not even imagine such a number. Yet now, he had earned it all in just 2 days. Lui looked at his account balance and began to ponder. Now that I have money, what should I do next? Chapter 34, Returning in Armor. While Lui was thinking, across Longhua, one person after another saw Kugo post on Weibo that Lui's new song had been released. They hurriedly clicked into Kugo to listen to the new song by Lui, the creator of the masterpiece 7 Miles of Fragrance, wondering what level his new song would be. The song title is Sunny Day. It must be a cheerful style song, right? Many people thought the same, putting on their headphones to listen. 5 minutes later, the first group to listen to Sunny Day quietly took off their headphones. They leaned against the window, looking out at the sunny sky, but their hearts were raining. The song title is Sunny Day, but it sounds like a rainy day. You tricked us into listening, Lui, you're something else. Some people cried and laughed, and after a while, they dared to listen to it again. Then came the third time, the fourth time. Even though listening to Sunny Day made their hearts ache, they kept playing it on repeat. The reason was simple, though Sunny Day was sad, it touched the heart. Moreover, the lyrics and composition of Sunny Day far surpassed the songs on the music charts. So, after being captivated by such a masterpiece as Sunny Day, how could they possibly listen to those mediocre songs? Everyone is constantly looping Sunny Day. At the same time, more and more people are tuning into Kugo to listen to Sunny Day. Each note, each lyric, strikes the softest part of their hearts, pulling them back to their carefree youth. Countless people are holding back tears while writing their feelings in the comments section. Senior year, when we first met. You were the transfer student, and the teacher had you sit next to me. From initially disliking each other, we gradually became the best deskmates through mutual help. One day, you invited me to your hometown. We ran on the fields filled with small yellow flowers, and the sunlight was endless. I thought that day would be the beginning of our story, but it turned out to be the end. Zhang Yang Yang, do you know? I still think of you. On that rainy day, in the bustling commercial street, couples were holding hands under the eaves to avoid the rain, while we were saying goodbye. The wind gradually blew us apart, and I suddenly saw a teddy bear in the glass display window. It was your favorite. I don't know why, but I decided to buy it for you. I held it tightly and ran like a madman. I finally saw you, standing on the other side of the street. I shouted your name as loud as I could, but a bus drove by, drowning out my voice. When the bus drove away, you were already gone. Maybe that's what regret is, youth. You were outgoing, with eyes as bright as the sun on a clear day. When you smiled, you were so handsome, as if there was no obstacle you couldn't overcome. You were diligent and studious, and you were also great at basketball. But that day, the rain fell from your eyes, which were once as bright as the sun on a clear day. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you until the end. One comment after another, recording one after another, reckless, beautiful, yet regretful youth. Of course, such lengthy comments are relatively rare. More common are more direct emotional outbursts. Li Fei, I still miss you. How are you doing now? Zhang Yunfeng, you idiot, would you still call me crying and saying you miss me now? Shen Yuer, I hope you have a good future, as good as the stars and the sea. If I were there, it would be even better. Lei Yu, do you know you lost me? Of course, there are also some innocent, childlike confessions. Xiao Zihan, I love you. I hope we can be together forever. Shin Haoshuan, I declare my love for you. We must always be happy. Lu Sini, I will love you for 10,000 years. All sorts of comments quickly flooded the comments section. Many comments were liked and became popular. Most of the popular comments were lengthy reflections on the regrets of youth. However, the most liked comment was from a netizen who quoted a passage from writer Ni Ening's "Give me a reason to put on my armor and fight again. Only the summer of students is truly summer the long, patience testing summer vacation, eating watermelon in an air-conditioned room, going to the library with the boy you like to study, then falling asleep on the desk. Climbing out of the pool, returning home smelling of bleach, guessing that tonight's dinner will be salted soybean sprouts. Time drags on like the deep shade of a tree. But for adults, summer is just those days when it's hot. This passage doesn't reminisce, doesn't shout, doesn't confess, and doesn't seem to regret anything. But just as in Sunny Day, where there are no sunny days, only rainy days, this passage is filled with regret, written in words that seem devoid of regret. Reading these words and listening to the little yellow flowers in Sunny Day, tears unconsciously well up. In fact, the netizen who quoted Ni Ening's words added another passage at the end. The quote above is my tribute to my youth. The words below are what I want to say to Ludi. Lude, I'm actually not someone who likes to read books, and I have no interest in reading at all. But yesterday, when I passed by a bookstore, I happened to see this book, Give Me a Reason to Put on My Armor and Charge Again, and suddenly felt an urge to buy it. Why did I feel this urge? It's not because I suddenly developed a love for reading, but because I thought of Ludi, who returned after 3 years of silence. Ludi, since you stepped back from the spotlight and disappeared without a trace for 3 years, I don't know how many times I've been asked, who is your idol? At first, I could proudly say that my idol was Ludi. But as I faced one disdainful glance after another, I began to hesitate to answer. Ludi, I almost forgot about you, forgot about the Lu family army. But then you came back with 7 Miles of Fragrance and Sunny Day. I guess this must be fate. That book is called Give Me a Reason to Put on My Armor and Charge Again, and now you've given me that reason. Let me once again don the armor of the Lu family army and charge into battle. Finally, Ludi, please keep going. We, the Lu family army, will always support you. After reading this fan's words, every member of the Lu family army was moved to tears. 3 years had passed, and they hadn't felt such emotion in 3 whole years. Over the past 3 years, they had heard countless rumors and gossip about Louis. From initial anger to eventual helplessness, they had experienced too much heartache. Out of necessity, they had to bury Louis's name deep within their hearts. As for the name Lu family army, they dared not even mention it. 3 years have passed, and the Lu family army insignia have rusted, even beginning to decay. But then Louis suddenly said, I'm back. So they polished the badges and raised the banner with the character Lu once more. Since you have returned, we will follow you. Lude, you have given us a reason to don our armor and take up arms. We will fight for you and clear the skies. Someone posted this message under Louis's Weibo. Then, Lude, you have given us a reason to don our armor and take up arms. We will fight for you until we clear the sky of darkness. Lude, you've given us a reason to don our armor and take up arms. We'll fight for you until we clear the sky. Lude, you have given us a reason to don our armor and take up arms. We will fight for you until we clear the sky of darkness. Lude, you've given us a reason to don our armor and take up arms. We'll fight for you until we clear the sky. Lude, you have given us a reason to don our armor and take up arms. We will fight for you until we clear the sky of darkness. One after another, members of the Lu family army returned in armor. Chapter 35, For Records Broken Third Update. As time passed and the Lu family army took action, the listening numbers for Clear Sky skyrocketed. In less than half a day, it surpassed Zhang Xian's Because I Love You and climbed to the second spot on the Kugo New Songs Rising chart. At the same time, alongside 7 Miles of Fragrance, it broke into the top 10 of Kugo's popular gold songs chart. At dusk, Louis' Sunny Day reached the 10th spot on Weibo's trending topics. At 7:34 p.m., Louis' Sunny Day reached the 3rd spot on Weibo's trending topics. At 8:57 p.m., Louis' Sunny Day reached the top of Weibo's trending topics. At 9:46 p.m., Louis' Sunny Day reached 1 billion on Kugo Music, breaking the platform's record and topping the Kugo Pop Gold Songs chart. Online, the buzz was electric. Weibo Hot Search Chart. Kugo New Songs Rising Chart. Kugo Pop Gold Songs Chart. Top 3 charts. Music value breaks the 100 million mark for the first time in history. This is Louis. Louis, the king is back. As the Liu family army was filled with passion, the legend continued. At 10:30 p.m., Kugo's official Weibo account released the latest data. Louis' Sunny Day reached 130 million music points, breaking the record he had previously set himself. Additionally, the number of comments for Louis' Sunny Day surpassed 10 million, setting another record, the fastest song to reach 10 million comments. At 23:20, Kugo's official Weibo account released another update. Louis' Sunny Day music value reached 150 million, once again breaking the record he had previously set. Furthermore, the number of comments for Louis' Sunny Day surpassed 12 million, once again breaking the record for the fastest growing number of comments. At 23:59, Kugo's official Weibo account updated the data for the third time. Louis' Sunny Day music value surpassed the 200 million mark, once again breaking the record he had previously set. Furthermore, the number of comments for Louis' Sunny Day has surpassed 15 million, once again breaking the record for the fastest growing number of comments. Seeing these posts on Kugo's official Weibo, Lou's fans couldn't help but laugh out loud. Breaking 4 records in a single day, with 3 of them being records he set himself. Maybe that's just our Lou De. Congratulations to Lou De for breaking the record. What? He broke his own record again? Well, that's fine then. It's been exactly 40 minutes since Lou De last broke the record. That's way too long. Haha, breaking records is as easy as drinking water for Lou De. There's really no one like him. When others break a record, they have to notify all their relatives. Lou De, on the other hand, doesn't even post a Weibo. Well, Lou De has been through so much over the past 3 years. Can his mental resilience even compare to an ordinary person's? Actually, it's not surprising. Think about it, if you were Lou De, breaking your own records, would you feel excited? That's got a bit of a Versailles vibe to it. In fact, if Louis knew that he had broken 4 records in a single day, he would definitely feel excited, even if he didn't tell his extended family. But the key is, Louis didn't know about this situation. Because after returning to the villa, Louis was lying in bed thinking about how to spend the 4.5 million, when he suddenly heard a loud crash downstairs. Louis jumped out of bed and rushed downstairs as fast as he could. He saw Lin Shuxue crouching on the ground with her hands clutching her stomach, surrounded by shattered glass cups. After asking what happened, he found out that Lin Shuxue was having her period and wanted to pour herself a cup of hot water. However, her menstrual cramps were severe, and every time they occurred, she would be in so much pain that she couldn't even stand up. So when she picked up the glass, her hands went weak and it fell to the ground. After saying that, Lin Shuxue actually tried to pick up the glass shards from the floor. Louis dared not let her do that. Without a word, he picked her up and carried her upstairs, laying her on the bed. He then went downstairs to sweep up the glass shards, boiled some ginger and brown sugar soup for her, and went to the supermarket to buy 2 electric hot water bottles. Holding the hot water bottles and the ginger and brown sugar soup, he went upstairs, placed the soup by Lin Shushue's bedside, and then went to charge the hot water bottles. Lin Shuxue suddenly said, "Aren't you going to feed me?" Louis was taken aback, thinking, "Do I have to feed her?" Lin Shuxue said again, "I can't even hold the glass steady. If you don't feed me, how am I supposed to drink?" Louis picked up the bowl, took the spoon, and fed Lin Shuxue. But he forgot to blow on the first spoonful, nearly burning Lin Shushue's lips. Louis felt both heartbroken for Lin Shuxue and annoyed at his own carelessness. But Lin Shuxue wasn't upset at all. She said, "It's okay. As long as you're feeding me, it doesn't matter if it's hot." This made Louis so happy his heart almost melted. After finally getting Lin Shuxue to finish the ginger and brown sugar soup, he placed the 2 heated water bottles, one at her feet and the other for her to hold in her arms, both fully charged. After doing all this, Louis thought everything should be fine now. But Lin Shuxue pulled his hand and refused to let go. He asked her what she wanted, but she didn't say a word, just held his hand and looked at him. With no choice, he sat back down at the bedside, and Lin Shuxue finally gave him a little smile. Then Lin Shuxue held his hand tightly and fell into a deep sleep. She slept straight through until evening. Louis then started cooking, washing dishes, and chatting with Lin Shuxue. By 10 o'clock at night, Lin Shuxue fell asleep again. Lin Shuxue still held onto his hand tightly, and his phone was downstairs, so he could only sit there for an hour and a half. When Lin Shuxue finally fell asleep, he gently prized her hand open, placed it under the blanket, and tucked her in. He had planned to go downstairs to get his phone and then return to his room to rest, but he noticed the dirty clothes Lin Shuxue had left beside her. Thinking back to how Lin Shuxue had been in so much pain that she couldn't even stand up earlier that afternoon, yet still went to pick up the glass shards, Louis couldn't help but worry that she would try to wash the clothes again once she woke up tomorrow. So Louis took Lin Shushue's dirty clothes to wash them. Of course, he didn't touch her underwear. After washing and hanging the clothes to dry, Louis was wiping the sweat off his forehead, feeling quite accomplished, when he caught a glimpse of the washing machine out of the corner of his eye. Louis's lips twitched. He had always washed clothes by hand, so he had completely forgotten about the washing machine. When Louis kicked the washing machine and picked up his phone, it was already midnight. Louis had no desire to play with his phone anymore and went straight back to bed. Little did Louis know what was happening online. His fans were also unaware of his situation, waiting, but he never updated his Weibo. However, Louis's performance in Sunny Day was outstanding, and his fans were so excited they couldn't sleep. What should they do? Why don't we go and scold the music fanatics? Someone suggested in the fan group. Chapter 36, Bareface 4th Update. It's so late, and we're going to go insult someone? I think that's a great idea. Ha, that's so mean, but I like it. Alright, music fanatics, oh wait, music fanatics on Weibo, see you there. So, many sleepless Lu family army members flocked to the Music Madman's Weibo page. Music Mad Dog, didn't you say before that Lu D could only write one song, 7 Fragrant Flowers? What about this song, Sunny Day? Are you going to lie through your teeth and say that Sunny Day isn't worth mentioning, that even your grandmother could write it? Music Mad Dog, your grandmother is getting old. Why don't you write it yourself? By the way, do you write songs without paper and pen, just by typing on the keyboard? After all, you're just a keyboard warrior. Keyboard warrior? Don't insult keyboard warriors. This guy should be called a keyboard dog. Music Mad Dog, stop pretending to be dead. Come out and bark a few times. You like barking like a dog, so why are you playing dead now? One comment after another, one private message after another, left Music Madman Dong Dashin's face burning so hot he could fry an egg on it. Dong Dashin never expected that Louis had actually written a song that could rival, or even surpass, 7 Miles of Fragrance, and so quickly. Louis's Sunny Day had completely humiliated him. Dong Dashin had actually considered doing it again, lying through his teeth and harshly criticizing Sunny Day as not as good as 7 Mile Fragrance. After all, while Sunny Day is indeed excellent, it hasn't yet been praised by Shimoju and Shinketten. From that angle, insisting that Sunny Day is inferior to 7 Mile Fragrance could be justified. But after much deliberation, Dong Dashin dared not do it. Shimoju and Shinketten had already praised 7 Mile Fragrance once. Would it be so hard to praise Clear Sky again? If he dared to speak such nonsense, it wouldn't just be his face getting swollen, it would be completely shattered. Dong Dashin lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, as he was being bombarded by comments and private messages. Dong Dashin hadn't slept at all the previous night, and if he didn't sleep today, given his physical condition, he might just drop dead. After much deliberation, Dong Dashin finally mustered the courage to post on Weibo. First, I would like to apologize to Mr. Lu E and his fans. Yesterday, I made a series of inappropriate comments about Mr. Lu E's song 7 Miles of Fragrance, which caused harm to Mr. Lu E and his fans. I sincerely say, I'm sorry. The criticism of 7 Miles of Fragrance was my mistake. I will be more cautious and careful in judging a song in the future. I also wish Mr. Lu Yi's new song Sunny Day continued success. Finally, I apologize once again and hope everyone will forgive me. Upon seeing Dong Dashin's apology on Weibo, Lu's fans were taken aback. They never expected Dong Dashin to actually apologize. After all, Dong Dashin had never apologized before. Netizens were also amazed. Is this the fighting power of the Lu family's army? They even made a Music Madman apologize. That's too intense. The Lu family army's combat power isn't just for show. 3 years ago, they were truly an invincible force. Now, they're probably not even a tenth of their former glory. The Lu family army is powerful, but Dong Dashin apologizing isn't just because of them. The real reason he apologized is probably because he realized how talented Lu E is. That's true. In the past, Dong Dashin also insulted a few popular singers, and they were all criticized so badly that their mothers wouldn't recognize them. But they didn't apologize either. Now he's apologizing to Louis because, at the end of the day, Louis is truly talented. Dong Dashin knows that Louis will definitely become famous in the future, and if he doesn't apologize now, he'll definitely be held accountable by Louis later. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock woke Louis. Louis got out of bed, changed into his clothes, washed his face, brushed his teeth, then heated some milk and fried an egg. Lin Shuxue liked runny yolk eggs, but Louis didn't, so he had never fried them before. After several attempts, he finally managed to fry the eggs with runny yolks. He brought the fried eggs and milk to the table. Louis had planned to call Lin Shuxue downstairs to wake her up and have breakfast, but he was worried that she might still be as weak as yesterday and unable to get out of bed and come downstairs, so he went back upstairs to her room. Shuxue, it's time to get up and have breakfast. Louis knocked on the door while calling out softly. Whom? From inside the room, came the sound of Lin Shuxue waking up. Although Louis couldn't see her, he could imagine the scene. Lin Shuxue had been woken up by the noise, mumbled something, and then turned over to continue sleeping. If you're still tired, you can sleep a little longer. Oh, and if your stomach still hurts, plug in the hot water bottle. Louis didn't insist that Lin Shuxue get up, he just gave her a quick reminder before heading downstairs. However, after taking just a few steps, he heard footsteps. Squeak. Lin Shuxue opened the door and peeked out. Did you make breakfast? She wasn't wearing any makeup, her hair was a mess, and she stared at Louis with wide eyes, both confused and excited. Louis had never seen Lin Shuxue like this before. Ever since he first met Lin Shuxue 2 days ago, the Lin Shuxue in his mind had always been meticulously made up, stunningly beautiful. But the Lin Shuxue before him now was completely makeup-free. However, Lin Shuxue didn't look ugly without makeup. Louis felt that the makeup-free Lin Shuxue had a unique beauty of her own. If the made-up Lin Shuxue was the mature, aloof, and sophisticated older sister type, then the makeup-free Lin Shuxue is the pure and adorable campus goddess style. Lin Shuxue noticed Louis staring intently at her and realized she hadn't put on any makeup yet. Ah! Lin Shushue's scream was so loud it nearly pierced Louis's eardrums. With a loud bang, Lin Shuxue slammed the door shut. She was confident in her looks and knew she was just as beautiful without makeup. But the problem was her hair was a mess. And she was wearing her pajamas. And her pajamas were in disarray. If Louis saw her like this, he would definitely think she was a slob. Oh no, what should I do now? Lin Shuxue paced back and forth in the room, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Louis heard the commotion inside the room and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Hurry up and come eat breakfast. If you don't eat breakfast, it'll get cold. If it gets cold, I'll be in trouble. If I'm in trouble, I won't make it for you again." What? Lin Shushue's heart skipped a beat. No. Wait for me, just a moment. This was the first time Louis had made breakfast for her, and she had to eat it. Sitting in front of the mirror, she quickly combed her hair, changed out of her pajamas, and chose a floral print long dress before finally stepping out the door. Louis looked at Lin Shuxue in her simple makeup and long dress and froze, his heart skipping a beat. The current Lin Shuxue perfectly matched all his fantasies about the campus goddess. Under Louis's intense gaze, Lin Shushue's face flushed with embarrassment. As their eyes met, an unusual emotion began to spread between them. Chapter 37, Invitation 5th Update. As the emotions intensified, Louis and Lin Shuxue grew closer and closer. Lin Shushue's heart races, and she tiptoes forward, leaning toward Louis's lips. The little yellow flower of the story has been floating since the year I was born, the swing of childhood. Lin Shushue's phone suddenly rang. The spreading emotions shattered instantly. Lin Shuxue and Louis's dazed eyes snapped back to reality. The two continued to gaze at each other, though now with a touch of awkwardness. Someone's calling you. Louis, seeing that Lin Shuxue didn't respond, spoke up to remind her. Lin Shuxue steeled herself, didn't look to see who was calling, and rejected the call directly. The ringtone faded away, and Lin Shuxue smiled. You must have heard wrong. No one called me. Louis. Can she really do that? The atmosphere seemed to be building up again. Then, the little yellow flower in the story. Louis couldn't help but laugh and cry, taking a step back and saying, "You should answer the phone first." Lin Shushue's forehead was covered in black lines. This was completely hopeless. Watching Louis go downstairs, Lin Shuxue could only pick up her phone and look at it. The caller ID read, "Best friend Shin Yuri." Lin Shuxue felt an urge to clench her fists and punch Shin Yuri. "Yuri, why didn't you call earlier or later? Why now of all times?" Lin Shuxue leaned against the door, pouting and complaining. What's wrong?" A chill ran through Shin Yuri's heart. "You weren't planning on doing that with Louis, were you?" Lin Shushue's forehead was covered in black lines. "It's just a kiss." "Kissing?" Shin Yuri reacted even more strongly. "You've still got your screen kiss virginity. How could you do that with Louis Sai? Even if you're going to do it with Louis, you can't do it now." Lin Shuxue was both annoyed and amused, and could only sigh helplessly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. All right, let us not talk about this anymore. Why did you call so urgently?" Shin Yuri got back to the point and said, "Did you see the Weibo post? The Singing King 2021 show has launched a voting activity." Lin Shuxue was confused. A voting activity? Shin Yuri explained, "In the next episode of Singing King 2021, they're going to invite a singer to challenge the contestants, right? The production team is letting netizens vote to decide which singer should be invited." What does that have to do with me?" Lin Shuxue asked. "It doesn't concern you, but it does concern your Louis," Shin Yuri said with a smirk. "Louis?" Lin Shuxue looked surprised. "Are you saying that Louis is listed among the singers in The Voice of China 2021? Shin Yuri said, "Yes, not only is your Louis on the list, but he's currently leading by a wide margin." "Really? That's amazing." Lin Shuxue jumped up in excitement. The Singing King 2021 is the sequel to The Singing King. The original Singing King had 7 seasons, each with high ratings. After a 3-year hiatus, fans speculated wildly. Now, Singing King 2021 is back, with every episode airing live, instantly going viral online. A few days ago, the first episode of The Singing King 2021 concluded, with viewership ratings soaring to unprecedented levels, breaking all-time records and becoming the most attention-grabbing variety show in a decade. As a result, every singer is desperate to secure a spot on the Voice of China 2021 stage. Forget about making it to the finals or winning the championship, just appearing on The Voice 2021 would attract a massive following and boost one's fanbase significantly. If Louis could appear on Singing King 2021, it would be a huge advantage. Louis is currently riding high online thanks to his hits 7 Miles Fragrance and Sunny Day. But this is not enough to declare that Louis has truly returned. Because in the entertainment industry, appearing without showing your face is meaningless. Therefore, Louis must wait for an opportunity to appear on a show to truly make his comeback to the entertainment industry. After returning to the entertainment industry, Louis can sign with a company, release an album, and gradually climb to greater heights. Lin Shuxue believes that with Louis' current talent, as long as he appears on Singing King 2021 and gains exposure, his future path will be smooth sailing. It won't be long before he returns to his former status 3 years ago, and this isn't the end. If Louis can maintain his current level of creativity, the future of the music industry in manhwa may very well be dominated by him. And to achieve all of this, the most crucial step is to step onto the stage of Singing King 2021. Just enjoy it while you can. Louis' appearance on Singing King 2021 is a done deal. Shin Yudi sighed on the other end of the phone. Well, it's not that certain yet, is it? Lin Shuxue said. Although Louis is currently very popular, his die-hard fans are still relatively few in the entire entertainment industry. And when it comes to voting, it's all about the number of die-hard fans. Not certain? My dear, just check Weibo and you'll see. Shin Yudi replied impatiently, the 5 people listed for the online vote in Singing King 2021 are all unknowns with extremely low popularity, except for Louis. Why would the show do this? Is it because they didn't know Louis was so popular again? Clearly not. The show is just going through the motions of a vote, openly telling everyone, we're inviting Louis to come and challenge the others. Lin Shuxue heard this and her heart finally settled. But why did the Singing King 2021 production team do this? Is it because of a 7 Miles Fragrance? Lin Shuxue asked in confusion. Shin Yudi rolled her eyes dramatically. My dear, don't you know that last night, Louis' Sunny Day almost blew the roof off the venue? Seeing that Lin Shuxue seemed genuinely unaware, Shin Yudi described how incredible Louis' Sunny Day was. In just one day, he broke 4 records, and all the charts on Kuga were dominated by Louis' Sunny Day. Louis' current popularity if Singing King 2021 doesn't invite him, they're the ones who'll be the little cuties. Hearing this, Lin Shuxue was so excited her face turned red. Louis truly lived up to being the man she had chosen at first glance. Sis, what is wrong with you? Didn't you check your phone yesterday? This time, Shin Yudi was the one who was confused. Lin Shuxue whispered, it's that time of the month. Your period? Shin Yudi was startled. Isn't it supposed to be another week? Lin Shuxue explained, I've been so busy lately that I haven't been sleeping well, so my cycle got messed up and came a week early. You. Shin Yudi said, I'll come over after work to take care of you. No need. Lin Shuxue hurriedly refused. Louis is taking care of me. Louis? Shin Yudi questioned, he's a straight guy. How would he take care of you? Lin Shuxue smiled sweetly, he does. He is taking such good care of me. After saying that, she saw Louis waving at her from below, signaling her to come down for breakfast. Lin Shuxue then said, Yudi, thank you for telling me this good news. I love you. Shin Yudi rolled her eyes, about to act all aloof, when she heard the beeping sound from the phone. That woman is way too much. Shin Yudi sighed. If things are like this now, what will happen if she really marries Louis in the future? Chapter 38, The Clothes Thief. Coming. Lin Shuxue ran downstairs with a smile, bent down to smell the fried eggs in the plate. It smells so good. It must be better than mine. Louis felt a bit proud inside, but pretended not to care and rolled his eyes. Eat quickly, or it'll get cold. Saying that, he lowered his head to eat the eggs on his own plate, a pleased smile curving his lips. Lin Shuxue chuckled, took a bite of the fried egg, chewed it slowly, and then raised her thumb in delight. It's really delicious. Louis, you're amazing. Lin Shuxue spoke, then took another big bite, looking at Louis with a satisfied smile. Louis smiled silently, keeping his head down. Lin Shuxue suddenly noticed that Louis' plate had several fried eggs, and her smile faded slightly. You only gave me 1 fried egg before. You must not have been full, right? Louis looked at Lin Shuxue's guilty expression and felt a pang of guilt. He hurriedly explained. You misunderstood. It's because I don't know how to fry runny yolk eggs, so I failed several times. But you can't just throw away the failed ones, that would be such a waste. So I put them all in my plate. Lin Shuxue's beautiful eyes lit up again. So Louis knew she liked runny yolk eggs and had tried making them for her multiple times. Thinking of this, Lin Shuxue's face flushed slightly, and her heart was filled with happiness. Oh, right. Lin Shuxue recalled what Shin Yudi had mentioned earlier. Did you know? Your song Sunny Day topped the charts on Kugo yesterday, breaking 4 records and even reaching the top of Weibo's trending list. Louis' pupils contracted slightly. He knew Sunny Day would be a hit, but he didn't expect it to become so popular so quickly. No wonder it's the song that once held the record for the most comments. As Louis was silently marveling, his eyes suddenly widened. After hearing the good news from Lin Shuxue, he got so excited that he ate his egg too quickly and choked. To avoid embarrassing himself in front of Lin Shuxue, Louis kept his head down and said nothing. Lin Shuxue saw that Louis wasn't even looking up, continuing to eat his fried egg, and the admiring glow in her eyes grew even brighter. If it were anyone else, hearing that their song had become a hit would surely make them jump for joy, right? But Louis remained unfazed, so calm. No wonder he's the man destined to return as a champion. He truly has the aura of a champion. Lin Shuxue gazed at Louis, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Then, Lin Shuxue also told Louis about the Song King 2021 competition. Is that so? Louis raised his eyebrows slightly, clearly surprised. The Singer 2021 has such a huge influence, so appearing on the Singer 2021 stage would be an excellent choice. Not only could she officially announce her comeback, but it would also further boost her popularity. Once popularity reaches its peak, he could collaborate with Star River Record Company to release both a physical album and a digital album. Louis believed that with the entertainment system, his first album would be a huge success, propelling him into the ranks of top-tier singers. At the same time, Star River Record Company could also return to its former glory. At that point, he would hold two identities, top-tier singer and owner of Star River Record Company. While his status might not yet match that of Lin Shuxue, it wouldn't be too far off. Thinking this, Louis's lips curled into a smile once more. Everything is heading in the right direction. After finishing breakfast, Louis was about to clear the dishes and go into the kitchen to wash them, but Lin Shuxue said, "You did it last time, so let me do it this time. Even though you like washing dishes, you can't always do it." Louis rolled his eyes. "Your relatives just arrived. You shouldn't touch cold water." Lin Shuxue defended herself. "I can use hot water." "Forget it." Louis snatched the plate from Lin Shuxue's hands. "What if you get too weak from the pain and break the dishes?" Lin Shuxue pouted and tried to grab the plate from Louis's hand. But Louis freed one hand, raised it as if to hit her, and Lin Shuxue instinctively pulled her hand back in fear. "You little brat." Louis smirked triumphantly. "Go back to your work." Watching Louis's back, Lin Shuxue's face lit up with a smile. If only life could continue like this forever, that would be wonderful. Hearing the sound of dishes being washed in the kitchen, Lin Shuxue remembered the dirty clothes she had changed out of yesterday and hadn't washed yet. She went upstairs to throw them into the washing machine. But she realized that she hadn't noticed when she woke up in the morning her clothes were gone. How could that happen? "I clearly put them on the chair." Lin Shuxue looked around everywhere but couldn't find the clothes she had taken off. A chill ran down her spine. Could there be a perverted thief stealing clothes? But that doesn't seem right? Aren't those perverts in the news only interested in underwear? Why did I end up with one who doesn't steal underwear? Could it be that they think the coat is valuable and plan to sell it? But if it's for money, why didn't they steal a phone or something more valuable once they were already inside? Lin Shuxue was completely baffled. At that moment, Louis knocked on the door twice, cleared his throat, and said, "Your clothes. I washed them for you last night. The undergarments, if you want to wash them, remember to use hot water. Don't touch cold water for the next few days." Lin Shuxue froze in place. The perverted thief she had imagined turned out to be Louis. Lin Shuxue couldn't help but laugh. She was so silly. This was the Jiangnan Villa district. How could there be a perverted thief sneaking in here? She tapped her forehead twice, and her smile turned into a happy one. Being taken care of by Louis was the happiest thing in her life. Lin Shuxue threw herself onto the bed and excitedly sent a message to Shen Yudi. "Yudi, Louis made me some runny yolk eggs. They were so delicious. He even washed my clothes last night. You wouldn't believe it. At first I thought a perverted thief had broken into my house." Ding dong. Shen Yudi, who was working, picked up her phone and saw the message. She was both annoyed and amused, and replied, "What is going on? There is no one in my office who is dating, so why can I smell the sour stench of love?" Putting down her phone, Shen Yudi looked at the computer in front of her and couldn't help but smile. Earlier, she had sensed the joy overflowing from Lin Shuxue's screen. Having known Lin Shuxue for so many years, this was the first time she had ever seen her this happy. "I hope Louis really is your happy ending." Shen Yudi silently sent her blessings before returning to work. Lin Shuxue rolled around on the bed a few times, then, once the excitement had subsided, she slipped on her slippers, picked up her underwear, and headed to the bathroom. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw a tall figure. "Ah!" Lin Shuxue was startled, dropping the underwear she was holding. Still shaken, she realized it was Louis standing at the door. "What are you doing here?" she asked, confused. Louis felt awkward. "I was just worried you might have another menstrual cramp and something might happen, so I thought I'd stay by the door for a while. If anything happened, I could help you right away. I didn't expect to scare you like that." Louis apologized with a smile, bending down to help Lin Shuxue pick up the items she had dropped on the ground. Chapter 39, Causing Trouble. As Louis bent down, he saw what Lin Shuxue had dropped on the ground. He froze in place. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his face turning red. Go wash your clothes first. Make sure to use hot water. With that, he turned and left. Lin Shuxue giggled, picked up her underwear, and walked into the laundry room. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Louis hesitated, then turned back and approached the laundry room door. What's wrong? Lin Shuxue looked at Louis and asked jokingly. You wouldn't be offering to wash it for me, would you? Louis quickly denied it 3 times. No, I'm not. Don't say that. He then explained. I was worried you'd faint in the laundry room. Lin Shuxue covered her mouth and smiled, feeling warm inside. While washing her underwear, Lin Shuxue asked. If you become the next contestant on Singing King 2021, which song will you sing? Sunny Day or 7 Miles of Fragrance? Louis leaned against the door and smiled. We'll see when it happens. Lin Shuxue put down the clothes she was holding and said seriously, that won't work. You have to know that from the time a challenger is invited to the show, to working with the band teachers, and getting familiar with the entire stage process, there's only 2 days. So if you wait until you get the invitation call to decide which song to sing and then rearrange the music, there won't be enough time. Only 2 days? Louis was slightly surprised. Then he understood. The production team divides contestants into directly invited singers and challenge singers. What's the difference between the two? A difference in ability? Of course not. If there were a significant gap in ability, the arrangement for challenge singers would be meaningless. Directly invited singers and challenge singers are determined by popularity and status. Directly invited singers definitely have higher popularity and status than challenge singers. Therefore, when invited singers face challengers, they will inevitably receive preferential treatment. The preferential treatment prepared by the production team for directly invited singers is designed to increase the difficulty for challenge singers. With only 2 days to prepare, this undoubtedly presents a huge challenge for the challengers. Therefore, challengers face an extremely challenging task in their attempts to defeat the direct invitees. Of course, risk and reward go hand in hand. The arrangement of challenge singers is intended to increase the program's buzz. If a challenger succeeds in their challenge, they will receive more attention and their popularity will rise more quickly. Therefore, Louis doesn't object to the show's arrangement. However, he is now struggling to decide which song to sing. On the surface, he has 2 popular songs, Sunny Day and 7 Miles Fragrance. Choosing between the 2 seems straightforward, so what's there to hesitate about? But in reality? Sunny Day and 7 Miles of Fragrance have brought him millions of reputation points, which can be converted into tens of thousands of points. Each song is worth 500 points, and he could directly exchange that for dozens of songs. And these dozens of songs are all absolute masterpieces, classics that would guarantee his success in the challenge. Choosing just one song from dozens of great ones to challenge the leader isn't that difficult, is it? Have you decided yet? Lin Shuxue saw Louis spacing out and couldn't help but raise her voice. We'll see. I haven't decided yet, Louis laughed. Depends on the situation? Lin Shuxue assumed Louis meant to first see which of Sunny Day and 7 Miles Fragrant was more popular, then decide which one to sing. Choosing based on popularity is the safest approach, Lin Shuxue nodded. Popularity? Louis knew Lin Shuxue had misunderstood and explained with a smile, what I meant was, once we receive the invitation call, we'll see what inspiration comes to us and decide what new song to create. Then we'll sing the new song during the challenge. Lin Shuxue's eyes widened in disbelief, almost thinking she had heard wrong. Louis planned to sing a brand new song that no one had ever heard before during the challenge? And this new song hasn't even been written yet? He's going to wait for inspiration next time? This wasn't a joke, was it? Lin Shuxue glanced at Louis, her lips parting slightly, but she ultimately said nothing. If Louis really wanted to play, then let him play. Whether he comes back or not, whether he wins the competition or not, none of that matters. As long as Louis is happy, that's all that matters. Zhang Xian stared at the poll on Weibo, his forehead veins bulging. The production team of Singing King 2021 had finally decided to invite Louis after all. All the money he had invested was down the drain. Damn it! Zhang Xian kicked over the trash can and lay on the sofa, breathing heavily in anger. This won't do. I must find a way to stop Louis from appearing on Singing King 2021. Zhang Xian instinctively flipped through his contacts, intending to call Oh Shiyang. Over the past 2 years, he had followed Oh Shiya's advice, actively shedding the Louis' brother persona, and spent money to have articles written about him as the last rock singer, staying true to his roots in rock, and the future rock king, establishing a new persona to maintain his popularity, which though not high, at least hadn't declined further. Recently, Oh Shiyu mentioned that Louis had been largely forgotten and suggested revealing their relationship to generate buzz and capitalize on the hype. So he first spent money to buy the song Because I Love You, then spent more to generate buzz, successfully securing the top spot on Weibo's trending list. Although later, due to Louis' sudden emergence, all the money he spent went to waste, he still regarded Oh Shiyang as the mastermind behind his strategies. That's why he immediately asked Oh Shiryan what to do next. However, recalling Oh Shiryan's previous cold attitude, Zhang Xian put down his phone. If I call her, won't that make me look powerless and spineless? Zhang Xian lit a cigarette, thought for a moment, and dialed another number. Do you know about the voting campaign the Singing King 2021 show organized on Weibo? Zhang Xian exhaled a smoke ring and asked in a low voice. What's going on? Isn't Zhang Gu a directly invited singer for Singing King 2021? A teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. I am a directly invited singer, but I don't want someone else to become the challenge singer. Zhang Xian said coldly, you should know what I mean, right? The teasing voice on the other end chuckled, I get it. Zhang Gu wants to take Louis down, right? But I really like Louis' Sunny Day in 7 Miles Fragrant. Making me take Louis down would break my heart. Just say it straight. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and snapped. The flippant voice said, you'll have to pay more, Zhang Gu. How much? Zhang Xian asked in a deep voice. 1 million, non-negotiable, the playful voice laughed. I just want you to vote for me. Zhang Xian erupted in anger. The flippant voice chuckled, not willing to pay? Then there's nothing to talk about. Zhang Xian's face twisted in anger as he clenched his teeth. Fine, 1 million it is. But remember, don't start voting too early. Otherwise, Louis' fans will rally more people to vote for him. The flippant voice assured him, Zhang Gu, you can trust me. It's the same old account. Transfer the money first. Chapter 40, Utterly Arrogant Third Update. Evening. Lin Shuxue looked at the voting results on Weibo. The combined vote counts of the other 4 didn't even match Louis'. It seems settled. Lin Shuxue sighed in relief. The voting would close at 11:59 p.m. tonight. Because 3 days later, the second live episode of Singing King 2021 would air. Therefore, the challenge singer must be confirmed and invited tomorrow. There are now less than 4 hours left until the voting deadline. Louis' vote count was far ahead and couldn't be overtaken. While Lin Shuxue is overjoyed, Louis' fans are also celebrating. Remember the last time we saw Lu De on the show? That was 3 years ago. To be precise, it's been 3 years and 2 months. It's been so long, it feels like a different world. At least we'll get to see Louis again in 3 days. Can't wait. Unfortunately, the tickets for the second episode are probably all sold out by now. I really wanted to buy a ticket to go to the live show. Snap out of it, friend. The audience for The Singing King is hand-picked by the production team. You can't buy your way in, even with money. Oh, you're right. I was being careless. Lu Xiao watched the lively group chat with a smile, then put down his phone and continued studying for his graduate school entrance exams. Time ticked by, and the study room grew emptier. Lu Xiao packed up his books, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed toward the dormitory. On the way, he opened his phone and refreshed Weibo, only to find the final results of the Singing King 2021 program's voting. Louis was second place. The first place winner was someone named Lei Kaiwan. Lu Xiao had some recollection of Lei Kaiwan, a young singer who had debuted after participating in a talent show last year. When he first debuted, Lei Kaiwan was very popular, and his fans were quite arrogant. However, Lei Kevin was caught lip-syncing during a New Year's Eve gala. These days, lip-syncing at galas is nothing out of the ordinary. Lei Kaiwan just needed to keep quiet, and things would blow over in time. However, when a netizen criticized him for lip-syncing under his Weibo post, Lei Kaiwan actually insulted the netizen, saying he had no right to criticize him. What's more, his fans also attacked the netizen, saying things like, if you're so good, go lip-sync yourself, and even subjected the netizen to online bullying. This incident ruined Lei Kaiwan's public image, and his popularity plummeted rapidly. 4 months later, Lei Kaiwan's name is rarely seen on major social media platforms. Yet now, Lei Kaiwan's vote count has surpassed Louis'. And by a full 500,000 votes. It's not that Lu Xiao can't afford to lose, but when she checked the votes at 7 o'clock, Lei Kaiwan only had 100,000 votes, trailing Louis by a full million votes. In just 4 hours, not only did he close the 1 million vote gap, but he also surpassed it by 50,000? Who would believe that? Lu Xiao clicked into the group chat and found the group members discussing this heatedly. Damn it, I refreshed at 11:55 p.m., and Lei Kaiwan only had 130,000 votes. But when I refreshed again at 11:58 p.m., he was already leading Louis by 500,000 votes. That's completely ridiculous. Lei Kaiwan must have been vote stuffing. In just a few minutes, the vote count skyrocketed by over 1 million. What else could it be? They chose to rig the votes in the last few minutes, making it impossible for us to rally votes for Lu De. That's really ruthless. Oh my god, what should we do now? Can Lu De not go on the Singing King show? Seeing the chaos in the group chat, Lu Xiao, who was nearly bursting with anger, forced himself to calm down quickly. Don't panic. Let us go to the official Weibo account of Singing King 2021 and report the situation. Remember to keep your language polite. Don't let them say we can't accept defeat. Seeing Lu Xiao, the group administrator, speak up, the group members followed suit, not only leaving comments on the official Weibo account of Singing King 2021 but also dragging their friends who were fans of the show along with them. Meanwhile, Lei Kaiwan, who was at a KTV, received a notification from a friend and looked completely confused. He had no hopes for Singing King 2021 and was ready to give up. But in the final minutes, his vote count surged by over 1 million, completely overtaking Louis. Who could have seen that coming? Kevin, congratulations! You're going to be the challenge singer, you're going to be famous. A die-hard fan sent a WeChat message to congratulate him. Lei Kevin hurriedly asked the fan, "Did you guys pool money to buy votes for me?" The fan first replied with a question mark, then asked, "Kevin, didn't you pay for the votes yourself?" "No way." Lei Kaiwan was even more confused. The fan quickly replied with a smiley face, "Kevin, who cares who voted for you? The important thing is that you're going to be famous again." Lei Kevin scratched his chin and laughed. "Yeah, does it matter who bought the votes? Who cares? I'm going to be famous, that's what matters." Lei Kevin took a big gulp of alcohol and said to the fan, "Keep the heat up for me. I've already voted to push Louis down. We've got to keep control of the Weibo trending topics, right?" So, after staying quiet for a few months, Lei Kaiwan's fans started causing trouble again. They first went to Louis's Weibo page and left comments. "Oh my goodness, isn't this the talented Louis? The musical genius who's been dominating all the charts? How come he can't even make it onto Singing King 2021? I told you so. All of Louis's chart data is bought. Yet some people still didn't believe me, calling me jealous. Ha, now the truth is out, isn't it? The sun shines brightly, revealing everything. Don't you know your own worth? You had to hype yourself up until everyone knows about you, and now you've made a fool of yourself. Ha, daring to portray yourself as a musical genius? You really don't know your place. The true musical genius is our Lei Kaiwan brother. Your voice has been ruined for 3 years. Just stay a useless person. You want to make a comeback and become famous again? Do you think you deserve it? He, good thing we eliminated Louis. Otherwise, I can already imagine him going on Singing King 2021, crying about his dreams, and buying a bunch of trending topics." Lei Kaiwan's fans, after mocking Louis on his Weibo, moved on to the Weibo accounts of the other 3 singers who had been voted out, flaunting their victory and mocking the losers. Zheng Xian saw Lei Kaiwan's fans' comments under Louis's Weibo and couldn't stop laughing. "That's right, Louis, you've been dead for 3 years. Just stay in the ground and rot. Do you really think you deserve to see the light of day again? Do you think you're worthy?" Zheng Xian sipped his red wine with satisfaction, finding the world truly wonderful. Louis saw the comments from Lei Kaiwan's fans, his brows furrowed, and anger burned in his eyes. He had never imagined that an artist would tolerate fans doing such things. Crying, talking about dreams, buying trending topics? Want to make a comeback, want to become famous? Do I deserve it? Louis sneered coldly, "Fine, I'll show you all what my dreams are and whether I deserve to be famous or not." Chapter 41, Joy Turns to Sorrow. 4th update. Lin Shuxue saw that Lei Kevin's vote count had surpassed Louis's, and she was also furious, but she didn't say a word. Because she feared her emotions would make Louis feel even worse, she stayed by his side the entire time. She was truly afraid that Louis would feel like he had fallen from heaven to hell, suffer a severe blow, and choose to give up again, just like 3 years ago. It wasn't until now, after a long silence, that Louis finally spoke, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Louis wanted to prove himself to Lei Kaiwan and his fans, she would do everything in her power to help him. Lin Shuxue didn't know anyone from the Singing King 2021 production team, but she knew quite a few people in the music industry. Having people from the music industry pass a message to the Singing King 2021 production team should not be a problem. However, just as Lin Shuxue was about to pick up her phone to mobilize her connections to help Louis pressed her hand down. "Don't get involved." Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows. At this critical moment, was Louis still worried that she might be targeted by the mastermind from the past? But she just wanted to help Louis fulfill his wish. Whether she got targeted or not didn't matter to her. Seeing Lin Shuxue stubbornly trying to push his hand away, Louis hurriedly said, "The reason I don't want you to intervene is because the program producers of Singing King 2021 have ultimately invited me to be the challenge singer." Lin Shuxue's brows furrowed even more. Now that the voting results were out, how could the Singing King 2021 production team possibly not invite Lei Kaiwan and instead continue to invite Louis? If the Singing King 2021 production team really did that, wouldn't that be slapping themselves in the face and intentionally provoking Lei Kevin's fans to cause a huge uproar? Seeing that Lin Shuxue didn't believe him, Louis explained, "I said the Singing King 2021 production team will eventually invite me for 2 reasons. First, as a variety show, the Singing King 2021 needs ratings and popular singers. My current popularity surpasses that of many mainstream singers. This is also why, in the list of candidates for the public vote released by the Voice of China 2021 production team, the 4 singers besides me all have very low popularity. Even if Lei Kailuan's popularity were to rise due to the voting controversy, my popularity would also increase as a result. Therefore, my popularity will ultimately remain far higher than Lei Kailuan's. Second, anyone with common sense can see that there was something wrong with the voting. If the Voice of China 2021 production team were to release the real-time voting data, it would naturally prove that Lei Kaiwan's voting data was abnormal. The production team could then use this as a reason to not recognize Lei Kaiwan's vote count, and as a result, I would be the one with the highest vote count. Of course, doing this will undoubtedly spark opposition from Lei Kaiwan's fans. But if they don't do this, the Voice of China 2021 won't just be boycotted by my fans. Many casual fans will also have a negative impression of the show, which will inevitably affect the ratings. So, no matter what the Singing King 2021 production team does, they will have to bear some consequences. But the consequences of choosing Lei Kevin are far greater than those of choosing me. If you were the head of the Singing King 2021 production team, would you choose Lei Kaiwan? Lin Shuxue shook her head instinctively. That's exactly right. Louis laughed. So you see, there's no need for you to pull strings. I can still make it onto the stage of the Singing King 2021 on my own. Glancing at his phone, Louis said, if the Singing King 2021 production team is doing their job properly, they should be calling me in about 2 minutes. It's so late. They wouldn't still be calling you, would they? Lin Shuxue found it hard to believe. But before she could finish speaking, Louis's phone rang. Louis answered and put it on speakerphone, hearing the voice on the other end say, Mr. Liu, hello. I'm the executive director of Singing King 2021. My name is Han Lang. Lin Shuxue covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Louis had actually guessed correctly. At that moment, Lin Shuxue admired Louis even more. Louis smiled and said, Hello, Director Han Lang. I'm Louis. May I ask what brings you here? Han Lang said, Mr. Liu, I am representing the production team of Singing King 2021. We would like to extend a sincere invitation to you to participate in the second live broadcast of Singing King 2021 as a challenge singer. Would you be interested? Louis smiled slightly. I am certainly interested, but what about the voting results on Weibo? Han Lang immediately assured him, Mr. Liu, please don't worry. I've already instructed the staff in charge of the official Weibo account to post an update. Alright, thank you very much, Director Han. Louis smiled. Han Lang nodded and then mentioned the appearance fee. Regardless of whether Louis succeeds or fails in the challenge, he will be paid a 50 million yuan appearance fee. If Louis succeeded in the challenge, then for each subsequent episode, if he won first place, he would receive an additional 70,000 yuan in appearance fees, 60,000 yuan for second place, 50,000 yuan for third place, and so on. If Louis makes it to the finals, he will receive an additional 1 million yuan in appearance fees. If Louis joins and ultimately wins the championship, an additional 1 million yuan in rewards would be added. Mr. Liu, what do you think? Han Lang asked. No problem, Louis agreed without hesitation. Although 50,000 yuan per match seems like a small amount compared to other singers. But Louis knew his current situation as a has-been singer, just getting an opportunity to perform was already a blessing, let alone 50,000? Moreover, who participates in Singing King 2021 for the appearance fee? Aren't they all just trying to become famous? Once you're famous, would you still care about such a small appearance fee? That's good, Han Lang laughed. It was still an electronic contract. After completing the process, Han Lang asked Louis if he had decided on a song to sing. Louis jokingly replied that it was confidential, and the two ended their call. On the other side, Lei Kevin posted on Weibo. Thank you to my fans for making me the challenge singer for the second episode of Singing King 2021. I swear I'll work hard, live up to my fans' expectations, and show those singers I eliminated what true musical talent looks like. The last sentence was clearly directed at Louis. Lei Kaiwan's fans didn't find it inappropriate and instead celebrated. Kevin is the best. We can't wait to see your performance on Singing King 2021. Kevin, keep it up. No one deserves the title of musical genius except you. Kevin, go for it. You'll definitely succeed in the challenge and keep moving forward to win the 2021 Singer King title. Kevin brother, once you win the title of Song King, those sensationalists and their fans will finally shut up. Lei Kevin and his fans were in high spirits when suddenly they received a notification. The official Weibo account of the Singing King 2021 has updated its post. Come check it out. Chapter 42, Clever but Outwitted. Lei Kevin and his fans were overjoyed. It must be the official Weibo account of the Singer of the Year 2021 officially announcing that they will invite Lei Kevin as a challenge singer. At this thought, Lei Kaiwan and his fans hurriedly clicked into the official Weibo page of the Singing King 2021, only to see the latest post. Hello everyone, yesterday the program team launched a vote for the second round of challenge singers on Weibo. The results are now in. Lei Kaiwan leads the second place by 500,000 votes. However, according to the back-end data provided by Weibo, we discovered that Lei Kaiwan's vote count saw a significant surge between 2355 and 2359, ultimately overtaking the second place and leading by 500,000 votes. As everyone knows, this situation indicates that Lei Kaiwan's vote count contains fraudulent elements. We can confirm that Lei Kevin and his fans did not participate in fraudulent voting, but we cannot tolerate such behavior. After discussion by the program production team, it was unanimously decided that the final challenger will be Louis. We apologize to everyone for this situation and wish Lei Kaiwan all the best in the future. Additionally, we have contacted singer Louis at Louis the Handsome Guy, who has accepted our invitation to participate in the second live episode of Singing King 2021 as the challenger. We hope Louis will deliver an outstanding performance. After reading the entire Weibo post, Lei Kaiwan and his fans were left speechless. The Singing King 2021 program team overturned Lei Kaiwan's voting results and invited Louis to become the challenge singer? What the hell is going on here? Everyone had assumed that Lei Kaiwan was 100% going to be the challenge singer, so they went to Louis' Weibo to mock and boast. But now Lei Kaiwan isn't the challenger. Instead, Louis, who they mocked, has become the challenge singer. They've completely lost face. At that moment, Lei Kaiwan's fans started receiving message notifications on their phones. Someone was replying to and commenting on their Weibo posts. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Can you still be arrogant now? Keep jumping around. The official Weibo account for Singing King 2021 hasn't even announced anything yet, and you're already calling your Kevin brother the challenge singer? If you don't know, just ask. Where is your brother Kevin going to challenge someone? Is he going to challenge someone in the void? Did you guys get an advance on your wages before? Now you're even advancing your challenge singer status? But you can't advance that either, because it doesn't belong to you. Please be quiet from now on. Don't start barking like mad dogs the moment you catch a whiff of bone. Are all these people Louis' fans? Not just them. Earlier, Lei Kevin's fans had already angered many bystanders, so now these bystanders naturally came to mock Lei Kevin's fans. Otherwise, they couldn't vent their frustration. As for Lei Kaiwan's fans, seeing these words, they couldn't defend themselves and could only blush with shame, shut off their phones, and pretend to be dead. As for Lei Kaiwan, he was even more ridiculed because of that thank you Weibo post. The official Weibo account of the singer 2021 didn't even announce that you were a challenge singer, yet you claim to be one and post a Weibo thanking your fans? Where do you get the nerve? What kind of person are you to do something so brainless? But it's not surprising, given how your fans behave, it's clear what kind of person you are. What kind of artist has what kind of fans? Lei Kaiwan, a brain is a good thing. I hope you have one. If you don't, go to the market and buy one, they sell pig heads there. These comments and private messages made Lei Kaiwan's face as red as a monkey's butt. Another person who was equally embarrassed was Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian wasn't blushing out of shame, he was furious. Zhang Xian stared at his phone screen, clenching the wine glass tightly, with veins bulging on his forehead. Zhang Xian's teeth clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. What gives you the right? What gives you the right? Zhang Xian looked like a furious beast, his expression twisted into a hideous grimace. He couldn't understand how Louis could be so lucky. Louis had clearly been pushed down by Lei Kevin, yet he still ended up becoming the challenge singer. What the hell kind of luck is that? Zhang Xian violently threw the red wine glass he was holding. Clang! Glass shards scattered everywhere. Shards of glass reflected Zhang Xian's terrifying face. The air was filled with the faint scent of wine and endless rage. Ring ring! In the quiet room, the phone suddenly rang. Zhang Xian glanced at the screen, it was Oyasi calling. He clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, then took 2 deep breaths. Just as the call was about to disconnect, Zhang Xian picked up the phone. Hello. On the other end, a furious scream erupted. Zhang Xian, are you an idiot? I'm asking you, are you mentally unstable? If you are, please go to the hospital for treatment. Oh, I forgot, you probably can't afford it. If you can't afford it, then follow Lei Kaiwan's example and buy 2 pig heads at the market to eat. After all, you get what you eat. A string of insults made Zhang Xian, who had just calmed down a bit, explode in anger. Oh Shiyu, you? Before he could say a word, Oh Shiyu unleashed another barrage. Zhang Xian, you're not happy, are you? Fine, let me ask you something. The votes for Lei Kaiwan were bought by you, weren't they? You bought votes for Lei Kaiwan to push Louis out, didn't you? But do you know that once the show started the voting, we couldn't stop Louis from making it to the stage of Singing King 2021? Do you know why, Zhang Xian? Because the Singing King 2021 production team had already decided to invite Louis after he released Sunny Day. That's why, when the production team listed the 5 singers, only Louis had any popularity. Anyone with a brain can see how much Singing King 2021 values Louis. You're actually spending money to buy votes to try to knock him off the stage? Zhang Xian, are you out of your mind? Let me tell you this, even if you manage to buy tickets for Lei Kailuan without any issues, and Lei Kailuan really does outshine Louis, do you know who the replacement singer for the third episode will be? It will definitely be Louis. Do you understand, Zhang Xian? After Louis released Sunny Day, no matter how much money you spend or how hard you try, you can't stop him from becoming famous. The only way to stop him was before he released Sunny Day, but we missed that opportunity. Zhang Xian, don't be so clever in the future. You'll only end up being outsmarted by your own cleverness. Oshiyu spoke non-stop, while Zhang Xian stood there with his mouth open, unable to say a word. At that moment, Zhang Xian looked like a fish washed ashore, waiting to die. Even after Osher Yang had hung up the phone for a long time, Zhang Xian finally snapped back to reality. We can't stop Louis Hong from rising to power? No, I don't believe it. Zhang Xian lowered his head, and a cold smile suddenly curled at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 43, Rehearsal. While Zhang Xian was harboring ulterior motives, Louis was posting on Weibo. Although Louis had known from the start that the challenge singer would ultimately be himself, his fans were unaware of this. To give him a chance, they had been leaving messages under the official Weibo account of Singing King 2021 and even lashing out at Lei Kevin and his fans on his behalf. All of this deeply moved Louis. Therefore, Louis also posted a lengthy Weibo, sincerely thanking all his fans. Lu Xiao and other fans saw Louis's post and were overjoyed, leaving comments for him. Lu De, keep going. As long as you haven't given up, we will definitely crown you king. The person above is so cheesy, but they're right, haha. Lu De, you're going to the TV station for rehearsals tomorrow, right? Get some rest. Lu De, can you give us a hint about which song you'll sing when you challenge the other contestants? Reading the fans' comments, Louis smiled to himself and replied. The challenge song is still a secret for now, but I promise it won't disappoint you. It's getting late, everyone should go to bed. Good night. After putting down his phone, Louis didn't go straight to bed. Instead, he went to his desk. He had to go to the TV station for the rehearsal tomorrow, and since he was going to sing a new song, he needed to write down the sheet music first and then hand it over to the TV station's band so they could practice with him. After finishing the sheet music, it was already 1 a.m., and Louis collapsed into bed. He could hear a melodious tune playing in his ears. The next morning, Louis got up, cooked some quick seed porridge, and boiled 2 eggs, one soft-boiled and one hard-boiled. Porridge today? Lin Shuxue was a bit surprised. Louis nodded. I didn't go out to buy ingredients yesterday morning, so I could only fry eggs for you. I went to the supermarket yesterday afternoon and cooked the porridge for you this morning. Did you cook this porridge specially for me? Lin Shuxue was delighted. She had just assumed Louis liked porridge. Louis explained, I heard that when women have their period, it's good for them to drink some quick seed porridge. Lin Shuxue was deeply moved. While eating the porridge, Lin Shuxue remembered something and teased Louis. Who told you that women should drink quick seed porridge when they have their period? You're not a doctor, how do you know so much? Louis's face turned red. He wasn't a doctor, but he had a phone and could look it up online. Of course, he couldn't tell Lin Shuxue that. Just drink your porridge. Louis mumbled something and instinctively flipped his phone over. Seeing Louis's little gesture, Lin Shuxue guessed what he was up to and giggled, her eyes brimming with happiness. After finishing the porridge, Louis was about to wash the bowl, but Lin Shuxue acted quickly. Before he could react, she had already carried the bowl to the kitchen door. Then, Lin Shuxue looked at him triumphantly, rolling her eyes and sticking out her tongue. Ha ha ha, you didn't beat me this time, did you? Louis couldn't help but smile, then furrowed his brows with concern. You. Don't worry. Lin Shuxue knew what Louis was going to say. It only hurts a lot on the first day. After that, it's just a bit painful at night, but during the day, I'm fine. Louis finally relaxed, but when he saw Lin Shuxue enter the kitchen, he couldn't help but remind her, remember to wait until the water is hot before washing. Don't touch the cold water. I know. You're such a nag. Lin Shuxue teased Louis, but her mouth was smiling so widely she couldn't close it. This was the life she had always been looking forward to. Louis stood in a spot where he could see the kitchen and answered a call. Mr. Liu, you can come over for the rehearsal today. Director Hong Lang said, the purpose of the rehearsal is for the singers to become more familiar with the venue so they won't make mistakes during the competition. Therefore, the rehearsal stage is the same as the competition stage. This means that singers will need to take turns going on stage for rehearsals, with each singer only allowed 2 hours per day. As for the rehearsal order, you will be last, from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. Although Hong Lang didn't say it outright, Louis could guess that the rehearsal order was based on the singer's status in the music industry. Although he was currently quite popular, he hadn't officially made a comeback yet, so what status could he possibly have? Naturally, he could only be the last one to rehearse. The 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. time slot isn't too late, so it won't affect the singer's condition, but it will impact the quality of the rehearsals. This is because the band accompanying the singers during rehearsals is almost always the same group. Singers only need to rehearse for 2 hours, so their bodies can handle it, but the band accompanying them has to work all day. By 10 p.m. to 12 a.m., what energy do they have left? As a result, the rehearsal quality is significantly compromised. In the official competition, unless they perform exceptionally well, their performance will inevitably be inferior to others. It's unfortunate but realistic. Louis didn't complain, he simply replied with a single word, alright. Louis's reaction left Hong Lang quite surprised. 3 years ago, he was a rising star on the verge of stardom, yet now he was being treated like an unknown newcomer. Hong Lang had expected Louis to be angry. But Louis's tone was unusually calm, with not a hint of anger. It seems that 3 years have truly made a difference, he's grown a lot. Hong Lang silently praised him in his heart. I hope this show will bring him back into the spotlight. After ending the call with Hong Lang, Lin Shuxue had finished washing the dishes. Are you going to rehearsal? Lin Shuxue asked excitedly. I'll go with you. Louis shook his head. My rehearsal isn't until 10 o'clock tonight. Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows, but seeing Louis so calm, she didn't say anything. I'll go upstairs to familiarize myself with the song first, Louis said. Although he had purchased a song from the mall, it was now imprinted in his mind. As long as he didn't want to forget it, he wouldn't. But after all, this was the first step of his rebirth, and he couldn't afford to take it lightly. Lin Shuxue looked surprised. You've written a new song? Louis nodded. I finished it last night. Lin Shuxue asked in astonishment. You finished it in just one night? Yeah, Louis laughed. It's just a song, not a novel or a screenplay. Does it really take that long? One night is plenty. After saying that, he went upstairs, leaving Lin Shuxue standing there dumbfounded. Just a song? Although Lin Shuxue wasn't a singer, she knew how difficult it was to write a song. Even if you're not writing a song, just copying one would take at least a few days, right? Louis, however, said that a song only takes one night. If other original singers heard that, they'd probably be so angry they'd spit blood. Lin Shuxue muttered to herself, then prepared to share the good news with Xing Yudi that Louis had made her some quick seed porridge. She lay on the sofa, swaying her legs back and forth. But she didn't notice that Louis hadn't gone upstairs yet. Louis stood on the stairs, staring at Lin Shuxue in her denim shorts, her two swaying white legs making his eyes spin. Chapter 44, Dreams Third Update. Louis stared at Lin Shushue's swaying white legs for a long time. Only when she changed her position and he could no longer see her from the staircase corner did he reluctantly lick his lips and head upstairs to practice the challenge song. Lin Shuxue leaned against the sofa, chatting animatedly with Xing Yudi. Outside the window, the breeze was gentle and the warm sun shone down, making everything seem peaceful and serene. However, behind the peaceful facade, someone was bearing a heavy burden. These words were written on the back of Louis's sheet music. In the afternoon, Louis and Lin Shuxue made their third trip to the Woji recording studio. This time, they weren't recording the song, they were just having the studio staff record the accompaniment based on the sheet music for the evening rehearsal. At 8 o'clock at night, Lin Shuxue and Louis headed to the television station together. The Jiangnan villa was located on the outskirts of the city, while the Kyoto TV station was in the city center, so the journey took 1.5 hours. On the way, Louis wore headphones, watching the neon-lit streets and the hurried crowd outside the car, and the melody of the challenge song once again played in his mind. Lin Shuxue saw Louis wearing headphones and assumed he was listening to music, so she didn't disturb him. When they arrived at the television station, it was 9:40 p.m. There was someone waiting at the entrance. Though Louis wasn't very famous in the music industry, he was still an invited guest, so they had to make a proper entrance. Mr. Louis, this way please. The staff were very friendly and didn't put on airs. Thank you, Louis replied with a smile. The elevator took them upstairs to the waiting room, where they began waiting for the previous singer to finish their rehearsal. Time ticked by slowly. 2200 hours arrived. The staff member entered the waiting area and apologetically said to Louis, "Sorry, Mr. Liu, there's been an issue with Mr. Zhang Xian's side, so there might be a delay." Zhang Xian? Louis furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't have a good impression of this person. Moreover, he recalled that Zhang Xian had secured second place in the first episode of the show and had maintained decent popularity in recent years, holding a respectable position in the music industry. According to the normal rehearsal schedule, Zhang Xian should have been among the first few. Why was he now scheduled 7, right after him? After inquiring, the staff replied, 2 days ago, Zhang Xian was indeed the fourth to rehearse. However, today he mentioned feeling unwell, so his rehearsal was rescheduled to 7. What a coincidence that he felt unwell today. And coincidentally, why move him to 7th instead of 5th or 6th? And what a coincidence that an accident happened during the rehearsal, taking up his rehearsal time. This is truly a remarkable coincidence. Louis narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The staff members were startled by Louis's gaze and hurriedly said, "Mr. Louis, I'll go remind Mr. Zhang Xian right away." With that, they hurriedly left. At 22:13, the staff finally returned. "Mr. Louis, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. Please go to the rehearsal now." "I'm truly sorry." "It's fine," Louis smiled. This staff member was just a messenger. There was no need to take out his frustration on someone unrelated. Picking up his guitar, Louis followed the staff member toward the stage. The hallway leading from the waiting area to the stage was very long. As Louis walked halfway down the corridor, he spotted Zhang Xian, dressed in leather, opening the door and stepping into the corridor. "Hey, isn't that Louis?" Zhang Xian walked up to him. With so many people watching, he had to put on a show. "Good buddy, you're here too. Good luck." Zhang Xian approached Louis and pretended to hug him. However, Louis took a step back, and Zhang Xian ended up hugging thin air. "Sorry, we're not that close," Louis said indifferently, brushing past Zhang Xian. His shoulder bumped Zhang Xian, causing him to stumble. Watching Louis's back, Zhang Xian's face turned ashen. Louis's remark about not being familiar with him was in response to a journalist's question at his new album launch event, asking if he remembered Louis. Instead, he replied that he wasn't familiar with Louis. What a pretentious jerk. Zhang Xian muttered under his breath, hugging his electric guitar and walking away. By Louis's side, the staff watched his handsome yet cold profile under the lights, swallowing hard and breaking out in a cold sweat. After 3 years of silence, he had returned with such a powerful presence. No wonder he was once hailed as the most deserving successor to Cui Chi, the legendary singer. The staff marveled inwardly, but Louis had already walked far ahead. "Mr. Louis, please wait for me." The staff member hurried forward and said, "You haven't told us which song you're going to sing. We need to play the accompaniment for you during the rehearsal." "Oh." Louis almost forgot. He pulled out a USB drive from his pocket and said, "I'm singing a new song. There's no accompaniment online. This USB drive has the accompaniment I recorded this afternoon. Take it." "A new song?" the staff member exclaimed in surprise. "Is there a problem?" Louis asked. "Is it against the rules?" The staff member hurriedly shook his head. "No, of course not. A new song, that's great." Under Louis's intense gaze, he couldn't even bring himself to say, "It's best to choose a song the audience is familiar with for a challenge song, as that increases the chances of success." "I'll go prepare right away." The staff member took the USB drive and left. "Thanks for your hard work," Louis said. The staff member paused. In pursuit of his dreams, he had come to the TV station, hoping to carve out a name for himself. But after several years, he remained unknown, reduced to running errands. Now, when he recalled his once grand aspirations, he felt a sense of disorientation. Over the years, he hadn't even heard a famous singer say thank you to him. Those famous singers, even if they did say it, it was always directed at the band members on stage. Had they ever cared about him, an unknown nobody? The staff member wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and forced a smile. "Mr. Louis, I'll go ahead. Keep up the good work." Louis nodded and pushed open the door leading to the stage. The stage was vast and lavish, with many people waiting to perform with him. This scene left Louis momentarily speechless, as if he were dreaming. Before his time travel, he had also dreamed of becoming a singer, but in the end, he couldn't carry a tune. Later, he wanted to be a writer, but after 4 years of college, 3 of which were spent struggling, he had to give up in his final year. He entered the workforce, became a corporate drone, and just drifted through life. Until fate gave him a second chance at life. Now, he can finally fulfill his childhood dream of becoming a singer. Taking a deep breath, Louis took a step forward and stepped onto the stairs leading to the stage. On stage, the band members were taking sips of water. They had been working all day, but for the sake of making a living, they had to keep going for another hour or so. After finishing their drinks, they noticed Louis approaching and stood up to greet him. Louis smiled and nodded, saying, "Good evening, everyone." Then, he distributed the prepared sheet music. "These are the sheet music for the songs I will be singing. Since they are new songs I have never sung before, please take a look at the sheet music first." The band members were surprised that Louis dared to choose a new song as his challenge song. Until they looked down at the sheet music Louis had handed them. Chapter 45, Late Night Snack 4th Update. They had been in the music industry for many years and had a keen eye for talent. After glancing at just a quarter of Louis's sheet music, they were certain it was a great song. After reading the entire sheet music, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and all their fatigue seemed to vanish in an instant. "A good song, absolutely a good song. No, that's not right. To be precise, it's a masterpiece." Everyone looked up at Louis with disbelieving eyes. From the release of 7 Miles of Fragrance to Sunny Day, and now this third song that can be called a masterpiece. How long did Louis take? It seems like only 3 days? An ordinary singer couldn't write half a masterpiece in their entire lifetime. An outstanding singer might manage half a masterpiece in a lifetime, and that's already quite an achievement. A top-tier singer who can write 1 masterpiece in their lifetime can consider themselves fulfilled. And those who can write 3 masterpieces in their lifetime are called genius singers. Louis wrote 3 masterpieces in just 3 days. What does that make him? Even if we give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that these 3 masterpieces weren't written in the past 3 days, but rather during a 3-year hiatus, that's still only 3 years. 3 years is far too short compared to a lifetime. On stage, everyone's eyes were filled with admiration, envy, and a hint of jealousy. They had been struggling in the music industry for over a decade, had their chances, but ultimately ended up with regrets. Having reached this point, though they might be called teacher by others and appear quite successful, is that all their dreams amount to? Their dreams were to be like Louis, brimming with talent. Alas, there are always gaps between people. With a sigh of resignation, everyone's emotions were in turmoil. Everyone, please get ready. Let me know when you're ready. Louis walked to the microphone, sat down with his guitar, and began to play. Upon hearing this, the crowd on stage felt awkward. In the past, the singers would adjust their emotions first, then let them know when they were ready. Now, however, they were the ones who had to adjust their emotions, waiting for Louis to signal. Sorry about that. The band members apologized with a smile, quickly composed themselves, and then went to their respective instruments. As the accompaniment began, the band members started playing their instruments according to the sheet music. When Louis plucked the first string and sang the first line of the lyrics, the hearts of the band members couldn't help but tremble slightly. When Louis finished the first verse, some band members were so engrossed in listening that the instrumental accompaniment went off key. When Louis first reached the chorus, everyone in the band, along with the staff members who had been following Louis and were now responsible for the accompaniment, all shed tears. Louis knew the instrumental accompaniment had stopped, but he didn't stop. He continued singing. Only after he finished singing once did the band members' emotions gradually calm down, so that such a situation wouldn't happen again later and they could properly accompany him. Even though he was holding the guitar and singing along with the accompaniment, his emotional impact was already very strong. However, without the various instruments and harmonies, the effect was at least half as strong. Therefore, Louis needed to do everything perfectly. As the final note faded away, Louis turned to face the band members, who were all in tears, and remained silent. He understood their feelings well, as last night, the song had been playing on repeat in his ears as he tried to sleep, and this morning, he woke up with tears soaking his pillowcase. After a long while, the others wiped the corners of their eyes, their reddened eyes still visible, and exhaled a long, heavy breath. We're so sorry, Mr. Louis. Everyone apologized sincerely, and the words Louis teacher were spoken with genuine emotion. There were few people they would willingly call teacher, let alone someone younger than them. Louis was the second. The first was Chui Chi. You're too kind. Louis smiled faintly, waited for everyone to be ready, and began the rehearsal again. However, even after releasing their emotions once, some people still made mistakes during the second take. With no choice, they had to proceed to the third and fourth takes. By the time the fourth take ended, it was already past midnight. Yet no one suggested taking a break. Everyone turned to Louis and said, Mr. Louis, let's try one more time. This time, we'll definitely achieve the perfect result. Louis glanced at the time and nodded. Time was running out, and his coordination with the band members was still poor. He needed to make the most of the time remaining. However, before the fifth take could begin, the sound of thud, thud, thud could be heard. Someone was knocking on the door leading to the stage. Teachers, I bought you some midnight snacks. Come and eat. It was Zhang Xian's voice coming from the other side of the door. The staff opened the door, and Zhang Xian saw the reddened eyes of the band members on stage. He smiled slightly. He knew the band members had signed an agreement not to tell him what Louis' challenge song was, so he decided to spend some money to find out what type of song it was. Revealing the type of song wouldn't violate the agreement and could still make him money. No one would refuse that, right? If he knew in advance what type of song Louis was using for his challenge, he could pay someone to smear Louis. This would definitely reduce the likelihood of Louis' challenge being successful. Although Zhang Xian also knew that as long as Louis appeared on Singing King 2021, he would gain exposure and his popularity would rise. However, if Louis fails in his challenge, his popularity will only increase to a limited extent. Moreover, Louis is currently at the peak of his popularity. If he fails in the challenge, there will be no need for him to act. Many people will pay others to write articles mocking him. Seeing Louis struggling would achieve his goal. However, Zhang Xian didn't expect that he hadn't even spent any money yet, and already knew what type of song Louis would use for his challenge. The band members' eyes turned red. Clearly, Louis' song this time would either be Sunny Day or 7 Miles Fragrance, or he'd play the nostalgia card and sing an old song from the past. In short, one word: sadness. Another nostalgic and sad song? Zhang Xian sneered coldly. Louis, you really think one trick will work forever? Just wait and see. With a cold snort, Zhang Xian also walked onto the stage and handed out the snacks he had bought. Everyone, you've worked hard today. Go rest now. Thank you, Teacher Zhang Xian. The orchestra members thanked him, but no one touched the snacks. Eat it. Why aren't you eating? Zhang Xian furrowed his brows slightly. Don't you like it? What do you like? I'll go buy something else. His purpose for coming this time was twofold: to investigate Louis' song style and to disrupt Louis' rehearsal. Therefore, he didn't care whether they ate or not. As long as he could delay Louis' rehearsal, he would achieve his goal. Mr. Zhang Xian, thank you for the midnight snack, but we still need to practice more with Mr. Louis. The orchestra members said. Zhang Xian's expression darkened. Louis, a has-been singer, dared to be called a teacher? Moreover, it was already past rehearsal time, yet these orchestra members were still willing to help Louis? During his rehearsal earlier, these orchestra members weren't this patient at all. Chapter 46, Aiming at Zhang Xian. Everyone? Zhang Xian's expression grew slightly colder, his voice growing colder. I would like to remind you all that you have to come here for rehearsal at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you stay up too late tonight, it might affect the first singer who arrives for rehearsal tomorrow, right? Hearing the threat in Zhang Xian's words, the orchestra members also furrowed their brows. Calling Zhang Xian teacher, does he really think he's someone important? Who in the industry didn't know about Zhang Xian's petty issues? It's nothing more than professional courtesy and the demands of their job that made them address Zhang Xian as teacher. Now Zhang Xian is acting all high and mighty, threatening them and preventing them from continuing to accompany Louis Tsai in rehearsal? Absolutely ridiculous. Zhang Xian, the senior member of the band, drummer Chao Yu, said coldly. Rest assured, we're in this line of work, so we'll get the job done. Even if we don't sleep tonight, it won't affect tomorrow's rehearsal. Chao Yu pushed the takeout Zhang Xian had bought over to him and said coldly. Now please leave. We need to continue rehearsing with Louis teacher. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly, his face turning pale. Chao Yu called him Zhang Xian but referred to Louis as teacher? This was a blatant sign of disrespect, implying that he was inferior to Louis. Alright. Zhang Xian shot Chao Yu a glance before turning to Louis. Go ahead, I'll see what kind of tricks you can pull off. Don't waste all your effort and end up failing to challenge the master. After Zhang Xian left, Chao Yu closed the door and said to Louis. Mr. Louis, let us rehearse 2 more times. Although we still have time tomorrow night, you have the competition the day after tomorrow, so it's better to practice a bit less tomorrow night and get some rest. Louis nodded and smiled gratefully. Thank you for your hard work. At 2 in the morning, Louis and the band members had finally gelled together. Everyone, you've worked hard. After the competition, regardless of the outcome, I'll treat you all to a meal. Louis sincerely thanked everyone before waving goodbye to Chao Yu and the others. Backstage, Lin Shuxue was so tired her eyelids were barely open, but she forced herself to stay awake. She was worried that Louis would see her sleeping backstage and feel guilty, then not let her come along tomorrow. Squeak! When Louis opened the backstage door, Lin Shuxue jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. Are you done? Lin Shuxue hurried forward and handed Louis his phone. Yeah. Louis looked at Lin Shuxue's exhausted expression and felt deeply moved. Go back now. Alright. Lin Shuxue followed Louis, feeling his presence, and felt an inexplicable sense of security. The next morning, Lin Shuxue was eating the porridge Louis had cooked when Xin Yudi called. Louis is in trouble. Lin Shuxue looked confusedly at the table across from her. Louis was peeling an egg, looking perfectly fine. Could it be? Lin Shuxue's pupils suddenly contracted. Is there a problem with the challenge song? Xin Yudi sighed. Yes, someone on Weibo said that Louis' challenge song is still trying to sell emotions and tug at heartstrings. They also said that Louis' Sunny Day and 7 Miles Fragrance are both nostalgic styles, too cliché and overused. Some even said that Louis only knows how to make people cry and has questionable character. Sigh, you should go check it out. Lin Shuxue hurriedly opened Weibo and indeed found many articles criticizing Louis. Although Louis' fans were actively defending him, many casual observers had been influenced, accusing Louis of trying to write a single gimmick for success, always writing about teenage love stories, and having no originality. Who's stirring up trouble this time? Lin Shuxue said angrily. What's going on? Louis took Lin Shuxue's phone and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It started with Music Maniac posting a scathing review of 7 Miles Fragrant, then someone started voting for Lei Kaiwan, and now someone is trying to drag him into a song battle. Is this a coincidence? Probably not. If it's not a coincidence, then who is behind these 3 incidents? Louis' eyes flashed with a cold light. He had already guessed the answer. Louis, what should we do now? Lin Shuxue asked anxiously. What should we do? Louis put down his phone and continued peeling an egg. The rumors about your challenge song are spreading like wildfire. We need to handle this. Lin Shuxue said. Why handle it? Louis placed the peeled egg in front of Lin Shuxue. Eat the egg, runny yolk. Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows. If they didn't handle the rhythm issue, it would definitely affect Louis' results in the challenge. After all, the program had selected 500 ordinary audience members who would definitely go online, and they would see the negative comments about Louis. Subjectively, they'd have a bias against Louis. How could they possibly like his challenge song or vote for him then? If someone wants to stir things up, let them do it, Louis said indifferently. I'm just a singer. A singer's job is to sing well. Louis smiled with narrowed eyes. He had complete confidence in his challenge song. Seeing Louis like this, Lin Shuxue could only sigh. As long as Louis doesn't make a principled mistake, she will always support him. In the evening, Louis returned to the television station. It was past 10 p.m., and he still hadn't been called for rehearsal. It wasn't until 10:32 p.m. that the staff finally came to invite him. As for the reason, it was the same as yesterday. Zhang Xian was causing trouble again. However, Louis didn't care. Anyway, after tomorrow night, Zhang Xian, that pesky fly, wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. This time, the rehearsal didn't end until 1 a.m. Louis was very satisfied with the rehearsal results. As long as he performed normally tomorrow, winning first place was guaranteed. Xiao Yu and the others were also very satisfied with the rehearsal results, excitedly saying, "Mr. Louis, as long as you don't pick the top-ranked contestants from last week tomorrow, the challenge will definitely succeed." Louis thought about the rankings from the previous episode. First place was undoubtedly Cui Qi. Second was Zhang Xian. Challenging either Cui Qi or Zhang Xian would be extremely difficult. After all, for a challenger to succeed, they must receive more votes than the challenger, plus half of the total votes from the previous episode. Zhang Xian ranked second last episode, meaning he had a high vote count. Even if his ranking drops significantly in the second episode, his overall vote count won't be too low. Therefore, the difficulty of challenging Zhang Xian is very high. To successfully challenge, it is best to target singers who ranked lower in the first episode. Those singers who ranked lower in the first episode may rebound in the second episode, but the probability is still relatively low. Therefore, Xiao Yu advised Louis not to challenge singers like Zhang Xian who ranked highly in the first round, as it was for Louis's own good. "Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Xiao Yu." Louis smiled slightly and didn't say much else. Zhang Xian, he was definitely going to challenge him. Tomorrow night, no one will be able to stop Zhang Xian. I'm telling you. Chapter 47, the competition begins. April 30th, 7:30 p.m. The highly anticipated second episode of Singing King 2021 aired as scheduled. Through the camera lenses, the audience could see the singers preparing in the green room. The first to catch everyone's attention was, of course, the crowd favorite, Cui Qi. On camera, Cui Qi was talking to a doctor. "When you sing later, you must be careful not to hit high notes. Otherwise, your vocal cords might not withstand it, and the worst-case scenario could leave you unable to sing," the doctor said seriously to Cui Qi. "I just have a minor cold, it's not that serious, is it?" Cui Qi shrugged it off with a smile, but before he could finish speaking, he coughed twice. "See? You're not taking this seriously." The doctor warned her seriously, "Cui Qi, you must listen to me. This is crucial for your future." Cui Qi finally nodded. "I understand, doctor." Seeing this, Cui Qi's fans all sent comments. "Oh my gosh, Cui Qi actually caught a cold. Still competing despite having a cold? Cui Qi is so dedicated. No wonder she's my little Chi-Chi. Go for it." Even with a cold, Chi-Chi Z is still giving us an amazing performance. Chi-Chi Z is the best. Cui Qi's screen time alone took up a full 10 minutes. The remaining 10 minutes were evenly divided among the 6 singers, including Zhang Xian. The final 10 minutes saw the 7 directly invited singers draw lots to determine their performance order. Singer Lu Mingxi saw the results of the draw and immediately wore a bitter expression. "I'm the first to perform. It looks like I'm going to be eliminated this time." Lu Mingxi ranked 7th in the first episode. The first singer to perform has a significant disadvantage. After all, voting doesn't start until the last singer has finished performing, so the public judges are more likely to remember the songs performed later in the lineup, giving singers with later performance slots a better chance of receiving votes. "Mingxi, don't worry, I believe you can turn things around." Cui Qi hurried forward and spoke softly to comfort her. This scene once again caused Cui Qi's fans to flood the comments with messages. Chi-Chi is so well-mannered. Chi is so gentle. No wonder he's my favorite guy. Go for it, Chi-Chi." Finally, the results of the draw were announced to the audience. First, Lu Mingxi. Second, Zhang Zhengwen. Third, Su Shishir. Fourth, Zhang Anqi. Fifth, Zhang Xian. Sixth, Cui Qi. Seventh, Li Zhouyan. After the draw results were announced, the camera switched to the main stage. Host Wen Yimeng, holding a cue card in one hand and a microphone in the other, smiled at the camera. As the spotlight fell, Wen Yimeng said, "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast of the second episode of Singing King 2021. After the intense competition in the first episode, the 7 directly invited singers now face different challenges. Tonight, the challenge singers are making a strong entrance. Will the 7 directly invited singers defend their honor, or will the challenge singers break through and eliminate one of the directly invited singers? Let's wait and see." At that moment, a series of comments appeared on the screen. "Isn't the challenger singer Louis? Does Louis even deserve to be called a strong contender? A singer who only managed to revive their career by playing on people's emotions, and now they dare to call themselves a strong contender? Oh well, it's just the show's script, they have to give Louis some face. I thought dignity wasn't something others gave you, it's something you earn yourself." Louis failed to challenge the stage tonight. What dignity is left? He'll just become a laughingstock. Lu Yi's fans were furious seeing these comments. But they held back and didn't argue with the comments. Because yesterday, Lu Yi posted on Weibo, asking them to believe in him. So they took a deep breath and chose to turn off the comments. Lu De asked us to believe in him, so we will believe in him. We believe that Lu De won't let us down. He will definitely succeed in the challenge. Once he does, we'll show those who love to gossip and criticize what we think of them. Lu Yi silently endured. Host Wen Yiming began the introduction. The first singer to take the stage today is a very familiar older sister whom many of you have heard sing before. However, in the previous episode, she performed poorly and only ranked 7, so today's competition is very stressful for her. We hope everyone will give her your support. After Wen Yiming stepped off the stage, the spotlight narrowed. Lu Mingxi, dressed in a long dress, walked onto the stage and approached the microphone. She gripped the microphone tightly, and the spotlight once again focused on her. The prelude began, and the singing started, immersing everyone in the music. When the camera pans to the audience, tears can be seen in some eyes. Wasn't the guy with tears in his eyes last episode also this guy? The production team isn't putting in any effort. They always bring the same person to cry. The production team should give this guy some extra credit. Those tears are pouring out, it's so real. On the screen, the audience is teasing the production team. As for those commenting on Lu Mingxi's song, there were relatively few. This is quite realistic. Lu Mingxi is an older generation singer with lower popularity, and the song he performed this time was more sentimental, making it difficult to stimulate the audience's emotions. As Lu Mingxi neared the end of her performance, the comments flooded in. Alright, Lu Yi will definitely choose to challenge Mingxi. Sigh, who can blame Mingxi for her poor performance last episode? She's been average this time too, so challenging her has the highest success rate. But Mingxi is Lu Yi's senior. Would Lu Yi really pick her? Haha, are you expecting Lu Yi to respect his elders? Don't be silly. He's just a guy who writes campus love songs to make students cry. What good character can you expect from him? Lu Mingxi's performance officially ended, but according to the show's rules, she didn't leave the stage immediately. After the performance, she had to wait 30 seconds to see if she would be challenged by a contestant. These 30 seconds were nerve-wracking for Lu Mingxi. For Lu Mingxi's fans, it was also extremely tense. The production team added heartbeat sound effects to build tension. Thump, thump, thump. 30 seconds have passed. Lu Yi did not press the challenge button, so no alarm sounded on stage. Lu Mingxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 episodes make up 1 round. If she, as a veteran singer, were to be eliminated in the first round, that would be too embarrassing. They didn't choose Mingxi? What does Lu Yi mean? Mingxi is clearly the best choice for the challenge. Maybe he is afraid of being criticized by us if he challenges Mingxi, someone joked. But if he challenges someone else, he'll still be criticized. Who cares? Anyway, if he picks easy targets, he'll be criticized if he succeeds, and his reputation will be ruined if he fails. If he doesn't pick easy targets, he'll never succeed in challenging the established artists. The comments kept rolling in, and time flew by. Soon, the 5th contestant Zhang Xian took the stage. Chapter 48, Taking the Stage 3rd Update. This time, Zhang Xian was going to sing a famous rock song from manhwa called Because So. As the only rock singer among the 7 directly invited performers and one of the few singers who has consistently performed rock music in recent years, Zhang Xian still has a dedicated fan base. Go Zhang Xian! Rock never dies. Let the world hear Dragon Country's rock. Go go go, charge charge charge. Many people also started posting love you emojis. Since this emoji resembles the hand gesture associated with rock music, and there is no specific emoji for rock, many people use the love you emoji as a substitute for rock. As the sound of the electric guitar echoed, Zhang Xian's hoarse voice began to resonate. Some liked it, others didn't, with mixed reactions. However, the live audience seemed to be having a great time, with almost everyone standing up, raising their hands, and making the rock hand gesture. Based on the experience from the previous seasons of The Singing King, Zhang Xian's vote count this episode won't be too low, at least around 4th or 5th place. So when Zhang Xian finished singing, no one thought Lu Yi would challenge him. Challenging Zhang Xian was tantamount to suicide. However, just as Zhang Xian finished bowing to thank the audience, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the stage. At the same time, the camera cut to a different angle. Everyone saw Lu Yi's handsome face. At that moment, Lu Yi's hand was on the challenge button, his expression unusually determined. Countless netizens sent 3 question marks, expressing their confusion. Among the first 5 singers, there were 3 easy targets, but Lu Yi didn't go after any of them. Why choose Zhang Xian now? Even if Lu Yi felt that the 3 easy targets were seniors and challenging them would draw criticism, he could have challenged Zhou Yan instead. Zhou Yan is a young singer with moderate popularity, and the songs he sings aren't exactly mainstream. The success rate of challenging Zhou Yan is definitely higher than challenging Zhang Xian. Has Lu Yi lost his mind? Some were puzzled, while others mocked. Darn, it's a live stream, so we can't fast forward. Otherwise, I would have fast-forwarded. I want to fast-forward too. I don't want to hear Louis sing Sunny Day or 7 Miles Fragrant, or any of his old nostalgic songs. Louis is just trying to make people cry. What a loser. Exactly, I don't want to listen to this cheesy, boring campus stuff. Seeing these comments, Louis' fans clenched their fists. They were still enduring it. Though they didn't understand why Louis chose to challenge Zhang Xian instead of Lu Mingxi. But no matter who Louis challenges, they support him. Come on. In the green room, Lin Shuxue clenched her fists tightly. Though Louis hadn't even taken the stage yet, she was already so nervous her heart was pounding in her throat. On stage, Zhang Xian was grinning from ear to ear. Louis actually dared to challenge him? What's the difference between that and suicide? Louis, if your reputation were still as good as it was 2 days ago, you might have a sliver of a chance to challenge me. But I spent so much money to stir up trouble and make people think badly of you. How could you possibly beat me now? When Zhang Xian walked off stage with his guitar, he even took little steps and hummed a cheerful tune. Louis' failed challenge was undoubtedly the best news he'd heard in days. When Yiming walked onto the stage holding a cue card. I'm sure everyone is as surprised as I am that the challenger, Louis, would choose to take on Zhang Xian, who is currently on such a strong streak. However, since Louis has made his choice, let's invite him to the stage to perform his original song, Old Boy. Upon hearing this, the chat was filled with question marks. Not Sunny Day or 7 Miles of Fragrance? It doesn't seem like any of his previous songs either. Another original song? Louis dares to sing an original song no one has ever heard before during the challenge round? Louis is way too bold. To be honest, Louis dares to challenge Zhang Xian at this moment and sing an original song. I think he's a real man. I take back what I said earlier. I respect Louis. No need to say more, respect. The camera cuts to the only rapper, Zhou Yan, who also makes a respectful gesture, showing his respect for Louis. Another original song. Ludi should be fine, right? Louis' fans are feeling nervous. Trust Lu Day, he'll definitely be fine. Some fans say this, but their hands holding the water are trembling slightly. Backstage, Lin Shuxue's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. Louis sat on a stool holding his guitar. The venue fell silent. The lights dimmed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Louis turned to the band and nodded, signaling they could begin. Then, the prelude began. The lights dimmed. The guitar sounded. That's the person I've been thinking about day and night, the one I deeply love. How can I possibly express my feelings? Will she accept me? Louis' slightly hoarse voice rang out, striking someone's ears and heart at once. Of course, there were also those who scoffed dismissively. Typical. Just like Sunny Day and 7 Miles of Fragrance, more campus romance. Boring. In the break room, Zhang Xian also looked down on him, smirking to himself. Louis, you're really only capable of this. Besides these petty love affairs, what else can you sing? Once is fine, everyone finds it fresh, twice is still acceptable, after all, it suits their taste. But what about the third time? No one will ever love eating the same food or listening to the same type of song forever. Louis, you still want to challenge me? Get lost. Louis' singing didn't stop. Perhaps I'll never say those words to her. I'm destined to roam the world. How can I have any attachments? Dreams are always out of reach. Should I give up? Flowers bloom and fade, another season passes. Spring, where are you? The person who had just mocked them now had a serious expression on their face. It seems like it's not the same style as Sunny Day and 7 Mile Fragrance? Or perhaps it's the same style, but not entirely the same? In the break room, Zhang Xian's mouth, which had been stretched wide open, slowly closed. Zhang Xian's expression grew serious, and a flash of disbelief and fear flickered in his eyes. Louis' singing continued. Youth is like a rushing river. Once gone, it never returns, leaving no time to say goodbye. Leaving only a numb me. No longer the passionate youth of yesteryear. Watching the flowers drifting through the sky. Fading away in their most beautiful moment. Who will remember that this world once existed? Louis finished singing the first verse, and all the mockery, sarcasm, and doubt in the comments disappeared. The comments had dwindled significantly, with only a few remaining, most of them sending crying emojis. More people were staring intently at the screen, tears welling up in their eyes. Chapter 49, If There Is a Tomorrow. 4th update. Li Shaocheng put down his instant noodle fork, looked at the lyrics on the screen, and couldn't help but let tears fall. Half a year ago, he had gone to her parents' house to propose marriage, only to be rejected with the words, "You have no car, no house, and no savings. What can you offer my daughter for a happy life?" Since then, he had proposed breaking up and avoided seeing her. It wasn't that he didn't love her anymore, he just wanted to work hard to earn money, buy a car, buy a house, and save money, so he could give her a happy future. She kept sending him messages asking why, but he dared not respond and didn't know how to answer. Until just now, when Louis said, "I'm destined to wander the world, how can I have any attachments," he completely broke down. He wasn't going to wander aimlessly, he was going to work hard to make money. So during this time, how could he afford to have any attachments? Under the neon lights, Tang Feng sat by the roadside, munching on a piece of bread. He was a Beijing drifter. Before coming to Beijing, he had hoped to make a name for himself and carve out a life for himself. But now, he only hopes that tomorrow won't bring more scolding. He had just been scolded again and was feeling down as he pulled out his phone to watch the live stream of The Singing King. Just as he finished buying the bread, he heard Louis sing, "All that's left is a numb me," with no trace of the passion I once had. Tang Feng looked up at the sky, but tears still streamed down his face. Once, his dream was to make a name for himself in Kyoto. Now, his dream is simply to avoid being scolded by his boss tomorrow. How fitting were those lyrics. On stage, the lights flickered. Louis bows his head and plays the guitar. Years have passed in the blink of an eye. So many partings and reunions, so much joy and sorrow. The young man who once dreamed of conquering the world envied the southward flying geese, each pursuing their own path, fading into the distance with each passing step. Where lies the ordinary future? Ah, who can give me the answer? Those who once accompanied me. Where are you now? The people I once loved. What have you become now? Upon hearing this, someone opened a drawer, pulled out their old graduation photos, and ran their fingers over the familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Others opened their photo albums, flipping through page after page, until they finally found old photos of their brothers and sisters. How innocent we were back then, with a touch of youth still lingering on our faces. Back then, they would lean on each other as shoulders, hold hands, make all sorts of silly faces, and strike all sorts of childish poses. Back then, he would ask you if you wanted to go play soccer. Back then, she would ask if you wanted to go to the bathroom. Back then, the person sitting behind you would tap your shoulder and ask if you'd finished your homework, wanting to copy it. Back then, your desk partner would nudge your elbow, telling you not to cover your test paper too tightly so he could copy it and pass English for once. Back then, you dared not leave tissues on the desk because someone would ask to borrow one and never return it. Back then. Where are the people who were with you back then? Some people open their contact list with a sigh, wanting to call someone from the past to ask how they're doing, but they hesitate again and ultimately don't press the call button. Some people post in dorm group chats that have been inactive for a long time, asking, "How are you all doing?" but there are no immediate replies like there used to be. Some open the chat interface, scroll up, and can still see the transaction records from when they helped pay for a meal, but they don't know when the last exchange took place. The figures of those pursuing their own paths grow distant and fade away. Those people savored the lyrics, feeling a pang of sadness in their hearts. Have the wishes we once had come true? Now that it's come to this, must we only commemorate them? Let time dry up our ideals. Can I ever find the real me again? Looking up at the star-studded sky. The one that accompanied me back then. Do you still remember the stories here? The chorus begins again, and more people can't stop the tears from flowing. Some people take their phones to the window, but all they see is a dark night sky. Where is the star-filled sky? They cry and laugh. Some looked up at the dim stars in the sky, recalling their once bright dreams, which, like the stars, had once shone brilliantly but ultimately faded into obscurity. Some cover their faces and weep. Life is like an unforgiving carving knife, changing our appearance. Must we wither before we even bloom? I once had dreams. Youth is like a rushing river, gone forever without a chance to say goodbye. Looking up at the star-studded sky. The star that accompanied me back then. Do you still remember the stories here? If there is a tomorrow, I wish you well, my dear. The noodle shop owner who once added beef and braised eggs to Louis's noodles after a long day's work had planned to rest and watch TV, but instead lit a cigarette. In the room, the mother was scolding the child for not doing well on the exam. In fact, the child had already tried his best, and this time he had only come in second place. He felt there was nothing to blame him for, but the mother was furious, asking the child why others could get first place and he couldn't. He listened, feeling annoyed, and went to the mirror, his face filled with bitterness. He wasn't exactly handsome, but he didn't used to look like this. Life is indeed an unforgiving carver, he thought. The noodle shop owner leaned against the wall, listening to the child's sobs and the mother's screams, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. The noodle shop owner was just a microcosm. There were countless others like him. Under the carving of life, they had gone from being full of vigor and vitality to becoming numb, like walking corpses. Is this what they wanted? Is it because of this damn life? But is it worth blaming heaven and earth? Forget it. What good does it do to blame fate? Just like the last line of the song. If there is a tomorrow, may you be blessed, my dear. If there is a tomorrow, then why blame fate? If there is a tomorrow, why not bless yourself, dear? The noodle shop owner stubbed out his cigarette, opened the door, and said, "Stop arguing. It's just a careless mistake on the exam. Just aim for first place next time. Oh my, why are you making such a fuss? This is the meat you dropped. Don't you feel sorry for it?" Li Cheng picked up the noodle fork, quickly finished the instant noodles, and continued working on the proposal. If there was a tomorrow, he didn't want to bless her, he wanted to put the wedding dress on her himself. Under the neon lights, Tang Feng finished his bread and noticed his boss standing beside him. The boss handed him a bottle of mineral water. Take a drink, don't choke. Work hard in the future, and ask questions if you don't understand anything. Opening his contact list, he hesitated whether to call an old friend but ultimately decided against it. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he received a call. It was the number he had just tried to dial. The person who posted "How are you all doing?" in the dormitory group chat received a reply, "I just listened to Old Boys. It's damn good. When are you guys free? Let's go eat hot pot again. I don't want the mixed pot, I only want the spicy soup. I want that feeling of getting up in the middle of the night with diarrhea and having a sore butt the next morning." On stage, Louis hugged his guitar and bowed to the audience in gratitude. The audience below also stood up, clapping continuously until their hands were red, unaware of the pain. Chapter 50, Who Are You? The camera cuts from the audience to the backstage commentary section. There, sitting were 3 veteran musicians. Their task was to comment on each singer's performance after they finished singing. Though called commentary, it was essentially flattery. After all, these 3 are supposedly music industry veterans, but their status is neither here nor there. Would they dare speak the truth? Rather than risk being criticized for speaking the truth and losing their jobs, it's better to just give some awkward praise and pocket the money. However, at this very moment, the 3 of them are teary-eyed, genuinely moved by Louis' song Old Boy. Therefore, they didn't notice the reminder in their earpieces and were unaware that the camera had already switched to them. They wiped away their tears while praising. This song Old Boys is so moving it truly deserves to be called a masterpiece. Yes, it hits straight to the heart and brings back memories of the past. Some people online said that Louis only sings about love in school, but this time he not only sang about innocent love, but also about sincere friendship and brilliant dreams. A couple of days ago, I saw someone online saying that Louis only relies on making people cry, and I agreed wholeheartedly. But now I don't think that anymore. Are these tears Louis tricked me into shedding? No, they're tears I shed willingly. Hearing this, the audience watching the screen were caught off guard and burst into laughter. This is the first time I've seen these 3 be so genuine and emotional. Before, these 3 were just awkwardly praising each other, but this time they even used words like "I," clearly showing their true feelings. To be honest, after watching so many seasons of The Singing King, this is the first time I've seen these 3 give such heartfelt comments. Me too, but it's not surprising. Old Boys is just too moving. I think it's rough around the edges but true. The tears I shed listening to Old Boys weren't because Louis tricked me, they were tears I shed willingly. Exactly. If anyone dares to say that Louis only tricks people into crying, I'll beat them senseless. These comments aren't all from Louis' fans. To be precise, only a very small portion came from Louis' fans. Because most of Louis' fans are still immersed in that song, Old Boys. When they listen to Old Boys, they don't just hear their own past, it's as if they're hearing Louis' story too. Especially the line, "Those who once accompanied me, where are you now?" nearly caused their emotions to collapse. They can imagine how heartbreaking it must be for Louis, whose voice was ruined, to fade into obscurity while his former fans have all disappeared. Lu De, I've never left. Lu Xiao clutched his phone tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. Lu De, this time, I won't leave again. Lu De, I've been waiting for you to come back. Lu De, I'm sorry. Fans who had unfollowed him and those who had quietly waited all along were all heartbroken for Louis. Meanwhile, the 3 senior figures in the backstage commentary section finally snapped out of the emotional state of Old Boys after repeated reminders from the director. What? I just said old man, are they going to dock my pay? The man with a full beard, his face darkening, muttered under his breath. Louis, why did you sing Old Boys so well? Now I've lost thousands of dollars. The camera had already cut away, and the other 2 senior artists, looking grief-stricken, patted the bearded man on the shoulder. Old you might have forgotten one thing. We promised Chui Chi that we'd only praise other singers in moderation. Yeah, our main task is to praise Chui Chi. After the live stream, Chui Chi will give us red envelopes based on our performance. Your red envelope today is probably in jeopardy. Luo Yinhu's face turned even darker. Damn it, I should have known better than to praise Louis' last line earlier. But in the end, it's still Louis' fault. If Louis hadn't sung Old Boy so movingly, would he have gotten so emotional? The camera has cut back to the stage. After bowing to the audience, Louis walked off the stage amid unprecedented applause. After each singer finishes their performance, they head to the same waiting room. Louis was no exception. Louis opened the door to the waiting room, and the 4 singers sitting on the sofa, Lu Mingxi, Zhang Zhangwen, Su Shishir, and Zhang Anqi, all stood up. It was evident that their eyes were also reddened. Seeing Louis approaching, all 4 clapped their hands. Welcome, our Lu Di. Lu Mingxi and Zhang Anqi were both once wildly popular female singers who had dominated the music scene for a generation, with more experience than Louis. Zhang Zhangwen and Su Shishir had less experience but were highly popular and equally talented. However, at this moment, the 4 of them were not only enthusiastic toward Louis but also referred to him as Lu Di. After all, only Lu Yi's fans referred to him as Lu Di. Could it be that these four have already become Lu Yi's fans? Mingxi, Anqi, stop teasing me. Lu Yi put down his guitar and smiled slightly. I can't possibly accept you calling me Lu Di, just call me Xiao Lu. Lu Mingxi and Zhang Anqi replied, the song Old Boy you just sang made me cry. Look, my makeup is all smudged. Lu Di, I'm now your little fangirl. Lu Yi touched his nose and exchanged a few more polite words before trying to sit down. Lu Di, sit here. Su Shishir shifted her position, wanting Lu Yi to sit next to her. Thanks, Lu Yi smiled, but he had no intention of sitting next to Su Shishir. Not to mention that Lin Shuxue was backstage and could see every move he made through the livestream. Even if she couldn't see him, he wouldn't sit next to a girl. Although he knew full well that there was nothing between him and Su Shishir, and there never would be, Lin Shuxue might misunderstand. Although he hadn't yet confirmed his relationship with Lin Shuxue, Lu Yi didn't want her to feel upset because of him. Lu Yi exchanged a nod with Zhang Zhangwen, then sat down next to him and looked toward the large screen ahead. Lu Yi, sit here with me. Zhang Xian, who had remained silent all along, finally managed to force a smile. With so many people watching, he couldn't just stay silent. Hearing the voice, Lu Yi raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at Zhang Xian, and asked casually, may I ask who you are? The smile Zhang Xian had managed to force out vanished instantly. This was the second time he had been met with such cold indifference from Lu Yi. Lu Yi had already withdrawn his gaze, as if looking at Zhang Xian one more time would soil his eyes. Lu Yi walked over to Zhang Zhangwen, exchanged a nod and a smile with him, then sat down beside Zhang Zhangwen. This scene nearly made Zhang Xian grind his teeth to dust. Lu Yi, you're so arrogant. Zhang Xian's forehead bulged with veins. Your old boy is good, and it will certainly achieve good results, but you may not necessarily beat me. Zhang Xian sneered inwardly. But these words. It was more like self-comfort. Chapter 51, Voting Results. The camera cuts from the green room to the stage. When Yimeng, who had just been sung to tears by Lu Yi, had finished touching up her makeup and walked back onto the stage. Challenger singer Lu Yi has finished his performance. We're grateful to Lu Di for bringing us Old Boys. We hope those who enjoyed it will remember to vote for Lu Di later. Alright, the competition continues. Let's put aside our emotions and listen to the song brought to us by the heir to the singing god Cui Qi. Cui Qi walks onto the stage in a trench coat, looking very stylish. If this were any other time, the audience would be screaming and the chat would be flooded with messages about Cui Qi. But today, there were still people wiping away tears in the audience, seemingly unaware that Cui Qi had already taken the stage. As for the comments, they were all discussing Lu Yi's earlier performance of Old Boys. Did you hear that? When Yimeng announced the song, her voice was hoarse. She must have been crying. Yimeng must have some heartbreaking stories too. Sigh, Old Boy is truly a tear-jerking masterpiece. I just saw my dad smoking and wiping the corners of his eyes. To write a song like Old Boy and sing it so well, Lu Yi is truly amazing. Lu Yi might just pull off an upset this time. Drop the maybe. Zhang Xian's performance of Because So Today was a complete disaster. It sounded like a ghost wailing. Thankfully, Lu Yi immediately followed up with a masterpiece. Anyway, I'll say it now, if Lu Yi doesn't become famous, it's against the laws of nature. The people sending these comments probably didn't even realize that just a few minutes ago they were calling Lu Yi a fraud who only knows how to manipulate emotions, yet now they become his die-hard fans. Lu Xiao and the others, seeing these comments, were also thrilled. However, Cui Qi's fans couldn't sit still. Please don't discuss other people's songs while my Chi-Chi is performing, okay? I don't care, my Chi-Chi is the best. Hey, stop talking about Lu Yi's Old Boy, okay? Did my Chi-Chi sing badly today? It was also very touching. Such comments were sent one after another, quickly drowned out and leaving no trace. Even after Cui Qi had finished singing, the two most popular keywords in the comments were still Lu Yi and Old Boy. The situation among the live audience was slightly better, as being on stage made it easier to get caught up in the emotions. However, when Cui Qi finished singing and bowed, the applause was sparse compared to earlier. Cui Qi's expression grew grim. To gain more attention, he even teamed up with a doctor to put on a show of performing while sick, hoping to evoke sympathy and secure more votes. But the result was far from effective. It was completely useless. Never mind, Cui Qi muttered as he walked off stage. Although Lu Yi had a good on-stage reaction, there were many of my fans in the audience. With my fan base, I'm still guaranteed first place. As for the attention Lu Yi took away from me, I'll just consider it a kindness to him. After Cui Qi left, when Yimeng announced the next performer, the seventh directly invited singer and the eighth performer of the night, Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan performed Sanhai, a grand and majestic ancient-style song from Manhwa. However, it still failed to create a lively atmosphere, and few audience members were moved by Zhou Yan's emotional performance. The core of the chat discussions remained focused on Lu Yi's Old Boy. Many people expressed their current emotions and past sorrows through the comments. The head of Wang Yun Music, seeing this situation, expressed his inability to accept it. After Zhou Yan left the stage, it was time for the much-anticipated segment, voting and announcing the results. The 500 audience members present at the venue each placed their voting cards into the ballot box. After another period of counting and waiting, the camera finally cut back to the green room. The show's director, Hong Lang, had already received the voting results. "Everyone, thank you for waiting." Hong Lang faced the camera and addressed the 8 singers, as well as all the audience members. "Now, we will announce the results of the second live broadcast of Singing King 2021. I know everyone is eager to know the highlight of this episode, the results of the challenge round. So I won't reveal the challenge results now." Lu Yi's lips twitched slightly. This director Hong Lang seems pretty mischievous. As for the chat comments, they were filled with boos. "Here we go again. Director Hong Lang, stop being so mischievous. If you keep this up, I'll hit you. Just announce the challenge result already." Some were speculating. Do you think director Hong Lang will pull out his secret weapon from the previous seasons and the last episode, the water cup? I'm sure he has it. Hong Lang is using this trick to keep us in suspense. Exactly. Every time he announces the results, he gulps down a big cup of water. By the end of the episode, how many cups does he drink? Do you think he has kidney issues? Sure enough, as everyone speculated in the comments, Hong Lang pulled out a thermos. "I'll take a sip of water first. At my age, I have no choice but to soak goji berries in my thermos. Once I finish, I'll announce the results." Watching Hong Lang gulp down the water for nearly half a minute, Lu Yi's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Finally, Hong Lang put down the thermos and glanced at the voting results in his hand, saying, "I remember that in the last competition, only the rankings were announced, along with the vote counts for the lower-ranked participants, right? Alright, now let us take a look at the vote counts for the top 3. The chat exploded with boos, and the earlier thudding heartbeats echoed again. Hong Lang turned around and said to announce last week's votes first? This is way too mind games. Lu Yi also sighed, having realized that Hong Lang had definitely studied psychology. He was a master at building suspense, a true veteran of the game. Hong Lang then grew serious and stopped joking around, saying, "The top 3 from last week's competition are, first place, Chui Chi, second place, Zheng Xian, and third place, Zhou Yan. Chui Chi's vote count is 468. Congratulations to Chui Chi." A chorus of gasps filled the room. With a total of 500 audience judges, Chui Chi had received 468 votes. It was almost like a miracle. Zheng Xian received 422 votes. Congratulations to Zheng Xian. The crowd applauded again. As long as the vote exceeded 400, it would be considered very high, because among the 500 public judges were people from all generations, and it was difficult to win over so many people with a single song. Zhou Yan has received 398 votes. Congratulations to Zhou Yan. Hong Lang waited for the applause to die down before saying, "Now, we will announce the results of the second round of voting. First up is the most anticipated challenge result. Challenger singer Lu Yi is taking on last week's second-place finisher, Zheng Xian. Let's see how many votes Zheng Xian received this time. Zheng Xian's vote count is Chapter 52, Elimination. Third update. Thud, thud, thud. The tense heartbeat sound effects rang out again. Every viewer in front of the screen felt their hearts race. Every singer in the green room was also filled with curiosity. Especially Zheng Xian, who was parched and kept swallowing saliva, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The live broadcast of the second episode of Singing King 2021, singer Zheng Xian's vote count is. Hong Lang didn't drink any water this time. After a brief pause, he announced 386. Congratulations to Zheng Xian. That's an excellent result. Hong Lang led the applause for Zheng Xian, and the other singers followed suit. Zheng Xian cracked his dry lips. At least it wasn't too low. Combined with the 422 votes from the previous episode, his total vote count was 808. Lu Yi wanted to succeed in his challenge, so he needed to get more than 404 votes this episode. And surpassing 400 votes is extremely challenging. Lu Yi's performance of Old Boy was decent, but it might not surpass 404. While the live audience reaction was enthusiastic, cases where the final vote count was low despite a strong response are not uncommon in previous seasons. Zheng Xian bit his lip, thinking to himself. Hong Lang, as usual, picked up his thermos cup, intending to take a sip of water to build anticipation among the audience. However, he realized he had already finished the water in the cup. Having the assistant director fetch more water and then drink it again seemed excessive. So Hong Lang could only pout and abandoned the idea of teasing the audience again. Alright, let's take a look. Hong Lang had intended to announce Lu Yi's vote count directly, but upon seeing the numbers, his pupils suddenly contracted. Let's reveal now whether Lu Yi has successfully challenged the champion. Hong Lang decided to keep the vote count hidden for now, as Lu Yi's vote count was definitely a bombshell. The game had only just begun. He couldn't start with a royal flush, could he? Hong Lang cleared his throat and said, "The result of Lu Yi's challenge is..." Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Hong Lang smiled and said, "Success! Singer Lu Yi has successfully challenged the champion. Let us congratulate Lu Yi." As per tradition, Hong Lang would usually clap first, and then the other singers would follow. But this time, before Hong Lang could even clap, Lu Mingxi and the others had already erupted into enthusiastic applause. It was clear how deeply Louis' performance of Old Boy had moved the audience. Lu Xiao, watching on screen, and numerous Louis fans finally let out a long sigh of relief. Congratulations to Lu Di. Congratulations, Lu Di. Congratulations, Lu Di. The Lu family army finally sprang into action. Almost instantly, the phrase "congratulations to Lu Di" flooded the screen. Even with Louis' current fan base, it wouldn't have been enough to achieve this. But once someone took the lead, bystanders naturally followed suit by clicking +1. After all, the essence of humanity is to repeat what others say. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian's face turned ashen. His forehead veins bulged, and his face looked ferocious. Despite knowing that he should be smiling and congratulating Louis to leave the audience with the impression that he can take a loss gracefully. However, he simply couldn't do it. The production team, of course, was loving the drama. The camera quickly shifted its focus to Zhang Xian. Seeing Zhang Xian's grim expression, someone sent a comment. Is that all Zhang Xian has? Even if you're unhappy inside, you should at least pretend to be at ease. A rock singer shouldn't he have such a narrow mind, right? Zhang Xian always claimed to have a broad mind, didn't he? Broad-minded? That's probably just a persona he's created. Look at him, he's clearly petty and narrow-minded. Seeing the camera turn toward him, Zhang Xian remained silent with a sullen expression. Hong Lang furrowed his brows slightly and said, Zhang Xian, as longtime friends, you must have a lot to say to Louis right now. Zhang Xian knew that Hong Lang was reminding him to control his emotions and congratulate Louis. At the same time, he also knew that if he continued like this, he might be exploited by others. This time, he had been successfully challenged by Louis, but he could still try to make it back through the revival round. However, if others made a big deal out of this, his chances of returning through the revival round would be virtually zero. Zhang Xian clenched his teeth, mustered all his strength, and forced a smile. Louis, congratulations. Saying those words, Zhang Xian felt like his heart, liver, and lungs were about to explode. Being eliminated by Louis and having to smile and congratulate him, this feeling was driving him mad. Louis didn't even glance at Zhang Xian, he simply turned to director Hong Lang and said thank you. This made Zhang Xian so angry he could barely breathe. Louis caught a glimpse of Zhang Xian's expression out of the corner of his eye and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He didn't want to make enemies, but Zhang Xian had repeatedly played dirty tricks behind his back, targeting him. So he had no choice but to fight back. Now that Zhang Xian had been eliminated, his mind was filled with one thought: he deserved it. Alright, please take your seats. We will now announce the results of this episode's competition. Director Hong Lang smiled. Now, we will announce the 7th place for the second live episode of Singing King 2021. The 7th place as director Hong Lang's gaze fell on Lu Mingxi. However, since the challenger in this round chose Zhang Xian as their opponent, Mingxi can advance to the next round. Although Lu Mingxi had already known she wouldn't be eliminated when Louis' challenge was announced earlier, she was still overwhelmed with emotion and kept thanking Louis. Director Hong Lang then announced the remaining rankings. 6th place, Su Shishir. 5th place, Zhang Anqi. 4th place, Zhou Yan. 3rd place, Zheng Zhengwen. Only the results for Louis and Cui Qi remained to be announced. Hong Lang scanned the crowd and said, alright, now everyone should know that Cui Qi and Louis are the 1st and 2nd place winners of this competition. So, who is the true 1st place winner? Will it be Cui Qi, who can defend the dignity of the heir to the singing god and retain the 1st place? Or will Louis, after 3 years away from the music scene, return as a challenger and break free from his cocoon to claim the crown? Now, let's take a commercial break. A string of question marks immediately flooded the screen. Hong Lang, you're teasing us again. You're going to get over 4,000 views tonight. An older fan was furious, sounding quite aggressive. Please be a human being, Hong director. Stop teasing us like this. Others were speechless. I've already taken off my pants, and you're making me watch an ad? Someone else was making a joke. During the commercial break, in the green room, Cui Qi gave Louis a subtle smile. Lu Ge, your performance of Old Boys blew everyone away. You're definitely 1st place. This was a standard line, designed to establish a humble persona. In reality, Cui Qi was thinking, Hong Lang, you better announce that I'm the winner already. I want Louis, the former heir to the singing god, to know that his time is over. Even if he comes back, he'll only be in my shadow. Chapter 53, 1st. 4th update. In response to Cui Qi's polite remarks, Louis casually replied, you're joking. Then he twisted open the bottle cap and drank water in one gulp. His posture made it clear he had no intention of engaging in small talk with Cui Qi. Cui Qi's eyes flashed with a cold light. I'm the one who initiated this conversation, and you dare to speak to me like that? Louis, do you still think you're the top singer from 3 years ago, while I'm just a newcomer? But you're right, Cui Qi said smugly, tugging at the corner of his mouth. When else can you act so arrogant in front of me except at times like this? Wait until Hong Lang announces our vote count. I'll see if you'll smile and clap for me and say congratulations. The commercial break ended and Hong Lang faced the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now we will reveal the final suspense of this episode, who will be the first place winner, Chui Chi or Louis? This time, Chui Chi's fans finally regained control of the screen with their comments. Chi Chi Z must be first. If Chi Chi Z isn't first, I'll eat my computer screen live. If Chi Chi Z isn't first, I'll gain 30 pounds this year. Louis isn't bad either, but he still lacks that extra spark compared to Chi Chi Z. Chi Chi Z is the best. As for why Chui Chi's fans were able to regain control of the comments section and flood the screen, the reason is simply that Chui Chi has far more fans than Louis. Earlier, it was impossible to make Chui Chi's name flood the screen because Louis's old boy was too popular, causing countless bystanders to discuss it spontaneously. Now, after some time has passed, the popularity of Louis's old boy has started to decline, and the frequency of casual viewers discussing Louis's name has naturally decreased. Moreover, it's now time to announce the rankings. Even though many people personally prefer Louis's performance of Old Boys, rationality dictates that Chui Chi will take first place. The reason is simple: Chui Chi's vocal skills are solid, and the song he chose is also good. Although he performed after Louis's Old Boys, his performance was overshadowed, but Chui Chi's popularity is still there. Each audience member can vote for 3 people, and most will undoubtedly cast their vote for Chui Chi. After all, Chui Chi is popular among both the middle-aged and younger generations, and there are also many elderly people who think he is talented and has good character, so they like him. Even in Lu Zhao's Lu Uni chat group, many people commented, "If Lu Di comes in second, please don't be disappointed." He's only been back for less than a week and performed as a challenge singer, yet he managed to secure second place. That's already incredibly impressive. Yeah, Lu Di is already amazing. Second place is still a great achievement. I believe that with Lu Da's abilities, he will definitely win first place next episode. If not next episode, then the one after that. Seeing these comments, Lu Xiao furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? Was Lu Di's performance of Old Boy not impressive enough? Why can't he win first place? Just because his opponent is Chui Chi? I believe Lu Di will definitely win first place. The lively group chat fell silent for 5 seconds. Someone said, "Xiao Xiao, I know how you feel. We all want Lu Di to win first place too, but it's just not realistic. There has never been a case where a challenger singer steps onto the stage and immediately takes first place. Forget first place, he has never even come in second or third. If Lu Di can secure second place, that would already be breaking new ground." Lu Xiao bit her lip and said, "If others can't become the top singer as a challenge singer, why can't Lu Di? You said it yourselves, no challenge singer has ever even come in second before. But now Lu Di is at least guaranteed second place. Why can't you believe that Lu Di can win first place? Please, have a little more faith in Lu Di, just a little more, okay? I don't want Lu Di to write lyrics like those who once accompanied me, where are you now? Anymore." Hearing Lu Xiao's voice message, everyone in the group was stunned. If Lu Xiao could trust Louis so much, why couldn't he? They had once fought alongside Louis on various charts. After 3 years of decline, has all their vigor been worn away? Xiao Xiao is right, we should believe in Lu Di. Who cares if it's right or wrong? In our hearts, Louis is number 1. That's right, Lu Di is the eternal legend. Dare to dream, dare to fight, Lu Di is invincible. As everyone's emotions ran high, Hong Lang finished his drink and said, "Now, I'll say a number. 457. This is the number of votes between Chui Chi and Louis." Upon hearing the number 457, Lu Mingxi and the other singers instinctively looked toward Chui Chi. 457 votes were considered a high number in the history of the Singing King program. Therefore, 457 votes must be the number of votes for the first place tonight. And the first place winner was undoubtedly Chui Chi. Although Lu Mingxi and the other singers felt that Louis's Old Boy was better than Chui Chi's performance, reality was unforgiving. Gold shining brightly was already commendable. How could one compare its brilliance to the most dazzling stars in the sky? It was almost impossible. 457 votes? Chui Chi's lips curled slightly. His vote count from the previous episode was 468, so this time it was slightly lower. However, some fluctuations are normal. Anyway, the number of votes doesn't matter now, the ranking is what truly matters. Chui Chi glanced sideways at Louis, his smile growing even broader. Hong Lang glanced at his scorecard, then at Louis's vote count, and after confirming he hadn't made a mistake, he continued. "Alright, now we'll announce Louis's vote count." Chui Chi grew impatient inside, thinking, "I'm already in first place. Why are you announcing Louis's vote count? Isn't that a waste of time?" The audience watching on screen were also highly dissatisfied. Don't announce Louis's vote count. There is no way his votes could be higher than 457, right? How could 457 votes be surpassed? If anyone can surpass it, it's only Chi Chi Z herself. Exactly. Hong Lang is teasing us for no reason this time. It's indeed inexplicable. Could there really be someone who thinks Louis's vote count could surpass 457? No way, right? On the screen, Lin Shuxue and other die-hard fans of Louis held their breath, their faces flushing with tension. Their heartbeats seemed to race in sync with the thump-thump sound effects played by the production team. Director Hong Lang didn't take a sip of water this time. He simply announced. The live broadcast of the second episode of Singing King 2021, Louis's vote count is 490 votes. Let's give a warm round of applause to congratulate Louis on winning first place in this episode. Louis also becomes the first singer in the history of Singing King to win first place as a challenger. Hong Lang began clapping, but no one followed suit. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Chapter 54, Tonight, the Stars Shine Brightly. 490 votes. The Singing King competition had been held for 7 seasons, and any vote count exceeding 400 would cause a significant stir. A vote count of 450 or more would definitely make it to the trending topics. Over 470 votes have only occurred 5 times to date. Over 480 votes have never been recorded. Not even a single instance of 480 votes. Forget about 490 votes. But now, Louis has secured 490 votes. Not only has he become the first contestant in the history of Singing King to win first place as a challenger, but he has also broken the show's all-time record for the highest number of votes. This is simply a miracle. It can only be described as unbelievable. Lu Mingxi and the others looked at Louis as if he were a monster. After 3 years of silence, he returned and shattered 2 records in the history of the Singing King. If he's not a monster, then what is he? After about a minute, Lu Mingxi and the others finally snapped out of it and began to applaud Louis. Lu De, congratulations! You're amazing! 490 votes. Lu De, you've made history. I feel this might be the highest vote count in the Singing King show. There's no one before you, and probably no one after either. Among the 6 singers, Zhou Yan, who came from a rap background, was the most rebellious and arrogant, with arrogance running through his veins. But at this moment, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Louis was filled with admiration. Because he knew that Louis wasn't like Cui Chi, who had a massive fanbase. Even if Cui Chi sang terribly, his vote count wouldn't drop below 400. However, Louis's votes were all earned through sheer talent. Although Zhou Yan was arrogant, he genuinely admired those who were truly talented. Seeing Zhou Yan in this state, Cui Chi, whose face was already grim, now looked so sullen that it seemed as though water could be squeezed out of it. From the first episode to now, every time he encountered Zhou Yan, the latter's gaze toward him had always carried a hint of contempt. Yet now, Zhou Yan genuinely admired Louis. What does this mean? Does he think he's not as good as Louis? How dare he? What makes him any better than Louis? Louis's vote count is only. Thinking of the number 490, Cui Chi's inner anger was instantly extinguished. So what if it's 490? My vote count isn't low either. Louis only has 33 more than me. Cui Chi's newly ignited anger was quickly doused once again. A vote count above 450, even by just 1 vote, is a significant gap. An extra 33 votes is an insurmountable chasm. What kind of monster is Louis? Cui Chi grew increasingly tormented by the thought. In the end, he had no anger left, only misery. Because he realized that no matter what he did, he couldn't possibly get 490 votes. 3 years ago, when he was just starting out, Louis was already a towering mountain blocking his path. Later, that mountain collapsed, and he grew rapidly, eventually surpassing the Louis of 3 years ago. But Louis had risen again and was once more standing in his way. And this time, the pressure Louis exerted on him was even greater than 3 years ago. Cui Chi felt as though, in Louis's presence, he wasn't even a mountain, just a small hillock. On the screen, Cui Chi's fans were speechless. They heard director Hong Lang reveal 457 votes, followed by singers like Lu Mingxi stating that those must be Cui Chi's votes, yet director Hong Lang did not refute it. They all thought Cui Chi was in the clear. After all, 457 votes were already an extremely high number. That's why, when director Hong Lang was about to announce Louis's vote count, they thought he was just going through the motions. At the time, they even mocked Louis's fans. But who could have guessed that Louis would defy the odds, achieving an incredible feat and crushing Cui Chi by 33 votes? Their mockery of Louis and his fans now felt like slaps in their own faces. Chi Chi Z, keep going. You're already amazing. Such comments drifted sporadically across the screen, like pebbles tossed into the ocean, not even stirring a ripple. At that moment, the chat was once again dominated by Louis Zhen's name. Louis 666. You're amazing, Louis. I don't have much education, but one word is enough. Louis is amazing. Similar comments keep getting upvoted, filling the entire screen. Lin Shuxue, who had been tightly gripping the hem of her shirt the entire time, finally let out a smile. We dare to dream and dare to be bold. Lu De hasn't let us down. She spoke these words. In the fan group, there was an enthusiastic response. 490 votes. With such an achievement, I just have to ask who else could do this. On the first day of her comeback, she set a record that no one has ever achieved before or will ever achieve again. Only Luda could do it. No wonder we trust Luda so much. Luda is mighty, Luda is invincible. Dare to dream, dare to fight the Lu family army, charge for us. There are actually quite a few fan groups like this. Lu Yi's fans have once again spontaneously gathered to support him on the charts. There are 2 charts. One, needless to say, is the Weibo trending topics chart. This is the most direct indicator of popularity. The second is the Wang Yun Hot Songs chart. Singing King 2021 has a deep partnership with Wang Yun, and all songs from Singing King 2021 are released on Wang Yun almost simultaneously with the live broadcast. Of course, Wang Yun does not hold exclusive copyrights, so a portion of the profits from each song must be paid to the singer's company, which then distributes the remaining amount to the singer. Louis currently isn't signed to a company, so he doesn't have to pay a cut, allowing him to keep more of the earnings. The reason Louis's fans are rushing to the Wang Yun Hot Songs chart is simple. The Wang Yun Hot Songs chart reflects the public's level of affection for a song. In simple terms, if you win first place in Singing King 2021 but your song ranks low on the NetCloud Hot Search chart, people will come out and say that you won first place because of underhanded dealings or backroom deals. Louis's fans don't want him to bear such unfounded accusations. Therefore, the NetCloud Hot Songs chart must also reach the top spot. Tonight, we must make Lu the brightest star in the starry sky. The Lu family army is in action. Chui Chi's fans aren't just sitting around either. Although Chui Chi didn't win first place this time, they still want to push Chui Chi to the top of the NetCloud Hot Songs chart. What does it matter if Louis wins first place on stage? The time on stage is but a fleeting moment. The popularity off stage is what truly reflects a singer's future success. After all, performing on stage is all about gaining fans and popularity. If you win the championship but your popularity is lower than those who didn't win, can you really call that a victory? No, you didn't win it all, you're the bigger loser. Tonight, Chui Chi's fans will make Louis become the loser off stage. The true loser. Chapter 55, The Fool. Chui Chi's fan base naturally far exceeds Louis's. Moreover, Chui Chi's fans know that Louis receiving 490 votes is simply outrageous, so the momentum of Louis trending on Weibo is unstoppable. Therefore, they completely ignore the Weibo front and focus all their efforts on the NetCloud Hot Songs chart. Louis's fan base was already far smaller than Chui Chi's, and now they had to fight on 2 fronts, Weibo and Wang Yun, making them even more exhausted. Soon, Chui Chi's performance of Drunk Youth tonight topped the NetCloud Hot Songs chart. However, Louis's old boy followed closely behind, ranking second. In fact, this was already sufficient. On stage, he secured first place with an astonishing 490 votes. Off stage, he also managed to climb to second place on the Hot Songs chart. Thus, no one would dare to question the quality of Louis's old boy. Even if a few malicious individuals tried to stir up public opinion, it would be difficult to create a stir. After all, Louis's old boys is not ranked outside the top 10 on the online Hot Songs chart, it is a solid second place. Even if netizens are easily swayed, they wouldn't be that gullible. Xiao, what should we do? It seems like we can't break through. In the group chat, members of the Lu family army were anxious, feeling both resentful and helpless. The glory of the Lu family army from 3 years ago was now a thing of the past. Lu Xiao bit her lip tightly, she had no idea what to do either. After all, the gap in numbers was simply too great. If the Singing King 2021 production team had partnered with Qin instead of Wang Yun, there might still be a chance to reach the top. After all, Qin has a large user base. Many people who heard Old Boys on TV could simply open the Qin app to replay it without needing to download another app. However, the production team chose to collaborate with Wang Yun, which has a relatively smaller user base. This resulted in many people who wanted to listen to Old Boys discovering they had to download another app, leading many to give up. Suddenly, Lu Xiao had an epiphany. She noticed that the heat value of Louis's Old Boys was increasing faster than that of Chui Chi's Drunk Youth. The popularity value was displayed in real time, constantly fluctuating. Without careful observation, it was hard to discern the speed of the changes. Lu Xiao stared at the screen for a while before finally confirming that Louis's growth rate was skyrocketing. And before long, the effect of the rapid growth became evident. Louis's Old Boy had caught up to Chui Chi's Drunken Youth. Lu Xiao and many fans were initially startled, then thrilled. Some opened the comment section, where they saw, "I heard Louis's Old Boy on TV and specifically downloaded it from NetCloud Music to listen to the song. My kid told me that only NetCloud Music has Old Boy now, so here I am. Sigh, it's so rare to find a good song, I can't miss this no matter what. I'm getting older and didn't want to download any extra apps, but I'll make an exception for Old Boys. A while back, I specifically downloaded Kubo to listen to Sunny Day and 7 Miles Fragrant. Now, to listen to Old Boys, I'm specifically downloading Wang Yun. Does anyone have it? If so, please give me a thumbs up." Seeing these comments, Lu Xiao and many fans couldn't help but laugh until tears came to their eyes. They had underestimated the influence of Louis's Old Boys. With more and more people turning from casual listeners to fans of Louis, his song Old Boys is gaining a significant lead over Shui Qi's drunk youth. Shui Qi's fans, seeing this situation, were frantic, even resorting to using their financial resources, but to no avail. The number of people moved by Louis' Old Boys was simply too numerous to count. Louis' Old Boys has given them inspiration, and now they are returning the favor by supporting Louis, helping him become the brightest star in tonight's sky. Before the chart battle between Louis and Shui Qi's fans, the live broadcast of the second episode of Singing King 2021 had already come to an end. In the green room, Lu Mingxi and others were still discussing the miracle of Louis' Old Boys securing 490 votes, while Shui Qi sat on the sofa with a sullen expression, unable to move. The man behind it all, Louis, had already left long ago. This came as a surprise to director Hong Lang, as Louis could have stayed longer to bask in the praise. The feeling of being showered with flattering words is something even someone like Louis, a young man, couldn't resist. Even Hong Lang himself couldn't stay composed. However, Louis showed not a single trace of lingering emotion. As the cameras stopped rolling, he thanked them briefly, then picked up his guitar and left. It was as if all the praise and flattery meant nothing to him. In fact, flattery may be the most effective form of flattery, and no one dislikes being flattered. Louis was no exception. However, compared to being flattered, Louis felt that the person waiting for him backstage was far more important. Every singer has their own private backstage room. This is where the singer's agent rests, a quiet and secluded place. The cameras never cut to this area without permission. The soundproofing in the backstage rooms is, of course, excellent. Perhaps that's why someone was shouting so loudly inside that Louis could hear the excited voices even before he had opened the door a crack. Louis pushed open the door and saw the person suddenly turn around, staring at him with a mix of surprise and joy. Louis! Lin Shuxue's south eyes curved into crescent moons, her face brimming with smiles. Congratulations! You've achieved an unprecedented number of votes and won first place in this round of the competition. Louis's lips curled into a smile as he quickly walked forward, looking at Lin Shuxue with her disheveled hair and sweaty forehead, and asked, "What happened to you? Is there no air conditioning in the room?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lin Shuxue froze for a moment, her heart racing. Louis is wiping her sweat. Watching Louis's earnest expression, Lin Shuxue felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. Lin Shuxue tilted her head slightly and gave Louis a shy smile. "There's air conditioning, but seeing you come in first, and with such a score of 490 votes, I was just so happy. I got so excited that I couldn't help but jump up, and then I sweated a little." Louis rolled his eyes. "Look at you, you silly goose." With that, he put the guitar into his bag, slung it over his back, and picked up Lin Shuxue's bag. "Silly, let us go home." Lin Shuxue wrinkled her delicate nose. "Louis, don't be so mean. You're the clumsy one." Though she said this, her mouth couldn't stop smiling. "Dummy, was that the special nickname he gave me? It seems not so bad after all." Lin Shuxue followed Louis to the door. After Louis reminded her, she put on sunglasses and a mask, then drove away from the TV station. However, Lin Shuxue didn't drive straight back to the villa. Instead, she parked the car in a spot outside the villa complex. "Why not just drive back?" Louis asked curiously. "Don't worry about it. Come with me." Lin Shuxue gave a mysterious smile. Chapter 56, Stars in Your Eyes, You and My Heart. Third update. Louis got out of the car in confusion, only to be immediately grabbed by Lin Shuxue. Before he could ask what was going on, Lin Shuxue took his hand and started running. About 10 minutes later, Louis followed Lin Shuxue through a forest path. Looking ahead, there was a slightly sloping emerald green lawn. Lin Shuxue leaned on her knees, panting. "Whenever I was unhappy or really happy, I used to drag Yuri here to sit for a while. Yuri would drink wine, I'd drink coke, and we'd chat while looking at the stars in the sky. It felt like life was so beautiful." Louis joked, "So you brought me here tonight, but don't tell Shin Yuri, or he'll think I'm the third wheel between you two." "All right." Lin Shuxue knew Louis Kai was joking, so she nodded obediently. Then, she placed both hands behind her back, interlocking her index fingers, and walked toward the lawn with light steps. The moonlight was cast in dappled patterns by the tree shadows. Lin Shuxue stepped on the scattered moonlight, hopping and skipping, as if dancing. She wore a white t-shirt on top, jeans on the bottom, and white canvas sneakers on her feet. It was a simple and casual outfit, yet it captivated Louis's gaze. "Come on over." Lin Shuxue turned around, tilting her head with a smile, resembling a moonlit fairy. Watching Lin Shuxue walk backward, Louis felt both drawn to her and worried. What if she falls? What then? So, Louis ran after her. "Why did you bring me here?" Louis turned his head, but instead of seeing Lin Shuxue's profile, he saw her full face. Because Lin Shuxue had been staring at him the whole time. And in Lin Shuxue's eyes, it seemed like stars were twinkling. Because Lin Shuxue suddenly tiptoed, wrapped her right hand around Louis's neck, and said, "I want you." Lin Shuxue stared intently at Louis. Louis froze completely. Lin Shuxue, has she lost her mind? Want him? This is the middle of nowhere. The pure and obedient Lin Shuxue from just a moment ago, how could she suddenly? What's worse, Lin Shuxue's relatives haven't left yet, have they? What is Lin Shuxue up to? As she watched Lu Yi's brows furrow and the panic in his eyes, Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes and continued walking forward. As she walked, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her relatives have irregular schedules, they come quickly and often leave early. So her body was actually already fine. Of course, if we're talking about being out in the wild, she wasn't that open. Her earlier remark, "I want you," was more of a test to gauge Lu Yi's reaction. Because at the TV station, Lu Yi had wiped her sweat and called her dumb. So she was wondering if Lu Yi had already accepted her. If Lu Yi had accepted her, could they take things further? She had ulterior motives toward Lu Yi. She was bold and daring. To be honest, when she first realized she was attracted to Lu Yi, she also thought she was being too bold. It wasn't until later, when she read a line in Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, the first sign of true love is timidity in a boy and boldness in a girl. Only then did Lin Shuxue realize that from the very beginning, she had been drawn to Lu Yi because of his good looks, then gradually fallen for his talent, and finally become completely unable to resist him after he had helped her. She had truly fallen in love with Lu Yi. So she didn't think there was anything wrong with her earlier actions. Moreover, through her earlier behavior, she realized that the first half of that line from Les Miserables seemed to fit Lu Yi quite well. Does this mean that Lu Yi had also fallen for her? And that is why she couldn't help but laugh out loud as she walked along. Lu Yi watched Lin Shuxue's back, completely baffled. Lin Shuxue's actions earlier were simply too confusing. He had no idea what she was trying to do. Could she really be serious about wanting to do something with him? Hey, you! Lu Yi furrowed his brows and spoke up. Lin Shuxue turned around and smiled. What I was trying to say was, I want you to sing me a song. Ha! Lu Yi's face flushed slightly before he glared at Lin Shuxue. You silly goose, you're clearly just playing word games and teasing me. Lu Yi snorted coldly. I didn't mean that. Don't make things up, Lin Shuxue said with a mischievous smile. Then, Lin Shuxue puckered her lips and pleaded, please? Sunny Day, 7 Miles Fragrant, or Old Boy are all fine. You can even sing one of your old songs. Lu Yi sighed helplessly. He really couldn't handle her. Sunny Day and 7 Mile Fragrance both have rain in them, and I don't want it to suddenly start raining. Old Boy isn't appropriate either. Lu Yi spoke while frantically searching through his extremely limited playlist of Earth songs. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shuxue's pout quickly disappeared. Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't sing for you. Lu Yi's words made Lin Shuxue's lips, which had just deflated, curl into an expectant smile. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh and said, I just happen to have a song I wrote 2 years ago that I've never sung for anyone else. You're in for a treat. Really? Lin Shuxue was overjoyed. The reason she had asked Lu Yi to sing a song for her was because she had tried to probe him earlier but failed, and she had used this wordplay to cover up her embarrassment. At the same time, she truly wanted Lu Yi to sing a song for her, right here in her favorite place, just for her alone. Whether Lu Yi sang about sunny days or rainy days, whether the song was joyful or sad, she didn't care. All she cared about was whether Lu Yi had her in his heart. Everything she saw was starlight, everything was Lu Yi, and her heart was filled with nothing but him. She didn't ask Lu Yi to feel the same way about her. She only hoped that he had a place for her in his heart, even if it was just a small one right now. At first, when Lu Yi said that Sunny Day, 7 Miles of Fragrance, and Old Boy weren't suitable, she really wanted to cry. But she never expected that happiness would come after the storm. Lu Yi not only sang a song just for her, but it was also a brand new song. Being the first to hear Lu Yi's new song filled Lin Shuxue with joy. Of course it's true. Lu Yi sat down, took out his guitar, adjusted his posture, and began tuning it. Seeing this, Lin Shuxue also sat down, watching Lu Yi with stars in her eyes. While tuning the guitar, Lu Yi also purchased a song from the system store. He now had plenty of points and could buy any song he wanted. Once the purchase was complete, the melody of the song played in his mind, and Lu Yi couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Before his reincarnation, he rarely listened to music, and most of the songs he heard were from his roommates. For example, the intro to Sunny Day was because a roommate wanted to learn it to confess his feelings to a girl. And now this song was also from that roommate. That guy spent half a year learning the intro to Sunny Day, but his confession failed, and he even blamed the song for his failure, which was both funny and frustrating. However, the guy had plenty of patience. After being rejected once, he started learning a new song. As his roommate, Lu Yi's ears were put through the ringer, but he ended up memorizing the song as well. Chapter 57, I'm Happy 4th Update. It's about to start. Lu Yi casually strummed the guitar strings, reminding Lin Shuxue to get ready. All right. Lin Shuxue nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Yi finally hummed in acknowledgement and began to play formally. As carefree as I am, I've become a bit sensitive lately. If I don't receive your message within half an hour, I can't sit still. They say not to love too deeply. But it's easier said than done. but I'm quite content to savor this bittersweet taste. Listening to Louis' voice, slightly magnetic, singing such a light and upbeat rhythm, and lyrics that sound like a confession? Lin Shuxue's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Louis actually chose to sing such a song to her? Lin Shuxue's cheeks flushed red. Your smile is like the taste of the middle scoop of a watermelon, illuminating the entire summer. The stars shine brightly for you. I won't play any sentimental tricks or cliches. My love is pure and simple. Lin Shuxue's face began to flush. A smile as sweet as the center of a watermelon? Isn't that just saying it's sweet? A single smile illuminates the entire summer, even the night sky becomes vibrant. These 2 lines of lyrics are way too sweet. Lin Shuxue gazed at Louis' profile, her heart racing. Are these lyrics all about her? If so, the excitement and happiness in Lin Shuxue's heart were now beyond words. I'm happy to stand behind you, hold you close to my chest, and look down at your simple, pink cheeks. I'd be happy to hold your hand. Let my mind wander as I play, with every note filled with happiness. I am happy to stay by your side, to shield you from rain and wind. The path ahead, I will walk with you. I am willing to give myself to you, to be your exclusive universe. Holding you close, dancing freely as if no one else exists. Lin Shuxue listened to the song more and more, feeling that it was written by Louis for her. That day, she walked out of the room holding her underwear, only to be startled by Louis, causing her underwear to fall to the ground. Louis lowered his head to look at her, and at that moment, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she was makeup-free, her face pure and natural. Earlier, she had held Louis' hand and brought him here. Now he had started playing the guitar. Was that also in response to the line, I'm willing to hold your hand, letting my mind wander as I play? Earlier, when she saw her walking backward, Louis ran over to protect her. Later, he said he didn't want it to rain suddenly, which also corresponds to the lyrics, protecting you on both sides and shielding you from the rain and wind. So what comes next? It should be holding you close, dancing freely as if no one else exists. Lin Shuxue looked at Louis' profile and could clearly hear her own heartbeat. I'm more than happy to do anything and everything for you. You only ask me to be happy every day. I'd be more than happy to go anywhere with you. You said you wanted to go to Antarctica this autumn. I would be more than happy to look into your eyes and say those 3 words, I love you, in the most cliché yet sincere way. Listening to this rhythm, Lin Shuxue felt her breath grow hot, because she noticed that Louis had just turned his head slightly and glanced at her. Was he imagining himself saying those words to her, just like in the lyrics I love you in a cliché yet sincere way? Lin Shuxue bit her lip, waiting for Louis. However, Louis tried several times to turn his head, but in the end, not only did he not look at her eyes, he instead turned his gaze to the other side. This little gesture made Lin Shuxue giggle. You're so cute, Lin Shuxue thought to herself. As the melody came to an end, Louis also let out a sigh of relief. He could feel that Lin Shuxue had been watching him the entire time. So he had been a bit nervous while playing and singing earlier. Now that it was finally over, he finally understood what Lin Shuxue had been thinking earlier. How was it? Did you like it? Louis asked eagerly while lowering his head to pack up his guitar. I love it. I love it so much. Lin Shuxue rested her elbows on her knees, her palms supporting her chin, and looked at Louis with wide eyes. However, seeing that Louis didn't seem to be about to say those 3 words, Lin Shuxue added another sentence. My love for this song is only a little less than my love for you. Louis' earlobes felt a bit warm. He licked his dry lips and slung his guitar over his back. It's getting late. We should head back. Watching Louis' back, Lin Shuxue raised her fist and thought to herself. Louis, if you can sing this song for me today, one day you'll definitely say those 3 words to me. I will make you willingly let me push you down, make you embrace me voluntarily, and dance wildly with me, oblivious to everyone else. Louis looked down at the grass beneath his feet and exhaled a long, heavy breath. You fool, I sang this song to you today, and one day I will definitely confess my feelings to you. In fact, when I turned to look at you just now, I was imagining confessing my feelings to you like the lyrics. But I felt that as an entertainment queen, you shouldn't accept my confession in such a place. I want to give you a confession, one that matches your status. Louis' steps grew steadier, and his gaze grew more determined. Hey, wait for me. Lin Shuxue hurried after him in small steps and asked. What was the name of that song just now? Are you planning to sing it on the next episode of The Singing King? Louis replied, the song is called I'm Willing, but I probably won't sing it on The Singing King. Why not? It's so nice. Lin Shuxue asked curiously. Louis smiled, it's a secret. Secret? Lin Shuxue puffed out her cheeks. Louis was actually mimicking her and playing mysterious? Come on, just tell me why. Lin Shuxue tugged at Louis' sleeve, trying to melt his heart with her pitiful expression. Since it's a secret, I can't just tell you, Louis said firmly. After all, he was a man who had undergone a year of rigorous training. Beauty could catch his eye, but it couldn't truly sway his heart. Come on, just tell me a little. I won't tell you. Just tell me a little. I won't. Under the moonlight, the two walked away from the lawn, one in front of the other. Suddenly. Ah! Lin Shuxue caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye, and her face turned pale with fear. She immediately wrapped her arms around Louis's arm. What's wrong? Louis was also startled and asked anxiously. What is that? Lin Shuxue pointed toward the treetop in the distance, her voice trembling. Louis followed the direction of Lin Shushue's finger and saw a dark shadow flickering in the air. The shadow swayed back and forth, looking extremely eerie. Could it be? Lin Shuxue was so scared that she clung tightly to Louis. No way. Louis shook his head firmly. As a modern young person, how could he believe in such things? Besides, in front of Lin Shuxue, he had to maintain his masculinity no matter what. Just as Louis was about to muster the courage to step closer, a sudden gust of wind blew past. Clatter. Something fell from the tree branches. It was a kite. It was just a kite. Lin Shuxue sighed in relief. Louis's heartstrings relaxed, but he also sensed something unusual. Looking down, he saw Lin Shuxue clinging tightly to his arm, causing his arm to brush against too soft. Chapter 58, Galloping on Horseback 5th Update. Louis tried to discreetly pull his arm out of Lin Shushue's hands. But to his surprise, as soon as he made a move, Lin Shuxue, who had been startled like a frightened bird, instinctively clung to his arm even tighter. The soft sensation on his arm made Louis swallow hard. Louis cleared his throat twice, reminding Lin Shuxue to look at their current position. Lin Shuxue finally realized that Louis's arm was placed between her two snow-white breasts. If Louis were just a little taller, it wouldn't be his arm there, it would be his palm. If it were Louis's palm on the snow-white mounds, all he'd have to do was give them a gentle squeeze, and the more Lin Shuxue thought about it, the more blushing her expression became. Hey, what are you thinking about? Louis saw that Lin Shuxue wasn't moving, just keeping her head down, so he couldn't help but speak up. Could Lin Shuxue really think he had such strong self-control? If Lin Shuxue kept this up, he might just turn around and give her a quick grab. I was thinking maybe we could go fly a kite tomorrow. Lin Shuxue snapped back to reality, blushing as she released Louis's arm and blurted out a random excuse. Fly a kite? Louis felt his arm go empty, and the sensation from earlier vanished suddenly. His palm could only grasp at the air. Do you like flying kites? Louis picked up the kite that had fallen to the ground and asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Shuxue gave a nervous smile. She couldn't say she liked kites, but since Louis had asked, she could only nod. Louis furrowed his brows slightly. If we're going to fly a kite, we'd have to go to a park or a grassland. But those places are always crowded with tourists, and you'll end up getting exposed. If we go, we'd have to cover ourselves up completely, but then it wouldn't be fun anymore. Seeing Louis's pensive expression, Lin Shuxue was surprised. Louis didn't refuse her instead, he was pondering her offhand remark. Lin Shuxue was overjoyed. If Louis agreed to go kite flying, she would be more than happy to go. As long as she could be with Louis, everything felt wonderful to her. I know a great spot, Lin Shuxue said. The green meadow in the west of the city is a small grassland where we can fly kites, and there are also areas for horseback riding, archery, and barbecuing. Lin Shuxue grew more excited as she spoke. If she could go horseback riding, archery, and barbecuing with Louis, how wonderful that would be. Why don't we go there? Lin Shuxue suggested. Seeing how eager Lin Shuxue was to go, Louis naturally didn't refuse. All right. Let's hurry back then, Lin Shuxue said excitedly. I'll call to make a reservation later. Do we really need to make a reservation? Louis asked. Lin Shuxue nodded, because it's a pretty upscale tourist spot. Even if you have money, ordinary people can't get in. You need a certain status to enter. That's why we can go there and have fun without worrying about being exposed by paparazzi. I see, Louis nodded. Oh, right. Louis remembered something. Tomorrow is the weekend. Your best friend Shin Yudi shouldn't be working, right? He naturally didn't want to go with Shin Yudi. I'll talk to her tonight, Lin Shuxue said with a sly smile. Tomorrow is our special time together. Louis's lips curled into a slight smile. Let us go back. Back at the villa, after washing up, Louis also lay down on the bed. System. Louis called out. Check my points. The system responded. Host's current points, 98,000. Louis raised his eyebrows slightly. 98,000 points. At a ratio of 1 to 100, that means his reputation points should be 9.8 million. 7 Miles of Fragrance and Sunny Day have been released for some time now, and their cumulative plays have long surpassed 100 million. Logically speaking, the reputation points should be much higher than this, shouldn't they? When he asked about this, the system replied. Host, reputation points depend on how much someone admires you, not on how many times someone listens to your songs. Sometimes, even if someone listens to your songs on repeat for an entire day, you might only gain a single reputation point, because that person may simply like your songs, not you as a person. So, if you want to quickly accumulate reputation points and convert them into points, you need to increase your popularity and gain more fans. Louis nodded. He had previously had similar suspicions, and now that the system had confirmed it, he didn't ask any further questions. System, I want to unlock the other section in the store. The system responded quickly, ding, the host has successfully spent 1,000 points and fully unlocked the store. The host now has 97,000 points remaining. Louis summoned the system store and clicked on the other section. Last time, he had won a record company through a lottery in the other section. Although it was a record company that had already gone downhill, it was still worth tens of millions. So Louis began to speculate whether the other section was filled with valuable items. If that was the case, he could simply use his points to redeem them and accelerate his own progress. When Louis clicked on the other section, he found that, as he had suspected, this section was filled with valuable items. Not to mention Star River Record Company, even the agency Lin Shuxue is currently signed to could be exchanged for points. However, the prices. It required over 2 million points. Louis didn't even have enough points to cover the tip. He clicked his tongue in disappointment and temporarily abandoned his unrealistic desires. But upon further reflection, how long have I had the system? Not even a week, and I've already accumulated nearly 10,000 points. As time goes on, my rate of earning points will definitely increase, so I still have a good chance of using points to buy out Shushue's record label. Louis thought to himself. After all, using points to buy such a large company is much easier than using cash. If he were to use cash, how much would that cost? Louis dared not even think about it. Louis flipped through the other section of the items, discovering that besides real-world assets, there were also various magical pills and potions, as well as abilities that directly enhanced the body. For example, divine-level singing skills, divine-level cooking skills, divine-level writing skills, and divine-level archery skills, among others. These items weren't cheap, but they were still within Louis's budget. My current singing skills are more than sufficient, so I don't need to purchase divine-level singing skills for now. Louis then looked at divine-level cooking skills, divine-level writing skills, and divine-level archery skills. Lin Shuxue had mentioned earlier that the green meadow in the western part of the city was a place where one could ride horses, shoot arrows, and barbecue. Since he was going to the West City Green Meadow tomorrow, was he really going to spend the day flying kites with Lin Shuxue? That can't be it, can it? Maybe I should ride a horse, shoot some arrows, and grill some food? But I don't know how to ride a horse, shoot an arrow, or barbecue. System, whether we can gallop on horses tomorrow depends on you. Chapter 59, Date. The next morning, the first thing Louis did after waking up was not to wash up. Louis opened the wardrobe. The wardrobe wasn't very full, but there were still 7 or 8 outfits. These 7 or 8 outfits were all bought for him by Lin Shuxue online over the past few days. At the time, Louis had said that buying so many was unnecessary, as he thought 2 sets for washing would be more than enough. But now, 2 sets? That's not enough at all. Going back and forth with just 2 sets, he might not get tired of wearing them himself, but would Lin Shuxue get tired of seeing them? Well, although Lin Shuxue doesn't seem to be getting tired of them, she actually seems to be getting a bit addicted to them. But today is, after all, the first date between me and Lin Shuxue. On the first date, I can't just wear those 2 outfits again, can I? I should make some changes. Louis glanced at a suit. This is definitely out of the question. Wearing a suit is like flying a kite? Louis was a bit of a straight guy, but that didn't mean he was brain dead. After eliminating a few options, Louis took out the remaining ones and began trying them on one by one. Louis had never imagined he'd end up trying on clothes like this. Could this be love? Louis smiled wryly. Since being with Lin Shuxue, he had changed so much. Not only had he become more confident and outgoing, but he also seemed to care more about his appearance. After much deliberation, Louis finally chose a white shirt and a pair of jeans. Then he shaved his beard. Looking at himself in the mirror, Louis could only say one word, handsome. Meanwhile, Lin Shuxue was also busy in her room. She had gotten up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Then she started thinking about her makeup. Deciding on the makeup style took her over half an hour. Then she started applying her makeup slowly, which took another hour. In fact, the light makeup Lin Shuxue was doing this time didn't actually require that much time. However, after finishing her makeup, she still felt unsatisfied and hesitated for a while, which is why it took so long. Fortunately, Lin Shuxue had been so excited the night before that she couldn't sleep, so she had already chosen her outfit early. Otherwise, picking out a dress would have taken another hour or so. After putting on the dress she had chosen the night before, Lin Shuxue returned to the makeup table. Her gaze fell on the boxes of perfume. After some deliberation, she finally picked up the Gucci Flower Eau de Toilette. The scent of this perfume evoked a sense of escaping the hustle and bustle of the city and heading to the lush green mountains. It was perfectly suited to today's date theme. Lin Shuxue sprayed the perfume, walked to the door, placed her hands over her chest, and took a deep breath. It was her first time going out on a date with Louis. How could she not be nervous? Squeak. Two sounds of the door opening rang out simultaneously. Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue both turned their heads in surprise. Sure enough, they saw the other person peeking their head out, looking at them. They stared at each other in shock for a second. Then, without a word, they both burst into laughter. What a coincidence! Louis rubbed his nose and said, I slept in this morning, so I didn't make breakfast. Let's go out to eat later. Alright, that is fine. Lin Shuxue nodded. Louis hummed in response, then scratched his head and took a step forward, his entire figure coming into view before Lin Shuxue's eyes. Lin Shuxue's eyes widened instantly. White shirt, blue jeans, canvas shoes. All ordinary. But when Louis wore them, they were anything but ordinary. Louis, dressed in this outfit, seemed to be glowing all over. This was the boy she had been longing for all along. Seeing Lin Shuxue staring at him mesmerized, Louis also sighed in relief. It seems my taste isn't too bad after all. Louis thought to himself, glancing aside, his heart skipping a beat. Was he hallucinating just now? How could he have seen Lin Shuxue staring straight at him and licking her lips just now? I must have seen it wrong. Louis thought to himself. At that moment, Lin Shuxue also walked down the corridor, her hands clasped together. Louis's gaze froze instantly. Lin Shuxue's slightly curled long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, yet not a single strand looked out of place. The floral print long dress she wore didn't look the least bit outdated on her. Paired with her light makeup, it only made her appear even more youthful and vibrant. A pair of low-heeled sandals made her ankles look whiter than snow. Louis realized he had noticed Lin Shuxue's ankles for the second time. Am I a foot fetishist? Louis questioned himself. Lin Shuxue noticed that Louis seemed to be looking at her feet. Are my feet really that beautiful? Lin Shuxue's face flushed slightly. At that moment, the little yellow flower in the story. Lin Shuxue's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Lin Shuxue said to Louis. It's from Chengshi Greenfield. Louis hummed in response and waited for Lin Shuxue to finish her call. Half a minute later, Lin Shuxue said, Shall we go have breakfast now and then head out? Sure. Louis nodded. He walked over to Lin Shuxue and suddenly caught a faint floral scent. However, he couldn't quite place what kind of flower it was. He flared his nostrils and sniffed again. It seemed to have the scent of tuberose. And, seeing Louis sniffing the perfume on her body, Lin Shuxue took a step forward and stood beside him. The scent was slightly stronger than before, but still not overpowering. Louis realized that the other scent, besides tuberose, was actually jasmine. Does it smell nice? Lin Shuxue stared intently at Louis. Louis looked at Lin Shuxue in front of him, unsure whether she was asking about the perfume or about her. It smells nice. Louis nodded. I'm glad you like it. Lin Shuxue smiled. Let's go. Louis and Lin Shuxue walked out of the villa side by side. The morning sun set, and a gentle breeze blew. Louis and Lin Shuxue exchanged a smile. The sun was warm but not harsh, and the breeze was just right. Today is a beautiful day. Oh, right. Lin Shuxue suddenly slapped her forehead. I almost forgot the most important thing. Louis was about to ask what it was when he saw Lin Shuxue turn and run into the villa. Less than a minute later, she ran back out. In her hands was a kite. It was the same one from last night. I think this kite is pretty nice. Let us fly this one today? Lin Shuxue looked at Louis, seeking his opinion. But the kite string is broken. Louis said softly. Broken. Can we fix it? Lin Shuxue said. She wasn't particularly fond of the kite itself, but rather the memories of encountering it with Louis the previous evening. Sure, why not? Louis nodded, and Lin Shuxue immediately broke into a bright smile. Let us go, let us go. Lin Shuxue took Louis's hand, and the two of them got into the car together. Just as they were about to drive toward the western green fields, they suddenly heard a childish voice. Kite. My kite. A little boy ran over from a distance. Lin Shuxue blushed instantly. She should have known the kite must belong to someone from the villa area who had accidentally gotten it caught in a tree while flying it on the lawn. However, she hadn't expected that upon leaving the house, she would happen to encounter the owner, and the owner was an adorable little child. Chapter 60, Woohoo, Takeoff. Little one, is this kite yours? Louis pointed at the kite in his hand and asked with a smile. The little boy looked at the kite and nodded. Louis smiled and looked at Lin Shuxue, whose face had turned red. Should I return the kite to the little boy? Yes. Lin Shuxue lowered her head, her voice barely audible. She felt utterly embarrassed in front of Louis. She had thought the kite was abandoned by someone else, but it turned out. Little one, your kite. Louis handed the kite over. Sorry, we didn't know you still wanted it. The little girl looked at Louis, then at Lin Shuxue, but didn't take the kite. Instead, she said, Big brother, you and big sister are both so handsome. You're truly a perfect match. Hearing this, Louis and Lin Shuxue couldn't help but smile. This kid has a sweet mouth. The little boy said again. Big brother, are you going to fly the kite with big sister? Then I'll give you this kite. Louis was surprised by the child's decision and asked, why? The child sighed, because a kite is meant to embrace the sky from the moment it's born. If you take it back, I won't be able to let it embrace the sky. And the child forced a smile. Big brother and big sister are just as beautiful as this kite. If big brother and big sister fly this kite, the scene will be absolutely beautiful. Louis and Lin Shuxue exchanged glances, wanting to ask the little boy a few more questions, but the little boy had already waved goodbye to them. Big brothers and sisters, I have to go back to read my book. Have fun. Watching the child run off, Louis and Lin Shuxue could only smile at each other before driving toward the West City Greenfield. The West City Greenfield was located in the suburbs but wasn't too remote, accessible by car. As Louis and Lin Shuxue got out of the car, staff members rushed over to greet them. Miss Lin. After smiling and greeting Lin Shuxue, they turned to look at Louis beside her. Last night, Louis' song Old Boy had gone viral online. These two staff members naturally recognized Louis as well. Mr. Liu. The staff member also smiled and greeted Louis. In truth, they really wanted to ask Louis and Lin Shuxue for an autograph, but their professional conduct held them back. Louis smiled back at the staff members and then walked into the West City Green Park with Lin Shuxue. Watching their backs, the staff members felt a pang of envy. A golden couple, a perfect match that must be Louis and Lin Shuxue, right? I used to think that Lin Shuxue, the flying eagle goddess, was too good for any man, but then I saw Louis just now. Sigh, last night on TV I didn't think Louis was that handsome, just talented. But seeing him just now, my heart was racing. Hey, you're a guy, right? You saw Louis and your heart stopped. The staff member looked at his colleague with a strange expression, instinctively took a step back, and covered his but with both hands. No wonder he always felt like this guy likes standing behind him. So that's why. Louis and Lin Shuxue walked into the West City Greenfield and saw a place selling kites. After buying kite string and attaching the kite given to him by a child, Louis followed Lin Shuxue to a grassy field. Looking out, the grass was lush and green, and in this early summer, it was a sight to behold. How do you fly a kite? Louis looked at Lin Shuxue. You don't know how? Lin Shuxue felt embarrassed. She had thought Louis knew how to fly a kite. I don't know either. Louis' forehead creased with frustration. Weren't you the one who suggested we come kite flying? Lin Shuxue mumbled, I just suggested it, I didn't say I knew how to fly one. Louis sighed, but since they were already here, he had to give it a try. Just then, a breeze picked up, and Louis could only try running across the grassland. In the end, he was drenched in sweat, and the kite didn't even take off. Why don't we rest for a bit? Lin Shuxue helped Louis wipe the sweat off his forehead. Louis was about to agree, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw a couple in the distance also flying a kite, and it was flying very high. The man was holding the kite string, while the woman was clapping and cheering beside him. Thus, his strange competitive spirit grew stronger. No rest. I've figured out the technique through trial and error. Louis gritted his teeth and started running across the grassland again. The kite also took to the sky this time. Woohoo! Just as Louis was about to celebrate, the kite made a loud thud and fell back to the ground. Looking up at Lin Shuxue, who had an odd expression on her face, Louis's face turned red. Lin Shuxue didn't ask, didn't you just say you had mastered the technique? Instead, she smiled and said, you were already flying just now. Try again, and you'll definitely get it. Louis hummed in agreement and tried again. This time, the kite finally soared high into the sky. Woohoo, take off. Louis also smiled broadly. Lin Shuxue clapped her hands enthusiastically and shouted, Louis, you're the best. Louis let go of the kite while laughing. Lin Shuxue, do you know how silly you looked just now? Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes, you looked pretty silly too. I didn't. Louis denied it. You did. Lin Shuxue laughed. The two of them flew kites and bantered back and forth, becoming the most eye-catching sight on the grassland. Oh, right, we need to take a photo. Lin Shuxue almost forgot the most important thing. Could you take a photo of us? Lin Shuxue ran up to a staff member and asked. After the staff member nodded in agreement, Lin Shuxue was overjoyed and ran back to Louis, saying to him, look at the camera. I'm flying a kite. Louis said helplessly. You can look at the camera while flying a kite too, Lin Shuxue urged. So, when Louis reeled in the kite and looked at Lin Shuxue's phone gallery, he discovered the photo he had just taken with Lin Shuxue. Lin Shuxue looked as beautiful as a fairy, while he looked all crooked and ugly. Lin Shuxue, you're being too much. Louis reached out to grab Lin Shuxue's phone. Delete these photos. No way. Lin Shuxue ran away, hiding her phone behind her back, and stuck out her tongue mischievously. Not only will I not delete them, but I'll take the ugliest one of yours and set it as my phone wallpaper. Lin Shuxue, you're poison. Louis was exasperated, it's so ugly, aren't you afraid you'll scare yourself to death? Lin Shuxue chuckled, I'm not afraid. I can use it to ward off evil spirits. Hey, Lin Shuxue, you're really taking this too far. Louis stood up, brushed the dust off his butt, and chased after Lin Shuxue. He chased after her, and she ran away. Actually, she was just playing around. And in truth, he wasn't angry at all, he was secretly smiling. Watching Louis and Lin Shuxue chase and play, the staff member who had just taken their photo put on a pained expression. What a disaster! What a disaster! I just wanted to go to the bathroom, but I was dragged here to take photos. I didn't get to use the restroom, but I ended up eating a whole bucket of dog food. What have I done to deserve this? Chapter 61, Little Thoughts third update. Oh no, I can't run anymore. A few minutes later, Lin Shuxue begged for mercy. Then hand over your phone right now. Delete those ugly photos of me, and I'll spare your life. Louis said in a childish tone. Lin Shuxue giggled. Louis, you're so childish. Louis rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, isn't this just to play along with you, you silly girl? Lin Shuxue ultimately didn't hand over her phone or delete Louis's ugly photos, but she promised Louis that she wouldn't use his ugly photos as her screensaver. Louis wasn't really bothered by the ugly photos, so he dropped the topic. Louis, take a photo of me. She suddenly grabbed his hand and pleaded. Seeing Lin Shuxue's pleading expression, how could Louis refuse? Alright, go strike a pose. I'll take your photo and make sure you look beautiful. Louis smiled softly. Alright. Lin Shuxue stood on the grassland, basking in the sunlight. She either puckered her lips, made a scissors hand gesture, or bent down to lift a corner of her skirt. Louis also took out his phone and snapped away. Are you done? Let me see. Lin Shuxue wiped the sweat off her forehead and looked expectantly at Louis's phone. But what she saw was, my legs are so short. Ah. I've gotten so short. Oh my gosh, did I really make such an ugly face just now? No, that's not me. I'm not that fat. Lin Shuxue's face grew darker the more she looked. Louis! You're getting revenge. Louis was stunned by Lin Shuxue's reaction and flipped through the photos in the album again. These aren't that bad, are they? Seeing that Louis didn't seem to be intentionally seeking revenge, Lin Shuxue realized what was going on. Louis's photography skills seemed a bit lacking. It's not bad, I guess. Lin Shuxue didn't want to dampen Louis's confidence and enthusiasm, so she decided to show him how it's done and teach him some photography tips. Half an hour later, Lin Shuxue looked at the new photos Louis had taken. Maybe she should just take photos for Louis from now on. Let's take some group photos. Lin Shuxue took out her phone and aimed the front-facing camera at herself and Louis. Then, Louis watched as Lin Shuxue continuously adjusted the filters and effects, smiling one moment and not the next, changing her expressions constantly. Louis realized for the first time that taking photos could be so much fun. Lin Shuxue looked at the photos of herself and Louis on her phone, her face breaking into a wide smile. The only downside was that since she was holding the phone, every photo had Louis's head behind hers, making her head look much bigger in comparison. Shall we go horseback riding now? Lin Shuxue suggested. Louis raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, finally, horseback riding. Sure, Louis agreed happily. Lin Shuxue was surprised, you agreed so readily this time. You must really like horseback riding, right? Louis chuckled, not only do I like it, but I'm also an expert at it. Really? Lin Shuxue's mind started racing, and she immediately had a mischievous idea. Alright, let's go horseback riding now. Lin Shuxue was very familiar with the green meadows west of the city and pulled Louis along. Soon, they arrived at the horse riding arena. Uncle Zhang. Lin Shuxue waved her arm and greeted a middle-aged man. Xiao Shui? The middle-aged man smiled kindly. You little rascal, it's been ages since you last came by. Lin Shuxue giggled. Weren't you busy filming recently? The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. Do you think I don't know? You finished filming a while ago, yet you didn't come by to have tea with Uncle Zhang? After saying that, the middle-aged man glanced at Louis beside Lin Shuxue. I see. It's all because of this guy, isn't it? Lin Shuxue's face flushed slightly, silently acknowledging it. Seeing Lin Shuxue's reaction, the middle-aged man's eyes widened. He had only been joking, but had he hit the nail on the head? The middle-aged man finally put down the tools in his hands and studied Louis carefully. After a moment, his furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and he said, No wonder you could charm Shui. You're quite handsome, with 5 out of 10 of my youthful good looks. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuxue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, what are you laughing at? When I was young, I was no less handsome than this kid. The middle-aged man asked, glaring at her. Lin Shuxue suppressed her laughter. Uncle Zhang, I was laughing because I remembered something happy. The middle-aged man looked skeptical. What happy thing? Lin Shuxue said, nothing much. Seeing that the middle-aged man seemed intent on prying further, Lin Shuxue quickly said, Uncle Zhang, we want to go horseback riding. Please prepare a horse for us. 1 horse, the middle-aged man frowned. Aren't there 2 of you? Oh, the middle-aged man seemed to understand. Lin Shuxue's face flushed red. She ran over to the middle-aged man, about to remind him not to expose her little plan. But before she could, the middle-aged man pointed at Louis and said, "This kid can't ride a horse. You want him to share a horse with you, right?" Lin Shuxue. She had thought Uncle Zhang was really that sharp. It turned out she had overthought it. Uncle Zhang. Lin Shuxue pulled the middle-aged man aside. "It's not that Louis can't ride a horse, I just wanted to pretend I couldn't ride one." The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. "But you can ride a horse. I know how skilled you are at it." Xiao Shui. The middle-aged man looked serious. "Have you been so obsessed with filming that you've forgotten how to ride a horse? Let me tell you, horseback riding is great for your health. It's very beneficial for you." Lin Shuxue. Why can't Uncle Zhang understand? Sighing, Lin Shuxue could only speak plainly. "Uncle Zhang, I didn't lose my horseback riding skills. I just wanted to pretend I couldn't ride so I could ride the same horse as Louis." The middle-aged man's voice suddenly rose several notches. "No, that is absolutely out of the question." The middle-aged man's sudden outburst caught Louis's attention. Seeing Louis looking over, Lin Shuxue could only give an awkward smile and pull the middle-aged man further away. "Uncle Zhang, why can't we? I like Louis, but he's a bit shy, so I thought I'd use this opportunity." Before she could finish, the middle-aged man interrupted. "Xiaoxue, I don't meddle in young people's affairs, and I want to start now. But it's not just about feelings anymore, there's also a safety issue. If you pretend not to know how to ride a horse, you'll have to go in front, and that guy will be behind you, right? In that case, that guy will be holding the reins, right? If that guy isn't skilled at horseback riding, it's easy for an accident to happen, right? In that case." "Stop." Lin Shuxue looked exasperated. "Zhang uncle, Louis's horseback riding is top-notch." The middle-aged man furrowed his brows. "Have you seen him?" Lin Shuxue shook her head. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. "Then how do you know his horseback riding is top-notch?" Lin Shuxue replied matter-of-factly, "He just said he is an excellent rider." The middle-aged man. Chapter 62, A World of Two, or a Third Wheel? Fourth update. Shui. The middle-aged man said, "Men are all liars. Don't you know that?" "I know." Lin Shuxue nodded. "Like when you just said you were more handsome than Louis when you were young." The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in black lines. "This little girl used to be so well-behaved. What's wrong with her today?" "I was just joking, but that Louis of yours is definitely bragging." The middle-aged man said, "I'm a man, and men know men best. He is definitely bragging about his horseback riding skills to win your favor." "No way." Lin Shuxue said confidently. "No way? Why not?" The middle-aged man's face darkened. "You don't even trust your Uncle Zhang anymore?" "I believe Uncle Zhang," Lin Shuxue said, "but I believe Louis more." "Louis wouldn't lie to me." "You." The middle-aged man was speechless for a moment. After a while, the middle-aged man tried to persuade Lin Shuxue again, but to no avail. "You're truly blinded by love." The middle-aged man shook his head and left. Uncle Zhang. Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows. "I'll go get the horses for you." The middle-aged man's voice carried on the wind. Lin Shuxue smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." "No need to thank me. Hurry up and change into your riding attire," the middle-aged man reminded her. "Oh right, riding attire." Lin Shuxue also remembered. Louis's jeans were fine, but she was wearing a skirt, which wasn't suitable for riding. Otherwise, her legs would definitely get scraped. "Louis, let's go change clothes." Lin Shuxue led Louis to the changing room, waiting for the staff to bring the appropriate sizes of riding attire. They each entered the changing rooms and put on the riding attire. A moment later, Lin Shuxue and Louis met again. Louis was wearing a red equestrian uniform, white trousers, and black boots, looking like an elegant knight. Lin Shuxue, on the other hand, had changed into a black riding outfit. Compared to the cold, cute, innocent, and playful persona she had shown before in front of Louis. At that moment, Lin Shuxue could only be described with one word: cool. True, unmatched elegance. Louis and Lin Shuxue were both deeply captivated by each other, staring at one another for a while before lowering their heads and silently swallowing their saliva before heading toward the grassland. A female staff member walked by, saw the two of them, and was so envious she almost cried. Equestrian attire is the most flattering clothing for highlighting one's figure. Those who can pull off such attire must have an impeccable physique. And to wear equestrian attire as flawlessly as Louis and Lin Shuxue, showcasing their so completely, is truly a rare feat. Most importantly, Louis and Lin Shuxue not only have top-notch physiques but also stunning good looks. Sigh, people really can't be compared to each other. The female staff member sighed softly. Louis and Lin Shuxue walked side by side back to the riding arena. At that moment, a majestic white horse had also appeared beside the middle-aged man. The white horse, upon seeing Louis and Lin Shuxue, reacted strongly. The middle-aged man hurriedly calmed the horse and then looked at Louis and Lin Shuxue. Upon seeing the clothes Louis was wearing, his expression darkened instantly. "Who told you to wear this outfit?" the middle-aged man demanded. Louis looked confused. "What's wrong with this outfit?" The middle-aged man said, "Red equestrian attire is only permitted for riders who have won national-level competitions." "Have you ever won a championship?" Louis was taken aback. He had no idea about this rule and shook his head honestly. "Since you haven't won a national championship, you're not allowed to wear the red equestrian uniform," the middle-aged man snorted coldly. Then, the middle-aged man turned to Lin Shuxue and said, "Shuxue, you don't know the rules either? The red equestrian uniform not only symbolizes honor, but more importantly, horses are highly sensitive to bright colors. Riders wearing red riding uniforms can easily cause the horses to lose control and lead to accidents. Louis doesn't even know the basic rules of riding uniforms." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and spoke as calmly as possible. "I don't want to be so hasty and say that Louis can't ride horses just because of this incident. But this at least shows that Louis's equestrian skills aren't as top-notch as you claim, right? After all, a truly skilled rider wouldn't be unaware of such basic rules." Lin Shuxue apologized. "Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry. Since Louis is quite tall and has a great build, we tried several outfits but none fit properly. In the end, only this red riding outfit worked. I thought that a well-fitting riding outfit is also important for horseback riding, so I had Louis wear it." The middle-aged man rubbed his temples. "Never mind." Then, the middle-aged man turned to Louis and said, "Young man, I don't mean to single you out, nor do I want to interfere with your time with Shuxue. But you seem to have no idea what the red riding outfit symbolizes, so I can't help but question your riding skills. For that reason, I must accompany you and Shuxue to ensure their safety. If you feel wronged, I'll apologize, but I won't change my decision. This is my stable, and I must be responsible for every guest. Besides, Shuxue is like my own daughter." Louis hurriedly waved his hands. The middle-aged man's words and actions were reasonable. How could he feel wronged? "Mr. Zhang, you're being too kind. I understand your decision, but..." Louis asked, "If you later find out that my horseback riding isn't too bad, can I stop following you and Shuxue?" The middle-aged man's face turned dark. He felt he had already given Louis enough face for Lin Shuxue's sake. But why wasn't this kid getting the hint? He was actually fantasizing about spending some alone time with Lin Shuxue on horseback? He was truly beyond hope. "Prove you can ride a horse first, and that you're an expert at it." The middle-aged man snorted disdainfully and handed the reins to Louis. Louis didn't think much of it and simply took the reins. The middle-aged man's nerves were on edge, ready to snatch the reins back at any moment. This white horse actually had a gentle temperament, but Louis's red riding attire easily made the horse feel resistant. If Louis lacked communication skills, the horse might even go wild. As soon as Louis took the reins, the white horse indeed resisted and began to back up. The middle-aged man clenched his lips, ready to act. But at that moment, Louis gently stepped forward, embraced the horse's neck, and whispered softly into its ear. This left the middle-aged man utterly astonished. Generally speaking, someone who doesn't know how to ride a horse would have pulled the reins hard to make the horse obey. Only those who know how to ride a horse understand that if a horse resists, one must never use brute force but instead communicate with the horse first. "This guy," the middle-aged man muttered under his breath. "I told you so, Louis can ride a horse," Lin Shuxue chuckled. The middle-aged man stubbornly replied, "Being able to ride a horse doesn't mean you're a master of horsemanship." The middle-aged man said to Louis, "Either you get on the horse first and prove your skills, or you can ride with Shuxue, and I'll follow you both closely. You choose." Chapter 63, The Tip of the Pyramid. Does this even need a choice? Louis smiled and replied without hesitation, "Uncle Zhang, I'll get on the horse now. Take a look at my riding skills." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Since Louis wouldn't learn his lesson until it was too late, let him go ahead. As Louis was about to mount the horse, the middle-aged man hurriedly stopped him. "You haven't put on your helmet yet. Without a helmet, you'll crack your skull open." Louis touched his nostrils. He had already purchased divine-level riding skills. So now, he could completely do without a helmet. However, since the middle-aged man had reminded him, he decided to put it on anyway. As Louis put on the helmet, the middle-aged man shook his head silently. If he doesn't even know to wear a helmet before mounting the horse, how good can his riding skills be? "Don't get your hopes up," the middle-aged man whispered to Lin Shuxue. "Be careful not to set your expectations too high. The higher they are, the greater the disappointment." Lin Shuxue looked at Louis with sparkling eyes, her tone firm. "I believe in Louis." The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in black lines. What kind of mind-altering potion had Louis given Lin Shuxue, that she had become so hopelessly devoted? At that moment, Louis had already put on his helmet. He approached the horse's left front side. His left hand gripped the reins and the horse's mane. His left foot was planted firmly on the stirrup. His right hand supported the saddle. Coordinate his hands and feet to exert force. Louis mounted the horse. The middle-aged man watched Louis's series of movements. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Louis's entire sequence of movements was smooth and flawless. The action of mounting the horse was particularly clean and crisp, perfect and elegant. Even he couldn't do it better than Louis. After mounting the horse, Louis lightly pressed his right foot against the stirrup. Then, he parted the reins and held them in his left hand. He pressed his heels down and pushed his toes inward. The horse began to move forward. The middle-aged man stepped back, making room for him. The astonishment in his eyes grew even more intense. Louis, from the moment he started until now, every step could be called perfect. At that moment, Louis clenched his knees and inner thighs tightly against the horse. The white horse began to gallop swiftly. At the same time, Louis leaned his body slightly forward, his hips and the saddle almost touching but not quite. The middle-aged man stared intently at Louis's hips and buttocks. His mouth almost opened wide. The reason he was staring at Louis's hips and buttocks was not because he had any special preferences. Rather, it was because the ability to ride a horse depended on one's skill in riding the waves. The wave refers to the movement of a horse's back when it is walking or running. The horse's back rises and falls like waves. The rider sitting on the horse's back must adjust their movements in sync with the horse's waves. Otherwise, the rider's buttocks will constantly collide with the horse's back. Before long, your butt will be sore. Riding the waves involves following the horse's wave-like movements to absorb the force transmitted from the horse's back. Mastering wave suppression requires extensive practice over a long period of time. However, Louis's wave riding technique cannot even be described as proficient. It was simply masterful, impossible to improve upon. Louis! As the middle-aged man was momentarily distracted, Lin Shuxue suddenly screamed. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted as he looked forward. There, Louis was actually bending down to pick a small flower from the ground while the white horse was galloping at full speed. He bent down to pick a small flower from the ground, hiding in the stirrup. The middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Hiding in the stirrup is a highly skilled equestrian maneuver. What surprised the middle-aged man even more was when Louis performed the hiding in the stirrups technique. The white horse was already galloping at an incredible speed. At such a speed, even the middle-aged men couldn't guarantee they could complete the technique. Yet Louis not only completed it, he did it perfectly. From bending down to pick a flower, to successfully picking it and then straightening his back to ride the horse. The entire process can be summed up in one word: cool. Middle-aged people felt that even if they could be as skilled as Louis, hide in the stirrups at such a fast speed, their movements would inevitably look comical, even awkward. But Louis didn't. Every one of Louis's movements seemed to be filled with artistic flair. Cool. So cool. The middle-aged man watched Louis and couldn't help but praise him. And, without thinking, he began to clap. Seeing the middle-aged man clapping and praising him, Lin Shuxue's little face lit up with pride. Uncle Zhang, what do you think? I told you, Louis didn't lie to me. Louis says he's an excellent horseman, so his horsemanship must be top-notch. However, the middle-aged man shook his head again. Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows. Zhang Shu, you're not just stubborn, are you? The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I shook my head because I wanted to say that Louis's horsemanship isn't just first-rate, it's top-notch. His horsemanship is something I can't even match. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuxue was surprised. Zhang Shu was once an international equestrian champion. In the realm of horseback riding, Uncle Zhang had always been proud. Few in the entire Dragon Kingdom could catch his eye. And for Zhang Shu to say that his equestrian skills were inferior to his, there must be only a handful of people in the world who could claim that. Now, Louis had made Uncle Zhang say those words. Doesn't that prove that Louis's equestrian skills are among the very best in the world? Thinking of this, Lin Shuxue's charming face. A brilliant smile. I knew it. My man is the best. Lin Shuxue was filled with pride. At that moment, Louis Yu returned on horseback. He dismounted gracefully. I saw it earlier and thought it was pretty, so I'm giving it to you. Louis handed the flower he had picked earlier while hiding in the stirrup to Lin Shuxue. Thank you. Lin Shuxue took the flower and held it to her nose to smell it. How is it? Louis asked. What else could it be? It stinks. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. The flower Louis had picked was commonly known as dog flower. It did look pretty nice. But the smell was just like dog poop. That's why it's called a dog flower. You brat. The middle-aged man glanced at Louis Tsai and chuckled to himself. Give a dog flower to Shui, and you'll be in for a beating. As the middle-aged man was thinking, he suddenly saw Lin Shuxue heading toward Louis. She rushed toward him. She threw herself into Louis's arms. Louis, thank you for the flower. It smells so nice. Lin Shuxue hugged Louis, feeling utterly happy. The middle-aged man? Did he see wrong? Isn't that dog poop flower? He rubbed his eyes and looked again at the flowers in Lin Shuxue's hands. No, it's definitely dog flowers. This flower isn't that rare at the horse riding arena, he couldn't have mistaken it. Could the dog flower have undergone a genetic mutation and no longer smell bad? The middle-aged man scratched his head. Since Louis had already proven his top-notch equestrian skills, the middle-aged man didn't disturb Louis and Lin Shuxue's private moment. He silently left and wandered across the grassland. Today, he must find another dog flower to smell. Persistence pays off. Soon, the middle-aged man spotted a small yellow flower swaying in the wind. He bent down to pick it, but it had no scent. Then, the middle-aged man leaned in closer. He took a deep breath. His entire face turned into a scene from Lin Shuxue eating Italian meat sauce noodles.jpg. There's in this flower. The middle-aged man threw the flower away and ran off. Chapter 65. How did this child learn to swear? The setting sun casts a warm glow over the vast grasslands. Lin Shuxue leaned against Louis's shoulder, a sweet smile on her lips. Louis's heart raced, and his hand slowly moved behind Lin Shuxue. Then he slowly raised his hand, intending to wrap it around Lin Shuxue's shoulders. But he ultimately lowered them again. Then he slowly raised them again. He repeated this several times. Lin Shuxue naturally noticed Louise's subtle movements. However, she remained silent, gazing at the setting sun. She was waiting for Louis to be brave. As the sun sank lower and lower, it was about to dip below the horizon. Louis clenched his teeth. His hand fell onto Lin Shuxue's shoulder. He tightened his grip, pulling Lin Shuxue closer to him. Lin Shuxue's lips curled into a smile, overflowing with happiness. She understood why Louis was being so reserved. So she wouldn't rush him. She could wait for Louis. Wait until Louis felt it was the right time to confess his feelings to her. Louis lowered his head, gazing at Lin Shuxue's smiling profile. His resolve grew even stronger. The sun set. Finally, it sank below the horizon. A sliver of the moon rose silently. The night sky was dotted with countless stars. Louis! She suddenly called out. What's wrong? Louis asked. Lin Shuxue tilted her head back. Under the night sky, she couldn't see his face clearly, only vaguely making out the contours of his face. Louis! She called his name again. What's wrong? Louis patiently asked with a puzzled smile. Why are you calling my name just for fun? Lin Shuxue smiled but didn't respond. Her voice grew louder. Louis! Luanan grew even more puzzled. What's going on? He stopped mid-sentence. Lin Shuxue suddenly tilted her neck back. Her soft lips pressed against his cheek. Louis froze in shock. Lin Shuxue, like a guilty thief, quickly stood up and ran away. I'm going back. Louis covered his face and stared blankly at Lin Shuxue's retreating figure as she ran away, his face burning with embarrassment. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then hurried after her. When Louis caught up, Lin Shuxue was already by his side, jumping up and down, humming an unknown tune, and speaking in a muffled voice. He asked her what she was singing and what she was saying. She replied, I won't tell you. I won't tell you. Louis was at a loss, unable to do anything but smile wryly. Louis, she suddenly called out. What? Louis asked warily, wary that she might try the same trick again. I remembered something, Lin Shuxue said, biting her lip. What? Louis asked. The horse? Lin Shuxue's expression turned serious. The horse? What? Louis's words trailed off. They had both dismounted earlier and were sitting there watching the sunset. Then the stars began to appear, and they started chasing and playing around, completely forgetting about the two horses. Louis and Lin Shuxue exchanged an awkward glance, then simultaneously sprinted back toward where they had been sitting. They returned to the spot where they had been sitting and watching the sunset. But there was no sign of the horses. Watching the sunset and losing both horses? What should we do? Louis felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, feeling a bit guilty. Looking at Lin Shuxue, she was also shrinking her neck, her face filled with fear. Let us look around first? Louis suggested, and Lin Shuxue nodded in agreement. But after searching for a while, they couldn't find any trace of the two horses. We'll have to pay for them. Louis sighed. Lin Shuxue blinked her sparkling eyes. Those two horses were very expensive. Louis shrugged. They're expensive, so what? We have to compensate them. Lin Shuxue pursed her lips and asked. I'm asking, since we watched the sunset together, and now we have to pay so much money, don't you think it's not worth it? Louis rolled his eyes. What's not worth it? He wiped the sweat off Lin Shuxue's forehead. Let us go find your Uncle Zhang. Maybe if we come clean, we can get off with paying less. Lin Shuxue gave a mischievous smile and pulled Louis off, starting to run wildly. Back at the stable, they happened to run into the middle-aged man. You're finally back, the middle-aged man said irritably. Lin Shuxue lowered her head, scraping the ground with her toes, and whispered. Uncle Zhang, your horse is gone. The middle-aged man's small eyes were filled with confusion. This child, how could she suddenly start cursing like that? The middle-aged man shot a hostile glance at Louis. It must be that brat who taught her. Uncle Zhang, it's my fault. Louis pulled Lin Shuxue behind him. I'm truly sorry. It was my negligence that caused you to lose your 2 horses. How much are they worth? I'll compensate you. The killing intent in the middle-aged man's eyes finally dissipated. It turned out that Lin Shuxue wasn't cursing at herself, but was talking about the 2 horses that had been lost. What were you 2 thinking? I just brought those 2 horses back to the stable. The middle-aged man gave Louis a disdainful look. What? Louis and Lin Shuxue were both surprised and delighted. What ah? The middle-aged man's eye roll was almost out of his head. An old horse knows the way when it's hungry, it naturally comes back. Poor things, my 2 little treasures have never been hungry before. Today, you 2 starved them. I dumped a bunch of food on them, and they ate it so fast. Louis and Lin Shuxue exchanged glances. For some reason, they felt an urge to laugh. And for some reason, even though they knew they shouldn't laugh, the 2 of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, you 2, stop laughing. Do you really think I have a good temper? The middle-aged man raised his fist, but upon glancing at Lin Shuxue, he couldn't bring himself to strike. He turned to look at Louis, but before he could move, Lin Shuxue stepped in front of him. Enough, enough. Stop being so lovey-dovey. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes again. Today, he was truly exasperated by this young man. Uncle Zhang, since your horse is okay, we'll head back first, then? Lin Shuxue giggled. No way. The middle-aged man said firmly. You 2 have to come home with me. Louis and Lin Shuxue were both puzzled. If you 2 don't come home with me, I'll be in big trouble tonight. The middle-aged man pleaded, Shui, please have mercy on me. Seeing the middle-aged man in such a state, Louis and Lin Shuxue reluctantly agreed. They arrived at the door. The middle-aged man pulled out the keys and took several deep breaths. Louis whispered, what's going on? Lin Shuxue shook her head, I don't know either. Just as the middle-aged man had made up his mind to use the key to open the door. Squeak! The door opened. Louis noticed that the middle-aged man's face seemed a little paler than before. A woman with meticulously applied makeup pushed the door open. Old Zhang, you're finally back. Come in, come in. I've made something delicious for you. The woman was very warm toward the middle-aged man, her face radiating affection. Cough cough cough. The middle-aged man reminded her, Xiao Shui and her friends are here too. Aunt Qin. Lin Shuxue greeted her with a smile, and Louis followed suit, calling her Aunt Qin as well. The woman paused, looked behind the middle-aged man, and upon seeing Louis and Lin Shuxue, waved them over enthusiastically. Xiao Shui is here. Oh my, it's been ages since you came by. Just in time I made some delicious food. Come on over. She then turned to Louis. Xiao Shui, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. You have good taste. Lin Shuxue and Louis both blushed. The middle-aged man corrected her, what boyfriend? They're not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet. The woman rolled her eyes, not yet, but won't they be someday? Come on in, let me serve you some rice. The woman gestured for them to enter. After entering the house, Louis looked at the table full of dishes and seemed to understand something. Thank you for not choosing the author certification sent by my book friends. Thank you to users 3887476377685479, Lost Card Night, Decade, 43448811142664446, Shaoqi, Pebo, username 3974864, username 109606124607, Gushangyi Xiao, Zhetian Bang? Li Shimen, user 1991946924987069, Tender Doctor's Wife, username 3122218471534840, Nalan Guichen, Ji Xing, Zhetian Bang Menial 2021 Disciple, Luoning who loves glutinous rice balls, Looking Back, Heartache, Tears Like a Curtain, username 7208690814977095, and other book friends gifts. Chapter 66, Resting and Gathering Strength. The middle-aged man Zhang Busu looked at the table full of food and also wore a bitter expression. All your favorites. How about it? Do you still like them? The woman Qin asked with a smile. Zhang Busu's lips twitched slightly. Goji berry porridge, chive stir-fried with fresh shrimp, grilled oysters. Looking inside the thermos, it was also filled with goji berry water. Are all these things he likes? It's more like all of them are things Qin likes. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Qin narrowed her eyes. Zhang Busu's hair stood on end. When Qin narrowed her eyes, that was the most terrifying moment. I like it. Zhang Buxu forced a smile. Good. Qin smiled and then turned to Louis and Lin Shuxue. Sit down, make yourselves at home. I'll go serve you some rice. Soon, Qin brought back 2 bowls of goji berry porridge. Louis silently ate his porridge and vegetables, while Lin Shuxue looked at Zhang Buxu. Uncle Zhang, are you tired today? Why are your hands shaking? Zhang Buxu's face turned red, and he glared at Lin Shuxue. Don't ask silly questions. Eat quickly and go clean your room. Clean the room? Lin Shuxue was confused. Zhang Buxa said, yes, you're going to sleep later, so you need to tidy up first. Lin Shuxue was even more confused. Uncle Zhang, I didn't say I was going to sleep here. No, you did, Zhang Buxa said with a dark expression. Oh, Uncle Zhang, you're such a tease. Shui wants to spend some alone time with Xiaoyi. Don't keep them here. Xining laughed. Zhang Buxa's chopsticks trembled, and the shrimp fell off. Don't eat the shrimp. Come, eat the oysters. I went to the supermarket today and saw these oysters on sale, so I bought some extra. Xining spoke while placing oysters into Zhang Buxue's bowl. Zhang Buxue's forehead began to sweat. How much were the oysters per pound today? 18? Xining replied. Zhang Busu. That's twice as much as before, and it's on sale? Zhang Buxa looked at Xining and noticed she had narrowed her eyes again. Alright, oysters on sale. If the oysters aren't discounted, then his legs should be. Tonight, the legs aren't on sale, but they'll be shaking. Zhang Buxa sighed inwardly. Louis watched from the side, suppressing a smile. Xiao Shui, give Xiaoyi some oysters too. At that moment, Xining said to Lin Shuxue. Louis' smile vanished instantly. Aunt Xin, it's okay, Louis waved his hand, but before he could finish refusing, Xining smiled meaningfully. It's needed, even if not now, it will be useful later. Eat more now, build up your strength, so you can give Shui a happy life in the future. Lin Shuxue didn't understand all the hidden meanings, but after hearing Qin Yin's words, she found them reasonable and began to keep serving Louis raw oysters. Looking at the raw oysters in the bowl, Louis felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. After finishing their meal, Louis and Lin Shuxue were dragged by Zhang Buxa to turn on the TV and chat. Suddenly, the lights went out. Oh no, the power's out. Qin Yin's voice echoed. Louis also realized something and said to Zhang Buxu, Uncle Zhang, I suddenly remembered that the villa might be on fire. Let us go first. Right, Shui? Louis gave Lin Shuxue a meaningful look, though she couldn't see him. Ha? Oh. Right. Lin Shuxue roughly guessed what was going on and hurriedly went along with it. Zhang Buxu's forehead veins bulged. These two little brats, can't they even let him delay his execution a little longer? It wasn't that he didn't love Qin Yin, it was because he knew that Qin Yin's relatives had just left today. After all these years, he had figured out the pattern. The few days before her relatives arrived and the few days after they left, Qin Yin would turn into a demon. A few days ago, he had already been tormented by Qin Yin once. Now, it's practically like going to the execution ground. Before marriage, Auntie is the roadblock. After marriage, Auntie is the savior. My savior, why did you leave so quickly? As Zhang Busu raged inwardly, Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue had already left using their phone flashlights. Bang! Qin Yin closed the door. Come on, let us go inside. Qin Yin smiled. Can I refuse? Zhang Buxu's voice trembled. You can. To Zhang Buxu's surprise, Qin Yin actually agreed? Really? Zhang Buxu was overjoyed and about to cheer. The living room sofa is fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Buxu heard the sound of Qin Yin pulling the curtains. Zhang Buxu clenched his teeth. It seemed an inevitable bloody battle was in store tonight. Well, there is no choice but to sacrifice Yulong for the sake of the emperor. Zhang Buxu closed his eyes. Leaving Zhang Buxu's house, Lin Shuxue asked curiously. Louis, what was going on with Uncle Zhang and Aunt Qin just now? It felt a bit off. Louis suppressed a smile and said. They're not very happy, are they? Like fish out of water. Lin Shuxue grew even more curious and was about to ask again. But she saw Louis flick his finger and gently tap her smooth forehead. Alright, it's getting late. Let's head back. Lin Shuxue could only pout and utter an obedient okay. That night, she decided to look into it. What exactly did it mean to feed a man raw oysters? After returning to the villa, Lin Shuxue and Louis watched TV for a while before going to their respective rooms. Lin Shuxue took out her phone and began searching. What does feeding a man raw oysters signify? After reading the answers, Lin Shuxue's face flushed slightly. So that's what Aunt Qin meant by happiness. She covered her face with the blanket and laughed for a while, then propped her chin up with her fingers. Should we go to the supermarket tomorrow and buy some raw oysters too? Louis returned to his room. He first turned off airplane mode on his phone. He had turned it on before leaving to avoid being disturbed during his first date with Lin Shuxue. Then, Louis also lifted the system's restrictions. As soon as he did, a ding sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have completed the hidden task, your points have exceeded 100,000. Louis was overjoyed to receive such good news immediately after disabling the restrictions. Last night, his points were 98,000. He spent 1,000 to unlock other areas and another 1,000 to exchange for divine tier writing skills during the day. Logically, he should have 96,000 points left. However, due to the ongoing rise in popularity of Sunny Day, 7 Miles Fragrance, and Old Boy, his reputation points continue to accumulate, causing his points to increase instead of decrease, surpassing 100,000, which was actually quite normal. What's the reward for this mission? Louis asked eagerly. The system responded. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward, Divine Tier Singing Technique, Divine Tier Vocal Range. Louison was overjoyed. With his God-tier singing skills and God-tier vocal range, that would add up to a whopping 5,000 points. With divine-level singing skills and a divine-level voice, he would have an easier time in the music industry from now on. After the excitement subsided, Louis calmed down. Thinking back to the day he spent with Lin Shuxue, his expression grew determined. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 67, Album. This number was given to him by the system when he was selected by Xinghua Record Company. The system had stated that the owner of this number was the general manager of Xinghua Record Company, named Deng Yangfei. Deng Yangfei. Lu Yim moaned the name under his breath, feeling it was familiar yet elusive. Beep beep beep. Hello, may I speak to the chairman? Deng Yangfei's voice came through. After the former chairman sold off Star River Records, he had been given the new chairman's phone number. He didn't know the new chairman's temperament, so he dared not make the call himself and could only wait passively. Finally, the moment had arrived. Deng Yangfei, right? My name is Louis. Louis introduced himself. The response on the other end of the line was a startled exclamation. Louis. Wow, so you're the one who acquired Xinghua Records. Louis rubbed his nose. It seemed he did indeed know this Deng Yangfei. Louis asked. Sorry, I drank a bit too much a few years ago and lost some of my memory, so could you please? Deng Yangfei exclaimed excitedly. I'm Deng Yangfei, the owner of Wuji Recording Studio. Do you remember me? You used to love coming to my studio to record songs. Louis's memories finally began to clear up. I remember now. Why didn't you keep the recording studio? Did you go to Xinghua Records? Deng Yangfei suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he finally forced a bitter smile. 2 years ago, the former chairman of Star River Records approached me, saying I had talent and was wasting it in a recording studio. He offered me a position as manager at Star River Records. At the time, I was blinded by greed. Even though I knew Star River Records was no longer what it used to be, the former chairman promised me a 20% stake if I could turn the company around, so I went. In the end, greed got the better of me. Deng Yangfei laughed self-deprecatingly. After I joined Xinghua Records, I worked hard and finally started to see some progress. But the former chairman sold the company behind my back. What a bastard. Son of a? That is quite a unique way to curse someone. Louis almost burst out laughing. Never mind the past. Deng Yangfei said casually. I guess I've turned misfortune into fortune now, since you're the chairman. I've always wanted to work under you, but you were tied up at Tensho Entertainment back then. Now it's perfect, I can work under you, follow your commands, and really make my mark. Louis hummed in agreement. He had actually been worried about whether taking over Xinghua Records would go smoothly. Since Deng Yangfei was the general manager of Xinghua Records, there was no need to waste time on the issue of taking over the company. How is Star River Records doing now? Louis asked. Deng Yangfei sighed. It's barely hanging on. Since I joined Star River Records, I've tried to discover new talent, promote their songs, and release digital albums, but the results haven't been very good. Actually, the new talents I discovered aren't weak, but they just lack opportunities. If they could get some exposure on a talent show, at least half of them could become popular. Unfortunately, talent shows aren't what they used to be. Back then, if you had talent, you could become famous. Nowadays, without the right backing, it's hard to break through. Of course. Deng Yangfei recalled something and added. Ultimately, it's because they aren't strong enough. If they were all like you, they'd definitely be like fine wine, no need to worry about being hidden in a remote alley. Louis shook his head and smiled. Stop flattering me. If you have time, compile a document with profiles of promising newcomers and send it to me via WeChat. Deng Yangfei nodded. Alright, I'll get it organized and send it to you later. Louis hummed in agreement and then revealed the true purpose of his call. Xinghua Records needs an album to revive its fortunes. This album must not only be of high quality but also released by an artist with a strong fan base. And right now, while I have popularity, I also need an album to stabilize my existing fan base and further boost my popularity to attract more fans. Upon hearing this, Deng Yangfei became excited. You're releasing a new album? That's fantastic. Now that you're the boss of Xinghua, if the album sells well, you'll not only regain your fame but also make a fortune, and Xinghua will also be revitalized. Releasing a new album with Star River is a win-win for both you and Star River. Louis smiled slightly and said, I called you to ask if you have the confidence to make this new album a success. Album recording, marketing, and promotion all require your expertise. I'm only responsible for writing and recording the songs. Deng Yangfei laughed heartily. Of course I have confidence. Louis, oh, no, Mr. Liu, you just focus on writing and recording the songs. The rest is all on me. I'll make a solemn promise. As long as you come up with the album content, I'll make sure this album sells like hotcakes. Louis raised the corner of his mouth and asked curiously. Aren't you afraid my album will be worse than those newcomers you've discovered? Deng Yunfei laughed. A singer with the talent to write songs like Sunny Day, 7 Miles Fragrant, and Old Boy, how bad could their songs possibly be? Even if they're bad, they still completely outshine 99% of the current mainstream singers. My confidence in you is even greater than my confidence in myself. Flattery may work on some, but not on me. Louis' lips curled into a smug smile. Alright, I'll come to the studio tomorrow to record the song. Get everything ready in advance. Upon hearing this, Deng Yangfei was speechless. Tomorrow? Deng Yangfei was filled with doubt. Mr. Liu, aren't you still participating in Singing King 2021? Louis knew what Deng Yangfei was thinking and smiled. Don't worry, recording the album and preparing for Singing King 2021 don't conflict. Singing King 2021 is my once-in-a-lifetime chance to make a comeback. I won't miss it. However, I also need to earn money and boost my fame as quickly as possible, so recording the album must proceed simultaneously. Deng Yangfei stammered, hesitating to speak further. He really wanted to ask, can you really handle both at the same time? After all, whether it's the Singing King 2021 or a high-quality album, both require a significant amount of time and effort to prepare. Go ahead and prepare for the recording first. Louis smiled. Oh, and when you're not at the company, you don't have to call me Mr. Liu. Then, should I call you Liu Gu? Deng Yunfei asked. Whatever you prefer. Louis hung up the phone, then summoned the system and opened the other section. Yesterday, he had discovered something useful in this section. It was called Earth's Popular Gold Hits Detailed Analysis. With this, Louis could determine the best time to exchange points for songs. After spending 500 points to redeem the song analysis guide, Louis quickly selected the songs for the next episode of Singing King 2021. Chapter 68, Signing the Contract. At the same time, the theme of the new album and the related song selections were also finalized. Next, I need to clearly outline the lyrics, melodies, and specific arrangements for these songs so that tomorrow's recording session will proceed more smoothly. After finishing all this, Louis glanced at the time. It was almost midnight and went to bed. The next day, Louis woke up early as usual and began preparing breakfast. Just as he opened the door, he saw Lin Shuxue standing outside. From her gestures, it seemed like she was about to knock. You're awake? I was just about to knock and wake you up for breakfast. Lin Shuxue was makeup-free, smiling naturally, pure and charming. You got up so early today? Louis asked. Why didn't you sleep in a little longer? Lin Shuxue laughed. The past few days I wasn't feeling well, so you made breakfast for me. Now that my relatives have left, it's my turn to make breakfast for you. Louis wasn't sure if he had heard correctly. He thought he heard her emphasize the words my relatives have left when she said it earlier. Was she trying to remind him of something? Louis cleared his throat twice and went downstairs with Lin Shuxue. On the table was a steaming bowl of porridge and a boiled egg. Your egg is fully cooked, Lin Shuxue said, as if afraid Louis would worry that the egg was undercooked and refused to eat it. You've been working hard. Louis approached the table, his expression suddenly changing. The porridge was actually goji berry porridge. I am not at the point where I need to eat goji berries yet, am I? Louis's lips twitched slightly. Lin Shuxue pushed Louis toward the chair and then forcefully pulled him into it. This goji berry porridge isn't just good for nourishing the liver and kidneys and improving vision, but it also helps relieve fatigue and boost energy. Lin Shuxue placed the spoon in Louis's hand while peeling an egg for him. You're probably getting ready for Singing King 2021 again, right? You must be exhausted every day. Drink some goji berry porridge, it's good for your health. Open your mouth. Lin Shuxue placed the egg near Louis's mouth. Let me do it myself. Louis's forehead creased in frustration. Lin Shuxue's actions made him wonder if he was partially paralyzed. Lin Shuxue returned to her seat and said, Have you decided what you want to sing for the third episode? Louis nodded. Lin Shuxue raised her eyebrows in surprise. You made up your mind so quickly? Are you going to sing an old song? Louis shook his head. We'll sing a new song. Lin Shuxue was even more surprised. New songs? Louis nodded. Yeah, I wrote it last night. Lin Shuxue's lips parted slightly. Another song in one night? Her Louis is just too amazing. Lin Shuxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. When are we going to the Wuji recording studio to record the song? I'll go with you. She couldn't wait to see the staff at the Wuji recording studio being amazed by Louis and praising him. Seeing Louis being praised and fawned over made her happier than if she were being praised herself. Louis smiled and said, Let us go after dinner. But not to the Wuji recording studio. Lin Shuxue's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. What's wrong? Did someone from Wuji studio upset you? Tell me who it is, and I'll deal with them right now. Seeing Lin Shuxue's anger, Louis hurriedly waved his hands. No one upset me. When I left, weren't you here the whole time? Who dared to provoke me? Lin Shuxue pouted and muttered. I'm just worried they'll contact you privately and make you unhappy. Louis was touched and smiled gently. I understand. Thank you. Lin Shuxue wrinkled her delicate nose and whispered. I don't want your thanks. Louis didn't hear clearly and asked. What did you say? Lin Shuxue shook her head and asked curiously. So where are you planning to go to record the song this time? Louis smiled. Star River Record Company. Lin Shuxue thought for a moment and asked. Deng Yangfei, the former owner of Wuji Recording Studio, is now the general manager of Star River Records? Was it Deng Yangfei who contacted you and asked you to go to Star River Records to record? Louis shook his head. I contacted Deng Yangfei. I told him I wanted to record an album. Lin Shuxue widened her eyes. Record an album? But you haven't signed with a company yet. Louis smiled. Who said I don't have one? Lin Shuxue grew anxious. When did you sign with a company? It wasn't those small companies that called you a few days ago, was it? But you said you wouldn't go to those small companies. Lin Shuxue was so flustered she started pacing back and forth. Louis, call the company you signed with now and tell them you want to terminate the contract, okay? The termination fee, no matter how much it is, I'll cover it. Lin Shuxue grabbed Louis's hand and said. Trust me, signing with those small companies is all harm and no benefit. Once you're in, you're stuck in a quagmire. Seeing Lin Shuxue's anxious expression, Louis felt a warm glow in his heart. Don't worry, I haven't signed with any of those small companies. Looking into Louis's eyes, she saw that he didn't seem to be lying, and Lin Shuxue sighed in relief. You scared me to death just now. Then she asked again. But no big companies have called you in the past few days either. They're still watching you, wanting to see how much potential you have before deciding how big a contract to offer you. Did a company call you last night and you didn't tell me before signing the contract? Well, I'm not saying you have to tell me everything, but over the past 3 years, things have changed a lot in this industry, so? Watching Lin Shuxue mutter to herself, afraid she was overthinking things. Louis reached out, pinched her delicate nose, and spoke softly. I know you're doing this for my own good. Lin Shuxue's heart was pounding. How could she feel that Louis's actions, his gaze, and his tone just now were so indulgent? Was she imagining things? Louis, can you do that again? Lin Shuxue looked at Louis with pleading eyes. Louis chuckled, gave her a playful tap on the head, then turned and returned to his seat. Lin Shuxue pouted in disappointment, but soon a smile reappeared on her lips. Once there's one, there's bound to be two. She believed that Louis would spoil her even more in the future. So which company did you sign with? Lin Shuxue asked curiously. Louis took a sip of porridge and said, it's Star River Records, but... Before he could finish, the smile on Lin Shuxue's face faded significantly. Lin Shuxue knew that Star River Records was now in a dire state, barely hanging on. Louis signing with Star River Records was just as bad as getting stuck in quicksand. She furrowed her brows, preparing to bring up the old topic again and urge Louis to terminate the contract. She was well aware of Louis's current creative abilities, which could very well revive Star River Records. And the likelihood of that happening was over 80%. But there was still a 20% chance of failure. If it fails, the golden opportunity for Louis to make a comeback and become a sensation would be wasted. So even if it were just 1%, she wouldn't want Louis to take the risk. Chapter 69, Big News. Lin Shuxue looked worried and was about to Fu. But she heard Louis continue. However, the agreement I signed with Xinghua Records isn't an employment contract, it's an acquisition agreement. 3 big question marks popped up on Lin Shuxue's forehead. Ha! She looked at Louis, completely bewildered. Louis had anticipated Lin Shuxue's reaction. I have already acquired Xinghua Records. Now, I am the owner of Xinghua Records. Louis had never considered hiding this from Lin Shuxue. He knew that Lin Shuxue was waiting for him. So he wanted her to see how much he had grown. Games have progress bars, but life isn't a game it doesn't have a progress bar. So Lin Shuxue didn't know when he would finally confess his feelings to her. In that case, even if Lin Shuxue liked him, she wouldn't feel secure, would she? These past few days, he'd grown even more certain about Lin Shuxue, so he didn't want her to feel insecure. Therefore, he wants Lin Shuxue to truly see that he is gradually becoming better, gradually reaching higher, and gradually getting closer to her. Everything he does, Lin Shuxue sees it, and that's how she'll feel at ease. As for hiding his identity and giving Lin Shuxue a surprise? Better not. A surprise is indeed needed, but not now. What Lin Shuxue needed most from him now was a tangible sense of security. Louis looked at Lin Shuxue, who was still confused, and smiled. You should know that no matter which company I sign with, it will take some time to build a career. But I don't want to wait that long, and I don't want someone to wait that long with me. So, don't try to convince me to give up on Star River Records. Lin Shuxue had just snapped out of her shock when she heard Louis's words. Instantly, her heart felt as sweet as if she'd fallen into a jar of honey. Who's waiting for you? Lin Shuxue adopted a proud and aloof attitude. You won't wait for me? Well, I never said someone was you. Lu Yi turned the tables on her. Hey, that is so mean. Lin Shuxue puffed out her cheeks and glared at Lu Yi. But when Lu Yi raised his eyelids and met her gaze, the anger she had feigned vanished instantly. Ugh, how come I can't be angry around him? Lin Shuxue pouted, refusing to look at Lu Yi, and silently ate her egg. Something's off. Lin Shuxue suddenly realized something. You just said you wrote the song for the third episode of Song King 2021 last night, but you also said you're going to record an album at Star River Records later. Does that mean you didn't just write one song last night, but two? She stared at him with wide eyes, completely baffled. Writing one song in a night was already surprising enough. But Lu Yi had written two. Lu Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Who said I only wrote two? Lin Shuxue nearly dropped the egg she was holding onto the table. Not just two? You didn't write three, did you? Lin Shuxue was completely stunned. Lu Yi shook his head and smiled. Not enough. Less? 3 songs in one night, and you say that's not enough? Lin Shuxue felt that Lu Yi was getting a bit too strong. Is it 4 songs? Lin Shuxue asked, thinking she was sure this time. Sure enough, Lu Yi nodded. Almost there. Lin Shuxue was completely confused. Still not right? Just close? Then, did you write 5 songs? I wrote 10. Lu Yi wiped his mouth and smiled. Lin Shuxue was completely stunned. Her entire face seemed to freeze. One night. 10 songs. How could one describe this? Genius? Monster? Demon? Lu Yi watched, his mouth forming a zero shape, as if he could fit a fist inside, and added. These 10 songs should all be of decent quality. Lin Shuxue's mouth opened even wider. Lu Yi, who had composed the 3 masterpieces 7 Miles of Fragrance, Clear Sky, and Old Boy, had an undeniable appreciation for music. If Lu Yi praised them as not bad, then even if they weren't masterpieces, they were still top-notch. Writing 10 songs of first-rate quality in one night. If this were to get out, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire music industry of Longwa. Even the global music scene would be shaken? Lin Shuxue was lost in thought, her initial astonishment giving way to endless joy. She grew increasingly convinced that Lu Yi was the best singer in Longwa and perhaps even the world. She felt incredibly lucky to have him in her life. Lu Yi, let's go to Star River Records right now. Lin Shuxue grabbed Lu Yi and rushed out the door. She couldn't wait to hear Lu Yi's new song. The dishes aren't even washed yet. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Lin Shuxue laughed. It's Sunday today, and Yudi isn't working. I'll call her later and ask her to come wash the dishes. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shin Yudi, who was still sleeping in, suddenly sneezed. Blurrily picking up her phone, she saw it was a voice message from Lin Shuxue. I thought this woman had forgotten about me. She is probably tired of hanging out with Lu Yi and wants me to go shopping with her, right? Shin Yudi smirked triumphantly, tapped the voice message, and heard Lin Shuxue say. Yudi, Lin Shuxue and I are going to Xinghua Records to record an album. Could you come over to my place to wash the dishes? If you can, could you also buy some ingredients? I want to make soup for Lin Shuxue. Shin Yudi's forehead was covered with black lines. Lin Shuxue. In the Porsche, Lin Shuxue, who was about to start the car, suddenly felt a chill run through her body. There's a cold breeze blowing through here. Lin Shuxue muttered under her breath and set off for Xinghua Records. Xinghua Records. Deng Yangfei and several men with long hair were waiting at the entrance of the building. They're here? From a distance, Deng Yangfei spotted a silver-gray sports car and grew excited. However, as the sports car drew nearer, Deng Yangfei began to doubt himself, wondering if he had overused his qilin arm last night, causing his vision to blur. How could he see Lin Shuxue sitting next to Lu Yi? Deng Yangfei took off his glasses, wiped his eyes, put them back on, and leaned forward to look carefully. Damn it! I'm not seeing things! Deng Yangfei exclaimed in shock. The few long-haired men behind him also dropped their jaws in shock. They had also seen Lin Shuxue. At that moment, Lin Shuxue had already stopped the car. Lin Shuxue and Lu Yi walked toward the Xinghua building together. Deng Yangfei and the men with long hair were all stunned. Lin Shuxue was one of the most popular female stars in Longwa, ranked among the top 4 in the country. However, at this moment, Lin Shuxue was not only walking closely with Lu Yi, but their shoulders were even touching. Moreover, the look in Lin Shuxue's eyes as she gazed at Lu Yi was utterly unashamed, brimming with love. When Lu Yi looked at Lin Shuxue, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of pampering. Oh my goodness. Lu Yi has been gone for 3 years. Now that he's back, he's going to cause a huge sensation in the entertainment industry of Longwa. Chapter 70, Lu Guo and Lu Xiao third update. Deng Yangfei and the 4 long-haired men were all exclaiming in shock, feeling that Lu Yi was too ruthless. After 3 years of no activity, he not only released 3 consecutive hit songs 7 Miles Fragrance, Sunny Day, and Old Boy but also managed to win over Lin Shuxue. If this gets out, there is no doubt that the entire Dragon Country entertainment industry will explode. Weibo would definitely crash, and even the programmers couldn't save it. As Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue approached, the 5 men snapped back to reality, suppressing their shock, and stepped forward to greet them. Brother Lu, sister Lu. Lu Yi was completely taken aback. That Lu's sister was way too unexpected. Lin Shuxue's face turned bright red, and she lowered her head. Brother Lu, you're something else. You didn't say a word, and you've already won over sister Lu. Deng Yangfei was both envious and admiring. What are you talking about? Lu Yi rolled his eyes. She's not Lu's wife yet. Deng Yangfei and the 4 long-haired men exchanged glances, wearing expressions that said, I get it. Everything is ready, all we need is the official announcement, right? Deng Yangfei chuckled. So should we still call her Xue Jie for now? Lu Yi looked at Lin Shuxue, who nodded in agreement, before nodding back at Deng Yangfei. Then, Lu Yi instructed Deng Yangfei. This matter must remain confidential. Do you understand? Deng Yangfei composed himself and replied solemnly. Brother Lu, rest assured. We all know how this world works. Lu Yi nodded and then turned his gaze toward the 4 men with long hair. At first glance, they seemed both unfamiliar and vaguely familiar. Deng Yangfei hurriedly introduced them. Lu Ge, these 4 used to be with you. They formed a band with you, but after you got into trouble, they ended up at Xingha. After Deng Yangfei's introduction, Lu Yi managed to recall them. The tall man with glasses and prominent cheekbones was named Zhang Boyu, the rhythm guitarist. The square-faced man with messy long hair was Wang Xian, the bassist. The chubby-faced, innocent-looking one was Hao Daki, the drummer. The short man with clearly defined muscle lines even through his clothes was named Tan Yu, the keyboardist. Looking at the 4 of them, Lu Yi's eyes lit up. The song he was set to perform on Singing King 2021 in a few days required exactly these 4 musicians. Although the show had a dedicated backing band, Lu Yi could imagine that after winning first place with Old Boys, he would face even more obstacles during rehearsals at the TV station. Therefore, having his own band to accompany him would be the best option. Let's go to the recording studio first. Lu Yi said to Deng Yangfei. Deng Yangfei nodded and led Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue to the recording studio. Along the way, they encountered many staff members. When the employees saw Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue walking together, they all stared in amazement. Holy crap, my idol! And my goddess! Deng Yangfei glared at the employees. What male idol and female idol? Come over here and greet the boss and Miss Shuxue. All the employees were completely stunned. Lu Yi had actually become their boss? The employees looked at each other, none of them daring to show any dissatisfaction. They were all in the music industry, and they naturally admired Lu Yi, the genius who had written 3 hit songs in a row, to the point of worship. The fact that Lu Yi had become their boss made them overjoyed. Because now they could get even closer to their idol. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Hello, Ms. Shuxue. The employees bowed respectfully. Lu Yinyang smiled and waved his hand. Get back to work. By the way, you should all understand today's matter, right? The employees all raised their hands, drew them across their mouths, and made a zipping motion. Mr. Lu, we promise to keep it under wraps. Lu Yi nodded satisfactorily, then instructed Deng Yangfei to continue leading the way to the Xingha recording studio. Watching Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue's backs, the employees of Xingha all wore expressions of anti-like smiles. Why do I still feel so sweet even though Mr. Lu and Ms. Lin didn't do anything? Because they're a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Indeed, looking at the entire entertainment industry, there's no couple as good looking as Mr. Lu and Ms. Lin Shuxue. Oh my gosh, I can't wait for the day they officially announce their relationship. But getting a sneak peek is pretty sweet too. Xingha Tower, 3rd floor, recording studio. Lu Yi opened Lin Shuxue's bag, took out a stack of papers, and placed them on the table. He then said to Deng Yangfei, let's talk about the album first. The album title will be Memories of Summer, focusing on the themes of nostalgia and summer. Deng Yangfei's eyes lit up. No wonder you're Lu Gu. That album title is sure to be a hit. Lu Yi laughed and scolded. Stop flattering me. Deng Yangfei said seriously. Lu Gu, I'm not flattering you. The album title Missing Summer clearly conveys the main elements and specific style of the album, while also having a sense of beauty. Once this title is out, the album is already halfway to success. Lu Yi rolled his eyes at him. Let us be clear from the start, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. You've made a commitment, so you must make sure this Memories of Summer album is a success. Deng Yangfei patted his chest and assured him. Don't worry. Lu Yi hummed in agreement and said. I'll continue with my plan. Memories of Summer consists of 10 songs, and I'll record 9 of them today. Then, Deng Yangfei, I'll give you 2 days to promote it. Whatever you need, I'll cover it, but make sure it's promoted properly. Oh, and one more thing, after I finish recording the songs, the post-production mixing must be guaranteed. After the 2-day promotion period, on the 3rd day next Wednesday start releasing one song from the album every day. As for the order, you decide. Starting next Wednesday, by the following Thursday, all 9 songs will be released. On Friday of the following week, which is the 4th episode of Singing King 2021, I will be on stage singing Missing Summer, the 10th and final song. Additionally, this final track will also serve as the lead single for the Missing Summer album. After I finish singing, you'll immediately upload the studio version of the lead track to the platform. Everything I've said shouldn't be too difficult, right? As Louis finished speaking, the surrounding area fell silent. Deng Yangfei and the studio staff were stunned, their mouths half open, their eyes filled with shock. Lugo, what did you just mean? You've already written all 10 songs for the album Memories of Summer? Please take a look at the video urging for updates. Yesterday, there were over 1,000 requests for updates, but only a dozen people watched the video. The editor even asked me how I did it, and I was speechless. If you could send some free gifts, that would be even better. The author is deeply grateful. Chapter 71, Mom asked me why I was kneeling while recording a song. Louis hadn't answered yet when Lin Shuxue laughed. That's right. Louis spent the entire night yesterday writing out all 9 songs from Missing Summer and the 3 songs from the 3rd episode of Singing King 2021, totaling 10 songs. After saying that, Lin Shuxue proudly lifted her chin, wearing a smug expression that seemed to say, how about that? My man is amazing, isn't he? This had Louis laughing uncontrollably. He hadn't even had a chance to feel proud yet, and this silly girl was already bragging. But upon further reflection, if Lin Shuxue were to win the grand prize, he would probably also have that proud expression of she's truly my woman. Louis and Lin Shuxue locked eyes, both wearing joyful smiles. But Deng Yangfei and the others were still in turmoil inside. All night long. Without any help from anyone. Louis composed the lyrics, composed the music, and arranged the music all by himself. He completed 10 songs. This was simply a miracle. An utterly unbelievable miracle. What has Lugo gone through in the past 3 years? 10 songs in one night? That's not human. If all 10 songs are above average, that's even more brutal. Deng Yangfei and the others were so overwhelmed that it took them a while to snap back to reality. Just as they snapped out of it, they saw Louis and Lin Shuxue quietly gazing at each other, their lips curving into a smile, as if the air was filled with the scent of love. Damn it, he just hit us with a heavy blow, leaving us speechless. Now he is feeding us dog food. Help! Kill the dog. Deng Yangfei and the others deliberately let out cries of despair. The Single Dogs Association strongly protests your behavior. Upon hearing this, Louis and Lin Shuxue couldn't help but chuckle. Stop teasing. Louis said to Deng Yangfei. Did you hear everything I just said? Deng Yangfei also put away his smile and nodded solemnly. Brother Lu, rest assured, I will not let you down. Although the 2-day promotional period was a bit too short, it would be extremely challenging to execute the promotion effectively. But if it's not challenging, how can one demonstrate their value? Although Deng Yangfei had been joking around earlier, he had already come up with a preliminary plan in his mind. Louis nodded. After listening to Deng Yangfei's self-introduction last night, he had looked him up online and felt that this guy was indeed quite capable, which is why he dared to set such a plan. Let's start recording the song now. Louis flipped through the stack of papers on the table. Let us start with the 9 songs for the album. The first song is called Rice Fragrance. The recording studio staff looked at the sheet music Louis handed them and were taken aback. This song, though also about summer and the past, was completely different in style from 7 Mile Fragrance, Sunny Day, and Old Boy. Moreover, from the sheet music, it wasn't just a simple improvement over their previous work. Rice Fragrance was undoubtedly a masterpiece capable of dominating the charts and even winning major awards. Lugo, you're a genius. The staff looked up at Louis with admiration. Counting the previous 3 masterpieces, Louis has now achieved 4 consecutive masterpieces. Such creative ability is truly terrifying. In today's music scene in Longwa, no musician can rival Louis. Stop flattering me. Focus on the sheet music. We have 10 songs to record today, and the pressure is on. Louis smiled, but his expression was serious. The staff at Xinghao Recording Studio nodded, their hearts filled with excitement. This was their first time participating in the recording of such high-quality songs. Soon, Louis led his team into the recording studio, accompanied by the lively melody of a guitar. If you have too many complaints about this world, if you fall down, you dare not keep moving forward. Why are people so fragile, so prone to fall? Do you remember when you said home is the only castle? Following the scent of rice, the river keeps flowing. Smile gently, I know the dreams of childhood. Don't cry, let the fireflies carry you away. The folk songs of the countryside, our eternal refuge. Come home back to the beauty of the beginning. The lyrics are simple, with no fancy words, but when paired with the instruments and Louis' voice, everyone feels as though they've been transported to a summer countryside field. There's the hot wind, fireflies spreading their wings, and swarms of tiny black mosquitoes. There are lush green rice fields, adults carrying hoes and greeting each other, and children holding nets to catch cicadas. Not everyone has lived in the countryside, but this song, Rice Fragrance, can make everyone think of the scenes of a rural night. When Louis concludes the song with the line, "Let's go home, back to the beauty of the beginning," some people are still lost in thought. They are not trapped in the serene night scene created by Rice Fragrance. Rather, they feel a sense of upward momentum within Rice Fragrance. When Louis put down his guitar and stepped out of the recording studio, everyone's thoughts finally returned to reality. "Lugu, your song Rice Fragrance is absolutely amazing." Deng Yangfei, who knew his stuff, was so excited his face turned red. He could already envision the scene of Rice Fragrance dominating the charts on Kugo once it was released. "Lugu, can you share some of your talent with me? I don't want much, just 1/10 would be enough." 1/10? "Lugu, I'm not as greedy as him, I'll settle for 1/20. I think if Lugu gives me 1/30 of his talent, I'd be set for life." Everyone in the recording studio joked around, looking at Louis with admiration and envy. The flattery was so thick, Louis couldn't help but smile and tease them back. Then, Louis turned to Deng Yangfei and said, "This song needs some more work." Deng Yangfei and everyone in the recording studio were stunned. Add more? In their eyes, this song, Rice Fragrance, was already perfect, a masterpiece destined to dominate the charts upon release. Louis said, "In the recording studio, this song sounds a bit dry. So you need to add the sound of crickets and children's laughter before the intro starts. Remember, the sound shouldn't be too loud, or it'll overpower the song." Deng Yangfei's scalp tingled as he understood Louis's meaning. The cricket sounds and children's laughter would elevate the rural nighttime atmosphere created by Rice Fragrance to its absolute peak. The cricket sounds and children's laughter Louis mentioned would undoubtedly become the crowning touch of Rice Fragrance. "Lugu, you're so creative." Wang Xian, the bassist with a square face who was usually quiet and reserved, suddenly broke his usual demeanor and made a gesture of admiration toward Louis. The rest of the crew also bowed to Louis. "Lugu, I feel like I need to kneel down and record the song with you." Their tone was not joking, they were all serious. Louis had truly captivated them with his talent, leaving them utterly in awe. "Don't rush to kneel yet, there are still 9 more songs to go." Louis laughed heartily and reached out to the side. Chapter 72, Kill the Dog. Actually, this was just an unconscious gesture on Louis's part. But when he reached out to the side, he actually felt something. He turned to look and saw a bottle of mineral water. "You must be tired from singing. Have a drink to moisten your throat," Lin Shuxue said gently with a smile. This scene left Deng Yangfei and the others, who were still in awe of Louis, completely speechless. Why? Why does someone hand water to Lugu after he finishes singing? Is this what sweet love feels like? I want it too. Xianer, I want some water too. The chubby-cheeked drummer Hao Daki began to tease the bassist Wang Xian. Get lost. Wang Xian pushed Hao Daki away disdainfully, causing a burst of laughter inside and outside the recording studio. Louis couldn't help but laugh, telling everyone to drink water if they needed to and go to the bathroom if they had to, so they wouldn't end up wetting their pants during the recording. After about 10 minutes of adjustments, Louis pulled out the sheet music for the second song. Without a doubt, after glancing at the sheet music, everyone once again looked at Louis with admiration. The lyrics are still simple, but they create a bright and lively atmosphere. The composition is truly imaginative, using a fast-paced melody to enhance the vitality of the lyrics. Everyone felt that Louis was a genius among geniuses. How else could he have written such a high-quality song? This song is called Summer. Louis said, "Get familiar with it, then hurry up and record the song." After saying that, Louis picked up the mineral water and took a sip. He had never noticed before how delicious the mineral water was, so sweet and refreshing. After a while, everyone signaled to Louis that they were ready. Louis walked up to the microphone, glanced out the glass wall, and gazed longingly at Lin Shuxue. At that moment, he felt even more attached to the song Summer. After the spring rain, the sun slowly reveals its smile. Your smile is like a curved rainbow. In this sky the clouds are me. Always surrounding you. Kites on the riverbank stretch out freedom. A gentle breeze blows bringing happiness and emotion. I also want to hold your hand tightly, hold it close. Romantically holding you watching the sunset. Every time a line of the song was sung, Louis's eyes were fixed on Lin Shuxue. Lin Shuxue's face grew increasingly red, and the corners of her mouth not only curled into a smile but also radiated happiness and sweetness. Listening to the lyrics of Summer, Lin Shuxue couldn't help but recall the scenes from yesterday with Louis at the green meadow in the western part of the city. Blue sky, white clouds, gentle breeze, kites, sunset, embraces. Scene after scene flashed through her mind like a series of images. But what touched her heart the most was the line, I also want to hold your hand tightly, to hold it close. When Louis sang those lyrics, Lin Shuxue saw determination in his eyes. She finally realized she hadn't been overthinking things. Louis truly wanted to confess his feelings to her and hold her hand. However, Louis felt that they didn't yet have an equal status, so he was suppressing his feelings. Sweetness, emotion, happiness. Various emotions intertwined in Lin Shuxue's heart. At that moment, Louis entered the chorus. All summer long I want to travel the world with you. Winding mountain roads like an adventure of love. Your smile is my only treat. I capture this close up with my eyes. The entire summer has melted the entire season. Day by day I freeze you in the final frame. Let me understand that love can be so simple and beautiful. Looking out the window at the blue sky under this eve, I recall scenes with you in them. Lin Shuxue widened her beautiful eyes. These lyrics, aren't they really a confession of love to her? Or is this Louis's unique way of confessing his feelings to her? The song I'm Willing from the night before, and now this one, Summer. Even though she heard the lyrics with her own ears, Lin Shuxue felt like her mouth was filled with sugar. Meanwhile, the studio staff were completely overwhelmed. They came here to work and make a living, not to be fed dog food. At first, Louis and Lin Shuxue were just exchanging smiles. Later, it turned into Lin Shuxue handing Louis a drink. Now, it had turned into Louis singing to Lin Shuxue to confess his feelings. I just want to record songs. Do you think this is easy? Lu Gu is going to kill us all. No one is escaping tonight. We're all doomed. Not a single one will escape. We all have to finish eating the dog food. The staff members were all inwardly screaming. Just as Louis was about to start the second chorus, a staff member finally couldn't take it anymore. Lu Gu, can we pause for a moment? Louis hurriedly asked. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The staff member nodded. My stomach hurts. Louis asked with concern. Are you having diarrhea? Or is it something else? Do you need to go to the hospital? The staff member said with a grim expression. It's nothing, I just ate too much dog food and I'm feeling bloated. No need to go to the hospital. Just give me less dog food, and I'll be fine. Louis burst out laughing and gave the guy a disapproving look. Get lost. The staff member looked dejected and muttered under his breath. I'm really full, I'm not lying. Hearing this, the other staff members couldn't help but laugh. Louis was also at a loss for words. Once the laughter died down, Louis finally said, Don't try to be funny. Every time you pull a stunt, we'll have to record Summer again. And I won't leave the recording studio until the first snow falls. So this song Summer will keep going on, and I'm afraid you'll really end up bursting from it. You guys, think it through before deciding whether to record the song properly. Hearing this, the staff were all startled and begged for mercy. Lu Gu, just take the dog food already, we really can't take anymore. Stop talking. Let us just record the song already. Lu Gu, I have a question. After we finish recording Summer, will there be any similar confession songs? Louis threatened. If you perform well, there won't be any. If you perform poorly, I can always change it. Anyway, a song is just a matter of minutes for me. The staff quickly stood at attention and said seriously. Lu Gu, let us start recording the song. We promise there won't be any mistakes. Louis nodded and started recording Summer again. However, despite everyone's assurances, it took 3 or 4 takes before the recording finally reached perfection. It was clear that the eye contact between Louis and Lin Shuxue while he sang this song had a powerful effect on everyone. After all, not all of the staff members were single, some were in relationships or even married, yet they couldn't resist the sweetness between Louis and Lin Shuxue. Finally, after finishing the song, everyone thought they could relax. But then Lin Shuxue pulled out a small bottle from her bag. She then poured out 2 candies and held them to Louis's lips. Quick, eat these throat lozenges. 1 is enough, right? No, I already poured out 2. All right. As Louis opened his mouth to swallow the 2 throat lozenges, he felt a series of resentful glances. Chapter 73, Main Theme Song Third Update. One by one, the staff members glared at Louis like resentful women. Lu Gu, what about the break you promised? Lu Gu is eating throat lozenges, and we're eating dog food? Please, Louis, we really can't eat anymore. Some even made whimpering sounds to express their protest. Of course, it was all just joking around. Deep down, they were indeed envious of Louis, feeling as sour as if they had eaten a lemon. But at the same time, seeing Louis and Lin Shuxue being so affectionate, they also felt warmed. Louis put down his phone and teased with a smile. I just ordered you guys some milk tea. If you keep making noise, I'll cancel the order. Everyone quickly agreed. Lu Gu, no. You and Lin Shuxue keep going. There is nothing in this world worth missing out on but milk tea. For the milk tea, I'll eat this dog food. While waiting for the milk tea to arrive, Louis handed the sheet music for the next few songs he was going to record to the staff. The songs we'll be recording next are Summer Breeze, Lime, Short Notes, Deep Feelings, He Summered in Summer, Summer Blown by the Wind, Beautiful Things, and Midsummer. The staff looked at the sheet music and their faces turned green again. Short paper, Long Love Has Sugar again? Your eyes as beautiful as lotus flowers. How could I have fallen in love with her and decided to go home with her, giving up everything I have and everything I care about? And the song Green Lime, the scent of summer lime leaves lingers in the air, your smile is so charming, and the green lemons sway gently beside you, the lyrics alone are already so sweet. Summer wind is more restrained than summer, but Lu Go, are you sure this isn't for Shuejie? The summer blown by the wind seems super good too. At first, everyone thought Louis wasn't keeping his word. He had promised that if they performed well, he wouldn't keep singing and sharing his love. But later, their playful mood gradually calmed down, and they became immersed in the songs. These 7 songs were all charming and had different styles, opening their eyes to new possibilities. Soon, the milk tea arrived, and everyone finally snapped out of their trance. Just as they looked up, they saw Louis insert a straw into the milk tea and hand it to Lin Shuxue. How about it? Louis asked. I remember you mentioned that you like taro milk tea, so I ordered you a large cup of taro milk tea. Lin Shuxue took a sip and nodded contentedly. It's delicious. It's better than any taro milk tea I've ever had before. Louis, try some too. Lin Shuxue held the milk tea with both hands and brought it to Louis's lips. Louis lowered his head and took a big gulp. Hey! You drank all of mine. Lin Shuxue feigned anger, pouting and shouting. Louis looked innocent. You told me to try it. Lin Shuxue pouted. Alright. You haven't said yet, do you like it or not? Louis smiled and nodded. I like it. It's pretty good. Then, Louis picked up his own cup of milk tea and started drinking it. Lin Shuxue looked over and saw that Louis was drinking the same taro milk tea. Hey! Yours is also taro milk tea. You just took a big sip of mine. Lin Shuxue asked, crossing her arms. Louis smiled gently and said, yours tastes better. Lin Shuxue immediately deflated. When she met Louis's gaze, she couldn't even pretend to be angry. By the way, why didn't you ask me why I'm drinking taro paste too? Louis leaned against the wall, smiling at her. Oh, right. Lin Shuxue finally remembered. You like taro milk tea too? Louis shook his head. I didn't used to, but since you like it, I want to try liking it too. Lin Shuxue stared blankly at Louis. This. Is Louis actively trying to flirt with her? Alright, I'm going to record the song. Louis smiled softly, put down his milk tea, and looked at the staff. Can we start preparing for the next song? The staff members were also aware that there were 7 more songs for the album, as well as the song Louis would perform on the 3rd episode of Singing King 2021, so they didn't dare to relax and nodded in agreement. Louis nodded satisfactorily. Thank you all for your hard work. After Missing Summer becomes a hit, I'll definitely give you all big red envelopes. Everyone hurriedly waved their hands. Mr. Liu, you're too kind. What is so tiring about our work? You have to record 10 songs a day, and each song needs to be recorded multiple times, which is like singing dozens of songs in a day. You're the one who is really working hard. At this point, Deng Yangfei couldn't help but express his concern. Brother Liu, your voice. Louis had damaged his voice once before. He couldn't afford to have another issue because of this album recording. Don't worry. Louis smiled confidently. He now not only had the system-awarded divine-level singing skills but also a divine-level voice. A divine-level voice not only allows him to adapt to various musical styles and vary his vocal tone, but also ensures that his voice will never fail him again. Louis had also mentioned this to Lin Shuxue. Louis told Lin Shuxue that his voice had recovered well, and he could sing 200 songs a day without any issues. He repeatedly urged Lin Shuxue to believe in him. That's why Lin Shuxue agreed to let him record 10 songs in a single day. However, Lin Shuxue was still concerned, which is why she had prepared bottled water and throat lozenges in her bag. Recording songs wasn't going smoothly, especially as they progressed. Since human energy is limited, focusing on one thing for an extended period can quickly lead to fatigue. Fortunately, the staff at Xinghao Recording Studio remained determined and kept going without complaining about giving up. Finally, at 10:30 p.m., the last song of the album, Midsummer, was completed. Louis was still in good spirits, but everyone else was exhausted. So Louis couldn't bear to make everyone continue recording the 10th song of the day. Thank you all for your hard work today. Louis said, shall we go out for something good to eat? Faced with the temptation of delicious food, everyone surprisingly chose to refuse. Luga, let's do it next time. I just want to go home and rest. Haha, me too. I haven't been this tired in ages. But to be honest, even though it's tiring, it feels great because all the songs we recorded are amazing. Yeah, I really don't know how Luga did it. He managed to write such an amazing album. Deng Yangfei also asked curiously. Luga, there are several songs in this album that are absolute masterpieces, worthy of being lead singles, yet you didn't choose any of them. So what is the lead single for this album? Just to clarify, Green Lime and Summer Blown by the Wind are duets between a man and a woman, but here the protagonist sings solo. There are no duets between the protagonist and other women. The protagonist only duets with the female lead. Also, to clarify, an album can't have a chapter for every song that would make the pace too slow. Of course, there will be more plot related to this album later. All these songs are the author's favorites, and the author hasn't ranked them or said which is better or worse. As for the songs you've recommended, the author will consider them, but some may not fit the main storyline, so they won't be written. So when I reply that I'll write it, I mean I will, but I won't tell you exactly when. As for the ones I haven't replied to, they might not be considered for now. Finally, please take a look at the video asking for updates. Yesterday, over 30 people watched the video, which is double the number from the day before. I'm truly grateful. There are also free gifts available, so please consider giving them a try. Chapter 74, I Dare Not Bet Anymore. Louis smiled. You'll find out tomorrow. I'll be recording the main song and participating in the third episode of Singing King 2021 tomorrow. Louis said to the exhausted staff members. You've worked hard today. Go home and rest well. There's more work tomorrow. The staff nodded and began packing up their instruments. Deng Yangfei, however, remained curious. Lu Gu, there are several songs in this album that are masterpieces. Isn't the main track the masterpiece among masterpieces? Louis heard the melody of the lead track in his mind and couldn't help but recall that summer when every bed in the dormitory was playing the lead track on repeat. With a silent laugh, Louis said, the reason I chose it as the lead track isn't because it's better than the other 9 songs in the album. It's simply because it better aligns with the theme of the nostalgia for summer that I have in mind. Patting Deng Yangfei on the shoulder, Louis smiled. Alright, you'll be able to hear it tomorrow. Louis had said all he wanted to say, and Deng Yangfei didn't ask any more questions. Louis took a sip of water handed to him by Lin Shuxue and said to Deng Yangfei, you'll have to work hard tonight to finish editing these 9 songs. Deng Yangfei patted his chest and assured him, don't worry, I've got it covered. Louis nodded and waved goodbye to everyone. Back home, Louis posted a message on Weibo. The content was simple. A photo of the Star River Records building. And 4 words, stay tuned. After that, Louis began preparing for the recording of his lead single. Once he finished, he washed up and went to bed. While in the recording studio, he hadn't felt tired yet, but once he returned home, fatigue set in, and he fell asleep quickly. However, at that time, many night owls were still wide awake. Among them were fans who followed Louis' Weibo. Upon seeing Louis' updated Weibo post, any remaining drowsiness vanished instantly. What does this mean? Is Lu De releasing an album? How many songs has Lu De written in the past 3 years? Lu De is truly a fountain of creativity. What should I do? I can't sleep tonight. I'm so excited. I can't sleep either. I just wish I had a life remote control to fast forward to the day Lu Da's album is released. Numerous Louis fans were excitedly discussing this on Louis' Weibo and various related fan groups. Of course, some remained calm and analyzed rationally. But getting excited now is probably too early. After all, it takes at least 1 or 2 months to record and release an album, right? Seeing such comments, the fans' enthusiasm remained undiminished. Although recording, promoting, and releasing an album does take a lot of time to perfect, I believe Lu De is worth the wait. Regardless, let us follow Xinghua Records' official Weibo first. I'm going to be glued to their official account from now on. You're right. Since Lu De chose to collaborate with Xinghua Records is now our ally. In the office, Deng Yangfei watched the number of Star River Records fans skyrocket and couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Gu is still the same Lu Gu. Even before his official comeback, his influence is already so great. If he officially makes his comeback, won't he easily outshine the likes of Cui Chi? Thinking of this, Deng Yangfei couldn't help but feel excited. Lu Gu appearing on the Singing King 2021 stage can already be considered a comeback. But since Lu Gu hasn't issued an official comeback statement, it proves he's still waiting. Lu Gu is probably waiting for the most glorious moment to officially announce his comeback. Could that moment be during the 4th episode of Singing King 2021, when he performs the lead track from his album Memories of Summer? Deng Yangfei grew more and more excited, and his work became even more energetic. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Deng Yangfei glanced at his phone screen, and his eyebrows involuntarily raised. The caller was Pang Dahai, the general manager of Qin. Deng Yangfei had a strong impression of Pang Dahai. He was overweight, had a temper, and when he got angry, he was like a fierce wild boar. Over the past 2 years at Xinghua Records, Deng Yangfei had frequently interacted with Pang Dahai in promoting new artists' albums. However, every time he interacted with Pang Dahai, he acted as humble as a grandson. There was nothing he could do about it after all. Xinghua was struggling, while Qin was a giant in the industry. Looking at his phone screen, Deng Yangfei's lips curled slightly. This was the first time Pang Dahai had ever called him. To be honest, Deng Yangfei really wanted to pretend he didn't see it, give Pang Dahai the cold shoulder, and vent the frustration he'd been holding in for the past 2 years. However, Deng Yangfei ultimately did not do so. He was the general manager of Xinghua and a subordinate of Louis. He needed to think strategically and consider what was best for Louis, not act on impulse. Moreover, seeing Pang Dahai take the initiative to call him made him feel a sense of satisfaction. After calming himself down, Deng Yangfei pressed the answer button. Hey, old Deng, still awake? Pang Dahai's voice was brimming with enthusiasm. This was something Deng Yangfei had never even dared to imagine before. Now, because of Lu Yi, Pang Dahai was lowering himself in front of him. While feeling secretly delighted, Deng Yangfei grew even more grateful and reverent toward Lu Yi. Mr. Pang hasn't gone to bed yet, how dare I? Deng Yangfei laughed heartily before asking. Mr. Pang, calling so late, could it be to catch up with me? Pang Dahai smiled awkwardly. Old Deng, we've been old friends for years. I'll cut to the chase and not beat around the bush. I called you this time mainly to ask if Lu Yi is collaborating with your company, Xingha, and plans to release an album through your label? Deng Yangfei thought to himself, I knew it. However, Pang Dahai's demeanor was even more humble than he had anticipated. This also meant that Pang Dahai was under immense pressure. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. All the popular songs lately were from Lu Yi. As a result, 7 Miles Fragrance and Sunny Day were exclusively acquired by Kugo, while Old Boy was released on NetEase Cloud Music, leaving Chiyue with nothing. Deng Yangfei didn't even need to look at the data reports to know that Qin's daily active user numbers must have plummeted sharply during this period. As the general manager, Pang Dahai must have been berated by his superiors. Otherwise, there's no way they would have lowered their stance so much in front of him, the general manager of Xingha. Deng Yangfei said calmly, Mr. Pang, Lu Go has indeed partnered with Star River, and the first song from the album will be released in 2 days. In 2 days? Pang Dahai was taken aback. The entire album is already recorded? What else could it be? Deng Yangfei retorted. Caught off guard, Pang Dahai dared not get angry. Because last time, Xining bet on Lu Yi's 7 Miles of Fragrance and Sunny Day, and both bets lost. So this time, how could he dare to bet against Lu Yi's new album? He dared not bet. If he lost again, his position as general manager would be over. So this time, no matter what, he had to secure Lu Yi's new album. Chapter 75, Leave a Loophole. Pang Dahai smiled and said. No wonder he asked Lu Day. After 3 years of silence, he has finally made a splash. Deng Yangfei rolled his eyes. Mr. Pang, you shouldn't be saying that to me, you should be saying it to Lu Gu. Pang Dahai hurriedly nodded. Yes. But I just sent Lu Day a text message asking if he was asleep, and I didn't get a reply. I guess Lu Day must already be asleep. So I dare not disturb Lu Day now and will have to call him tomorrow. But my admiration for Lu Day is as deep as the Yangtze River, and I must express it. So I can only vent it here for now. Deng Yangfei's lips twitched slightly. No wonder he asked the general manager of Qin. His thick skin and skill at flattery are truly unmatched. Pang Dahai said. Old Deng, since Lu Day is releasing a digital album, what about the platform? Deng Yangfei smiled and said. Lu Gu said this album shouldn't be limited to one platform, it's best to release it across all platforms. Pang Dahai felt a surge of joy inside and relief. Since it's being released across all platforms, then as the current industry leader, Qin should at least get a share of the pie, right? Deng Yangfei continued. However, Lu Day told me that when he released 7 Miles Fragrance, a certain platform thought he wasn't good enough, so Lu Day is now considering whether to collaborate with that platform. Lu Day is very confident in the new album. Even without collaborating with that platform, the album will still become a hit. But if that platform loses this album, it might face intense competition from 2 major rivals. The platform won't collapse because of this, but the platform's general manager might lose their job. These words, of course, Louis never said. They were just words used by Deng Yangfei to provoke Pang Dahai and secure greater benefits for Xingha. Deng Yangfei's threats were blunt. And it was highly effective. Pang Dahai clenched his fists then relaxed them, eventually forcing a smile. Old Deng, could you help me persuade Lu Di? Just tell him that we're willing to make concessions. As for how much to give up, you should ask Lu first. As long as it's not too excessive, Cayenne will accept it. Then, as if thinking of something else, he hurriedly added. Even if it's unreasonable, there's no need to shut the door completely. We can negotiate further. This statement effectively put Qin in a completely passive position. But Pang Dahai couldn't do anything about it. As the saying goes, one mistake leads to another. From the moment employee Yi Hongmin started pressuring Lu Yi on the price, Qin had already put itself at a disadvantage. Alright, I'll ask Lu Gu tomorrow. Deng Yangfei exchanged a few more polite words with Pang Dahai before hanging up the phone. He kept this matter in mind and planned to consult Lu Yi tomorrow. Although Lu Yi had said that he would take full responsibility for the album. But he dared not truly take full control and make all the decisions. Lu Yi had entrusted him with full responsibility as a sign of trust. Seeking Lu Yi's opinion was his way of demonstrating his loyalty to him. The next morning, Lu Yi got up, stretched, and opened the door to go downstairs. The fried eggs were already on the table. What was different this time was that both portions of fried eggs were fully cooked. You're awake. I was just about to call you. Lin Shuxue came out of the kitchen carrying 2 cups of hot milk. Thank you. Lu Yi took a cup of hot milk and asked. Why didn't you make soft-boiled eggs today? Lin Shuxue said. You tried my favorite taro milk tea yesterday. I wanted to try eating your favorite fully cooked fried eggs today. Lin Shuxue looked at Louis with love in her eyes. Whatever you like, I want to try to like too. Listening to Lin Shuxue's words of affection, Louis no longer felt as flustered and blushing as he had at first. Louis tapped her forehead gently with his finger. Then cook me a soft-boiled egg tomorrow. After saying that, he sat down and began to pick at the fried eggs in his bowl. Lin Shuxue paused for a second before pulling Louis in, asking urgently. Does that mean you want to try liking what I like? If I like myself, does that mean you like me too? Louis deliberately bit off half the fried egg and made some muffled sounds. Forget it, never mind. Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes, then giggled softly. She then moved her chair next to Louis. Why aren't you sitting across from me? Louis swallowed the fried egg and asked. Lin Shuxue lowered her head, bit off half a fried egg, and mumbled something indistinctly. Louis sighed helplessly. Be careful, don't choke. When Louis lowered his head to continue eating breakfast, Lin Shuxue turned her head and secretly looked at Louis. She thought to herself. Louis, I just want to be closer to you, closer still. I like sitting next to you because I can brush against your elbow, press against your shoulder, and smell your scent. Every moment our skin touches is a little bit of happiness in my life. After finishing breakfast, Louis washed the dishes and went to Xinhua Records. Deng Yangfei, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, told Louis about last night's incident on Qin. Louis thought for a moment and smiled. There are no permanent enemies. Qin is still the industry leader. Collaborating with them can help the album gain rapid recognition. Deng Yangfei nodded and asked. Qin proposed to give up some profits. How should we respond? Louis said, let Qin give up 10% of the profits. Deng Yangfei was surprised. Qin is being so accommodating. We could ask for more. Louis said, when the moon is full, it wanes. When the cup is full, it overflows. The same applies to people. We should leave some room and not push too hard. Getting a 10% profit margin is already a pleasant surprise. If we insist on demanding too much, we might end up getting backlash in the future. Deng Yangfei nodded in agreement. In truth, he also knew that letting Kian take a 10% cut was the most appropriate solution. However, human nature is greedy, so he had been hesitating, considering whether to press his advantage and demand more concessions from Kian. Yet Louis showed no hesitation whatsoever, revealing not the slightest hint of greed. This made Deng Yangfei feel even more awe and respect for Louis. Deng Yangfei also became increasingly certain that he had chosen the right person to follow, and that following Louis would undoubtedly lead to a bright future. Have any other companies contacted you? Louis Yue asked as he took out his guitar. Deng Yangfei replied. NetEase, Kugo, Migu. They all contacted me last night. The details of the cooperation are fairly standard. Louis nodded. Alright, sign the contracts today, then have these companies prepare everything and cooperate with Xinhua for the promotion. Oh, right, has the promotion started today? Deng Yangfei laughed. It started last night. The news about the album release is already trending on Weibo. Louis patted Deng Yangfei on the shoulder. Good work. Then, Louis entered the recording studio to begin recording the lead single and the song for Friday's competition. Chapter 76, the first song of the album, third update. While Louis was recording, Weibo was abuzz with discussions about his album. From the release of 7 Miles Fragrance to now, it's been less than a week, and Louis has already finished recording the album? Is Louis a superhero? That's way too fast. But how's the quality? I don't know. Recording so quickly must mean there's no time for proper promotion. Sigh, I hope this album has 1 or 2 songs as good as 7 Miles Fragrance. If there's one good song, that'd be great. After all, a masterpiece like 7 Miles Fragrance is so rare. Beyond Weibo, forums, Douyin, and CoinStation. These platforms are also buzzing with related discussions. Of course, there are those who are looking forward to Louis and praising him, and naturally, there are also those who look down on him and think he'll definitely mess this up. Recording an album in just a few days? That's clearly just a money grab. Exactly, Louis is definitely taking advantage of the current buzz to rush out a poorly made album and quickly cash in. I just don't believe that a good album can be recorded in a few days. Actually, I really like Sunny Day, 7 Miles Fragrant, and Old Boy. I think Louis has talent and could be a refreshing force in the music industry, but I never expected him to succumb to the temptation of money and try to cash in. It's really disappointing. Meanwhile, numerous marketing accounts have been posting articles with similar claims, promoting the idea that Louis's new album is just a money-making scheme. Among these marketing accounts, some are trying to ride the wave of popularity for traffic, but most are paid to do so. Louis doesn't find this surprising. His 3 masterpieces have made many in the Dragon country music scene feel threatened. Releasing an album so quickly naturally makes many people think he's trying to take a piece of the pie. Therefore, it is only natural for those people to use marketing accounts to smear him. Just a bunch of clowns. Louis remained completely unfazed, even finding it slightly amusing. Because these marketing accounts are wasting their efforts to smear him, it won't have any negative impact on the performance of his album. In fact, it might even have a positive effect. After all, Xingha only had 2 days to promote his album, and no matter how much effort he put into it, many people wouldn't even know he released a new album. However, the articles written by these marketing accounts were, in an intangible way, helping him gain more exposure. When his album was released online, some people who had read the marketing accounts would listen to it with the attitude of, "I want to see how bad Lui's new songs are." At that point, if every song on his album is of high quality, he can win over those who initially didn't like him. Of course, there will also be people who read the marketing accounts articles and form a preconceived notion, refusing to listen to the album and immediately deciding it's terrible. However, the number of people who actually listen to his album will be much larger. Those who find the album enjoyable will recommend it to their friends. So, will there be people who were influenced by the marketing accounts, who have already written off his album, and who will remain firmly convinced that his album is terrible even after seeing more and more positive reviews? Yes, there definitely are. But such people are always in the minority. Therefore, overall, the smear campaigns by marketing accounts actually end up helping him. The prerequisite is that the quality of his album must far exceed that of albums by current singers in manhwa. Otherwise, the smear campaigns would be like a storm, capable of destroying everything. However, Lui is naturally extremely confident in the quality of his album. Tuesday. Xingha signed contracts with major music platforms yesterday. Therefore, today, all major music platforms have begun to promote Lui's new album with full force. There are many singers releasing albums online, and many are being promoted by major music platforms. However, within just over a day, it has already generated such high buzz. And the number of singers who have the major music platforms working so hard to promote them is truly rare. Even Shui Qi couldn't do it better than Lui. This is the inevitability of the times. Capital is all about traffic. If you have traffic, even mediocre talent can be elevated to genius. Moreover, Lui is a genius among geniuses, and now he has traffic. Who would be foolish enough not to support him? Faced with this situation, some established singers are watching from the sidelines, contemplating whether to step in to block Lui or to align themselves with him. Some singers are silently praying that Lui's new album won't be too good. Lui is currently at the peak of his popularity, which is a double-edged sword. If his new album falls short of expectations, he'll be devoured by the crowd and sent spiraling down. Night, 11:40 p.m. Lui's new album has already topped the Weibo trending list, reached the top 5 on the headline trending list, the top 10 on the Baidu Tieba trending list, and the top 10 on the Coinbase trending list. Wednesday, 12 a.m. Quan, NetEase, Kugo, Migu. All major music platforms simultaneously released the first song from Luison's new album. The song title, Midsummer. That's the gentle sigh of the setting sun. Yesterday has already faded away. Where should we go tomorrow? The sparkling versions of us in the photo frames. The things that happened in summer, have you forgotten them? Lui's slightly hoarse voice drifted into ears. The melody was gentle, and the lyrics were simple, unlike 7 Miles of Fragrance or Sunny Day, which captivated listeners the moment the intro or first line began. Many people furrowed their brows, and some even sighed, thinking to themselves, sure enough, Lui's album isn't very good. The first song is undoubtedly the best in the album, otherwise, it wouldn't have been placed first. But this first song couldn't be called a masterpiece, and it was quite far from being one. Nevertheless, no one pauses or skips the song after hearing just a few lines. The opening lines of Midsummer may not be stunning, but they seem to have a magical quality that grips every ear, compelling listeners to keep listening without even realizing it. Under the old tree by the railway tracks, a few crows, cawing until their voices are hoarse but no one answers. The train roars by, passing through loneliness or prosperity. The young people of the past, do they miss me too? A few simple words, yet they evoke a faint sadness in the hearts of all who hear them. It seems, not so bad after all? Come back, someone is waiting for you. Someone is waiting for you to finish that half-spoken sentence. Don't leave, stay here, the world outside is too complicated. How many times have you been moved to tears but dared not let them fall? The chorus remains relatively flat, with a gentle melody and lyrics that lack the power to strike at the heart. But those listening to the song no longer have any extra thoughts. They no longer think about whether the song is good or bad, all their thoughts have been set aside. They are completely immersed in the song. If you like Mau Mau's Midsummer, please don't criticize me. I'm not saying Midsummer is bad, on the contrary, I really like this song. It's just that, in my opinion, this song isn't the type that blows you away the moment you hear the intro. It's the kind that you need to listen to slowly, immerse yourself in, and then grow to deeply love. I definitely didn't mean to say Midsummer is worse than the previous songs. Whoa, don't forget to check out the update reminder video. Don't forget to vote for the free gift too, please. Chapter 77, High Start, Low End, High Start, High End. Lui's slightly hoarse voice, the gentle melody, and the simple lyrics weave together a series of vivid scenes in the ears of every listener. Someone recalled the moments at sunset, on the school playground, where they would wipe the sweat off their brows with their brothers while discussing which girl they had just seen and who was more attractive. Those feelings were sincere and pure, and every day felt like it was glowing with light. Alas, in the blink of an eye, the brothers who once shared a dorm room were scattered across the country, and those shining days were locked away in a graduation photo. Others recalled standing by the railway tracks, their parents repeatedly stuffing walnuts into their arms, urging them to take care of themselves once they reached university. You were filled with anticipation for the future, and a bit impatient with your parents' words, but they repeated them over and over again. You boarded the train, your gaze passing through the window, watching your parents grow smaller and smaller, and a wave of reluctance suddenly welled up in your heart. But time, oh time, you won't listen, always urging us to grow up. From one station to the next, the journey never stops. Let's just forget it slowly because we can't go back. This summer, where closing your eyes means possessing everything. As the song ended, many people were still lost in thought. Farewell, leaving home, time flies. Each word lingers in the hearts of the listeners. The entire song never pushes emotions to the extreme, leaving many with a lump in their throats but not quite in tears. From start to finish, a faint melancholy lingers, tugging at the heart and leaving a sense of longing. A professional music critic, after listening to the song, sighed deeply and praised it. This song, Midsummer, can be called a masterpiece that isn't a masterpiece. Similar evaluations are not uncommon. People say summer is not a masterpiece because songs like 7 Miles Fragrance, Sunny Day, and Old Boy came before it, making many listeners more discerning, so they feel less amazed by summer. However, Midsummer is undoubtedly a masterpiece because, in terms of emotional impact, it does not fall short of any other song. At this point, the singers who were hoping Louis would stumble were left with a sour expression. Their creative abilities are far inferior to Louis's, but their discernment is not lacking. They can recognize how outstanding this song Summer truly is. If everything goes as planned, this song Summer will ignite the summer season even before the official arrival of summer. That night, many people couldn't sleep. Besides those singers worried that Louis's return would take away their share of the spotlight. Most were those who kept replaying the song Midsummer. Many young students studying abroad and adults working in distant cities to earn a living all had images of people flashing through their minds. These figures flashed by like a slideshow, eventually settling on two familiar yet aged faces. Parents, how are they doing? Glancing at the time, it was already midnight. Tomorrow I must definitely call my parents. It's been so long since I last called them. When I call tomorrow, my parents will probably ask me, have you eaten yet? Did you remember to eat breakfast? Are you keeping up with your studies? Have you found a girlfriend yet? Are you tired? And so on. I haven't even called yet, and already I feel like my parents are being a bit naggy. But, even though they're nagging, I somehow really want to hear that kind of nagging. The next day, the data for Midsummer was released on various music platforms. It topped the QQ Music Hot Listening Chart with over 50 million cumulative plays. NetCloud Hot Listening Chart, first place, with over 45 million cumulative plays. Kugo Hot Listening Chart, first place, with over 43 million cumulative plays. Migu Hot Listening Chart, first place. Summer Blaze was released online at midnight but still secured the top spot on various music platforms' hot playlists within just 12 hours. Additionally, the total cumulative play count across all platforms exceeded 150 million. Such figures are already quite impressive. In the past 2 years of the Chinese music scene, it ranks second only to Cui Chi's album released last year. Last year, Cui Chi released his album Forever Unchanged, with the first track Love Is Forever also dropping at midnight. It set a record of over 200 million streams within 12 hours. This sparked a strong response and caused a sensation at the time. However, Cui Chi's success can be attributed to his 2 years of preparation and the fact that he started promoting the album 2 months in advance. Now, Louis has just returned and, after only 2 days of promotion, has achieved results second only to Cui Chi, clearly demonstrating his immense potential. I believe that the success of Midsummer should not stop here. Famous music critic and Weibo influencer Shuai Wapiapiao posted on Weibo. The summer has only 50 million fewer views than Love Is Forever in 12 hours. However, it's important to note that Love Is Forever started strong but faded, reaching over 200 million views in 12 hours but only 450 million in 24 hours. Therefore, if Summer surpasses 250 million views in the next 12 hours, it will still break Cui Chi's record. And in my opinion, Summer has the potential to break Cui Chi's record. Such a Weibo post naturally angered Cui Chi's fans, who rushed to criticize Shuai Wapiapiao. Shuai Wapiapiao and Music Madman were once known as the two most outspoken music critics. However, Music Madman later became Music Mad Dog, while Snowflake remained the same. So even though she was being chased and insulted by Cui Chi's fans, Shuai Wapiapiao didn't apologize. Instead, she quickly posted another Weibo. Let the data speak for itself. Louis could wait 3 years and eventually rise from the ashes to bloom into a dazzling flower, yet some fans can't even wait 12 hours? The words were poetic, but they left Shui Qi's fans with no response, leaving them to wait for the data on Thursday morning. For Shui Qi's fans, time drags on slowly. Finally, after enduring 12 hours, data was released on major music platforms. Lu Yi's Summer Blossom. Sheen's hot listening chart remained at number 1, with over 200 million cumulative plays in 24 hours. The NetCloud hot listening chart also remained at number 1, with over 150 million cumulative plays in 24 hours. The Kugo hot listening chart also remains at the top, with over 130 million cumulative plays in 24 hours. Combined, the cumulative playback counts from Qinchin, Wanyun, and Kugu alone total 480 million. Plus other music platforms like Migu. Lu Yi's Summer Heat reached a total of 550 million plays in 24 hours. This is a full 100 million more than Shui Qi's Love Is Forever. Data processing, Weibo influencer Shuahua Piapiao updated their post. Good is good, and bad is bad. Congratulations to Lu Di for breaking the record and making history with Summer. We look forward to his second song, Memories of Summer. Weibo did not mention Shui Qi, but this left Shui Qi's fans red-faced and feeling miserable. Shui Qi felt even more frustrated inside. Chapter 78, Explosion. Shui Qi took deep breaths to steady his emotions. After a while, he finally calmed down and posted on Weibo. Congratulations to Lu Di for setting a new record. I wish you all the best for your new album and hope you continue to excel in The Voice of China 2021. At Lu Yi de Shuage. Fans saw Shui Qi's post and felt bitter, but there was nothing they could do. They could only respond with envy. Chi Chi Z, you're always the best in our hearts. Look at our Chi Chi Z, he doesn't care who holds the record. That's right, our Chi Chi Z has such a broad mind. We don't care about data or records. We just want to enjoy making music. Reading these words, even Shui Qi's fans don't believe them. If there were good numbers, if they could keep the record, who wouldn't want that? Lu Yi's Weibo follower count skyrocketed once again. Seeing Lu Yi's fan count risely every minute, Zheng Xian's face turned pale. He had worked hard for 3 years, yet he couldn't match Lu Yi's achievements in just 7 days. 4 songs? They're all garbage. Zheng Xian clenched his fists and roared. The styles of the 4 songs are all the same. What's so great about that? Although he had been singing rock-style songs all these years, he had also sung Because I Love You recently. Although this song, Because I Love You, was bought with money, the lyrics and composition are credited to himself, so it's his original work. Among his original songs, besides rock, there is also a soft, delicate style. Zheng Xian thought to himself, a hint of pride flashing across his face. Perhaps the highest form of lying is when even you believe your own lie. At that moment, Zheng Xian suddenly noticed that another term related to Lu Yi had trended on the hot search list. The headline read, Lu Yi's Green Lime has changed its style. Zheng Xian's mouth twitched. No way? Could it really be that coincidental? Just as he was trying to calm himself down, the second song on Lu Yi's album came on, and the style had completely changed? He opened a music app, and as soon as he entered the interface, he saw the promotional image for Lu Yi's Green Lime. Zheng Xian's face darkened even more. He never had such a prominent promotional image in all these years. Zheng Xian's mindset grew increasingly unbalanced as he gritted his teeth and played Green Lime. The red beans of a summer daytime in Meiji. A single bite brings a refreshing sweetness to the weary senses. A breeze drifts across the sea, lingering, suddenly carrying away the anxiety in your dreams. Zheng Xian's eyes grew wider and wider, almost popping out of his head. Is this really a song Lu Yi could have written? It's so different from the first 4 songs. Zheng Xian actually heard a hint of playfulness in the song Green Lime. Damn it! This is Lu Yi, after all. The guy who can make people cry with his singing. Now there's not a single tear to be shed, but instead, one can't help but smile, and the body sways gently to the melody. What the hell is wrong with me? Zheng Xian was startled to realize he was swaying gently to the melody as well. Lu Yi is his rival. How could he be moved by Lu Yi's song? A guy singing this kind of song is disgusting. A man should be masculine, should roar. How could he be so playful? Zheng Xian muttered aloud to himself, constantly trying to convince himself. But as the second chorus of Green Lime began, an uncontrollable thought arose in his mind. Why does Lu Yi sing this song, Green Lime, which is playful yet doesn't feel disgusting? Lu Yi seemed to have a magical charm that effortlessly infected others, making them feel that this song and Lu Yi were a perfect match. Even if Lu Yi completely changed his style, it wouldn't be hard to accept. No, why am I praising Lu Yi? Zheng Xian snapped back to reality and quickly turned off his phone. Even if Lu Yi changes his style, so what? Rock is the best. This last statement wasn't just Zheng Xian's opinion. Because in the music industry, there has always been a hierarchy of disdain. Within that hierarchy, classical music looks down on jazz, jazz looks down on rock looks down on pop looks down on folk looks down on rap, and rap looks down on everything else. From this hierarchy, rock music clearly outranks pop music. And the 5 songs Lu Yi sang all fall under the category of pop music. so Zhang Xian looking down on Luyi's pop music is understandable. However, if Zhang Xian were given a choice, would you be willing to give up all the rock music you've ever sung in your life to trade for Luyi's 5 pop songs? Zhang Xian would undoubtedly choose to give up rock without a second thought. In the past, rock wasn't Zhang Xian's passion, it was just a label he used to attract fans. Because he had the label of the only singer who's rock, he attracted many fans who loved rock. Now, rock has become Zhang Xian's anesthetic, allowing him to use the ridiculous hierarchy within the music industry to look down on Luyi and feel a false sense of pride. However, this sense of pride is ultimately illusory, like summer bubbles that burst at the slightest breeze. The wind that blows away Zhang Xian's illusions is, of course, the data from Luyi's new album. Midsummer continues to gain momentum, receiving widespread acclaim. Green Line received lower ratings than Midsummer, but it sparked just as much discussion. After all, Green Line was the first song Luyi released after his return that wasn't melancholic. It is precisely because Green Line represents such a drastic stylistic shift that its approval rating is lower. After all, if someone is accustomed to a particular cuisine, suddenly trying a completely different one is likely to feel unfamiliar. Amidst the buzz of discussions, the time has come to Friday at midnight. Luyi's third track from his new album, He Summered the Summer, was released online. With the buzz generated by Midsummer and Green Line, He Summered the Summer sparked a frenzy as soon as it dropped. At what time did the dream end? He pressed the alarm clock. As usual, he began his day. Busy with work, busy with harvest, what to eat for breakfast. He maintaining the rhythm of the gears. The slightly eccentric, or rather whimsical, composition, paired with Luyi's voice, which has become pure and ethereal this time, deeply captivates every ear. Sweat transforms into a rainbow on his body. The rhythm of his steps continues the flow of life. Every little hero silently fighting at their posts. Wealth and poverty, humility and greatness are the same. He never fears being swallowed by the crowd. A chorus that left everyone in awe. This is the theme of Luyi's song. It celebrates every ordinary person. If one were to say that the themes of Luyi's earlier songs were relatively superficial, then the theme of this song would never be criticized by anyone. An excellent melody, lyrics with a profound meaning, and an arrangement that is quirky yet still within acceptable limits. This song, He Summered the Summer, reached over 300 million streams in just 12 hours. It has broken the record previously held by Chui Chi for the most streams within 12 hours. This left Chui Chi's fans struggling to stay calm. They wanted to fake a smile like they did 2 days ago, pretend not to care, and say things like, "We don't care about records, we just want to make music and have fun." But they can't bring themselves to say it. Watching Luyi's numbers skyrocket, they're seething with jealousy, even feeling a pang of pain in their hearts. Zhang Xian was even more furious, venting his frustration in the fan group using a secondary account. It's just the trash of the era of popularity. What's so good about it? No matter how good the data is, it won't get my approval. What this era needs most is rock. Rock is the only way out for the music industry in Longwa. If the Dragon Nation music scene continues to be dominated by people like Luyi, it's doomed. Many fans in the group responded and echoed his sentiments. But deep down, they knew their actions were nothing more than self-indulgent, self-deceptive behavior. As Luyi's new album's 3 songs went viral. At 7:30 p.m., the third episode of Singing King 2021 was about to begin. This chapter has 2,348 words, which is enough even without counting the lyrics. Since it's a transitional plot to advance the story, the main characters appear less frequently. Chapter 79, Starry Night, third update. Same as the first and second episodes. The scene starting at 7:30 p.m. shows the 7 singers preparing. The first to appear is still Chui Chi. Although Luyi is currently at the peak of his popularity and seems to be overshadowing Chui Chi. However, when it comes to the number of die-hard fans, Chui Chi undoubtedly has more. Therefore, Chui Chi not only appears first but also has a longer screen time. However, compared to the 10-minute screen time in the first and second episodes, Chui Chi's screen time this time is significantly shorter, lasting only about 6 or 7 minutes. The camera then cuts to Luyi, whose figure appears on screen. Luyi was sitting in a chair, staring at his phone screen. Director Hong Lang's voice rang out, asking, "Luda, what are you doing?" Luyi put away his phone and smiled. "Posting on Weibo." "Posting on Weibo?" Hong Lang sounded puzzled. Luyi nodded. "When singers perform on stage, they can't say too much, so I posted what I wanted to say to my fans on Weibo beforehand." Upon seeing this, Luyi's fans also rushed to open Weibo. Luyi wrote, "On the live broadcast of the second episode, you made me the brightest star in the night sky. Tonight, I hope this brightest star can illuminate your future path, even if it's just a small part of it." Seeing this Weibo post, Lu Xiao and other fans who had been waiting by the screen were thrilled, with some even jumping up. "Lude, we're waiting for you to shine. Among the brilliant stars, Lude, you will always be the brightest one. Lude, keep going. We're all supporting you." Fans continuously sent messages, cheering Luyi on in their own ways. At that moment, the live stream began, and it was time to draw lots to determine the order of appearance. Since Luda was first place in the last episode, he gets to draw first. Hong Lang's voice rang out. Louis didn't hesitate, reaching into the draw box and pulling out a slip of paper. He then held it up in front of the camera. The slip read the number 1. This meant that Louis would be the first to perform on stage. Lu Mingxi secretly sighed in relief. Among the contestants, she was at a significant disadvantage. If she had to go first again, she would likely end up at the bottom of the rankings. Finishing at the bottom this week meant she'd face a challenge singer next week, and she was highly likely to be chosen and eliminated. Shui Qi, however, raised the corners of her mouth slightly. The number of singers who went on stage first and ended up winning first place was extremely rare. Shui Qi didn't believe that Louis could be another exception. Shui Qi quickly went to draw the lottery slip. Upon seeing the slip, Shui Qi couldn't help but smile. The slip read the number 7. He would be the last to perform. Heaven is on my side. Louis, you can't possibly win first place again. Shui Qi was very confident this time. Louis was at a huge disadvantage, while he had a huge advantage. Louis, what can you possibly compete with him for first place? The final draw results were: first, Louis. Second, Su Shishir. Third, Zhang Anqi. Fourth, Lu Mingxi. Fifth, Zhou Yan. Sixth, Zheng Zhengwen. Seventh, Shui Qi. This time, my little Chi-Chi must come in first. Last time Chi-Chi lost because he had a cold. That's right, this time my little Chi-Chi is full of energy and can't lose again. I'm putting it out there, if Chi-Chi doesn't come in first this time, I'll eat my computer screen live on stream, along with the piece I swore to eat last time, 2 pieces in total. Such comments are truly speechless. At the same time, some bystanders began to anticipate that Shui Qi would be defeated by Louis again. Though they also know that this expectation is unlikely to become reality, as Louis was the first to perform, putting him at a significant disadvantage, while Shui Qi has everything going for her: the right time, place, and support, making it almost impossible for her to lose. The camera cuts to the stage. The spotlight narrowed, and host Wen Yiming walked onto the stage holding a cue card. Welcome to the live broadcast of Singing King 2021 Episode 3. After reciting the promotional lines, Wen Yiming said, "The first singer to take the stage today has been making waves in the music scene of Longhua over the past week. With his extraordinary vocal techniques and ever-changing voice, he effortlessly masters various musical styles and performs a wide range of songs. Now, he has once again brought us a surprise. The song he will perform today is a rock-style track." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, watching on the screen, nearly spit out the water he had just drunk. Rock style? Louis is going to sing rock? Zhang Xian's forehead veins bulged. He had been ranting yesterday, saying that rock was the eternal god of the Dragon Nation's music scene, and that Louis's pop songs were trash. And now, Louis is going to sing rock? Zhang Xian seriously suspected that Louis had installed surveillance cameras in his house. Otherwise, how could this be such a coincidence? This is clearly Zhang Xian overthinking things. Not to mention that Louis doesn't have the habit of spying on others, and even if he did, he wouldn't spy on Zhang Xian. Because Zhang Xian isn't even worth his attention, let alone spending time and effort to monitor him. But Zhang Xian was acting like he had a delusion, convinced that Louis was targeting him specifically. Damn it! Zhang Xian clenched his fists. I'll see just what kind of tricks you can pull. Rock isn't something you can just sing whenever you feel like it. The audience watching the screen were filled with anticipation. As far as I remember, even Louis before he went silent never sang rock, did he? I don't remember, but Louis's songs lately haven't had anything to do with rock. Can you imagine Louis, who made you cry with Old Boy, then sing Green Lime and make you feel all sweet? Lu De is versatile, he can handle any genre and any style. I believe in Lu De. Speaking of which, over the past few years, the only active rock singer seems to be Zhang Xian, but Zhang Xian's rock, to be honest, it's a bit hard to listen to. The guy before you, be a bit braver, it's just a bit off key. I wonder if Lu Da's foray into rock can save China's rock music. Seeing these comments, Zhang Xian nearly choked on his own blood. He has been singing rock for so long, and now he is being called a bit off key? He's been singing rock for so long, yet everyone thinks that Louis, who's never even sung rock before, is more likely to save Longhua's rock music? What the hell is this? A bunch of ignorant trash. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and turned off the comments. On stage, Wen Yimeng continued. This song is called The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, and it's this singer's first original rock song. Zhang Xian couldn't help but laugh coldly. Rock? Original? Someone who has never dabbled in rock music is suddenly going to perform an original rock song on such a big stage? Louis, you don't really think you're a jack-of-all-trades singer who can handle any genre, do you? The audience watching on screen grew even more excited. Louis once again delivers an original song, and this time it's a brand new rock genre. Will Louis surprise them or scare them this time? Everyone was eagerly awaiting the performance. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the first performer, Louis. As when Yiming's voice faded, the light suddenly went out. Immediately afterward, the audience heard the sound of thumping hearts. Tap, 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 tap. As the footsteps grew clearer, a figure stepped onto the stage. On the stage, still shrouded in darkness before the spotlight came on. This figure, with eyes that shone like stars. No one would argue that the brightest star in the night sky doesn't belong to rock, right? The author did some research and found that the brightest star in the night sky falls under British rock, which can also be categorized as pop rock. Classifying it under rock here should be accurate. Additionally, please keep requesting more updates and short videos. We appreciate your support. Chapter 80. Can you hear me clearly? The spotlight shines brightly. Beams of light shine down on Louis. The venue, seating 500 spectators, falls completely silent. Even the live chat seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone's attention is fixed on Louis, too captivated to post any comments. Louis turns around and looks at the 4 band members Zhang Boyu, Wang Xan, Hao Daki, and Tanyu. The 5 of them nodded in unison. Louis's guitar struck the first note. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear me? The one looking up at you. The loneliness and sighs in their hearts. The melody isn't high-pitched, and there aren't even many ups and downs. It doesn't sound like rock music. Questions lingered in everyone's minds, but no one posted comments to ask. Because Louis's voice, along with the rhythm of the entire song, still held their ears captive, making them listen quietly. I pray for a transparent heart. And eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, to embrace you beyond the lies. Every time I lose the meaning of existence. Every time I'm lost in the darkness. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Please guide me closer to you. The chorus, still lacking the rock and roll screams people expect. In the green room, Shui Qi let out a cold laugh. This is called rock? He hadn't studied rock music in detail, but he had seen many rock concert scenes online. During a rock concert, the audience should stand up, make rock hand gestures, and sing along enthusiastically. What about Louis now? The first chorus had already ended. There was still no reaction from the crowd. Not a single person has stood up to follow Louis's rhythm. I can already sense that this song will mark the beginning of Louis's downfall. Shui Qi is very confident. To be honest, the brightest star in the night sky has been quite well crafted so far. But Louis's mistake was that he dared to call the brightest star in the night sky rock. Don't take on a job you're not qualified for. Shui Qi smirked triumphantly, reaching out to grab the organic milk provided by the show's sponsor. Meanwhile, Zheng Xian on the screen. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Shui Qi doesn't understand rock and roll, but he does. Though rock was just a means to make money for him. But after singing rock for so many years, he had some understanding of it. Rock wasn't about screaming at the top of your lungs, or the tight guitar riffs and relentless drum beats that wildly stimulated the ears. However, because of the high-pitched screams and the storm-like rhythm, it is relatively more effective at infecting people, stirring up the audience's emotions, and making them wave their hands, shout, and cheer along. That's why Zhang Xian has consistently chosen this more extreme form of rock expression over the years. At this moment, Zhang Xian hears Louis singing The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, and his heart feels like it's racing to his throat. He was afraid. He feared that Louis's performance of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky would make the people of Longwood exclaim, "Oh, so rock isn't just like Zhang Xian." Don't let the audience stand up. Zhang Xian was praying. Because he had a premonition that when Louis entered the second chorus, the audience might snap out of their confusion about whether this was really rock and roll, and then fully immerse themselves in the world created by Louis's The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. At that moment, the audience would be moved from the heart. The result of being moved from the heart would naturally be the audience standing up, following Louis's rhythm, and clapping along. If such a scene were to unfold, his persona as the last rocker of the Dragon Kingdom would crumble to pieces. Without that persona, how would he make a living in the future? Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Do you care? Are you waiting for the sun to rise? Or for the unexpected to arrive first? The second chorus hadn't even started yet. Below the stage, some audience members began to stand up. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. More and more audience members stood up. Each person who stood up extended their index finger and little finger, then pressed their thumb against the bent middle and ring fingers. They maintained this gesture, swaying their arms in rhythm with the rising and falling melody. In the waiting room, Shuiqi spit out a mouthful of milk. He was getting anxious. He was truly panicking. Just as anxious as Shuiqi was Zhang Xian. However, when Zhang Xian saw that half the audience had stood up, he knew the outcome was inevitable. Zhang Xian collapsed onto the sofa, his face as pale as a zombie who had lost his soul. On stage, Louis stopped playing the guitar and held the microphone in both hands. Rhythm guitarist Zhang Boyu took up the baton to lead the rhythm. The second chorus began. I'd rather keep all the pain inside. Rather than forget your eyes. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, to embrace you beyond the lies. Every time I lose the meaning of existence. Every time I get lost in the darkness. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Oh, please illuminate my path forward. Below the stage, 500 audience members all stand up. The camera cuts to the singers backstage. Lu Mingxi, Zhang Zhangwen, Su Shishir. They too are swaying their arms in time to the beat. 3 professional music critics also stood up, making rock hand gestures. Perhaps the brightest star in the night sky isn't very rock and roll. But the brightest star in the night sky is more powerful than any rock music from Longboy in recent years. Everyone who hears this song is reminded of a dark period in their past or present. In the darkness, they were alone, walking slowly and steadily. They struggled forward, and eventually, they grew accustomed to burying all their pain deep within their hearts. They grew accustomed to lowering their heads in silence amid accusations. They grew accustomed to no longer defending themselves when misunderstood. They grew accustomed to stumbling forward, yet forgot the original meaning of their journey. Those in the darkness, night after night, silently endure the blows life deals them. In the end, they can only numb themselves, deceiving themselves that nothing matters. But, does it really not matter? Louis sings the brightest star in the night sky, telling them, no, it cannot be indifferent. Because there is always a star shining upon you. When misunderstood by your parents, that star might be a friend. When you're arguing with a friend, this star might be an online stranger you don't know. When facing setbacks and feeling lost and helpless, this star might just be your ideal. Life is never entirely dark, there are always stars shining upon you, and this star is the brightest one in your world. It will tell you that even in the darkest night, you are not alone. It will tell you that even if you are lost in the darkness, it will illuminate your path forward. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear? The one looking up. The loneliness and sighs in their hearts? Louis's voice gradually faded away on the stage. But one by one, voices began to rise from the audience. Yes. It can hear us. It can hear our loneliness and sighs. Some shed tears, not out of sadness, but out of excitement. It was the excitement of breaking through darkness, of emerging from a cocoon as a butterfly, of seeing the stars. Hearing one yes. After another. Louis smiled knowingly. Louis placed the microphone back on the stand, hugged his guitar, and bowed in gratitude. Thank you all. Chapter 81, The Name of the Demon King. Below the stage, thunderous applause erupted. The audience expressed their gratitude and admiration for Louis with applause and cheers. Louis turned to look at the 4 members of the band behind him. As a singer on stage, he couldn't comment on the songs he performed, as it could be seen as soliciting votes. However, they could say a few words. So, Louis said, I would also like to thank guitarist Zhang Boyu, drummer Hao Daki, bassist Wang Xian, and keyboardist Tan Yu. The camera cut to the 4 band members, who also bowed in gratitude. The audience below did not hold back their applause and remembered the names of the 4 band members. Perhaps it was only temporary, but for the 4 of them, it was enough. Louis and the 4 band members walked off the stage. Immediately afterward, Wen Yiming takes the stage to announce the next act, followed by the program's house band. However, almost everyone was still immersed in Louis's The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. The second performer, Su Shishir, was already feeling utterly defeated. Being the second performer was already a tough spot to secure a good ranking. And to make matters worse, she was following Louis. Taking over Louis's stage is a death sentence. Su Shishir felt a headache coming on. Louis had hyped up the stage too much. If the person taking over couldn't be more outstanding than Louis, they would inevitably be ignored by the audience. And to be better than Louis. Su Shishir was quite proud of herself. But she dared not say she could be better than Louis. On stage, whether it was song selection, singing, or stage presence, could be called perfect. Looking at the entire music scene in Longwa, perhaps only those national-level treasure singers would dare to take the stage after Louis. Su Shishir looked at the audience below the stage and took a deep breath. Despite her fear, she had to go on. But as soon as the music started, she hit the first note off beat. The entire first section was in complete disarray, with the rhythm completely off, and it wasn't until the second section that things started to stabilize slightly. Zhang Yanqi backstage had a thin sheen of cold sweat on her forehead. She was scheduled to perform after Su Shishir. Su Shishir's nervousness caused her to perform poorly, which only added to the pressure on the already tense Zhang Yanqi. When Su Shishir finished her performance, the audience was kind and did not boo. But they didn't give Su Shishir much applause either. After hearing Louis's flawless rendition of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, the audience found it hard to clap for Su Shishir, who had botched the entire song. Thank you everyone. After thanking the audience, Su Shishir wiped away her tears and quickly fled the stage. This scene was somewhat heartbreaking. Sure, before the next competition, go pay respects to the Buddha. We don't ask the Buddha to bless you with first place, we just ask the Buddha to bless you so you don't have to perform after Louis again. Even if the most popular singer, Chui Chi, took over Louis's performance, it would still be a sure loss. I have a feeling that Louis will be the biggest dark horse of Singing King 2021. Dark horse? Louis is already the big boss now, isn't he? It really has that whoever takes my spot is doomed big boss vibe. Louis has only appeared on the show twice and has already become the big boss. That's truly terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that I feel like Louis hasn't reached his full potential yet. He has so much more to offer. I feel the same way. One after another, the comments flew by, filling Louis' fans with excitement and pride. At the same time, these fans also felt the power emanating from Louis, leaving them deeply moved. Especially Lin Shuxue, who, aside from watching the live stream of Singing King 2021 and listening to Louis' new songs, had spent most of her time studying for the graduate school entrance exam. But the more she focused on it, the more she realized how much she still lacked. It was like when she was studying for exams before, the more she reviewed, the more she realized how much she didn't know, and her heart began to race. Lin Shuxue is currently in this state, which has made her consider giving up. It wasn't until she heard Louis sing The Brightest Star in the Night Sky that she regained her resolve. A ding sound came, and Lin Shuxue received a message. It was from Shi Mujin, answering a question she had mustered the courage to ask 2 days earlier. At the end, Shi Muju apologized, explaining that she had been too busy lately and hadn't logged into WeChat, so she replied late. She asked Lin Shuxue to forgive her. Lin Shuxue hurriedly thanked him and clutched her phone tightly. Louis sang perfectly. In the night sky, there would be a star watching over her, guiding her, and illuminating her path. At that moment, Zhang Yanqi took the stage. Zhang Yanqi was also a seasoned singer who had achieved notable success, but she had retired from the industry for years due to family hardships. Now she wanted to make a comeback through Singing King 2021, but she had encountered Louis. Zhang Yanqi carefully adjusted her breathing and avoided making the same rookie mistake as Su Shuxue. However, the song she was about to sing had a high-pitched section. Nevertheless, she was still nervous. Without standing on this stage, she couldn't feel the pressure from Louis. Though that pressure had already been diluted once by Su Shuxue. But when she stepped onto the stage, her entire body tensed up, which greatly affected her performance. So when she reached that high note, Zhang Yanqi helplessly realized she couldn't hit it. So when the second chorus came around, she had no choice but to use a falsetto to hit the high note. Compared to singing with her true voice, using falsetto makes it easier to hit high notes. However, falsetto is ultimately inferior to the true voice and sounds less pleasant to the ear. And the most critical issue is, Zhang Yanqi also hit a wrong note. Despite her extensive stage experience, she quickly turned around, communicated with the band through her eyes, and changed the rhythm. But the audience members selected as audience judges, even if they weren't professional musicians, were more musically discerning than the average person. Their ears are not only discerning but also highly sensitive. Zhang Yanqi's use of falsetto to hit the high notes already made them frown, let alone the mistakes in off-key notes. By the end of the song, although Zhang Yanqi didn't cry on stage like Su Shuxue, her expression was still very downcast. This couldn't help but make one wonder. How difficult is it to take over the stage left by Louis? Zhang Yanqi, though she's not very popular now, has such rich stage experience far beyond what Su Shuxue can match. Moreover, Zhang Yanqi performed after Su Shuxue, yet she still felt the pressure from Louis and ended up making a mistake. Is Louis a devil? Can he make the stage magical? Some musicians, seeing such comments, laughed bitterly. If a singer is truly talented, then when they step onto the stage, they truly are a devil. Because they can leave an extremely deep impression on the audience below. When another singer takes the stage, the audience below will unconsciously compare them. If the comparison shows that you're not as good as that singer, the audience won't respond to you. A singer on stage who doesn't receive any response from the audience will feel extremely awkward and scared, their hands might even shake, let alone sing off key. And Louis, is he talented? Of course he is outstanding, he is so outstanding, he is almost perfect. So don't even mention Zhang Yanqi, even those who came after her, like Lu Mingxi, Zhou Yan, Zhang Zhengwen, and even Cui Qi. They would all be affected. And according to common sense, the later singers come, the less they'd be affected. But now, we're in an extraordinary situation. Chapter 82, The Night of the Crash, third update. The reason these music critics believe we're in an extraordinary situation is because of Zhang Yanqi's poor performance. Zhang Yanqi is a seasoned singer with extensive stage experience. Even under pressure, she should only have made minor mistakes, such as being unable to hit high notes with her natural voice and resorting to falsetto instead. As a result, compared to Su Shuxue's major mistake, Zhang Yanqi's performance throughout the song appears much more polished. Subsequent singers would feel relieved, psychologically reassured that Louis' performance wasn't as daunting as expected. However, when Zhang Yanqi used falsetto to hit the high notes, her voice cracked. This naturally increases the pressure on the singers who follow her. These singers unconsciously think. Zhang Yanqi, an experienced veteran singer, and Louis were separated by Su Shuxue, yet neither could handle Louis' stage presence. How powerful is Louis' influence over the audience? Once this thought enters their minds, the likelihood of mistakes increases when they take the stage. Watching the singers before them make mistakes one after another, the pressure on the singers who follow not only doesn't decrease but actually grows even more. This is precisely why music critics with stage performance experience feel that this stage is in an abnormal state. In fact, the music critic's judgment is correct. The fourth singer to take the stage was Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingxi debuted earlier than Zhang Anqi and is the most experienced singer among the seven. She didn't rush the beat, didn't go off key, and her high notes were flawless because her song doesn't have any high notes. She wanted to change her usual style and give the audience a fresh new experience, so she inserted a rap segment in the middle of the song. This is actually quite common in today's music industry, with many veteran singers choosing to add a rap segment to connect with younger audiences and gain their favor. Lu Mingxi's idea was sound, and she prepared thoroughly. As early as the day after the second live stream ended, she reached out to rap artist Zhou Yan and asked for his help. Over the past few days, Lu Mingxi has spent a significant amount of time practicing. It can be said that this rap was already second nature to Lu Mingxi. However, when she stepped onto the stage and saw the unresponsive audience, she lost her composure, stumbled over her words, and delivered a chaotic rap performance. After Lu Mingxi's performance went south, Zhou Yan, who was next on stage, had his back soaked in cold sweat. Lu Mingxi and Zhang Anqi were both seniors, and neither of them could save Lu Yi's performance, so he had no confidence either. But Zhou Yan was a rap singer. Rap singers rely on the belief that they're the best in the world, and then they set the whole place on fire. Zhou Yan was now unsure of himself. How could he possibly ignite the crowd? So, after finishing one song, he was met with a chorus of boos. Zhang Zhangwen was even worse when he took the stage. He nearly tripped and fell. So the pressure fell on Shui Qi. The heir to the modern singing god faces off against the heir to the singing god from 3 years ago. The initial favorite to win Singing King 2021 faces off against the dark horse who has transformed into a formidable opponent. Can Shui Qi withstand the pressure? Everyone is waiting with bated breath. Shui Qi, go for it. I believe in our Qi Qi. Shui Qi can do it, go for it. Shui Qi's fans are sending messages. However, compared to the earlier flood of messages like "My Qi Qi must come in first," the number of messages from Shui Qi's fans has decreased significantly. This is unavoidable. Su Shishir, Zhang Anqi, Lu Mingxi, Zhou Yan, Zhang Zhangwen. 5 singers have all flopped one after another. This is truly bizarre. Shui Qi does have a lot of die-hard fans, but even they aren't truly brainless. They can sense that Shui Qi. Something isn't quite right. Now, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome Shui Qi. As when Yiming announced, Shui Qi also walked onto the stage. The applause from the audience was loud. The audience was still very much looking forward to Shui Qi. Hearing the applause, Shui Qi couldn't help but sigh in relief. What is so scary about Lu Yi's show? The previous 5 failed because they weren't good enough. Now, watch me take control of the stage. I'll show you all that Lu Yi isn't even a big deal. There is no stage in this world that I, Shui Qi, can handle. Shui Qi felt a surge of confidence. This time, he had brought a love song. This was his specialty. As the spotlight fell, Shui Qi could see the eager eyes of the audience below. Shui Qi's lips curled into a slight smile. Sure enough, the audience still loved him. Shui Qi composed himself and began to sing the love song. However, as he sang, he noticed something was off. Why weren't the audience reacting? Was it because he hadn't reached the chorus yet? Shui Qi steadied his nerves and continued singing steadily. The first chorus ended. Shui Qi felt that it was time for the audience to erupt into applause. But there was no applause. Shui Qi looked down at the audience and noticed that many of them were frowning. Frowning? What does that mean? Do they think he's not singing well? These audience members are so unappreciative. Below the stage, a frowned audience member muttered to himself. What on earth is Shui Qi singing? Compared to Lu Yi's "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky," it's like a pile of. If I weren't a professional listener, I'd be cursing him out. A middle-aged audience member muttered to himself. If it weren't for Lu Yi's "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky," based on the 6 songs that followed, I'd really want to shout at the production team, give me my money back. The comments section couldn't resist comparing Shui Qi to Lu Yi's "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. And the result of the comparison? The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Compared to Lu Yi, Shui Qi is completely outclassed. Speaking of which, it's been so long, why can we still remember Lu Yi as the brightest star in the night sky so clearly? This question sparked widespread discussion, as such a situation had never occurred in previous programs. Generally speaking, even if a singer delivers an astonishing performance, it's unlikely to leave a lasting impression on the audience. No one could provide an answer, except Lu Yi himself. Only Lu Yi knows that this is the impact of his godlike vocal skills. Divine vocal techniques allow Lu Yi to make even a terrible song sound extraordinary, let alone a masterpiece like "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky." On stage, Shui Qi, who had been so confident moments ago, looked at the audience's indifferent reactions and finally understood why veteran singers like Zhang Anqi and Lu Mingxi had made mistakes. Shui Qi grew increasingly unsure as he sang. Off-key, broken notes, unclear lyrics. In the latter half of the song, he practically repeated every mistake made by the 5 singers before him. Chapter 83, Boring Fourth Update. Shui Qi sang the latter half of the song increasingly poorly. Many people couldn't help but take off their headphones or mute the sound, while complaining. The successor to the singing god? This is it? The new god of song's successor is being soundly beaten by the old god of song's successor. I think the title of heir to the singing god should be given to someone else. It's not about changing it, it's about giving it back to Louis. I feel like Louis could easily be called the singing god now. Does he even need the successor title anymore? This comment sent a chill down Louis' fans. Why is the highest achievement for young singers like Louis and Shui Qi to be called the successor to the singing legend? Because the god of song is simply too legendary. To put it boldly, this god of song dominated an entire era, rose to prominence during the Golden Age, and ultimately reached the pinnacle of glory, earning the title of god of song. Moreover, this god of song has made significant contributions to manhwa, and his status is too high. Even if the god of song were still alive today, no one would dare to call themselves the god of song for a long time. Therefore, Louis' fans hurriedly explained that Louis has never referred to himself as the god of song, and asked certain individuals not to stir up trouble. Fortunately, Louis' fans clarified in time, drowning out those malicious or ignorant comments, preventing the storm from escalating. Since the controversy didn't escalate, the comments returned to normal. As for what's considered normal? Of course, it's about insulting Shui Qi and praising Louis. On stage, Shui Qi's face was ashen. Despite his good upbringing, he couldn't hide his inner anger, and his expression was ugly, prompting more and more comments. Just now, wasn't Shui Qi acting like he was so cool and could handle the whole stage? What happened now? Hold the stage? His performance was the worst in the entire show. If I were grading him, Shui Qi's performance would be a failing grade, dead last in the entire show. Shui Qi's fans turned red with embarrassment but dared not speak up, lying low and letting the insults roll in. I remember Shui Qi's fans said that if their Chi didn't come in first this time, he'd eat 2 computer screens during his live stream. Where's that fan? Give us the live stream room number. If he can't eat 2 computer screens, he could do it in 2 goes 1 screen at a time. Many comments were mocking, making Shui Qi's fans very upset but unable to defend themselves. Especially the fan who said he'd eat the screen. His face was burning red, he had nowhere to hide, and he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Although the voting results hadn't been announced yet, everyone knew that Louis was definitely in first place. The biggest suspense of this episode was who would claim the second spot. This is the first time this has happened. First place is undisputed, but second place is still up in the air, right? Louis' performance in this episode was absolutely dominant. Who could possibly threaten his first place position? Hurry up and announce the results. I want to see how many votes Louis got. I wonder how many more votes Louis, the former heir to the singing god, has over the current heir to the singing god. So now, the biggest highlight of Singing King 2021 isn't who will win first place, but who won't get crushed by Louis. Amidst the buzz of discussion, the voting results were also delivered to director Hong Lang. In the green room, all the singers were on edge. Of course, except for Louis. Oh, and Shui Qi. Louis already knew he was firmly in first place, so he had no reason to be nervous. As for Shui Qi, his only goal was first place, but now he clearly knew that the top spot wasn't his, so there was no need to be nervous either. However, Shui Qi kept glancing at Louis with a hostile gaze, cursing under his breath. Hong Lang glanced at the voting results and sighed. There was no suspense in this vote. It's even made him lose his appetite for water. Director Hong. The assistant director handed him a cup of water, but Hong Lang took a small sip and set it down. Next, let's announce the results for this episode. Hong Lang said listlessly. First place, Louis. No one was surprised by the result. However, seeing Hong Lang's expression of utter despair, the audience couldn't help but laugh. Hong director must be dying to kill Louis right now. After all, his favorite pastime is teasing people by keeping them in suspense about who the first place winner is. This week's South first place was too easy to guess. No, you don't even need to guess, it's obvious. Hong director's face is twisted with frustration. This is the first time I've seen Hong director take a sip of water and then immediately announce the winner. Director Hong must regret inviting Louis. All his twisted sense of humor has been ruined. Dog head emoji. Hong Lang continued to announce the 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th places. As always, he didn't drag it out, making the audience laugh out loud and feel like Hong Lang was truly hurt by Louis. Only the 2nd and 3rd places remained unannounced. This meant that Shui Qi and Zhang Zhengwen would be competing for 2nd place. Zhang Zhengwen was extremely excited, as both 2nd and 3rd place were considered good results. Shui Qi looked at Zhang Zhengwen's excited expression and was so angry he felt like he was going to explode. He, the heir apparent to the god of song, the hottest young singer in manhwa, is actually competing with Zhang Zhengwen, a second-rate singer. And the competition is for 2nd place, for crying out loud. Shui Qi grew increasingly furious, even feeling the urge to punch Zhang Zhengwen. When Shui Qi glared at him, Zhang Zhengwen looked innocent, trying to suppress his laughter. His pitiful expression made many people burst into laughter. The second place is Shui Qi. Hong Lang revealed the suspense. Shui Qi, congratulations. Shui Qi felt like his heart was about to explode. Congratulations on coming in second place? No matter how he heard it, it sounded like a mockery. Watching Shui Qi with a stern expression, the onlookers watching the show didn't hold back. What's this guy Shui Qi? His song tonight was the worst, and he still got second place? It's all because of his fan base, and he's still unhappy? Does Shui Qi really think he can surpass Lu Yi and win first place? No way, right? Is this the so-called top singer with the best character that his brainless fans rave about? Ha ha ha, he got completely outclassed by Lu Yi in singing. His manners he is just as bad as Lu Yi. Exactly. Look at Lu Yi. He won first place and just smiled politely. How courteous. Seeing such comments, someone couldn't help but laugh and said, "Bro, you might be misunderstanding. Lu Yi's not being polite, he is just bored." I agree. If I were Lu Yi, after winning first place like that, I'd feel bored too. Haha, Lu Yi might be thinking, I didn't even use my full strength, and you're already down. Come on, you're so weak. The guy before you made me laugh so hard. You're so sarcastic. Hong Lang noticed Shui Qi's expression and quickly instructed the cameraman to switch the camera to Lu Yi. Then, Hong Lang asked, Ludi, share your thoughts on winning first place again. Thank you to the two great masters who verified Xiao Weiliang, thank you to Shuangbei for sending Shore, thank you to Sheng for the likes, thank you to the Little for the love letter, thank you to Zika Junbu Fan for the, thank you to XNML for the love letter, thank you to Aichi Dunli Yen Lao Dao for the likes, thank you to MOMO Wu Yenyu for the likes, thank you to Jima Jianglin for the bubble milk tea, thank you to Nailin Guchen for the likes, thank you to Yumu for the likes. Thank you to Drunk on the Battlefield, Don't Laugh for the bubble milk tea. Thank you to Black Corner Tower John for the bubble milk tea. Thank you to Grand Palace Jiayu for the. Thank you to the Master of the Hall of Reincarnation for the love letter. Thank you to user 372911379 for the love letter. And thank you to the friend who liked the profile picture. Thank you to a 263 for the bubble tea. Thank you to Dreaming of You for the love letter. Thank you to Love Eating Cold Tofu for the bubble tea. Thank you to so many book friends. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all. The author is giving you all a cute pose? These big eyes, aren't they bright? Please keep asking for more updates with short videos. Endless gratitude, gaga gaga carrot omega carrot. Chapter 84, Poor Acting Skills. Comments? Louis touched his nostrils. In fact, his thoughts were exactly what the netizens had guessed. 4 words summed it up, utterly boring. Although he was confident in his current singing skills and his performance of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, he never expected that first place would come so easily. As a result, he felt no excitement at all. But the cameras were all on him, so he couldn't very well say, I'm not targeting any of you, I just want to say that all of you here are trash. Looking at the camera, Louis could only force a smile. I'm very happy and excited to have won first place again. After all, everyone here is a talented singer. If it weren't for your kindness, I wouldn't have been able to win first place again, so I'm very grateful to all of you. At the same time, I'd like to thank director Hong Lang, the production team, and the audience here and the fans watching at home who supported me. After hearing Louis' response, the netizens couldn't stop laughing and started mocking him. Lude, your fake smile is way too obvious. And those thank you lines are way too scripted. Lude, you're just an emotionless script reading machine. Lude, please learn some acting, your performance is too amateurish. Ha ha ha. A netizen named Flying Man Who Can't Fly was particularly creative, continuously sending long comments. I'm afraid everyone might not understand, so let me translate Luda's words for you. Luda's first sentence was, winning first place again doesn't make me happy or excited, because all of you here are garbage singers. Luda's second sentence was, if it weren't for you guys messing up, I wouldn't just win first place again, I'd feel even more accomplished. You 6 are such losers. Luda's third statement was, thank you to Hong Lang and the production team for selecting such terrible opponents for me, making my victory utterly unremarkable. As for thanking the live audience and fans, there's no need to translate that, because the only time Luda showed any sincerity was when he said those words, and the smile on his lips gave it away. Seeing this netizen-esque comment, everyone laughed even louder. Lu Xiao and other Louis fans also burst into laughter. However, while laughing, they also explained that Louis didn't mean it that way, to avoid being misinterpreted. In the green room, director Hong Lang was also feeling a headache. He had seen his fair share of people who were good at subtle insults. But someone like Louis, who was so serious and doing the opposite of Versailles, was a first for him. Despite this, Hong Lang still had to play along and applaud, laughing. Lu Da's remarks were truly outstanding. Let's give another round of enthusiastic applause to congratulate Louis on retaining his first place. Lu Mingxi and the others clapped as well, though Louis' acting earlier had indeed been rather poor, leaving them feeling rather deflated. But they also knew that Louis could have been more straightforward and didn't need to put on such a poor performance. Louis had put on that poor performance to preserve their self-respect. How could they blame Louis? Besides, they were truly terrible this time. If anyone is to blame, it's themselves. To be fair, Louis was truly talented and deserved their applause. Therefore, Lu Mingxi and the others didn't hesitate to clap and even cheered for Louis. Thank you, Mingxi sister, thank you, Anqi sister, thank you. Louis shook hands with Lu Mingxi and the others, thanking each of them in turn. As for Cui Qi, he had already left the green room before the camera cut away. To witness Louis's moment of glory? Not even for a second could he bear it. Louis, this won't happen 3 times. Next time, I'll step on your head and take first place. Cui Qi clenched his fists, his teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered. On the screen, Zhang Xian's eyes were vacant. Lu Yisong, the brightest star in the night sky, turned his heart into the coldest heart in the night sky. Ding dong. Zhang Xian picked up his phone. It was a notification that someone had left the fan group. Zhang Xian entered the fan group and found many fans discussing the brightest star in the night sky, saying that Louis was more rock and roll than him and that they were going to follow Louis's Weibo. One message after another made Zhang Xian's chest and throat churn, his vision went black, and he fainted. From that day onward, the music scene of Longhua never heard of Zhang Xian again. At the television station. After leaving the restroom, Louis also headed toward Lin Shuxue's waiting room. But, just as he turned the corner and entered the corridor leading to the waiting room, a voice rang out from behind him. Louis! It was a woman's voice. If an ordinary person heard this voice, they would find it soft and gentle. But Louis, now a top-tier singer, had exceptionally keen hearing. He immediately recognized the affected and artificial quality in the voice. Louis furrowed his brows slightly and turned to look. There stood a woman in a white blouse, a pleated skirt, and high heels, standing at the corner of the corridor. Her hands were behind her back and she was gently biting her lips, looking very innocent. Do you remember me? The woman approached Louis slowly. I'm Oh Shiyang. Louis took a step back, but when he saw Oh Shiyang still following him, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Seeing Louis's expression, a flash of joy crossed Oh Shiya's eyes. You remember me, don't you? Louis didn't deny it, because he had recognized her the moment he saw her. There was nothing he could do about it. The original host seemed to have a hole in his brain, as he couldn't stop thinking about Oh Shiyang and remembered her vividly. This had caused him, even after crossing over, to recognize Oh Shiyang at a glance. Got something to say? Spit it out. Louis said coldly he didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. Oh Shiyu was also tactful. Seeing that Louis wasn't pleased, she didn't approach him further. She stood 3 steps away from Louis, flashing a playful smile. Louis, do I look pretty today? She was wearing the same outfit she had worn 3 years ago when she first met Louis. She wanted to evoke Louis's memories of the past and reconcile with him. Louis shook his head indifferently. Oh Shiyu furrowed her brows, not pretty? Louis corrected her, it's not that it's not pretty, it's ugly. Oh Shiyang's face turned a bit red. She hadn't expected Louis's words to be so harsh. However, she suppressed her anger and didn't explode. She smiled gently. Louis, I know you're holding a grudge, but I can. Louis looked impatient. Just say what you want. Spit it out. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Oh Shiyu looked completely bewildered. How could Louis speak to her like this? Is this really the same Louis who used to be so obedient to her? Oh Shiyang bit her lip and looked at Louis. Louis watched Oh Shiyu bite her lip and said, keep going. Your lips aren't even bleeding yet. If you're going to play the victim, at least make it convincing. Oh Shiyu was completely dumbfounded. Louis would never have spoken to her like this before. Louis, Oh Shiyu put on a tearful expression, trying to play the victim. But Louis actually turned around and walked away? Chapter 85, Where has the face gone? Oh Shiyu stared blankly at Louis's departing figure. She was, after all, a beauty, and her outfit today was carefully chosen and was sure to captivate countless men. Yet Louis didn't even bother to look at her? Oh Shiyang clenched her teeth so hard they ground together, nearly driven mad by anger. Louis, stop right there. Oh Shiyu no longer pretended to be weak and coldly scolded him. But Louis seemed not to hear her voice, continuing to walk forward. Louis, I told you. Before she could finish her sentence, Louis stopped. Oh Shiyang's lips curled into a smile. Oomph, Louis, keep pretending. Keep pretending you don't care about me. I told you to stop, and you just stood there obediently. Oh Shiyu was feeling quite smug. Just then, Louis pulled out a pair of headphones from his pocket, put them on, and continued walking forward. Oh Shiyang was so angry her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Louis! Oh Shiyang stomped her foot. Then, her high heels broke. Her foot twisted. Ah! Oh Shiyang let out a cry of pain. She looked up at Louis. Louis hummed the brightest star in the night sky under his breath, swaying his head as he walked. Oh Shiyang was so angry she could barely breathe. Louis, are you even a man anymore? In a fit of anger, Oh Shiyang took off her high heels and threw them at Louis. Bang! The high heels flew past Louis and hit the wall in front of him. Louis looked at the high-heeled shoe lying at the base of the wall, his brows furrowed, and his expression turned icy. He didn't want to have anything to do with Oshiyu, but this woman had actually lost her mind? Louis took off his headphones and turned around with a cold expression. But he saw Oh Yang crouched on the ground, rubbing her ankle in pain. When Louis turned around, Oh Yang also looked up. The two of them locked eyes. Did you twist your ankle? Louis hesitated for a second before asking. Oh Yang looked at Louis, who seemed so handsome, and asked him with concern, her earlier anger having dissipated. You little rascal, so that was just a failed act earlier. Now that his foot was twisted, Louis couldn't help but give in. Oh Shiyu felt triumphant inside, but her face was covered in tears as she nodded pitifully. Yes. She looked at Louis longingly, waiting for him to come back, help her up, and carry her to the hospital. But Louis suddenly laughed. You deserve it. Who told you to wear high heels? Twisted your ankle? How did you not break your neck? Louis had no good impression of this woman, Oh Yang. Especially since Oh Yang had just thrown her high heels at him. This was premeditated murder. Speaking of which, does that count as attempted murder? Louis regretted not taking the loss seriously when he watched those videos about outlaws earlier. If this really counts as premeditated murder, why not just send Oh Yang to prison? That would be so much quieter. Louis thought about it more and more and decided to give it a try. Oh Yang froze in shock. Louis, you're so heartless. She sprained her ankle, and not only did he not care, he was cursing her to die from the fall. Louis! Oh Yang took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. I came here today to talk to you, not to argue. Is it about the sprained ankle? Louis asked. Oh Shiyu. After taking several deep breaths, Oh Shiyu managed to maintain her composure. Louis, I came here to get back together with you. Get back together? Louis couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Oh Yang furrowed her brows. Louis still had a smile on his lips as he said. I'm laughing because you're so poor, aren't you? Oh Shiyu's brows furrowed even more tightly. Do you think I'm trying to get back together with you for money? Louis shook his head. No. Although you're asking me to get back together, it's definitely for money, but that's not what I meant earlier. What I meant was, are you so poor that you can't even afford a mirror? If you don't have a mirror, you must have urine, right? Oh Yang froze for a second before finally catching on. Louis was telling her to look in the mirror or pee on herself to see her reflection. In other words, you, Oh Shiyu, don't deserve it. Looking at Oh Shiyu's pale face, Louis didn't feel the slightest bit of mercy. He continued. By the way, what is the previous line of the poem Peach Blossoms still smile in the spring breeze? Oh Yang thought for a moment, where has the face gone? Louis nodded, that's right. So where did your face go? Oh Shiyu. The more disgruntled Oh Shiyu looked, the more delighted Louis laughed. Oh Yang, I think you're pretty sick. Good thing I know how to cure you. Go to the pharmacy now and buy a medicine called Billion. It'll cure you for sure. Pharmacy, Billion? Oh Yan's face turned green. She felt she had never been so humiliated in her entire life. Louis was simply inhuman, humiliating her from start to finish. Louis nodded satisfactorily, then prepared to put his headphones back on to avoid Oh Yang going crazy and screaming hysterically. Louis! Oh Yang beat into it, clenching her teeth and roaring. Don't you know who I am now? Do you think I'm trying to get back together with you for your money? Let me tell you, I'm getting back together with you because I think highly of you. Louis put down the headphones. Then, he spoke clearly and distinctly. Stupid. Oh Yang's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. She had never been treated this way in her entire life. Louis was simply too much. Fine, Louis, you're good. Oh Shiyu leaned against the wall and stood up, speaking coldly. I am now good friends with Shinsekai. And Shinsek is a popular TV actress, one of the 4 young beauties of Longwa. I was thinking that if you and I got back together, I'd have Shinsek promote your new album. This way, your new album would become even more popular, you'd earn more money, and you could return to the peak of your career faster. But you're so ungrateful. Well, Louis, just wait and see. I'll have Shinsekai use her connections to suppress you. Don't think you're so popular now. Soon, you'll be forgotten. Louis looked at Oh Shiyu calmly. Oh Yang raised her chin triumphantly, thinking to herself. How about it? Scared? Little did she know. Louis spoke clearly and distinctly. 4 words. Get lost. Louis's eyes were filled with disgust. He could tell with his toes that Oh Yang was lying. If Oh Yang really had such a good relationship with Shinsek, would she come looking for him to reconcile? As for Oh Shiyu's claim that she wanted to help him? Give me a break. A woman who broke up with the original owner after the incident, then twisted the truth and fabricated rumors that the original owner had beaten her. Would she tell the truth? If Oh Yang were capable of telling the truth, then Oh Yang would be in big trouble. Louis speculated that Oh Yang might have some connection with Shinsek, but it definitely wasn't a deep one. And Oh Yang is currently in an awkward position, neither here nor there, so after realizing her potential, she came to seek reconciliation. At that moment, the door to the waiting room not far behind Louis opened. Chapter 86, The Moonlight Tonight is Truly Beautiful. Third update. Oh Yang, didn't you install GPS? Don't you know your location? A cold voice echoed down the corridor. Louis raised his eyebrows slightly. He could tell it was Lin Shuxue's voice. But he never expected Lin Shuxue to be so confrontational. As for Oh Yang, upon hearing Lin Shuxue's voice, she was also completely taken aback. She looked at Louis back in disbelief. Sure enough, it was Lin Shuxue. Lin Shuxue, what are you doing in Louis' agent's waiting room? Oh Yang was utterly shocked. At that moment, she suddenly noticed. Lin Shuxue was also wearing a white shirt, a pleated skirt, and high heels. And she was wearing the same outfit as her today. Louis turned to look at Lin Shuxue. Then his eyes fixated on Lin Shuxue, unable to look away for a long time. Louis looked at her, and even a single glance made him feel sick. He just kept staring at Lin Shuxue. Although Oh Yang knew she couldn't compare to Lin Shuxue. But jealousy still made Oh Shiyu clench her fists in anger. But she had forgotten that she had let her nails grow long. The force of her grip caused her nails to dig into her palm, though they didn't break the skin, the pain was excruciating. The stark contrast between how Louis treated her and how he treated Lin Shuxue, coupled with the pain in her palm, made Oh Yang feel like crying. But before the tears could well up in her eyes, Lin Shuxue had already come to her side. Lin Shuxue stood there gracefully, with a perfect figure and features so beautiful they took your breath away. Compared to Lin Shuxue, Oh Yang felt like a clown standing before a fairy. Oh Yang. Lin Shuxue glared coldly at Oh Shiyu. Didn't you just say you were going to call Shinsik to have her suppress Louis? Go ahead, call her now. Oh Shiyu clenched her phone tightly, her face alternating between pale and red. If I'm not mistaken, the phone number you have saved for Shinsekai should start with 131, right? Lin Shuxue asked with a cold smile. Oh Yang, don't you know why I'm asking this? Oh Yang furrowed her brows. She truly didn't know what Lin Shuxue was getting at. Lin Shuxue explained. What I'm trying to say is that the number starting with 131 is Shinseik's work number. Even if you call it now, no one will answer. You don't even have Shinseik's personal number, yet you have the nerve to say you can get Shinseik to suppress Louis? Oh Yang clenched her teeth tightly, her face flushing red, and her ears turned crimson. The truth had been exposed, and she was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear on the spot. Lin Shuxue wasn't about to let Oh Yang off so easily. How Oh Yang had treated Louis in the past was none of her business, because back then, she was just Louis's junior. But now, she was Louis's woman. Louis was her man. Oh Yang dared to threaten her man right in front of her? There was no way she would let Oh Shiyu off the hook. Lin Shuxue took out her phone, opened her contacts, and found Shinsekai's phone number. Then she handed the phone to Oh Yang. Come on, call Shinsek. Oh Yang looked at Lin Shuxue's phone, her whole body trembling. How dare she call Shinsek in front of Lin Shuxue? Not to mention that she and Shinsek were only acquaintances, with no close relationship. Even if she and Shinsek were close friends, she wouldn't dare to call Shinsek. Because even if she called Shinsek, Shinsek couldn't do anything to Louis, who was under Lin Shuxue's protection. Shinsekai was merely one of the 4 young flowers of manhwa. Lin Shuxue, however, is one of the 4 flowers of manhwa. Although there is only a single character difference, their status within the industry is worlds apart. Moreover, among the 4 little flowers of manhwa, Shinsekai can only rank last. Meanwhile, Lin Shuxue is quietly at the top of the 4 flowers of manhwa. Lin Shuxue is so far ahead of Shinsek that she could leave her 18 streets behind. And she, in turn, is left far behind by Shinsek by even more than 18 streets. Lin Shuxue and her are truly worlds apart. What's wrong? Afraid? Lin Shuxue glared at Oh Yang. Ulea lowered her head even further. Lin Shuxue, known as the Ice Queen, had such an overwhelming presence that she dared not meet her gaze. Since you're not brave enough, apologize to Louis. Lin Shuxue's voice was as cold as snow melting in March, causing Oh Liang to shiver involuntarily. Ulea turned to face Louis, trembling. Louis. Oh no, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry. Lin Shuxue looked at Louis. The snow on her face melted instantly. She had been an icy mountain moments ago, but now she was like a warm sun. How about it? Are you satisfied? Louis was still a bit dazed. To be honest, he had been completely overwhelmed by Lin Shuxue's aura. He had only heard about Lin Shuxue's reputation as an ice queen from others before, and knew that she usually presented herself in a cold and aloof manner. But since he had met Lin Shuxue, he had never seen her cold side. Until just now, he finally got a taste of it. Is this what they call blatant favoritism? Louis felt moved. Then, he nodded at Lin Shuxue, indicating his approval. Lin Shuxue giggled and then looked at Oh Yang again. Her gaze turned icy once more. Lu Yi is my man. Got it? Oh Shiyu trembled all over. Lu Yi, yes actually with Lin Shuxue. No wonder Lu Yi finds even a single glance at me disgusting. Oh Shiyu felt a void in her heart, filled with regret, but dared not speak, only nodding frantically and saying, Su, don't worry. I'll leave Beijing tomorrow and never bother Lu Yi again. I'll keep your affair with him a secret. Lin Shuxue was about to nod. Lu Yi refused. Leave Beijing? I haven't even sent you to the police station yet. Lu Yi couldn't stop thinking about sending Oh Shiyang to the police station. Earlier, if Oh Shiyang had been more careful, he would have definitely been injured. Those were high heels, very sharp. Plus, Oh Shiyang had previously spread rumors that the original owner had beaten her, making it seem like the original owner was a villain and she was an innocent victim. That could constitute defamation, right? Lin Shuxue didn't know earlier about Oh Shiyang hitting Lu Yi with her high heels. Upon hearing Lu Yi mention it now, her expression suddenly turned icy. An hour later, Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue walked out of the police station side by side. Although the police officer eventually stated that Oh Shiyang did not constitute attempted murder, she did exhibit aggressive tendencies, so she could be detained for a few days. This incident would also be recorded in Oh Shiyang's file. Oh Shiyang, who had been using the money she swindled from Zhang Xian to climb the ranks in the entertainment industry and had managed to infiltrate the Singing King 2021 program with her cunning, had finally begun to see a glimmer of hope for her future. Now, her future is ruined. Before leaving the police station, a police officer named Zhou Zhengyan asked Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue for their autographs, saying his daughter admired them greatly. Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue, of course, were more than happy to oblige, signing their names generously and each writing a brief message of blessing. Outside the police station, Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue exchanged a smile, feeling refreshed. Lu Yi looked up at the full moon and couldn't help but sigh. The moon tonight is truly beautiful. Just then, a breeze blew through Lin Shuxue's pleated skirt. Lin Shuxue looked at Lu Yi and smiled sweetly. The wind is also very gentle. If any readers are wondering how Lin Shuxue managed to avoid being recognized after calling the police, it could be that she quickly put on sunglasses and a mask, or left the TV station immediately after calling the police and drove to the police station, or simply silently repeated, "Author, I don't want to be recognized," and thus avoided being recognized. Regarding the matter of Oh Shiyang being detained, the author is legally illiterate, so it's all based on imagination. If you don't like it, please don't criticize too harshly. Anyway, if you do criticize, I definitely won't change it here. By the way, the reason it wasn't written in the text is because I felt it would be a bit repetitive and disrupt my writing style. Please keep asking the big shots to check out the videos and send some free gifts. I love you all. Chapter 87, Old Friends. Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue both knew what those two lines meant. But when their eyes met, they could only smile at each other. On the way home, Lu Yi took out his phone and noticed there were many requests to add him on WeChat. Lu Yi shook his head and smiled, choosing to ignore them. Just as Lu Yi was about to turn off his phone, two chat messages suddenly popped up. The note read, "Eldest son." Upon seeing the note, Lu Yi's mind was flooded with memories. His eldest son, Chen Bin, was Lu Yi's university roommate. As for why Chen Bin's note was eldest son, well, when you're in school, having two sons is pretty normal, right? Lu Yi flipped through his memories. If he remembered correctly, Chen Bin had also labeled him as eldest son. Lu Yi continued to recall that Chen Bin wasn't particularly talented in the arts, but he had a lively personality, so he chose to become an agent at a young age. Ultimately, Chen Bin became an agent at Tensho Entertainment, and after Lu Yi joined the agency, the two naturally became a perfect match. With Chen Bin's help, Lu Yi rose to fame through a talent show, and Chen Bin also gained prominence in the agent circle thanks to Lu Yi. However, later on, Lu Yi got into trouble, and for some reason, Chen Bin also disappeared without a trace. Lu Yi opened the chat interface. He saw that Chen Bin had first sent a congratulations message, followed by two beer emojis. Lu Yi thought for a moment, tapped the screen, and replied, "Thanks." The original owner and Chen Bin were close friends, but Lu Yi and Chen Bin were merely strangers, so it was natural for him not to be overly friendly or familiar. After a long time, Chen Bin didn't respond either. Lu Yi naturally didn't initiate another message either. "Are you still pretending to be upset with Brother Chen?" Lin Shuxue glanced at Lu Yi and asked. "Pretend to be angry with Chen Bin?" Lu Yi looked at her in confusion. "You forgot?" Lin Shuxue explained. "After you were involved in that incident, it caused a huge stir, and everyone was investigating who had poisoned you. But for some reason, the case was swept under the rug, and everyone stopped talking about it. Only Bingu never gave up, persistently continuing the investigation to help you seek revenge. But after seeing that everyone remained silent, you knew that the person who harmed you must have powerful connections, so you told Bingu not to pursue this matter further and to focus on his work at Tensho Entertainment. Bingu agreed to your request, but he continued to investigate secretly. During this process, he was threatened multiple times, but he never gave up. Eventually, he was beaten and had to stay in bed for several months. When you found out, you felt deeply guilty, believing you had endangered Brother Bin. You thought that only by disappearing could Brother Bin stop investigating the matter. Therefore, you pretended to be angry, proposed cutting ties with Brother Bin, and then hid away in an old residential area, vanishing without a trace. Lu Yi fell silent. After the incident, the original host indeed became very obsessive, with a way of thinking that was different from ordinary people. However, whether it was the original owner toward Chen Bin or Chen Bin toward the original owner, both cared deeply for each other and were willing to help and protect the other in their own way. What about Chen Bin, how is he now? Lu Yi asked curiously. Lin Shuxue sighed. Brother Chen has been bedridden for several months, and all his artist resources have been divided among others. Later, I became famous and tried to help Brother Chen, but he blamed himself for not being able to uncover the real culprit behind the scenes, fell into despair, and seemed to exhibit symptoms of depression. Ultimately, he chose to leave Tensho Entertainment. As for how Brother Chen is now, I'm not really sure. Louis finally understood why Chen Bin hadn't messaged him after he released 7 Miles Fragrance. Perhaps Chen Bin was in a depressive state and worried that I was still angry. However, his performance of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky tonight improved Chen Bin's mood, allowing him to let go of negative emotions and unnecessary thoughts, and he actively messaged him. However, because of his cold thank you, Chen Bin felt he was still angry, so he didn't respond again. Louis picked up his phone again and sent Chen Bin a message. Although they currently have no connection, there might be one in the future. After all, Chen Bin is someone worth befriending. In the rental apartment, Chen Bin listened to The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, gazing out the window at the stars, his expression somber. Lately, he had often reminisced about the good old days of university. He also recalled how eccentric, outgoing, and lively he had once been. But now, Chen Bin tried to return to his former state, but he simply couldn't. Chen Bin raised his hand, intending to open the window. Ding dong. Chen Bin looked down and saw a message from Louis. Long time no see. Interested in having a drink and making a comeback? I've just returned to the scene and need your help. Chen Bin froze. Then, he let out a smile he hadn't seen in a long time. Louis sent another message. Let us meet up tomorrow? At the barbecue place behind the school gate. What do you think? Chen Bin thought back to the old days and felt a lump in his throat. Why not invite the other 2 jerks too? Chen Bin sniffed and typed back. Louis thought for a moment. The 4 roommates in the university dormitory got along quite well, but each had their own path in life. Among them, only the original host had become a singer. However, after the original owner got into trouble, the other 2 roommates had also helped out quite a bit. But the original owner didn't want to drag these friends into trouble, so he spoke harshly to them and eventually disappeared. Invite them along. Louis smiled. Some people and some things are bound to be faced sooner or later. All right. Chen Bin scrolled through his WeChat contact list and found 2 people labeled as second son and youngest son. Second son, Chen Jingpeng. Youngest son, Min Yike. Back then, their dormitory group chat was named I'm Your Dad. As for who exactly was whose father, that remained undecided to this day. Anyway, it couldn't possibly be Min Yike. Because in his and Louis and Chen Jingping's lists, the note for Min Yike is always youngest son. This clearly shows how low Min Yike's status is. Despite his constant resistance and efforts to prove his dormitory status. But no matter how much he proves himself, he only proves his status as the youngest in the dorm. Of course, sometimes they joke around, get into arguments, and even get serious, resorting to physical fights. But after a fight, a bottle of alcohol would be enough to smooth things over, and the next day, it was back to business as usual, with no hard feelings. Kids, your dad's back. Chen Bin wiped the slight sting from his nose and sent a message to Chen Jingping and Min Yike. Chen Jingping and Min Yike, who were hesitating whether to contact Louis, saw Chen Bin's message and both smiled with surprise. In the car. Seeing Louis' upturned lips, Lin Shuxue also smiled knowingly. Ming, I want to accompany you tomorrow, okay? Lin Shuxue said. Louis scratched his head. To be honest, Lin Shuxue had been following him everywhere lately, and now that she suddenly suggested not going with him, he actually felt a bit uneasy. Chapter 88, Reunion. However, since it was a dormitory gathering, if Lin Shuxue really went, it would be awkward, and it might also expose something. So Louis nodded in agreement. At the same time, Cui Chi was also sitting in the car on his way home. Louis is now a major threat to you. From the driver's seat, a man's voice was cold. I know that. Cui Chi clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Do you need my help? The man asked coldly. Help? Cui Chi's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Do you think I need your help? You also think I'm not as good as Louis, right? The man in the driver's seat remained silent for 2 seconds. I just think that if this continues, Louis might rise to an unimaginable height. Cui Chi's brows were filled with malice. A height that's hard to imagine? How high is that? As high as the singing god? Don't even think about it. Times make heroes. The singing god became the singing god because of the uniqueness of that era. In this era, there is no way another god of song could emerge. And as long as Louis can't become the god of song, that doesn't count as reaching an unimaginable height. Then there's still a chance I can bring him down. The man in the driver's seat said. Actually, there's a simpler, more direct method. Shui Qi furrowed his brows, then kicked the driver's seat. I can beat Louis Chang. Win fairly and squarely, got it? The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, struggling to keep the vehicle steady. But, shut up. Shui Qi snapped. I call you brother all the time, and you think you're something special? In the driver's seat, the man clenched his lips tightly, a flash of cruelty crossing his eyes. He nodded, then forced a smile. Got it. Shui Qi leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. We're not going home. Drive to Mr. Ouyang's house. I need to discuss the next episode with him again. That night, at midnight, Louis's album Memories of Summer continued to release new songs. Online discussions about Louis were also heating up. Louis lay in bed, pondering the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. During this period, Lin Shuxue had shared a lot of relevant information with him. Since Lin Shuxue rose to fame, she had been investigating the incident from back then. However, despite her current status, she hasn't uncovered any leads. This worried Louis greatly. The mastermind behind it all was truly well hidden and had a complex background. Otherwise, this situation shouldn't have arisen. Logically speaking, now that I've made a comeback and am making quite a splash, that person should be unable to contain themselves and would have acted again by now. Why hasn't there been any movement? Louis furrowed his brows, trying to figure out how to lure that person out. The existence of the mastermind remained a thorn in his side. In recent days, aside from recording and releasing songs, he had been investigating the events of the past, trying to uncover the mastermind. Even with Lin Shuxue's help, he had no leads. Perhaps we should take a risk? Louis pondered. The next day, in the evening, Louis left the villa. Lin Shuxue offered to let him drive the Porsche, but he refused. If he drove a Porsche to meet his roommates, it would be too flashy. Moreover, someone might recognize the Porsche's license plate and realize it belonged to Lin Shuxue, which would cause another uproar. Therefore, Louis called a Didi. The Didi driver arrived at the villa complex entrance and, upon seeing Louis, looked surprised. You're Louis? Louis nodded. Do you recognize me? The Didi driver exclaimed with delight. Of course I recognize you. The other day, I was driving home, and your song Old Boy came up on my playlist. It almost made me cry. Once Louis got into the car, the Didi driver drove while saying, I thought it was just some kids playing pranks in the villa area. After all, who lives in this area without a luxury car? Speaking of which, why did you decide to take a Didi ride? Is it to experience life and write better songs? Louis scratched his nose and nodded awkwardly in agreement. Upon arriving at the back gate of Manhwa Art Academy, before getting out of the car, the Didi driver asked, Mr. Liu, could you sign an autograph for me? My wife really admires you. Louis was taken aback, then smiled and nodded, signed his name, and got out of the car. Following his memory, Louis arrived at a barbecue restaurant. As soon as he entered the shop, the owner recognized Louis. Little Lou. I didn't get the wrong person, did I? Hearing the owner's voice, the owner's wife also turned her head to look. It really is Little Lou. The owner's wife rushed over to Louis Shuan. It's been so many years. Back then, the four of you from the dorm said you'd come back every year for a meal, but... Cough cough cough. The boss coughed a few times, signaling the boss's wife to stop talking nonsense. The landlady snapped back to her senses and hurriedly apologized. Oh dear, look at me, I'm so sorry. It's okay. Louis shook his head. At that moment, the customers in the store and the passers-by on the street all turned to look. Is that Lu De? It really is Lu De. Wow, I almost forgot Lu De is also a graduate of our school. Most of them were students from Manhwa Art Academy who hadn't graduated yet. Their eyes sparkled with admiration as they looked at Louis. Lu De, can we take a photo with you? Many students rushed over, clutching their phones tightly, both nervous and excited. Louis was about to say yes, but then he spotted three familiar figures. It was Chen Bin, Chen Jingpeng, and Min Yike. Sorry, my friends are here. Let's take a photo together next time, okay? Louis smiled. Upon learning that Louis had come to reunite with old friends, the students dispersed. You guys finally showed up. The landlady approached and greeted them. How about it? Shall I arrange a spot for you in the backyard? Chen Bin asked. After all these years, the backyard is still there? The landlady rolled her eyes. You little brats, you've forgotten? You got drunk back then and peed in the backyard. What, are you afraid I'll expose your embarrassing past, so you're hoping the backyard gets demolished? Chen Bin blushed. Ms. Wu, I need to explain. It was Min Yike who peed there. The three of us didn't do anything so shameful. That's right, I can vouch for him. Only Min Yike isn't ashamed. Chen Jingpeng chuckled. Hey, don't bully me like this. Min Yike adjusted his glasses, looking indignant. Then, Minyak turned to Louis and said, "Big guy, you have to vouch for me." Louis had initially felt a bit sorry for Minyak, but the moment he heard her call him big brother, he instantly saw through her true nature. Louis frowned at the boss's wife and said, "I can also testify." It was Minyak who was being shameless from the start. "You three are itching for a beating, aren't you? Wait till Dad teaches you a lesson today," Minyak shouted, rolling up his sleeves. "Come on, let's go to the backyard. I'll drink you all under the table today." Chapter 89, Cheers. Zhang Er's barbecue shop's backyard wasn't very big, probably only enough to fit 4 or 5 tables. Against the wall of the yard stood an old tree with lush branches and leaves, casting a large shadow. "Still going to try?" The shop owner's wife, Wu Jia, shouted. "Yes. Bring us a whole case." Minyak was equally excited and shouted back. As the 4 of them sat down, the boss, Zhang Er, walked over carrying a box of beer. With a clatter, the beer was placed on the ground. "No need for a bottle opener, right?" Zhang Er grinned and asked. "No need." Chen Jingping chuckled and pulled out a bottle of beer. He pressed the cap against the edge of the table, gripped the bottle with both hands, and pulled down. Clang! The cap fell to the ground. "You little brat, I just replaced this table." Zhang Er pretended to punch Chen Jingpeng, who quickly ducked his head and exaggeratedly begged for mercy, causing a burst of laughter. "I'll go roast something for you guys. Take your time drinking." Zhang Er finished speaking and left the backyard. Chen Jingping took out 3 more bottles of beer and placed them in front of Louis, Chenbin, and Minyak. Louis and Chenbin opened the bottles the same way as Chen Jingpeng, but Minyak was different. Seeing that Minyak was about to bite the bottle cap open with his teeth, Chen Jingping couldn't help but tease him. "Be careful, don't chip your tooth again." Hearing this, everyone except Minyak burst into laughter. Once, Minyak had indeed chipped his tooth while opening a bottle cap, and it had even bled quite a bit. From then on, every time they drank, the 3 would tease Minyak about it. "Just watch Dad perform." Minyak bit down hard. Immediately afterward. "Ouch!" Minyak covered his cheek and screamed in pain. "No way, did you really chip your tooth again?" Louis and the other 2 looked at each other, still a bit worried. "You silly boy, I was just kidding you." Minyak chuckled. "You can tell, you're still very filial to your father." Louis and the others twitched their lips and exchanged glances. Then, the courtyard echoed with Minyak's screams. Hey, don't hit me so hard. Damn it, who is the shameless one touching my butt?" "Good boys, Dad was wrong." "Dads, I'm sorry." Zhang Er and Wu Jia, who were grilling, exchanged a knowing smile. They had just opened their shop here and met Louis and his 3 friends, so they had become the closest to them. Hearing Minyak's screams now felt like they were back in the past. After a while, Minyak's screams finally stopped. "Let's drink." Minyak raised his wine glass angrily. "I can't beat the 3 of you, but I can't even drink as much as the 3 of you?" Upon hearing this, Louis and the other 2 remained silent. When it came to drinking, the 3 of them combined couldn't match Minyak alone. Of course, Minyak was just putting on a show. He didn't really intend to get Louis and the others drunk right away. After all, they had finally met again. The main purpose was to catch up, reminisce about the good old days, and talk about their current lives. After a few rounds of drinks, Minyak finished a string of kidney slices and looked at Louis and Chenbin. "Back then, the 2 of you were making waves in the entertainment industry. Now, you must be able to do it again and even better than before." Minyak raised his glass. "Keep it up." "My dreams, along with Jingping's, are all in your hands." Chen Jingping felt a lump in his throat, his eyes welling up with tears. He raised his glass and said, "Come on, let us drink." Louis looked at Chenbin, and Chenbin looked back at Louis. The 2 shared a knowing smile. "Cheers." The 4 glasses clinked together. "Hey, Chenbin, you're cheating again, aren't you? You bumped it so hard, half the wine spilled out." Minyak had sharp eyes and noticed Chenbin's little trick. "What the hell are you talking about? It was an accident," Chenbin retorted, then nervously refilled his glass. He placed the wine glass on the table and pointed at Chen Jingping. "You big kid, are you keeping fish in here?" Chen Jingping looked at the half-empty glass of wine, propped his head up with his hand, and mumbled, I'm drunk. Oh my god, I'm drunk." The 4 of them each played their own little tricks. The reason they were doing this wasn't because they couldn't drink or didn't want to, but because they wanted to add some fun to the evening. "Now, old Lou, why don't you sing Old Boy?" Chen Jingping finished the last bit of wine in his cup and looked at Louis. "Why sing Old Boy? It's too sad." Louis shook his head and said, "I have a more appropriate song. Want to hear it?" "What song is that?" Minyak asked. "It's not another original song, is it?" "Yes, it's original." Louis nodded. Minyak and Chen Jingping exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison and said, "Forget it. You haven't even released this original song yet. Won't singing it here cause you any losses?" "Exactly. What if someone copies it and registers the copyright first? You'd be out of luck." Louis laughed heartily. There's no loss. Don't you remember how 7 Miles Fragrance became so popular? I was the one who sang it first in a bar, wasn't I? As for copyright, don't worry about it. I've already taken care of it. By exchanging the song from the system store, the system automatically handles all copyright-related matters, so Louis never has to worry about copyright issues. Hearing Louis say this, Chen Jingpeng, Chen Bin, and Minyak finally nodded and clapped excitedly. Come on, show us your talent. Louis smiled, redeemed the song from the store. Then, he tapped the table lightly with his fingers to set the rhythm. Will there ever be a day when time can truly turn back? Back to the days when we were yours and mine, those irreplaceable, lingering years. Maybe one day the world will truly come to an end. I'll raise a toast with the sweet memories we've brewed. And raise another glass with you. Without accompaniment, without instruments, Louis sang it a cappella. After 5 lines, Louis filled his cup to the brim. We've sung this far, shouldn't we have another drink? Min Yike and the others burst into laughter and poured themselves more wine. Let us make a deal, no more fancy wine spilling this time. Min Yike warned. All right. Louis and the others nodded. Then they clinked their cups, and only half of the wine remained in Louis and the others' cups, while the rest had spilled into Min Yike's cup. Hey, hey, hey! Min Yike glared, ready to scold them, but Louis and the others had already tilted their heads back to drink. You 3 dogs! Min Yike muttered under his breath, then finished his drink. Louis put down his cup and continued. Longing always comes suddenly, without any conditions. When memories break through the exam papers. Break free from time before my eyes. You and I sweating. Drinking soda by the playground. We promised no matter what. We'll walk together into the future world. This part is fast-paced, but thanks to Louis's divine vocal skills, Min Yike and the others could hear every word clearly. They couldn't help but recall the days when they took exams together, played soccer together, and talked about the future. When the first chorus ended, the 4 raised their glasses again, feeling deeply moved. They talked about some regrets from the past, each sighing softly, the atmosphere growing somber. Don't get so gloomy. Louis tapped the table. We've finished the first part. Can you sing along to the second part? After all, you're graduates of an art academy. You can't possibly not know the second part, can you? What the hell, Louis, who do you think you're looking down on? Min Yike slammed his glass on the table, set the rhythm. Louis led the way, followed by Chen Bin, Chen Jingpeng, and Min Yike. Under the influence of alcohol, their voices grew louder and louder. It was already nighttime, and Zhang Erji's barbecue shop was still doing brisk business. Hearing the singing from the backyard, many students from Longhua Art Academy curiously peered inside. Some students were bold enough to run straight into the backyard. One led to 2, and soon more and more people gathered in the backyard. Chapter 90, Poaching Talent. Although most of those flooding into the courtyard were still students at Longhua Art Academy. However, upon hearing Louis sing cheers, they felt moved and wanted to cherish the present moment even more. Of course, there were also some graduates who had already started facing the harsh realities of life, filled with nostalgia and sighing frequently. Lu Da. A young man suddenly stepped out of the crowd. Why don't you play the guitar? He had a guitar case on his back. Louis glanced at the young man. He wasn't particularly handsome, but there was a certain charm in his eyes. Just finished music class? Louis asked. The boy nodded, yeah. He then took off the guitar case and pulled out the guitar. Louis took it and saw it was a Yamaha A1M, an affordable acoustic guitar. It wasn't really suitable for playing cheers. However, this wasn't a professional setting, and he could keep the rhythm by tapping the table with his hands, let alone using an acoustic guitar. Thanks. Louis carefully took the guitar and pulled the chair back a bit to avoid bumping it against the table. After tuning it briefly, Louis tapped out 2 beats with his foot and began strumming the strings. Eventually, one day, we will all become yesterday. You were the one who walked with me through this fleeting life once in a lifetime. One day will be today, today is that day. Say the words I've never said, my gratitude to you. And have another drink with you. As he sang this part, Louis poured a glass of wine, looking at Chen Bin, Min Yike, and Chen Jingpeng. The lyrics have already said it all, there's no need for me to say those 2 words, right? Chen Bin and the others rolled their eyes and snapped. What's the point of saying that? Stop dragging it out, just sing already. Despite their words, they all poured themselves a drink and clinked glasses with Louis. Wiping the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, Louis continued to sing and play. Time has stopped, they've all come back. The people we miss are waiting for your arrival. Time has stopped, they've all returned. The people we miss are waiting for your arrival. Chen Bin, Min Yike, and Chen Jingpeng all had tears in their eyes. 3 years have passed, they have waited for this day, waiting for 3 years. Now, they have finally waited for it. Cheers! Min Yike shouted. No, forget the glasses, just drink straight from the bottle. Dare you? Saying this, he popped the bottle cap off and slammed the bottle on the table. What's there to be afraid of? Go for it. Same old rule, whoever backs down gets the Aruba treatment. Upon hearing the word Aruba, Lu Yi and the other three shuddered, recalling a humiliating incident from the past. The onlookers burst into laughter. So the seniors used to play Aruba too? But doesn't Aruba require 4 people? 2 hold hands, 2 pull legs, so you can crash into the tree. 3 people should work too. 1 person holds the back, and the other 2 spread their legs. Louis, Chenbin, Minyaik, and Chen Jingpeng had already grabbed their bottles and were drinking greedily. Chenbin was the first to give in, drinking half of his bottle before saying, "I can't take it anymore, I need to go to the bathroom." Louis and the others kept their eyes down, guessing that Chenbin was probably going to the bathroom to induce vomiting and throw up everything he'd eaten and drunk. This behavior was common, as beer had a certain carbonation. If you drank too much and couldn't burp, the gas would build up and make you feel incredibly uncomfortable. So at this point, you just have to vomit, regardless of the gas, and get it all out. Then you can return to the table and continue drinking freely. Of course, this behavior is harmful to your health, and you wouldn't resort to such tactics unless you were really drunk. While waiting for Chenbin to return, Louis, at the request of many students, sang cheers again. Although the composition of cheers is a bit complex and somewhat difficult, under Louis's guidance, a chorus eventually formed. Of course, most people just hum along to the tune without being able to sing the lyrics. After Chenbin returned, Louis also returned the Yamaha to the young man. Knowing that Louis and the others wanted to continue drinking, the students politely left without disturbing them further. "Come on, let's keep drinking." After Chenbin returned, he looked very bold, as if he were ready to take on the world. "Who's afraid of who? Open the wine." Chen Jingpeng also got carried away, took off his glasses, and slammed them on the table, saying, "Tonight, I'll get all of you drunk." The atmosphere was lively, and the second case of wine was brought over. The 4 of them chatted about everything under the sun, talking for hours. However, the conversation eventually turned back to the present. The air inevitably grew heavy, as if there were more mosquitoes than before. Chenbin didn't mention his depression, only saying that he would do his best to assist Louis moving forward. Minyaik was relatively more active, saying that after failing to make it in the entertainment industry, he had returned to take over his father's security company. He might try to get in touch with a wealthy young lady soon, and while his future might not be what he had once imagined, it would at least be simple and comfortable. He considered himself content. Chen Jingping was much more resigned. He had majored in directing and screenwriting in school. However, after facing repeated setbacks, he had to switch careers. With the help of a friend, he now works at an online literature company as a junior editor. Just as he was speaking, Chen Jingping's phone dinged. Chen Jingping opened his phone and muttered, "Damn it," then took a sip of his drink. "What's wrong?" asked Minyaik. "Don't keep it to yourself. Talk to the brothers, maybe they'll have some ideas." Chen Jingpeng, who is usually reserved, sighed under the influence of alcohol. "I'm currently an editor in the wuxia category at Chongqing Chinese Literature Network. You've probably heard about it. The wuxia category is on the decline. 3 months ago, I discovered a promising new talent. After signing him, I had many discussions with the author about the plot and outlined the story. I didn't misjudge him. After the work was published, it quickly rose to the top of the wuxia category sales chart and reached the 30th position on the entire Chongqing Chinese Literature Network sales chart. This is the best performance in the wuxia category recently. But just now, the author told me he wants to wrap up this book." Louis couldn't help but frown. "Why?" Chen Jingpeng sighed wryly, "Because of the editor-in-chief of the wuxia category." "Poaching?" Louis asked. Chen Jingpeng nodded, "Yes. The editor-in-chief of the wuxia category is a real jerk. If it weren't for his incompetence, the wuxia category on Chongqing Chinese literature would never have declined so quickly. Now that I've finally started to make some progress, he comes along and poaches my talent. What a dog." Chen Jingping took a sip of wine and cursed. "Editors don't poach authors from the same website. That's an unwritten rule. A chief editor coming to poach authors from a junior editor like me? What a shameless dog." Chapter 91, Merely Excellent. Chen Jingping grew more and more agitated, slamming the empty glass on the table. "That bastard. Just a few days ago, he was saying at the meeting that editors in the wuxia category should unite and never let internal conflicts tear us apart. And look at what happened. He's leading the charge to poach my authors. He's lost all sense of shame." Chen Jingping clenched his teeth and said, "If it weren't for that author still having a shred of conscience and telling me that the bastard promised him a better contract, so he decided to finish the book he was working on and go write the sequel under that bastard's command, I would actually believe that bastard's lies." Shen Bin and Minyaik both sighed, poured some wine, and clinked glasses with Chen Jingpeng. "It's okay. If you can uncover this promising talent, you'll definitely find another one. Right, next time you find a good prospect, let the editor-in-chief know first. That way, that dog of an editor-in-chief won't dare to poach your talent again." Chen Bin and Minyaik comforted him. One had left Tensho Entertainment, and the other was just the young master of a security company. They couldn't interfere with the internal affairs of Shiguang Chinese Literature Network, the top online literature website in Longwa, so they could only offer a few words of comfort. Louis Sin's heart stirred, and he asked, Jingpeng, why don't I submit my work to you? Chen Jingpeng, Chen Bin, and Minyak all froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Don't joke around, Chen Jingpeng shook his head and laughed. Chen Bin and Minyak said, Old Lu, you're the one with the ideas. You can make Jingpeng laugh just by opening your mouth. Chen Jingpeng sighed and forced a smile. Let's not talk about unpleasant things. Come on, let's keep drinking. Louis saw that Chen Jingpeng had already raised his glass, so he didn't mention it again, but quietly noted it down. Since it was the weekend, all four of them let loose and drank freely. Even Minyak, who could drink the most, had to go to the bathroom to vomit once. On the other hand, Louis remained as steady as a rock. Damn, old Lu, you're something else. You can really hold your liquor now. Minyak chuckled, these past 3 years haven't been easy. But he stopped mid-sentence. Chen Bin and Chen Jingpeng were both a bit tipsy, but Minyak was still relatively sober. He snapped back to his senses and apologized with a guilty expression. Old Lu, I'm sorry for speaking out of turn. I'll punish myself with a drink. It's okay. Louis shook his head and smiled, but if you're going to punish yourself, I won't stop you. Get lost, Minyak rolled his eyes. Louis drank a few more cups with Minyak. Seeing that Chen Bin and Chen Jingpeng were both swaying unsteadily, he drank his last cup and then helped Chen Bin and Chen Jingpeng out the door. The boss, Zhang Urge, gave them an 80% discount. After Louis paid, he and Minyak each called a Didi. Minyak took Chen Jingpeng home, while Louis took Chen Bin back to his house and then hailed a taxi back to the villa. Lin Shuxue had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Louis, she rushed over. As she approached, she immediately smelled a strong odor of alcohol. How much did you drink? Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows, looking concerned. Louis thought for a moment but couldn't recall exactly how many bottles he had drunk. Not much, I'm still walking steadily. Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes. Although she saw that Louis was indeed walking steadily, she still supported him. Once inside the villa, Lin Shuxue said, Go take a shower first. I've already put a bathrobe in the bathroom for you. I'll warm up some hangover soup for you, it's gotten cold several times already. Listening to her gentle chatter, Louis felt a warm glow in his heart. Seeing Louis staring intently at her, Lin Shuxue blushed slightly. Is there something on my face? Louis raised his hand and gently pinched Lin Shushue's nose. You're so cute. Thank you. Lin Shuxue curled her lips into a smile, then rolled her eyes and pushed Louis toward the bathroom door. Go take a shower. You reek of alcohol, it's disgusting. Does it smell? Louis sniffed, it doesn't smell bad. Then he opened his mouth and blew a breath of air toward Lin Shuxue. Louis, do you believe me when I say I'll hit you? Lin Shuxue raised her hand and slapped Louis on the back. Hurry up and take a shower, and brush your teeth. Watching Lin Shushue's feigned anger, Louis chuckled. As you command, Lady Lin Shuxue. Lin Shuxue smiled, biting her lip. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, she turned around and went to the kitchen to warm up the hangover soup. By the time Louis finished showering, the hangover soup Lin Shuxue had warmed up was just the right temperature. Come and drink. After taking the tonic pill, Louis felt great and really didn't need the soup. But Louis didn't say any of this. He silently walked over and picked up the soup. It's delicious. As he drank, Louis looked at Lin Shuxue and praised her. This is the best hangover soup I've ever had. Lin Shuxue giggled. Drink it quickly. Go to sleep after you finish, and I'll make you something delicious tomorrow. Louis was about to nod, but then remembered that tomorrow was a special day. Tomorrow is Mother's Day. Aren't you going home to spend time with your aunt? Louis asked. Lin Shuxue didn't have a good relationship with her family, and he knew that. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living alone in the Jiangnan Villa district. However, Louis felt that since tomorrow was Mother's Day, Lin Shuxue should probably go home for a visit. This might also serve as an opportunity to ease the tension in her family. Lin Shuxue shook her head. Just send a WeChat message. I'll talk to them. Never mind. Finish your drink. I'll go wash the dishes. Seeing Lin Shuxue like this, Louis also kept his thoughts to himself. He didn't know what had happened between Lin Shuxue and her family that had caused their relationship to become so strained. Therefore, he did not try to persuade Lin Shuxue. Back in his room, Louis thought about Chen Jingpeng's matter. The album had already been recorded, and he now only needed to prepare for Singing King 2021, so he wasn't particularly busy. Perhaps using this time to write some novels could be a good option? Thinking about the novel, Louis felt a pang of sadness. Before his time travel, from his first year of university to his third year, he had been writing online novels, but every attempt had failed. The highest monthly royalties he ever received were just over 1,000. With such meager earnings, he couldn't afford to write full-time, so he had to give up online fiction in his senior year, start looking for a job, and eventually became a corporate drone after graduation. Now, perhaps he could fulfill his college dream of writing online novels while also helping Chen Jingping out? At this thought, Louis felt a surge of excitement. He downloaded the Time Reading app and opened the wuxia bestseller list. The top-selling book was titled Night Rain in the Jianghu, written by 10 Years of Lamp. This was the author and book that Chen Jingping had mentored. It was also because of 10 Years of Lamp's Jianghu Night Rain that Chen Jingping had drunk so much tonight. Curious, Louis clicked on Jianghu Yayu. It must be said that 10 Years of Lamp was indeed talented enough to catch Chen Jingping's eye, and his Jianghu Night Rain had climbed to the top of the wuxia bestseller chart and into the 30th spot on the overall bestseller chart, once hailed as a masterpiece that would uphold the wuxia genre on Time Chinese network. It was indeed an excellent work. But, it is merely excellent. It cannot be called a masterpiece. Chapter 92, The Unfinished Song. Jianghu Yayu features relatively polished prose and decent character development, but the story lacks depth and fails to create any real sense of drama or suspense. Therefore, if Louis were to rate Jianghu Yayu, he would give it no more than 60 points. After reading over 20 chapters, Louis closed Jianghu Yayu with little interest. He then clicked on the second and third places on the bestseller list. The results were disappointing, with the second and third places being far inferior to Jianghu Yayu, not even in the same league, and could barely score a 40. No wonder Jianghu Yayu is hailed as the work that propped up the crumbling wuxia genre on Shiguang Chinese Literature Network. Louis rolled his eyes and glanced at the currently popular works in the fantasy category. Damn it, I feel like it's worse than what I wrote before. Louis's lips twitched in disbelief. If this were the Louis of his freshman year, such a statement would lack credibility. Because when Louis first entered the industry as a freshman, he was one word, arrogant. At that time, aside from his extreme admiration for a certain late-life author and a eunuch-like editor, he had a very high opinion of himself, believing all other authors to be trash. However, after failing repeatedly, he eventually realized the gap between himself and the masters, and came to understand their strengths. It's similar to the saying, practice makes perfect. Now, although Louis still can't write good books, he at least has the ability to recognize good ones. So when Louis says that the fantasy novels on Shiguang Chinese Literature Network are terrible, it's because they really are terrible. Many of them can only score a 30. Yet despite this, there are still many low-quality fantasy novels that dominate the bestseller charts, far outpacing Jianghu Yayu, a high-quality wuxia novel. This demonstrates the inevitability of the times. The online literature scene in Longhua has been developing for nearly a decade. Readers have grown tired of the formulaic swordplay and martial arts scenes. At this point, fantasy novels with their ability to fly through the skies, escape at will, and feature imaginative, flashy techniques are naturally more appealing. However, the fantasy novels on Shiguang Chinese literature still have significant flaws. The writing is poor, the stories are weak, and there's not even any explicit content. Therefore, if Jianghu Yayu continues its serialization, it is sure to shine brightly. Clearing away the flaws brought about by the long-standing stagnation of wuxia fiction, it's only a matter of time before it tops the bestseller charts across all categories. After gaining popularity on Time's Chinese Literature Network, Jianghu Yayu will inevitably catch the attention of the film and television industry, leading to the sale of copyrights and the development of an IP. The author, 10 Years of Light, will make a fortune. That's the normal scenario. Unfortunately, there's a slight, unusual twist. Louis opened the novel section of the system store. When it comes to wuxia, one cannot avoid the legendary Jin Yong. Flying Snow and the White Deer, laughing at the gods and the heroes, and the legend of the Condor heroes. Thinking back on them now, Louis couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Among them, the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber is undoubtedly the most classic one. However, Louis's favorite was the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber. As for the reason, perhaps it's because the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber was one of Jin Yong's later works, with his characterization so vivid that Zhao Min once became Louis's childhood idol. Therefore, the book Louis is currently exchanging from the system store is also the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber. Ding, the host has successfully exchanged for the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Ding, the system has automatically adapted the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber to this world, so there won't be any anachronisms or inconsistencies with the original references. Ding, each chapter of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber is quite lengthy, so the system has automatically split it into sections to match the word count of online novels. Louis raised his eyebrows slightly. The system was indeed becoming more and more considerate. After the exchange was successful, Louis felt very excited. He immediately got out of bed and opened the computer he had just bought to start writing. Louis's typing speed wasn't particularly fast, and even with the content already in his head, it took him 2 hours to finish the first chapter, Thinking of You at the End of the World. Louis yawned, sent the Word document to Chen Jingping, then shut down the computer and went to bed. The next morning, Louis got up, had breakfast, and noticed that Chen Jingping hadn't replied yet. Louis wasn't in a hurry. Chen Jingping had drunk quite a bit last night and probably wouldn't wake up until noon. Lin Shuxue, on the other hand, had been in a gloomy mood all day, looking rather downcast. Want to call your mom but feel too embarrassed? Louis asked cautiously. Lin Shuxue gave a wry smile and nodded. Louis thought for a moment and asked, "Can you play the guitar?" Lin Shuxue didn't know why Louis was asking, but she nodded anyway. I majored in performing arts, but I also took some music lessons. However, I haven't touched it in years, so I'm not sure how I do now. Having learned it is enough, Louis smiled. These things have muscle memory, you won't forget everything in 3 or 5 years. As he spoke, Louis went upstairs to fetch the guitar and asked casually, "Can you read sheet music?" Lin Shuxue nodded. She could read sheet music, but she couldn't tell the quality of a piece just by glancing at it like professionals could. Wait a moment. Louis handed the guitar to Lin Shuxue and began writing the sheet music. Soon, he finished writing a song sheet and placed it in front of Lin Shuxue. Listen to your mother's words? Looking at the first line of the lyrics, Lin Shuxue's eyes widened. Another new song? Louis thought for a moment and said, "Sort of, but it's not finished yet. I've only written the chorus part. The verses of Listen to Mom's Words are all rap, with very fast lyrics." Lin Shuxue had no prior experience with rap, so if he wrote it out for her to sing, she probably wouldn't be able to sing it well. So Louis only wrote the melody and lyrics for the chorus. Of course, there is another reason. The lyrics of the verses of Listen to Your Mother contain many names, songs, and movies that don't exist in this world. If written out, it would sound out of place and might confuse Lin Shuxue. Listen to your mother. Lin Shuxue picked up the sheet music and looked at those few lines of lyrics, feeling somewhat moved. Try singing it, Louis said. Lin Shuxue's face turned slightly red. Are you asking me to call my mom later and sing this part for her? Exactly. Louis nodded. Lin Shuxue lowered her eyes, but I don't really want to listen to her. Can you tell me why? Louis asked. Lin Shuxue thought for a moment and shook her head. Actually, there's nothing much. I just feel like she interferes with a lot of my decisions. But now that I think about it, she's probably just trying to look out for me. Plus, even though she wants to interfere, she doesn't go all the way, and in the end, she lets me do whatever I want. Louis gently tapped Lin Shuxue's forehead with his finger. Since you've already figured it out, why not practice quickly? You can sing and play for Auntie later. Auntie will be so happy when she hears it. Lin Shuxue finally made up her mind. Holding the guitar and looking at the sheet music, Lin Shuxue suddenly gave a mischievous smile. Louis, I think I've forgotten how to play the guitar. Could you teach me step by step? Chapter 93, Healing. Seeing the mischievous glint in Lin Shuxue's eyes, Louis felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This clumsy girl used to at least hide her mischief in her eyes, not letting him notice. Now, that slyness was out in the open, unashamed, as if she were telling him, "Hey, Louis, I'm going to take advantage of you." Louis's face darkened, feeling that Lin Shuxue was getting a bit too bold. At that moment, Lin Shuxue tugged at Louis's sleeve, puckered her lips, and pouted. Please? Louis. Let Lin Shuxue be a little bold this once. Alright, just this once. Alright, I'll teach you. Louis responded with a nod, walked behind Lin Shuxue, and placed his hands on her lower back. Keep your back straight. Feeling the warmth of Louis's palm, Lin Shuxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she curved her lips into a smug smile. Straighten up. You're still bending. Louis sighed in exasperation, wondering if he had spoken too softly earlier, and raised his voice by a few decibels. Lin Shuxue snapped back to reality, cleared her throat awkwardly, then straightened her back. What's next? What's next? Louis's face darkened. Was Lin Shuxue really pretending to be a complete beginner at the guitar? Do you really want me to teach you step by step? Louis asked with a half smile. Yes. Lin Shuxue nodded excitedly. Louis said. Next, place your right leg over your left leg in a crossed leg position. Do I need to use my hands to lift your right leg and place it on your left leg? Lin Shuxue looked at her bare, white legs and felt her face flush even more. Then, she bit her lower lip and looked up at Louis. Come on, I'm disabled, I can't lift my right leg. Please use your hands to help me fulfill my guitar dream. Louis's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He snapped his fingers on Lin Shuxue's forehead. Hurry up, stop fooling around. Lin Shuxue stuck out her tongue and assumed the position to play the guitar. Louis couldn't help but laugh and continue. Come on, look at the sheet music. Then, place your left hand on the frets and pluck the strings with your right hand. After saying that, Louis noticed that Lin Shuxue's hands were still motionless. Didn't I tell you to place your left hand on the frets and pluck the strings with your right hand? Lin Shuxue blinked her big eyes. I don't know which fret to press or which string to pluck. Louis placed his hand on his forehead. Didn't you say you could read sheet music? Lin Shuxue looked innocent. I could earlier, but I can't now. Louis. Getting more and more brazen, aren't you? You might as well just write I'm going to take advantage of you on your face. No, it's already written on your face. When Louis felt offended. Lin Shuxue tapped Louis's arm again. You just promised me you'd teach me step by step. Louis sighed, walked behind Lin Shuxue, bent down, and grabbed both of her hands. Come on, press this finger against this string. Press it. Press it harder. Lin Shuxue, are you just acting? I told you to press the first fret, but you pressed the second one. Pluck the third string. Hold down the fret and pluck the third string. Louis's lips twitched uncontrollably. Lin Shuxue had at least won the Flying Eagle Goddess Award and was one of the few young actors in Longwa with both popularity and acting skills. Was it really okay for her acting to be so poor now? Lin Shuxue, however, smiled broadly, her face radiating joy. After a while, Lin Shuxue finally calmed down and began to sing softly. After finishing her performance, Lin Shuxue looked at Louis expectantly and asked, Mr. Liu, how was it? Louis rolled his eyes. It was pretty good. I meant your acting was pretty good. The word good was naturally emphasized. Lin Shuxue seemed not to notice Louis's sarcasm, giggled, and said, You must have been taught well by Mr. Liu. Louis snorted and said, Practice a few more times. It's almost 11 o'clock. Lin Shuxue hummed in agreement, practiced a few more times, then looked at Louis. Then should I call my mom? It was clear that Lin Shuxue was a bit nervous. Louis smiled gently, Go ahead. Lin Shuxue dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Shuxue? On the other end of the line, a very gentle voice came through. Mom! Lin Shuxue called out. A cheerful laugh came from the other end of the line. Then came a series of caring questions. Have you been tired lately? Have you eaten? How have you been doing? Lin Shuxue furrowed her delicate brows slightly, finding it a bit tedious, but eventually relaxed her expression and answered each question in turn. Mom, Lin Shuxue said, today is Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if the person hadn't expected Lin Shuxue to say that. But soon, laughter filled the air again. Mom, I just learned a new song. Should I sing it for you? Lin Shuxue relaxed as well, heard a soft MHM from the other end, then put the phone on speaker and placed it on the table before picking up her guitar. Listen to your mother's words, don't let her get hurt. Grow up quickly so you can protect her. Beautiful white hair blooming in happiness. An angel's magic warmth and kindness. Listen to mom's words, don't let her get hurt. I want to grow up quickly so I can protect her. Simple lyrics, a gentle melody. Although Lin Shuxue's singing technique isn't particularly impressive, her emotions are sincere. Combined with her clear voice and the perfectly timed guitar accompaniment, this short chorus is incredibly touching. Mom, how was it? Lin Shuxue put down her guitar and asked nervously. The voice on the other end of the phone was slightly choked up but also laughing. Beautiful, beautiful. My little Shuue, you sing so beautifully now. You could even consider becoming a professional singer. Lin Shuxue furrowed her delicate brows. Mom, you're exaggerating. Everyone has their own field of expertise, how could I compare to a professional singer? After chatting for a while longer, Lin Shuxue finally hung up the phone. Louis asked, Are you really not going back to visit Auntie? Lin Shuxue hesitated this time and didn't shake her head firmly. Go back and visit her, Louis said. Lin Shuxue pursed her lips and finally nodded. I'll go back later. Oh, right, Lin Shuxue asked, Do you want me to record a video on my phone and send it to you? Should I sing and play Listen to Your Mother? Louis asked. Sure, Lin Shuxue nodded. Louis thought for a moment. Having lived 2 lifetimes without experiencing parental affection, he actually felt a bit resistant to such a warm song. But if this song could help many children learn it and sing it to their mothers today, there would be many mothers, like Lin Shuxue's mother, who would feel happy, right? Healing others might also heal oneself. Louis exhaled a breath of stale air and nodded at Lin Shuxue. Soon, the video was finished, and Lin Shuxue sent it to Louis. Then Lin Shuxue drove home, while Louis uploaded the video to Weibo and wished all mothers a happy Mother's Day. Fans who followed Louis's Weibo received notifications and clicked on the video. Chapter 94, Rebuilding Glory. The video was short, less than a minute in total. However, the fans who clicked on the video were deeply moved. Many fans felt guilty for forgetting their mother's special day, not sending a bouquet of carnations, a card, or even a simple Happy Mother's Day. Of course, some fans remembered the significance of the day, prepared gifts, and after watching the video, decided to learn the song and sing it for their mothers when presenting the gifts. Compared to Louis's previous 2 Weibo posts, which sparked a huge response in a short time and quickly trended on social media. Louis's video today, however, seemed to have a more subdued response, with many likes but few comments or shares. This is naturally because after watching the video, people either liked it and then went to prepare gifts for their mothers, called their mothers to wish them a happy holiday, or started learning the song from the video. Those who commented or shared were naturally fewer than before. It wasn't until the afternoon that the video began to gain traction, going viral online at an unprecedented speed. Louis's fan base also saw a significant surge. Many people left messages for Louis, thanking him for reminding them that today was Mother's Day, and saying that after singing the song to their mothers, they were very happy and moved. Seeing these messages, Louis couldn't help but smile. At that moment, a phone call came in. It was Chen Jingpeng. "Old Lou, I've read the Word document you sent me." Chen Jingpeng spoke while the sound of slurping noodles could be heard in the background. "No wonder you're such a genius singer who can write so many masterpieces. The writing in that document you sent me is so sharp and seasoned." Louis smiled slightly. How could the writing style of the old Master Gene not be seasoned? "However, there's one issue," Chen Jingpeng said. "The main character, Guo Xiang, is a woman. Writing a wuxia novel from a woman's perspective has never been done before." "I'm afraid." "The main character Guo Xiang?" Louis paused for a moment before remembering that the original novel, The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, begins with Guo Xiang ascending Mount Shaoshi, where he Zudao challenges the Shaolin Temple, and Guo Xiang encounters the young Zhang Junbao at the foot of the mountain. This section actually serves as an overview of the entire The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber storyline, which is why many directors chose not to include it when adapting the novel into a TV series. However, TV adaptations omit it because they have more narrative techniques to gradually unfold the entire world building. But in the novel, using this segment to set the tone and establish the foundation for the entire book is essential. Chen Jingpeng, upon hearing that Guo Xiang was not the protagonist, let alone the female lead, and that what he had just read was merely a prologue-like segment, felt even more perplexed. "Old Lou, you can write a prologue, but the content shouldn't be too long. You need to understand that in today's fast-paced world, few people have the patience to read so much text unrelated to the main plot." Louis did not deny Chen Jingpeng's point. Before his time travel, Louis had also heard this saying in the online literature circle he was part of. Those who write prologues are either newbies or masters. Last night, Louis had actually hesitated about whether to discard this prologue-like content. Ultimately, Louis decided to keep it. There were 3 reasons. First, out of respect for Mr. Gene. Second, he trusts Mr. Gene. The third reason is that the quality of online literature in Longwei is indeed quite poor. Therefore, as long as the quality of The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber is solid, even if it suffers some losses in the early stages, it can still regain its popularity and performance in the middle stages. Therefore, Louis asked, "Jingpeng, I'm confident this book can outshine the sequel to Jianghu Yayu by 10 years of light. Do you believe me?" Chen Jingpeng remained silent for about 10 seconds. "Alright, upload it now, and I'll prepare the contract for you," Chen Jingpeng said, "but there's one thing I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Go ahead," Louis asked. Chen Jingpeng sighed wryly. "I'm a new editor with limited authority, so when it comes to recommending books, the ones under my supervision can only start from the smallest recommendations. So whether you can stand out through a PK and get a bigger recommendation is out of my hands. It all depends on you. The only thing I can do is give you a resurrection armor," Chen Jingpeng explained. "Generally, a book only gets 1 PK opportunity. But if you fail the first PK, I can arrange another one for you, and at most 2 more PK opportunities. If you fail all 3, there is nothing more I can do." Louis smiled and nodded in understanding. Then, Louis opened the Changxing Chinese Literature website and began registering an author account. "What should I name my pen name?" Louis thought for a moment and typed 2 characters, Jin Gu. This pen name was chosen to honor the 2 martial arts masters he had admired before his time travel. He then proceeded to upload his work. Chen Jingpeng was monitoring the website's backend. Upon receiving the notification, he immediately sent Louis the contract information. Louis filled out the contract information and completed the electronic signing. "Make sure to update daily, I'll be following your updates." Chen Jingpeng sent a WeChat message, "This book should perform well. After all, your writing is too seasoned. As long as the subsequent plot doesn't drag, breaking into the top 10 of the wuxia bestseller list should be a sure thing." Louis smiled and replied, "Making it into the top 10 is success? No. To restore the glory of wuxia, it's our duty." Chen Jingpeng thought Louis was joking, so he laughed it off and didn't take the words too seriously. After chatting with Chen Jingpeng for a few more minutes, Louis began writing. Last night, he had written for a while, and it seemed like he had regained the feel he had for writing back in university before he had traveled through time. This time, his speed had improved significantly. Moreover, Louis wrote with great ease, completely oblivious to the passage of time. When he finished writing about Zhang Shan and his wife being forced to their deaths, Louis felt a heavy weight in his heart, and his breathing seemed labored. He finally closed the writing software. After uploading the finished content, Louis glanced at the time and realized it was already 8:30 p.m. At that moment, his stomach growled, and Louis realized he was hungry. "I need to pay more attention to time and not sit for too long," Louis silently warned himself, recalling his university days when he would sit through classes and then return to his dormitory to write, only to end up with hemorrhoids and no money to show for it. Looking back, it was truly unbearable. As Louis was heading downstairs, he heard footsteps approaching. "You're back." Seeing Lin Shuxue, Louis felt a sense of peace. With Lin Shuxue around, he felt grounded. Yes, I brought some pastries. Come and try them. Lin Shuxue invited him. These are all made by me. Really? Louis' eyes lit up. You can make pastries? Lin Shuxue scratched her head. My mom helped a little bit. Seeing Lin Shushue's expression, Louis could guess that her mother probably helped a lot more than just a little. Come on, try some. Lin Shuxue hurriedly placed the bag on the table. Chapter 95, Everything Can Be Enjoyable. Third update. Opening the bag, a fragrant rose scent wafted out. Rose cookies? Louison asked excitedly. Right. Lin Shuxue looked at Louis' joyful expression and asked. Do you like eating them? Louis nodded. Back in the dormitory, there was a roommate from Yunnan province who often brought them rose pastries. The lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth left a lasting impression on Louis, making him unable to forget it. Then try some. Lin Shuxue picked up a rose-flavored pastry and held it to Louis' lips. Louis took a bite and recognized the familiar taste immediately. The rose fragrance was intense, soft, sweet, yet not cloying, absolutely delicious. Delicious. So delicious. Louis praised sincerely. How does it compare to the ones you've had before? Lin Shuxue asked eagerly. Of course, yours is better. Louis chuckled and took another bite. The feeling of being just a bit hungry and then immediately getting to eat something you love was simply blissful. Lin Shuxue propped her chin up with both hands, her eyes brimming with joy as she looked at Louis. If you like it, I'll learn to make it at home. Louis thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. Once in a while is enough. We can't eat at every meal like it's a regular meal. He said this because he didn't want Lin Shuxue to spend too much time on him. After all, Lin Shuxue had her own matters to attend to. Lin Shuxue, however, wasn't listening and had already started thinking about buying an oven. Louis smiled helplessly, but his heart felt warm. Rose pastries aren't meant to be a main meal, so after eating two, Louis went to cook a bowl of noodles. Just as he was eating, Lin Shuxue bent down. I want some too. Louis looked at her strangely. Didn't I ask you earlier if you wanted some? You said you didn't. Lin Shuxue smiled. I didn't want to eat earlier, but now I do. Just give me a bite. Just one. Lin Shuxue hugged Louis' arm and pouted. Oh, it's all your fault for making the noodles smell so good. I wasn't even hungry before, but now I'm starving. Louis felt a headache coming on. Was this silly girl addicted to being spoiled? But he just couldn't resist her adorable whining. Alright, here you go. Louis handed the chopsticks to Lin Shuxue. Eat up, take big bites. Lin Shuxue gave a mischievous smile but didn't take the chopsticks. Instead, she tucked her hands behind her back. I don't have hands, I need someone to feed me. Watching Lin Shushue's cute and innocent expression, Louis felt both annoyed and amused, unable to resist raising his hand and giving her a playful tap on the head. Then, rolling his eyes, he picked up a forkful of noodles. Open your mouth. Lin Shuxue smiled triumphantly, took a bite of noodles, then ran off. Are you really only going to eat one bite? Louis asked. Of course. Lin Shuxue said seriously, I'm a person of my word. Louis rolled his eyes, too exasperated to comment. Lin Shuxue said, I'm going to take a shower. Remember to finish the rose cookies. Alright, go ahead and wash up. Louis nodded. After finishing his noodles and washing the dishes, Louis turned on the TV. Although the internet was widespread nowadays, the TV seemed like a mere decoration, but Louis still enjoyed turning it on when he had nothing to do. It wasn't that he wanted to watch it, he just liked hearing the sound. Having the TV on while playing with his phone felt more enjoyable. Soon, the sound of a hairdryer came from the bathroom, and once it started, it usually meant about 10 minutes had passed. Lin Shuxue stepped out of the bathroom, sat down next to Louis, and said, I really want to cut my hair. Louis was startled. What's wrong? Long hair looks nice, doesn't it? Lin Shuxue sighed, it is nice, but every time I wash my hair, it takes forever to dry. I just finished drying my hair, and my arms are sore from holding the blow dryer. Louis touched his nose, he could sense something unusual. Sigh, if only someone could help me blow dry my hair, I wouldn't have to cut it. Lin Shuxue glanced at Louis, who showed no reaction, and sighed even more deeply. Sigh, too bad there isn't. I guess I'll just have to find time to get it cut. Sigh, what a pity for my long, black, shiny hair. Louis wanted to tease Lin Shuxue, so he held back a smile, pretended not to hear, and lowered his head to play with his phone. Sigh. 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 Lin Shuxue crossed her arms and sighed even louder. Louis couldn't hold it in any longer and put down his phone, bursting into laughter. You're still laughing. Lin Shuxue pushed Louis onto the sofa, straddled him, and began tickling his armpits. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Louis was completely confused, scratching his armpits to make him laugh while also telling him not to laugh. Has this woman really turned into a fool? Alright. I'll blow dry your hair for you in the future. Is that good? In the end, Louis gave in. Lin Shuxue finally smiled contentedly and teased. That's really kind of you, Mr. Liu. So, Miss Lin, Louis rolled his eyes, could you please get off me? You're crushing me. Lin Shuxue wasn't heavy, so she couldn't possibly crush Louis. However, having her on top of him made him feel a burning anger inside, which was hard to bear. Seeing that Louis's expression wasn't good, Lin Shuxue quickly got up. Just as she was about to ask if he was okay, she saw Louis quickly sit up, turn sideways, and cross his legs. Was he trying to hide something? Lin Shushue's face flushed red, and she cleared her throat twice before getting up and walking toward the refrigerator. Want some iced cola? Louis hummed in response, and Lin Shuxue placed the soda on the coffee table. Louis naturally twisted open the cap and handed it to Lin Shuxue. Thank you, Mr. Liu, Lin Shuxue smiled. Louis smiled but didn't say anything. Lin Shuxue sipped the cola, resting her head on Louis's shoulder. Seeing that he didn't object, her big eyes filled with joy, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Louis asked. Did you see something funny? Lin Shuxue said, yes. She handed her phone to Louis to look at. Louis took a look and found it was a cheesy romantic video. This kind of video, where one person creates it and thousands imitate it, Louis had seen countless versions of before. What's so funny about this? Louis rolled his eyes, thinking that the video he had just seen 100 sows lining up to jump into a sewer was funnier. Lin Shuxue, however, smiled sweetly and leaned in close to Louis's ear. Because of you, everything is funny. Louis froze. In that moment, he felt as though his heart had been struck. His heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. I'm going to sleep. Oh, I'm so tired. Time to sleep. Lin Shuxue jumped off the sofa and ran upstairs with a jingling sound. Watching Lin Shushue's cute little figure, Louis touched the red, burning roots of his ears. The phrase, because of you, everything is joyful, still echoes in my ears. Please request an update. After you click request update, check out the short video, and if there are any free gifts, feel free to send them. Thank you so much. Chapter 96, Mother-in-Law. It took a while for Louis to snap out of it. After returning to his room, Louis thought for a moment and sent a voice message to Lin Shuxue. Good night. Lin Shuxue, who hadn't fallen asleep yet, heard Louis's gentle voice and felt even sweeter inside. She listened to that goodnight over and over again before finally drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Louis got up to prepare breakfast, but as soon as he stepped out of the room, he noticed that Lin Shuxue had also left her room. Both of them wanted to make breakfast for the other. I'll do it today. The words were almost spoken at the same time. Such perfect timing left both of them momentarily speechless before they couldn't help but laugh. Together? Louis asked. Sure. Lin Shuxue nodded. Breakfast was simple, the usual fare, and there wasn't much to help with. But Louis and Lin Shuxue were in the kitchen, occasionally glancing at each other's profiles, feeling content. After breakfast, Louis received a WeChat message from Chen Jingpeng. The contract review has been approved. Your book is now officially a contracted work and can be tipped and voted for monthly tickets. Except for top-tier authors, most writers need to wait for a dedicated review team to verify and add their work to the database after signing the electronic contract before the signing is considered complete. Thanks. Louis replied, just as he was about to open the writer's backend to check the current data for the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. But he heard an electronic voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task, officially releasing your first novel. Louis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his heart racing with joy. Ever since he had complained that the system was stingy last time, it seemed to have become increasingly generous. The rewards from the previous 2 hidden tasks had been quite generous. This time, it couldn't be any worse. System, what's the reward for this task? The system replied. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-tier cooking skills. Louis waited for a moment but didn't hear any further instructions from the system. That's it? Louis's face darkened. He had just said the system was getting more generous, but it immediately revealed its stingy nature. Never mind, at least the cooking skill is God tier. Louis silently comforted himself. The system's voice sounded again. Ding, friendly reminder, system levels are divided into God tier, Super God tier, and Ultra Super God tier. Louis. So God tier is the lowest level, equivalent to the ordinary level, right? You cheap system, you're really something. Louis complained. Official statement, the system's name is All-Purpose Entertainment System, not Miserly System. The system reminded him. Louis rolled his eyes and ignored the system. Anyway, these rewards were unexpected bonuses, and he hadn't spent a single penny of his own money, so there was no need to dwell on it. Perfect, I'll cook a big meal for that clumsy guy today. With that in mind, Louis suggested going to the supermarket for a stroll. Lin Shuxue naturally agreed happily, changed into a different outfit, and went to the supermarket with Louis. There was a supermarket in the villa area, not very large, but sufficient for daily use. Louis and Lin Shuxue were both dressed in casual, everyday attire, looking like a young couple. The supermarket staff, upon seeing Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue, were all excited. Are Lu Di and Lin Shuxue really together? They're so well matched. They're like a golden couple. Even in their casual everyday outfits, they outshine those heavily made-up young stars on TV. Is this the peak of beauty in Dragon Country? The staff members tightly gripped their phones, feeling that watching Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue shop at the supermarket was a truly enjoyable experience. They had repeatedly considered taking out their phones to snap photos of Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue, not to post them online, but simply to capture this beautiful moment. However, they resisted the urge, as they had all undergone training and signed confidentiality agreements to work in this upscale villa district. Lu Yi had come to the supermarket to buy groceries, but Lin Shuxue mentioned that the toothpaste at home was almost gone, the towels needed replacing, and she wanted to stock up on some snacks. So the two of them pushed a shopping cart through the rows of shelves, debating whether to buy black toothpaste or Crest. Later, Lin Shuxue spotted a towel with a cat design, but Lu Yi said it was too flashy and preferred a solid colored one. When it came to snacks, Lu Yi recommended lime-flavored potato chips, but Lin Shuxue preferred the iron plate squid flavor. The two argued all the way through, leaving the staff nearby with smiles that never faded from their lips. Why is it so sweet when Lu Di and Lin Shuxue argue? I wish I could find a boyfriend to go grocery shopping with, argue over little details in life, and then give in to each other. Sis, I can't even bring myself to call you out on this. You're clearly looking for a boyfriend like Lu Yi. Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue finished buying their daily necessities and finally made their way to the produce section. Shrimp, clams, ribs, free-range chicken. Since Lu Yi was the chef this time and Lin Shuxue wasn't very good at cooking, there was no argument. Everything was decided according to Lu Yi's preferences. After finishing their shopping, it was almost 10:30 p.m. The two hurriedly paid and left the supermarket. Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue each held one handle of the shopping bags and headed toward the villa. Actually, Lu Yi could have carried the bags alone, but Lin Shuxue refused, insisting on helping him, so he had no choice but to agree. Don't hold it so high, Lin Shuxue exclaimed. If I hold it a little higher, it'll be easier for you, Lu Yi explained. No, just carry it normally, Lin Shuxue said anxiously, otherwise, you'll get tired. Lu Yi sighed helplessly and lowered his arms. After returning to the villa, Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue entered the kitchen together. What Lu Yi planned to cook for lunch were some simple, home-style dishes. Garlic-infused lobster, spicy clams, potato-braised pork ribs, and red date and mushroom stewed chicken. The two worked together efficiently, making quick progress. It smells so good. Lin Shuxue stood behind Lu Yi, peeking her head out, her nostrils flaring, her face utterly enchanted. My Mr. Lu is such a great cook. Lin Shushue's admiring gaze toward Lu Yi grew even more intense. Just then, Lin Shushue's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Lin Shuxue looked puzzled and answered the call. What? Lin Shuxue exclaimed in surprise. After Lin Shuxue hung up the phone, Lu Yi asked. What's wrong? Lin Shuxue looked peculiar and said. My mom just called and said she's at the entrance of the residential complex. She wants me to pick her up. Lu Yi's hand trembled, nearly causing the clams in the pot to spill out. I don't know why she suddenly came over. Lin Shuxue explained, she has never come before. Lu Yi swallowed hard and steadied himself. Since Lin Shushue's mother had come all the way, they couldn't very well turn her away. Go get your aunt. I can handle the kitchen on my own. Lu Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead. His heart was racing. Chapter 97, I will always be by your side. After Lin Shuxue left, Lu Yi stood in the kitchen, taking deep breaths repeatedly. Today's situation had exceeded his expectations, and it was impossible for him not to feel nervous. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Lu Yi exhaled a breath of stale air, hoping that when Lin Shushue's mother arrived, she wouldn't hand him a bank card and tell him to leave Lin Shuxue the moment she saw him. A few moments later, Lu Yi was about to serve the garlic shrimp, spicy clams, and potato-braised pork ribs when he heard footsteps approaching. Lu Yi took a deep breath and walked out of the kitchen with the dishes. Just as he placed the dishes on the table, he saw Lin Shuxue and a young-looking woman walking toward him from the entrance. You must be Lu Yi, right? Gu Qinghe glanced up and down at Lu Yi, her lips curled into a smile, her eyes betraying no emotion. Sis, hello, I'm Lu Yi. Lu Yishan responded with a smile, then looked at Lin Shuxue with a puzzled expression. Shuxue, you said the one coming was your aunt. Why is it your sister? I almost blurted out aunt by mistake. Upon hearing this, the smile on Gu Qinghe's lips finally warmed, her eyebrows arching slightly, revealing a hint of joy. Seeing Gu Qinghe smile from the heart, Lu Yi also sighed in relief. Indeed, no matter how old a woman is, she loves being told she looks young. Lin Shuxue understood Lu Yi's little trick and didn't call him out on it. She smiled and said, Lu Yi, what are you talking about? This is my mom. But my mom is pretty young, you know. You're not the first person to mistake her for my sister. When I used to go out with my mom, people often thought we were sisters. Gu Qinghe glanced at Lin Shuxue, then looked back at Lu Yi. Stop acting in front of me. Shuxue, you're an actress, and you're pretty good at it. But Little Lu's acting? I can't say the same. Guqing has smiled at Louis and said, Little Lu, there's no need to be nervous. You don't have to use those online lines to flatter me. Just be yourself. Besides, I came here with no ill intent and one tea make you leave Shuxue. But if you keep acting so fake like just now, I might change my mind. Louis awkwardly scratched his nose. Sure enough, he was still too unnatural and had been seen through by Guqing. Fortunately, Guqing showed a friendly attitude, so Louis didn't have to keep his nerves so taut anymore. Auntie, please sit down. I'll go get the food. Louis had just finished speaking. Lin Shuxue also chimed in. I'll accompany you. Watching Lin Shuxue and Louis's backs, Guqing smiled with a touch of nostalgia. In the kitchen, Louis asked in confusion. What does Auntie want to do this time? Lin Shuxue shrugged her hands. I don't know either. I asked her several times on the way back, but she wouldn't say. Louis rubbed his temples with his right hand. Just then, Lin Shuxue suddenly grabbed his left hand. I'll always be by your side, standing with you. Lin Shuxue said firmly. Looking into Lin Shuxue's eyes, Louis felt his emotions settle somewhat. Let's start with the appetizers. Louis smiled and picked up the potato and pork ribs dish. Lin Shuxue picked up the spicy clams. Be careful, it's hot. Louison reminded her. Don't worry, Lin Shuxue giggled. The two placed the dishes on the table. Guqing has sniffed the aroma and praised. It smells so good. Little Lu, did you cook this? Louis replied, we made it together with Shuxue. Guqing laughed, don't give her credit. I know her cooking skills well, she's just helping you out. Lin Shuxue pouted and said, I just inherited your excellent genes, didn't I? Guqing glared at Lin Shuxue and said, nonsense. Your father likes the food I cook, doesn't he? Lin Shuxue muttered under her breath, he does like it, but he daren't say he doesn't. If he says he likes it, you'll stop cooking once you lose interest. If he says he doesn't like it, you'll keep cooking it every meal, and he'll end up with diarrhea every day. Even if he's in good health, he can't handle diarrhea every day, can he? Hearing this, Louis almost burst out laughing. No wonder Lin Shuxue's food was undercooked last time, it must be in the genes. Guqing had tapped Lin Shuxue's forehead with her finger. You little thing, how could you expose your mother's secret? You started it first, Lin Shuxue huffed. Guqing sighed helplessly, not arguing further with Lin Shuxue, but instead turning to Louis and said. Yesterday, Shuxue called me and sang a song for me, Listen to Your Mother. I found it odd because Shuxue is such a stubborn child. After arguing with us, she rarely calls, let alone sing such a warm song. Later, Shuxue came back and made flower-shaped pastries with me. I love baking pastries, but Shuxue never liked it before. So when she voluntarily suggested making flower-shaped pastries with me, I knew something was up. I also remembered that when Shuxue called me, she said that the song Listen to Your Mother was taught to her by a friend. I started wondering if the friend she mentioned was her boyfriend. Louis and Lin Shuxue exchanged glances, both blushing slightly. Guqing smiled and said. Last night, I saw a video online of Little Lu singing and playing Listen to Your Mother's words. In the video, there was a cross-stitch embroidery. That cross-stitch embroidery was the one I made for Shuxue. Louis and Lin Shuxue both turned around and saw that there was indeed a beautiful cross-stitch hanging on the wall behind them. Lin Shuxue blushed. If her mother hadn't mentioned it, she almost forgot that she hadn't noticed it either when she filmed the video for Louis yesterday. Unbeknownst to her, her mother had deduced from the cross-stitch that Louis and she were living together. Auntie, Louis opened his mouth to explain. Guqing waved her hand, looking at Louis and said. Little Lu, lately, your songs have been all over the internet, and there have been many stories about you. I've heard them all and seen them all. I still like you very much. That's why I told you not to be nervous earlier, and now you don't need to rush to explain anything. Because although I don't know you very well, I know Shuxue. If Shuxue likes you, it proves that you must be an outstanding young man. Louis was completely at a loss at that moment. This future mother-in-law is way too nice. It's completely different from what I've seen online. Even compared to what Lin Shuxue had described someone who frequently interfered in her affairs, this was entirely different. Seeing Louis's confused expression, Guqing smiled. I know, Shuxue must have told you that I've interfered with many of her choices. That's true. From childhood to adulthood, her father and I, like other parents, have always planned her future, wanting her to follow the path we think is best for her. Especially when it came to college, Shuxue insisted on applying to the Dragon Country Academy of Arts. Shuxue's father, however, believed that singing and acting were not proper careers. As for me, I felt the entertainment industry was too cutthroat and feared Shuxue might be in danger. So both Shuxue's father and I strongly opposed her applying to the art academy. Of course, in the end, Shuxue still went to the Longwei Academy of Arts. After she graduated, she joined Tensho Entertainment. Instead of helping her, my husband and I even asked others to make things difficult for her, hoping she would give up. Because of this, Shuxue's relationship with us has hit rock bottom. Hearing this, Louis finally understood why Lin Shuxue, who had excelled academically at Manhwa Art Academy, was constantly being made life difficult after joining Tensho Entertainment. Chapter 98, Divine Assistance. Gu Qinghe looked at Louis with a smile and continued. Shuxue is a wild child with a fiery temper. Add to that the interference from her father and me, and she found it extremely difficult to make headway at Tensho Entertainment, nearly being sidelined. Little Lu, thank goodness for you. You've been looking out for little Shui all along, not only securing her a place at Tensho Entertainment but also recommending her to director Zhang, giving her a chance to rise to stardom. I suppose that's why Shuxue has fallen for you, isn't it? As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Shuxue pouted and muttered under her breath. That's not true. Gu Qinghe looked surprised and asked. Isn't that the case? Then why did you fall for Xiao Lu? Lin Shui's cheeks turned slightly red. If her mother found out that she had been captivated by Louis's good looks the first time she saw him at Manhwa Art Academy and had developed feelings for him because of his appearance, she would be the laughingstock of the family. Nothing. Lin Shuxue shook her head, unwilling to continue the topic, and asked. Mom, you haven't told me yet, what exactly did you come here for today? Gu Qinghe placed her hand on her forehead and gave a self-deprecating smile. Oh, well, old people just love to ramble. I was just trying to comfort little Lu and tell him not to be so nervous, but I ended up saying so many unrelated things. Louis heard this and hurriedly said. Auntie, what you just said wasn't irrelevant. Through your words, I understand Shuechu better now. Thank you, Auntie. Gu Qinghe smiled contentedly, looked at Louis, and nodded approvingly. Then, Gu Qinghe said. I came here today for 2 reasons. The first purpose is to see little Lu. Although I've read many of little Lu's articles online, seeing is believing. Only by meeting him in person can I truly determine what kind of person little Lu is. Lu Yi's heart tightened. Lin Shuxue reached out and took Lu Yi's hand, which was resting under the table. At the same time, Lin Shuxue asked. Mom, what do you think of Louis? Gu Qinghe smiled and said. He's quite good. He's handsome, talented, and can cook. But most importantly, Shui, you like Louis, and I can tell that Louis also likes you. Gu Qinghe said. Love alone isn't enough in this world. While love is important, it's not sufficient on its own. A certain level of economic stability is also necessary. But I think that as long as there's some economic foundation, it doesn't have to be deep or match the other family's status. The most important thing is that the two of you like each other. Louis felt that Gu Qinghe was speaking with hidden meaning. Was she reminding him not to wait until he was on the same social level as Lin Shuxue before confessing his feelings to her? Gu Qinghe continued, speaking to herself. Women value sincerity above all else. Back then, when Shuxue's father first met me, I was just a poor student. Shuxue's father thought that he had to achieve success and fame before he could be with me, otherwise he wouldn't be worthy of me and couldn't give me a happy life. In the end, what happened? I ended up holding a ring in front of everyone and forcing her father to marry me. Gu Qinghe's face flushed red as she shook her head and smiled. I don't know where I got the nerve back then. Lu Yi's expression grew complicated. He was certain that although Gu Qinghe's words seemed like she was talking to herself, she was actually saying them for his benefit. Perhaps Gu Qinghe saw that he was living with Lin Shuxue but hadn't made it official yet, so she came over to remind him. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Shuxue gave Gu Qinghe a meaningful look, signaling her to stop talking. She could hear the underlying meaning in Gu Qinghe's words. She too wanted to be with Louis officially as soon as possible. But she knew that Louis was working hard for her, and she didn't want to put too much pressure on him. Oh, here she goes again. Gu Qinghe sighed wryly, tapped her forehead, and said. Little Lu, your auntie just has this habit of rambling on. You won't mind, will you? Louis shook his head quickly. No, auntie, you're joking. I'm grateful that you share your stories with uncle. I've learned a lot from them. Gu Qinghe smiled. Really? Then let me tell you more about me and Shuxue's father. I remember the day I forced Shuxue's dad to marry me. It was the Qixi festival. But nowadays, young people seem to prefer celebrating 520 instead? Shuxue, you're young too. Do you like celebrating 520? Lin Shuxue knew what Gu Qinghe meant and stood up, pulling Gu Qinghe toward the kitchen. Mom, I don't like 520. I'm hungry now. Let us go to the kitchen and get some food. At that moment, Louis's mind was filled with May 20th. May 20th is known as Confession Day. It was indeed the perfect day to confess his feelings to Lin Shuxue. But there were 2 reasons why he didn't confess his feelings to Lin Shuxue. First, he felt that his social status and background were not on par with Lin Shuxue's, and he feared she would be looked down upon by her parents. He wasn't concerned about his own self-esteem, but rather worried that Lin Shuxue would be caught between him and her parents, facing difficulties on both sides. Now, this issue is no longer a concern, as Gu Qinghe is a man of great understanding. The second reason is that the mastermind behind the poisoning that ruined his voice 3 years ago is still at large. He isn't worried that the mastermind will harm him, as the system is there to protect him. But he can't guarantee Lin Shushue's safety 100%, and even if there's only a 1% risk, he doesn't want her to take it. At that moment, Lin Shuxue walked over with 2 bowls of rice. Stop spacing out and eat your rice. Gu Qinghe also brought over the chicken soup. Auntie, how can you let me? Louis was flustered, but Gu Qinghe said, we're all family. Why be so formal? Louis was speechless. Having never experienced the warmth of a family before, hearing the words family filled Louis with a complex mix of emotions. Little Lou, hurry up and grab your chopsticks. Gu Qinghe urged, I can't wait to taste your cooking. Auntie, please try some first. Louis hurriedly said. Then, Louis picked up a lobster, peeled off the shell, and was about to place it in Lin Shushue's bowl. But he saw Lin Shuxue also holding a peeled lobster, preparing to put it in her own bowl. You 2 young ones are being too much. Gu Qinghe laughed, if I had known, I would have called old Lin over too, so I could give you 2 some love. Louis and Lin Shuxue couldn't help but laugh, eating the lobster that the other had peeled, feeling the aroma fill their mouths. After finishing their meal, Louis got up to wash the dishes, but Lin Shuxue insisted on doing it. Gu Qinghe said to Louis, Little Lou, sit down. Let Shuai wash the dishes. You cooked the meal, so Shuai should wash the dishes. How can one person both cook and wash the dishes? Lin Shuxue took the bowls into the kitchen, and Gu Qinghe turned to Louis and said, Little Lou, your cooking is really great. Why don't you teach Auntie someday? No problem, Auntie. Louis smiled, then bit his lip, deciding to tell Gu Qinghe about his concerns regarding the mastermind behind the scenes. Auntie, However, Gu Qinghe's eyes seemed to see right through his thoughts. Before Louis could finish speaking, Gu Qinghe smiled and handed him a business card. Chapter 99, Evening Invitation. This is my business card. If you ever have time to teach me cooking, give me a call. Gu Qinghe said with a smile, narrowing her eyes. Louis took the business card and his pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, Gu Qinghe pulled out another business card. This is Xiao Shui's father's business card. If you can't reach me, you can call Xiao Shui's father. Oh, by the way, there's a story about Xiao Shui's father online. You can look it up when you have some free time. Xiao Shui's father is a tough nut to crack. Get to know him better so you can handle him in the future. Louis glanced at Lin Shuxue's father Lin Mingwang's business card and his head buzzed again. Alright, I'll go check on Xiao Shui in the kitchen. I don't want her to break all the dishes while washing them. Gu Qinghe stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Louis took out his phone, opened the browser, and searched for Lin Mingwang. Article after article appeared before Louis's eyes. The content of these articles was largely similar, but the impact they had on Louis was immense. Louis finally understood why Gu Qinghe's eyes seemed to see through his thoughts before handing him 2 business cards. Gu Qinghe had intended to use those 2 business cards to tell him that Lin Shuxue would not be in danger. As long as the mastermind wasn't a madman, they wouldn't dare harm Lin Shuxue. Gu Qinghe had dispelled all his worries, allowing him to prepare to confess his feelings to Lin Shuxue with a clear mind. Louis clenched the 2 business cards in his hand, his gaze growing even more determined. In the kitchen, Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows slightly. Mom, did you give Louis both your and Dad's business cards? Gu Qinghe nodded. Yes. Glancing at Lin Shuxue, Gu Qinghe tapped her forehead and said, Are you worried this will put a lot of pressure on Louis? Silly girl, don't worry. Pressure is what drives people. I can tell that little Lou isn't the type who can't handle pressure. Besides, while I'm putting pressure on him, I'm also helping him remove a thorn from his heart. It's good for both you and little Lou. Lin Shuxue turned to look at Louis in the living room and saw that his expression was normal, so she sighed in relief. Mom! Lin Shuxue lowered her head to wash the dishes and said, I thought you'd be furious when you found out I was living with Louis and would kick him out. Gu Qinghe sighed wryly. Xiao Shuai, your father, and I were too stubborn back then. We're sorry for not considering your feelings. But over the past few years, while you've been working hard outside, your father and I have missed you so much. Your father is a stubborn old man. He can't bring himself to call you, and he doesn't even let me call you. Sometimes I call you secretly, but you were always busy. Occasionally, if we happened to get through, there was this awkward silence between us, and we couldn't say much. Gu Qinghe sighed. Until yesterday, not only did you call to wish me a happy Mother's Day, but you also sang that song Listen to Your Mother for me and even came home. Seeing you come back yesterday made me so happy. It was then that I realized not only that I was wrong, but also that you've changed. After you left yesterday, I kept thinking, you haven't changed it all over the years, so why did you suddenly change recently? Then I saw Xiao Lu's video, and I guessed it must be Xiao Lu who influenced you. Gu Qinghe turned to look at Lu Yi and smiled contentedly. Xiao Lu has improved the relationship between us, and I'm very grateful to him. Today, when I came here, I found that he's a nice person, so I'm even happier that he's going to be my son-in-law. Upon hearing the word son-in-law, Lin Shuxue's face flushed slightly, and she muttered, "What son-in-law? We're not even engaged yet." Gu Qinghe laughed. "Silly girl, you're blushing? Before long, there'll be both a stroke and a dot in your horoscope." Lin Shuxue's face grew even redder. Gu Qinghe then asked curiously, "By the way, you and little Lu haven't done that yet, have you?" Lin Shuxue's ears turned bright red. Although she had ulterior motives toward Lu, being asked by her mother made her feel incredibly embarrassed. Gu Qinghe raised an eyebrow. "You two haven't already?" "No way." Lin Shuxue hurriedly clarified. Gu Qinghe laughed. "I'm not your dad, I'm not that old-fashioned. You don't need to be embarrassed. But remember to take precautions, after all, you're not married yet." When he said the last sentence, Gu Qinghe's tone grew slightly heavier, sounding a bit serious. "I know." Lin Shuxue glanced back at Lu, her face flushing red. "That's good." Gu Qinghe also sighed in relief. After washing the dishes, Gu Qinghe accompanied Lin Shuxue back to the living room. "Little Lu, thank you for lunch. I'll be going now." Gu Qinghe picked up her bag and waved to Lu. "Let me walk you out, auntie." Lu also stood up. At the entrance to the villa complex, before getting into the car, Gu Qinghe said meaningfully, "Little Lu, don't let auntie down. I'm waiting to see you and Shui on the trending list." Lu nodded firmly this time. "Auntie, don't worry. In a while, I'll come visit you with Shui. Auntie is just waiting for you to say that." Gu Qinghe smiled and drove away. Lu and Lin Shuxue walked back together, but just as they reached the door, both of them received a call. "It's my agent calling," Lin Shuxue said. "Mine too," Lu replied. Then, the two of them each answered their calls. "Old Chen, what's going on?" Lu asked. After Chen Bin sobered up yesterday, he had already gone to Xinghao Records to complete the procedures and officially became Lu's agent. So now most calls were first directed to Chen Bin, who would then relay the message to Lu. Chen Bin said, "The video of you singing and playing cheers at the barbecue stall went viral online. Coincidentally, Longi is hosting a graduation gala and wants to invite former students who graduated from Longi to attend the event. Many students at Longi voted to invite you to the graduation gala. In the end, Longi decided to invite you, so they called to ask if you're available." Longi is the Longboi Academy of Arts, and it is also the alma mater of Lu and Chen Bin. Attending the graduation gala of one's alma mater is both a matter of sentiment and reason. "When is it being held?" Lu asked. Chen Bin sighed and said, "The tricky part is the timing. Longi's graduation gala this year wants to make it more lively, so it's been scheduled for May 20th. But May 20th is a Thursday, and you have to participate in Singing King 2021 on Friday. If you agree to go to the graduation gala, then..." Chen Bin didn't finish his sentence. Lu interrupted him. "No need to say more. I'll attend Longi's graduation gala. Whether the graduation gala is on May 20th or not doesn't matter. The main reason is that Longi is my alma mater, so I must attend." Chapter 100 Fitness. At the same time, Lin Shuxue also heard from her agent about Longi's graduation gala. At first, Lin Shuxue felt that she had to attend the Longi graduation gala no matter what. However, after learning that the graduation gala was scheduled for May 20th, Lin Shuxue began to hesitate. She was answering the phone in the villa, while Lu was outside, so she didn't know that Lu had also received an invitation from Longi. "Sister Yun, let me think about it first," Lin Shuxue said to her agent, Lin Sueyun. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shuxue looked toward Lu outside the door. Lu saw Lin Shuxue looking at him and his heart skipped a beat. He had been too excited earlier, focusing only on his plans, and had forgotten to ask about Lin Shuxue's schedule. At that moment, Lin Shuxue's expression was hesitant. Had her schedule changed? Lu quickly hung up the call with Chen Bin and hurried into the villa. "I have something to tell you." Lu and Lin Shuxue spoke at the same time. Then, they both said in unison, "You go first." This unspoken understanding caused the two to exchange a smile. Lu said, "You go first." Lin Shuxue clutched the hem of her shirt. "Yun Jia called me and said that Longi is hosting a graduation gala on May 20th and invited me to sing a song." Lu was taken aback, not expecting such a coincidence. Then, Lu felt a sense of relief, thinking it was a good thing it was such a coincidence. Lu looked at Lin Shuxue and smiled. "Chen Bin called me about the same thing." Lin Shuxue paused for a second before bursting into laughter. It seems like it was meant to be. The two understood each other without saying a word and didn't mention it again. Lin Shuxue went to the gym, while Lu returned to his bedroom and turned on his computer to write. Lu didn't write much today. He started with Zhang Chuishan being forced to death and wrote up to Xiao Wuji arriving at Butterfly Valley and meeting Hu Qingniu, then stopped. Lu lay on the bed, rubbing his buttocks. He certainly didn't want to go through that again. Wait a minute. Lu suddenly thought, since the villa had a gym, why didn't he go work out? Working out should be better than lying in bed rubbing his butt, right? Plus, Lin Shuxue was also in the gym, so he could work out with her. With that thought, Louis didn't hesitate and headed to the gym. At that moment, Lin Shuxue had already changed into her workout clothes and was running on the treadmill. The tight-fitting workout clothes perfectly highlighted Lin Shuxue's figure. Louis stood outside the glass window, watching Lin Shuxue on the treadmill, and couldn't help but swallow hard. When she runs, her chest really does move up and down. Louis shifted his gaze. Such a visual impact was still too intense for someone who had once been a corporate drone. He couldn't handle it yet. When Louis entered the gym, Lin Shuxue had already turned off the treadmill. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Lin Shuxue asked, "Why did you decide to come to the gym?" Louis answered honestly, "I've been sitting too long, so I thought I'd get some exercise." Lin Shuxue smiled and asked, "What kind of exercise do you want to do?" Louis scratched his head. "I've never been to a gym before and don't know much about fitness programs, so I need your recommendation." Lin Shuxue's eyes twinkled as she said, "Why don't you try yoga with me?" Louis asked in confusion. "Isn't yoga for women?" Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes. "You're so narrow-minded. Yoga is a form of exercise for cultivating the mind and body. Both men and women can practice it. It's just that yoga is similar to aerobics, with more gentle movements, so it attracts more girls. Boys, on the other hand, prefer weightlifting with barbells and dumbbells to showcase their physical strength. But yoga actually has a rich history. It not only strengthens the body but also helps relax the mind and calm the soul. Modern people have a lot of stress, so practicing yoga regularly is very beneficial." Seeing Lin Shuxue speak so eloquently, Louis felt a bit embarrassed. He admitted he knew little about these things. His knowledge was limited. Fortunately, it was only in front of Lin Shuxue that he made a fool of himself. Lin Shuxue continued to explain to Louis. Yoga has 8 limbs, which are moral discipline, proper conduct, physical postures, breath control, concentration, meditation, samadhi, and enlightenment. Among these, moral discipline and proper conduct primarily concern moral character, so we don't need to focus on them. As for concentration, meditation, samadhi, and nirvana, they are more like mythical tales. We practice yoga for self-cultivation and mental cultivation, so we don't need to concern ourselves with them either. So today, our focus will be on breath control and postures. Lin Shuxue had Louis sit up straight, extend both legs forward, bend the right leg, place the right foot on the left thigh with the sole facing upward, and do the same with the left leg. Then, he straightened his spine, tucked his chin in, and aligned the tip of his nose with his navel in a straight line. Ugh! Louis sucked in a sharp breath, as this pose was extremely challenging for his flexibility. Lin Shuxue helped Louis maintain the position while explaining. This is a common yoga pose and one of the body postures I mentioned earlier. It's called the lotus pose. Posture? Lotus position? Louis couldn't help but think of succulent plants. This type of succulent plant has alternative names such as immortal grass and guanyin lotus, and its scientific name is guanyin sitting on a lotus. Interestingly, the scientific name of this plant is also the name of a yoga pose. Lin Shuxue had been learning yoga from Gu Qinghe for a long time and didn't think much of it. She continued to say to Louis, "Now, I'll explain breath control to you. Breath control involves adjusting and regulating your breathing. If done well, it not only benefits yoga practice but also has significant advantages for sports like running." Louis agreed wholeheartedly. Because he had come across a science popularization video while scrolling through videos. The video explained that during certain physical activities, men can suppress impulses by adjusting their breathing, thereby extending the duration of the activity and ultimately enhancing the enjoyment for both participants. After hearing Lin Shuxue's explanation and recalling some of his previous knowledge, Louis felt that practicing yoga was indeed necessary. Hold it! Lin Shuxue was unaware that Louis' thoughts had wandered off, so she reminded him before releasing her hands that had been holding his posture in place. Immediately after, Lin Shuxue sat down in front of Louis. Lin Shuxue executed the guanyin sitting posture with great skill. "Why is the guanyin sitting pose so easy for you?" Louis asked, still feeling his entire body being pulled in all directions, causing him great pain. "Because I've been practicing yoga all along, and besides, I'm a girl. Girls naturally have better flexibility than boys." Lin Shuxue maintained the guanyin sitting posture and continued, "Better flexibility allows for more poses." Lin Shuxue's last sentence made Louis swallow hard again. However, seeing Lin Shuxue's solemn expression, Louis realized he had overthought it. The positions she was referring to were yoga poses. Chapter 101, Folk Song. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Shuxue noticed Louis's odd expression and couldn't help asking. "Nothing." Louis shook his head. Lin Shuxue hummed in response and said, "Follow me now." As she finished speaking, she clasped her hands together and slowly raised them above her head. She had a great figure, and with her hands raised above her head, her back was straight, and her chest was full and rounded. Additionally, the fitness attire was already form-fitting, and at that moment, Louis felt as though his mind was being sucked into a deep valley. Louis looked at his own hands. He realized he couldn't seem to keep his hands steady. What's wrong? Lin Shuxue maintained her yoga pose, her gaze level, only able to see Louis's slightly flushed cheeks. Nothing. Louis cleared his throat twice and mimicked her, clasping his hands together and raising them above his head. Keep the inner sides of your arms pressed against your ears and don't bend them. Lin Shuxue whispered softly. Don't worry, I won't bend them. Louis spoke firmly. After a moment, Lin Shuxue said. Now turn your palm toward me and spread it out. After Louis did as instructed, he felt a warm, moist sensation on the palm of his hand. Lin Shuxue's palm and his palm were pressed together. Follow me. Slowly lower your arms to your sides until they are parallel to your shoulders. Louis followed Lin Shuxue's instructions and found that their arms were spread apart and their bodies were slightly leaning forward. Not only were their palms touching, but their bodies were almost touching as well. Is this really a yoga pose? Louis was a bit skeptical, as the pose seemed unusual, and Lin Shuxue's expression was also peculiar, as if she were glancing at him. Of course there is. Lin Shuxue said seriously, then glanced at Louis's broad chest. Today, Lin Shuxue noticed that Louis had a pretty good build, with well-defined muscle lines. Clothes make the man, but take them off and he has got the goods. Is Louis that kind of guy? Lin Shuxue pondered inwardly, feeling that Louis fit the first half of the statement, but the second half required further consideration. However, now was not the time for such considerations. Louis and Lin Shuxue spent the entire afternoon in the gym. After dinner, they watched TV together for a while before saying goodnight and going their separate ways. That night, Lin Shuxue dreamed of Louis once again. The next morning, Lin Shuxue sat on the bed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Louis, on the other hand, changed his underwear. As lunchtime approached, Louis received a message from Deng Yangfei. Today was already Tuesday, and the ninth song of Memories of Summer was scheduled to be released at midnight the day after tomorrow. Deng Yangfei's plan was to start with Midsummer and end with Rice Fragrance, then wait for Friday night for Louis to perform the main song on Singing King 2021. The reason for this was not only because Midsummer and Rice Fragrance were both of high quality, but also because these two songs held special significance. Midsummer sings of separation, leaving home, and homesickness. Rice Fragrance, with its melodious tune and cheerful lyrics, dispels the sadness in one's heart. Especially the line "Let's go home" in Rice Fragrance perfectly echoes "Can't go back" from Midsummer, evoking the idea that Midsummer represents leaving one's hometown, while Rice Fragrance symbolizes returning to it. Therefore, Deng Yangfei felt that this arrangement was quite good. However, this morning, Louis sent him a message asking him to move Rice Fragrance to Wednesday at midnight and place Beautiful Things on Thursday at midnight, using Beautiful Things to lead into the main song on Friday night. Deng Yangfei couldn't understand why, so he messaged him to ask for an explanation. Louis saw Deng Yangfei's inquiry, thought for a moment, and said, "Is about leaving home, and Rice Fragrance is about returning home." Reflecting on the sights and sounds of the journey back to one's hometown through Beautiful Things carries a nice symbolic meaning. Plus, this arrangement connects well with the main song I'll be performing on Friday. After hearing Louis's explanation, Deng Yangfei found it reasonable and followed his advice. However, Louis knew deep down that the real reason he changed Deng Yangfei's plan and adjusted the release order was because Wednesday was May 12th. Rice Fragrance has some connection to this date, so he decided to move it. May 12th, midnight. Amidst the anticipation of countless fans, Rice Fragrance was released on all major music platforms. Fans immediately clicked on the song. When they heard the opening cricket sounds and the innocent laughter of a child, all the fans got goosebumps. Even before the first note sounded, they felt as though they had been transported back to a rural night. After hearing the intro, fans officially confirmed that this song is an absolute masterpiece. After listening to the entire song, the fans were completely overwhelmed. This song, Rice Fragrance, is incredible. It can rival Louis's previous masterpieces and dominate the entire music scene in Longwa. No wonder he's Ludi, he keeps churning out masterpieces. Moreover, this song, Rice Fragrance, like his previous He Summered the Summer, subverts Luda's usual melancholic style, making the entire song feel positive and filled with an uplifting energy. I think I could listen to Rice Fragrance on repeat 100 times. Louis's Midsummer broke Chuiqi's 24-hour playback record. Shortly after, Louis's He Summered the Summer broke Chuiqi's 12-hour playback record. Now, with the release of Rice Fragrance, Louis has once again broken his own 12-hour playback record. This has excited Louis's fans, as the last time someone broke their own record was also Louis. Many singers in the Longwa music scene couldn't help but sigh in admiration, marveling at how strong Louis is. It seems that in the future, Louis's records may only be broken by Louis himself. After witnessing the staggering statistics of Rice Fragrance, everyone is also pondering a question. What are the ninth track and the lead single of Nostalgia Summer? Because the quality of the Missing Summer album is so high that almost every song could be the lead track of another singer's album. Amidst the anticipation of millions. Thursday, midnight. The ninth track of Missing Summer, Beautiful Things, was released on all major music platforms. In the hot summer, you return to listen to the cicadas. Return to the north to feel the cold. Along the way, it was all worth it for our youth. In the end, there is a happy ending. The soothing melody and beautiful lyrics once again left Dragon Country's vast fan base utterly amazed. Why is it called stunning? It's not because Beautiful Things is better than the previous 8 songs. It's because Beautiful Things is a folk song. Rock and folk music in manhwa are now niche genres. It's not because the Dragon Kingdom's cultural landscape can't support these genres. Rather, it's because the older rock and folk musicians have aged, and there's no fresh blood coming in. With no new talent to carry on the tradition, rock and folk naturally declined. Therefore, when the excellent folk song Beautiful Things emerged, it immediately reminded people of the era when rock and folk music once stood side by side. Additionally, the high quality of Beautiful Things itself is truly stunning. Seeing the numerous positive reviews of Beautiful Things online, Louis couldn't help but smile. There are even more great folk songs out there. Louis thought to himself. Chapter 102, I'm nervous. The first 8 songs on Louis's album all received positive reviews. With such positive reviews, the folk song Beautiful Things quickly gained popularity. On May 14 at noon, major music platforms released the streaming data for Beautiful Things. On Qin, the cumulative play count exceeded 85 million within 12 hours. Wang Yun, over 83 million cumulative plays in 12 hours. Kugo, over 82 million cumulative plays within 12 hours. Migu. After tabulation, the 12-hour streaming data for Beautiful Things across all platforms totaled nearly 300 million streams. This surpasses the previous record held by Chui Chi by a full 100 million streams. Such staggering numbers left many singers in the music industry of Longwei in awe. Louis's rise is unstoppable. Who could have imagined that after 3 years of silence, Louis would return with the aura of a true champion? If this continues, Louis will become the top artist in the Dragon Country music scene, both in terms of fame and talent. Louis's ascent to the top of the music scene is almost inevitable. This album, Memories of Summer, is a masterpiece among masterpieces, with such high quality that it makes our albums look like nothing. What is even more terrifying is that the lead single from Memories of Summer hasn't been released yet. Masterpieces like Rice Fragrance can't even become the lead track for Memories of Summer. It's hard to imagine what kind of game-changing track the lead track for Memories of Summer will be. Many singers are growing increasingly anxious. Regarding Louis's performance tonight on Song King 2021, they are both excited and afraid. As singers from Longwa, they naturally hope that the Longwa music scene will produce another masterpiece. But as Louis's competitors, they feared he might actually create another masterpiece. This complex emotion swirled around their hearts, making them feel miserable, as if every second was torture. Dragon Country's fans, on the other hand, have a much simpler mindset. They have only one word to describe their anticipation for Louis's main song tonight: excitement. So much so that with just 2 hours left before the live broadcast of Singing King 2021, the term Louis's album lead single had already climbed to the second spot on Weibo's trending topics. As for the top spot, it belongs to the song that Chui Chi will perform tonight. Although Louis's popularity has skyrocketed recently, while Chui Chi has suffered consecutive setbacks, Chui Chi still has a slight edge in terms of the number of high-quality fans. Louis, however, doesn't seem to care. After all, he's been out of the spotlight for 3 years and has only been back for less than 2 weeks. Does he really expect to overtake Chui Chi completely? That's simply too challenging. Moreover, if it were to happen, it would likely drive Chui Chi to despair. Of course, this is just the current situation. Will things still be the same after tonight? Louis wasn't sure. Louis had full confidence in the main song he was set to perform tonight. Meanwhile, Chui Chi is already feeling quite miserable. Although the keywords related to him were leading Louis and ranked first on Weibo. However, his popularity was actually not much different from Louis's. Chui Chi clenched his teeth tightly, filled with hatred. He had worked hard for 3 years, only to have Louis, who had been away for half a month, almost catch up to him. What really threw him off balance was that, aside from leading Louis in popularity on Weibo, his popularity on all other platforms lagged behind Louis's. Tensho, Douyin, CoinStation. Louis's popularity was almost overwhelming. If Weibo is the platform that measures the number of die-hard fans, then platforms like Tensho, Douyin, and CoinStation undoubtedly reflect the number of casual fans. Generally speaking, some casual fans may gradually become die-hard fans. In other words, when the number of die-hard fans is roughly the same, but the number of casual fans differs greatly. Louis's die-hard fan base will not only catch up quickly but also surpass him, leaving him far behind in the dust. Thinking about being stuck behind Louis forever, smelling his farts, Chui Chi was so angry he went crazy. Why not use the simplest and most effective method? The driver driving for Chui Chi, looking at Chui Chi's grim expression through the rearview mirror, suggested again. Shut up. Chui Chi's eyes were cold and harsh as he said in a low voice. I've already said it, I want to beat Louis fair and square. Chui Chi leaned close to the driver's ear and said coldly. Hong Xingyu, if you dare mention it again and use such underhanded tactics to make me win against Louis, don't blame me for being ruthless. I call you brother you because you once helped me, but don't keep pushing my limits time and again. Hong Xingyu pressed his lips together and forced a smile. I understand. Chui Chi patted Hong Xingyu on the shoulder. Drive carefully. Tonight, I still have a good chance of beating Louis. Chui Chi rolled down the car window, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Now, everyone's expectations for Louis are so high it seems like good news for him. But is that really the case? Chui Chi didn't think so. While everyone has high expectations for Louis, they also have high standards. Because among the 9 songs released in Missing Summer, there were several masterpieces. Therefore, everyone is hoping that Louis can deliver an even more extraordinary masterpiece. This could lead to a situation where, if Louis's lead single isn't a masterpiece, but just an ordinary one, he might end up disappointing people. Once that sense of disappointment sets in, Louis's vote count might not be very high. Chui Chi believes that at this point, if he can release another song that astonishes the audience, he might surpass Louis. Because of the poor performance in the first 2 episodes, the audience's expectations for him are actually not that high. Chui Chi believes that surprising the audience isn't too difficult. The more Chui Chi thought about it, the more he felt that tonight was his chance to turn the tables. He is very confident in the song he will perform tonight. With everyone eagerly awaiting his performance. The time finally arrived at 7:30 p.m. Without a doubt, the first to appear on screen was still Chui Chi. Chui Chi was rehearsing the song repeatedly under the camera. After being reminded that the camera was switching to him, Chui Chi turned toward the camera and said, "The song I will perform tonight will surprise many people, and I believe it will also be loved by many. I hope everyone will look forward to it." After that, Chui Chi continued practicing the song. It was clear that Chui Chi was taking tonight's performance very seriously, as if he was determined to win. The camera then cuts to Louis. Louis was also practicing the song he would sing tonight. The director asked Louis, "Lude, how are you feeling right now? Would you like to share your thoughts with everyone?" Although Louis is relaxed, he still answers seriously. "The competition is about to begin, so of course I'm feeling nervous." The director looked puzzled, clearly noticing that Louis's acting had improved, but the performance still felt too staged. This also made many viewers laugh, and they sent comments mocking him. I believe Ludi is indeed nervous, but not for himself, he's nervous for the other contestants. Haha, is Ludi afraid that the same thing will happen again where all the other singers mess up except him, so that's why he's nervous? Ludi might be thinking, please, everyone, just compete properly. Don't make me win first place again and be so boring. Chapter 103, Magic Defeats Magic. Soon, it was time for the draw. Since Louis was the first place winner from the previous episode, he was the first to draw. When Louis walked up to the draw box, Su Shuxue unconsciously clasped her hands together and began to pray. I hope Ludi is the 7th one, I hope Ludi is the 7th one, I hope Ludi is the 7th one. Important matters require 3 prayers. Lu Mingxi and the other singers, though not as obvious as Su Shuxue, were also feeling the tension, hoping that Louis would draw the 7th spot. In the past, the 7th spot was undoubtedly the best possible draw, and every singer hoped to be the 7th. But now, with Louis, the big boss, in the picture, the situation had changed drastically. While the 7th spot is certainly good, what if Louis happens to draw the 6th spot? Regardless of the position, anyone following Louis would be doomed. Therefore, with all the positions still undecided, everyone naturally hopes that Louis will end up in the 7th position. Although Louis, with his unmatched talent, would still secure first place if he were to draw the 7th spot, it would be a surefire win. However, after witnessing Louis's terrifying strength, singers other than Chui Chi no longer consider competing for first place. Singers like Lu Mingxi now have a different goal: avoid embarrassing mistakes and stay on the stage as long as possible. Therefore, Louis going to the 7th position is the best news for them. Seeing the expressions on Lu Mingxi and the other singers' faces, the audience couldn't help but sigh. Are Mingxi and the others secretly praying for Louis to go 7th? Back then, the 7th spot was everyone's dream, but now everyone wants to shove it into Louis's lap. There is nothing we can do. After last episode's collective disaster, everyone must have psychological scars. If I were Mingxi, I'd be praying for Louis to go to the 7th spot too. After last episode, who would dare to perform after him? Some netizens found the situation hilarious. Others feel sorry for Lu Mingxi and the other singers. They're all talented singers, but they ended up facing Louis, this ultimate challenge. To the point where their original goal of participating in the show winning first place is now unimaginable. At that moment, Louis unfolded the slip of paper he had drawn. The number on the slip was 7. Phew. Su Shuxue, Lu Mingxi, Zhang Anqi, and the other singers all sighed in relief, feeling as though a huge weight had been lifted off their shoulders. Louis, the big boss, finally lived up to everyone's expectations and went to the 7th position. This way, no one would have to take over Louis's performance. Lu Mingxi and the other singers still felt a pang of anxiety when they recalled the moment they had to take over Louis's performance. Seeing the relieved expressions on Lu Mingxi and the other singers, the audience confirmed their earlier suspicions. The audience couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Lu Mingxi and the other veteran singers were truly being overwhelmed by Lu Yi. It goes without saying how powerful Lu Yi's abilities truly are. After drawing his lot, it was Cui Chi's turn. Cui Chi, as usual, wore a gentle smile on his face. He unfolded the slip of paper he had drawn, which read 5. Cui Chi wasn't entirely satisfied with this result. His preferred position was 6. He also wanted Lu Yi to take the stage after him. He felt that Lu Yi might not be able to take over for him this time either. Ultimately, the draw results were finalized. First, Zhou Yan. Second, Zhang Zhengwen. Third, Su Shishir. Fourth, Lu Mingxi. Fifth, Cui Chi. Sixth, Zhang Anqi. Seventh, Lu Yi. Zhou Yan, as always, performed a rap song. Without the pressure from Lu Yi, Zhou Yan let loose and returned to his usual "I'm the best in the world" attitude. His song with eyes closed set the stage on fire, with an amazing effect. Next up was Zhang Zhengwen, who finished third in the previous round. Since joining Singing King 2021, Zhang Zhengwen has been consistently steady, emerging as a dark horse. However, the song he brought this time had a softer melody and took a more emotional route. Given that Zhou Yan had already set the stage on fire, his choice of song was clearly a disadvantage. After his performance, Zhang Zhengwen knew that his chances were slim, and he had already prepared himself for the possibility of being eliminated. Today is the 4th episode of the show. Even-numbered episodes always feature challenge singers. This episode's challenger was also a seasoned veteran singer named Lin Xian. Zhang Zhengwen felt anxious inside. If Lin Xian chose to challenge him, he would likely lose. However, 30 seconds passed, and the alarm did not sound. Zhang Zhengwen sighed in relief and made a thank you gesture toward the camera. He was thanking Lin Xian for sparing him. Next up was Su Shishir, who delivered a steady performance and received unanimous praise from both the live audience and viewers at home. Lu Mingxi took the stage, sparking anticipation among many. This gentle older sister had performed poorly in the past 3 episodes, and if she didn't perform well this time, she might be eliminated. Fortunately, Lu Mingxi performed exceptionally well today, singing an old song that touched the hearts of many, even bringing some to tears. Thank you everyone. Lu Mingxi covered her chest and bowed. 30 seconds passed, and no alarm sounded. This allowed Lu Mingxi to breathe a sigh of relief. Although she performed well today, her ranking in the previous episode was low, and she didn't receive many votes. Additionally, Lin Xian had come prepared, and if he challenged her, his chances of success were actually very high. Lu Mingxi also thanked Lin Xian on camera. As Lu Mingxi stepped off the stage, the host Wen Yimeng's voice rang out. The next singer to take the stage is someone everyone has high expectations for, but he hasn't performed well in the past 2 episodes. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he became more determined and kept trying, hoping to reach new heights. So this time, he has brought a song that many people never expected. Let's welcome singer Cui Chi, performing his song Midsummer. Upon hearing Wen Yimeng's introduction, the audience erupted into cheers. Summer Blossom? Could it be the first song from Lu Yi's album Memories of Summer? But Cui Chi has never sung such a tender song before. And Summer Bliss is Lu Yi's song. Aren't Cui Chi and Lu Yi the biggest rivals right now? What does it mean for Cui Chi to sing Lu Yi's song? Could Cui Chi be trying to use magic to defeat magic? Someone posted this comment. Then, it sparked a heated discussion. Using magic to defeat magic? That might actually work. Lu Yi's songwriting and composing skills are too strong. No one in the Dragon Country music scene can surpass or even come close to him, so covering his songs is actually a pretty good choice. Yeah, as long as you put some effort into the arrangement, it might turn out great. Cui Chi's song today is definitely worth looking forward to. Both the live audience and those watching on screen began to anticipate the performance. Meanwhile, Cui Chi walked onto the stage with confidence. Chapter 104, High Notes. The bright spotlights dimmed, replaced by a warm, sunset-like glow that softly bathed the stage. Cui Chi sat on a high stool, holding a guitar, his gaze filled with sadness. That's the gentle sigh of the setting sun. Yesterday has already faded away. Where should tomorrow go? The sparkling versions of us in the photo frames. The things that happened in summer, have you forgotten them? Midsummer is undoubtedly an excellent song. Although Cui Chi doesn't have Lu Yi's versatile voice and can't sing Midsummer with Lu Yi's slightly hoarse tone, his young voice is still capable of interpreting the song. Cui Chi's vocal skills are also quite good, at least at a first-rate level. This is why Cui Chi hasn't faded into obscurity like many internet celebrities or fleeting heartthrobs, whose popularity only lasts a few months. With first-rate vocal skills combined with his young voice, Cui Chi truly brings a unique flavor to Shangxia. If Lu Yi's hoarse voice conveys the sorrow of leaving home, then Cui Chi's youthful voice is more like a teenager leaving home, unaware of sorrow yet forcing himself to speak of it. The feeling of a young person who doesn't know what sorrow is but tries to express it for the sake of new lyrics is also very touching. Additionally, the arrangement of Cui Chi's Midsummer has been altered today, with a faster tempo. And he deliberately added sounds of crows spreading their wings, train whistles, and rustling trees. These sounds are added quite roughly, making it immediately clear that they are intentional, aimed at enhancing the melancholy. Yet these sounds are seamlessly integrated, never feeling out of place or unpleasant. The faster tempo aligns with the impatience of the younger generation. The deliberate addition of melancholy also resonates with the inner emotions of the young. This arrangement, combined with Chui Chi's youthful voice, perfectly captures the feeling of forcing oneself to express sorrow for the sake of new verses. Backstage, Lu Yiming raised his eyebrows slightly. Chui Chi's adaptation of Midsummer today is indeed quite good. However, compared to the original version of Midsummer, it still falls short. Forcing oneself to express sorrow for the sake of new lyrics pales in comparison to truly expressing the depth of sorrow, ultimately lacking the same intellectual depth. The depth of thought determines how enduring a piece is. Therefore, while this version of Midsummer may be more stunning upon first listen, it simply cannot match the original Midsummer in terms of staying power. If it weren't for the album release, I would have sung Summer today. Louis smiled faintly. He had already known that Chui Chi was going to sing Summer today. After all, he was the copyright holder of Summer, and Chui Chi needed his permission to perform it. Louis agreed to grant the license because he didn't think Chui Chi could adapt Summer well. Chui Chi's adaptation of Midsummer wouldn't threaten his ranking, and he could also get some money from Chui Chi. What's not to like? However, he hadn't expected Chui Chi to turn Midsummer into such a decent version. Louis was quick-witted and recalled a famous saying from a former esports player: piracy can't beat the original. He was quite eager to test whether Chui Chi's new adaptation of Midsummer could outperform the original version. Unfortunately, he couldn't test it. On stage. This summer, where closing your eyes grants you everything, Chui Chi gently plucked the strings, concluding his performance of Summer. Below the stage, applause erupted in waves. Chui Chi. Many people were shouting Chui Chi's name. Chui Chi sang really well this time. Some netizens who had previously held biases against Chui Chi were now completely won over by her. Although I think the original version of Midsummer is better, Chui Chi's version of Midsummer is also quite good. Chui Chi's version is more suitable for the show, while the original version of Summer is better for listening to alone in peace. Chui Chi has a good chance of competing for first place this time. Yes, this episode was great. Except for Zhang Zhangwen, who was a bit off, all the other singers performed well. Tonight's first place is still up in the air. Director Hong Lang should start preparing the water cup early. Not necessarily, after all, Lu De hasn't performed yet. That's true. What if Lu De pulls out another surprise and dominates the stage? Even if Lu De pulls out all the stops, it's unlikely to be as one-sided as last episode. After all, everyone performed well this time, while last time was a collective disaster. Online discussions are intense. Rarely, Chui Chi's fans are hardly seen in the comments. Especially the person who had repeatedly said they wanted to eat the computer screen. They've gone completely silent, as if afraid of being reminded of their past mistakes. However, on Weibo, Chui Chi's fans are already super excited and have already booked the first place for this episode. Chui Chi exhaled. Thank you all. Amidst the applause, he walked off the stage. The sixth performer to take the stage was singer Zhang Yanqi. Zhang Yanqi is highly talented and once gained massive popularity, but she retired for a while due to family reasons. Upon her return, she was no longer as popular as she once was. After stepping onto the stage, Zhang Yanqi kept adjusting her breathing. She was extremely nervous. Last time, it was precisely because of this veteran singer that a series of mishaps occurred after Su Shishi's performance. Now, she has to take the stage after Chui Chi, who performed exceptionally well. Most importantly, she had ranked low in the previous episode. And the challenge singer Lin Xian hadn't even decided on his opponent yet. As long as Lin Xian isn't the little cutie, he won't choose Louis as his opponent. So she must be Lin Xian's challenge target. Lin Xian has more experience than her, and her vocal skills are on par with the national team. Among the 7 singers, aside from Chui Chi and Louis, there's probably no one who isn't afraid of Lin Xian's challenge. After adjusting her breathing for nearly half a minute, Zhang Yanqi finally signaled to the band teacher that she was ready. However, Zhang Yanqi still made a mistake. She made the same rookie mistake as Su Shishi did last episode. She rushed the beat. For a seasoned singer, such a mistake is utterly unacceptable. But Zhang Yanqi made it. Despite her extensive stage experience, she managed to recover faster than Su Shishi. But when she finished singing, the alarms sounded as expected. Challenger singer Lin Xian chose to challenge Zhang Yanqi. Lin Xian, though in his 40s, looked young, with a pair of glasses that added an intellectual air to him. He stepped onto the stage with composure and confidence, exuding an air of control over the situation. The song Lin Xian performed this time was titled Never Parted. As the piano began to play, Lin Xian sang softly, and even just the humming alone elicited applause. This was not only because the humming showcased Lin Xian's exceptional breath control, but also because it reminded many people of his former glory. As the chorus began, the melody grew more intense, and Lin Xian hit a high note of D3. And he didn't use falsetto or mixing, he hit it with his true voice. For a male singer to hit D3 with his natural voice is extremely challenging. Although Lin Shuxue only briefly touched the D3, it was still an impressive performance that left Zhang Yanqi, who was backstage, pale-faced. Zhang Yanqi knew she was destined to be eliminated, with no room for surprises. Zhang Yanqi had already begun contemplating her next steps after being eliminated. A flash of inspiration crossed Zhang Yanqi's mind. She seemed to know what to do next. There might be an issue with the high notes. The information I found on Baidu is inconsistent. If any experts can point out the errors, I will make corrections later. Chapter 105, Singing the Hit Song. Never Parted was Lin Shuxue's breakthrough song. Therefore, Lin Shuxue performed flawlessly, delivering a complete and perfect rendition. Below the stage, applause erupted in waves. Among the audience were Lin Shuxue's fans, who shouted out his former nickname. High Note Warrior, go for it. Lin Shuxue paused, stopped in his tracks, looked down at the audience, then smiled, bowed slightly, waved, and said thank you before finally stepping off the stage. In the waiting room, all the singers stood up to welcome Lin Shuxue. High Note Warrior. They all shouted Lin Shuxue's former title. Perhaps Lin Shuxue wasn't the male singer with the widest vocal range or the best high notes in manhwa. But Lin Shuxue was undoubtedly the most stable and most pleasant-sounding male singer in manhwa when it came to high notes. The title High Note Warrior was thus bestowed upon him. Amidst the roaring crowd, when Yimeng once again stepped onto the stage and said, "Thank you, Lin Shuxue. Thank you, our High Note War God, for once again delivering such an amazing performance." And now, the next performer to take the stage is someone everyone already knows. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a chorus of voices erupted from the crowd. Lu Da. When Yimeng smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right, it's our handsome and talented Lu Da." The song Lu Da is bringing today is the lead track from the widely acclaimed album Missing Summer, which everyone is familiar with. And the title of this lead track is The Wind Rises. The Wind Rises? What a unique name. Both the live audience and those watching on screen were eagerly anticipating it. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Louis stepped onto the stage. The moment Louis gripped the microphone, a beam of emerald green light descended. The sound of instruments filled the air. A piano solo followed by the powerful beats of the drums and the bass ensemble. The rich introductory melody caught the audience's attention. This intro is great. Along the way, we stop and go, following the traces of a young man's drift. Just before stepping out of the station, I feel a moment of hesitation. Can't help but laugh at this homesickness. Yet it was inevitable. The verse section features a warm melody paired with beautiful and meaningful lyrics, deeply touching the listener. Just a few lines of the main verse are enough to evoke the following. A young man leaves home, drifts for years, and finally remembers his hometown, setting off on the journey back. But after so many years away, walking and stopping, seeing the hometown in the distance, it feels both familiar and one can't help but feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. The audience's eyes grow brighter, and they all express their approval of The Wind Rises, finding the song truly wonderful. The melody is warm and melodious, and the lyrics are vivid and evocative, making it a true masterpiece. As Louis sang, "The wind has stirred up the past." The chorus began. "When I first encountered this world, I lingered endlessly. Watching the sky seemed so close. Willingly risking life and limb to experience it all again." This section explains the main verse. Why did the young man leave his hometown and drift aimlessly for so many years? Isn't it because he was captivated by the allure of the outside world? In their youth, full of vigor and wearing fine clothes, they felt the sky was within their reach, just a touch away. Thus, they leave their hometowns, set off in pursuit of their dreams, and leap into the brilliant starry sky. Now, having walked through this world, everything is so hard to leave behind. Turning the pages of time's different faces, I unexpectedly stumbled upon your smile. Later, after seeing this world time and again, countless faces flashed before my eyes, but the one I lingered on was the slightly shy smile of my hometown. I once poured my youth into her. I once plucked summer from my fingertips. Wherever my heart leads me, let it go with the flow. Walking against the light, let the wind and rain beat down. Memories surge, frozen in that innocent smile. Suddenly realizing that half of my youth was spent with her. So I followed my heart and decided to return. Even if the initial dream remains unfulfilled, even if walking against the light, even if the wind blows and the rain falls, I will remain steadfast and embark on the journey home. The warm melody and tender lyrics bring scenes to mind. Louis sings of her, an imaginary girl from his youth. But for some, the she they think of is their mother at home. Others think of her as something more vague, a once-held ideal. Different people interpret the she in the lyrics in different ways. But no matter how one interprets it, The Wind Rises is undeniably a deeply moving song. I will eventually return my youth to her, along with the summer that slipped from my fingertips. Where my heart once stirred has gone with the wind. In the name of love, would you still be willing? Louis delivered the final chorus with a soaring high note, pushing the emotions to their peak. At that moment, the audience stood up in unison. It wasn't because of the excitement of rock music, but simply because the emotions were released through Louis' singing. Viewers at home wiped away tears or took deep breaths. When Louis sang "The Wind is Rising," they thought of many things. The girl he had a crush on, his former dreams, his aging parents, his brothers chatting. And as Louis hummed the final notes, all the images in their minds vanished in the very last moment. They looked back with a sense of longing, as if they had finally understood. The Wind Rises doesn't sing about love, family, or friendship. The Wind Rises sings of youth. A young man leaves his hometown, drifts aimlessly for years, gains sudden enlightenment, and returns to his homeland. Isn't this very journey of coming and going the essence of youth? On stage. After singing the entire song, Louis let out a sigh of relief. The melody of The Wind Rises is warm and melodious, and it gives many people the illusion that the song is easy to sing. However, in reality, the song is not easy to sing, especially the high notes, which demand exceptional vocal skill from male singers. Even with his godlike vocal skills, singing The Wind Rises isn't something he can do effortlessly. It requires careful attention to deliver a perfect performance. After all, the divine level in the stingy system isn't truly divine, there's still super divine and ultra super divine above it. After exhaling the stale air, Louis bowed in gratitude. Thank you all. Only then did the audience below snap out of their trance, realizing that The Wind is Rising had already ended. Thus, applause rang out continuously. Even after Louis had left the stage long ago, the applause had not completely faded. The viewers watching on screen also came to their senses and began sending messages. Lou De, the eternal legend. I don't know what to say, Lou De is just amazing. I'm truly impressed by Lou De this time, he's so talented. As a music major, I can't help but want to kneel before Lou De, you're too amazing. Some singers couldn't help but twitch their lips. Not only music students, but even professional singers like them wanted to kneel before Louis. This song, The Wind Rises, may not have reached the level of a masterpiece. But this song, The Wind Rises, has stirred up people's memories of their youth. Emotion is always the most important part of a song, often, it transcends the lyrics and melody themselves. That's why everyone understands why Louis chose The Wind Rises as the lead track for Memories of Summer. This song, The Wind Rises, combines the themes of nostalgia and summer, making it a perfect choice for the lead track of Memories of Summer. At the same time, Louis opened the door to the singer's waiting room. I stayed up late to finish writing this, so here are the 2 chapters updated for May 20th. The author is going to accompany his girlfriend to her graduation defense today and then celebrate the holiday. Wishing everyone a happy May 20th. Don't forget to watch the reminder video. Don't forget to vote for the free gifts too. Thank you. P.S. Just one more thing, why do people keep saying that The Wind Rises isn't as good as Rice Fragrance? I've been emphasizing all along that the lead track doesn't necessarily mean it's better than the other songs on the album, it just fits the album's theme better. I've been saying this since we started recording the album. Chapter 106, 7th place. As Louis stepped off the stage, the singers in the waiting room had already stood up, ready to greet him. As Louis pushed open the waiting room door, the singers erupted into applause. Welcome, Lou De. The singers were very enthusiastic toward Louis. Lin Shuxue, a senior with both popularity and talent, didn't put on airs. He stepped forward to shake hands with Louis. Louis, you did an amazing job today, especially those consecutive high notes. Not only were they steady, but they were also beautiful. That was truly exceptional. Upon hearing this, the chat began to fill with question marks. Does the song The Wind Rises have any consecutive high notes? I don't know. I thought The Wind Rises was pretty easy to sing, but now it seems different. If Lin Shuxue, the high note master, says it has them, then it must have them, right? At this point, a more knowledgeable music student sent a comment. The Wind Rises does indeed have high notes, and as Lin Shuxue mentioned, they are consecutive high notes. However, Lou De's performance of The Wind Rises was so moving that we were all completely immersed in it, so we overlooked the high notes. In fact, it was precisely because of Lou De's high notes that the emotions of The Wind Rises were pushed to their peak, moving us deeply and even bringing tears to some people's eyes. Seeing such lengthy comments, the audience finally realized that Louis' vocal skills were also exceptional. Since Louis' sudden rise to fame, people's impression of him can be simply summarized in 4 words: talented beyond measure. Where does this talent manifest itself? Mainly in his lyricism, composition, and arrangement. As for Louis' vocal skills, few people have noticed them. Firstly, there are few listeners with professional expertise who can discern the quality of vocal skills. Second, Louis' vocal skills are so exceptional that listeners become fully immersed in the song, naturally overlooking his vocal techniques. At this point, Louis smiled slightly and said, "Shengu is being too kind. My high notes still need improvement, I need to learn more from you." This statement was polite, but it also reflected Louis' true thoughts. Because with Louis' current musical expertise, he could clearly hear how good Lin Shuxue's singing was. Although Louis now possesses god-tier vocal skills, he couldn't guarantee that he could sing every song better than Lin Shuxue. However, Lin Shuxue replied seriously, "Louis, stop being modest. The song you just sang, The Wind Rises, if I were to sing it, I'd definitely sing it worse than you. It's not because The Wind Rises is your composition, so you have a better grasp of the emotions, but because your vocal skills have surpassed mine. Even my prideful high notes pale in comparison to yours. Upon hearing this, the audience watching the screen nearly popped their eyes out, flooding the chat with comments. Wang Defu, did I hear that right? The high note god Lin Shuxue said his high notes aren't as good as Lu D's? Mom, I've made it. My idol has made the high note god feel inadequate. Talented and skilled, Lu De is unbeatable. It wasn't just the audience in the waiting room, singers like Lu Mingxi were also stunned. As professional singers, they could clearly hear how challenging Lu Yi's performance of The Wind Rises was. But they never imagined that Lu Yi's performance of The Wind Rises could actually impress the high note war god Lin Shuxue. Lin Shuxue then went on to mention several more details, further demonstrating Lu Yi's exceptional vocal skills. Lu Mingxi and the other singers were all stunned. They hadn't noticed all those technical details earlier. It can only be said that there is a significant gap between professional singers. The gap between Lu Mingxi and the other singers and Lin Shuxue was indeed significant. As for the gap between them and Lu Yi, that was even greater. Professional singers like Lu Mingxi couldn't help but praise. The new generation is pushing the old one aside. We old-timers are really going to be washed ashore. That's right. Lu Da's songwriting skills are unmatched, and his vocal skills are also so good. How are we singers supposed to survive? Haha, but having someone like Lu Di as the next generation in the Longwa music scene is a blessing. The singers felt a mix of emotions: jealousy toward Lu Yi, yet also genuine relief, believing that the Dragon Country music scene had a bright future ahead. As for Cui Chi, his expression was far from pleasant. In the past, at such events, the older generation of singers would praise him and regard him as the hope of the Longwa music scene. But now, not only were there no compliments, not even a single singer's gaze lingered on him. Ever since Lu Yi entered the waiting room, everyone had been focusing on him. Of course, although he was deeply annoyed, Cui Chi could only endure it and couldn't afford to provoke trouble by being sarcastic. After Lu Yi sat down, the singers began chatting casually. And the main topic of conversation, of course, was The Wind Rises. Though they called it chatting, it was mostly about praising The Wind Rises. This made Cui Chi feel even more uncomfortable, like sitting on pins and needles. He felt like a nobody, ignored by everyone. Cui Chi clenched his fists tightly, vowing to defeat Lu Yi and prove himself to everyone. As Cui Chi waited anxiously, the vote count was soon finalized. Hong Lang glanced at the results and smiled contentedly. Hong Lang slowly picked up his thermos, blew on the rim, and said, "Now that the results are in my hands, it's time to announce the voting results. Today's voting results have two key points of interest for everyone. First, who is in first place. Second, whether Xian Jiyi's challenge against In Chi was successful. Alright, shall we reveal the results? The first or the second point of focus?" The singers rolled their eyes. They knew Hong Lang wouldn't just announce the first place winner directly. Hong Lang smirked with a mischievous grin, took a leisurely sip of goji berry water, and said, "Let us stick to the old rules and announce the 7th place of this competition first." Lu Yi was completely confused. Hong Lang had just said he'd announce the results of the first or second highlights, right? Now he's ignoring both focal points and wants to announce 7th place first? Lu Yi muttered under his breath, "You're something else, Hong Lang." Hong Lang took a sip of water, made a disapproving sound, and said, "The 7th place in this competition is surnamed Zhang. There are two singers surnamed Zhang, Zhang Anqi and Zhang Zhengwen. And both Zhang Anqi and Zhang Zhengwen didn't perform well today. However, Zhang Zhengwen's pressure was clearly not as great as Zhang Anqi's. Nevertheless, to accommodate Hong Lang, Zhang Zhengwen still made an effort to look tense." Lu Yi looked at the drop of sweat on Zhang Zhengwen's temple and his eyes widened. This guy's acting is that good? Today, either Zhang Anqi or Lin Shuxue will be leaving the stage. Why are you so nervous? No wonder everyone says I'm a bad actor. It's because everyone in this circle is such a good actor. Lu Yi sighed deeply, feeling the need to seek acting lessons from Lin Shuxue again. At that moment, Hong Lang also knew that the suspense wasn't that great, so he didn't keep everyone in suspense any longer and announced the 7th place winner. The 7th place in this episode went to Zhang Zhengwen, who had performed consistently well in the previous episodes. Zhang Zhengwen felt a bit disappointed but didn't get too down. Zhang Yanqi also breathed a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 107, Just for Fun. Next, let us take a look at Mingxi's vote count. Hong Lang had no regard for order, randomly announcing the vote counts and rankings of whoever came to mind, leaving everyone speechless. However, the audience disliked him but couldn't do anything about it. After all, he was the executive producer of Singing King 2021. Mingxi's vote count for this episode is. Hong Lang glanced at the voting results, dragging out the last syllable. Then, suddenly changing the subject. "Let's move on to a commercial break. Audience? Director Hong, if you keep this up, you'll get sent to Africa." Hong Lang laughed heartily and said, "Just kidding, trying to lighten the mood." The singer smiled without enthusiasm, thinking, "You're not lightening the mood, you're making it even more tense." Han Lang put down his thermos and said, "Mingxi's vote count is 399. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxi froze for a moment. 399 was already a very high number of votes. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough to make it into the top 4. Although, ever since Lin Xian decided to challenge Zhang Anqi, today's elimination had nothing to do with her. However, as a senior figure in the music industry, finishing in the lower ranks 3 times in a row had put immense psychological pressure on her. Therefore, receiving 399 votes this time was a huge boost, restoring some of her confidence. Han Lang then announced Lu Mingxi's ranking. Mingxi's ranking this time is 4th. Congratulations, Mingxi. As Han Lang finished speaking, the other singers also clapped enthusiastically. Thank you everyone. Lu Mingxi was deeply moved, with tears glistening in her eyes. Han Lang then offered more words of blessing and encouragement to Mingxi before continuing. Alright, let us take a look at singer Zhou Yan's vote count and ranking. Singer Zhou Yan's performance of With Eyes Closed today was truly electrifying. So, his vote count is. Everyone's interest was piqued. After all, based on previous results, a vote count over 400 was considered a good performance. Lu Mingxi had received 399 votes today but was only in 4th place, indicating that this episode was particularly competitive. Zhou Yan's performance today was also outstanding, causing Zhang Zhangwen, who was scheduled to perform after him, to perform below his usual standard. Therefore, many people couldn't help but anticipate Zhou Yan's vote count. Let's take a commercial break now. The show will continue after the break. Han Lang's words left the audience stunned, and they clenched their fists, wanting to punch Han Lang. This Han Lang is so annoying. After the commercial break, Han Lang didn't keep the audience in suspense any longer and announced. Singer Zhou Yan received 402 votes in this episode, ranking 3rd. Congratulations to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan didn't show any arrogance on stage, he was very humble. Facing the applause from the crowd, he kept thanking everyone. Han Lang announced the results quickly, and the rankings were soon revealed. 7th place, Zhang Zhengwen. 6th place, Su Shishir. 4th place, Lu Mingxi. 3rd place, Zhou Yan. Only the 1st, 2nd, and 5th places remained unannounced. The remaining contestants are Lu Yi, Cui Qi, and Zhang Anqi. In fact, even without Han Lang announcing it, everyone could probably guess. 5th place is definitely Zhang Anqi. The suspense lies between 1st and 2nd place, whether it will be Lu Yi and Cui Qi, or Cui Qi and Lu Yi. After all, although Lu Yi's The Wind Rises still dominated the stage today, Cui Qi has a high popularity, and his adaptation of Midsummer was also well received, so there was still some suspense. Han Lang sighed and announced. The 5th place winner of this episode is Zhang Anqi. Anqi received 346 votes. Upon hearing the number of votes, Zhang Anqi's heart sank. Han Lang then announced Lin Xian's vote count. The high-note warrior Lin Xian performed Never Parted, a heartfelt and moving song with a smooth high register and exceptional vocal technique. In the end, Lin Xian received 412 votes. As the applause died down, Zhang Anqi felt a sense of relief. Although she had felt certain she would be eliminated after her singing mistake. But since the outcome had remained uncertain, she still clung to a sliver of hope. This lingering hope had tormented her greatly, but now that the result was certain, she felt much happier. Congratulations, Xian Gu. Zhang Anqi hugged Lin Xian. Han Lang comforted her. Anqi, you're only taking a temporary break from the stage. You may still have a chance to advance to the finals through the audience vote or the wildcard round. Keep up the good work. Zhang Anqi nodded and said thank you. The camera then shifted to Lu Yi and Cui Qi. The third showdown between the new and old singing legends, and this time, the gap in their performances wasn't as huge as last time. Additionally, Cui Qi had rearranged a song today, and the original singer was none other than Lu Yi. Thus, it was a highly anticipated showdown. Han Lang was well aware of this, so he kept raising and lowering his thermos cup repeatedly. The voting results are in his hands, but he just won't announce them. Ah, he's just playing games. Netizens sent comments, criticizing Han Lang for being too manipulative. Han Lang drank an entire thermos of water, and he felt terrible. Because he really needed to go to the bathroom. However, as the director, he couldn't just go to the bathroom in the middle of the show. So Han Lang clenched his legs and endured the urge. Director Han, do you need to get more water? The assistant director asked quietly from the side. As soon as he heard the word water, Han Lang's face turned green. He glared angrily at the assistant director, then forced a smile and said, "Next, we'll announce the highest vote count for tonight's competition. The highest vote count for the 4th live broadcast of Singing King 2021 is 471. The singers held their breath. For 71 was already an extremely high number of votes. Before Louis performed Old Boy, there had been fewer than 5 instances in the entire history of Singing King where the vote count exceeded 470. Now, another score exceeding 470 has appeared. The 471 votes belong to Cui Qi. Han Lang's voice suddenly rose, causing Chui Chi's fans watching on screen to jump with excitement. Finally! Chui Chi has come in first. Chui Chi on the sofa also clenched his fists in excitement. Just then, Han Lang spoke again. Does it belong to Chui Chi, or to Louis? Chui Chi? Chui Chi's fans, damn it! Louis, 6. Besides telling Han Lang he was playing it cool, Louis really didn't know what to say. Han Lang was clenching his legs, looking like he couldn't hold his pee anymore. Yet he was still being so playful. Louis seriously suspected that Han Lang must have been a shrimp in his previous life. Chui Chi's face had turned green. Chui Chi, who had clenched his fists in excitement earlier, now wanted to punch Han Lang in the head. Chui Chi's fans ramped up their criticism of Han Lang. Of course, it was limited to complaints, without any overly harsh insults, as that would have brought bad vibes to Chui Chi. This is something Chui Chi's fans did well, otherwise Chui Chi wouldn't have been able to appeal to all age groups in the past year. Whether it was because he saw Chui Chi's murderous glare or simply couldn't hold it in any longer, Han Lang didn't continue to tease the audience. Tonight's highest vote count of 471 goes to. As the heartbeat sound effect played again, Han Lang announced, Louis. Tonight's highest vote count goes to Louis. This also means that tonight's first place goes to Louis. Chapter 108, Causing Trouble. Upon hearing Han Lang's announcement, the singers in the waiting room didn't seem too surprised. Although Chui Chi performed well tonight, in their hearts, Louis was still far superior to Chui Chi. Congratulations to Lu Di for winning first place 3 times in a row. Lu Mingxi clapped enthusiastically, sincerely congratulating Louis. Louis, please accept my kneeling. Su Shishir, being lively, pretended to kneel before Louis, but was naturally stopped by him. Being able to compete with Louis on the same stage is an honor for me. Zhou Yan, who had been arrogant on stage, now made a gesture of worship toward Louis. Thank you all. Louis smiled and said, I'm just lucky to have written a few decent songs, so I happened to win first place 3 times. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxi and the other singers couldn't help but smile wryly. Lu Yi's remarks were truly plain and uninteresting. I wish I had such good luck. Su Shishir muttered under her breath. Zhou Yan also muttered under his breath. The entire album, including Sunny Day, 7 Miles of Fragrance, Old Boy, and Missing Summer, has 13 songs in total. How can you call that lucky? Zhang Anqi's forehead creased. Lu De, half of your 13 songs are masterpieces, and the other half are top-notch. In your eyes, this is just not bad? Chui Chi was even more heartbroken. Just happened to win first place 3 times? That's all? Louis, I curse you to be struck by lightning when you step outside. Han Lang was delighted to see this scene. The more Louis engaged in self-aggrandizement, the more buzz the show generated. As the executive producer, he was naturally delighted. Moreover, Han Lang's eyes darted around, and he had a plan in mind. The camera focused on Louis, and Han Lang smiled and asked, Lu De, today our Chi Chi also sang your song Summer and made an arrangement of it. I'm sure everyone can tell that compared to your version of Summer, Chi Chi's version today is more youthful, transforming the sorrow of leaving home into the youthful melancholy of forcing oneself to speak of sorrow for the sake of new verses. What are your thoughts on this? Chui Chi clenched his teeth. He thought Han Lang was great in every way, but unfortunately, he had a big mouth. He was so frustrated that he genuinely wanted to sew Han Lang's mouth shut so he couldn't keep bringing up sensitive topics. Louis was taken aback, thinking that Pai Pai Lang was up to something. However, since Pai Pai Lang had asked, he had to respond. Louis thought for a moment and smiled. Chui Chi did a good job adapting Midsummer today. This was the truth, he had felt that way when Chui Chi was performing on stage. However, it was merely pretty good, so asking him to say more flattering words was truly putting him on the spot. Chui Chi, seeing that Louis had only said pretty good, dropped the subject, his expression looking rather unpleasant. Just pretty good? That clearly meant he thought the adaptation of Midsummer wasn't that great. Lu Mingxi and the other singers couldn't help but smile wryly. If it were them, they would never dare to speak like Louis. It wasn't just because Chui Chi had many fans, but also because Chui Chi's adaptation of Midsummer was actually quite skillful. They couldn't claim to do it better than Chui Chi, so they naturally wouldn't dare to be as honest as Louis. But Louis saying it like that is perfectly fine. After all, Louis is the original singer of Shang Xia. Who can blame Louis when his original version of Shang Xia is simply better and more enduring than Chui Chi's version? Who can blame Louis for being exceptionally talented and having an astonishing vocal range, winning first place 3 times in a row? So don't even mention that Louis only said, it's pretty good. Even if Louis said Chui Chi's version of Summer is a pile of dog, that would be fine. Chui Chi can be as unhappy as he wants, but he'll just have to keep it to himself. Pai Pai Lang, however, is full of life and never stops causing trouble. He looked at Louis, his mouth stretched wide, and said, Lu De, I just saw a review online about The Wind Rises. It said that the song is about returning after half a lifetime and still feeling as carefree as a youth. What do you think of that? Louis was about to nod in agreement when he noticed that Pai Pai Lang was smiling strangely. In an instant, Louis understood. Pai Pai Lang had indeed set a trap for him. Pai Pai Lang first said that Chui Chi's Midsummer was about forcing oneself to sing of sorrow for the sake of new lyrics. Now he was saying that his The Wind Rises was about the open-heartedness and release of a young man returning after a lifetime. It was hard not to compare the two. And when compared, his version of The Wind Rises isn't just rubbing Chui Chi's Midsummer in the dirt. After all, he's been through half his life and is now reminiscing about his youth, while Chui Chi is still at the starting point of his youth, forcing himself to sing about sorrow. However, The Wind Rises is indeed sung with great openness. Chui Chi's version of Midsummer expresses emotions that are indeed quite limited, far thinner than the original Midsummer. So even if one notices the pitfalls dug by Pai Pai Lang, Louis couldn't possibly shake his head in good conscience. Chui Chi's expression grew increasingly grim. Is he about to be thoroughly humiliated by Louis? Tonight was a nightmare for him. Covering Louis's summer, attempting to use magic to defeat magic, only to not only fail but also be publicly humiliated by Louis. Pai Pai Lang had his fun and stopped there, no longer involving Chui Chi. Instead, he asked the question that had been on his mind. Lude, I heard that the producer of your album Memories of Summer originally wanted to place Midsummer first and Rice Fragrance last, symbolizing leaving and returning to one's hometown. But you made changes. Could you explain why? This question wasn't just Hong Lang's curiosity, many fans of the Nostalgia for Summer album were also curious. So Louis explained. Midsummer is about leaving home, while Rice Fragrance isn't about returning home, but rather urging people to return. Beautiful Things is about the sights and sounds encountered during a journey, while The Wind Rises is about truly returning to one's hometown. So I think this arrangement is also meaningful and more complete. Hong Lang nodded in understanding. The audience watching on screen also came to understand. I thought Louis sang The Wind Rises to intentionally target Chui Chi's summer heat. Don't be silly. Why would Luda go out of his way to target Chui Chi? There's no need for that, right? You're right. Luda's arrangement is only about himself and has nothing to do with anyone else. Seeing these comments, Chui Chi's fans turned pale. So they're saying that Louis didn't intentionally humiliate Chui Chi tonight, but just happened to do so by accident? Chui Chi's fans were so angry they could burst. But they could only hold it in and not vent their anger, because Chui Chi had lost to Louis. If they dared to attack Louis while Chui Chi was losing, Chui Chi's reputation would be ruined, and he'd eventually become a pariah. After the show ended, Louis also headed toward the agentess. But halfway there, someone called out to him. Chapter 109, Invitation to Sing. Louis recognized the voice. It was Zhang Anqi. Anqi. Louis turned around and greeted her with a smile. Lu De, congratulations. Zhang Anqi also offered her congratulations again. Louis smiled faintly. He wanted to hurry and pick up Lin Shuxue, so he didn't plan to beat around the bush with Zhang Anqi. Therefore, he got straight to the point and asked, "Is there something you need, Anqi?" Zhang Anqi blushed and said, "I've been eliminated and have to leave, but I want to try to make it through the revival round. I'm not very confident, though. So I was wondering if you could help me write a song. Do you think that is possible?" Louis raised his eyebrows slightly. The moment he saw Zhang Anqi, he had guessed that she might be asking for a song. Now that his guess was confirmed, Louis smiled. No problem. There were many songs in the song section, and he couldn't possibly sing them all alone. Rather than leaving them in the system store, it would be better to give them to other singers. Not only would this create more tangible value, but it would also allow the songs to be heard by more people in this world. Of course, Louis wasn't a saint. He wouldn't give a song to Zhang Anqi for free. "Anqi, I'm happy to write a song for you, but I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Zhang Anqi wasn't surprised. Although she had interacted with Louis before, their relationship was only superficial, so she naturally wouldn't let him give her a song for free. "Lu De, don't worry about the compensation. I'll discuss it with your agent." Zhang Anqi smiled. When celebrities request songs from each other, they rarely discuss compensation face to face. It's usually handled by their respective agents. Louis smiled and shook his head, saying, "Anqi, my condition isn't that you pay me." Zhang Anqi was startled. If it wasn't about compensation, then what was it? Louis didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I want to establish a long-term collaboration with you." Upon hearing this, and considering Louis' expression, Zhang Anqi understood what he meant. "Do you want me to sign with Star River Records and become your artist?" Zhang Anqi asked. "That's right." Louis nodded with a smile. Although Zhang Anqi had performed poorly on Singing King 2021 and made 2 mistakes during her performances. However, this does not prove that Zhang Anqi is not talented. On the contrary, Zhang Anqi's resume showed that she was a singer with great potential. Louis knew a bit about Zhang Anqi and had already thought of the perfect song for her. If Zhang Anqi were to sign with Xinhua Records, Louis was confident that he could make her famous again across the country with just one song. Zhang Anqi looked at Louis, neither agreeing nor refusing, and said, "Mr. Liu, I still have a contract." Louis smiled, "I know that. But the contract should be expiring soon, right? The contract still has some time left before it expires, Zhang Anqi said with a playful smile. Louis knew that Zhang Anqi was actually interested in joining Xinghe Records. He mentioned the contract because he wanted Xinghe to help cover the termination fee. If Zhang Anqi was still popular, Xinghe wouldn't mind covering the fees, but the problem was that she had made 2 mistakes on the show, causing her popularity to plummet. If Star River were to pay the termination fee for Zhang Anqi now, wouldn't that make them a sucker? Anqi, if you're interested in collaborating, you can discuss the details with Deng Yangfei, the general manager of Star River Records. Louis didn't make a clear statement either, just smiled and said, "But to be honest, Anqi, after hearing about your situation, I was really moved. I already have the rough draft of a song, and it should suit you perfectly." Zhang Anqi heard this and couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Louis' songwriting skills were already proven by the 13 songs he had written in the past. A song tailored specifically for her by Louis himself. Zhang Anqi's heart skipped a beat. "Anqi, I have something to do. I'll go first." Louis curved the corners of his mouth and waved goodbye. Zhang Anqi wanted to talk to Louis for a few more minutes, but he had already walked away. Should she pay the termination fee and join Star River Records to become one of Louis' artists? Or should she wait until her contract expires and then negotiate a collaboration with Star River Records? Zhang Anqi made her decision quickly. She would terminate her contract immediately and sign with Star River Records. She had just been eliminated and was still trending online. Collaborating with Louis now would further boost her popularity. While maintaining her buzz, she could perform a new song produced by Louis. Zhang Anqi couldn't help but feel excited just thinking about it. She trusted Louis implicitly and was already envisioning a bright future. While Zhang Anqi was calling the company to discuss terminating her contract, Louis also called Deng Yangfei. "Anqi should be calling you soon to discuss the collaboration. Make sure you're prepared." Deng Yangfei was surprised. "Anqi is joining Star River Records?" Louis nodded. "If everything goes as planned, yes." Deng Yangfei burst into laughter. "Old Lou, you're really something. Not only did you make yourself famous on the last show, but you also brought Anqi's sister along." Louis rolled his eyes. "What do you mean brought her in? Use more polite language." "Got it." Deng Yangfei laughed lewdly. Louis sighed in exasperation and reminded him. "I knew you liked Anqi, so I called you specifically to remind you to keep it professional and not get so mesmerized by her." Deng Yangfei felt awkward. "How did you know I like Sister Anqi?" Louis teased. "Your phone wallpaper is all sexy photos of Anqi, and your ringtone is also one of her songs." "Isn't that obvious?" Deng Yangfei laughed awkwardly. Louis laughed. "It's not that I don't trust you, nor am I heartless. It's just that Anqi might be the first artist I sign after taking over Xinghe Records. If something goes wrong, it'll be tough to handle later." Deng Yangfei nodded in agreement and said, "I understand. Don't worry, I'll make sure you won't be disappointed." Louis nodded and added, "Also, I'll be coming to the recording studio tomorrow to record some songs." Deng Yangfei asked, "For next week's show?" Louis said, "Yes, and some other songs." As the general manager of Xinghe Records, Deng Yangfei naturally needed to communicate with Louis' agent, Chen Bin, and thus knew that Louis was going to attend the graduation gala at Longyi next Thursday. He asked in surprise, "You're going to the Longyi graduation gala? Are you going to sing a new song too?" Louis curved the corners of his mouth into a sweet smile. "Not just new songs. I'll tell you when I arrive tomorrow. There are some things that need your help arranging." Deng Yangfei curiously asked what secret Louis had, but Louis refused to say, leaving Deng Yangfei with no choice but to give up. Walking through the corridor, Louis pushed open the door to the restroom. Just as he closed the door, suddenly, his vision blurred, and he felt a soft figure collide into his arms. Looking down, he saw Lin Shuxue, wearing a white t-shirt and a short skirt. Chapter 110, A Small Lesson. Lin Shuxue clung tightly to Louis, causing him to pause in his breathing. The faint scent of perfume drifted into his nostrils, and the soft, smooth sensation against his chest made his heart race. Louis took a deep breath, reached out to touch Lin Shuxue's smooth hair, and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Shuxue lifted her head from Louis' embrace and smiled triumphantly. "Nothing's wrong." She then let go of his hand and took a couple of steps back. Louis was taken aback before realizing what had happened. Lin Shuxue just wanted to hug him. "You're taking advantage of me again, aren't you?" Louis asked with a dark expression. Lin Shuxue stuck out her tongue and said, "If you're so brave, take advantage of me too." Lin Shuxue was wearing a loose white t-shirt, a blue denim skirt, and her long legs were quite eye-catching. If Louis wanted to take advantage of her, it would be easy, just a casual touch would suffice. "Just wait." Louis glanced at the security camera in the break room and said to Lin Shuxue, "Wait until we get back. You'll see what I do to you." Lin Shuxue looked startled, then her face flushed red. "Wait and see. I'll see what you can do to me." She swallowed hard, grabbed her bag, and ran off. Louis chased after her and got into the car with Lin Shuxue. I'm going to record a song at Xinghua tomorrow. Louis didn't continue the conversation from the restroom, as if he had already forgotten the harsh words he had just spoken. Lin Shuxue drove while saying, "When? I'll go with you." Louis firmly refused this time. "No need. Just stay home and rest. Tomorrow I not only have to record, but also work. It'll be pretty boring." Lin Shuxue instinctively wanted to say, "As long as I'm by your side, nothing is boring." But she thought of something else and blushed slightly, swallowing the words before they left her mouth. She nodded obediently and said, "All right, but make sure you come back for dinner tomorrow night. I'll cook for you." Louis hummed in response. Lately, Lin Shushue's cooking skills had improved, and he was looking forward to it. Back at the villa, Lin Shuxue slipped into her slippers and was about to tell Louis she was going to take a shower. But then she saw Louis closing in on her. Lin Shuxue instinctively stepped back, retreating all the way until her back was pressed against the refrigerator, with nowhere else to go. What are you doing?" Lin Shushue's heart was racing. She hadn't expected Louis to act this way. As Louis grew closer, Lin Shuxue couldn't help but wonder if, while other boyfriends did the wall slam, Louis was planning something unique, a fridge slam? Just as Lin Shuxue had braced herself for Louis's refrigerator wall slam, Louis suddenly bent down. Then, Lin Shuxue felt a sudden loss of balance. Her entire body felt like it was floating. To be precise, she was picked up by Louis. Louis supported her waist with one hand and her thighs with the other. This was a princess carry? Lin Shuxue looked at Louis in confusion. What are you doing?" Louis lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. "Did you forget what I said in the break room? Once we get home, I'll give you a piece of my mind." Lin Shushue's heart raced faster, her face flushing so hot it felt like it could fry an egg. She felt her mouth go dry, and her entire body felt like a furnace. Even though she had teased Louis many times before, she was still incredibly nervous at that moment. Louis held Lin Shuxue in his arms and slowly walked upstairs. Then, he pushed open Lin Shushue's room. He placed her on the bed. He bent down and gazed intently at Lin Shuxue. Thud. 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 Lin Shuxue heard her own heartbeat. She stared wide-eyed at Louis's handsome features, feeling both afraid and a little excited. Louis bent his waist lower and lower, his lips almost touching hers. Lin Shuxue felt as though her heart was about to leap out of her chest. She closed her eyes, with no intention of resisting. But she remembered her mother's words and whispered softly, "We didn't buy an umbrella. We can't." As Lin Shuxue spoke, Louis had already shifted his position. Instead of kissing her lips, he gently kissed her earlobe. Then he heard Lin Shuxue mention buying a raincoat. Louis couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Lin Huanhuan, what are you thinking about?" Louis teased Lin Shuxue with a mischievous look. Lin Shuxue sat up on the bed, touching her earlobe, which was still burning from Louis's kiss, her face turning bright red. Lin Shuxue turned her face away and stubbornly said, "I wasn't thinking about anything." "Then what did you just say?" Louis wanted to tease her. But Lin Shuxue replied seriously, "What did I just say? I didn't say anything." Seeing Lin Shushue's face turn bright red, Louis also stopped talking. Louis bent down slightly, pinched Lin Shushue's cheek, and then kissed her forehead. "I'll go back and prepare for the next song I'm going to sing." As he reached the door, Louis turned around and said, "Tonight was just a little lesson for you. I'll get serious in a few days." After closing the door, Lin Shuxue sat on the bed, staring blankly for a while before finally coming to her senses. "Damn it!" Lin Shuxue puffed out her cheeks angrily. "In a few days? It's either you or me who'll get serious. We'll see who is more serious." After saying that, Lin Shuxue picked up her phone and opened the JD shopping app. Blushing, she bought a few things, then lay on the bed, touching her forehead and earlobes, feeling her body grow warm again. Louis returned to his room, but he too couldn't calm down for a long time. Over the past few days, he had grown increasingly close to Lin Shuxue and had become more relaxed than before. But those actions just now were the first time in both of his lifetimes. After exhaling several deep breaths, Louis finally sat down to write a song. Later, Louis opened the Time Reading app and glanced at the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. As expected, the comments section was completely silent. Wuxia novels are already a niche genre, and since the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber hasn't been featured yet, it's no surprise that no one is paying attention. However, Chen Jingpeng had mentioned that if updates continued normally, it might be featured next Friday as a test. This made Louis Feng quite excited. The next morning, Louis got dressed and went downstairs, where he saw Lin Shuxue had already prepared breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Louis intended to wash the dishes. One person cooks, the other washes the dishes. That's the basic division of labor. However, Lin Shuxue firmly refused. "Go back to your work. Once you're done with this busy period, you can take care of all the household chores for the day." Louis sighed helplessly and agreed. Lin Shuxue then handed the car keys to Louis. Since today was a day to go to his own company, Louis didn't refuse this time. Wait. Lin Shuxue pulled Louis back and handed him a bag. What's this? Louis asked in confusion. Lin Shuxue opened the bag's zipper and said, "It's mineral water. Drink it if you get thirsty while recording. If you don't want mineral water, I also prepared a bottle of tea drink for you. I didn't bring any soda. After recording, your throat might feel tight, and soda isn't good for that. Oh, and here, I put some throat lozenges for you. Remember to take one after finishing each song." It wasn't just water and throat lozenges. Lin Shuxue had even prepared tissues, a power bank, and headphones, making sure everything was complete. "I'm just going to record a song, not going on a business trip." Louis was deeply moved. Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes. "If you were going on a business trip, I'd need to prepare much more than this. Alright, go to the recording studio." Lin Shuxue slung her bag over Louis's shoulder. Louis gently stroked Lin Shushue's head. 1,000 words swirled in his mind, but when they reached his lips, only one sentence emerged. "Thank you, my Miss Lin." Lin Shuxue was touched by Louis's gentle touch, feeling incredibly sweet inside. Her eyes sparkled, and she smiled. "No need to thank me, Mr. Liu. Thank you to Xiaoyaozi's assistant, *0 Happy Face 0 System Approval Bureau Director, a man as vast as the sky, Chen, Machine Frog who keeps rubbing your stomach, Yizhu, Morning Sky, Evening Clouds, Ishizue Hongyan, Starry Seas, and anime male lead Xiaoan for the bubble milk tea. Thank you so much. Thank you to Lao Yuan who loves hot pot. I'm starting to cultivate again, user 11136665, Jayon, the man as vast as the sky, Sungzi user 185555841, Shunan Nanjia is the most beautiful, user 325415538, Zijin Shinshanan, Xiaoyu, Da Vinci, April in the human world, hands moving swiftly, Mingxing Xia, A stuttering, ghostly youth, spring summer autumn winter JDY, card, Jetian Bang at Xiaolong, user 832171159, user 9670672, user 47983031, Nailan Guchen, night entering the star dream, Shurhoa Moran, user 38127593, user 10174769. Jetian Bang Night, Peace and Prosperity, Exploding Heaven Gang Divine Chef, Shin Mangru who loves raw Remania porridge, Cam, Muze Tianxia, Xing Hundo Luo, user 4359738, user 360235547, Luo Yen who loves salted chicken drumsticks and likes. Thank you everyone. Thank you Yinzhong Jushuchong, *0 Happy Face 0 Rin, user 10900924, Song ZG, Yuming Q, Jetian Bang at Xiaolong, Yiru Xing Mang, Wan Long who loves eating spicy pork skin with beans, Yuan Shou Yuan the Ruthless, Shuang Bei, and Xing S. Thank you everyone. Thank you to Shuangbei, Wuxingson, Yansung Sashikong, Baozai Langjin, user 407223660, Chen, 02, Sahizuan Diju, Jerry, Shanghua, Ma Jiang'a, Fengdang Bukjishij, Crazy Not Convenient to Say, user 384351112, Kajing, Stars Sun, Crayon Xiaosu, Past Matters with the Wind, The Suffering Sage who loves Blue Marlin, Lin Tianbao of Bo Village, Sold the Girl to Buy Matches, The Sovereign has never been ordinary, The Master who loves Silver Dew Plum, Yuchacha, Ingchuan who loves Frozen. Cherries, Carp, Xiaoyao Alliance, Xiaoyao Scholar, Shixiayan, Between, Star Soul Doluwa, Shang's Love Letter, thank you all. Thank you for the progress updates, Man is the Sky, user 964967753, user 1248648, Last General Ah, Starry Seas, Stone Long who loves cherry blossom cake, Luo Yen who loves salted chicken drumsticks, and the Knife Blade, thank you so much. Thank you to hashtag Spaceman for the character summon, sure, and the hilarious jokes. Thank you, Big Shot. Thank you to Shaokan Tiancher Muan for the bubble milk tea and the hilarious jokes, thank you, Big Shot. Thank you to Shuangbei for the love letter, sure, and the. Thank you, Big Shot. Thank you to Yunzhong Jushuchong for the love letter and character summon. Thank you, Big Shot. Thank you to the System Approval Bureau Director for the inspiration capsule, bubble milk tea, and love letter. Thank you, Big Shot. Thank you to Mo Nan for the sure. Thank you. Also thank again, Wuxingson, Mu Yuan, and other big shots for their continuous efforts out of love, as well as for continuously watching the videos. Thank you all. Chapter 111, Preparations. After disposing of the trash, Louis drove to Xingha Records. Deng Yangfei had been waiting and hurried forward to greet him. As Louis got out of the car, he didn't see Lin Shuxue and couldn't help but wonder. Your wife didn't come with you today? Lu Yike nodded. She wanted to come along, but I refused. Because today, besides recording the song, I also need to discuss with you about confessing my feelings to Shuxue. Confess your feelings? Deng Yangfei exclaimed in surprise, then quickly covered his mouth. Fortunately, there was no one around, and it didn't attract any attention. Deng Yangfei looked at Louis with excitement. Alright, old Liu, no wonder Qinbin said that as soon as you heard the Longyi graduation gala was on May 20th, you agreed right away. You were planning to confess your feelings to your future sister-in-law. Louis's face turned red. He cleared his throat twice and said seriously. I agreed to go to the Longyi graduation gala because Longyi is my alma mater, okay? It has nothing to do with confessing my feelings. Deng Yangfei gave him a meaningful look. Really, it has nothing to do with confessing your feelings? Lu Yi's forehead creased. Well, maybe just a little bit. Deng Yangfei burst into laughter, wearing an I-get-it expression. Seeing Louis raise his hand to punch him, Deng Yangfei quickly composed himself. Old Lu, how do you plan to handle this? Tell me first, and I'll go negotiate with Long Yi's side. Deng Yangfei smiled. You and your sister-in-law both graduated from Long Yi. Long Yi would definitely be happy to see you two at the graduation gala, witnessing your love. So no matter how you handle it, Long Yi should agree. Louis couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile, revealing a happy expression, and shared his plan with Deng Yangfei. Deng Yangfei listened with a look of astonishment on his face. Old Lu, you're too clever. Deng Yangfei raised his thumb and said. Impressive. Louis rolled his eyes. Don't just admire her, learn from her too. You might need to use it on Sister Anchi someday. Deng Yangfei's face turned red, and he said. I'm not like you handsome and talented. Sister Anchi would never notice me. Louis understood Deng Yangfei's current feelings. He patted Deng Yangfei on the shoulder and said. Old Deng, keep going. Don't leave any regrets. If you're determined to act, I'll definitely help you out. Deng Yangfei was deeply moved but still didn't commit, changing the subject. Upon arriving at the recording studio, Louis took out the sheet music for the song they were going to record today. Looking at the sheet music, the studio staff had tears in their eyes. I thought since the sister-in-law wasn't here, we wouldn't have to eat any dog food, but here we are again. Except for the one about graduation, the rest are all so sweet. Those songs with such high sugar content must all be prepared by Lu Gu for his wife, right? Sigh, I don't know whether to envy Louis's talent or his wife's good fortune. Louis gave them a disapproving look. Focus on preparing for the recording session. Otherwise, there won't be any red envelopes. When recording the album Missing Summer, Louis promised that once Missing Summer became a hit, he would give each of his subordinates a big red envelope. Now that Memories of Summer has become a huge hit, he had already prepared the red envelopes last night. Upon hearing about the red envelopes, the staff immediately became full of energy. Soon, Louis began recording the first song. After listening to Louis's first song of the day, everyone felt a sense of melancholy, reminiscing about their own graduation days. Seeing everyone so moved, Louis couldn't help but come up with an idea. Why not release an album themed around graduation? Upon hearing Louis's words, Deng Yangfei's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. With graduation approaching, there aren't many high-quality graduation-themed songs out there. If we release an album around graduation time, it should be a huge hit. However, just as he finished speaking, Deng Yangfei shook his head. Because an album needs at least 10 songs. And there is less than a month left until graduation season. Although Louis had once created the miracle of producing an entire album in one night, such a miracle couldn't possibly be replicated, could it? Louis was naturally confident, and Deng Yangfei also agreed with the idea, thinking it was indeed feasible. If 2 albums were released consecutively and became huge hits, he believed his popularity would skyrocket, and he would definitely be able to join the ranks of top-tier celebrities. However, the most important thing now isn't releasing the graduation album, but preparing for the May 20th event. After sending out the red envelopes, Louis continued recording songs. These songs were all very sweet, so the atmosphere in the recording studio shifted from the melancholy of graduation season to one filled with the scent of love. After finishing the recording, the staff once again showered Louis with praise. They couldn't fathom how Louis could have so much inspiration to write so many great songs. Louis, however, was discussing the specifics of the May 20th event with Deng Yangfei. Suddenly, Deng Yangfei's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Deng Yangfei's face turned red. Louis didn't even need to think to know it was Zhang Anqi calling. After putting down the phone, Deng Yangfei said, Anqi said she'll be here any minute. To sign the contract? Louis asked. Deng Yangfei nodded. She just said she's already completed the termination procedures with her previous company and wants to sign the contract with us immediately. Louis raised an eyebrow. The termination process was actually quite complicated. For Zhang Anqi to complete it in one night must have required a significant effort. That's really bold of her, Louis praised. Of course Anqi has guts. Deng Yangfei chimed in. Hardship has shaped Anqi, making her not only bold but also charming. Louis couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Deng Yangfei really liked Zhang Anqi. In the chairman's office, Louis and Deng Yangfei chatted while waiting for Zhang Anqi. Soon, Zhang Anqi arrived. She was wearing a white dress, exuding an ethereal aura that made Deng Yangfei stare at her in awe. Anqi. Louis greeted her, simultaneously nudging Deng Yangfei to remind him to mind his manners and not leave a sleazy impression before even starting to pursue Zhang Anqi. Fortunately, Deng Yangfei reacted quickly, composed himself, and followed Louis to greet Zhang Anqi. After some brief small talk, Deng Yangfei handed the contract to Zhang Anqi. Anqi, take a look first. While Zhang Anqi was reviewing the contract, Louis was also looking at it. It must be said that Deng Yangfei was indeed professional. Although he liked Zhang Anqi, he kept his personal and professional life separate. While the contract wasn't exploitative toward Zhang Anqi, its numerous clauses were designed to maximize the company's interests. Of course, Zhang Anqi wouldn't be at a disadvantage by signing this contract, as Louis was confident he could tailor a custom album for her, making her a sensation across Longwa. Chapter 112, Looking Back. Zhang Anqi looked at the contract, her brows slightly furrowed. Compared to her previous company, Xinghe's contract was much stricter. This contract is more suitable for newly debuted singers who have yet to build a reputation. For a seasoned singer like her, there was no reason to sign such a contract. However, Zhang Anqi did not reject it outright. Last night, while scrolling through short videos on her phone, almost every video had Lu Yi's songs as their background music. Today, while driving to Xinghe, the shops along the road were all playing Lu Yi's The Wind is Rising. Lu Yi has already ushered in an era of dominating screens, charts, and streets. This completely proves Lu Yi's unparalleled talent. Zhang Anqi thought it over and made up her mind. She then said to Lu Yi, "Ludi, I can sign this contract, but I'd like to sign it for just 1 year. After a year, if we both want to continue working together, we can sign another contract under the same terms. How does that sound?" Lu Yi smiled. Zhang Anqi's suggestion was simply a sign of her belief in his talent, though not absolute. Lu Yi found Zhang Anqi's proposal reasonable and nodded in agreement. All right. After signing the contract, Zhang Anqi suggested, "Luda, you mentioned last night that you already have a rough draft of a song, and that song is very suitable for me. I wonder if it's possible to." Louis smiled faintly, took out a sheet of sheet music, and placed it in front of Zhang Anqi. He had known last night that Zhang Anqi would choose to join Xinghe, so he had already secured the rights to the song. Zhang Anqi took the sheet music and looked at it, her expression filled with surprise. "The entire song is already written? Lude, you said last night that you'd only just come up with a rough draft of this song. How?" Deng Yangfei interjected from the side. "Lugo can write an entire album in one night. Since he already had the rough draft last night, completing the entire song is just a matter of minutes." Hearing this, Zhang Anqi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Lu Yi's song Missing Summer was actually written in one night? That's way too exaggerated. Zhang Anqi stared at Lu Yi in disbelief. She had already thought Lu Yi was incredibly talented. She never imagined that Lu Yi's talent could surpass her expectations. "Take a look at the sheet music first and see if you're satisfied." Lu Yi took a sip of tea and smiled as he reminded her. Zhang Anqi snapped back to reality and continued looking at the sheet music. As she read through the lyrics, Zhang Anqi's eyes began to well up. She took a deep breath, lifted her head, and refused to let the tears fall. Lu Yi tapped Deng Yangfei on the shoulder. Though the latter was a bit startled, he at least didn't loudly ask Lu Yi why he was poking him. "Anqi's sister." Deng Yangfei tore off a tissue and handed it to her. "Thank you." Zhang Anqi wiped the corner of her eye. After calming down, Zhang Anqi asked Lu Yi, "Lu Yi, can we go record this song now?" Lu Yi smiled slightly. "Whenever you're ready, I'm ready." After making preparations, Zhang Anqi entered the recording studio. She gripped the microphone tightly with both hands, her expression determined. "Every time. I've been strong amidst loneliness and despair. Every time. Even when I'm hurt, I won't shed a tear. I know. I've always had a pair of invisible wings, carrying me flying over despair." Watching Zhang Anqi sing with tears streaming down her face in the recording studio, Lu Yi was deeply moved. Zhang Anqi had once been a sensation across half of Longwa, but had to temporarily step away from the music industry due to illness. After recovering, she discovered that her mother had seized her assets. Not only that, but her mother spread rumors, accusing her of being unfilial. Zhang Anqi endured the dual blows of illness and family betrayal, plunging into darkness for a long time and nearly succumbing to depression. However, she was truly resilient and managed to overcome her struggles, participating in Singing King 2021 with the hope of regaining her former glory. Even though she performed poorly on Singing King 2021 and was eliminated in the 4th episode, she did not give up but immediately decided to collaborate with Lu Yi. Even Lu Yi was deeply impressed by Zhang Anqi. "I finally soar. Gazing with my heart, unafraid. Wherever the wind blows, I'll fly that far. Invisible wings make dreams last longer than the sky. Leave a wish for myself to imagine." Zhang Anqi held back her tears and sang the entire song. After finishing, she seemed to let go, flashing a smile. People inside and outside the recording studio clapped enthusiastically. This song, Invisible Wings, has simple lyrics and melody, the kind that you can hum along to after hearing it just once. However, with Zhang Anqi's ethereal yet powerful voice and exceptional vocal skills, the song conveyed warmth and a steadfast strength, making it deeply inspiring and touching. Zhang Anqi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, stepped out of the recording studio, placed her hand over her chest, and bowed to Lu Yi in gratitude. "Lu De, thank you." She wasn't just thanking him, Lu Yi had given her a song that could make her red hot again, even surpassing her peak. She was also grateful that this song would help her walk more firmly on her path forward. No need to thank me. Louis waved his hand and smiled. Take a moment to compose yourself, then record it again. Although your emotions were very intense just now, but... Zhang Yanqi wiped away her tears and nodded. I understand. Louis, rest assured I'll make sure not to let you down. Louis hurriedly said. Don't say that. Just promise not to let Xinghe down. Don't mention me. He was about to have a girlfriend, so he needed to be extra careful. Besides, there's a stalker standing right beside him. Yang Fei, this song Invisible Wings by Yanqi is all yours. Louis patted Deng Yangfei on the shoulder. Do your best and don't let me down. Seeing Louis winking at him, Deng Yangfei blushed slightly. Louis gave him a mischievous smile. I've got plenty of inspiration. Maybe I can produce an album for Yanqi soon. You've got a big responsibility on your shoulders. Deng Yangfei's heart began to race. If he really got to produce an album for Yanqi, wouldn't that give him plenty of opportunities to interact with her? Just then, Zhang Yanqi walked over and extended her hand. Mr. Deng, please take care of me in the future. Deng Yangfei's mouth went dry as he shook hands with Zhang Yanqi. I'll be going now. Louis said to Deng Yangfei. Don't forget the task I assigned you. Deng Yangfei pounded his chest loudly. You can count on me. Louis returned to the villa and happened to see Lin Shuxue signing for a delivery. What is that? Louis walked over and asked curiously. Lin Shushua's face turned bright red, and she shielded all the packages like a mother hen protecting her chicks, not letting Louis see them. Women's products don't look. Louis looked skeptical. It's not women's products, is it? If they were women's products, would you be blushing like this? Last time you asked me to help you get some sanitary pads, you didn't blush this much. As he spoke, Louis took advantage of Lin Shushua's inattention and reached into her arms to grab the package. Chapter 113, The Evening Begins. Lin Shushue's nerves were on edge, and she reacted quickly, clutching the package tightly to her chest. Louis missed his grip, rolled his eyes, and said, What is it anyway? Just tell me. Lin Shuxue ran into the villa while still holding the package. You'll find out in a few days. Louis rubbed his chin, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. After putting the package back in the room, Lin Shuxue ran downstairs and said to Louis, You absolutely must not sneak into my room to peek. Don't worry. Louis raised his hand in a swear, Don't you trust my character? Lin Shuxue nodded and walked into the kitchen. I'm going to simmer the soup. You go ahead and do your thing. Louis replied and went upstairs. As he passed by Lin Shushue's room, Louis stopped in his tracks. Louis hesitated for a moment before grasping the doorknob. Just as he was about to turn the knob, he felt a chill run down his spine. Louis's body tensed up, and he clenched his lips. He stiffly turned his neck and saw Lin Shuxue standing at the top of the stairs, hands on her hips, glaring angrily at him. I said I noticed the door handle was dirty and wanted to help you clean it. Do you believe me? Louis smiled awkwardly. What do you think? Lin Shuxue raised the shovel in her hand. Louis, you're dead. A moment later. Lin Shushue's laughter echoed from Louis's room. Stop, stop, stop. Stop teasing me. I give up, stop tickling my armpits. Louis, I'm sorry, stop teasing me. Lin Shuxue was pinned down on the bed by Louis, who was tickling her relentlessly. She couldn't resist and had no choice but to surrender. Are you going to let me die in peace? Louis gently tapped Lin Shuxue on the forehead. Poof. Lin Shuxue dashed out of Louis's room as fast as she could. She angrily waved the spatula in her hand. Just wait and see. I'll get you back someday. As she spoke, she muttered something about Zhang Shu and Qini. Louis's lips twitched slightly as he recalled the man named Zhang Busu and his deeply resentful gaze. I couldn't help but shiver all over. I shouldn't be this scared, right? Louis flexed his arm, and his biceps were still quite prominent. He jumped off the bed and did 50 squats without breaking a sweat. Men are at an advantage before the age of 27. After 27, their physical strength and desires begin to decline. Women, on the other hand, start to turn the tables after 30, gaining a more advantageous position. Louis read the interesting tidbit he found online and rubbed his chin. But if you keep exercising, maintaining the Mr. Muscle physique is definitely possible. Upon reading this, Louis immediately decided to increase his exercise regimen. Otherwise, who knows? Maybe in a few years, Lin Shuxue would really come looking for him to settle the score. Louis did some squats before opening his computer to start writing. He was writing about Zhang Wuji arriving at the linked mountain villa and encountering the wicked woman Zhu Jiuzhen. He heard Lin Shuxue knocking on the door. The soup is ready. Are you done yet? I'm just about done. Louis saved his work and shut down the computer. The soup Lin Shuxue had stewed today was sour radish and old duck soup. It's the start of summer, and the weather is hot. This soup will help cool you down and beat the heat. Lin Shuxue served Louis a bowl of soup and said, You've been having nosebleeds lately, so drink more soup, it should help. Louis looked at the old duck soup in the bowl, and his face turned red. The reason he had been experiencing nosebleeds was indeed due to the gradually rising temperatures. But it wasn't the heat that caused him to feel heaty. Rather, the heat had made Lin Shuxue's nightgown increasingly thin. Since he and Lin Shuxue shared the same roof, he couldn't help but catch glimpses of her in her nightgown. At the thought of this, Louis couldn't help but recall the scene of Lin Shuxue's two large white rabbits swaying before his eyes. What's wrong? Lin Shuxue saw Louis staring at the old duck soup without moving and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Louis gave an awkward smile, placing one hand under the table to discreetly cover his groin, while lifting the bowl with the other. This duck the soup is too hot. I'll let it cool down a bit before drinking it. That night, Louis drank a lot of duck soup. However, over the next few days, Louis's nosebleeds did not improve. Meanwhile, while writing the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Louis also went to the Star River recording studio with Lin Shuxue to practice a song. Lin Shuxue was a performing arts major, but she couldn't very well perform a skit at the graduation gala, could she? So Lin Shuxue would also have to sing at the graduation gala. As for the song she would sing, it would be a duet with Louis. May 20th. The sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. Louis and Lin Shuxue arrived at Longyi together. Lin Shuxue's agent, Lin Shuxue, was startled to see Louis get out of Lin Shuxue's car. Shuxue, what's going on? Lin Shuxue hurried forward and said. Fortunately, Longyi wanted to give the graduates a surprise today, so the invitation of you guests was kept confidential, and no reporters were invited. Otherwise, if the scene of you walking with Louis had been photographed, it would have been disastrous. Lin Shuxue shrugged it off and said. What's so bad about that? Lin Shuxue said. I know you and Louis are both graduates of Longyi, and Louis is your senior who once looked out for you. So you think walking with him wouldn't matter even if you were photographed, because you and Louis are innocent and have no other relationship. But the reporters don't know that, and even if they did, they wouldn't write it that way. Journalists will definitely embellish the story and say you and Louis have another kind of relationship. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuxue's face flushed slightly. Lin Shuxue seemed to have misunderstood something. Lin Shuxue opened her mouth, wanting to explain to Lin Shuxue. But Lin Shuxue said. Don't make excuses, Shui. You need to be more careful in the future. Your new show is about to air. If rumors about your love life spread now, it'll really affect you. Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes. All she cared about was Louis. The new show meant nothing to her. At that moment, the event organizer approached and invited Lin Shuxue and Louis to the backstage to prepare. The entire gala was divided into two parts. The first part featured performances by graduating students. The second part featured performances by Longyi alumni. There were quite a few Longyi alumni invited this time. In addition to Louis and Lin Shuxue, there were also veteran singers such as Xiao Shixing, Hong Jingfan, and Tan Jingwei. The order in which the alumni took the stage had already been determined by a lottery. Louis is in the middle, while Lin Shuxue is the finale. Lu De. The event organizer pulled Louis aside and said. Everything you need is ready. We're looking forward to your performance. Louis smiled and thanked him. What are you whispering about? Louis returned, and Lin Shuxue asked curiously. Nothing much. The organizer said he really liked my song, so we chatted for a while. Louis made up an excuse to brush it off. The evening event took place as scheduled. The host was an outstanding graduate from Longyi. A man and a woman, the man tall and handsome, the woman graceful and charming. Watching the two hosts, the graduates in the audience felt a pang of envy. Because the two hosts looked like a golden couple, stunning the entire audience. Thank you to #Spaceman for the roll call, and to Cloud Bookworm for the inspiration capsule. Thank you to the first class soldier from the Exploding Heaven Gang, user 111366665, Nailan Guchin, user 252400672, Shanan Nanjie is the most beautiful, and Nanming Yumao for the likes. Thank you to Xia Yingchen, the Arrow Pig Lover, the Update Expert, and Bayun Xcloud for sending a love letter. Thank you to Asba from Fancheng, user 417777601, and user 17324230 for the bubble milk tea. Thank you to Zhatian Bang's Social Lan Wangji, Little Glutton Who Loves Pumpkin Dumplings, user 4802430, and for thee. Thank you to Gushin Jian for sending a knife blade. Chapter 114, Graduation Season. Looking down at the envious glances from the audience and the hosts who looked as well matched as a golden couple, the smile on his lips grew even broader. If nothing goes wrong, they will be the most stunning couple of the night. Stealing their nerves, the two picked up the microphones and smiled. Distinguished leaders, honored guests, dear teachers, and fellow students, good evening. After a brief opening, they announced the first performance of the evening. Students from the dance department performed a street dance routine that was energetic and explosive, sending the entire audience into a frenzy of applause. The rest of the performances were mostly singing acts. The songs they sang were Sunny Day, 7 Miles of Fragrance, Midsummer, and Rice Fragrance. Louis was completely dumbfounded backstage and muttered to himself. Why are they all singing my songs? Tan Jingwei, who was getting her makeup done, was sitting next to Lu Yi and laughed. Lude, the current music scene in Longwei is both trendy and melodious, yet not vulgar, and the professional level is high. Aren't all those songs yours? Hong Jingfang nodded in agreement. Nowadays, your songs are everywhere on the streets, in short video apps, and more. This is an unprecedented boom, isn't it? It's not much different from the era of the song god. Louis hurriedly waved his hands and said, Sister Wei, Sister Feng, you're joking. Tan Jingwei and Hong Jingfang, however, looked serious and said, Louis, you have to keep going. Don't even mention us, even the singing legend is getting old and can't come up with new works anymore. And now, foreign cultures are invading our country severely. The task of upholding the glory of the Dragon Nation's music scene may fall on your shoulders. Louis's expression grew serious, and he nodded solemnly. At that moment, the final performance prepared by the graduates took the stage. It was a choir performance by a class. The song they sang was "The Wind is Rising." As the music began, the graduates below, and even the teachers, started humming along softly. By the time the chorus reached the climax, the entire audience joined in, creating a breathtaking scene of mass singing. This scene once again left Tan Jingwei and the other veteran singers in awe. They then praised Louis, calling him incredibly talented and destined to become the brightest star in Longwa's music scene. Following that, Tan Jingwei and the other veteran singers took the stage one by one to perform and offer blessings and encouragement to the graduates. The graduates in the audience, filled with respect for Tan Jingwei and the other veteran singers, responded with enthusiastic applause. The two hosts, resembling a pair of golden children, returned to the stage and announced, the next performers to take the stage and bring songs and blessings to everyone are the alumni of Longi Arts, who were the original singers of all the songs just performed. As soon as these words were spoken, all the graduates in the audience stood up. Lu Da. They were extremely excited, cheering non-stop with eyes full of anticipation. Seeing this, Tan Jingwei and the other veteran singers backstage couldn't help but smile wryly. When they took the stage, the audience's reaction was also intense, but compared to Louis's performance, it was simply incomparable. A new generation is replacing the old. They sighed, but there was no sadness or melancholy in their voices. Because Louis's immense popularity was a blessing for the music industry of Longwa. A talented artist like Louis having such high popularity was far better than those who sought fame and fortune through underhanded means. The two hosts were also deeply moved, their hands trembling slightly. Louis is also their idol. Next, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome our very own Louis, who will perform his brand new original song, Into the Sea. The students and teachers below were both excited and surprised. Louis had actually brought another original song. Is Louis's creativity truly endless? Over the past half month, Louis has already performed 13 original songs, each one more surprising than the last. Now, with another original song, could he still surprise everyone? The moment everyone had been waiting for. Louis walked onto the stage wearing a clean white shirt, blue jeans, white sneakers, and holding a guitar. The moment Louis stepped onto the stage, the once bustling crowd below suddenly fell silent. Such a swift silence is probably something only Louis can achieve. Louis sat down on a stool with his guitar. A slightly hoarse voice echoed. There are still so many words to say. The wind urges us to set off. Leave behind both laughter and tears. In this summer of the year. The verse section is similar to Midsummer, with a gentle melody and simple lyrics, lacking any real wow factor. But it somehow captures your attention and immerses you in the world of the song. Time will answer growth. Growth will answer dreams. Dreams will answer life. Life answers the form of you and me. The ocean answers the rivers. The world will answer the rivers. Rivers will answer the waves. Let us dive into the sea of humanity together. Become a surging wave. The melody of the chorus remains relatively gentle but deeply moving, bringing tears to the eyes of many graduates. The lyrics do not, like other graduation songs, dwell on past campus life to evoke nostalgic memories. Louis uses simple strokes to blend growth, life, and dreams into one. It can't help but make one think of how they came to this university campus because of their dreams, where they met, got to know, and became close with their campus friends. Then, because of growth in life, they must part ways. They are like waves, together diving into the vast ocean of society. Though they are in the same ocean, they may never meet again. Even if they do meet again, it is only a fleeting glimpse at a class reunion, before returning to their respective lives. Like waves in the same ocean, even if they meet again, they part ways instantly, and it becomes even harder to meet again. Let us dive into the sea of humanity. Become a surging wave. A variation after the repeated chorus brought tears to the eyes of the graduates, who sat down once more. They felt sorrow in their hearts, thinking of parting with their friends and the campus they had spent 4 years in, and they truly did not want to leave. Though they had once clashed, criticized each other, and even fought fiercely. They had also skipped class together, played sports, and gone to internet cafes. When someone in the dorm had to go see their girlfriend in another city, the others would answer for them in class. When the dormitory aunt came to check, they would turn on the bathroom light and pretend someone was inside. Recalling those past moments, their hearts were filled with countless emotions. As the hall was filled with the melancholy of parting, Luyi's guitar sound rang out once more. Everyone was surprised the previous variation had made them think entering the sea had already ended. Little did they know there was more. There are still so many words to say. We must set off now. Some questions don't need answers yet. Singing this song. Toward the sea. Luyi's voice sang a gentle melody, dispelling the lingering sadness in the hall. Just as the lyrics sang. Even if there are many unspoken words, the torrent of time rolls onward, and every wave must eventually merge into the river and sea. Life is about growth, and growth inevitably leads to parting. But parting has its time, and reunion has its time. Chapter 115, Sweet Duet. Luyi felt that Entering the Sea was the most suitable song to sing at the university graduation ceremony. It is sorrowful yet not despairing, melancholy yet not tragic. The final segment carries an encouraging message for graduates: do not fear the power of farewell. Holding his guitar, Luyi stood up and looked at the graduates below, his eyes growing moist. He actually envied these graduates. Before graduation, they could still spend their final days together and have a perfect graduation ceremony. But when he graduated, the world was in turmoil, and he couldn't return to school, so he had to complete his graduation project at home. He still remembered, during the first semester of his senior year, he and his friends had vowed that after the new year, they would return to school and eat their way through the street outside campus, getting drunk every day. Unfortunately, none of that came to pass. When they finally met again, it was after the online defense had ended, and they were back at school packing their belongings and handling the final graduation procedures. Luyi felt a lump in his throat. Their graduating class might be the most regretful one, without even a single complete graduation photo. Some friends even had to be photoshopped into the pictures. Luyi thought of many things until someone reminded him to say something to the graduates, and he snapped back to reality. Looking at the bright eyes below the stage, Luyi wiped the corner of his eye and smiled broadly. Students, perhaps your swords are not yet sheathed, but soon you will venture into the world. But please remember, as the books say, no feast lasts forever. But the books also say, wherever you go, you will meet again. So please stay true to your original aspirations. May you walk half your life and return still a youth. The graduate's eyes grew more determined. Indeed, where in life do we not meet again? Perhaps there is no need for class reunions one day, we might just bump into an old friend at a street corner. Even if it's just a brief chat or a meal, it still shows that after parting ways, we won't be apart forever. Luyi stepped off the stage. The veteran singer Xiao Shixing took the stage. As he stepped onto the stage, Xiao Shixing also felt the challenge of taking over for Luyi. Although today wasn't a competitive performance, and Xiao Shixing didn't make any mistakes, he still broke out in a cold sweat after finishing his song. The younger generation is truly formidable. Xiao Shixing sighed deeply from the bottom of his heart. The following singers who took the stage also felt the same pressure. They were experienced, but this was their first time feeling such intense pressure, and it was coming from a junior. Backstage, Luyi looked at Lin Shuxue and noticed her innocent face was flushed. Taking deep breaths, she seemed quite nervous. You're a top-tier actress. You've seen it all. Now you're participating in a graduation gala and you're this nervous? Luyi teased her with a smile. Lin Shuxue pouted and said, I'm not nervous because of the graduation gala. I'm nervous because I have to sing a duet with you. Luyi laughed and said, we've practiced so many times in the recording studio. You sing really well. There's no need to be nervous. At that moment, the two hosts had already taken the stage. Next up is one of the four flowers of manhwa, Lin Shuxue, Shushue's sister. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. As one of the four flowers of manhwa, Lin Shushue's popularity was beyond question. So no one was surprised by this situation. The two hosts glanced at their cue cards and continued. Sister Shuxue has also prepared a brand new song for us today. The lyrics, composition, and arrangement of this song are all by Lu De. Upon hearing this, the graduates in the audience grew even more excited. Many began to speculate about the nature of the relationship between Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue. This was what they had been hoping for, as both in terms of looks and talent, Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue were truly a perfect match. Next, let's invite Shuxue and Lu De to perform their brand new song together. Natural Beauty. Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue are going to sing together. The graduating students below went wild. Especially those who were fans of both Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue, they were so excited they could barely contain themselves. At that moment, Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue slowly walked onto the stage. Lu Yi was still wearing the same outfit he had worn when he sang Entering the Sea, but without the guitar, he looked even more energetic. Lin Shuxue, on the other hand, was wearing a white long dress, stunningly beautiful, like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Lin Shuxue placed her hand in Lu Yi's palm. The two of them slowly walked onto the stage. This scene caused the graduates to erupt into a series of screams. They never imagined that the graduation ceremony would end with such an exciting moment. Although Lin Shuxue and Louis weren't holding hands like a couple, they simply held hands, like a gentleman and a princess. But it was still enough to stir the hearts of everyone present. When Louis and Lin Shuxue reached the center of the stage, the spotlights didn't falter. Louis and Lin Shuxue seemed to become the two brightest stars in the entire hall, capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, the hosts who had previously looked like a golden couple paled in comparison. Louis and Lin Shuxue were the true golden couple, truly stunning the entire audience. Louis and Lin Shuxue exchanged a smile, sparking cheers from the entire audience. It wasn't until Louis and Lin Shuxue picked up the microphone that the buzzing noise from the audience quickly died down. When all sounds faded away, the accompaniment began. The lively melody, full of joy, surprised many people. Another quiet evening. Sitting alone in a rocking chair, enjoying the cool breeze. I admit it's really peaceful. Just like the old man downstairs, yeah. Louis sang the song with a relaxed expression. Lin Shuxue playfully batted her eyelashes. I heard you're still working on some original stuff. You've been messing around with it for so long, and it's still like this. Why not spend some time thinking about and figure out what you really want? The audience below was speechless. Lin Shuxue, isn't she the aloof goddess? Now she is acting so playful? And Lin Shuxue was staring straight at Louis, her eyes filled with love. On stage. Lin Shuxue, I put on a beautiful makeup tonight. Louis, I'm sure it's beautiful makeup. The audience below can't sit still anymore. When Lin Shuxue sang about her beautiful makeup, Louis looked at her with those little glances. It was clearly the way you look at your girlfriend, right? Plus, Louis immediately followed up with, I'm sure it's absolutely stunning, which was way too sweet. Lin Shuxue, I'm swaying in the center of the dance floor. Louis, I can imagine that posture. As they sang in harmony, Lin Shuxue was on stage, dancing lightly. Although Lin Shuxue is a performing arts major, she has also taken dance classes. Therefore, when Lin Shuxue showcased her figure, gliding across the stage like a swan, it was truly breathtaking. Louis was completely mesmerized. At that moment, Lin Shuxue seemed like a fairy from another world, ethereal and otherworldly, making it impossible for him to look away. Meanwhile, as Lin Shuxue danced, her eyes never left Louis, not even for a moment. Below the stage, Lin Shuxue's agent, Lin Shuxue, was panicking. She had heard that Lin Shuxue was going to duet with Louis, but she didn't know they had such an arrangement. If this continued, wouldn't people misunderstand the relationship between Lin Shuxue and Louis? No, wait. The way Lin Shuxue and Louis were exchanging glances seemed to already be. Oh my goodness, could Shuxue be hiding something from me and be with Louis? Lin Shuxue was speechless with shock, her lips twitching uncontrollably, almost turning her face into a mask. The graduates, meanwhile, exclaimed. I can't take it. Luda and Shuijie, are they going to kill the dog tonight? The lyrics aren't that sweet, but when they sing them, it feels like the sweetness is off the charts. What's going on? Oh my goodness, Ludi and Shuxue, two people who don't sing sweet lyrics, don't have any physical contact, yet they can make people swoon just with their eyes. Lin Shuxue continued singing while dancing. I'll make my own changes while dwell on the past. Louis was so engrossed in watching her that he didn't forget to reply. Then please don't meet me. These two lines clearly had a bit of tension. However, when Louis and Lin Shuxue sang them, the audience still found them sweet. These two lines of lyrics give me the feeling of a young couple bickering. What is going on here? Haha, when Louis sang please don't meet me, his eyes were fixed on Lin Shuxue. This arrogant yet adorable behavior is killing me. Lin Shuxue is the same. She sings why bother dwelling on it? But her eyes are filled with love and happiness when she looks at Louis. These two are just pretending to argue, but they're actually just spreading sugar. Someone joked, shouting. Lude, Shuxue, on behalf of the Single Dogs Association, we strongly condemn you. Thank you to Wuxingsen, Aiyu who loves Jiangnan stir-fried rice, Zhe Tianbang design, Zhuhao who loves orange candy water, Xingyu Xiancheng, and Mo Xiaoyan for sending a love letter. Thank you to Gongzong, who loves braised pork Hoxian Zhong Zhu Shuchong the director of the System Approval Bureau and Zhiyong for giving a thumbs up. Thank you to Xiao Tao, Zhou Shashan, Omega, and female Taoist friend, please stay, hee this big shot's name is so sassy. For sending knife blades. Thank you to I only feel sorry for gay giant. For the. Thank you to Wuxingsen, the director of the System Approval Bureau, I'm starting to cultivate again and again for your continuous support out of love. Thank you all. Please send me some videos and free gifts. Chapter 116, 3000 Worlds, 3 Loves. Hearing the complaints from the audience, Louis and Lin Shuxue couldn't help but smile. While laughing, the two continued singing along with the accompaniment. If I look at you one more time, would I still feel anything? Back then, when I was so pure and innocent. Louis sang softly, gazing deeply into Lin Shuxue's eyes. The audience below couldn't help but comment. This isn't just another glance. This is clearly looking a billion times. And it's like they can't get enough, even after a billion glances. No need to draw eyeliner to look familiar. No need to blend the foundation evenly. Lin Shuxue stopped dancing at that moment and gracefully walked toward Louis. Louis also walked toward Lin Shuxue with deep affection. Lin Shuxue reached out her hand. Louis took hold of Lin Shushue's fingertips and sang, "Rainy Day. Let's go shopping." Lin Shuxue looked at Louis. After finishing the line, the two turned together to face the audience below, their faces beaming with smiles. Smiling so much your face is all red. Below the stage, the graduates' lips twitched slightly. I suspect Luda and Shuxue are singing laughing at others for getting their faces wet, but what they're really thinking is look at all the single people down there. That's life. I feel the same way. Not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Wah! Louis and Lin Shuxue laughed. These audience members sure have an active imagination. After all, Natural Beauty is about a couple who graduate from school and break up, with the man remaining unchanged and the woman changing. The duet is filled with memories and nostalgia for their youth. Technically speaking, it's not exactly a sweet love song. But how did it end up sounding like a century-old sweet love song in these viewers' ears? In reality, the audience below couldn't possibly have missed that Suyen wasn't actually a sweet love song. It's just that the way Louis and Lin Shuxue looked at each other was so captivating that it was hard to focus on the actual meaning of Suyen. The audience even speculated that even if Louis and Lin Shuxue were singing a heartbreaking ballad, they might still manage to make it sound sweet. When Louis finished the last line, the accompaniment gradually faded out. Louis and Lin Shuxue spoke in unison. "Thank you everyone." Below the stage, Lin Sueyun's expression grew grim. She grew increasingly convinced that there was something between Lin Shuxue and Louis that she didn't know about. Otherwise, how could Lin Shuxue and Louis be so in sync? Even their speaking pace was in sync. If they're not a couple, they're close. Once Shuxue returns to the backstage, I must ask her about this. Lin Sueyun thought to herself. Louis placed the microphone back on the stand and hurriedly ran off the stage. Lin Shuxue smiled at the audience and asked, "Everyone here, after listening to Natural Beauty, do you feel a bit melancholy?" A boy near the stage shouted back, "Yes, absolutely. Shuxue, you're sharing your happiness with Louis in front of all us single people. How can you not make us feel melancholy?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding graduates actually nodded in agreement. Lin Shuxue felt a wave of exasperation. This wasn't how she had imagined the scene unfolding. Fortunately, she was experienced and quickly steered the conversation back on track. Graduation season is also known as breakup season. All of you here may soon face choices between life, dreams, and love. Everyone has their own choices. I just hope you'll be cautious when making them, and never let yourself regret your decisions in the future. Of course, I also know that some of you are still secretly in love with someone. Now that graduation is approaching, if you meet again in the future, the person in your heart might already be someone else's husband or wife. So please, everyone, seize the opportunity. If you like someone, don't hesitate to confess your feelings. Lin Shuxue's words brought the bustling hall to a sudden silence. Those who had been hesitating whether to confess their feelings to that person now looked even more determined. Why hesitate? Isn't it because you're afraid of failing and losing even the friendship? But if you don't try, after graduation, scattered across the country, how can you still be friends? Many people clenched their fists, deciding to confess their feelings after the graduation party. Those who were already couples interlocked their fingers, holding each other tightly. Perhaps love can't overcome reality. But how will you ever know if you don't try? Once we leave this campus, perhaps there will never be such pure love again. Watching the emotions of the graduates below, Lin Shuxue also shared her parting words. All goodbyes are sad sentences, but I hope your goodbyes are not full stops, but dashes, pointing toward a warm tomorrow filled with smiles. As she finished speaking, the graduates clapped enthusiastically, thanking Lin Shuxue for her encouragement and blessings. After finishing her message, Lin Shuxue placed the microphone back on the stand and turned to leave the stage. Seeing Lin Shuxue about to leave, some graduates stood up, ready to exit and buy a bottle of Jiang Xiaobai to confess their feelings to the person in their hearts. Others, however, hesitated due to the school leaders sitting in the front row and remained seated. They glanced at the stage, looking at the piano in the corner, feeling puzzled. Lin Shuxue was the final performer, and there were no other acts scheduled afterward. Yet that piano hadn't been touched by anyone yet. Just as Lin Shuxue walked to the edge of the stage. Click! All the lights in the broadcast hall suddenly went out. What's going on? Power outage? Can the graduation gala really have a power outage? The graduates who had been restless and ready to leave to confess their feelings stood there dumbfounded, looking around in confusion. No, it's not a power outage. Suddenly someone shouted. Look at the electronic screen on the stage. Hearing the shout, everyone quickly looked up at the electronic screen ahead. The electronic screen, which had been turned off earlier, suddenly lit up. On the screen appeared a line of poetic verse. I love three things in the world. Sun, moon, and you. The sun for morning. The moon for night. And you. Forever. Below the English love poem is a translation that is extremely classical and romantic. In this vast world, I have three loves: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun represents the morning, and the moon represents the evening. You are the eternal morning and evening. Upon seeing this love poem, all the graduates erupted into cheers. Is someone about to confess their feelings? May I say this, who is this gentleman? He is so bold, confessing his feelings today and making such a big deal out of it. I don't know who the gentleman is, but I know he is amazing. The English love poem above is from Rabindranath Tagore's The Flight of the Birds, but the translation below is truly beautiful, a perfect example of accuracy, fluency, and elegance. Amidst the chaos of thousands of people, a piano melody began to play. Chapter 117, Writing a Poem for You. This is the melody of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star is a well-known children's song. No one can't sing it, and no one can't recognize it. However, singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star as a confession seems a bit odd, doesn't it? Just as everyone was puzzled, more and more musical instruments began to play. Music department graduates immediately understood. The guy who was confessing his feelings had used the melody of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star as an introduction, and then started singing the rest of the song. But the intro to Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star sounded so unfamiliar. I've never heard it before. Could it be an original song? The thought crossed their minds, sending the music department graduates into a panic. Singing your own original song during a confession. That's so bold. If the original song is good, it's a pleasant surprise. But if it's not good, it'll be a shock and could lead to the confession failing. Why take such a big risk? Why not just pick a song from Lu Da's album? Many music graduates couldn't understand. At that moment, the intro ends. The singing begins. Love is a strange thing. I start to lose control of my body. Love is a skill. I no longer recognize myself. For you, I've done so many foolish things. The first was writing poems for you. When people hear this verse, many are left speechless. Because this verse is really well written. And because the voice singing this chorus sounds so much like Louis. As everyone stood there in shock and confusion, the spotlight suddenly fell, enveloping the piano that had been ignored throughout the entire evening. Before the piano, a man in a suit was elegantly playing and singing. Writing poems for you, staying still for you. Do the impossible for you. For you, I learned to play the piano and write lyrics. For you, I lose my mind. I write poems for you, I stop for you. Doing the impossible for you. For you, I play all the love song lyrics. The chorus melody is catchy. But everyone's attention has already shifted away from this song. Graduates, even the dragon art leaders sitting in the front row, have all stood up. Everyone is staring at the pianist. Louis. It's really Lu De. The person confessing tonight is Lu De. My goodness, who is Lu De going to confess to? The lighting technician answered everyone's question. Another spotlight fell. It landed precisely on Lin Shuxue, who was standing at the edge of the stage in a white long dress. Is Lu De going to confess his feelings to Sister Shuxue? I feel like my brain is about to shut down. Is this really happening? Everyone was thrilled, including Lin Kaiyun. However, Lin Sayun's excitement wasn't the kind that comes from joy, it was the kind that comes from anger. She sensed what was about to happen. She stood up in a rage, determined to stop it all. But the surrounding graduates and school officials were all in a frenzy, and she couldn't break through the crowd. And some graduates tried to calm her down. Sis, can you please stop moving? Exactly. Why not just watch Lu De confess his feelings to Shuejia? It's so romantic. I know you're excited, but you still need to behave yourself. Lin Sueyun's face turned beet red. If she didn't go up on stage to stop Louis, it would be too late. In fact, it was already too late. Louis had already stood up, one hand holding the 99 roses placed beside the piano, the other holding the microphone. I forgot to say, the most beautiful thing is your name. Louis's eyes were filled with tenderness and love. He walked up to her, handed her the 99 roses, and said softly, Lin Shuxue, I love you. At that moment, the audience below went completely wild. Almost everyone placed their hands over their mouths and shouted, Be together. Be together. Stay together. Lin Shuxue, dressed in a white dress, had tears in her eyes at that moment. Although she had already guessed that Louis would confess his feelings to her today. But when the moment finally arrived, she was so overwhelmed that her heart couldn't calm down. Lin Shuxue covered her face, looking at Louis in his neatly tailored suit, unable to hold back her tears of joy. Louis felt sorry for her and reached out to wipe away her tears. Silly girl, don't cry. You'll ruin your makeup. Lin Shuxue pouted, her tear-filled eyes asking, What's wrong? If I cry and ruin my makeup, do you not like me anymore? Louis couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. I didn't. Before he could finish, Lin Shuxue had already taken a step forward and thrown herself into his arms. Looking down at the person in his arms, Louis couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. This time, he didn't hesitate. He reached out and embraced her, holding her tightly against him. The two stood there, silently feeling each other's body heat and breath. Below the stage, Lin Shuxue sat down dejectedly. As for the graduates and the Dragon Art executives, they continued to cheer. Oh my god, my face is burning up. Me too. Even though it wasn't me confessing or being confessed to, I'm so excited. I've never felt this way before. I'm a single person, but why am I smiling like an auntie right now? Even though I was force-fed some dog food, I'm actually satisfied. What's going on? I swear, I've never eaten such sweet dog food. Writing love poems, singing love songs, and giving 99 roses. Ludi is way too good at this. If I were Lin Shuxue, I'd be so happy. I'd faint right now. Of course, while some people support Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue being together, there are also those who oppose it. I don't agree with Lu Di and Lin Shuxue being together. Lu Di should be mine. I don't agree either. I think only I deserve Lin Shuxue. Stop arguing. I'm bisexual. I'd be happy with either Lu Di or Lin Shuxue. The guy who said the last line was immediately looked down upon by his roommate sitting next to him. No wonder you always make us sleep with our backs against the wall. You're actually bisexual. More people, however, jeered at the opponents. They're a perfect match. What right do you monsters have to oppose them? Shut up already. Amidst the cheers of those shipping the couple, the faint voices of opposition were quickly drowned out. On stage, Lin Shuxue also let go of Lu Yi's embrace. Honey, here are your flowers. 99 roses, symbolizing my eternal love for you. Lu Yi once again held the bouquet out to Lin Shuxue. Lin Shuxue blushed and accepted the 99 roses. By accepting the flowers he gave her, it meant she had accepted his confession. Lu Di, Lin Shuxue, from now on, we're officially together. Will Weibo explode tonight? Who cares? I've already gushed so much I can't even speak. As everyone excitedly chatted, Lu Yi took Lin Shuxue to the piano. Lu Yi sat down at the piano once more. The piano melody began, followed by the tinkling sound of the wind chimes. Then, the event staff who had been waiting at the edge of the stage released the balloons they were holding. Thank you to Ma Mingyang, who loves Yuan Yang stir-fried noodles, Jia Tianbang social blue winji, and user 11827102 for sending a love letter. Thank you to user 17016349, Horin who loves manhwa berry cookies, Iju, and Asba from Fancheng for giving a thumbs up. Thank you to Yin Jin Shen Shuang, Xiao Xiaodio, Carrot 0 Happyface 0 Carrot, and user 10864926 for sending us a hurry up charm. Thank you to the Update Urger Extraordinaire and Carrot 0 Happyface 0 Carrot for sending bubble milk tea. Thank you to Zhatian Bang Hong Maohan Xian and user 10864926 for sending knife blades. Chapter 118, Confession. One by one, balloons soared into the sky. Each balloon was adorned with a red heart-shaped pattern. And inside each heart-shaped pattern was a name Lin Shuxue. At the same time, guitarist Zhang Boyu, bassist Wang Xian, drummer Hao Daki, and keyboardist Tan Yu all stepped out from behind the curtain. A beautiful yet unfamiliar melody fills the hall, leaving everyone in the room speechless. Could Lu Yi have an original song to sing for Lin Shuxue? Everyone was puzzled. Lu Yi had already stood up. Lu Yi held the microphone in one hand and held Lin Shuxue's hand with the other. This time, he wasn't being a gentleman, just holding the tips of Lin Shuxue's fingers. Instead, he interlaced his fingers with hers. Lin Shuxue felt the intense heat from Lu Yi's palm, and her face began to flush. Her heart was racing, filled with anticipation for the song Lu Yi was about to sing. Lu Yi's heart was racing as well, but fortunately, the song he had purchased from the system guaranteed a 100% mistake-free performance, otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Lu Yi followed the rhythm and sang the song Confession Balloon. Along the Seine River on the left bank of the river, I hold a cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. The lips that left a kiss mark. The roses at the flower shop whose name is written wrong. Confession Balloon, the wind blows it across the street. A smile flying in the sky. The highly rhythmic chorus had the audience swaying uncontrollably. When the audience heard the words Confession Balloons, they suddenly realized why Lu Yi had prepared so many heart-shaped balloons with Lin Shuxue's name written on them. Turns out those balloons were called confession balloons. Lu Di is so clever. The audience praised Lu Yi's creativity and envied Lin Shuxue's good fortune. Listening to the screams and envious sighs from the audience below, Lin Shuxue felt as though she had been dipped in honey. Oh, creating a romantic date. Not afraid to mess everything up. Having you means having the whole world. Dear, I fell in love with you from that day on. Sweetness comes so easily. Dear, don't be stubborn, your eyes are saying I'll marry you. The catchy chorus left the audience begging for more. The lyrics are too sweet and cloying, making them feel sick. Moreover, when Lu Yi sang Having You is Having the Whole World, he wrapped his arms around Lin Shuxue's waist. This is another confession. When Lu Yi sang Your Eyes Are Saying I'm Willing, he lowered his head. Lin Shuxue's face turned bright red, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. But her body didn't stiffen, instead, she unconsciously tiptoed. Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue grew closer and closer. Finally, their lips touched. Amidst the music and under a shower of love balloons, Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue shared their first intimate kiss. This is unbearable. They're taking this too far. Below the stage, audience members screamed in despair. Lu Da's line, "Your eyes are saying I'm willing," wasn't about Lin Shuxue being willing to be with him, but about being willing to kiss him. Oh my goodness, Lu Da and Shuxue, you're so sweet. I feel like I'm going to die from all the sweetness. Lin Shuxue just encouraged us to confess our feelings, but before we could even go, she and Lu Da are already publicly showing off their affection. How dare they? Not only those who had always liked Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue were cheering with joy. Even those who weren't particularly hoping for Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue to be together couldn't bring themselves to say anything against it now. Because the scene of Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue embracing and kissing was simply too dreamlike, making their hearts race. Even Lin Suiyan had forgotten her original intentions and couldn't help but smile like an ant. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Lu Yi released his embrace. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the rhythm of Confession Balloon came to a halt. Another cheerful melody began to play. What else? Lu Dali wrote 3 songs for Shuxue Jie? Will Lu Dali even release an album for Shuxue in the future? Everyone's lips twitched, unable to imagine how sweet an album would be if Lu Yi really wrote one themed around Lin Shuxue. Lin Shuxue listened to the melody played by the 4 band members, her eyes filled with surprise. Is that I'm willing? Lu Yi lowered his head, his forehead touching Lin Shuxue's. I will never sing I'm willing on the Singing King show. Because this song, I will only ever sing for you. Lin Shuxue's face was so red it looked like it was about to explode. Lu Yi, this guy, how dare he be so flirtatious now? Wasn't Lu Yi always so wooden before? If you don't flirt, that's fine, but once you start, it's like a deadly rhythm. Lin Shuxue muttered to herself, but she couldn't help but curve her lips upward. Lu Yi waited for the right moment, then lifted his head and gazed deeply at Lin Shuxue. Your smile tastes like the juiciest part of a watermelon. Illuminating the entire summer, the stars shine brightly for you. I won't play any sentimental tricks or cliches. My love is pure and simple. Even though she had heard it once before, Lin Shuxue wasn't the least bit bored. She looked at Lu Yi, her eyes sparkling like a starry sky. As for the audience below, their voices were hoarse from cheering. But they were still excited. Before, she had only thought that Lu Yi's bitter songs resonated deeply with people. Now they realized that Lu Yi's love songs were even sweeter than anything they'd ever heard. I'm happy to stand behind you, hold you close to my chest, and look down at your simple, pink cheeks. Lu Yi sang, gently pulling Lin Shuxue into his embrace. Lin Shuxue leaned against Lu Yi's chest, while Lu Yi looked down at her tenderly. The audience below couldn't tell whether this was a movie or real life. Is there really such a sweet scene in real life? The audience was so swept up in the sweetness that they couldn't tell the difference between fantasy and reality. I'm happy to stay by your side to shield you from rain and wind. The path ahead, I'll walk with you. I'm willing to give myself to you to be your exclusive universe. Holding you close, dancing freely as if no one else exists. Lu Yi was singing when he suddenly bent down and picked up Lin Shuxue. Lu Yi wrapped his arms around Lin Shuxue's waist, while the hand holding the microphone circled around her leg. Lin Shuxue instinctively wrapped both arms around Lu Yi's neck and shoulders. Princess Carrie. Some girls screamed hoarsely. Which girl wouldn't want a handsome boyfriend to give her a Princess Carrie? Last time I sang I'm happy for you, did you think I wanted to hold you like in the lyrics, dancing freely without caring about anyone else? Lu Yi looked down at Lin Shuxue with a doting expression. You. Lin Shuxue was both surprised and embarrassed. How did you know? Lu Yi smiled gently. Because I love you. Lin Shuxue hadn't processed it yet. She couldn't figure out how Lu Yi's answer related to her question, and she felt like the world was spinning. Lu Yi really embraced her and began to spin and dance on stage, oblivious to everyone else. Your dancing is just spinning in circles. Lin Shuxue couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. I've never taken dance lessons, and even if I had, I've never practiced with you. How am I supposed to dance? I can only hold you and spin in circles. Lu Yi pouted and said. If you don't like it, I'll put you down. No. Lin Shuxue hurriedly objected. Seeing Lu Yi smirk triumphantly, Lin Shuxue glared at him. You're getting worse and worse. Lu Yi chuckled and then sang. I'd be more than happy to look into your eyes. Saying those words with all my heart, I love you. Lu Yi wasn't using a microphone at that moment, so only Lin Shuxue could hear those words. He looked into her eyes and said sincerely. Miss Lin, I love you. Lin Shuxue recalled the night when Lu Yi first sang I'm willing to her. At that moment, she had thought to herself that she must make Lu Yi hold her tightly and dance freely, oblivious to everyone around them. She had to make Lu Yi say those 3 words to her. And now, everything she had ever desired had come true. Lin Shuxue was both happy and moved. She looked at Lu Yi and sweetly replied, "Mr. Lu, I love you too." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Lu Yi's neck and kissed his lips. Chapter 119, Let's take a shower first. Earlier, Lu Yi had initiated the kiss, but now it was Lin Shuxue who took the initiative. Some audience members below still felt excited and screamed, "Ah!" However, some audience members had already started to sob. They were so overwhelmed by the romantic scene that they felt like they were going to throw up or cry. On stage, Lu Yi felt the moist warmth of Lin Shuxue's lips, like a mild electric shock. Fortunately, Lu Yi didn't forget that he was on stage, so he managed to resist the urge to stick out his tongue. Lu Yi let go of Lin Shuxue and addressed the audience below the stage. "We apologize for taking up your time. We also thank you for witnessing the love between me and Shuxue. We hope you can find, or hold on to, your own love as well." Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue exchanged a glance and bowed to the audience below the stage. "Thank you all." At that moment, Chen Bin, who had been preparing for some time, also shouted loudly, "Those of you who didn't get enough candy earlier can come over here for another piece of wedding candy." Upon hearing this, many graduates rushed toward Chen Bin. It wasn't for the free candy, but to soak up some good luck and give themselves a mental boost for the confession they were about to make. Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue walked off the stage together and returned to the backstage. "Lu De, congratulations." Tan Jingwei, Hong Jingfang, Xiao Shixing, and other Longyi alumni gathered around. Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue were both graduates of Longyi, making them their junior classmates. Now that their junior classmates were getting married, they were naturally very happy. "You announced your engagement so suddenly today that we didn't have time to prepare any gifts. We just wish you a lifetime of happiness together." Tan Jingwei and the other Longyi alumni smiled and offered their congratulations. "Thank you all." Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue held hands and chatted with their senior classmates. After a while, Tan Jingwei and the others finally left. Lu Yi and Lin Shuxue stepped out of the backstage area, preparing to return to the villa. However, as soon as they stepped out of the backstage area, someone blocked their path. It was Lin Shuxue's agent, Lin Sueyun. "Sis, have some candy." Lin Shuxue took out a handful of candy from her pocket and handed it to Lin Sueyun. Looking at the candy in Lin Shuxue's hand, Lin Sueyun felt both angry and amused. Finally, Lin Sueyun rolled her eyes and said, "When did you two start this?" Lin Shuxue stuffed the candy into Lin Sueyun's hand and laughed. "Sis, Louis and I just started dating today. Don't give me that." Lin Sueyun put the candy in her pocket and huffed. "There has definitely been something going on between you and Louis. Otherwise, would Louis dare to make such a big scene to confess his feelings to you today? And you weren't even surprised when Louis confessed and you agreed without hesitation. There has definitely been feelings between you two for a long time. You were just waiting for today to finally admit it." Seeing Lin Sueyun's furious expression, Lin Shuxue gave an apologetic smile. "Sis, I'm not trying to hide it from you, I just worry you won't approve. Even if you don't agree, I'll still be with Lu Yi anyway." Upon hearing Lin Shuxue's muttered remark, Lin Sueyun nearly fainted from anger. Lin Shuxue quickly grabbed Lin Sueyun's hand and said, "Sis, anyway, Lu Yi and I are already together. Don't be angry. Just bless us, okay?" Lin Sueyun rolled her eyes. "I won't bless you. What else can I do?" Lin Sueyun pulled out a red envelope from her pocket and slapped it into Lin Shuxue's hand. "Those graduates were crazy earlier. They were so crowded that I couldn't even go to the bathroom." Lin Shuxue giggled. Lin Sueyun was the epitome of someone who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She said she wanted to go to the restroom, but she was actually going to withdraw cash to prepare red envelopes. "Alright, I'll go handle some things." Lin Sueyun didn't plan to stay as a third wheel either. Lin Shuxue said, "Sis, it's so late. Why don't you put your work aside for now? Lu Yi and I will treat you to dinner." "Right, Lu Yi?" Lin Shuxue gave him a meaningful look. "Right." Lu Yi nodded. Lin Sueyun wasn't just Lin Shuxue's agent, she was also her cousin, so it was important to maintain a good relationship. Lin Sueyun gently brushed away Lin Shuxue's hand. "If I go out to eat with you now, who's going to handle your PR?" "You're." Lin Sueyun glanced at Lu Yi and sighed. "Never mind, let us talk about it another time. I'll definitely have you treat me to a big meal someday and make you pay dearly." Lin Shuxue snapped back to reality. Today, she and Louis had officially announced their relationship, so there would definitely be people stirring up trouble. If they didn't handle it promptly, it could indeed lead to a public relations disaster. "Sis, you've worked hard," Lin Shuxue said gratefully. Lin Sueyun waved her hand and said, "What can I do? I'm your older sister. Besides, I'm counting on you to make money." Lin Sueyun joked, then walked away with her bag on her back. Lin Shuxue pulled Louis's hand. "Shall we go home now?" Louis grinned and chuckled. "Let's go home." On the way back to the villa, Louis was driving. Since Lin Shuxue was still feeling dizzy from the sweetness, she couldn't drive. Back at the villa, Louis and Lin Shuxue didn't know how to act around each other. Why don't you take a shower first? Lin Shuxue asked, her face flushing. That's a good idea. Louis nodded. What should we do after taking a shower? Louis asked with a mischievous smile. Lin Shuxue's face flushed red, and she said, Of course, I'll go to sleep. Then, Louis gathered his courage, wrapped his arms around Lin Shuxue's waist, and whispered, Still sleeping in separate rooms? Lin Shuxue's heart raced, and she mumbled, If you still want to sleep separately, I don't mind. Louis's lips curled into a wide smile as he picked up Lin Shuxue and carried her toward the bedroom. After placing Lin Shuxue on the bed, Louis bent down to kiss her. But Lin Shuxue said, Didn't you say you wanted to take a shower first? Louis replied, I just wanted to kiss you. Do I really have to shower first? Lin Shuxue realized she had misunderstood Louis, and her face grew even redder. Looking at Lin Shuxue lying on the bed with her face flushed red, Louis's heart began to race. Louis bent down and kissed Lin Shuxue. Lin Shuxue responded in kind. Louis's breathing grew heavy as he kissed Lin Shuxue deeply. Louis held Lin Shuxue's head in his hands, exploring her mouth with passion while his other hand wandered restlessly, climbing up that mountainous peak. Lin Shuxue suddenly opened her eyes. You said it was just a kiss, didn't you? Louis cleared his throat awkwardly, stood up, and said, I'm going to take a shower first. Watching Louis's panic retreat, Lin Shuxue sat up on the bed, biting her lip as she recalled Louis's scent. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, Lin Shuxue closed the door and opened the wardrobe. Boys usually don't take long to shower. However, Louis took an unusually long time this time. Louis wasn't just washing himself clean, he was washing himself fragrant. Looking at himself in the mirror, Louis's heart was racing. After taking several deep breaths, Louis finally calmed down a bit. Exhaling a long breath, Louis stepped out of the bathroom in his pajamas. Chapter 121, Deep in the Forest, Lou appears. I can't do this. Lin Shuxue hurriedly pushed Louis away and raised her hands in surrender. Louis picked Lin Shuxue back up and held her close, speaking softly. Don't worry, I know you're not feeling well right now. I won't ask for more. But you're just too tempting. Holding you like that, it's hard to resist. Lin Shuxue pouted and said. Remember what you said. Don't sneak off and do that again while I'm asleep. Louis couldn't help but laugh and cry. What do you think I am? Alright, don't worry. Lin Shuxue finally nodded obediently. She rested her head on Louis's arm, breathing evenly, sleeping soundly. Louis gazed at Lin Shuxue on his arm in the dim light, feeling that life couldn't get any better than this. He moved gently, intending to kiss Lin Shuxue before going to sleep himself. But just as he leaned in, Lin Shuxue opened her big eyes. The two locked eyes, the atmosphere growing awkward. I just wanted to kiss you. I didn't mean anything else. Louis said sincerely. Lin Shuxue smiled dreamily and said. I didn't doubt you. But what should I do now that I can't sleep? Can't sleep? Louis asked. Aren't you tired? Lin Shuxue pouted. I'm tired. You were so energetic earlier. Louis protested. I wasn't that rough. I was being gentle, wasn't I? It was you who almost kicked me off the bed with that little push. Lin Shuxue recalled the moment and her face flushed red. No, that's not true. Don't make things up. Louis Jing gently tapped her forehead and smiled. Alright, since we can't sleep, why don't we get up and watch a movie? Lin Shuxue shook her head and said seriously. I think I should come up with a nickname for you. Louis was confused. A nickname for me? Lin Shuxue said. Yes, just like you call me Huan Huan, I should have a nickname for you too. Louis couldn't help but smile and asked. So, what are you going to call me? Lin Shuxue's cheeks flushed red as she said. I heard that boys like it when girls call them daddy. Do you like that too? Louis? Where did this clueless person hear such a term? Forget it. If you get used to calling me dad, then when I go to your house, you'll call me dad in front of your dad, and he'll kill me. Louis shuddered at the thought. Just imagining the scene was enough to make him feel like he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his feet. Lin Shuxue looked into Louis's eyes. So you're saying as long as I don't call you dad out of habit, it's okay? Louis? This simple-minded understanding seems a bit off. Louis took a deep breath and said. If you've been calling it that all along, it'll naturally become a habit. Lin Shuxue asked again. So you mean you don't usually call it that, only at specific times? Louis. Could Lin Shuxue have made up her mind to use this nickname for him? Lin Shuxue continued to ask. So what specific times are you talking about? Louis's forehead was covered in black lines as he said seriously. Shuxue, maybe you should come up with another nickname. Calling me dad, let us just forget about it. Lin Shuxue stared into Louis's eyes, confirming he wasn't lying, and sighed in relief. Actually, I don't really like that term either. I just saw a video where someone said that all guys like being called that by their girlfriends, so I thought you might like it too, that's why I asked. Louis ruffled Lin Shushue's hair and smiled. Alright, just call me Mr. Lu. Lin Shuxue squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly. Alright, my Mr. Lu. Then, Lin Shuxue said. Mr. Lu, aren't you going to participate in Singing King 2021 tomorrow? Go to sleep quickly. What about you? Louis asked. Lin Shuxue laughed, I can't sleep yet. I'll watch you sleep. Once you're asleep, I'll sleep too. Louis pinched her delicate nose and said, why don't we watch a movie together? What movie? Lin Shuxue asked, it's not a proper movie. Louis gave her a playful tap on the head. However, there wasn't much worth watching in Longwa's movies, and Louis was getting sleepy. Why don't we watch the TV series you starred in? Louis said, thinking to himself that he had actually never watched any of Lin Shushue's TV shows. But he didn't get a response. He turned his head and saw that Lin Shuxue had already fallen asleep with her head resting on his arm. Louis couldn't help but smile, intending to pull his arm away and get out of bed to put the iPad away. But as soon as he moved, Lin Shuxue tightly hugged his arm. Was she asleep or not? Louis waited for a moment, seeing that Lin Shuxue showed no other reaction, and guessed that she must have fallen asleep, and her earlier action was an unconscious reaction. If he got out of bed now, he might wake her up. Louis decided to just place the iPad aside and hoped that his old habit of moving around a lot while sleeping wouldn't resurface, otherwise the iPad probably wouldn't survive the night. Sleeping on the same pillow as Lin Shuxue, looking at her face, Louis felt deeply satisfied. But not long after, Louis began to feel uncomfortable. Because his hand was numb from being pressed by Lin Shuxue. The next morning, Lin Shuxue opened her eyes and didn't see Louis, causing her heart to skip a beat. She got out of bed and went to the staircase, hearing sounds coming from the kitchen, and finally relaxed. She hadn't been like this before, but now her entire heart was tied to Louis. At that moment, Lin Shuxue saw Louis emerge from the kitchen and hurried back to her room. Her hair was a mess, and she couldn't let Louis see her like this. However, after running back to her room, she remembered. She had shared a bed with Louis, there was no way he hadn't seen her disheveled appearance. Lin Shuxue furrowed her delicate brows and began changing clothes and combing her hair. Suddenly, she caught sight of a sticky note. It was written in beautiful penmanship. Every time I said goodnight to you before, I was so excited I couldn't sleep. Last night, when you said goodnight to me, I wasn't excited anymore. But your head was pressing on my arm, making it ache. Lin Shushue's heart raced. Was this a 3-line poem? She tore off the sticky note and ran downstairs. Awake? Perfect, let us have breakfast. Louis smiled and waved. Lin Shuxue waved the sticky note in her hand. Your penmanship is quite nice, and the love poem is well written too. Louis continued eating his breakfast without looking up. I used to practice calligraphy, but I stopped after I started college. Compared to back then, my handwriting is pretty bad now. As for the love poem you mentioned, it's not really a love poem. I just wanted to tell you that you pressed my arm so hard last night it went numb. Lin Shuxue? Mr. Lu, you're getting too full of yourself. Lin Shuxue stormed over to Louis, rolled up her sleeves, and adopted a stance as if ready to fight him. Louis had anticipated this and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Lin Shuxue froze, looking at the paper, which read 3 lines of poetry. When the sea is blue, I see a whale. When the dream ends, I see you. When the forest is deep, I see Lu. Chapter 122, Facing Public Opinion. When the sea is blue, you see a whale is merely the opening lines of the 3-line poem. The last 2 lines are the main body of the 3-line poem. Now that Louis and Lin Shuxue are sleeping together, they see each other when they wake up. This is when the dream ends, I see you. Lin refers to Lin Shuxue, and Lu refers to Louis. Lin Shuxue and Louis love each other deeply, and only through this deep love can they see each other's true hearts. This is when the forest is deep, one sees the land. Of course, the final line may hold even deeper meaning. However, Lin Shuxue hasn't figured it out yet, so she doesn't scold Louis for being inappropriate, she just feels a sweetness in her heart. You're the only one who knows how to flirt. Lin Shuxue rolled her eyes, but the corners of her mouth turned up, her face radiating happiness. This isn't flirting, it's an expression of my inner emotions. Louis said solemnly. Lin Shuxue suddenly grabbed Louis's head and leaned in to kiss his lips. Louis's eyes widened. Was Lin Shuxue trying to seduce him into doing something wrong? Just as Louis was about to wrap his arms around Lin Shuxue's waist, Lin Shuxue bit his lip, though not hard, but the pain from her lips was enough to make Louis suck in a sharp breath. Lin Shuxue took the opportunity to slip away like an eel, evading Louis's hands. For being so naughty. Lin Shuxue huffed arrogantly. You were the one who started it. Louis touched his lips, they weren't bleeding, but they still hurt a bit. Is that called being naughty? That's called expressing my feelings. Lin Shuxue smiled mischievously. Louis's forehead was covered in black lines as he covered his mouth and sucked in cold air. Seeing that Louis was still in pain, Lin Shuxue was also confused. She had only bitten him lightly just now. Why was Louis still in so much pain? Did I bite too hard? Let me see. Lin Shuxue approached with concern, gently pushing aside Louis's hand, intending to blow on his lips. But as soon as she touched Louis's hand, he grabbed her palm with his other hand. Louis pulled her closer, and Lin Shuxue fell into his arms. What goes around comes around. Isn't it my turn to express my feelings now? Louis smirked, gently slapping Lin Shuxue's butt. Lin Shuxue tensed up as if she had been electrocuted, and said warily, "It's early in the morning. What emotions are you trying to express? Are you full of energy?" Louis Shuan adjusted his air glasses, adopting a stern expression like an old scholar. Scientific research shows that men's emotions are strongest in the morning, not at night. As the ancients said, the day's plans are made in the morning. Otherwise, how would men raise their heads like dragons in the morning? Morning, the dragon raises its head? Lin Shuxue's face turned red instantly. She gently tapped Louis on the forehead and pushed him away. "I'm going to eat breakfast. I'm not going to accompany you in expressing your emotions." After sitting down, Lin Shuxue began eating breakfast with her head down, recalling last night it had indeed been a mix of pain and pleasure. "I heard that the first few times can be a bit painful, but after that, there's no pain." Lin Shuxue's face grew increasingly red. Louis noticed Lin Shuxue's face growing redder and guessed what she was thinking. Both Lin Shuxue and Louis understood each other's pretended modesty and their ulterior motives. No words were needed, everything would happen naturally. After finishing breakfast, the two of them washed the dishes together and played around in the kitchen for a while. Upon returning to the living room, Louis picked up his phone and saw that Qin Jingpeng had sent him a message, reminding him that the trial recommendation for the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber would be released at 2 p.m., and to prepare the update. Louis recalled that he had been preparing to confess his feelings to Lin Shuxue for the past few days, and his drafts were almost depleted, so he hurried back to his room to write. Seeing Louis working, Lin Shuxue didn't disturb him and began practicing yoga. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Shuxue received a call from her agent, Lin Shueyun. "Have you checked Weibo?" Lin Shueyun asked directly. "No, I haven't." Lin Shuxue shook her head. She had received Louis's love poem as soon as she woke up and had been playing around with him, so she had completely forgotten about Weibo. "What's the situation now?" Lin Shuxue asked awkwardly. As the main party involved, she was completely unaware and had to ask Lin Shueyun. It was truly unprofessional of her. This made Lin Shuxue laugh and cry at the same time. Upon seeing Louis commit to her for life, she immediately transformed from a career-driven, aloof goddess into a love-struck young girl. "After you and Louis Fu announced your relationship at the Longi Evening Gala last night, Weibo quickly crashed. However, the Weibo tech team handled the sudden situation promptly, and the platform was back up and running shortly afterward. After Weibo was restored, celebrities from all walks of life sent their blessings to you and Louis Fu, including the Voice of China 2021 and Longi, who celebrated your union. On the surface, it seemed lively and joyful, but behind the scenes, how many people bought marketing accounts to attack you and Louis is unknown. Your Weibo follower count likely dropped dramatically after many people read the articles from those marketing accounts. The rate at which you lost followers was simply staggering, nearly 1 million in a single night. The fans you lost were genuine active followers. Losing 1 million in a single night means you've really caused a stir this time." Mentioning this, Lin Shueyun sighed repeatedly. Hearing this, Lin Shuxue's mood fluctuated slightly, but her emotions didn't fluctuate too much. This surprised Lin Shuxue herself. However, she soon understood why. She did indeed have a dream of becoming an actress, but over the past 2 years, that dream had already come true. Compared to her acting dream, Louis was what she truly desired in life. Now that she had finally married Louis, she, who had never placed much value on fame and fortune in the entertainment industry, naturally viewed it even more lightly. "Sis, it's okay." Lin Shuxue turned to comfort Lin Shueyun and said, "I have 90 million followers. Even if some are fake, having that still leaves 45 million real followers. Losing just 1 million now, what's there to worry about?" Lin Shueyun couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're really as carefree as ever. I was just worried you'd be upset, that's why I got so worked up. Since you think it's no big deal, then it's no big deal." But the company executives seem to be furious. After all, you're the cash cow. Now that you've gone public with Louis, your earning potential will drop significantly. Lin Shuxue shrugged indifferently. The company executives? Let them be angry. What can they do to me? On the other end of the phone, Lin Shueyun rolled her eyes. "I know you're tough. Fine. By the way, there's something I wanted to tell you yesterday, but Louis was there, and I didn't want to ruin the mood between the two of you. Your new show, The Phoenix Lord, is about to start promotions and airing. With the official announcement causing a stir, there might be some complications. You need to prepare to negotiate with the production team." Lin Shuxue nodded. The so-called setbacks were nothing more than paying some compensation or cutting some of her scenes to give the supporting actors more screen time. She didn't care about such things. As long as she could be with Louis, she was content and happy. On the other side, Louis also received a call from his agent, Chen Bin. Chapter 122, full of confidence. The content of Louis and Chen Bin's conversation was similar to that of Lin Shuxue and Lin Shuxue. However, Louis's situation was far more challenging than Lin Shuxue's. After all, Lin Shuxue had a solid standing in the entertainment industry, and even if public opinion were to turn against her, the impact wouldn't be too significant in the short term. However, although Louis was highly popular and his performance of The Wind Rises even surpassed Shui Qi in terms of discussion heat, nevertheless, Louis's standing in the entertainment industry ultimately pales in comparison to Lin Shuxue's. Additionally, with some people stirring the pot, many began to speculate that he was trying to use Lin Shuxue to climb the ranks. Such a narrative is undoubtedly devastating for Louis, an artist who has been dormant for 3 years and has yet to firmly establish himself in the industry. Recently, Louis's Weibo follower count surged, nearly reaching 30 million. Overnight, it plummeted to 25 million. Moreover, the majority of discussions related to the topic were mocking him as a scheming man, accusing him of trying to climb the ranks by leveraging Lin Shuxue. Such public opinion was within Louis's expectations. "Don't worry, just focus on doing your job well," Louis smiled and said to Chen Bin. "Time will prove everything. The public outcry will eventually die down. When I officially announce my return to the entertainment industry, no one will dare to try to control my narrative." Louis's unwavering confidence left Chen Bin speechless. However, upon reflecting on Louis's talent, Chen Bin felt reassured. "All right," Chen Bin said. "I've discussed this with Yuan, the agent for Chu Shui and me. Our current PR strategy is to emphasize that both you and Chu Shui are currently in the ascendant phase of your careers, yet you have boldly announced your relationship, which demonstrates your sincerity toward your romance and your commitment to love. Such statements should still garner a lot of goodwill from the general public." Louis smiled and said, "That's fine. Speaking of which, Yun Jia is pretty attractive. Why don't you try getting to know her?" Chen Bin was furious. "I'm talking to you seriously, and you're joking around?" The two joked around for a moment before Louis hung up the phone. As noon approached, Louis caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma, and his stomach began to growl. "Dinner's ready." Lin Shuxue's voice came from downstairs. "Coming," Louis responded. This leisurely lifestyle made him feel content. Upon descending the stairs, he saw the cola chicken wings, Sichuan pepper chicken, and a plate of green pepper and potato strips on the table. Louis's eyes lit up. He bent down to get closer to the cola chicken wings and took a deep breath. "It smells so good. Delicious, right? Hee." Lin Shuxue's face flushed with a touch of pride as she said, "Go wash your hands." Louis smiled and replied, "All right." After washing his hands, Louis hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of cola-flavored chicken wing. That's really good. Sweet but not too sweet, and the meat is tender and soft." Louis raised his thumb, praising Lin Shuxue's cola chicken wing. "From now on, I can call you Chef Lin." Lin Shuxue proudly lifted her chin. "Of course. Don't you know who I belong to?" Louis was taken aback for a moment before grinning mischievously. "Then whose woman are you?" Lin Shuxue turned away and said, "Just eat your food. These delicious cola chicken wings can't even shut you up." Louis chuckled, picked up a wing, and placed it in Lin Shuxue's bowl. "My woman needs to eat too. Don't let her go hungry." Lin Shuxue's ears turned slightly red. She wanted to glare at Louis, but her eyes betrayed her affection. After finishing their meal, Louis told Lin Shuxue to watch TV in the living room while he took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. Lin Shuxue, however, followed him into the kitchen like a little tail. While he washed the dishes, Lin Shuxue stood behind him, occasionally poking his waist and tickling his armpits, making him laugh non-stop. After washing the dishes, the two took a nap. A vegetarian nap. After practicing yoga for a while, Louis glanced at the time and got ready to head to the TV station. Today was Friday, and the 5th episode of Singing King 2021 was airing. He had already guessed that after confessing his feelings to Lin Shuxue, there would be a public backlash online, so the song he planned to sing today was specifically prepared for that. Before the competition officially began, it was time for the draw. Before the draw, Louis noticed Hong Lang giving him a meaningful glance. Louis understood and reached into the draw box. Sure enough, just like last time, among the 7 slips of paper in the box, one felt different. This slip with the unique texture was the one marked with the number 7. Last time, Louis was able to draw the 7th position smoothly because Hong Lang had secretly approached him beforehand. Hong Lang had said that all the singers wanted him to perform last, so he tacitly approved this little trick. Louis had recorded the conversation on his phone to avoid being secretly manipulated, and after recording, he went to the restroom to ensure the recording was clear before agreeing to Hong Lang's request. Louis pulled out the slip of paper, showed it to the camera, and the other singers, including Lu Mingxi, sighed in relief. No unexpected incidents occurred, and Louis remained in the 7th position. They wouldn't have to take over Louis's performance, which set a good tone for this episode. This time, Chui Chi was also quite lucky, drawing the 6th spot. The first spot went to the high-note warrior Lin Shen. Lin Xian remained calm and showed no signs of worry. Lin Xian has always been composed and has the demeanor of a seasoned performer, which has also won over many young viewers who are familiar with this veteran singer from their parents' generation. However, surprisingly, the song Lin Xian sang today was Lu Yi's Sunny Day. Lin Xian's magnetic, husky voice brought Sunny Day to life in a deeply moving way. Following Lin Xian was Zhou Yan, who performed Lu Yi's He Summered the Summer. After being rearranged and incorporating rap elements, Zhou Yan's version of He Summered the Summer also got the entire audience excited. The subsequent performers, Zhang Zhangwen, Su Shishir, and Lu Mingxi, were no exception. They all chose songs by Lu Yi. Each of their adaptations was also quite creative. However, no matter how well the adaptations were done, most people still preferred Lu Yi's original versions. With all 5 singers performing Lu Yi's songs today, many netizens jokingly referred to the event as not a singing king competition but a fan singing session for Lu Yi. 5 singers performing the songs of a single artist was an unprecedented spectacle. As a result, the buzz around Lu Yi has once again reached a fever pitch. Of course, there were also many sarcastic comments, as Lu Yi's official announcement with Lin Shuxue yesterday had caused a huge stir. Chui Chi, backstage, didn't look too happy. He was a proud and arrogant man, and seeing Lu Yi inspire 5 singers to cover his songs filled him with jealousy. However, he managed to keep his composure. After taking a deep breath, his expression grew calm. He was confident in the song he was about to perform today. After Lu Yi performed The Brightest Star in the Night Sky last time, he went to seek out a renowned composer. Over the past 2 weeks, he had been discussing with the composer non-stop, and they had finally written this brand new song that he was about to perform. Chui Chi believed that, barring any unexpected circumstances, he was certain to win first place this time. The quality of this new song was truly exceptional. After the host Wen Yiming announced his name, Chui Chi walked onto the stage with confidence. Chapter 123, Responding to Public Opinion. The song Chui Chi performed this time was titled Youth Once Was Youth. As the intro began, Lu Yi was immediately impressed. The audience was also surprised. The intro to Youth Once Was Youth was truly impressive, immediately capturing their attention. As Chui Chi sang the verses in chorus, the audience grew even more amazed. This song, Youth Once Was Youth, expresses the sentiment that no one stays young forever, but there will always be someone young. It's really well done. Not only is the meaning profound, but the melody is moving, and the lyrics are simple and easy to remember. This is a song that will be widely sung. I didn't know Chui Chi could sing such a beautiful song without covering Lu Da's songs. What did you just say? My Chi Chi is amazing. Chi Chi Z is definitely going to win first place this time. Lu Yi is currently embroiled in scandals and facing intense public scrutiny. Can he still sing well? Public opinion will not only affect Lu Yi's performance but also influence how the audience votes for him. Chui Chi's fans have been lying low for a while, but now they're popping up like mushrooms after rain. They believe that Chui Chi will definitely surpass Lu Yi this time and reclaim the top spot. Bystanders joked. The rain has stopped and the sky is clear. Do you think Chui Chi is back in the game? Of course, this is just a joke, as Lu Yi's online public opinion momentum is indeed significant, and Chui Chi's recent surge has indeed made people more optimistic about him. As Chui Chi finished his final line, the instrumental music gradually faded out. The audience below also clapped enthusiastically. There were tears in their eyes, but whether these were actors hired by the production team or genuinely moved, no one could say for sure. Seeing the enthusiastic response from the audience, Chui Chi gracefully bowed in gratitude for their support. After Chui Chi stepped off the stage, Wen Yiming returned to the stage to announce, "Thank you, Chi Chi, for the song." Next up is the final contestant of this episode. No need to say more, you all know who he is. That's right, it's our incredibly talented Lu Di. Upon hearing this, a chorus of boos erupted. Wen Yiming continued, "Let's give a warm round of applause for Lu Di as he performs his original competition song, Courage." Amidst applause that wasn't exactly sparse but also didn't match the enthusiasm of the previous episode, Lu Yi walked onto the stage. He wasn't wearing any special attire, just simple casual attire. However, the moment Lu Yi gripped the microphone, he still made hearts race and eyes involuntarily fix on him. With the microphone in his hand, Lu Yi was a dazzling star, impossible to ignore. Finally made this decision. I don't care what others say. As long as you feel the same way, I'm willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it won't be easy. My heart keeps reminding itself. What I fear most is that you'll suddenly say you want to give up. Lu Yi's warm voice sang a soothing melody, with soft yet resolute lyrics that felt like a heavy blow to everyone's hearts. Is Lu Yi singing about confessing his feelings to Chu Shui? Don't pay attention to what others say. Don't be afraid of being overwhelmed by public opinion during the peak of your career. That's what it means to be a man. I'm willing to accompany Chu Shui to the ends of the earth just to be with her. This love, I admit, I envy. In the break room, tears welled up in Lin Shuxue's eyes. She knew that as a man, in a situation of unequal status and facing the possibility of endless public scrutiny, it was truly difficult to confess one's feelings. Men fear a gentle woman who achieves nothing, and they fear even more that love will turn sour due to unequal status. So she understood why Louis had remained so reserved all along. Hearing Louis sing on stage, Lin Shuxue understood even more the hesitation and indecision he had been feeling lately. But in the end, Louis confessed his feelings to her, simply to give her a tangible sense of security. Lin Shuxue wiped away her tears and rushed out of the green room to the stage. The director noticed Lin Shuxue and quickly switched the camera to focus on her. Lin Shuxue is here too. Lin Shuxue is looking at Louis on stage with eyes full of love. I'm so jealous. Lin Shuxue and Louis are making eye contact. I can even smell the sour scent of love through the screen. The audience watching the screen couldn't take it anymore. Louis, however, looked at Lin Shuxue and sang deeply. Love truly requires courage. To face the rumors and gossip. As long as you give me a single glance of affirmation. My love has meaning. We all need courage. To believe we'll be together. In the crowd, I can feel you. In the palm of my hand, your true heart. Every word Louis sang struck a chord in Lin Shuxue's heart. She looked at Louis and gave him an affirming glance. If she could, she would even go up on stage, place her hand in Louis's palm, and let him feel her true heart. However, even though she couldn't go up on stage, Lin Shuxue still raised her hand. Her palm faced Louis. Louis and Lin Shuxue seemed to be on the same wavelength, instantly understanding the meaning of Lin Shuxue's gesture. So, Louis also raised his hand, palm facing Lin Shuxue. The audience's eyes widened. Was this an attempt to interlock their fingers across the air? Was Lin Shuxue trying to place her hand in Louis's palm from a distance so he could feel her true feelings? Is this the Singing King 2021, or is it Dog Food 2021? I wasn't paying attention, didn't notice the flash. I was just here to listen to the song, but ended up getting a belly full of dog food. But Luda and Shuxue are so sweet. I'll take the dog food first. Luda and Shuxue seem like true love, neither of them seems to be using the other for their own gain. It's rare to have such a refreshing presence in the entertainment industry. While the audience was lamenting, they heard Louis respond to the online rumors with this song, Courage, which also earned him a lot of respect. At such a time, daring to confront public opinion and respond with a beautiful original song. It not only demonstrated Louis's sense of responsibility but also once again showcased his extraordinary talent. Louis, you're forever the legend. Fans excitedly sent messages in the chat. Bystanders also joined in with +1. For a moment. Louis, the eternal legend, such comments flooded major live streaming platforms. After finishing Courage, Louis stepped off the stage and embraced Lin Shuxue. The two then walked toward the backstage together. This scene once again left people feeling bittersweet, as if they had eaten a basket of lemons, almost turning them into lemon enthusiasts. Lin Shuxue did not enter the singer's dressing room but waited outside. Upon hearing this, Hong Lang urged the staff responsible for tallying the votes to hurry up. After receiving the results, Hong Lang took a sip of water as usual, not to tease himself, but to ease the tension in his heart. Although he held some status at Kyoto television station, facing someone like Lin Shuxue, a figure whose influence in both the entertainment industry and beyond was utterly extraordinary, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Chapter 124, Because I'm a Loser. After finishing his drink, Hong Lang picked up the voting results. The competition for today has concluded. We will now announce the rankings. 7th place, Su Shishir, 388 votes. The audience in front of the screen was completely baffled. Why is Hong Lang announcing the results so quickly today? This is unprecedented. Director Hong announced the results after just taking a sip of water. Could it be that Director Hong drank too much water and got sick? Jokes should be kept in moderation. Don't joke about someone's health. Fortunately, Hong Lang can't see these comments now, otherwise, he'd be furious. Hong Lang continued to announce. 6th place, Zhou Yan, 397 votes. Hearing this, the audience was once again baffled. 397 votes was already a decent score in the past, it would have easily secured a spot in the top 4. Yet now he was ranked 6th. This episode is really intense. It feels like a battle of the gods. Zhou Yan is such a shame. Only 397 votes for 6th place? The competition must be fierce. I feel like the competition has gotten even tougher since Ludi arrived. It's probably the catfish effect. Louis is too talented, putting pressure on all the other singers. As the audience discussed, they grew even more eager for the next rankings. It's precisely this kind of intense competition that makes it so interesting. Hong Lang announced the results swiftly, revealing the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th places in no time. 5th place went to Zhang Zhengwen. 4th place went to Lu Mingxi. Only Louis, Chui Qi, and Lin Xian remained, with their vote counts yet to be revealed. The battle for the top 3 spots was the highlight everyone was eagerly awaiting. Whether it's Louis, Shuxue, or Lin Xian, any of them could potentially secure the top spot. Especially Lin Xian, who is gaining momentum and whose popularity is not much lower than that of Louis and Shuxue. The third place singer is Lin Xian. Congratulations to Xiangu for securing third place with 439 votes. Honglang's announcement left Lin Xian's fans disappointed, as they felt he had been disadvantaged by his age and now lacked the popularity of Louis and Shuxue. Otherwise, even if he couldn't compete for first place, he should have at least secured second. Lin Xian remained calm, wearing a composed smile on his face. He was polite and courteous, shaking hands with Honglang to express his gratitude. He had come to Singing King 2021 not for the ranking, but to compete with a master like Louis. As for winning or losing, he didn't care. After announcing Lin Xian's ranking, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Louis and Shuxue once again made it into the top two, competing for the first place position. Since Louis joined Singing King 2021, Shuxue had always been overshadowed by him. Today might be Shuiqi's best chance to surpass Louis. Because that song, When We Were Young, was truly beautiful and might become a huge hit. Honglang took a deep breath and announced. Shuxue received 457 votes. Louis, with 463 votes. Congratulations to Louis for winning first place in the 5th live competition of Singing King 2021. Honglang led the applause, and singers like Lin Xian followed suit, enthusiastically congratulating Louis on retaining his first place title. Thank you everyone. Louis stood up to express his gratitude. Then, Louis gave Honglang a nod, signaling that he was about to leave. Honglang nodded in agreement, and the camera cut away from Louis. Louis immediately left the green room to find Lin Shuxue. As for Shuxue, watching Louis's departing figure, his fingernails were almost embedded into the flesh of his palms. He really hates it. Last time he covered Midsummer, he came across Louis's performance of The Wind Rises. In terms of the song step, he was completely outclassed by Louis. This time, he collaborated with a renowned composer he knew well, refining the song repeatedly, seeking advice from many musicians, and finally, inspired by a sudden burst of creativity. Finally, he wrote the song Youth Once Was Youth. But then he encountered Louis and Lin Shuxue's official announcement, followed by their response to public opinion with courage. With the added buzz, Louis once again left him in the dust. Shuxue was filled with hatred and frustration, feeling both wronged and pitiful. He thought to himself, why not just change my name to Misery? Every time he was outshone by Louis, every time he fell just short of surpassing him. Under Louis's brilliance, he seemed dull and lifeless. Am I destined to be the eternal second place? Shuxue was filled with bitterness and refused to accept this outcome. He wanted to surpass Louis. However, he never considered resorting to underhanded methods. Instead, he sought to learn from better musicians, determined to one day sing a masterpiece that would astonish the world. Louis was unaware of Shuiqi's thoughts. If he had known, he would have looked up to him with respect, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Brother, it's not that you're too weak, it's just that I'm too strong. So just be content with being the eternal second best." As a cheat with unlimited resources, backed by the entire planet's vast resources, how could he not be strong? So Shuiqi was truly unfortunate, born in the wrong era. If he hadn't encountered Louis, the cheat, he would have undoubtedly dazzled an entire era. It can only be called the cruelty of fate. After Louis stepped out of the restroom, Lin Shuxue immediately threw herself into his arms. Staff members passing by quickly averted their gaze. Dare not look. Dare not look. In fact, Louis and Lin Shuxue had only hugged briefly. There was nothing to be afraid of, unless one was afraid of being showered with love. Louis smiled and said, "Let me take you to a fun place." "Where?" Lin Shuxue's face turned red. "You're not going to make me wear a raincoat and go hiking again, are you?" Louis gently tapped her smooth forehead. "What are you thinking about? Just come with me." Louis took Lin Shuxue's hand and walked out of the TV station confidently. Along the way, passers-by couldn't help but cast envious glances at them. Such a talented and good-looking couple, even in the entertainment industry, they're one of a kind. Amidst the envious gasps of the crowd, Louis drove off with Lin Shuxue. Soon, Lin Shuxue realized where Louis wanted to take her. An amusement park. This amusement park was called Happy World, not too far from Kyoto TV station, and it was quite popular. However, it was already nearly 11 p.m., so there weren't many people left. Nevertheless, the amusement park didn't close until midnight, so Louis could still hold Lin Shuxue's hand and enter together. And inside the amusement park, places like the carousel still had a few couples around. Want to go play? Louis checked the time and confirmed they still had time, so he asked Lin Shuxue if she wanted to try the carousel. "No, thanks." Lin Shuxue shook her head and pointed to the Ferris wheel ahead, saying, "I want to ride that one." Louis squinted his eyes and ruffled Lin Shuxue's hair. "Alright, let us go on the Ferris wheel." Lin Shuxue covered her head and pouted. "You messed up my hair." Louis held Lin Shuxue's hand tightly and said, "It's not messy. You still look so beautiful. You're still the most beautiful Miss Lin." Lin Shuxue felt a sweet warmth in her heart and followed Louis to the Ferris wheel. Chapter 125, The Strawberry Squad. The staff member in charge of the Ferris wheel, upon seeing Louis and Lin Shuxue, covered her mouth and screamed, "Mr. Liu, Miss Lin?" She was a fan of Lin Shuxue. After hearing that Lin Shuxue was with Louis, she didn't unfollow her but instead felt happy for Lin Shuxue. Because she believed that idols were also human beings, and idols also had lives, and naturally would get married. Moreover, Louis was exceptionally talented and had the courage to announce their relationship during the peak of his career, disregarding public pressure, which showed he was a responsible and good man. Lin Shuxue and Louis announcing their relationship was definitely the best possible outcome. She never expected it to be such a coincidence that she would run into Lin Shuxue and Louis tonight. The two of them were holding hands, looking incredibly sweet, making her, as a single person, feel a bit envious. "Ms. Lin, Mr. Liu, this way please." After taking a photo with Lin Shuxue and Louis, she bought tickets for them and explained the precautions before letting them board the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel slowly ascended into the sky, and Lin Shuxue held Louis's hand tightly. When Lin Shuxue was a child, she had also ridden the Ferris wheel with her parents. But being with Louis now felt completely different. Lin Shuxue tilted her head and leaned against Louis's shoulder. "Why did you suddenly decide to bring me to the amusement park?" Louis also tilted his head slightly, resting it against Lin Shuxue's small head, and said, "Isn't that what boyfriends are supposed to do, take their girlfriends to the amusement park to ride the Ferris wheel? That's how it's always shown on TV." Lin Shuxue wrinkled her delicate nose. "So cliché." Louis raised his eyebrows slightly. "Then shall we go?" Lin Shuxue quickly grabbed Louis's hand with her right hand. "No." Louis, having succeeded in his scheme, chuckled. "I was just teasing you." Lin Shuxue feigned anger, deliberately clenching her teeth so they clicked. "You want to be bitten again, don't you?" Louis glanced away, smiling mischievously. "Which bite are you talking about?" Lin Shuxue paused for a moment, then reached out and twisted Louis's arm. "You tell me." Lin Shuxue didn't pull hard, and Louis didn't actually feel any pain, but he played along and let out a pained cry. All right, I'm sorry." Lin Shuxue gave a proud little snort, withdrew her hand, and leaned back against Louis's shoulder. "You like it, don't you?" Lin Shuxue suddenly asked, leaving Louis speechless. "I was just joking. Just the normal position is fine. Maybe we can try something else after we're married?" Louis hurriedly said. Lin Shuxue glared at him with wide eyes. "What are you thinking about? I'm asking if you like me." "Louis. What I meant was..." Louis's mind raced. "My current feelings for you should stay normal for now. After we get married, we can try being a bit more passionate." Lin Shuxue giggled, thinking to herself, maybe one day I'll satisfy this dummy. But she didn't say a word, only smiling and asking, "Then tell me, what does your normal liking for me look like?" Louis froze, thought for a moment, and said, "It's like, even if you pulled out my oxygen tube, I'd still want to kiss you." Lin Shuxue laughed even louder. "What kind of metaphor is that? It's terrible." Watching Lin Shuxue laugh heartily, Louis didn't get angry, he just smiled silently. Then, taking advantage of Lin Shuxue's distraction, he suddenly embraced her tightly. He leaned down and kissed her deeply. He kissed her so deeply that Lin Shuxue felt as though she might suffocate. Fortunately, he gave her a moment to breathe, and Lin Shuxue adjusted her breathing, wrapping her arms around his waist in response. Under the dazzling starry sky, Louis and Lin Shuxue kissed passionately in the vibrant night sky. Until Louis felt something was off, and Lin Shuxue also sensed his unease. Both of them opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes locked, and the moment was awkward. Louis and Lin Shuxue said nothing, simply continuing to embrace each other as they gazed at the twinkling stars above. Suddenly, whoosh crack! A firework shot up into the night sky with a whoosh, then burst open with a crackle. Fireworks! Lin Shuxue's eyes sparkled with indescribable joy. It's not a holiday today, and it's not the day the college entrance exam results are released. Why would someone set off fireworks in the middle of the night? Louis hugged Lin Shuxue, resting his head on her shoulder, and whispered in her ear with a smile. "Who said today isn't a holiday?" Lin Shuxue touched her ear, tickled by his breath, and asked in confusion. "Is today a holiday? What holiday?" Louis kissed her cheek gently. "Every day I love you is Valentine's Day." The sweetness in Lin Shuxue's heart was about to overflow like honey from a jar. She looked like a little bear drunk on honey, her eyes dreaming and dazed. "The fireworks are coming again, look." Louis tapped her cheek with his finger. She turned her head to look at the fireworks. This time, the fireworks formed a heart shape. And faintly, 3 letters could be seen. LLL? Lin Shuxue read the 3 letters aloud. Lu love Lin. Louis smiled. Of course, it's also Lin love Lu. Lin Shuxue's eyes widened even more. "Did you arrange the fireworks?" Louis smiled. "Yes." Lin Shuxue felt moved, her nose tingling with emotion. The Ferris wheel and fireworks were clichés from idol dramas that Lin Shuxue had always dismissed with disdain. But today, Louis had prepared all of this for her, catching her off guard and striking a soft spot in her heart. She still scoffed at the Ferris wheels and fireworks in idol dramas. But she was always filled with joy for the one she loved. What matters isn't what he prepared for you. What matters is that the person who prepared all of this is him, and that is enough. Lin Shuxue wrapped her arms around Louis's neck, her lips curving upward, but tears fell from her eyes. Is that romantic? Louis asked. Lin Shuxue wiped away her tears and nodded. Romantic. Louis smiled. Is it the fireworks that are romantic, or the person watching them with you? Lin Shuxue snapped back to reality. Her Mr. Liu was at it again, being cocky and ruining the mood. But she just loved him. You're romantic, you're the most romantic. Is that enough? Lin Shuxue pouted playfully, leaving a love bite on his neck. I read a news article about a girlfriend who planted strawberries on her boyfriend and ended up killing him. Louis said seriously. Lin Shuxue's face turned dark. Can we just? Before she could finish, Louis pulled her into his arms and left a scorching mark on her neck as well. Strawberry duo, accomplished. Louis said with a smile. What's the strawberry duo? Such a childish name. Lin Shuxue couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Louis rolled his eyes. Then what should we call it? Lin Shuxue thought for a moment. Strawberry Squad, that sounds better. Louis? That's even more childish than Strawberry Duo. Louis argued. Yours is way more childish. Lin Shuxue insisted. Two adults in their 20s were acting like two quarrelsome children under the starry sky. Chapter 126, Spreading Rumors. Louis and Lin Shuxue argued for a long time. By the end, both of them had another strawberry mark on their necks, and they still hadn't reached a conclusion. They were about to continue, but the Ferris wheel had stopped, and the staff approached them. They could only save their argument for later, go home, and resume the debate. The staff members saw Louis and Lin Shuxue arguing and couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. It turns out that even big celebrities are just like ordinary people, they argue and fight too. But why does Louis and Lin Shuxue's argument look so sweet? The staff sighed wryly. Louis and Lin Shuxue were about to leave, yet they still managed to force-feed her some dog food. The amusement park was about to close, so Louis didn't bother playing any more games with Lin Shuxue and left directly. As they stepped out of the amusement park, Louis intended to drive Lin Shuxue back to the villa, but he received a call. It was his agent, Chen Bin. Hello, old Chen, what's up? Louis answered the call and asked. Son, save me. A shout came from the other end of the phone. Stay calm. Another voice followed immediately. Louis's expression changed instantly. Chen Bin had been kidnapped? Where are you? I'll come save you. Louis asked anxiously. Chen Bin replied in a mournful tone. I'm at the police station. Louis? What did you do? How did you end up at the police station? Louis asked, looking completely confused. Chen Bin replied irritably. You have the nerve to ask? You asked me to help you set off fireworks, but fireworks have been banned for years. I just finished setting them off and didn't have time to run away before they caught me. Louis. Damn it, my romantic gesture ended up getting my friend into trouble. Dragon Country also banned fireworks, right? Louis rubbed his forehead. He really didn't know, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Chen Bin for help. Wait there, I'm coming over now. Louis put down his phone and drove straight to the police station. Lin Shuxue listened to Louis's explanation and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It seems that romance really can't be taken lightly. Upon arriving at the police station, Louis noticed that the police officer accompanying Chen Bin was the same officer he had escorted Shi Yang into the station last time, Zhou Zhengan. At the time, Zhou Zhengan had asked him and Lin Shuxue for autographs and a photo for his daughter. So he was the one who set off the fireworks for the two of you. Zhou Zhengan shook his head and smiled, saying, fortunately, his level of danger wasn't high, and he didn't violate the Public Security Administration law, otherwise he would had to be detained for a few days. Zhou Zhengan said. He's paid the fine. We called you here mainly to act as guarantors. It's all settled now. You can take him home. Upon hearing this, Louis hurriedly thanked him. Zhou Zhengan couldn't help but laugh and said, Louis, remember this, there are countless ways to be romantic, but safety comes first. If romance isn't done properly, your friends will shed tears. He glanced at Chen Bin, who was now truly at a loss for words. Louis nodded in agreement. He had watched many videos about outlaws before and understood the basic laws, but since he was unfamiliar with the legal system of manhwa and his knowledge was on par with that of someone from his previous life, he had made a mistake. Old Chen, you've been put through a lot this time. Louis apologized earnestly. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight to apologize. How about it? Chen Bin rolled his eyes. No way. Louis was taken aback. Are you really upset? Chen Bin kicked Louis on the butt. No, I'm just not in the mood. Don't misunderstand. It's not because you helped me set off fireworks. It's because there are rumors online. Rumors? Louis frowned. Shenbin said, right after you sang Courage and topped the charts again, rumors about Chu Shui started circulating online. About Shui? Louis immediately flew into a rage. Public opinion trends didn't bother him, as he believed in his integrity and his ability to prove himself through his actions. But someone was spreading rumors about Lin Shuxue, and he couldn't tolerate it. Lin Shuxue was already under immense pressure being with him, risking a fall from the top ranks. How could he stand by and let others spread rumors about Lin Shuxue? Louis opened his phone and quickly uncovered the truth. Someone had posted an article claiming he was a top-tier rich second-generation heir, and that Lin Shuxue was with him to marry into a wealthy family. And this person was making bold claims, presenting numerous ridiculous pieces of evidence. For example, he was poisoned 3 years ago, and all major hospitals said it was incurable. Yet why is his voice suddenly better now, and even more versatile than before, earning him the title of Heavenly Voice? It was because his family was wealthy and sent him abroad for treatment by top experts. Another example, why was his lyric writing so terrible 3 years ago, yet now his composing and arranging skills have improved significantly, and his lyric writing abilities have also advanced by leaps and bounds. It's because his family is wealthy, so they bought songs from abroad and hired top lyricists in China to tailor-make lyrics for him. This explains why his musical style is so diverse. The article provides multiple angles to prove he's a rich kid, then labels Lin Shuxue as a gold digger, and claims that the reason he announced his relationship with her during his career peak is similar to marrying someone who's pregnant. Seeing this, Louis's blood pressure skyrocketed, and his eyes turned red. These rumor mongers have such malicious intentions. On one hand, they maliciously slander Lin Shuxue. On the other hand, they are also attacking Louis. After all, if Louis were truly a second-generation wealthy individual, then his rise to fame from performing 7 Miles Fragrance in a bar would be dismissed as mere publicity stunt, and his talent would be reduced to something bought with money. Such defamatory articles are truly a 2-for-1 deal. Damn it! Louis couldn't help but curse, his eyes blazing with anger. Upon closer inspection, one can see that this article is riddled with flaws. However, it's hard to stop people from fueling the fire, and most netizens lack the ability to think critically, making them easily swayed by the narrative. So, after being reposted by several influential Weibo users, the article quickly made it to the trending topics and its popularity skyrocketed. Louis turned around and headed back to the police station. Luda, what is going on? Zhou Zhengyan was just about to hand over his shift and go home when he saw Louis and sat down again. Louis directly informed Zhou Zhengyan about the rumors. Officer Zhou, doesn't this constitute defamation? Louis asked through gritted teeth. Zhou Zhengyan looked very serious. Luda, I'll handle this matter. I'll give you a response as soon as possible and ensure your rights are protected. Louis nodded, his anger subsiding slightly. Looking at the comments under Lin Shuxue's Weibo post, where netizens were being manipulated and lashing out at her, Louis's anger flared up again. Go to the Star River recording studio. Louis said to Chen Bin. Call Deng Yangfei and tell him to get his people to start working. Oh, and tell Deng Yangfei to inform Zhang Anqi that the song Invisible Wings no longer needs to be kept hidden. Once I've finished recording and uploading my version to Weibo, have Zhang Anqi's version of Invisible Wings uploaded to music platforms as well. Louis issued the orders coldly, and Chen Bin complied. Chapter 127, Mind Your Tongue. At Xingha Recording Studio, everyone listened to the 2 songs Louis had just recorded, their faces filled with astonishment. Lu Gu. Someone spoke up, wanting Louis to think twice. If these 2 songs were released, the impact could be massive, sparking a storm. If Louis survived the storm, everything would be fine afterward. But if Louis couldn't survive it, he would be marginalized by the entire entertainment industry. The risk was too great, and everyone hoped Louis would reconsider. But upon seeing Louis's icy gaze, the person ultimately refrained from offering any further advice. Louis had made his decision, and as subordinates, they could only follow through. In fact, if they were in Louis's position, having just announced his relationship with Lin Shuxue only to have her falsely accused of being a gold digger, they would certainly be furious as well. Thank you all for your hard work. Louis calmed himself slightly. Though furious, he couldn't vent his anger on his subordinates. No matter how this turns out, I'll take the blame. The sky won't fall. Louis forced a smile and said. Alright, go back to sleep. I'll send you all red envelopes later. Everyone laughed, except for Deng Yangfei and Shen Bin. Did you tell Anqi? Louis looked at Deng Yangfei. Deng Yangfei replied. I just did. Anqi said she'll follow your lead. Louis nodded and said to Chen Bin. Please edit the video of me recording the song and post it on Weibo. Alright, I'll do it right away. Chen Bin and Deng Yangfei both went off to get to work. Louis looked at Lin Shuxue beside him and said guiltily. I'm so sorry. Right after the official announcement, you had to go through such a tough time. Lin Shuxue tightly held Louis's hand and shook her head. I'm not upset. As long as you're here, nothing can make me upset. But, Lin Shuxue said, are you really sure you don't want to reconsider? Those two songs were indeed. Louis stroked Lin Shuxue's head and said, it's okay. If I really get attacked and have to leave the entertainment industry, you can just take care of me. But you said you'd take care of me back then. Seeing Louis's determined expression, Lin Shuxue gave up on trying to persuade him further. All right. Lin Shuxue smiled, her eyes narrowing. I'll take care of you. But, Lin Shuxue gave a mischievous smile. I remember someone once said at the noodle shop when they heard I wanted to take care of him that even if he starved to death, he'd never let me keep him. Louis pretended to forget. Really? Who was that person? I don't remember. Lin Shuxue gave Louis a disapproving look. Louis awkwardly smiled. At the same time, 2 hours after the defamatory article sparked a public outcry, Louis uploaded a video to his Weibo. The video was titled Thief. At such a critical moment, Louis's video naturally drew the attention of countless people. Especially since the video's title was so unusual, seemingly carrying a hidden meaning. Many people clicked on the video immediately. In the video, Louis was in a recording studio, holding a microphone in both hands, his gaze cold, with a hint of icy glint in his eyes. Upon seeing Louis for the first time, many people felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Especially those who had participated in spreading rumors about Lin Shuxue felt a chill run down their spines and were extremely uncomfortable. The drumbeat began the intro. The lights are on saying it's dark. The door is open saying you can't go home. They say they've already gone to bed but then say they're tired. You say you're tired of it all, yet you desperately try to hold on. Saying how much you love someone, who are you fooling? Can't bear to part with it, say don't waste it. Can't afford to lose, saying you're afraid of offending someone. Turn all the hurt into misunderstandings. Turning right and wrong into something no one can understand. Secretly plotting in the shadows, hiding from someone. The melody of the verse is refreshing and evokes a unique feeling. It's different from the innocence of 7 Miles of Fragrance and Sunny Day, and the melancholy of Old Boy and Midsummer. The style of this song, Thief, is better described as bold, especially with its fusion of foreign Western-style melodies, reminiscent of a knight on horseback, wielding a lance and galloping freely. However, while the main melody is unique and beautiful. But is Louis just releasing a new song at this point? I admire your frankness. But keep your mouth shut. Calling everyone a thief without distinction. Calling someone a thief without distinguishing right from wrong. The truth isn't something you can play with. Don't overstep the line. After hearing this chorus, everyone finally understood what Louis was trying to express in his song Thief. This was a direct counterattack against online public opinion. Not a response, but a counterattack. Most entertainers in the industry, when faced with negative attention, either have their agencies or managers respond and explain. They maintain a very humble posture. But Louis is different. Louis directly displayed his anger. He's ready to go head-to-head with those who are stirring the pot. I admire your frankness. But keep your filthy mouth shut. Don't casually call someone a thief. Calling someone a thief without evidence. I will never compromise and follow the crowd. Don't become like you. The second chorus is more intense than the first. The first chorus just tells people to keep their mouths shut, while the second chorus tells them to shut their stinking mouths. The addition of the word stinking fully vents Louis's pent-up anger. The line "keep your filthy mouth shut" is almost like pointing at those who spread rumors and slandering them directly. And the line "never stoop to dance along and become like you" further clarifies Louis's stance. Other artists would handle such situations with a mild attitude. Even if angry, they would only issue warnings or threaten to send a lawyer's letter, just to intimidate briefly. But Louis made it clear that he wouldn't follow the same path as other artists. He would confront the rumor mongers head-on until the end. This left the few Weibo influencers who had posted the rumors, shared them, and fueled the public outcry in a panic. They never expected Louis to be so aggressive and willing to confront them head-on. What should we do now? These Weibo influencers immediately contacted their sponsors. Don't panic, Louis is probably just bluffing. The sponsors responded to the Weibo influencers. With so many of us working together on this, how could Louis possibly take us all down? So relax. Louis is just releasing some pent-up emotions by posting a song. Otherwise, he'd be bottling it all up and feel miserable. After posting this song, what else can Louis do? Does he really want to offend all of us celebrities? That's impossible. Seeing these replies, the few Weibo influencers also breathed a sigh of relief. Their backers had a point. The celebrities behind the scenes stirring things up aren't just a dozen or so. And they're all pretty famous. If Louis really dares to offend all the celebrities involved, he's basically signing his own death warrant. The celebrities didn't take Louis too seriously either. They just went about their business, partying when they wanted to and sleeping when they were tired. The law doesn't punish the many with so many of them. Why would they fear a mere Louis? It's impossible. However, not long after, another song caused a sensation. Chapter 128, The Dog That Can't Stand Up. Xinghao Records and Zhang Yanqi updated their Weibo accounts simultaneously. They posted a song titled Invisible Wings. After Zhang Yanqi and her former company announced their contract termination a few days ago, where she went whether she opened a studio or signed with another company remained unclear. Now, Zhang Yanqi's collaboration with Xinghao Records has answered many fans' questions. Zhang Yanqi has officially joined Xinghao Records. And shortly after joining Xinghao Records, she quickly released a new song. Zhang Yanqi's fans are thrilled and are rushing to play the new song. The simple melody and lyrics, combined with Zhang Yanqi's gentle yet powerful voice, give a sense of inspiration and motivation. After Zhang Yanqi released the song, Louis and Lin Shuxue simultaneously reposted the Weibo post promoting the song Invisible Wings. Zhang Yanqi wasn't very popular before, but Louis and Lin Shuxue are now absolute top-tier celebrities. So when Louis and Lin Shuxue reposted Invisible Wings, it immediately shot the song to the top of the trending charts. At the same time, more and more people began to notice a detail in Invisible Wings. Invisible Wings. Lyrics by Louis. Music by Louis. Arranged by Louis. In other words, this catchy masterpiece was entirely created by Louis. This left Louis's fans both surprised and delighted. As for many casual listeners, they were once again blown away by Louis. Louis not only can create masterpieces tailored specifically for himself. The songs he creates for others are also masterpieces. Moreover, the song Louis composed for Zhang Yanqi perfectly aligns with her life story. This couldn't help but make people marvel at Louis's talent. Upon hearing this news, many artists couldn't sit still. Since Louis returned after a 3-year hiatus, the music industry in manhwa has been hit hard. Songs that once dominated the charts on major music platforms were completely overtaken. Every song Louis releases shoots straight to the top of the charts. Not only that, but his songs are now the background music on every short video app and can be heard everywhere on the streets. Louis ushers in the era of screen dominance. It is foreseeable that if this continues, Louis will transform the entire music industry landscape of manhwa. Many singers will be eliminated. Therefore, many singers are beginning to seek breakthroughs, hoping to keep pace with Louis. However, as it turns out, talent and creativity are innate. No one can keep up with Louis's pace. Are we really going to be eliminated like this? Many singers are struggling. But then, Louis custom made a song called Invisible Wings for Zhang Yanqi, showing them another path. If Louis can create a masterpiece tailored for Zhang Yanqi, could he also write a song or two for them? If they could also get Louis's songs, they would have the capital to establish themselves in the music industry. And they felt that if they sincerely asked Louis for a song, he probably wouldn't refuse. Because Zhang Yanqi's Invisible Wings was clearly recorded long ago. But Louis held back the song until tonight, when the public outcry erupted, before releasing it. What does this mean? It's clear that Louis is using Zhang Yanqi's Invisible Wings to send a signal to the entire music industry in manhwa. If you want to be like Zhang Yanqi and get songs written for you, then stand by my side. Singers who understood Louis's message quickly reposted Invisible Wings and Louis's song Thief. Additionally, these singers simultaneously updated their Weibo accounts to help Louis and Lin Shuxue respond to the online backlash. Some prove that Lin Shuxue isn't a gold digger. Some prove that Louis is not a second-generation rich kid. Others prove that Louis didn't buy songs and that he is truly talented. As time went on, more and more singers joined in to help Louis and Lin Shuxue address the online backlash. By the next morning, thanks to the influence of numerous singers and celebrities on Weibo, the online backlash against Lin Shuxue had largely subsided. Just when everyone thought the matter was about to be resolved, Louis reposted a Weibo post. This Weibo post was from the official account of the Kyoto police station. The content stated that several high-profile Weibo users who had posted or reposted defamatory articles had been arrested. Whether these Weibo influencers had committed defamation or slander would require further investigation and judgment. When Louis reposted this Weibo post, he added the following text. We have already hired the best lawyers to ensure that these rumor mongers are severely punished. Moreover, these rumor mongers are nothing but dogs, and their masters will also be brought to justice. Everyone involved in this matter will not escape. Those who saw these Weibo posts went wild. Louis is being too ruthless, actually intending to fight this to the end. And he wasn't just going after the Weibo influencers themselves, but the wealthy backers behind them. By now, anyone with a brain could guess that behind these Weibo influencers were undoubtedly many celebrities from the entertainment industry. These celebrities aren't few in number, and their status isn't low either. After all, those with lower status have no connection with Louis Wu and Lin Shuxue, no competition, and no reason to stir up trouble. Therefore, if Louis and Lin Shuxue are truly determined to go all out, it will inevitably trigger a major earthquake in the entertainment industry. But Louis seems completely unfazed, which shows that those dog owners have truly crossed Louis's red line. At this point, the dog owners began to feel a bit panicked. Because Zhang Yanqi's song Invisible Wings has caused half of the entertainment industry to side with Louis. If this continues, they might truly be isolated and end up being arrested. As the public outcry reached a fever pitch that night, Louis dropped another bombshell. A song titled Don't Bite Me. Louis posted on Weibo, calling the big Weibo influencers dogs and their backers dog owners. Now releasing a song titled Don't Bite Me makes the meaning quite clear. Louis doesn't get angry easily, but when he does, he's out to shake up the entire entertainment industry. Some were shocked and immediately clicked to play the song Don't Bite Me. First, it's not an intro, not instruments, it's a dialogue. A male voice is scolding a dog. At ease, attention, stand straight, stand straight. Hey, Ludi, why won't my dog listen? Louis smiled and said, dogs are used to crawling. You're forcing it to stand, aren't you? The man realized what he had said and replied, you're right. After all, it's just a dog. We can't expect too much from it. Let's just let it run around and play. Hearing this conversation, the netizens all burst into laughter. Lude is so mean. He actually used that to mock those who stir up trouble. Ha ha ha, but this conversation is actually pretty interesting. Lude may be mean, but he's right. Dogs are just used to lying down, they can't stand up. The celebrity who started this rumor is now so angry his face is as red as a beet. Their dogs were caught, and now they have to be mocked by Louis right to their faces? Chapter 129, Refusal. After the conversation, Don't Bite Me finally got to the main point. The opening rap was surprising, raising eyebrows and making people want to hear more. I sit here at the keyboard, writing my own original songs with all my heart. This is my talent and my passion. Who's behind the scenes orchestrating a sinister plot with ulterior motives? What was once simple music has been tainted by selfish interests. A melody, sweet and melodious. But all the listener's attention is focused on the lyrics. Louis is still criticizing those dog owners. I once asked myself whether it was necessary to retaliate so boldly. But some people make me feel sick just thinking about them. I should still muster the courage of an older brother. I often ask myself, do those who appear virtuous still have a conscience? These lyrics left the audience speechless. Last night's song Thief was just venting frustration at ignorant netizens swayed by public opinion. Today's Don't Bite Me is a blunt attack on the hypocritical celebrities in the entertainment industry. The line "do those who appear virtuous still have a conscience" is enough to send a chill down your spine. In the entire entertainment industry, the only person daring enough to write such blunt lyrics is probably Louis, right? No wonder he's Lude, he's so bold. Lude is so awesome. He dares to write such lyrics. What's wrong with writing such lyrics? Isn't this the reality of the entertainment industry in manhwa? A bunch of hypocrites, kind-faced in public, but who knows what dirty deeds they've done behind closed doors. While netizens admire Louis, they also worry about his situation. This song might spark outrage across half the entertainment industry. Although Louis is exceptionally talented and currently extremely popular, with Lin Shuxue by his side, can he withstand the pressure from half the entertainment industry? Many people believe he probably won't. After all, two hands can't fight four. As everyone was feeling conflicted, Don't Bite Me entered another rap segment. This century has ushered in a decibel of noise. Believe you're digging your own grave, you're still trying to guide others. If we stand up, it's considered violence. Then selling works and inflating views, is that not a crime? After hearing this rap, everyone was struck speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Referring to those dog owners' songs as noise. And exposing the fact that some dog owners are selling their works and inflating their traffic numbers. At that moment, the audience couldn't help but gasp in shock. They thought Louis's lyrics earlier were already blunt and daring enough. Little did they know that Louis's real trump card was still up his sleeve. In fact, many people in the entertainment industry are well aware of how chaotic the entertainment scene in Longwei is right now. Buying others' songs and passing them off as their own originals. Zhang Xian's song, Because I Love You, is a prime example of this chaos. As for using machines to manipulate votes, rig charts, and inflate traffic numbers, such practices are all too common and no longer surprising. The Dragon Country entertainment industry is a cesspool of corruption, filthy beyond belief. But is anyone brave enough to speak out against it? No. Even those who are filled with righteous indignation only vent their frustration in private. No one dares to directly address this chaos or bring it into the open. Because if you dare to expose such chaos to the public, you must have powerful backers who can guarantee that the chaos will be eradicated. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire, and it's easy to imagine how tragic it would be. But today, Louis has stepped forward. He has exposed the chaos in the entertainment industry through simple and straightforward lyrics. At this moment, many in the entertainment industry are trembling. To say they're not afraid would be a lie. Even if there are many thieves in the same industry and their groups are powerful. But as long as they're thieves, their hearts will always be filled with fear. Ghosts who are used to walking in the dark, how could they not fear the light? And Louis's voice continues to resonate. Louis's lyrics grow increasingly sharp. Too many evil deeds, too numerous to count. Your so-called duty I have no interest in flattering. You show your true colors for money, spouting nonsense on TV. Do you think all netizens in Longwei are idiots? I take a deep breath here, the dogs are barking and it's not quiet. For money, you're willing to risk your life, there's south no place for you anywhere. The mask is torn off, revealing an ugly face and heart, rejected by the entire world. I spit on you. Each line of the lyrics sounded like thunderclaps, echoing in the ears of the audience. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock. How dare Louis be so bold? Not only did he point out all the chaos, but he also berated them harshly. Especially the final line, I spit on you, was absolutely brilliant. Daring to spit on half of the entertainment industry, that kind of courage is truly admirable. As for certain individuals in the entertainment industry, their faces turned pale with embarrassment. They never imagined that Louis would be so bold to directly attack half of the entertainment industry. And what's most infuriating is, Louis' song Don't Bite Me not only has sharp lyrics that tear them to shreds, but the melody and arrangement of Don't Bite Me are also top-notch, truly a masterpiece. A song that insults people is a masterpiece. Isn't that infuriating? Some of these dog owners are so furious they could explode. They've been crawling around like flies for years and haven't produced a single masterpiece. Louis, on the other hand, writes a song mocking them off the cuff, and it's a masterpiece they could never hope to create in their entire lives. This gap leaves them seething with frustration, their hearts and lungs aching. Weibo, Douyin, Coinbase. All major social media platforms are exploding. Almost everyone is discussing Thief and Don't Bite Me. Especially Don't Bite Me, which is trending like crazy. In the entertainment industry of manhwa, no one has dared to write such a song in decades. Even the legendary rock icon who wrote Red Cloth only subtly criticized certain things. But now, Louis has torn off the veils of countless celebrities, almost pointing directly at them and berating them. Everyone's evaluation of Louis can be summed up in one word: crazy. Louis has truly gone off the rails this time. As for their feelings toward Louis, there's only one word for that too: respect. On a larger scale, it's admiration for Louis' courage to expose the dark side of the entertainment industry. On a smaller scale, it's admiration for Louis' love for Lin Shuxue. The root of this matter, to put it bluntly, lies with certain reckless individuals who spread rumors and try to undermine Lin Shuxue. But Louis stood up for her, fiercely attacking the entertainment industry. This kind of resolve truly makes countless women swoon and envy Lin Shuxue to no end. If they could have a man like Louis who would stand up for them when they were wronged, what more could they ask for? The heat of this incident continued to rise, and after constant fermentation, it began to terrify more and more people. These people couldn't sit idly by and began to take action. Some called Hong Lang, demanding he kick Louis out of Singing King 2021. No way. Hong Lang firmly refused. From the perspective of the director at Kyoto Television, Singing King 2021 cannot do without Louis. From the perspective of someone in the entertainment industry, the manhwa entertainment industry also couldn't do without Louis. If Louis were to be sidelined, it would be an immeasurable loss for the entire manhwa entertainment industry. Currently, countries like South Korea, Japan, and the United States are all engaging in cultural exports targeting manhwa. Yet manhwa's culture can't even step out of its own borders. Now that we finally have Louis, who can carry the torch for manhwa's music, we want to hide him away? Hong Lang, I won't agree. Chapter 130, Refusal. After being rejected by Hong Lang, the person on the other end of the phone coldly snorted. Hong director, you have some fame and some status, but you must know that you can't fight against those in power. Then the person hung up the phone. Not long after, Hong Lang received a call from the deputy station director. Old Hong, after all these years in the industry, don't you know what's blowing in the wind? Louis has really messed up this time, he has offended too many people. The deputy station manager sighed and said, you can't protect Louis. Many bigwigs are putting pressure on us to make him disappear from the entertainment industry. As part of the industry, even our Beijing TV station is constrained by certain forces. There are some things we have to go along with. Hong Lang's face turned ashen, and the veins on his hands bulged. Let Louis finish participating in Singing King 2021. I won't interfere with what happens to him afterward. Isn't that acceptable? The deputy station director said. Old Hong, are you joking with me? Louis' popularity was built up quickly through Singing King 2021. If you let him continue participating, even if we rig the results behind the scenes to prevent him from winning first place again, as long as the quality of his subsequent songs remains the same, his popularity will still skyrocket. The bigwigs from all sides aren't trying to prevent Louis from winning the Singing King 2021 championship, they want him to disappear. You must understand that, right? Hong Lang clenched his teeth, still trying to advocate for Louis. The deputy station director didn't give him a chance to speak. You never intended to host the Song King program again. You only revived Song King 2021 after seeing the cultural invasion from South Korea, Taiwan, and the United States, aiming to resist the spread of foreign cultures. The reason you want to protect Louis is because you see the hope of reviving the Dragon Nation's music industry in him. But old Hong, you need to be clear about one thing: if you don't kick Louis out, I'll have to kick you out. Once a new director takes over, Louis will still be kicked out, and The Voice of China 2021 might even invite stars from South Korea, Japan, and the United States to participate. That goes against the original purpose of holding The Voice of China 2021. The deputy station director spoke earnestly. Old Hong, you're not in your prime anymore. You need to think things through carefully. Hong Lang sat helplessly in his chair, staring at the ceiling, and closed his eyes. He put down his phone, feeling utterly powerless. I'm sorry, he murmured, unsure whether he was apologizing to Louis or to himself. Perhaps both. Hong Lang made a decision. After wrapping up The Singing King 2021, he would retire from the entertainment industry. If you can't change it, just leave. It's just a pity that in the future, the children of Longhua might end up listening to and singing songs from other countries. Hong Lang sighed wryly before dialing Louis's phone number. Louis looked at the caller ID showing Director Hong Lang and had his own suspicions. Director Hong. Louis answered the call. Luda, I'm sorry. Hong Lang's first words only confirmed Louis's suspicions. It's okay. Louis smiled. Seeing that Louis had already figured it out, Hong Lang opened his mouth, his lips curling into a bitter smile. I invited you here, and now I'm kicking you out. It's my fault. Hong Lang didn't mention his own hardships, he just kept apologizing. Director Hong, it's okay. Louis said with a smile. Over the past few days, he had spent quite some time with Hong Lang. Although Hong Lang was nicknamed Pippi Lang, he was a decent person and not the same as many of the dog owners. Lu De, don't give up. Even if you have to leave the entertainment industry for now, please keep creating. One day, you'll make it big again. Hong Lang said sincerely. Louis was slightly taken aback and asked, who said I'm leaving the entertainment industry temporarily? Hong Lang assumed Louis was just trying to comfort him and didn't take it seriously. However, Hong Lang didn't know that Louis wasn't afraid at all of the so-called pressure from various powerful figures. During his last horseback riding trip with Lin Shuxue, Louis had already accumulated 100,000 points. And Lin Shuxue's agency Tensho Entertainment was now a massive powerhouse consistently ranked among the top 3 in the entertainment industry. Tensho Entertainment could be exchanged in the system for 2.3 million points. In recent times, he had not only gained popularity on Singing King 2021 but also released the album Memories of Summer and performed 3 love ballads on Longi. He had already entered the era of dominating the screens, with his fanbase growing rapidly and his points skyrocketing. After performing Courage on Singing King 2021, Louis's points were already nearing 2 million. This is precisely why Louis lashed out so fiercely at certain individuals in the entertainment industry. The outcome was largely as Louis had anticipated. Thief and Don't Bite Me once again brought him hundreds of thousands of points. He can now redeem Tensho Entertainment. With a massive fanbase, skyrocketing popularity, and as the owner of Star River Records, if he were also the boss of Tensho Entertainment. Even if those so-called bigwigs banded together, they couldn't force him out of the entertainment industry. Moreover, Lin Shuxue is by his side. Those so-called big shots should not be thinking about how to sideline him, but rather how to withstand his wrath. I had planned to develop slowly and avoid the spotlight, but since you've targeted Shuue, then I'm afraid I have no choice. Louis's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he prepared to take over Tensho Entertainment. However, at that moment, Lin Shuxue ran over, excitedly saying, Mr. Liu, The Singing King 2021 just announced that you can no longer participate in The Singing King 2021 due to special circumstances. Louis nodded and hummed in acknowledgement. Then, Louis looked at Lin Shuxue in confusion. Why do you seem so happy? Lin Shuxue explained. Because after the official Weibo account of Singing King 2021 posted this message, netizens went wild, thinking that certain people were exerting pressure to force you to withdraw from the competition. Lin Shuxue handed her phone to Louis. Look at the netizens' reactions. Louis raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the phone screen. He saw netizens leaving comments under the official Weibo account of Singing King 2021. Forcing Lu Di to withdraw from the competition? I won't stand for it. Force Lu Di to withdraw from the competition? I won't agree. Force Lu Di to withdraw from the competition? I won't agree. The uniform comments moved Louis deeply. Suddenly, Louis Dong's eyes narrowed. He actually saw Cui Chi's comment. Although Cui Chi hadn't copied the other netizens' comments, his words were even more domineering. If Louis withdraws from the competition, I will withdraw too. This caught Louis off guard. He hadn't expected Cui Chi to speak up for him. It wasn't just Cui Chi. Lin Xian had left a similar message. I joined the show to compete with Louis. Since Louis has withdrawn due to special circumstances, I also have some special circumstances and will not participate in the show. If the production team wants to breach the contract and seek compensation, they can contact my agent directly. Lu Mingxi's comment was similar. Zhang Zhangwan and Su Shishir, who aren't very well known, didn't dare to be as bold, but they also subtly expressed their support for Louis. Zhou Yan isn't well known either, but he was straightforward in his comment. Without Luda, the Singing King has no meaning. I'm out too. Zhang Yanqi and many other veteran singers also spoke out in support of Lui. However, the number of singers speaking out for Lui remains a minority. But their voices weren't the end, they were just the beginning. Chapter 131, No Ifs. Cui Xingjian, the godfather of rock in Longwa, with songs like Red Cloth, Nothing, and Fake Monk, once sparked a rock music revolution in the last century, planting the seed of rock music in the soil of Longwa. However, with the passage of time, Cui Xingjian has gradually faded from the public eye. People rarely hear or see his name anymore. But this does not mean that Cui Xingjian has lost his status in the Longwa music scene. On the contrary, whenever his name is mentioned, it evokes a sense of reverence. Cui Xingjian is the banner of Longwa rock. Despite decades having passed, no one has been able to surpass him. His once fierce rock spirit has inspired and motivated countless people. No one could have imagined that Cui Xingjian, who had been out of the public eye for years, would speak out today. Cui Xingjian does not have a personal Weibo account, but his company does have an official Weibo account. Cui Xingjian's Red Cloth Company official Weibo account posted the following update. The night is too dark, and a beam of light shines in. Is that beam of light therefore guilty? That is unacceptable. If anyone tries to extinguish this light, I will not agree, and I will not stand idly by. Although Lu Yi's name was not mentioned. But everyone knows that the beam of light Cui Xingjian is referring to is Lu Yi. Even Cui Xingjian, the rock and roll patriarch and top-tier heavyweight, is speaking out for Luda. Luda is really making a name for himself this time. I don't recall Mr. Cui ever speaking up for anyone before. This time, he is backing Luda. It's not just backing him up. Though Mr. Cui didn't comment on Lu Di, comparing him to Light already speaks volumes about his status. Lu Yi's fans and many netizens are buzzing with excitement and cheering. Cui Xingjian had just updated his Weibo. Another big shot posted on Weibo. Folk music legend Gu Difu. Gu Difu and Cui Xingjian rose to fame during the same era. During the era when Chinese music flourished, with rock and folk music competing for dominance, it was the time when Gu Difu and Cui Xingjian were vying for supremacy. Back then, the TV was either playing Cui Xingjian's rock or Gu Difu's folk music. Like Cui Xingjian, Gu Difu has been retired from the music scene for some time. But no one has forgotten him. Even now, many people still have Gu Difu's folk songs saved on their phones. So when Gu Difu posted on Weibo, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Especially since Gu Difu's words were quite intense. I have never met Louis, but whether it's his original pop songs or the folk song, Beautiful Things, they all left me in awe, even making me look up to him. In my heart, Louis is the hope of the Dragon Nation's music scene. If anyone dares to force Louis out of the Dragon Nation's music scene, I will definitely confront those people head on. After Gu Difu updated his Weibo, people were still reeling from the shock. Another big shot spoke up to support Louis. The godfather of love songs, Zhou Chuangang. Songs like Sunset at Dusk, Lonely Sandbar, and Winter Secret are not only nostalgic memories for an entire generation but are also greatly enjoyed by many young people today. Zhou Chuangang's standing and influence in the music industry of Longwa may not match those of Cui Xingjian and Gu Difu, but Cui Xingjian and Gu Difu have been retired for years, while Zhou Chuangang remains active in the industry and enjoys a high level of popularity. Therefore, the influence of Zhou Chuangang's Weibo updates is no less than that of Cui Xingjian and Gu Difu. The three music legends speaking out one after another and standing behind Louis not only shocked netizens but also caused some people in the entertainment industry to frown. They never imagined that a mere Louis could stir the three patriarchs into action. What should we do now? These people felt trapped. At this point, should they back down and let Louis off the hook? Let Louis point his finger at them and berate them, then drag them into the public eye, exposing their lies about Lin Shuxue and their attempts to manipulate public opinion, causing both Lin Shuxue and Louis's careers to plummet? If that happened, their good days would be over. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, are they supposed to give up their comfortable existence and live like ordinary people? They couldn't bear it. They immediately contacted their backers. However, those backers were also frowning deeply at that moment. If the only one speaking out for Louis is an old-school singer like Zhang Yanqi, then even though it may seem like a big deal, it's actually easy to handle. No matter how famous or influential a singer is, they are no match for massive capital. But Cui Xingjian, a legendary figure in the music industry, is different. Cui Xingjian, Gu Difu, and Zhou Chuangang, having reached the level of godfather, have transcended the realm of entertainment industry celebrities. In simple terms, they are the capital-holding backers, and Cui Xingjian, Gu Difu, and Zhou Chuangang all hold massive amounts of capital. Although they would certainly hold the upper hand if they join forces, is it worth it to risk severing ties with the three godfathers Cui Xingjian, Gu Difu, and Zhou Chuangang for Louis? The capital backers behind numerous celebrities are contemplating and constantly weighing the pros and cons. While they hesitate, the fourth person, who caused a sensation, spoke up. And the influence of this person's statement surpasses that of the three godfathers combined. Because this person is known as the singing god. The god of music, Zhang Yijie. The pinnacle of the Dragon Nation music scene. The ultimate powerhouse of the Dragon Nation entertainment industry. In terms of influence, there is no one who can match him in the Dragon Nation entertainment industry. Although he hasn't released any new songs in the past decade. Although he has not participated in any activities in the past decade. Although he has seemed to vanish from the public eye over the past decade. However, his songs and his name continue to resonate everywhere. Zhang Yijie took to his personal Weibo to speak out. Louis is a young person I admire. Bullying Louis is the same as bullying me. If you want to force Louis, you better ask me first. These two brief sentences immediately set Weibo ablaze. As the heat continued to rise, Weibo nearly crashed. The singing legend has always been known for mentoring younger artists, but to be so straightforward about admiring a young person is unprecedented. Bullying Louis is bullying me. That statement carries a lot of weight. I think the singing legend isn't admiring Louis, he has already seen him as his successor. I agree. Otherwise, why would he say something so harsh? Although Cui Chi is called the god of song's successor, that is just a title given by us netizens. The only one truly recognized by the god of song is Lu De. Even the singing god has spoken up. No one will dare to target Lu De anymore. As the netizens cheered wildly, the celebrities who had spread rumors were so scared their legs went weak. With the god of song Zhang Yijie stepping in, how could they possibly stand up to him? Not to mention them, even their backers wouldn't dare provoke Zhang Yijie. Their faces were pale and bloodless, and they regretted their actions deeply. If time could be turned back, they'd rather die than provoke Louis again. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Chapter 132, Apologize? No way. These celebrities called their backers for help. But the calls went straight to voicemail. These sponsors are all busy calling the singing legend Zhang Yijie to apologize. Why apologize to me? Zhang Yijie looked out the window at the clear sky, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "You should know who you should apologize to." Upon hearing this response, the sponsors nodded in agreement. Once Zhang Yijie hung up, the sponsors picked up their phones again and dialed Louis's number. When Louis answered, the investors immediately identified themselves and apologized to him. "Mr. Liu, we're truly sorry. We failed to properly discipline our artists, allowing them to harm you and your girlfriend. We will definitely scold those guys later and make them apologize to you and your girlfriend." Louis didn't say a word and hung up the phone immediately. Seeing that the singing legend Zhang Yijie had spoken up, they were scared and wanted to make amends to put this matter behind them? It's not that simple. Although thanks to the singing legend and others speaking out, he no longer has to worry about being forced out of the entertainment industry. But Louis has made up his mind he is going to take over Tensho Entertainment and become its boss. No one involved in this matter will get away. Those sponsors who were hung up on by Louis are so angry they can't see straight. Louis may have fame now, but in their eyes, he's nothing. If it weren't for Zhang Yijie and the others backing Louis, how could they possibly bow down to him? And even after they bowed to him, Louis had the nerve to act superior and hang up on them? "Louis, you're something else, you've got guts." One of the wealthy backers gritted his teeth. "Zhang Yijie can protect you for now, but can he protect you for life?" Another investor, equally clenching his fists. "Even if Zhang Yijie is a singing god, he can't be with you 24/7. As long as you're still in the industry, I'll find a way to deal with you." Even if they can't push Louis too hard, they can still make his life miserable from time to time. Even if Zhang Yijie is a singing god, he can't possibly take care of Louis every single moment, can he? Moreover, if Louis had any self-respect, he wouldn't turn to Zhang Yijie for help every time something went wrong. From another angle, if Louis always turns to Zhang Yijie for help, Zhang Yijie would inevitably look down on him and eventually abandon him. Therefore, if they want to humiliate Louis, they have plenty of ways to do so. Of course, now that Zhang Yijie is backing Louis, they still need to show some consideration. At least on the surface, they need to satisfy Zhang Yijie. So these sponsors, with cold faces, called the celebrities involved in the Lin Shuxue rumor incident. Post an apology on Weibo to Lin Shuxue and Louis. Upon hearing this, the celebrities turned pale. "If we post an apology on Weibo, our careers will be ruined." The backers coldly replied. "Future? Your future was built with my money. You're just a pawn in my hands. Do as I say, or else don't even think about your future. You won't even be able to live a normal life." The celebrities were furious but helpless, tears streaming down their faces. Spreading rumors was nothing out of the ordinary in the entertainment industry. Lin Shuxue had been the target of rumors before, but nothing had come of it. They never imagined that Louis, the man by Lin Shuxue's side, was a true powerhouse. When Louis got angry, he shook the very foundations of their world. The celebrities involved in the rumor mongering were crying and whining, which made their sponsors very impatient. "Stop crying. Just apologize. It's not like we're asking you to die. After apologizing, take a few months off to recover, donate some money, do some charity work, buy a few articles for publicity, hire some online influencers to trend on social media, and your popularity will rise again. Once the storm passes, you'll still have your brainless fans supporting you. Keep making money. What's there to cry about?" Hearing these words, the celebrities stopped crying and smiled. "It's like that, isn't it?" Similar examples are everywhere. As long as the government doesn't ban them, what do they have to fear? As long as there's capital willing to support them, why would they worry about their careers fading? These celebrities wipe away their tears and pick up their phones to post on Weibo. One of the four little flowers of Longwa, Shinseki, posted on Weibo. I sincerely apologize. Due to my assistant's reckless actions and collusion with certain influential Weibo users, they have caused severe harm to sister Lin Shuxue and Ludi. Although it was the assistant's mistake, it was also my fault for failing to properly supervise them, leading to this outcome. I sincerely apologize to sister Lin Shuxue and Ludi, and hope they can forgive us. Guan Feishui, one of the four little flowers of Longwei Yenwire, one of the four flowers of Longwei top-tier female celebrities Chun Shuangshuang and Zhang Yanbing. All of them posted similar Weibo messages apologizing to Lin Shuxue and Lui. Upon seeing these posts, netizens realized that Shinseki and others were the masterminds behind the rumors targeting Lin Shuxue. As for Shinseki's assistant mentioned in her Weibo, they were merely scapegoats. However, given the circumstances, refusing to admit one's own mistakes and instead seeking a scapegoat clearly shows a lack of sincerity in the apology. Of course, some people also expressed understanding. After all, these people are all popular celebrities, either at the peak of their careers or just a step away from it. They must value their reputation and cannot openly admit to instigating the rumors. The fact that they were able to post such a Weibo message is already quite difficult. This matter has gone on long enough, it's time to put an end to it. So many top-tier influencers are involved. Wow, that's truly terrifying. Thank goodness it was Ludi. If it had been anyone else, they would have had to suffer in silence. Behind this incident lies the power struggle among major sponsors. Fortunately, Ludi's side emerged victorious. However, the Weibo apology is likely just a compromise negotiated between the two parties, and there won't be any further action. The apology on Weibo is more than enough. It's not easy to cultivate such top-tier influencers. Are they really going to arrest them all and make them drink tea? That's true. Anyway, Ludi and Shuxue Jia won this storm. So that's enough. While discussing the matter, netizens also took the opportunity to leave some harsh comments under the celebrities' Weibo posts. The number of followers on these top-tier celebrities' Weibo accounts plummeted rapidly. Within a few hours, they lost millions. This was heartbreaking for these top-tier celebrities. The fans they lost were real people, not fake followers bought with money. They had worked so hard to build up such a large following of real fans, only to see it all go down the drain. However, thinking about the guarantees from their sponsors, they have calmed down. Fans can come and go. These fans are like fish with a 7-second memory. Soon enough, they'll be back. The top-tier celebrities are basking in their success when they receive a notification. Lui updated his Weibo. They clicked in to take a look. All they see is Lui's post. If apologies were enough, why would we need the police? Chapter 133, The Storm. This statement left many people online speechless. Lui was refusing to compromise, determined to pursue the matter to the end, aiming to send Shinseki and other top-tier celebrities to prison. Although Shinseki and the other celebrities were indeed suspected of spreading rumors, they had powerful backers behind them. After some maneuvering, they might not necessarily be arrested. Moreover, even if Shinseki and the others were arrested, Lui would have alienated those powerful backers. This would be detrimental to Lui's future career. Therefore, many people left comments urging Lui to think carefully before acting. Lui views these comments with goodwill. However, some of the comments make him feel sick to his stomach. Let bygones be bygones. Shinseki and the others didn't do anything to you or Lin Shuxue. Is it really necessary to take it this far? Exactly. While Shinseki and the others may have acted improperly, their actions also helped you and Lin Shuxue gain more attention. Even if you don't thank them, you should at least know when to stop. Don't you understand the principle of leaving a little room for others? Being so harsh now will surely bring you great misfortune in the future. These words made Lui's expression grow cold. Lui didn't hold back, firing back immediately. If it weren't for the fact that I and Lin Shuxue have the ability to protect ourselves, Shinseki and her group's lies would have destroyed both of us. In other words, if Shinseki had spread rumors about another innocent girl instead of me and Shuxue, then because of Shinseki and her gang's dirty jealousy, that girl's entire life would be ruined. After what Shinseki did, you want me to stop? As you say, one should forgive where possible. But I'm not facing a group of people, I'm facing a pack of dogs. So that saying doesn't apply here. Oh, right, I didn't say Shinseki and her group are dogs. What I meant was, those who are urging me to be kind are trash. These words left those who had been urging Lui to be kind, along with the online trolls hired by Shinseki and her group, red-faced and furious. They were used to it. When they were stirring up trouble for celebrities, the celebrities would hide like turtles. Because as long as the celebrities dare to respond directly, they can seize on the phrase lacking in manners and make a big deal out of it. So they naturally believed that standing on the moral high ground to criticize Lui, he shouldn't have any temper. But they never expected that Lui not only had a temper, but a very strong one. The most critical part is that they hadn't even managed to latch onto the lacking in manners label to attack Louis. As a result, a large number of netizens are now chasing after them to criticize them. Don't advise others to be kind if you don't understand their suffering, this saying has spread widely online. Netizens felt more empathy for Louis and Lin Shuxue's situation, naturally despising the online trolls even more. The online trolls, who had previously been invincible, suffered a defeat at Louis's hands. But that's not the end of it. The Water Army soon received word that someone was investigating their accounts. Who could be investigating their accounts? Only officials from the Dragon Nation, right? The online trolls were struck speechless, feeling as though they had stirred up a hornet's nest and were doomed. They felt like they were about to be purged. As it turned out, these online trolls may have been reckless, but their instincts were spot on. A few days later, the Dragon Nation's Cybersecurity Bureau officially announced a crackdown on online Water Army chaos. The online trolls hired by Lin Shuxue and others were the first to be targeted. Subsequently, following the trail, numerous groups behind the online trolls were also eradicated. This left netizens utterly shocked. What kind of monster is Louis? Simply spreading a rumor about Louis's girlfriend resulted in the involved celebrities, sponsors, and even the entire online troll industry suffering severe consequences. However, after the shock came the celebration. The public has long suffered from the Water Army. Now that the authorities have officially intervened and are cracking down on several online troll groups with decisive action, announcing a crackdown on this chaotic industry. Naturally, this has thrilled everyone. I declare that Luda is no longer the eternal god, but the only god. Someone joked, but there were no objections below, only comments like I second that. Though it was just a joke, it truly revealed Louis's status in the hearts of the people of Manhwa. People now not only love Louis's music but also hold him in high regard. After all, without Louis, the internet would still be filled with paid trolls and chaos. Meanwhile, the Beijing police also released a statement. Evidence linking top celebrities like Lin Shuxue to rumor mongering has been gathered, and they have been officially arrested. This has sent Lin Shuxue's fans into a frenzy. The fans are furious, believing that Louis has ruined their idols. If they don't go to jail, their idols still have a chance to become popular again. But now that they've been arrested and caught with concrete evidence of spreading rumors, their careers are effectively over. Even if Lin Shuxue and others have wealthy backers, they are effectively blacklisted by the authorities. Even if those backers have the capital, they dare not make a scene in front of the authorities. Therefore, Lin Shuxue's fans are all blaming Louis. But as soon as they surface, they are swiftly targeted. The light of justice netizens are just waiting for these brainless fans. Keep insulting Louis, and I'll expose your entire family tree. Standing up for your idol? Come on, let's see if I'll even bother to insult you. No way, no way. It's come to this, and you're still defending your idol? There's no way there's really such a thing, right? Your idol's heart is blacker than the bottom of a pot, and you still think they're pure? I said that people who still like these idols must be crazy. Who agrees, who disagrees? I agree +1. Agree +2. Agree +10,086. Netizens were going wild. Lin Shuxue and her fans were exposed as complete amateurs in front of the masses, unable to respond and pretending to be dead. At that moment, Louis and Lin Shuxue were at the police station. Lin Shuxue and other celebrities were weeping bitterly. Lude, Shuijia, we were momentarily blinded by temptation. Please spare us. We swear we'll reform ourselves completely. Lude, Shuijia, please forgive us. Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows slightly, feeling a bit moved. However, she ultimately bit her lip and refused to forgive them. As Louis had said, if she were an ordinary girl, the rumors spread by Lin Shuxue and the others would be enough to ruin her. Moreover, Lin Shuxue and her group were seasoned at this, not their first time spreading such lies. Who knew how many innocent people had been ruined by their lies in the past? Forgiving Lin Shuxue and her gang was something she simply couldn't do. Louis's gaze was cold and indifferent, he didn't even bother to glance at them. Zhou Zhengyan handed over a document. Mr. Liu, we called you here because you are also involved in this case, so we need you to sign this document and confirm the details. This is part of the investigative process, we hope you understand. Louis took the document and smiled slightly. Officer Zhou, you're too kind. This has really been a hassle for you. Zhou Zhengyan shook his head and smiled. It's just part of my job. However, Lu De, the higher-ups may be planning to crack down on the entertainment industry this time. You should be prepared mentally. Lu Yi nodded. Zhou Zhengyan's words were simply telling him that many programs would no longer be able to air in the future. He didn't care either way. If they couldn't air, so be it. After all, Tensho Entertainment was about to fall into his hands. At that moment, the system's voice also sounded. Chapter 134, Lu the Big Shot. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained Tensho Entertainment. The system's mechanical voice caused Louis's lips to curve upward. In fact, Louis had already exchanged his points for Tensho Entertainment several days ago. However, due to the massive scale of Tensho Entertainment, the system required time to rationalize everything, resulting in a delay. It wasn't until now that Tensho Entertainment was officially under his control. Can I now issue commands to the staff of Tensho Entertainment? Louis asked in his mind. The system replied. Yes, the senior management of Tensho Entertainment are now aware that you are the new owner and will follow your commands. Louis's lips curled into a broad smile. He immediately took out his phone and dialed the number provided by the system. Mr. Liu, right? Louis asked. Luyuer, the public relations manager of Tensho Entertainment, didn't know why Louis had become the new boss, but she knew that a new boss needed to make a strong impression, and failing to show loyalty to the new boss meant being eliminated. Therefore, Luyuer hurriedly smiled sweetly. Mr. Boss, you can just call me Yor or Little Liu. Louis replied indifferently. You're an old employee of the company and older than me. I'll call you Old Liu. Luyuer. Isn't Louis supposed to be so sweet to Lin Shuxue? I'm a woman too, how could Louis just come out and say I'm older? And the nickname Old Liu. It sounds so masculine. Who would call a woman surnamed Liu Old Liu? Luyuer felt like crying, while growing even more envious of Lin Shuxue. Louis must have poured all his emotional intelligence into Lin Shuxue to receive the full love of Louis, who was talented, wealthy, and handsome. Luyuer grew increasingly envious of Lin Shuxue. It wasn't until Louis called out Old Liu 3 times that Luyuer snapped back to reality. Sir, I'm sorry, the signal was bad earlier. Louis responded coldly with a Find a place with better signal. If this happens again, I don't think you need to stay at the company anymore. What do you think? Luyuer sighed inwardly. Louis was like a completely different person when it came to Lin Shuxue compared to other women. However, since Louis had spoken so decisively, Luyuer dared not let her mind wander and quickly replied. Got it, boss. Louis hummed in acknowledgement and said. Let us announce the news about Tensho Entertainment's leadership change on Weibo. Since he was now the boss, there was no need to keep it a secret. If we were going to hide it, we might as well not have exchanged for Tensho Entertainment in the first place. He had redeemed Tensho Entertainment precisely to let the wealthy backers behind Shinsekai know. Even without the support of senior artists like Zhang Yijie, the singing god, he, Louis, wasn't someone who could be easily pushed around. If those backers want to play dirty tricks on him, let them come at him. Let's see if his Tensho Entertainment and Xinghua Records can give these so-called backers a taste of their own medicine. Yes. Luyuer also hurriedly followed suit. As one of the top 3 entertainment companies in the industry, any move by Tensho Entertainment would spark intense discussion. The sudden change in leadership has caused a massive online uproar. What the hell? The boss of Tensho Entertainment has been replaced and the new boss is Louis? This is no joke? Luda just became the boss of Xinghua Records and now he's the boss of Tensho Entertainment? Luda is really bold. Since returning to the public eye, he's been making big news. So, even without the god of music or the 3 patriarchs stepping in, Luda wouldn't be forced out of the entertainment industry? It seems that's the case, because Luda himself is a big shot. The boss of both Star River Records and Tensho Entertainment, that's like being a colossus. The most crucial point is that Luda himself is incredibly talented. Once Louis officially announces his return to the entertainment industry, he'll be a top-tier star, an absolute top-tier celebrity. Let's not use the term top-tier for Ludi. Using the same title as someone like Shinsekai is an insult to Ludi. If we can't use top tier, how about Little King? Luda may be talented, but he has just returned, so calling him king might draw criticism. Little King should be appropriate. The online discussion was in complete chaos, with heated debates over how to refer to Louis. Of course, the discussions were relatively friendly, with no signs of heated arguments. The wealthy backers behind Shinsekai were utterly shocked. They had planned to sabotage Louis, but never expected him to be so ruthless he'd directly become the boss of Tensho Entertainment. Now it seems that not only can they not give Louis a hard time, but if Louis doesn't make their lives miserable, they'll be grateful. These backers quickly decided to find an opportunity to apologize to Louis in person. Louis walked out of the police station with Lin Shuxue. Why didn't you ask me where I got the money to buy Tensho Entertainment? Louis held Lin Shuxue's hand and asked. Lin Shuxue smiled brightly. If you want to tell me, you'll naturally say so. If you don't want to, asking wouldn't make any sense. Louisa gently touched Lin Shuxue's nose, then explained that over the past 3 years, he hadn't been idle, he had been making money through stock trading. He had been living in a rundown neighborhood, pretending to be an alcoholic and aimless, for 2 reasons. First, to avoid his enemies, and second, to experience a hard life for his writing. This explanation had been carefully crafted after Louis had discussed it with the system. The system could help him cover his tracks, so he didn't have to worry about being exposed. Lin Shuxue didn't suspect Louis, she simply raised her thumb. You're truly my man, so impressive. Louis pressed his forehead against Lin Shuxue's. When you say impressive, which aspect are you referring to? Over the past few days, they had been busy handling the rumor-mongering incident and hadn't had a chance to communicate deeply. Now that the matter was resolved, it was necessary to have a heart-to-heart talk tonight and have a thorough discussion. Lin Shuxue's pretty face flushed red as she pushed Louis away. "You pervert!" Louis grabbed Lin Shuxue's delicate wrist, as white as frost, and said, "Make yourself clear. Who's the pervert? The one who first made advances toward me was a certain Mr. Lin, wasn't it?" Lin Shuxue glared at Louis angrily. "How am I a thief?" Louis gently kissed her forehead. "A thief of hearts." Lin Shuxue's face turned bright red. Such a cliché line, but it just felt so sweet. What should she do? Indeed, whether love words are cliché or not depends on who says them. "Let us go home." Louis looked up at the sky and said, "It looks like it's going to rain. We should put on our raincoats." Lin Shuxue looked up at the clear blue sky and muttered under her breath, "LSP," then lowered her head, her face burning. Just then, Lin Shuxue's phone rang. Lin Shuxue took out her phone and saw that it was her father, Lin Minghuang, calling. Lin Shuxue furrowed her brows slightly. It had been years since Lin Minghuang had ever called her voluntarily. "What's going on today?" Chapter 135, Hero. Lin Shuxue hesitated for a moment before finally answering the call. "Dad." Lin Minghuang's dark face lit up with a faint smile. But even over the phone, he quickly adopted a stern expression. "Where are you now? Can you come home for a while?" Hearing the cold tone on the other end of the line, Lin Shuxue's voice wasn't much better either. "Is there something you need? If not, I'll hang up now." Lin Minghuang furrowed his brows, and Gu Qinghe immediately snatched the phone. Gu Qinghe pinched Lin Minghuang's arm and said at the same time, "Xiaoxue, your father just misses you and also wants to see Xiaolu. If you and Xiaolu have time, could you come back for a visit?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuxue quickly looked at Louis. Upon hearing that Lin Minghuang wanted to see him, Louis also felt a bit anxious. As a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law, especially one with such an extraordinary status, how could Louis not feel nervous? However, since the father-in-law had already requested a meeting, if he refused, wouldn't that make him look even worse in his eyes? So Louis nodded at Lin Shuxue. After all, it was something they had to go through sooner or later, so there was no point in delaying it. Lin Shuxue gripped Louis's hand tightly and said, "Mom, I understand. Let us go back with Louis now." Gu Qinghe couldn't contain her joy, her face beaming with a smile. "Alright, then you and little Lou drive carefully. I'll go shopping with your dad." Lin Shuxue turned pale upon hearing this. "Mom, are you going to cook yourself?" Gu Qinghe rolled her eyes. "You little thing, do you really think your mama's cooking is poison?" With a light laugh, Gu Qinghe said, "Don't worry, I'll go buy the ingredients and have Aunt Yun cook. It won't make you and Xiao Lu have stomachaches." Lin Shuxue finally relaxed. If her mom, Gu Qinghe, was cooking, she really wouldn't dare go back. After hanging up the phone, Gu Qinghe wrapped her arm around Lin Minghuang's arm and said, "Can't you change your bad temper? Our daughter finally came back once, and if you dare to give her a sour face and scare her away again, just wait and see if I'll let you sleep in the bed tonight." Lin Minghuang looked at Gu Qinghe, and a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. "I know, I promise I won't give our daughter a sour face." Gu Qinghe was about to nod, but then noticed something was off. "So you're planning to give Xiao Lu a sour face instead? Let me tell you, little Lu is a good young man. Don't look down on him just because he is in the entertainment industry." Lin Minghuang's expression grew serious as he said, "We agreed, didn't we? You decide the small matters, and I decide the big ones. My daughter's future is something I must decide." Gu Qinghe twisted Lin Minghuang's arm. "Old-fashioned. Can't you change your ways? What era are we living in? You're still clinging to the idea of arranged marriages? A daughter's marriage is her own decision. What does it have to do with you and me? We can only offer advice, we can't make decisions for our daughter." Lin Minghuang scratched his head. Alright, you're right, dear. Fine. I won't make things difficult for that young man." Gu Qinghe finally smiled in satisfaction. "Go change your clothes. Let us go shopping for groceries and pick up some raincoats while we're out." Lin Minghuang's face turned red. "Yun Jia is still here." Gu Qinghe rolled her eyes. "We're an old married couple, are you getting shy now? Besides, Yun Jia went home to take care of the kids and won't be back until around 11 to cook dinner." Lin Minghuang awkwardly uttered a no and followed Gu Qinghe toward the supermarket. In the car, Louis was taking deep breaths repeatedly. "What are you doing? My dad isn't that scary." Lin Shuxue couldn't help but laugh and cry. Although Lin Minghuang liked to keep a stern expression, which did make him look a bit intimidating, Louis was overreacting, wasn't he? Louis's lips twitched slightly as he said, "That's your dad. Of course you don't find him scary." Lin Shuxue shook her head and smiled, saying, "You're now a big shot in the entertainment industry, young and successful. What is there to be afraid of?" Louis sighed and said, "If your dad were an ordinary person, I wouldn't be this scared." But your dad is a hero. Recalling when Gu Qinghe had come to the villa last time and asked him to search for the name Lin Minghuang online, Louis felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Minghuang came from a poor background, but through his own efforts, he was admitted to Beijing University. During his university years, he enlisted in the military. Later, while on a mission at the border, he was shot in the shoulder blades, lower legs, and abdomen. Although he was awarded the first-class merit, he was left disabled and had to retire from the military. Even after his discharge, Lin Minghuang still held significant influence within the military. Facing such a people's hero and a legend of the war ministry, Louis wasn't just nervous. Even if he became a music icon, he'd still be on edge. Louis didn't say anything, but Lin Shuxue almost forgot that her father was a hero. The rift between her and her father was too deep, and her memories of him were growing faint. Lin Shuxue took a deep breath, shook off the negative emotions, and comforted Louis. It's okay. He's just an ordinary person now, and you're so talented. You'll definitely be able to handle him. Besides, I'll be by your side. I'll always support you. Even if he really doesn't like you, I'll run away with you. Louis nodded, but his heart was still racing. Lin Shuxue parked the car outside an alley and led Louis through the narrow, old-fashioned lanes to a traditional courtyard house. Louis's pupils contracted sharply. A courtyard house in Beijing. But upon recalling Lin Shuxue's mother's status, he felt at ease. Gu Qinghe, the young princess of the Gu Group, also serves as the product manager of the Gu Group. The Gu Group had once ranked among the top 10 companies in Kyoto, but despite its declining influence due to the times, it remained a formidable entity. Lin Shuxue knocked on the door, and Gu Qinghe's voice immediately responded. Coming. Gu Qinghe opened the door. She was wearing a blue and white floral cheongsam, looking elegant and graceful. Xiao Lu, come in quickly. Gu Qinghe greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, auntie. Louis greeted Gu Qinghe before stepping into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he heard a loud thud. Turning to look, they saw a middle-aged man with bronze-colored skin and clearly defined muscles, punching a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Though it was still summer, the green leaves were shaken off by the man's punch. Gulping. Louis swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If that punch landed on him, he'd be foaming at the mouth in no time. Old Lin, Shuxue, and Xiao Lu are here. What are you still doing? Gu Qinghe glared at Lin Minghuang, who was practicing his punches. Lin Minghuang nodded, picked up a towel to wipe the sweat off his forehead, and smiled at Lin Shuxue. Xiaoxue. Dad. Lin Shuxue also called out. Then, the two stood awkwardly in place, neither knowing what to say. Louis Sure spoke up at the right moment. Hello, uncle. Lin Minghuang looked at Louis Sure, his gaze suddenly sharpening. The yellow button was gone, and the number of requests for updates was no longer visible. The data was becoming increasingly opaque, the money was dwindling, and it was time to pack up and leave.